The four campus beauties who once regarded me as an insignificant loser now begged me to be their husband and even offered me their virginity. It turns out that all these changes were caused by the fact that the world was suddenly shrouded in a deadly black fog, and all water and food were infected by an unknown force. If humans rashly consume these contaminated foods, they may die of dehydration at best, or become crazy, deformed monsters at worst. At this time, pure food became an extremely scarce resource, and sealed mineral water even became an addictive commodity. But the resources I have almost fill up the entire storage space. All of this is thanks to my infinite material system. I can get a bottle of Master Schwein mineral water every second, and if I lie down for a day, the system can drop more than 80,000 bottles of mineral water. In addition, as long as I successfully capture the beauties who meet the requirements, I can unlock more new survival resources. Traditional roast chicken, Alaska automatic rifle with unlimited bullets, and even Dongfeng missiles with free shipping worldwide. At this moment, I locked the dormitory door tightly with my backhand. With a click, the sound of metal collision was particularly clear in the silent room. I took a few steps to the bed, sat down, took out my phone, slid my fingertips across the screen quickly, and soon posted a striking advertisement in the Unsure University Student Exchange Group. Shun E, Class 301, Department of Foreign Languages. At all members, the doomsday is ruthless, but people are kind. I'm here to take in girls who are short of food and water. I have unopened bottled mineral water here, guaranteed to be uncontaminated. As long as you're pretty and have a good figure, contact me in private chat, and I will give you enough food and water. As soon as the message was sent out, the group immediately exploded. Liang from Class 202 of the Computer Science Department sent a message. Brother, do you have a fever? Wang Yu, who calls himself the most handsome boy in the Foreign Languages Department Class 301, also left a message. Fuck, Shani. Chun Xiao Xiao from the Literature Department Class 203 was even more blunt. What a jerk. He relied on the few bottles of water in his hand to threaten a woman. How disgusting. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because it's the end of the world? Even the president of the student union, Zhang Hao, criticized. At Foreign Language Department Shani, classmates, this is a special period. You should share food and help each other. Your behavior is immoral and violates school rules. Su Yao from the Literature Department laughed and said, disgusting, wretched man, are all Foreign Language Department boys so mean? After a commotion, Shen E from Class 301 of the Foreign Languages Department was kicked out of the group chat. I looked at the message without changing my expression and skillfully switched to my trumpet. Ever since the Black Fog disaster struck, I have applied for several small accounts to ensure that I can stay in the group to avoid the main account being kicked out. Right now, it's not just the Yamashing University Student Exchange Group that is scolding me. More than a dozen campus groups in the upper right corner of the mobile phone screen are marked with 99 plus in red. When I opened these groups, most of them were calling me crazy and laughing at me for showing off with only a few bottles of water in my hands. But even so, there's still many people who privately messaged me for water and even threatened to cause trouble if I didn't give it to them. I replied to them with an idiot and blocked them directly. Doomsday is coming, and water resources have become a scarce commodity. A dozen hours ago, a mysterious black fog suddenly appeared, covering the entire world, and most water sources were polluted. Drinking contaminated water will either result in poisoning or death. Well-preserved and sealed water and food are the only guarantee of survival today. Just now, a rich second generation offered 500 yuan for a bottle of mineral water in the group, but no one sold it. Looking out the window, I walked to the window, wiped the stains on the glass, and looked downstairs through the clean place I just wiped. As soon as my eyes touched, I felt like I was struck by a thunderbolt, and my heart sank. The once vibrant campus paths were now engulfed by thick black fog, as if ink was swirling wildly, and no scene could be seen at all. The black fog stopped on the 5th floor, a little distance away from the 6th floor where I was. I was glad that I took a leave of absence because of cold and stayed in the dormitory. Otherwise, I might be trapped in the teaching building like everyone else. It is said that once the black fog invades, those who inhale it will feel uncontrollable hunger and thirst, and if they cannot get water, they will die of thirst within a few hours. Generally speaking, people can endure 2 days without water, but if they are in black fog, 6 hours may be life-threatening. However, I am not afraid even if the black fog spreads to my floor, because I have endless water. Just a few hours ago, a clear and pleasant voice rang in my ears. Congratulations on unlocking the unlimited supply system. Currently unlocked supplies. Master Shuai's mineral water. Then another reminder came. Congratulations on unlocking the infinite system space. All the materials you obtain will be automatically stored in the system space, and you can use them at any time. What shocked me even more was that the amount of mineral water in the system space was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 bottle per second, 60 bottles per minute, 3,600 bottles per hour. This amount of water alone is enough for me to live for a long time. With this system, I don't have to worry about water resources. However, water alone is not enough. If I want to survive in this apocalypse for a long time, I have to unlock more kinds of supplies. And the key to unlocking them is to take in beautiful women. Every time you take in a beauty that meets the criteria, you can unlock a new item. Although I haven't found one that meets the criteria yet, I believe there will be one soon. At this moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from downstairs, followed by a deafening roar, as if a giant was ramming the house crazily, causing pain in the eardrums. I was so scared that I shuddered and rushed to the window and looked downstairs. A boy was trembling all over, holding onto the railing tightly, his eyes full of fear. Not far from his feet, vines sprouted out of an ordinary flower pot at an alarming speed, crawling all over the wall like poisonous snakes. What is even more creepy is that eyeball-like balls have grown on the vines, with twisted blood vessels all over the surface, emitting a faint green light. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? I murmured in a low voice. A strong sense of fear surged in my heart, and I unconsciously took a few steps back. Just then, a scream came from the girls' dormitory across the building, breaking the depressing atmosphere. The dormitory building of Yamashiro University was built a long time ago, and the distances between dormitories are very close. Even though there was a thick black fog blocking the view, I could still vaguely see the girls' dormitory across the street, but I couldn't see anything clearly. What was that screaming about? Could it be that he had encountered something mutated, just like the boy downstairs? I quickly closed the window, opened my phone to check the group chat messages, and after looking through several groups, I finally found the content. Wang Yuan from the Foreign Languages Department, Class 201, sent a message. Fuck. Zhang Yifeng was eaten by the cactus. He raised himself. Chun Xiao Xiao from the 203 class of the Department of Literature. What? What are you talking about? Such a niche word I don't understand. Zhao Tianlin, Class 101, Department of Physical Education. What's going on? Can you explain it more clearly? Wang Yuan, Class 201, Department of Foreign Languages. Monster. That cactus is simply a monster. It's scarier than a monsters in the movies. Who can come and save me? Then Wang Yuan shared a video. I clicked it immediately. The picture was shaky, but I could still see it clearly. In the video, vines spread out from a pot of cactus, almost covering the entire dormitory, and one of the corpses was dragged into the cracked mouth by the vines. The cactus became huge, and its appearance changed. It even grew something like a mouth and was eating. Zhao Tianlin from the 101 class of the Department of Physical Education left a message. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Is this a movie? The students in the group were full of questions, unable to believe it. Some people kept at Wang Yuan, but he never spoke again. My heart sank. Wang Yuan hadn't responded for so long. Something must have happened. The mutant cactus was on the 3rd or 4th floor. My floor was relatively safe, but I had to be prepared. I had to either move to another location or find a weapon to defend myself. Just as I was about to exit the group chat, I saw another video. In the video, a boy had a blue lightning flashing in his hand. He swung it hard, and the lightning shot out like a bullet, directly piercing through a can. Zhao Tao, Class 205, Department of Physical Education. Brothers and sisters, if you want shelter, come to me. I will lead the whole school. Mutated plants are nothing. Zhao Tianlin, PE 101 class. What the hell? What is this? Special effects? Or superpowers? Are you sure this isn't a movie? Zhao Tao, PE 205 class. It's not a special effect. In the video, Zhao Tao once again proved his superpowers, with lightning surging in his palms, and he continued to show his strength as he responded to the message. Zhao Tianlin from the 101st class of the Department of Physical Education. Brother Tao is awesome. Isn't this the legendary child of destiny? Please take me flying. Chen Xiao Xiao, Class 203, Department of Literature. Wow. Brother Tao is so awesome. Please add me as your friend. Wang Yu from the Foreign Languages Department Class 301 also asked for a guide. Please guide +1. After watching the video, I was shocked and a little envious. Now, what I lack most is the ability to protect myself. With the system, we don't have to worry about food and drink, but without sufficient military force, no matter how much food we have, it's useless. Others hoard guns, and I hoard food, but in the end, I can only become someone else's granary. I carefully pondered how the superpowers were obtained. Was it the same as my system, awakened after the apocalypse? Or was there another way to obtain superpowers? I kept looking through the messages in the group, hoping to get a clue. Another day passed, and official rescue still hadn't arrived. The black fog downstairs was getting thicker and thicker, and it seemed to be rising slowly, although it was very slow, but it could be seen with the naked eye. At this rate, the black fog will reach my level in 10 days at most. I thought while eating the self-heating hot pot, my eyes a little serious. I flipped through the screen all day, but couldn't find any clues about superpowers. The only one who seemed to have superpowers was Zhao Tao. In the past 2 days, almost all girls in the group added me as a friend, including many girls who had scolded me before. I accepted all the requests and asked them to send their photos first. But unfortunately, none of them met the system's criteria. So, I can only continue to post ads with my small account until no one kicks me out anymore. As time passed, and there was still no news of rescue, the survivors began to become cautious and thought that keeping me might be of use. 2 days later, on the 5th day of the black fog, the snacks and food supplies in my dormitory were almost gone. The situation in other dormitories is even worse, especially the water resources. Some students in the group have offered 3,000 yuan for a bottle of water, but still no one is willing to sell it. Many students began to have evil thoughts, and their original moral concepts seemed meaningless in the face of disaster and hunger. Hey, male classmate over there, can you hear me? I was replying to a message from a girl I just added when I suddenly heard a shout from outside the window. I walked to the balcony and first made sure that the cactus downstairs had not spread up, then opened the window and looked next door. The girl was wearing denim shorts, had long legs, and was pretty. I recognized her as Su Wanting, the beauty of the foreign languages department, who came from a wealthy family and usually ignored ordinary boys like me. Ding! A goddess who meets the system criteria has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name? Su Wanting. 95 points? I was a little surprised. I could finally unlock new supplies. There were more than 50 girls who added me these days, but none of them met the system standards. Although Su Wanting is arrogant, her score is very high, and I can unlock new supplies. When she saw me, she recognized me and continued to shout, "Hey, Shani, do you have any water?" We were in the same class, but we didn't interact much. I took out a bottle of water from behind and shook it. Yes, mineral water. I haven't had any water for hours. Can you throw that bottle of water over here so I can drink some? How about giving you $1,000? She licked her cracked lips, her eyes sparkling. She saw the advertisement I posted in the group and thought I was a scammer, but she didn't expect that I really had water, and it was unopened, obviously not contaminated by the black fog. I shook my head slightly and threw the water bottle on the table. No, I don't want any money. Then what do you want? 1,000 yuan is already a lot. Such expensive water. The price cannot be raised like this. She said in an unhappy tone, obviously a little angry. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to drink water, come to the boys' dormitory and I'll give you water for free. I said lightly. You're dreaming. Do you think a bottle of water can get me to the boys' dormitory? What do you think of me? She stomped her feet in anger. I pretended to bend down to get some water, but actually took out 3 bottles of mineral water from the system space. After seeing her reaction, I unscrewed 1 bottle, gulped down a big gulp, and then poured most of the remaining water directly out of the window. She watched the water flow down, and her eyes widened in anger. How can you waste water? Even if you have a lot of mineral water, you can't waste it. Are you sick? Remember, I'm in dormitory 606. If you want to drink water, come here by yourself. Otherwise, forget it. I closed the window coldly. She could either die of thirst or risk going to the boys' dormitory on her own. I didn't care about her choice. I have been busy these days. While the internet is still working, I searched for nearby group chats, applied to join a few, and then posted ads for beautiful women every once in a while, casting a wide net. My system has high standards for inclusion, so I can only use this method of searching for a needle in a haystack. As long as the net is cast wide enough, I can always catch a few good fish. I have a hunch that this disaster will never end so easily. It may very well turn into the end of mankind. If the black fog only made people hungry and thirsty, it would just be a shortage of food and water. But I noticed that the plants in the black fog seemed to be mutating. Moreover, the black fog has lasted for 5 days, and no official rescue has arrived. All the information is just reminding everyone to stay at home, not to go out easily, and to abandon pets, etc., but there is no substantial assistance action. At the beginning, no one took it seriously, and many people did not stock up enough supplies. Until now, the black fog has become thicker and thicker, and most of the food and water have been contaminated, and it is too late to store them. Worse still, most people were afraid to go out. In the black fog, there was a deadly crisis. Screams continued to be heard, and no one knew how many people had died. At this time, I was chatting with a new girl and drinking water when suddenly a WeChat message popped up. Jean Rue, the eldest roommate. Shun E, do you have any water in your hand? Bring me a bottle of water. I'm on the 8th floor of the teaching building. Hurry. When I saw this message, I got furious. What the hell? Idiot. Get out. After cursing, I deleted the friend without hesitation. Before the apocalypse, Jean Rue was my biggest trouble. Jean Rue's family was rich. He was a second-generation rich man. He always liked to order others around, especially weak people like me who he thought he could bully. I had fought with him several times, but I always suffered the loss because he teamed up with 2 other roommates. I once thought about fighting him to the death, but when I thought about my grandmother and sister, I couldn't bear to risk my life. I don't know how grandma and little sister are doing today. I called grandma again. I just called her yesterday. Grandma and little sister are hiding in the cellar. There are enough food and vegetables in the cellar, so they don't have to worry about food and drink. Although the situation was relatively safe, my grandmother and my younger sister were afraid to go out. We heard that the neighbor's dog had become abnormal and might have eaten someone. I was very worried and suspected that animals were also mutating. At the same time, Jean Rue on the 8th floor of the teaching building looked at the message I sent and was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Damn it. He actually dared to scold me. He roared angrily, "Wait until I get back, and I'll kill you." Even though Jean Rue knew that the black fog was full of dangers, he still refused to let me go. He wanted to take revenge on me and give me a good beating. Although he couldn't kill me, he still dared to break an arm. Brother Jean, don't be angry. We will teach Shun E a lesson later and make him kneel down and apologize after the doomsday is over. The roommates advised Jean Rue with a careful plan in mind. They knew that Jean Rue's family was rich and well-connected, and that he might be able to get rescued through his family connections or even get a chance to leave with a rescue team. So, while they were angry, they licked Jean Rue and tried to please him. At the same time, Su Wanting was also struggling. As the sky gradually brightened, Su Wanting had not drunk any water all night and could no longer hold on. She has been without water since yesterday morning. Her stomach is empty and she can't even urinate. She called the rescue line and her parents countless times, but received no response. Gradually, she began to feel desperate. She knew that if she continued to wait like this, she would really die of thirst. She lowered her posture and stood on the balcony, shouting at me to throw her a bottle of water. But after shouting for a long time, I ignored her. It seemed that unless she went to the boys' dormitory by herself, there would be no discussion. Su Wanting scolded me for several hours, even using swear words that she had never learned. But cursing can't solve the problem, nor can it quench your thirst. Finally, after careful consideration, Su Wanting decided to go to the boys' dormitory. She understood that taking a risk might help her survive rather than dying of thirst in the dormitory. Although she was unwilling, she decided to give it a try in order to survive. She didn't want to give me her first time, but she had no choice at this time. She put on white stockings and sneakers, cursing me while struggling in her heart. After getting dressed, she put the remaining snacks into her backpack. Although it wasn't much, it would at least last for a few days. She knew that without water, she would not be able to survive. Su Wanting hesitated again and looked at the fruit knife on the table. She pondered for a moment and finally put the knife in her arms. Then she took out her cell phone and sent me a friend request, but it was never accepted. She waited for a long time, looked at my dormitory building from the balcony again, and finally decided to go out before daybreak and take the risk to go to the boys' dormitory. She prayed in her heart, hoping that she could arrive safely. Meanwhile, I was also busy. As time went by, more and more people took the initiative to add me, and there were more boys than girls. But I only contact girls. In just a few days, I have received more than 200 friend requests from girls. Casting a wide net really works. Among these 200 girls, I finally found one who met the system standards. Ding! A goddess who meets the system criteria has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Joanner, total score, 93 points. I looked at the photo on my phone screen, which showed a girl wearing Lolita clothing. She's about 1.6 meters tall, not very tall, and her figure is not sexy, giving people a childish feeling, but she looks very cute, with delicate features and fair skin. Especially when she wears Lolita clothes, she adds a bit of playfulness. The white and tender calves covered with white socks that are faintly visible under the skirt are so eye-catching that one can't help but take a few more glances. Overall, this girl is very cute, and she's a freshman who has just entered college, young and tender. Joanner. Brother, do I have to go find you? Is there any other way? After all, the black fog is really dangerous. One of my roommates accidentally entered the black fog yesterday and never came back. Voice. Joanner. Brother, please think of other ways, please, voice. Her voice was very nice, a standard lowly voice, although a little coquettish but not obvious. Every syllable of her voice was well controlled. I could tell that she was trying to impress me with her sweetest tone. I calmly replied to her. So, you want me to take the risk to find you? I give you water, food, and even deliver food to your door. Joanner. No, what I mean is, voice. Joanner. I definitely didn't mean to put you in danger. Don't be angry, brother. I apologize. I'm sorry. Don't be angry, okay? Voice. Her voice became softer and more coquettish, as if she was asking for forgiveness in every way that could arouse my sympathy. But I didn't soften my heart just because her voice was nice or she called me brother a few times. I replied without hesitation. A campus male dormitory, dormitory 606, if you can come, food and drinks are provided. If not, forget it. After I sent this message, I ignored her. She was so obviously afraid to go out, and she was trying to soften my heart by acting like a spoiled child. But this trick didn't work on me at all. It's the end of the world. I can't let these little tricks lead me astray. If something really happens, I will still be responsible for it. Who knows if she is afraid of the danger of the black fog and wants me to deliver water? I will not indulge her little green tea. Water and food are the most scarce resources now, and the demand is increasing as time goes by. A few days ago, when I posted advertisements, I was scolded by people in the group and kicked out of the group. But now, from time to time, there are people in the group who tag me to ask for help, and the group owner has even started to be humble. For me, taking in girls is not a problem, and I may even be a little too busy. After all, I now have hundreds of thousands of bottles of mineral water accumulated in my warehouse, and I can't use up all of it even if I wash my face and feet with it every day. Yes, wash your feet. Some people may not think that I would waste water like this, but for me, this water is my resource, and pouring out half a bottle of water is actually no big deal. As for deliberately pouring out half the bottle of water, it was just to provoke Sue wanting. I was lying on the bed, looking through the friend requests that had come in, and I saw a familiar one. It was from Sue wanting. It seems that this proud goddess can't stand it anymore. I just wonder if she is determined to give it a try this time. While thinking about this, I clicked on her friend request. Campus B, girls' dormitory, in a dormitory on the top floor. 3 girls were sitting together, staring at their cell phone screens and checking their chat history. This guy is simply a straight man, a short-haired girl complained. He's more than just a straight man. He's an iron straight man. He has no emotional intelligence at all. I bet he doesn't have a girlfriend. Another long-haired girl complained harshly. At this time, Joanner also frowned, not knowing how to reply to the message I sent. She had obviously realized that what she was doing seemed to have no effect, and the topic ended here. She tried to use her usual coquettish tactics, but it didn't work this time. In fact, Joanner had used this method before. A few days ago, she asked a boy in her class to bring her water, although the boy never came back after entering the black fog. But she didn't blame the boy. After all, she didn't expect that there would be such dangerous things in the black fog. At this point, she had already tried other boys and had also contacted boys who had pursued her before, but either she couldn't get in touch with them, or they themselves had no time for it, or they made all kinds of excuses to shirk their responsibilities, which made her very angry. Finally, she saw my advertisement in the group, took the initiative to add me as a friend, and specially selected one of her most beautiful photos and added a sweet voice message, wanting me to deliver water and supplies. But unexpectedly, I didn't react at all. No matter how she acted coquettishly, it didn't change my decision. Xiaoye, Xiaomei, what do you think we should do now? The water is almost gone, and the remaining water is only enough for the 3 of us to drink once more today. Joanner asked hesitantly. She really didn't dare to go downstairs to find water. The screams in the past 2 days made it impossible for her to sleep well. The two roommates looked at each other, and they had no idea. Although they had stored some snacks, they were running out of water and only had a few snacks left. If they were eaten, they would be starving. If there was no rescue, they would starve soon. I'll try calling the police again. The short-haired girl picked up her cell phone and made a call. When she got out of bed, she secretly hid a bottle of drink in her bedding. Jo Warner watched her two roommates busying themselves, quietly kicked a bottle of drink under the bed, pretending to be sad, as if she was about to despair. In the small dormitory, the three people have different thoughts. As rescue is delayed and supplies are becoming increasingly scarce, everyone's moral values are rapidly collapsing. In this disaster, the darkest side of human nature is slowly exposed. I receive a message from Sue Wanting asking for help. She said there was a monster downstairs, and her voice was urgent and panicked. I quickly checked the video she sent. In the picture, there was thick black fog and extremely low visibility, but I could see a huge yellow dog. Its limbs were muscular, its eyes were red, and it was full of bloodthirstiness. It glanced at Sue Wanting, and she screamed in fear. Fortunately, it did not come over, but picked up the body on the ground, turned around, and disappeared into the black fog. Watching the video, my heart sank. I knew this dog. It used to wander around the school. It was a stray dog. It was usually quite docile, and many students even fed it. But now, it has become so huge that it even eats people. Is it the influence of the black fog? Not only animals, but also plants are mutating. Could it be that humans will also mutate? Anyway, this disaster is more serious than I thought. My grandmother and my younger sister mentioned on the phone that the neighbor's dog eats people, and it seems that they're not talking nonsense. I quickly sent a message to Sue Wanting, before it attacks you, hurry upstairs and don't waste time. Her response was, aren't you coming down to pick me up? I didn't reply. I had no intention of going out to take risks, not to mention there was a man-eating monster downstairs. Just now, I received a friend request from Zhao Tao. This person who had awakened his superpowers was obviously trying to get information from me. I quickly started chatting with him, trying to understand how he got his superpowers. Zhao Tao was obviously trying to show his ability. He said he could protect me, and he brought a group of people to the gymnasium of Campus A and invited me to bring supplies over. He posted a video showing a group of students together, which looked lively. I know very well that Zhao Tao's words are just to get my supplies. Although he seems generous, I know that in the end of the world, the most reliable person is myself. I replied, I still have a few bottles of water. Zhao Tao seemed very happy and continued, you can rest assured that I will protect you with my lightning ability. Come to the gymnasium, let's find supplies together and wait for rescue. He also mentioned, you should have read the Doomsday novels. Only if we unite can we find a way out. I pretended to be curious and asked him, can you tell me how you got such a powerful ability? Maybe I can also awaken my ability, and then it will be easier to deal with these monsters. Zhao Tao was somewhat vague and said that he couldn't remember exactly how he awakened, and it was just an accident. Hearing him say this, I became even more skeptical about how strong his abilities are. If he was really strong, why would he need my bottles of water? He should have collected the supplies long ago. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhao Tao's ability was not strong enough to defeat those monsters easily. If he was really powerful, he would have been able to control the situation long ago. I thought silently and decided not to look for him. Anyway, his superpowers didn't seem to pose any threat. Sue Wanting sent another message. Shun E. Which dormitory are you in? Send me a reply quickly. She seemed very anxious and sent several messages in a row. I replied her with a short 606. Then I stood up and picked up the broom, ready to use it as a weapon. Listening quietly to the noise outside the door, I heard hurried footsteps and heavy breathing in the corridor. Obviously, Sue Wanting climbed very fast. She panted and complained, damn you, you didn't even bother to come downstairs to pick me up? You deserve that no girl likes you. I listened to her complaints and felt helpless. She actually had the energy to complain at this time. She finally arrived at room 606 and knocked gently on the door. I opened the door, quickly dragged her into the dormitory, and locked the door. Don't move. I held her down and pressed her against the wall, holding her arms firmly in place. She was obviously startled and struggled hurriedly. What are you doing? Let me go. I told you don't move. I said coldly. Then I reached out and touched her body. Asshole, you're breaking the law by doing this. Stop touching me. Her face turned red and she struggled even harder. I ignored her resistance and continued to search her body carefully until I found a folding fruit knife. Sure enough, in the doomsday world, one cannot be careless. Even if you're facing a seemingly weak woman, you must remain vigilant. If the system hadn't asked me to take in women to unlock supplies, I would never approach them on my own until I had the ability to protect myself. No matter how beautiful she is, I won't consider her. But this is the rule. If I want more supplies, I can only follow the system's requirements. Fortunately, the system requires a woman. Usually women are not as strong and fit as men. As long as she's not attacked by surprise, I am confident that I can control her. So, I search her body first to make sure she didn't hide anything dangerous. Give me the bag. I ordered her coldly, my eyes locked on the pink school bag behind her. What do you want to do? She held on to the bag tightly, refusing to let go. The bag contained the snacks she had saved up for her daily expenses. If it was taken away, she probably wouldn't live long. She regretted it. I should have known not to come here, or at least hide the food. How stupid of her to bring all the food with her. She actually expected a man she had no relationship with to protect her. If I really had a kind heart, I would not have threatened her to drink water. I sneered and continued searching, watching her grow angrier. Let me go. You stinky loser. Let me go now. Otherwise, I will call the police. She glared at me angrily and struggled more and more violently. She was tall, 1.75 meters, about the same height as me, but men are always stronger than women. Plus, I was full and had good physical strength, so I was not afraid of her resistance. I forced her bag off, unzipped it, and everything fell out. Chocolate, potato chips, spicy strips, as well as lipstick, facial masks, sunscreen, and a whole bunch of cosmetics. I used my foot to flip it over, and after confirming that there were no threatening sharp objects hidden, I let her go. Asshole! Stinky loser! She slapped me angrily. I stepped back to avoid it, and took the opportunity to strike back. Snap! With a crisp sound, it hit half of her face. Her face immediately turned red, burning with pain, and her eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. Don't forget what you are here for. Don't pretend with me. You want to hit me? If you don't want to, get out. I don't want to accept an ungrateful person, I said coldly, without a trace of joking in my tone. How dare you hit me? She asked in shock. Why do you hit me? This was the first time she was beaten by a man since she was a child, and the first time she was treated so roughly. She was so angry that she almost exploded. Since you are unwilling to compromise, get out. I pushed her out without hesitation, threw away her bag and snacks, and locked the door. If she doesn't want to, there's no need to force her to stay. Keeping her here is like a time bomb, and I won't be able to sleep well at night. What if she gets mad at me and comes to harm me at night? Shun-E, open the door. Open the door quickly. She shouted loudly in the corridor. I ignored her but cursed in my heart. What if this noise attracts monsters? I took out a fruit knife and put it in my pocket, then said coldly to the person outside the door, stop yelling. Think carefully before you come in. If you don't want to compromise, go back. If you attract monsters, you'll be the first one to be eaten. When she heard this, her screams suddenly became much quieter, and her fear was obvious. I do. Please open the door. I was wrong. Her voice trembled, and she obviously realized that things outside were scarier than me. I didn't open the door. I let her calm down outside. The end of the world is different from usual. It's no small matter to be angry, especially in this environment. She has to learn to be obedient, otherwise I would rather not unlock the supplies than take in a brainless woman. Open the door. I'm scared. Her voice became smaller and smaller. Her body trembled slightly, and she kept looking back at the stairs. The occasional strange noises made her dare not speak. She finally understood that no one would indulge her in the apocalypse. She also realized that I was not like those men who pursued her and would not indulge her temper. Shun-E, I know I was wrong. Please, open the door and let me in. I'm so scared. Her tears finally flowed out, and the fear on her face almost made her collapse. Just when Su Wanting was about to collapse, I opened the door and let her in. By the way, I also picked up the snacks and bag she had thrown on the ground. Occasionally, there were strange noises coming from the stairs, but those noises had been there before the black fog descended, so I wasn't worried about monsters. It was probably just the sound of aging windows. After closing the door, I locked it and turned to look at Su Wanting, who was sitting on the bed sobbing softly. I didn't try to comfort her. If she can't even bear this little setback, then she is doomed to die. The end of the world is cruel, and the dangers she will encounter in the future will be far more than the lesson she learned today. The The reason she cried was not just because I slapped her or kicked her out. In that scene, she saw with her own eyes the monster carrying away humans, which shocked her deeply. Fear suppressed her, but in a relatively safe environment, all these emotions burst out at once. These days, she hid in the dormitory alone, listening to the screams coming from downstairs from time to time, and seeing people being eaten by monsters with her own eyes. All this had a great impact on her heart. Although I have seen man-eating monsters, I have a strong ability to accept it and quickly calm down. I can't fall down, my grandma and little sister still need me. At present, my most important task is to swipe out more supplies as soon as possible, especially weapons. If I can swipe out firearms, then I will have the confidence to go out. No matter how strong the mutant monsters are, hot weapons should be able to deal with them. Can you give me a bottle of water? Suwon cried for a long time and seemed to calm down a little and asked me in a low voice. I looked at the bottles of water on the table and knew that she didn't dare to take them without permission. I glanced at her swollen eyes and finally felt a little satisfied. Then I casually threw a bottle of water to her. I looked at her, noticing her appearance. She was indeed the sexiest beauty in the foreign languages department. Her height of more than 1.7 meters made her long legs particularly attractive, and her slim figure was perfectly proportioned. She was drinking water when she noticed me staring at her. She suddenly felt uncomfortable and her face turned red. In the past, those boys looked at her secretly, but I stared at her up and down without any concealment, as if I was looking at a commodity. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she didn't dare to say anything because of my temper. In fact, she thought she could control me with her charm, but after what happened, she no longer has this idea. In the apocalypse, being able to protect yourself is the most important thing. Brush your teeth first. I looked at her lips, thinking that she hadn't had water for 2 days and probably hadn't brushed her teeth, and I felt a little disgusted. She immediately understood and blushed. She was actually being disliked. However, she looked at the 2 bottles of water on the table and hesitated again. There are only 2 bottles of water left. Should we save some? She regretted drinking too hastily. The remaining water would be enough for us for 3 days at most. So how can we waste it? It's okay. There's plenty of water, I said, and waved my hand, and 2 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air. This is also a superpower? She looked at me in shock, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Yeah, that's about right. I nodded. My ability is to conjure up food and water. As long as you obey me, you won't have to worry about food and water in the future. I had long planned to expose this ability so that she would feel at ease. If I just use violence to make her submit, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. Only by using a big stick and sweet dates can I really win her over. I actually have this superpower. It's amazing. She looked at me in surprise, with a glimmer of joy in her eyes. She realized that at least she would not be short of water or food in the future. The look in her eyes changed. Although I was still not handsome, at least I was reliable. Remember, you can't tell anyone about this ability without my permission. Understand? If I die, this ability will become invalid. I reminded her seriously. I understand. I will never tell anyone, not even my parents. She nodded seriously, obviously understanding the limits. Okay, go brush your teeth. Her face turned slightly red, as if she knew what was going to happen next. Ding. It is detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess. You will start to randomly unlock a kind of material. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Freshly baked roast chicken. Roast chicken +1, stored in the system space. I was holding the naked Sue wanting in my arms, and when I heard the system's reward prompt, my eyes lit up. Roast chicken. Chicken. Now I finally have meat to eat, and it's still hot. The time and space in the system are both static, so there's no need to worry about the food rotting. In a few minutes, there were already dozens of roast chickens in the space, and the number was still increasing. Not only roast chickens, but also mineral water was constantly increasing. I pushed Sue wanting away, sat up with my upper body naked, took out a roast chicken, and planned to eat it while it was hot. I haven't had any meat these past few days, and my mouth is almost dry. I've also used up a lot of energy just now, so it's time to reward myself. Yes, it's hot. It's indeed the roast chicken fresh out of the oven. I put the roast chicken on the table, and the aroma immediately spread. Sue wanting opened her eyes and saw the whole roast chicken on the table. She couldn't help swallowing. Is this your superpower? She was a little surprised. Yeah. I nodded, tore off a chicken leg, and handed it to her. Do you want to eat it? Thank you. She sat up quickly. Although her movements were a bit violent and she pulled the wound, she didn't care about the pain. At this moment, the delicious roast chicken attracted all her attention. She took a bite of the chicken leg and exclaimed, "It smells so good. It tastes just as good as a five-star hotel restaurant." Her praise really came from the bottom of her heart. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it was full of fragrance when you took a bite. It was so delicious. I was so absorbed in eating that I had no intention of looking at her. Although I only gave her a chicken leg, it wasn't because I was stingy, but I knew that people shouldn't be fed too much, especially since Sue Wanting had just compromised. If I kept providing her with supplies, she might make an irrational decision again. After Sue Wanting finished eating the chicken leg, she looked at the bones I hadn't finished eating and stared at them eagerly. "If you want to eat, go ahead and eat it," I said casually. She hesitated for a moment, but soon put aside her obsession with cleanliness, picked up the bone, and began to chew it. In the past, she would not eat something that others had chewed, but now, she actually found it delicious. I looked at her and smiled, then continued to eat heartily. It was so refreshing to be full and satisfied. This was the most basic enjoyment in the apocalypse, constantly unlocking supplies. Thinking of this, I picked up my phone and looked at another girl who met the system requirements, Jo Weiner. She was much smarter than Sue Wanting and was not easy to deceive, but after she was cut off from water and food, she would definitely compromise. After all, dying of starvation or thirst was better than compromising. I started accepting friend requests one by one. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but I had to try. Even if I could only find one person who met the criteria among 100 or even 1,000 people, that would be enough. While touching Sue Wanting's legs, I replied to the friend message that had just added me. Although she was a little embarrassed, she didn't think about it anymore, but felt a little happy in her heart. Shun E likes her and her legs, which means he can live a stable life. I suddenly withdrew my hand. My face became serious, and I began to type quickly. Sue Wanting came over. "What's wrong? Put on your clothes." I looked up and said, deliberately preventing her from seeing my phone screen. She didn't doubt me, nodded, and put on her clothes. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she knew she had to obey. I stared at the screen, my eyes still serious. My attention was completely drawn to one piece of information. Shen E from the Foreign Languages Department. "I can give you water and food, but how can you be sure that what you say is true?" Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. I lived in the same dormitory with Xiao Tao. I saw the whole process of him gaining superpowers. "I can guarantee that it is true." Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. "But you have to give me water and food first. Then I can tell you how to gain superpowers." A way to get superpowers. If this is true, it means I also have a chance to awaken superpowers. This makes me very excited. This is why I don't let Sue Wanting look at her phone. As long as I can get superpowers, plus the system supplies, then the doomsday will simply become a simple mode. I suppressed my excitement, quickly picked up a few bottles of mineral water, took photos, and sent them to Ma Tianming. Shun E from the Foreign Languages Department. Unopened mineral water is absolutely pollution-free. As long as your information is accurate, these 3 bottles of water will be given to you. On the other side, Ma Tianming saw the photo, swallowed his saliva, quietly took photos of the classmates around him, and quickly typed a reply. Ma Tianming, Department of Physical Education, how do we trade? I must get the water first before I can tell you how to obtain superpowers. Otherwise, what if you go back on your word after I tell you? Ma Tianming, Department of Physical Education. To prove the truth of what I said, let me show you some photos. Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education sent several photos. In the photos, there are 2 boys standing side by side. There are also some photos that were taken recently, showing a tall boy talking to several students. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. The one wearing the red short-sleeve shirt is Xiao Tao. You should have seen the video he posted before, so you can recognize him. The other one is me. We are roommates and have a very close relationship. I can't lie to you. I looked at the message from Ma Tianming and felt a little hesitant. If he really knew how to get the power, why didn't he just do it himself? Unless it was a very complicated method, or he was just trying to trick me. But even though I guessed there was more than a 50% chance that he was lying to me, I had to give it a try. After all, superpowers are so important to me in this doomsday. But I'm not stupid enough to go and give him some water. That would be stupid. If I'm not mistaken, you should be in the gymnasium, right? I replied, deciding to take a more cautious approach. Let's each walk halfway to the garden outside the boys' dormitory to trade. I'll give you water, and you tell me the method. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. Well, although the method you mentioned is reasonable, It is too risky. So you want me to bring you some water? I replied. You're afraid of danger, and so am I. Ma Tianming from the physical education department. No, 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 brother, I have another idea. Ma Tianming, Department of Physical Education. You are in the dormitory building, right? Can you come to my dormitory? I have a drone in my dormitory, the kind with a long battery life. You can hang the water on the drone, and neither of us will have to take risks. Which floor is your dormitory on? I asked. Ma Tianming, Department of Physical Education. 5th floor, 509. There's no one in the dormitory. You may have to pry the door open. This method seems feasible. I originally wanted to ask Sue wanted to do the exchange, but she might not be able to pry the door open, so I decided to go myself. I'll contact you when I get the drone, I replied. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. No problem. Brother, remember to hurry up. I haven't had any water for more than 20 hours. I'm so thirsty. Oh, didn't Zhao Tao awaken his lightning power? Why didn't he go out to find water? There should be water in the supermarket, right? I asked back. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. Don't mention it. His lightning can barely shock a bird, let alone a can. Okay, wait for my news. After proving that Zhao Tao's ability was too weak, I began to have some doubts. Are all superpowers this weak, or is it just Zhao Tao's? Anyway, let's get the drone first. I looked at Sue Wanting, who was getting dressed and picking up the trash, and asked, is your body seriously affected? Can you still walk? Yes, it hurts a little, but it doesn't affect you much. She responded immediately, obviously not wanting to appear weak. Okay, then pack up and let's go to the 5th floor. I decided to take her with me. After all, she might not be able to pry the door open. Okay. Sue Wanting paused, but secretly regretted it in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would have said that she couldn't walk. She really didn't want to go out and take risks. However, Shun didn't seem to want to explain too much. I can understand that. After all, in the apocalypse, the most important thing is the chance to survive. I also put on my clothes and sorted out my equipment. The only weapon I had was the folding fruit knife that Sue Wanting brought with me. Although it was not enough to fight against mutant animals, it could at least protect me. Let's go. I packed my things and pulled Sue Wanting out of the dormitory. This was the first time I left the dormitory since the black fog descended. Going to the toilet was also simple. I put the food in a plastic bag and threw it out of the window. It's the end of the world. What's the point of being so particular? Shunny, what are we going to do on the 5th floor? Sue Wanting grabbed my arm in fear. She finally settled down and had no worries about food and drink, so she really didn't want to go out and take risks again. She still had illusions that the government would come to her rescue. Like most people, her internet and electricity were not cut off, and although rescue had not arrived, the official information made her feel that everything was still normal. I didn't explain too much. I just simply said, don't talk, just follow me. Although she felt a little uneasy, she didn't ask any more questions, but just follow me closely. The corridor was unusually quiet, and I walked carefully. The 5th floor should be safe, otherwise Sue Wanting would not have been able to come up so easily. But as we approached the staircase, a thick black fog had already filled in. I took a breath and stepped inside. Sue Wanting nervously grabbed my hand and followed me into the black fog. As soon as I stepped into the black fog, I subconsciously held my breath, but soon I couldn't hold it anymore. The black fog poured into my body, and although it smelled terrible, my body didn't have any other abnormal reactions. I started looking for the dormitory number in the low-visibility environment and finally found dormitory 509. This is it. I pulled the dormitory door and pried it lightly, and the door lock opened. 10. Doomsday is also great. Quick, look for any useful supplies in this dormitory. If you find any, put them in your bag and take them away. As Shun-Yi spoke, he quickly walked to the first bed and began to search. Sue Wanting also reacted and realized that Shun-Yi was here to search for supplies, so she found a bed nearby and searched quickly. While turning over the bedding, Shun-Yi sent a message to Ma Tianming asking where the drone was. Ma Tianming from a physical education department. It's under the bed, right under the first bed near the door. After receiving the reply, Shun-Yi quickly found a drone packed in a white box under the bed. It looked new. It's a DJI drone, and judging by the packaging, it's not cheap. After picking up the drone and searching for a while, Shun-Yi and Sue Wanting didn't find any useful supplies, so they left. The original purpose was to get the drone, so I'm not disappointed if I didn't gain anything else. As soon as the two reached the stairs, they suddenly heard a bang, bang, bang sound from downstairs, like something was knocking on the wall, and the sound was very dense. What's that sound? Su Wanting was startled and grabbed Shen Yi's arm tightly, almost screaming. I don't know. Let's go upstairs first. Shen Yi had no curiosity at all and immediately quickened his pace to go upstairs. If you dare to be curious at this time, you are simply courting death. When he arrived at the sixth floor, Shen Yi heard slight noises coming from some dormitories, as if there were people inside. Shen Yi secretly noted down the 2 dormitories where the sound came from. In this situation, no one knows whether the survivors will attack others for a bite of food. After quickly returning to dormitory 606 and locking the door, Shen Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. We must unlock the supplies and hot weapons as soon as possible. We also need to find a way to awaken our superpowers as soon as possible. Only in this way can we protect ourselves at the end of the world. Shen Yi made up his mind secretly. As long as you unlock any kind of hot weapon, you can stack it infinitely, and then you will never have to worry about not having the ability to protect yourself. After opening the box, Shen Yi found the instruction manual of the drone and flipped through it. He had never touched a drone before and didn't know how to operate it. After looking at it for a while, it didn't seem very complicated. Do you want to play with the drone? Su Wanting asked curiously. Yeah, but I don't know if this drone can hold 3 bottles of water. If the drone doesn't work, then Su Wanting will have to go downstairs to complete the transaction. Although there are risks, it is better than taking risks on your own. Yes, this drone can lift about 5 kilograms. 3 bottles of mineral water weigh at most 1.5 kilograms. Su Wanting, Zipli. Really? Have you ever played with a drone? Shen Yi looked at Su Wanting. Yeah, I've taken landscape and short videos before, and I have over 100,000 followers on my TikTok account. Shen Yi's eyes lit up. That would allow Su Wanting to control the drone, so that I wouldn't have to control it poorly, and it would be embarrassing if it crashed into the wall. Then you do it, and help me deliver a few bottles of water to a classmate. Shen Yi handed the remote control to Su Wanting. Deliver water? Okay, let me see if the power is enough. Although Su Wanting was curious about which classmate Shen Yi was going to deliver water to, she did not ask any more questions and started to debug the equipment immediately. Judging from her operation, she is quite skilled. Shen Yi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Ma Tianming, asking him to choose the transaction location. Certainly, Shen Yi wouldn't give him water first. Otherwise, if this guy cheats me, won't I be a loss? Although the 3 bottles of mineral water were not important to Shen Yi, he did not want to suffer in silence, and even less did he want to be cheated. Shen Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. The drone is ready, but I only have 3 bottles of water. You need to let me make sure that what you say is true, otherwise I can't give you all the water that can save my life. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the other party replied. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. The way to gain superpowers is to eat something. As for what to eat, I can't tell you now unless you show me water first. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. Of course, don't even think about lying to me. If I don't tell you what it is, you definitely won't be able to find it. Don't even think about breaking the contract. Shinny from the Foreign Languages Department. Huh, the kind of thing you're talking about is hard to find, right? Otherwise, you would have eaten it long ago, and there's no way you could exchange it with me. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. That's true, but I can assure you that I didn't lie to you. Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education. My information is definitely very valuable right now. Even the official has not announced it yet, so you can use it to exchange for supplies with other people. You will definitely not lose out. Eat something to gain superpowers? Shan Yi frown it. What could it be? Shen Yi, it's been adjusted. The drone still has more than half of its battery left. It should be enough. Su Wanting's voice came. But now the fog outside is very thick and visibility is very low. If the distance is too far, I don't know if I could deliver the water. Well, just try your best. It's okay if you can't deliver it. Shen Yi didn't particularly care whether he could get the water to Ma Tianming. Anyway, he has already obtained the general information. Fly towards the stadium. Okay. Su Wanting walked to the balcony and released the drone with 3 bottles of water hanging from a towel. Shen Yi took out his cell phone, took a photo, and sent it to Ma Tianming. Shen Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. It will only take a few minutes to get the water there. Now you can tell me the answer. Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education. Wait a little longer, at least until I can see the drone. Shen Yi glanced at Su Wanting, who was controlling the drone with the remote control. She frowned slightly, pursed her lips, and had a serious expression. How's it going? Can you fly to the stadium? Yes, but I didn't expect the black fog to be so thick. Shun-Yi came over and looked at the image projected by the drone camera on the remote control screen. Looking down from the drone's perspective, the entire world was covered with layers of rolling black fog. The black fog was at least 14 or 15 meters high, covering most of the low buildings. What an amazing sight! Suwanting sai sopti. If this wasn't a disaster, it would be quite artistic and a very pleasing sight to photograph. But who knows how many mutated monsters are hidden under this thick black fog? Shun-Yi looked at Su Wanning's delicate profile and serious expression and couldn't help but kiss her. All right, he admitted that he also likes beautiful things, especially when beautiful things are ruthlessly ravaged. For example, this delicate face. Beauties that you could never touch before can now be played with however you want. In a way, Doomsday is really great. Su Wanting blushed, glanced at Shun-Yi, and then continued to control the drone carefully. Shun-Yi's hands were not idle. Su Wanting blushed and couldn't help making a sound. At the same time, Shun-Yi also sent a message to Ma Tianming. 11. Death of Ma Tianming. Shun-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. We have arrived. If you are outside the gymnasium, you should be able to hear the sound of the drone. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. I heard it. It's right above my head. Come down quickly. Shun-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. Don't worry. Tell me the answer first. While sending the message, Shun-Yi looked at Su Wanting his arms and said, lower the drone a little, but not too low, just enough for the people under the black fog to see it. Su Wanting's cheeks were slightly red, and her red lips were breathing slightly. She adjusted her posture and began to control the drone to descend. In the black fog, a sturdy young man licked his cracked lips and stared at the thick black fog above his head. He is Ma Tianming. He made this deal privately with Shun-Yi and did not tell Zhao Tao. Otherwise, we have to share water with Zhao Tao. Moreover, Zhao Tao was unwilling to tell others how to obtain superpowers, as he did not want others to gain superpowers. But Ma Tianming doesn't care about all that. I'm almost dying of thirst. Who will keep it a secret for you? It doesn't do me any good. Hurry up, hurry up, Ma Tianming murmured, looking back at the gymnasium from time to time. It would be troublesome if other people found out. Moreover, I heard from Zhao Tao that there are monsters in the black fog. It will be troublesome if we are targeted by the monsters. We must get water quickly. Soon, the silhouette of a drone appears in the air. There are also a few bottles of mineral water hanging below it. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. I saw it. Lower it a little more. Lower it a little more. Shun-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. Answer. The more anxious Ma Tianming was, the less anxious Shun-Yi became. In this transaction, Shun-Yi had the upper hand from the beginning to the end. Because he is not short of water, even if he loses a few bottles of water, it won't have any impact. Most of what he said before was to make Ma Tianming think that he was anxious, otherwise he would not be able to get anything out of him. Now is the time to control him. A person who is extremely thirsty will only become more hungry after seeing water and may even lose the ability to make calm judgments. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. Let me get the water first. Otherwise, what if you regret it? Shun-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. I'll give you the same thing. I'll give you the water. What if you regret it? Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. What the hell are you? Ma Tianming licked his cracked lips, clenched his phone in anger, and hesitated. He was really afraid that this guy would go back on his word. But I am really thirsty. Looking up at the life-saving water source that was almost within reach, he gritted his teeth and began to type. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. I can tell you the answer first, but you must not go back on your word. Otherwise, I will tell Zhao Tao and have him bring people to cause trouble for you. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. Most of us here are athletes. Even if you're lucky enough to get superpowers, you can't be a match for dozens of students. Shun-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department. Don't worry, I don't want to make an enemy of you either. Although he said this, Shun-Yi had already developed murderous intent in his heart. If someone dares to threaten me, then he really wants to cause trouble for me. I must not keep such a person. Fortunately, I didn't tell Ma Tianming my dormitory number. The dormitory building is so big that even if he comes in, it won't be easy for him to find me. But to be on the safe side, I'll change dorms later. If Shun-Yi had the ability to shoot from a distance, he would have wanted to kill Ma Tianming directly to prevent any future trouble. Although he has never killed anyone, if someone really threatens his life, Shun-Yi will kill the other person without hesitation. This is the determination you must have to survive in the doomsday. Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education. It is a colorful fruit that grows on plants that have not mutated. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. I didn't lie to you. Zhao Tao ate a fruit like that, and after a few seconds, he suddenly gained lightning powers. Shen Yi. Okay, I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise I will tell Zhao Tao about the deal with you. I believe Zhao Tao will not keep a roommate who betrayed him, right? Ma Tianming from the Department of Physical Education. He would threaten, and Shun Yi would also threaten. Moreover, the threat is very sharp. Shun Yi looked at Su Wanting and said, lower the drone and give him the mineral water. As for the drone, if you can retrieve it, then retrieve it. If you can't, forget it. He also thought about breaking the contract. But then he thought again, if Ma Tianming told Zhao Tao about the transaction, there was no guarantee that Zhao Tao would not cause trouble for him in order to obtain the secret of superpowers. Judging from Zhao Tao's secretive behavior, he doesn't want others to know how to obtain superpowers. Very greedy guy. Oh. Su Wanting began to slowly land the drone. Before the drone landed, the thirsty Ma Tianming grabbed a bottle of mineral water. Then, he unscrewed a bottle of water on the spot and started drinking it. He looked so hungry, as if he was going crazy with thirst. No wonder he was vigilant for such a long time, but then let down his guard at the last moment of the transaction, because he was so thirsty that he no longer had the energy to argue with Shun Yi. Seeing this scene, Su Wanting couldn't help but sigh. This may be the daily life of most survivors. There are very few people like Shun Yi who have enough food and drink. Thinking of this, Su Wanting couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Now that I am following Shun Yi, I don't have to worry about food and drink. I just need to wait for rescue with peace of mind. Although Shun Yi likes to touch his legs and breasts, but actually being touched feels pretty good. Ah! Su Wanting suddenly screamed, startling Shun Yi, who was immersed in studying her body. Shun Yi, you look. Shun Yi immediately looked at the drone screen. I saw. Suddenly, several thick vines stretched out from the black fog and tied up Ma Tianming tightly like a rice dumpling, and were about to drag him into the black fog. What's going on? Came 2 minutes ago. Ma Tianming drank a bottle of water in one breath and was so refreshed that he almost shouted out loud. Looking at the remaining 2 bottles of water, he thought about hiding them so that they would not be discovered by Zhao Tao and the others. In addition, we also have to find a way to get some more water from Shun Yi. He didn't believe that Shun Yi only had a few bottles of water. After all, if you put yourself in his shoes, if you only had 3 bottles of water, there is absolutely no way he would give them to others. He was very sure that Shun Yi must have many bottles of water in his hands. But how can we get the water in Shun Yi's hand? Perhaps he could talk to Zhao Tao and reveal some information to him covertly. Given Zhao Tao's character, he might not be able to resist the temptation and cause trouble for Shun Yi. At that time, I will pretend to stand on Shun Yi's side, coerce and bribe him to give me water, and then take the opportunity to deal with Shun Yi to prevent Shun Yi from telling about the deal with me. That's right. Eat all. I am such a genius. Ma Tianming was thinking excitedly, but he didn't notice that in the black fog behind him, vines seemed to have life and spread out, coming silently behind him. When he felt a chill on his back, he turned back subconsciously and his pupils suddenly shrank. From a reflection of Ma Tianming's pupils, countless vines instantly pounced over and entangled his body. It was too late to escape. Help! Help! It hurts! It hurts so much! Ma Tianming screamed and struggled violently. But the cane was extremely powerful. The more he struggled, the stronger it became. Ma Tianming's skin began to turn purple, his face turned red, and his breathing became difficult. Although he was still struggling hard, it seemed to be of no use. His body was tightened by the cane, and his face began to turn red and purple, as if due to blood circulation problems. The skin on his body was also torn by the sharp cane, and bright red blood flowed out, staining his clothes red and dripping onto the cane. What was even more terrifying was that as soon as his blood dripped onto the vine, it was directly absorbed by the vine and disappeared without a trace. The vine seemed to be excited by the blood they sucked, and they tightened Ma Tianming's body even more, gradually cracking his entire body, with blood, flesh, and bones of various colors splattered everywhere. 12. A monster that blocks out the sun and the sky. Hearing Ma Tianming's screams, several people rushed out of the gymnasium. The leader was Zhao Tao, who was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt. When they saw Ma Tianming being tied up with Rot Tan, Zhao Tao and his companions' faces changed drastically, and they turned around and ran back into the gymnasium. Without any hesitation, he abandoned Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming also ended his life in extreme despair and pain. Shun Yi and Su Wanting felt nauseous and almost vomited when they saw this bloody scene through the drone aerial footage. Born Zhao Tao, Shun Yi cursed with a dark face. He was not angry because Zhao Tao did not save him. Ma Tianming's life or death had nothing to do with him. It was better if he died. The reason he was angry was because Zhao Tao was plotting against him. That's right, Zhao Tao wanted to plot against Shun Yi before. Knowing that there were such horrible mutant plants outside the gymnasium, they still tried to trick me into coming here, and even said that they were protecting me. Damn, Zhao Tao is really a black-hearted guy. Don't let me get the chance, or I'll kill you. As Shin Yi thought about it, he said, let's withdraw the drone. It may be useful in the future. Just as Shun Yi finished his words and the drone took off from the black fog, a sharp bird cry suddenly came from the remote control screen, as if it could crack a person's eardrums. In the picture, a giant bird swoops down from the sky, grabs the flying drone with its sharp claws, and takes it into the sky. Soon, the drone completely lost its image and signal. What was that bird just now? It was so big. Su Wanting couldn't help swallowing her saliva, revealing a look of horror. Although I could only vaguely see a bit of the image through the drone's camera, the feeling of it blocking out the sky and the sun. Was that really a bird? Even the largest eagle on Earth today is not as big as the wing of that giant bird. That is definitely a mutant monster. There are even more terrifying mutant monsters in the sky. That terrifying giant bird can bring more fear and depression to people than mutant dogs and mutant vines. When she thought of such a terrifying giant bird in the sky, Su Wanting hurriedly retreated back to the dormitory and dared not approach the balcony again. Although the giant bird flies very high, if it suddenly swoops down, there will be no time to dodge. The speed was so fast that the drone was caught by it in an instant. It seems that even the birds flying in the sky can mutate. Shin Yi's face was solemn. He originally thought that only the plants and animals on the ground, shrouded in black fog, would mutate, but he didn't expect that even the birds would mutate. Suppressing the complicated emotions in his heart, Shun Yi looked at the conversation with Ma Tianming again. Colorful fruits growing on non-mutated plants. Shun Yi opened TikTok and tried to search for relevant information. He didn't believe that Zhao Tao was the only one in the entire Xia kingdom who had acquired superpowers, so he wanted to see what others had to say. As expected, someone actually posted a video. My family, I have awakened my superpowers. From now on, I won't eat beef. In the video, a teenager of about 15 or 16 was making arrogant remarks. When he raised his little hand, many iron objects around him flew up and floated in the air. He waved his hand again, and all the iron tools flew out and stuck firmly into the wall. If this stabbed a person, it would either kill him or cause serious injury. What kind of superpower is this? Telekinesis? Or Magneto? It feels stronger than Zhao Tao's lightning ability. Shun Yi continued to watch other videos. But there are not many people who can show off their superpowers openly like this. As for the keywords colored fruits, they cannot be found. I don't know if the person who gained supernatural powers is hiding it, or if the platform blocked the keywords. It's a pity that the drone is gone, otherwise I could use it to go out and look for colorful fruits. Shun Yi secretly felt regretful. For now, I have to change the dormitory first. Although my dormitory number has not been exposed, other women will have to come and find me in the future. What if a woman comes with a group of people? Wouldn't I be in danger? So, in the future, you should give women a false address first, and then show up after confirming that the other party is a real person. I was too naive and not cautious enough before. But after being threatened by Ma Tianming, Shun Yi's vigilance increased several times. No matter what you do in the future, you must be careful, cautious, careful. The 6-character policy must be kept in mind. Su Wanting, pack your things. Let's move to another dormitory. What? Su Wanting, who had just finished drinking water, was a little confused and asked back subconsciously. Don't ask, just pack your things. Okay, I'll clean it up right away. Seeing Shun Yi's expression change, Su Wanting didn't dare to ask any more questions. Sometimes she would still subconsciously put herself into her previous identity. If a boy dared to talk to her like this and ordered her around in the past, Su Wanting would be very angry and scold him. She grew up in a wealthy family, had never suffered any hardship, and was very outstanding herself. If she were in a normal society, she would have the capital to be arrogant. But unfortunately, it's not like before. Shen-yi is not the type of person who likes to please others. If Su Wanting hadn't helped him unlock new supplies and hadn't been more obedient today, he would have abandoned Su Wanting without hesitation. Carrying a woman with you at the end of the world is a burden most of the time. After packing up, Shen-yi took Su Wanting to dormitory 610, which was 3 dormitories away from dormitory 606. This place is just away from 2 dormitories where there might be people, and is close to the stairs, so if you encounter danger, you can escape from the 6th floor immediately. He was trying to pry the door open when he suddenly heard a voice behind him and turned around to look. I found that at the end of the corridor, the door of dormitory 601 suddenly opened. He immediately became alert, holding the fruit knife and staring at the open door. Dormitory 601 is one of the dormitories suspected to be occupied. Well, classmate, don't be impulsive. I'm a human being. A man came out of dormitory 601. He was a short boy wearing glasses. When he saw Shun, he had a knife in his hand. He spoke out immediately, fearing that he would be injured by mistake. Shun-yi still held the knife vigilantly. Although they lived on the same floor, Shun-yi did not know this boy. He usually has to go out to work part-time, so naturally he has no time to make friends. It's like this, classmate, do you have any water? I can exchange it with you for food, the boy said quickly. If his water hadn't been almost finished, he wouldn't have wanted to risk coming out to talk to a strange classmate. In this situation, humans may be more dangerous than monsters. He is also a half-otaku who has read many doomsday novels and watched many movies and has a lot of experience. Are you alone? Shen-yi looked at the door of dormitory 601 and asked vigilantly. Yeah, it's just me, and I don't have any weapons, so you don't have to worry. Although the boy has read a lot of doomsday novels and watched a lot of movies, he obviously hasn't learned anything real. Just one sentence revealed his true colors. If Shun-yi had a darker mentality, it would be enough to force him to hand over the food or even kill him. Just at this moment, the door of room 603 suddenly creaked and opened. 1-3 discovered the supernatural fruit. Hello, classmates. Don't be afraid. I have no hostility. The door of dormitory 603 is opened. He is a boy who is about the same height as Shun-yi, but a little fatter than Shun-yi and has dyed yellow hair. I just heard you guys chatting, and I saw that you're not bad people, so I came out to form a team with you. The yellow-haired student had a smile on his face and seemed to want to get closer to you as much as possible. It's the end of the world after all. It's safer with more people. How about it? Brothers, want to team up? Neither Shun-yi nor the boy with glasses said anything. The boy with glasses stood at the door vigilantly, so that if he encountered any danger, he could run into the dormitory immediately. In this situation, who would trust strangers and team up with strangers? What a joke. Please, we are classmates in the same school. There shouldn't be so much distrust between us, right? Do you think I dare to kill anyone? I don't even dare to kill a chicken. I believe you don't dare to kill anyone either, right? Otherwise, you will go to jail. The yellow-haired man said speechlessly. It is not known whether he is just so outgoing or has other intentions, but Shun-yi will not believe him anyway. Anyone who believes it is an idiot. But the boy with glasses was obviously persuaded. 2. This is only the 5th day of the apocalypse. Most people still have some bottom line and won't go crazy enough to kill people. Do you have any water? I want to exchange food for some water. The boy with glasses asked the yellow-haired boy cautiously. The current situation on the field is that Shun-yi has a knife in his hand, and there are 2 of them, which gives him the biggest advantage. The boy with glasses is more afraid of him. If possible, he would rather make a deal with the yellow-haired boy. At least the yellow-haired student didn't have a knife in his hand. I've finished my water, so I wanted to form a team with you and leave the dormitory together. The yellow-haired man scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Is that so? The boy with glasses could only look at Shun-yi again. The tall beauty next to this classmate is carrying a bag. Maybe there's water. Speaking of which, why is there a girl in the boys' dormitory? Could it be this classmate's girlfriend? So beautiful. This figure, this leg, paired with that pair of white mid-length stockings, it's so 2D. The boy with glasses was extremely restrained and looked away, so he didn't stare at Su Wanting's long legs. Huang Mao also stole a few glances. There's no way. This figure is too attractive to men. Shun-yi naturally noticed the looks in their eyes. He became even more alert. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he felt that even if he could kill both of them with a knife, he might get hurt. If you get injured in the apocalypse and don't have medicine, you'll most likely die. Then there's no need to fight hard. Moreover, They have no hostility towards me at the moment. You can take this opportunity to develop. He originally wanted to refuse the exchange offer from the boy with glasses, but after thinking it over, he decided to agree. If I don't exchange when the boy with glasses can't stand the thirst anymore, he might join forces with the yellow-haired boy to fight me. But if they were swapped, the boy with glasses would definitely not join forces with the yellow-haired student unless he was in desperate situation. First divide the enemy and then defeat them one by one. Thinking of this, Shunny looked at the boy with glasses and said, "My girlfriend and I don't have much water. We only have 1.5 bottles left, but I can give you half a bottle." Okay. Thank you. Thank you, brother." The boy with glasses nodded excitedly. "Half a bottle of water, drink it sparingly, add it to your own urine, and you can last for several days at least. If I'm lucky, maybe I can hold on until help arrives." Shun-Yi walked over holding a knife. Su Wanting hurried to catch up. Huang Mao was very tactful and gave way. Only, looking at Su Wanting's tall back, he couldn't help licking his lips, with a hint of desire hidden in his eyes. "Mad, it's so beautiful. I can play with these legs for a year." Of course, he was thinking these words in his heart, but he saw that Shun-Yi had a knife in his hand, so he would not be stupid enough to cause trouble. Enter dormitory 601. A strange smell hit me. Su Wanting couldn't help but cover her nose with her hands, frowning and wanting to complain. Why does this guy stink so badly? Did he poop in the dormitory? In comparison, Shun-Yi's dormitory can be described as clean and sanitary. Really? He's ugly and so sloppy. So disgusting. Su Wanting complained inwardly. Fortunately, Shun-Yi likes cleanliness. Otherwise, she really didn't know if she could bear it. "Well, ahem, the dormitory is not very clean. Please don't mind it." The boy with glasses smiled awkwardly. He also knew that the dormitory didn't smell good. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, there was a lack of water these days, so he didn't wash his feet, brush his teeth, or wash his face, and he also had to urinate and defecate. It was a bit embarrassing anyway, especially since such a beautiful girl saw his embarrassing side. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Shunny didn't say anything, because he was attracted by the potted plants on the windowsill at first sight. I don't know what plants are planted in those flower pots, but they have bloomed and are very beautiful. But what caught Shinyi's attention was not the beauty of the flowers, but the fact that in the center of one of the pink flowers there was a colorful fruit. The fruit is very small, about the size of a little finger, buried in the center of the flower and inconspicuous. Shun-Yi secretly retracted his gaze, pretending to look around the dormitory, not revealing his excitement, and asked, "What food do you want to exchange? I have self-heating hot pot, instant noodles and bread of various flavors, spicy noodles. What do you need?" The boy with glasses took out all his stock and placed them on the bed for Shun-Yi to choose. "Let me have a look." Shun-Yi seemed to be choosing very seriously, but actually he was thinking about how to get the colorful fruit. If Ma Tianming did not lie, he would most likely gain superpowers after eating this fruit. Su Wanting frowned deeply and covered her nose. She really didn't understand why Shun-Yi came to exchange for food. Since I have superpowers, can't I just transform whatever I want to eat? Why do I need to change it? Besides, this guy's food stinks, and I don't know if eating his food will give me diarrhea. Su Wanting, who had just had a good life for the first half of the day, had begun to look down on junk food. "I'll have 2 packs of spicy instant noodles." Shinny picked for a long time and finally picked up 2 packs of instant noodles very seriously. Wanting, get a bottle of water. Uh-huh. Su Wanting obediently took out half a bottle of water from her backpack. The boy with glasses pretended to glance casually and found that there was indeed only a bottle of water left in the beautiful woman's bag, but there was still a lot of snacks. It seemed that this guy did not lie to him. What a real person. Obviously, he doesn't have much water, but he is willing to exchange it with me. This is obviously helping me. The boy with glasses' favor towards Shun-Yi suddenly increased. "By the way, classmate, your potted plants are very beautiful. Can you give me 2? My girlfriend likes potted plants very much." Shun-Yi suddenly said, "Sure, no problem. They're my roommates anyway. He probably doesn't want them anymore." The boy with glasses didn't think much about it, and generously let Shun-Yi take whatever he wanted. He couldn't keep it alive in the dormitory anyway. After all, he didn't have any extra water to grow useless flowers. "Wanting, don't you like potted plants? Go pick 2, and we'll take them back to the dormitory to grow." Oh, great. I like potted plants the best." Su Wanting was confused and didn't know why Shun-Yi suddenly said that he liked potted plants. But she thought quickly and realized that Shun-Yi wanted a potted plant. So he cooperated and went forward to pick it up. 14. Gained superpowers. Also became more handsome. Su Wanting picked for a while and picked out 2 potted plants that were already in bloom. At least it's pleasing to the eyes. Then she looked back at Shun Yi, and seeing Shun Yi nod slightly, she knew that she had made the right choice. Although she didn't know why Shun Yi wanted a potted plant, today's experience taught her that if she could avoid asking, she should just be obedient. This way, Shun Yi would like her more. It's getting late, so let's go back first. Shun Yi suppressed his excitement and said calmly, although I know that this boy will definitely not see anything, but if something goes wrong, it will be too late for me to regret. Okay, big brother, if you need anything in the future, just call me. The boy with glasses kept calling Shun Yi big brother, and it was obvious that he had a very good impression of Shun Yi. After all, he was the one who shared the life-saving water with him. Yeah. Shun Yi nodded and turned around to leave with Su Wanting. Sudden, a boy's voice came from behind. Brother, wait. The boy with glasses touched his head and smiled shyly. Brother, my name is Wang Bingbing. How about we add each other's contact information? Okay. Shun Yi did not refuse and opened his WeChat to scan it. The boy with glasses also quickly opened WeChat and handed over his code. Scan the QR code and add successfully. My name is Shun Yi. Please contact me on WeChat if you have any questions. Okay, Brother Shun. Finally, Shun Yi and Su Wanting walked out of the smelly dormitory 601. Hey, brother, do you have any extra water? Can you give me half a bottle too? Asked the yellow-haired man with a smile. There's no more. There's only 1 bottle of water left, and we too need a drink. Shun Yi refused indifferently, then left with Su Wanting. Now he just wants to go back and study whether this colorful fruit can gain supernatural powers. As for the yellow-haired classmate, it doesn't matter. As long as Wang Bingbing does not join forces with him, and he has a knife in his hand, he believes that Huang Mao will not be so stupid as to come and die. On the contrary, you can strike first and gain the upper hand. Arriving at the door of dormitory 610, Shun Yi quickly pried the door open. Because the students haven't returned, this dormitory is relatively clean and there is no peculiar smell. But Shun Yi still said to Su Wanting, go to dormitory 606 and bring my bedding over. Su Wanting also didn't want to sleep on someone else's bedding. Who knows if it's clean or not? She is a misophobe. Seeing Su Wanting leave, Shun Yi immediately went up to the potted plants, carefully observed them for a while, and confirmed that neither of the 2 plants had mutated. Then, he picked the fruit from the center of the flower. When I picked up the colorful little fruit, I felt a slight coolness spread from my fingers into my body. It's really not easy. Just from this feeling of coolness, Shun Yi could be sure that this colorful little fruit was no ordinary fruit. Do you want to eat? Shun Yi hesitated. What if Ma Tianming lied to me? What if the fruit is poisonous? But there was only 1 fruit, and it was not a good idea to let Su Wanting test the poison. What if Su Wanting awakens her special powers and becomes the master? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Shun Yi pondered for a while, then took a photo of the colorful fruit with his mobile phone and started searching for images on the internet. After searching, no relevant content was found. This proves that this kind of fruit may not have existed before and may not have been included in the record. But the latter is unlikely. After all, it's impossible for the plants raised by an ordinary college student to be rare in the world, right? Thinking about it this way, the colorful fruits most likely appeared after the doomsday outbreak. As to whether it is a poisonous fruit or a supernatural fruit, I can only give it a try. Although Shun Yi is very subtle and cautious. But those who survive without strength are just hoarding food for others. He needs strength. A lot of power is needed. If he had the strength, he wouldn't have to fight with Wang Bingbing and Huang Mao classmate today. Because there is no absolute power, one needs to resort to conspiracies and tricks and to manipulate people's hearts. Thinking of the obscene look of his yellow-haired classmate, Shun Yi decided to give it a try. If I could really awaken powerful superpowers, I could go back and save my grandma and little sister. After considering everything, Shun Yi finally ate the fruit. Ma Tianming, oh Ma Tianming, don't lie to me, or I'll draw a circle and curse you to go to the 18th level of hell. He prayed silently. The colorful fruit melts in your mouth almost instantly. I couldn't even taste anything. Immediately following, Shun Yi felt warm inside, as if there was a strange energy flowing in his body, making him feel warm all over, as if he was in the legendary spiritual water. Suddenly, his waist and legs were no longer sore, and his originally weak body was full of vitality. As this warm current continued to flow through his limbs and bones, Shun-Yi felt more and more comfortable. His strength seemed to be increasing, and the muscles all over his body were throbbing. After about dozens of seconds, Shun-Yi was completely immersed in the pleasure of increasing strength, especially with a burst of crisp sounds. His muscles and bones trembled, his pores opened, and a layer of dark red dirt like oil was discharged. The next moment, Shun-Yi felt as if he had suddenly broken through a barrier, as if he had broken free from some kind of restraint and had endless strength and energy. But when he opened his eyes and looked down at his body again, he was shocked. I saw that he, who was originally thin, now had muscles, ups, standard six-pack abs, and he was full of strength, and it felt like he could punch through a wall. Then, Shun-Yi felt his face was a little itchy. He wiped it subconsciously and ended up with a hand full of red impurities, which smelled very bad. Shun-Yi frowned, took out a makeup mirror from Su Wanning's bag, and looked at his face. There were a lot of impurities on his face, but after wiping them off, his originally ordinary facial features became much more three-dimensional, and he could even be called handsome. The appearance has actually improved. What kind of supernatural fruit is this? Shun-Yi was a little surprised. Increased strength, increased appearance, increased abdominal muscles. I can't tell what kind of fruit it is, but if I eat a few more, can I continue to transform? Even greatly increase your own strength. As for appearance, although Shun-Yi thinks it is not important, he would certainly be happy if he could become more handsome. But compared to the improvement of appearance, he values strength more. In the end times, strength is the most important thing. As long as you have power, no matter how ugly you are, beautiful women will throw themselves into your arms. What? What if I don't throw myself into your arms? Then grab it. Otherwise, what's the point of having strength? Shun-Yi couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth in delight, wanting to reveal an evil smile. Ma Tianming really didn't lie to himself. This colorful fruit is really a supernatural fruit. Only, the supernatural power he obtained seemed to be about improving his physical body, which was completely different from Zhao Tao's. Just as Shun-Yi was thinking this, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. 15. Physical evolution. Su Wanning's little thoughts. It is detected that the host has qualified force value. The personal panel has been opened. The host can check it by himself. Shun-Yi raised his eyebrows. Personal panel? It actually requires a certain amount of force to unlock it. Open the panel. He muttered to himself. Then, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Host, Shun-Yi. Age, 20. Force value, 10. Unlock supplies. Master Shui mineral water, freshly roasted chicken. Obtain superpower. Physical evolution, LV1. Physical evolution. LV1, your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Physical evolution. It turns out to be a physical ability. Although not as cool as Zhao Tao's lightning ability, Shun-Yi can feel that his strength is definitely not inferior to Zhao Tao's lightning that can split through cans. And, judging from the level symbols on the physical evolution, the level of supernatural powers should be able to be upgraded. The higher the level, the stronger it is. As for how to upgrade the level, Shun-Yi is not clear at the moment. Maybe I need to continue eating the supernatural fruit? Or maybe you need to exercise yourself? Anyway, no matter what, at least we have a clear goal now. Collect supernatural fruits. Never let go if you see me again. As long as you have enough special abilities and they are high enough, you could defeat anything that runs on the ground or flies in the sky. But my body has evolved once, but my combat power is only 10. He clearly felt that he was overflowing with strength. Was his strength value too low? Thinking of this, Shun-Yi looked at the bedboard of an empty bed. Then, he wrapped his hands with the pillowcase, then raised his fist and smashed it down. Bang! With a crisp sound, the bedboard was smashed through by him. Shun-Yi's hand was only a little numb, not even painful. The thickness of this bedboard is about 4 or 5 centimeters. Even someone who has been practicing boxing for many years would not be able to break through it easily. This is enough to prove that Shun-Yi's power is far beyond that of ordinary people. With this much strength, the system only gave itself a combat value of 10 points. It seems that the rating of combat power is very valuable. Come to think of it, I wonder if the supernatural fruit can be considered a kind of material. Shun-Yi murmured softly. If supernatural fruits could also be considered supplies, That would be so cool. Infinitely stacked, supernatural fruits. Simply invincible. Shun E. Just as Shun E was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Wanting, who was holding the quilt, looked at Shun E with surprise, whose face was covered in dirt, and couldn't help but wrinkled her nose. A foul smell wafted from him. What's going on? I had only been away for a few minutes. How come Shun E smelled so bad? Moreover, he seemed to have grown taller and become more handsome. At first, Su Wanting almost thought she had seen it wrong, so she called out uncertainly, "That's great. I want to take a shower. Come and rub my back for me." Shun E did not explain the matter of superpowers to Su Wanting. Although he can now easily control Su Wanting, the method of obtaining superpowers cannot be easily revealed, otherwise there is no guarantee that Su Wanting will not have ulterior motives. Well, the dirt discharged by the evolution of the physical body is very smelly and needs to be washed thoroughly. Take a bath? How do I take a bath? Su Wanting hesitated. Shun E didn't say anything, but locked the dormitory door first, then waved his hand, and nearly 100 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air on a bed. Su Wanting opened her eyes wide in shock. Although she knew that Shun E could conjure up food and water, she was still surprised that he could conjure up so much water at once. At first, she thought that Shun Yi's ability had some limitations, such as he could only produce a few bottles of water and a roast chicken a day. But now it seems not. This means that Shun Yi's ability is much more powerful than I thought. Moreover, he not only has the ability to conjure up food. This guy who suddenly became taller and more handsome must have supernatural powers, right? Shun Yi may have more than one superpower. What are you thinking about? Come over here and rub my back. Shun Yi shouted after taking off his clothes. Oh, here it comes. Su Wanting's cheeks turned red and she was a little shy, but she still stepped forward with the towel. After all, the relationship has already happened and everything that should be seen has been seen. But when she wiped off the dirt on Shun Yi's body and saw Shun Yi's body clearly, she was stunned. Shun Yi, who was originally thin, actually has abdominal muscles. There are exactly 6 pieces, and they look extremely beautiful. No, not just abs. There's even a male dog waist. Wow, what a great body. Better looking than those fitness trainers. The body shape that evolved from Shun Yi's physical body is not the kind of body with bulging muscles, but a body with graceful lines, which looks good in all aspects. The more Su Wanting rubbed Shun Yi's back, the redder her face became, but she also became more excited. Shun Yi has become more handsome and stronger. And isn't he the one who enjoys it? Su Wanting, who was originally a little dissatisfied with Shun Yi's appearance and figure, was extremely excited at this moment. He couldn't help but start imagining what would happen next. Shun Yi was holding his phone, quickly accepting friend requests, and then copying and sending the same message one by one. Send photos. As long as you meet the criteria, food and drinks are provided. Having experienced the pleasure of physical evolution, he is now very excited and wants to unlock more supplies, preferably the supernatural fruit. At worst, hot weapons will do. This feeling of becoming stronger is really great, even better than having sex with Su Wanting. Speaking of this, Shun Yi suddenly thought of something and turned around to ask, I remember you have a few friends who are also pretty good looking? Well, it's okay, but none of them are as pretty as me. Su Wanting realized something was wrong. Then contact your pretty friends and ask them if they are short of food and water. Shun Yi had some impression that Su Wanting had a few friends who were good-looking and had good figures. One of them is even prettier than Su Wanting, but he didn't know the girl's name. He only met her once when she came to see Su Wanting and was very impressed. I think that girl should also meet the system standards. Okay, I'll ask. Su Wanting hesitated to speak. She didn't want to share food with others. I don't want to share my boyfriend with other women. But Su Wanting didn't dare to refuse Shun Yi, so she secretly cursed Shun Yi while sending the message. You already have yourself, but you are still thinking about other women. How can you be so shameless? And the one she is thinking about is her best friend. If I really let my best friend share a husband with me, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Damn you, you playboy. Damn man. Do you think you can do whatever you want at the end of the world? Damn it. Damn it. Look, I'm not going to drain you dry tonight. I'll make you think about other women again. Su Wanting cursed inwardly and rubbed his back with more force. If she could defeat Shun Yi, she would never swallow her anger. 16. Beautiful girlfriend. Time passes. Another night has passed. Today is the 6th day of the doomsday disaster. Rescue still did not arrive. Social order is on the verge of collapse. Many survivors fought over a bite of food or a bottle of water. Burning, killing, looting, raping, and pillaging, these evil deeds that would never appear openly in Xia State under normal circumstances are now almost everywhere. A little after 11, in dormitory 610, Shun Yi was eating roast chicken naked, and Su Wanning was watching him eagerly, like a child who had made a mistake. Let me see your phone. Shun Yi finished eating the chicken leg in his hand, drank a sip of mineral water, then took some paper to wipe his hands and looked at Su Wanning. What do you want to see? Open WeChat and let me see how your bestie responded to you. Shun Yi wanted to do a random check to see if Su Wanning had been obedient and sent messages to her bestie. If she doesn't obey, it proves that she has ulterior motives. If someone has other intentions, it means that he might betray you. Shun Yi would not keep a woman who wanted to betray him, even though she enjoyed serving me. I had to be so rational now that I had entered the sage time. Only one person replied to the message. No one else did. Su Wanning unlocked her phone, clicked on the WeChat interface, and handed it over. Although she felt very uncomfortable and jealous, she didn't dare to refuse. Shun Yi took the phone and said, "Come over for dinner. Remember, don't think about last night again." "Yeah, I will never make you angry again." Su Wanting nodded excitedly, then ran over to look for the bones left by Shun Yi and started chewing on the meat when she found it. "Looks like he's been hungry all morning." Shun Yi looked through Su Wanting's WeChat. She was very obedient and sent messages to more than a dozen WeChat friends, but only a girl with a note, Jiang Nanyan, replied to her. Shun Yi clicked into Jiang Nanyan's circle of friends, flipped through a few pages, and found a photo of this girl. His eyes lit up slightly. Very beautiful. Judging from her face, she has a mature and royal vibe. And there are no signs of PS whitening in the photos. As for why the system did not trigger the prompt, because Shun Yi had tested it before, the system would not trigger a prompt just because of a photo, unless the photo was sent to Shun Yi by the person himself, and it must be a photo of the person himself. If the photo was retouched or beautified with PS, etc., the prompt would not be triggered. This also saved Shun Yi from being scammed. After thinking about it, Shun Yi sent a message to Jiang Nanyan using Su Wanning's account. The little rabbit said obediently, "Well, I have water and food here. Come find me." Little Bunny is Su Wanning's online name. Su Wanning was peeking at the side, feeling very depressed. "My boyfriend is hooking up with my best friend, but I still have to help him. Is this considered self-greening?" Jiang Nanyan, "Really? Wanning, where are you? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days." The little rabbit said obediently, "My friend and I are in the boys' dormitory of Campus A. It's safe here now. Come find me." While replying to the message, Shun Yi deliberately took a few photos of mineral water and roast chicken and sent them to the girl. Jiang Nanyan, "Wow, you actually have so much water, and there is also cooked chicken." The little rabbit said obediently, "Well, do you want to come over? For the sake of our past relationship, I can take care of you." Jiang Nanyan, "The boys' dormitory, it's a bit far from me." Jiang Nanyan, "Well, wanting, if I go to see you, can I bring 2 friends with me?" The little rabbit said obediently, "Boy or girl? We are all girls here. If you bring your boyfriend, I'm afraid my friends will mind." When Su Wanning saw the message sent by Shun Yi, she couldn't help but secretly look down on him. "It's obvious that I'm the one with lustful desires, but I'm pretending to be innocent." Disgusting. But she only dared to complain about these things in her heart, because she was jealous and petty last night and tried to squeeze Shun Yi dry. Shun Yi punished her by not giving her any food or water this morning. If I make Shun Yi angry again, I might really be kicked out. When she thought of the monster outside the building and the obscene looks the 2 boys on the 6th floor had given her, she became very scared. Although Shun Yi is a playboy, at least he has superpowers that allow him to have no worries about food and drink. And now he has become more handsome and more durable. The abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles feel very comfortable to touch. In comparison, she didn't want to have any contact with the other 2 smelly boys. She felt sick just by looking at them. Su Wanning is still as arrogant as before. It is not easy to change her personality since childhood. However, the object of her arrogance was no longer Shun Yi. Jiang Nanyan, "My friends are all girls. How can I have a boyfriend? I'm also worried that boys will do something bad to us. After all, there are no laws to restrict us now." Jiang Nanyan, "Wanting, why would you ask such a question? Ask this kind of question?" Shun Yi was stunned and looked at Su Wanning. Is there some secret between the 2 of them? Or some code word? What does this mean? Jiang Nanyan is a lesbian and kind of hates men, so she definitely won't have a boyfriend. Your question just now made her suspicious. If it were me, I wouldn't ask this question. After all, I used to make fun of her about her sexual orientation. Su Wanting explained. Shani understood, and then continued typing to deceive. No matter whether she's a lesbian or not, or whether she dislikes men or not, Shun-Yi just wants to unlock the supplies. He doesn't pursue any feelings or love. In the apocalypse, who still wants to be innocent? The little rabbit said obediently. Of course I know your orientation, but my friend was worried that you would stay with boys, so I asked one more question. The little rabbit said obediently. Since your friends are not boys, then bring them over. It's very safe here. Jiang Nanyan. Okay, let's pack up and leave. Shun-Yi slowly smiled. Really? Using Su Wanting's account to cheat her friends is much more efficient than looking for a needle in a haystack by yourself. The reason is simple, because the friends of beautiful women are most likely also beautiful women. In addition, they have a good relationship, so it is definitely easier to fool them than strangers. As for the friends that Jiang Ninyan brought, it depends on how they look. If it meets the system standards, Shun-Yi will make a fortune. It's a buy one get two free deal. If it doesn't meet the standards, get out. Anyway, they're just two female college students. With Shun-Yi's current strength, he can easily deal with two adult men, let alone a woman. The improvement brought to him by the evolution of his physical body is enormous. After a night of adapting, he felt that he could now easily deal with 4 or 5 adults. At the same time, on the other side, inside an office in a teaching building, the 3 girls were talking while packing their belongings. Nanyan, what kind of person is your friend? You wouldn't lie to us, right? A chubby girl asked with some doubt. No. Although she has a bad personality and is sometimes arrogant and selfish, she would not lie to her friends. Besides, what is there about me now that is worthy of her lying? A very beautiful girl with delicate feature side. To be honest, I didn't expect that she would contact me and be willing to share food with us. Maybe I misjudged her before. She's not that selfish after all. A person's true character is revealed in times of disaster. Is that so? That's good. I'm almost starving too. Let's get going as soon as possible. The fat girl nodded excitedly, and then couldn't help but complain. I just don't know why your friend went to such a disgusting place like the boys' dormitory. When I think about so many boys living there, I feel sick. I don't know. Maybe there's some danger in the girls' dormitory. Jiang Nanyan was actually a little confused and vaguely felt that something was wrong with Su Wanting. But she was too hungry to think about the details. They had finished their food long ago and had been relying on starvation for the past 2 days. If Su Wanting hadn't sent a message last night, Jiang Nanyan would have been ready to take the risk and go out to look for food. We should not have the intention to harm others, but we should also be on guard against others. Given the situation outside, we still have to be careful. At this time, a mature woman wearing glasses nearby spoke up. 17. Punishing Su Wanting. Jiang Nanyan looked at the mature woman who was speaking and nodded seriously. Well, Teacher Bai is right. Although Su Wanting and I are very good friends, we still need to be careful. Besides, it's a long way from the teaching building to the dormitory building. There might be mutated monsters in the black fog downstairs, so we have to be careful. We can find some weapons to take with us in case we encounter danger. Yes. We girls are weak after all. We are not as strong as those stinky men. The 160-pound fat girl agreed with him and angrily cursed. Those stinky men always say ladies first, and they will give priority to protecting us women and children when disaster strikes. But when the doomsday really comes, not a single man comes to protect us. A bunch of stinking scumbags. I think there shouldn't be men in the world. We girls would definitely be happier this way. Listening to the fat girl's constant chatter, Jiang Nanyan and Teacher Bai looked at each other, smiled helplessly, but did not respond. Although they don't like men, they have never thought of leaving the world without men. Disliking something is just based on one's own orientation and has nothing to do with whether it exists or not. The 3 of them packed up their things, carefully opened the door, and walked out. There were also many survivors hiding in other classrooms. Some people heard footsteps in the corridor and poked their heads out one by one. When they saw the beautiful women, many male survivors' eyes lit up. There was no rescue, the alarm was unreachable, and the food and water had long been finished. At this time, most of the survivors were on the verge of collapse. Now they face a moral choice. Either go out and find food or steal other people's food. But it is obvious that most people dare not go out, because most of the people who left the building in the past 2 days died in the black fog. Those who occasionally came back were also very scared, as if they had seen some horrible monster. And there are even fewer people who can bring back food and water alive. When food and water cannot meet the normal needs of everyone, unrest begins. And because the official people did not show up for a long time, evil thoughts began to grow in some people's hearts. Since no one cares about the dead, no one will care if I do something bad. As a result, some students with bad intentions began to pay attention to the girls and even try to force themselves on them. Without the constraints of morality and law, people have no bottom line. Just like Shun, he used supplies to shelter the girls. But compared to those who kill and rape, he still has a bottom line. However, some survivors with no bottom line secretly followed Jiang Nanyan and others. Jiang Nanyan, we are out and heading towards the dormitory. Jiang Nanyan, I want to ask, there shouldn't be any danger near the dormitory building, right? The little rabbit said obediently. No, I've been in and out several times. There is no danger in the dormitory building, but I don't know about the distance. Jiang Nanyan, okay. The little rabbit said obediently. I'm on the 6th floor, just come up when you get there. Jiang Nanyan, okay. After Su Wanting replied to Jiang Nanyan's message, she always felt a little guilty. How could there be no danger outside the dormitory building? She saw with her own eyes a mutant dog that ate people. But in order to trick Jiang Nanyan over, she could only continue to talk nonsense along the lines of what Shun had said before. If Jiang Nanyan was unlucky and met that mutant dog, it was not her fault. I only said that there was no danger inside the dormitory building, but I didn't say that there was no danger outside the dormitory building. Well, you continue to communicate with your friends. If you can contact a friend to come over, I will reward you with 2 roast chickens. But it must be a female friend, and she cannot be ugly. Shun Yi said with satisfaction. Good. Su Wanting's eyes suddenly lit up. The roast chicken tastes really good. But every time I could only eat what Shun Yi left over, which was not enough, and I couldn't even feel full. If you can get 2 delicious roast chickens by calling a friend, it's definitely worth it. Anyway, I can't refuse Shun Yi's request, so why not try to get some benefits for myself? 2 roast chickens are enough to keep me comfortable for 2 or 3 days. Just like that, Su Wanting immediately picked up her phone and started making WeChat calls to other friends who had not replied to her message. Shun Yi was not surprised when he saw Su Wanting working in a hurry. That's one of the reasons why he controls supplies. Only if Su Wanting is not full will she be motivated to work and be obedient. If the food was spilled, then she definitely wouldn't be as motivated as she is now. Even, it would be like last night, playing tricks on me. He wants to drain me dry, but he doesn't allow me to chat with other women or even to touch other women. What a joke. Do you think we are in love? And you want to restrict my personal freedom? You really take yourself seriously. How could Shun Yi give up unlocking system resources for a tree? So, Shun Yi punished Su Wanting who had crossed the line and made her only eat the bones he had left this morning. Want to eat meat and other foods? No. Shun Yi added a lot of new friends today. He needs to screen more girls who meet the system standards as soon as possible before the internet and power are cut off. According to the current situation, the network and power supply will probably be cut off soon. After all, in a doomsday disaster, if no one maintains the power generation equipment, there is a high probability that something will go wrong. And with all kinds of mutated plants and animals causing trouble, the probability of problems is even higher. To be honest, Shun Yi was quite surprised that the network could last for 6 days without any power outages. This may be the reason why the survivors believe that the authorities will still provide rescue. Counselor Wang Jiaxing, at Shun Yi, is Shun here? Can you reply to my message? Counselor Wang Jiaxing, Student Shun, I know you can see my message. The students in our class need your help now. I see that you have posted some messages in many groups. This proves that you should have a lot of water and food, right? So, can you give some of it to help your classmates and teachers? Counselor Wang Jiaxing, of course, we won't let you help for free. I can personally contribute 500 yuan. Just consider it as buying from you. Anyway, you have a lot of food and water, so just sell some to the teacher. While making money, you also did a good thing that is conducive to social unity. School Prince Lin Yu, at Shun Yi, Director Wang is right. Shun Yi, please help us. We are all classmates. It's understandable if you don't help others, but it's too stingy not to help your classmates. Qin Haoren, +1, I'm also willing to pay 500 yuan. If you have extra water, please sell us a few bottles. Jean Rue, at Shun Yi, speak up. I know you are online. Wang Lily, well, I also saw the message sent by classmate Shun Yi in the next group. Since classmate Shun is willing to take in girls, you must be a kind-hearted person. Can you help us? Ma Hong, I remember Shun. He used to have a good personality. He would not stand by and watch someone die. Teacher Chi, associate professor, student Shin E. Although he doesn't talk much, he is indeed a good kid. This is the message in the class group. Shin E also saw that someone kept tagging him, so he clicked in to take a look. It turned out that the counselor inexplicably tagged himself to buy water and food, and then all the students started to tag himself and asked him for water and food, as if they had made an appointment. Shun E was amused by the moral kidnapping of this group of classmates. 18. Power outage. Another beauty has arrived. Shun E, don't worry about these messages in the class group. Don't pay attention to them. They are all bastards who want to take advantage of you. Su Wanting also saw the message in the group. How could she be willing to let Shun E take the risk of delivering water and food to others? It's so dangerous outside. What should I do if something happens to Shun E? Although Su Wanting was essentially thinking about herself, what she said was not wrong. A bunch of bastards. Of course I can't give them food and water. Shun E sneered. When he was bullied by Jean Rue's roommates, he went to the counselor for help. The counselor said that we were all classmates and there was no need to fall out over such a small matter. He also asked why your roommate only bullied you and not others. This kind of outrageous remarks may seem like a joke on the internet, but they really exist in reality, and there are quite a lot of them. Shun E encountered this, so he had no good feelings towards this righteous counselor. On the contrary, if there's a chance, he will definitely let the counselor experience the feeling of why he only bullies you and not others. Thinking of this, Shun E took out a few bottles of water and a roast chicken from the system space, then placed other snacks on the table, took a photo, and sent it to the group. Shun, indeed, I still have a lot of water and food, but I'm just mean and don't want to give them to you. Are you angry? Jean Rue, at Shun E, are you sick? Why are you pretending? Just wait for me. Group member Jean Rue has been banned by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Student Shun, don't pay attention to Jean Rue. I have already banned him. Let me give you 1,000 yuan, and if you send the chicken and the bottles of water to us, I promise I won't deduct your credits anymore. School Hunk Lin you, fuck. There's chicken, and it's steaming hot. Is it fresh out of the pot? Shun E, brother Shun, give me some. I haven't offended you. I've always treated you as my big brother. Wang Lily, Jean Rue is really bad. Student Shun E, ignore her. Wang Lily, can you give me some of that chicken? I can come find you. Qin Haoren, Shun E, I believe you are different from Jean Rue, a poor student. You help me now, and when my dad comes, I will pay you back 10 times. My dad is the director. I won't lie to you. Su Wanting, shut up. Shun E will never give you food. Wang Lily, Su Wanting, what does this have to do with you? You should shut up. Shun E is not as selfish as you. Ma Hong, Su Wanting, for someone as selfish as you, it doesn't matter how pretty you are. Without morals, you are doomed to live a short life. Qin Haoren, that's right. Su Wanting was so angry. Seeing that Shun E had no objection, she posted intimate photos of herself and Shun E to the group, proving their close relationship. A group of outsiders actually dared to scold me. She can't bear it. Wang Lily, Su Wanting, you are actually with Shun E? Ma Hong, in this photo, are you two in a relationship? Sun Bowen, I didn't expect Shun E to sleep with the beauty in our class with just a few bottles of water. It's really a bargain. I'm afraid she has been played with for the past few days, right? School Prince Lin Yu, at Sun Bowen, stop barking. What does it have to do with you who my big brother wants to be with? Sun Bowen, you lick the dog? School Hunk Lin Yu, damn. Don't think I don't know you're with Jean Rue. Are you trying to help Jean Rue discuss my brother Shin? Who's the liquor? I think you're Jean Rue's liquor. Group member Sun Bowen has been banned by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. School Prince Lin Yu, at Shun E, brother Shun, don't take Sun Bowen's words seriously. If you run into any trouble in the future, I will definitely be the first one to help you. School Hunk Lin Yu, at Su Wanting's sister-in-law, please talk to brother Shun and ask him to help us students. Qin Haoren, +1, brother Shun, please take me with you. Teacher Chi, associate professor, student Shun, please help me because I am old. I have children to take care of at home. Shun E ignored this group of fence-sitters and left the group directly. Especially Qin Haoren and Lin Yu. These two idiots used to stand on the moral high ground and criticize me in other groups, but now they have changed their faces. So cheap. Instead of wasting time with this bunch of rubbish, you might as well add a few more friends as soon as possible. Maybe you can unlock 2 more types of supplies. However, judging by the drastic changes in the faces of these classmates, the survivors are having a hard time now. In order to get a sip of water and a bite of food, he began to beg me humbly, almost kneeling down. Even a usually serious and stern teacher Chi looked like this. All I can say is that everyone is equal in the face of disaster. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. During this period, Shun Yi added dozens of friends, but they were either men using female accounts to deceive him, or they were miniature tanks and none of them met the system standards. The most outrageous thing is that there was a guy dressed as a woman, who even posted a photo of himself dressed as a woman, saying that if you don't mind, he could bring his own lubricant. Damn it! Shun Yi cursed him and called him an idiot, then blocked him directly. The world is going downhill. All kinds of monsters and demons are coming out. There are even many people who ask about his address openly or secretly. Of course, Shun Yi was not stupid, and he did not have a deep conversation with them. He simply blocked and deleted them. What a bunch of idiots. What's the point of trying to trick me? Just for a few bottles of water? If you have the time, can't you just go to the supermarket and look for it yourself? Shun Yi cursed and deleted another guy who tried to trick him into giving him his address. He just couldn't understand. Do these people have no brains? What's the use of getting your address? Instead of coming to bother me, you might as well go to a supermarket or convenience store. There are bound to be uncontaminated drinks and snacks there. But I don't know what these guys are thinking. They insist on using their own addresses. It can be seen that on the 6th day of the apocalypse, people's IQs have dropped dramatically. It's been so long. Why hasn't your friend come yet? Shun Yi looked at Su Wanting and asked in confusion. Even if it's at another campus, it should be possible to get here in an hour. Could something have happened? I'll call her and ask. Su Wanting said and started dialing. Shun Yi continued to agree to friend requests. But, while they were busy, the light that was originally on suddenly went out with a click. The phone that was originally charging suddenly stopped charging. There's a power outage? Shun Yi and Su Wanting looked at each other. Both of them looked unhappy. Power failure. It means there will be no light at night. What's even more frustrating is that nowadays, once the battery of a mobile phone runs out, it can no longer be recharged. No, there is a way, but it is much more troublesome. Ding-ling-ling. Sudden, a cell phone rang outside the door. Su Wanting glanced at her phone, then looked at Shun Yi and said, "It seems like they are here. Hang up the phone first." Shun Yi walked to the dormitory door, quietly opened a crack, and looked outside. 19. Boxing? This is boxing. In the dark corridor, 3 figures huddled together, walking cautiously in the corridor, relying on the dim light of their cell phones. Since Shun Yi did not let Su Wanting tell Jiang Nanyan the exact dormitory number, they were contacting Su Wanting while looking for a dormitory. This also gave Shun Yi time to observe secretly. There should be 3 girls, but why is one of them so fat? How the hell does this meet the system standards? Shun Yi complained secretly. Although the corridor was dark due to the power outage, the outlines could still be vaguely seen. There were 3 women, indeed, but one of them was too fat. The other 2 are quite good, especially one of them, with a curvy figure like a ripe peach. After confirming the gender, Shun Yi said to Su Wanting, "Tell them the dormitory number and ask them to come over." Su Wanting responded and began to reply to Jiang Nanyan. At the same time, she secretly thought that it would be best if Shun Yi didn't fall for Jiang Nanyan and then drove them away. She doesn't want to share a man with others, let alone share food and water with others. Even if this person is your best friend. Jiang Nanyan was actually not wrong before. Su Wanting is such a selfish person. Especially in the end times, her selfish character became more obvious. Certainly, in fact, when faced with a doomsday disaster, most people would not be willing to share food and water with others, which is normal. It would be strange if someone shared it for free. This is the place where Jiang Nanyan felt strange before. Why was Su Wanting so kind to them, willing to share food and water with them, and even provide them with a safe shelter? In fact, if she thought about it carefully, she would be able to detect the loopholes in Su Wanting's words. At the very least, she would realize that Su Wanting's purpose in calling her over was not that simple. At 6:10, Jiang Nanyan received a message from Su Wanting. At this time, she had already noticed something was wrong, but I still can't tell what's wrong. However, since we have already risked our lives to come here, we can't go out again, right? They almost died outside just now. As soon as they walked out of the teaching building, several boys followed them and wanted to do something bad to them. Fortunately, they hid in the black fog in time. Otherwise, if they were caught by those boys, Jiang Nanyan didn't dare to think about it. Afterwards, they finally managed to avoid those hungry boys but then encountered mutated plants, which frightened them so much that they rolled and crawled all the way. If they hadn't run around in the black fog and lost their way, it wouldn't have taken them more than 2 hours to find their way back. The three of them found dormitory 610 according to the dormitory number. The door of the 610 dormitory was actually open. There was also a rich, meaty aroma wafting out. It's the smell of chicken. The three women swallowed, subconsciously, excitement appearing in their eyes. Jiang Nanyan stretched out her hand vigilantly and gently pushed the door open. The person who appeared in front of her was her best friend, Su Wanning. This made Jiang Nanyan secretly relieved. She was really afraid that when she opened the door, a monster would pounce on her. "Xiaoyan, welcome." Su Wanning came up to her warmly with a smile on her face. Wanting, long time no see, Jiang Nanyan pulled the corners of his dry mouth and forced a kind smile. She was already hungry and thirsty and had just stayed in the black fog for more than 2 hours, so her body was extremely dehydrated. Fortunately, I finally met my bestie and was able to replenish water immediately. It seems that my best friend really has no shortage of food and water. Her face is as smooth as before. It is obvious that she has eaten and drunk well in the past 2 days. "Hey, why is there a disgusting man here?" Suddenly, the fat girl frowned and spoke. Jiang Nanyan was stunned, and then she noticed Shun Yi sitting on the bed. "There really is a boy. How come there is a boy? Didn't Su Wanting say that she and her friend are both girls?" "What did you say?" Shun Yi frowned and looked at the fat girl with cold eyes. The fat girl was startled and took a step back subconsciously, but when she thought about the fact that there were 3 people on her side and she was a woman, she immediately regained her confidence and glared at Shun Yi and shouted, "What's wrong? I just said a few words to you. As a grown man, do you still want to hit a little girl like me? Do you have any manners? You're already broken? Really disgusting." Before the fat girl could finish her words, Shun Yi's fist had already landed on her fat face. With a bang, the fat girl flew out of the dormitory and hit the wall heavily, letting out a wail. In the corridor, hearing the footsteps, Huang Mao and Wang Bingbing, who had secretly opened the dormitory door to observe, were stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of power is it that can send someone flying with just one punch? Not to mention hitting girls. Even if you hit them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Why do I feel like this guy has grown a lot taller and become more handsome after not seeing him for one night? The yellow-haired man thought secretly. Is this secondary development? What's going on? Why are you growing so fast? And why are there 3 more girls coming to the boys' dormitory? Who is this for? Hey, there are 2 girls who are really pretty. It seems like I can try to win them over so that I can find a girlfriend and have more helpers. Well, the one with the mature lady style is good, and the mature woman with the mature taste is also good. Let's wait and see what happens. See if I can take this opportunity to win over one. Wang Bingbing didn't think as much as Huang Mao. When he saw Shun Yi taking action, he immediately closed the door and hid in the dormitory, not curious about what was happening outside. The most important thing is to stay alive. "You, how can you just hit someone like that?" Jiang Nanyan looked at Shun Yi in disbelief. The mature woman hurried to check on the fat girl. Seeing that her face was covered in blood and she had fainted, she looked anxious and quickly tried to find a way to stop the bleeding. "Didn't this fat pig say that my defense was broken?" "That's right, my defense was broken." Shun Yi twisted his fist with a faint expression. He just held back some of his strength. Otherwise, he should have been able to kill this foul-mouthed fat woman with one punch. It's the end of the world, and you still dare to fight. Now let me show you what real boxing is. Although, both girls in front of him meet the system standards, but that doesn't mean Shun Yi has to compromise. If they really fell out, Shun Yi wouldn't mind kicking all 3 of them out. Fight! A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Jiang Nanyan. Age, 20 years old. Appearance, 92 points. Body, 94 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. Fight. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Vicini. Age, 29. Appearance, 90 points. Body, 96 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. That's right, another MILF also meets the system's criteria. Her appearance is not much worse than Jiang Nanyan's, and her figure is quite amazing and extremely mature, like a ripe peach. If the system panel had not been triggered, Shun Yi would have even thought that this woman was a young woman. But I didn't expect that she was actually a 29-year-old virgin. You've gone too far. How can you be so harsh on a girl? The mature woman by Cindy looked at Shun Yi. Although she was a little afraid of this violent man, she still bravely spoke up for her students. I went too far? This fat pig came in and started scolding me. Why didn't you stop her? You don't think she went too far, but you think I, the victim, went too far. Shun Yi sneered. But even if that's the case, you can't beat her like this. Bicini was a little embarrassed by what she said, but Shun Yi said that he was a victim, which was simply nonsense. How could a victim punch the assailant and send him flying? This guy was beaten unconscious. Wanting, he's your boyfriend? Didn't you say that your friend is a girl? Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but question Su Wanting. She realized she was cheated. Moreover, this man was so brutal and violent right from the start, which frightened her very much. 20. She has fallen. Xiaoyan, don't you want food and water? My boyfriend has plenty of them here. As long as you're willing to stay, my boyfriend will cover all your food and drink in the future. Su Wanting was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she picked up the mineral water and a whole, steaming roast chicken on the table and extended an invitation to Jiang Nanyan. If you keep this best friend, you can get 2 roast chickens. Although Su Wanting didn't want to share her boyfriend with other women, she knew she had no power to change Shun Yi's mind. It is absolutely impossible for Shun Yi to have only one woman in the future. Since she knew she couldn't stop it, Su Wanting decided not to try to stop him. Otherwise, if she made Shun Yi angry, she would starve or even be kicked out. It is better to unblock than to block. So, she changed her mind and started helping Shun Yi to deceive her best friend. This way, at least I can get a reward. And if Shun Yi is happy, I might get even more rewards. The most important thing is that even if Shun Yi has other women in the future, as long as I'm the most favored, I can become the first wife. Water? And meat. Jiang Nanyan's throat moved, and he swallowed subconsciously. But my mouth was dry and I couldn't produce any saliva. Her body's instinct made her want to rush over and grab the water and meat, but her reason made her restrain herself. If I really rushed over, I would probably be punched away. You might even be killed with one punch. She is very thin and can't take much beating. Nanyan, don't be fooled. Let's go. Let's go now. Bicini hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Although she was very hungry and thirsty, she would never sell her body and soul for a bite of food. The woman in front of them had tricked them here, clearly to find a mistress for her boyfriend. This is too shameless. How could there be such a shameless woman? Jiang Nanyan also thinks Su Wanting is shameless. I even wanted to scold her severely. How could you lie to your bestie? I treat you as a friend. What do you treat me as? You actually want me to be your boyfriend's mistress? But the chicken tastes so good. It smells so good. If you take a bite of it, would you be able to ascend to heaven? The more she thought about it, the more Jiang Nanyan's thoughts wavered. It seems that she would rather sell her body and soul than die of starvation or thirst. If 2 days ago, someone asked Jiang Nanyan whether to choose between starving to death or selling her body, she would definitely humiliate the other person severely and then show off her noble soul and body. But after 2 days of hunger and 1 day of thirst, her noble soul was completely corrupted. Especially when she saw the liquid flowing in the bottle, she felt that every cell in her body was craving for food. She has fallen. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't walk anymore. After saying this, Jiang Nanyan's delicate cheeks turned slightly red, and then she ran to Su wanting to drink water and eat meat. Su Wanting did not give her water right away, but asked with a smile, Xiaoyan, you should understand what drinking this bottle of water means, right? Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. I understand. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Shun Yi. Although she felt extremely embarrassed to be humiliated in front of the teacher, her body's hunger and thirst overwhelmed the shame, and she still answered Su Wanting. Even if I have to do that, it doesn't matter anymore. At worst, just think of it as a bite from a dog. And this dog looks quite handsome, not at all annoying. Okay, since you understand, take it and drink it, my good sister. Su Wanting handed a bottle of water to Jiang Nanyan with a smile, as if giving alms. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Nanyan took the mineral water excitedly, and her hands were shaking as she twisted the bottle cap. She had been hungry and thirsty for too long, and she no longer had much strength left. Even screwing on a bottle cap is difficult. Oh, you're just like a dog. Looking at Jiang Nanyan, who compromised so easily, Su Wanting secretly despised her, but also felt a little happy. In the past, she was very annoyed with Jiang Nanyan, a guy who always pretended to be cool. She always looks cold, as if she is so noble. The key point is that there are so many boys pursuing Jiang Nanyan, more than the boys pursuing herself, which makes Su Wanting even more jealous. But since Jiang Nanyan's family conditions were not worse than hers, she couldn't afford to offend her. But now, it feels so good to see the woman that I once envied, surrendering in front of me, surrendering under my boyfriend's crotch. Su Wanting suddenly felt that it was actually quite satisfying to help Shun deceive her best friend. In the future, I will be the first wife, and I can order Jiang Nanyan, the mistress, to run errands for me. It's so cool. Anyway, it's the end of the world, and no one will dare to laugh at me. Even, many women will definitely envy me for having enough food and drink. If I had known it would be so nice, why did I throw a tantrum last night? Su Wanting suddenly felt a little regretful. Because of my temper last night, not only did I not have enough to eat today, but I also caused Shun Yi to feel alienated from me. I have to change my mindset. I can't be the same as before. Otherwise, I won't be able to live a good life. I might even be overtaken by newcomers. Su Wanting thought secretly. It would be so clownish if I were really overtaken by a latecomer and became the second wife. I was the first one to follow Shun Yi. Moreover, even Shun Yi's first time was broken together with him. She should be the eldest wife. In order to become the eldest wife, she must first gain Shun Yi's favor. Then, he had to suppress other women. Shun Yi didn't know that Su Wanting's mind had completely changed after seeing Jiang Nanyan compromise. Of course, this reform is a good thing for him. You will be able to enjoy better service in the future. Nanyan, how can you compromise? Baisini looked at Jiang Nanyan, who was drinking water with big gulps, with disappointment in her eyes, and angrily denounced her depravity. Does the knowledge and morals you learned before allow you to do such a thing? Don't forget what your dream is. How could you do this? Baisini's tone sounded quite angry. But Jiang Nanyan was only concerned with drinking water and didn't bother to reply. Not until she finished the whole bottle of water in a few gulps did she feel like a fish returning to the sea, regaining her vitality. Licking his lips and looking at Baisini, Jiang Nanyan felt a little hesitant and embarrassed. After all, it was he who brought the teacher and friends here, but he was deceived by Su Wanting. I have a great responsibility, but she really doesn't want to die. Just when Jiang Nanyan felt guilty and didn't know how to start, Shun Yi suddenly came over, put his arms around her slender waist, and pinched it. Jiang Nanyan's face turned red, and she subconsciously wanted to struggle. But then he thought of something, and his struggling movements gradually slowed down, and he calmed down. Don't worry. Follow me. I won't let you go hungry in the future. After Shun Yi finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Nanyan, who had come down obediently, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Baisini, who was supporting the fat pig, and said, "This beautiful teacher, if you are willing to stay, I can also guarantee your 3 meals a day, as well as your safety. Of course, the prerequisite is that you send this fat pig who scolded me away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can resist not beating her to death." Shun Yi has been very restrained. The fat pig started cursing at him as soon as it entered the room. He did not kill the fat pig directly because he had never killed anyone before and could not make up his mind for a while. Otherwise, that punch just now would have blown the fat pig's head apart. Don't even think about it. Even if I, Baisini, die of hunger or thirst, I will never sell my body, and I will never abandon my students. Shameless men like you are the ones I despise the most in my life. Baisini cursed coldly. Immediately, she looked at Jiang Nanyan again. Nanyan, you really don't want to go with me? Teacher Bai, yes, I'm sorry. 21. Was Shun Yi reborn before the apocalypse? Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Jiang Nanyan turned her head away guiltily, not having the courage to face Baisini's disappointed expression. Actually, Baisini is not only her teacher. He's also her ambiguous object. Yes, ambiguous object. In fact, both of them have lesbian tendencies, so they naturally came into contact with each other. It's just because of age and identity issues that the relationship has not been confirmed. But if we continue to get along, we may be together soon. However, a doomsday disaster struck. Everything has changed. There is no time to talk about love and romance. The most important issue now is how to survive. Compared to staying alive, issues like misogyny are not a problem at all. Just like now, being held in the arms of a man named Shun Yi, Jiang Nanyan, who usually hates men, did not feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, she felt more secure because she smelled the scent of Shunyi's flesh. In Doomsday, being well-fed and well-dressed is the greatest sense of security. Compared to living, all human joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness are insignificant. Haha, I see. Vicini smiled. But that smile was so pale and weak. But she still didn't say anything to blame Jiang Nanyin, but helped the fat pig away. Shun Yi naturally did not stop him. He offers a price, and if the other party doesn't accept it, he won't force them. No need. There is no shortage of a woman like her. Anyway, I have gained something today, and Jiang Nanyin in his arms is much more sensible than Su Wanting. After she made her choice, she no longer had any rebellious thoughts, at least not on the surface. Unlike Su Wanting, who has been having all kinds of little thoughts since the beginning. Even today, there's still many little thoughts. Locked the dormitory door. Shunyi let go of Jiang Nanyin and said, "Let's go eat first. We'll do it after we're full." Thank you, thank you." Jiang Nanyin's cheeks flushed, and she felt extremely shy at such straightforward words. After all, it was the first time she met Shunyi Tsai. Jiang Nanyin, who was arrogant and had never been in love, couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster when she thought about what was going to happen next. But no matter what, let's eat first. At this time, Shun Yi was also looking at Jiang Nanyin. This woman is even more beautiful than Su Wanting. Her facial features are delicate and her skin is smooth, revealing a natural radiance. Although her face may be a little dusty because she hasn't washed in the past few days, she still looks very beautiful overall, especially her tall and delicate nose, which makes people want to kiss her. Jiang Nanyin has a good figure and is thin where necessary. It's just that the places where she should be fat are not particularly fat, just a B cup very flat. However, her delicate face makes up for her shortcomings in figure. Moreover, the temperament of Jiang in cigarettes is very good. It's hard to describe her temperament, but just one look at her gives you the feeling that she has a different vibe. Shunyi didn't have this feeling when he looked at Su Wanting. Although Su Wanting is also a rich and beautiful woman, she has no temperament at all because of her bad and arrogant personality. Temperament is nothing more than the fact that rich people have eaten well, dressed well, received a good education, and even received training in their sitting and walking posture since childhood. Otherwise, it would not be possible. To sum up, Shun Yi was still very satisfied with Jiang Nanyin. He was not stingy with the reward and gave Su Wanting 2 roast chickens. Only by doing what you say can you motivate your subordinates to work for you. To Shun Yi, women are also considered subordinates. Honey, thank you. Su Wanting kissed Shun Yi happily. And for the first time ever, she called him husband. I guess he wanted to show something in front of Jiang Nanyin. The Shura field has quietly unfolded. Shun Yi naturally didn't mind. As long as there is no fire in the harem, he can still accept this small Shura scene. Where did you take the chicken from? Jiang Nanyin, whose mouth was full of oil, looked at Shun Yi in shock. She just watched Shun Yi move his arm, and 2 roasted chickens appeared on the table. What kind of magic is this? While being shocked, Jiang Nanyin did not forget to continue stuffing meat into her mouth. It's really delicious. She didn't know if it was because she had been hungry for too long, but the taste of his chicken made her feel like it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. This is our husband's superpower. He can create food and water. Isn't it amazing? Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, your husband and I will not let you off. Su Wanting instructed seriously with the air of first wife. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. Shunyi didn't mind. Jiang Nanyin was surprised and said, "Superpower? There is such a superpower." "Of course. Why do you think my husband can make us have no worries about food and drink? As long as you are obedient, my husband can make you whatever you want to eat in the future. So that's how it is." Jiang Nanyin seemed to be thinking about something. Now that she is well fed and watered, her IQ has returned. Is this really a superpower? Creating food out of thin air should count, I guess. After all, magic is not that powerful. But she always felt that this superpower was a bit strange. It is understandable that chicken can be conjured out of thin air, but how can the chicken be cooked and still steaming? It's not like a superpower, it's more like storing cooked food and taking it out when you need it. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyin suddenly had an idea. She thought of a doomsday novel she had read before. Could it be that this man, like the protagonist in that novel, was reborn? Then he also has an infinite supernatural space. Before the doomsday comes, he stored a lot of food and water in the space in advance. Because there is no concept of time in the supernatural space, anything put in it will not rot. That would explain why the chicken was cooked. But this guess was just a guess, and Jiang Nanyan didn't dare say it out loud. What if she guessed right, and he wanted to kill her to silence her? Seeing that Jiang Nan had finished eating and his mouth and hands were full of oil, Shani said, "Go brush your teeth, rinse your mouth, and wash your face." "Well, isn't the tap water contaminated?" Jiang Nanyan was stunned. "Isn't the water in the boys' dormitory polluted? You are so stupid. Can't you just wash with mineral water?" Su Wanting took out a few bottles of mineral water from under the bed. Using mineral water to wash your face? This is such a waste." Jiang Nanyan was surprised. "If I hadn't said it before, this is the end of the world. Mineral water is so precious. How can I use it to wash my face? It's okay, my husband is here. We won't lack water." Su Wanting smiled faintly. Seeing that there was not much mineral water left, Shun Yi waved his hand and took out a dozen bottles from his space. He said to Jiang Nanyan, "Wash your hair while you're at it. I don't want to get all greasy." What an amazing superpower. It can even create mineral water. While Jiang Nanyan was shocked, she also felt in her heart that her previous guess might be true. This man might really be the character in the novel who was reborn. But this is better. Following a strong man who has been reborn, at least you don't have to worry about starving to death. Moreover, maybe I can have a chance to visit my parents and family. Thinking of this, there was no more disgust in Jiang Nanyan's eyes when she looked at Shani. No matter what, I won't lose money in this deal. Unless the end of the world ends now. 22. Unlock new items. Type 54 pistol. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Type 54 pistol. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in system space. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in system space. 5-4. Hearing the system prompt, Shun Yi was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Type 54 pistol. Guns. Hot weapons. Cool. This is really cool. With a gun in hand, where can't you go? Although Shun Yi has never used a gun, it's not too late to practice now. What's more, sometimes there's no need to shoot. As long as the gun is exposed, others will be afraid. This is the deterrent power of thermal weapons. Thinking of this, Shun Yi glanced at Jiang Nanyan, who was shyly pretending to be asleep beside him, and felt unusually good. I didn't expect this woman could help me unlock such an important item as a pistol. But there's still one thing to confirm. That is whether there are bullets in the gun. If there are no suitable bullets, it would be too troublesome to unlock the bullet supplies separately. Shun Yi's mind moved, and he took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space. The gun is indeed quite heavy. After weighing it for a few times, Shun Yi confirmed that the safety was not on and there was no risk of accidental discharge, and then he took out the magazine to check. Fortunately, I brought bullets, and it was a full magazine of bullets. Shun Yi took out all of them and counted them. There were a total of 8 bullets. A gun carries 8 bullets, and I have countless guns, so I don't need to worry about bullets at all. You don't even need to change the magazine. After using it, you can just throw it away. At critical moments, changing guns is much faster than changing magazines. It's a pity that there is no rating function. Otherwise, I would give the system 5 stars. Shun Yi happily played with the pistol. This system is very considerate and thorough. That's a gun. Jiang Nanyan secretly opened her eyes and accidentally saw Shun Yi conjure up a gun out of thin air. She was immediately frightened and almost screamed. Gun. Although she had seen her father playing with a pistol before, she had not had much contact with it and could not help but feel a sense of awe. The lethality and deterrent power of thermal weapons are indeed terrifying. His ability is definitely not to conjure up food. Jiang Nanyan became more certain of her guess. If he could only produce food, then why could Shun Yi also produce a gun? This doesn't make sense at all. Either Shun Yi really has an infinitely large supernatural space and has stored these supplies in advance, or his abilities are probably even more terrifying than Su Wanting knows. Su Wanting, Su Wanting, you are so stupid. You are as gullible as before. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Su Wanting, who was sleeping soundly on the bed next to her, and smiled secretly in her heart. How could she not see that Su Wanting was using Shun Yi's identity and her power to bully her in order to suppress her? She had just arrived here and was not very familiar with Shun Yi. She didn't know how good the relationship between Shun Yi and Su Wanting was, so she didn't dare to offend Su Wanting easily. But now it seems that the relationship between the two should not be particularly close. Otherwise, Su Wanting wouldn't just know that Shun Yi's special ability is to create food. Since Shun Yi doesn't completely trust Su Wanting, he still has a chance to prove himself, a chance to surpass Su Wanting. Jiang Nanyan, who is very arrogant and smart, would not be willing to be the youngest even if she is the third. She was thinking secretly in her heart that starting from tomorrow, she would get closer to Shun Yi and make Shun Yi trust her more than he trusted Su Wanting. First of all, she needs to figure out what Shun Yi likes. The fastest way is to start with your preferences. He should like women more, right? Jiang Nanyan looked at the marks on her body and her face blushed slightly. Without much thought, she was certain that Shun Yi liked women, especially beautiful women. So, since Su Wanting could trick me, why couldn't I trick others? Teacher Bai's figure suddenly flashed through Jiang Nanyan's mind. Although Teacher Bai is a little older, she has a great figure. Shun Yi should like her, right? Mr. Bai, I'm sorry. Time passes. A night passed. The next day, the sun slowly rose. In the boys' dormitory 606, the fat girl who was knocked unconscious gradually stopped breathing and died. Although Shun Yi's punch had some power reduced, it was still enough to kill someone if it hit the head. Bai Sini looked at the body of her student and couldn't help crying. Guilt, sadness, fear, all kinds of emotions intertwined, causing this well-educated teacher to have an emotional breakdown. Yes, Bai Sini did not leave the boys' dormitory. She was tired, hungry, and had an unconscious student with her, so she had no strength to leave. Then, Bai Sini found that the door of dormitory 606 was not locked, so she moved in with her students. However, she never expected that her student would die. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken the students to the hospital, even if it meant risking all my strength. Teacher Bai, why are you crying? Who bullied you? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the door. Jiang Nanyan walked in with half a bottle of water and a chicken drumstick. Why are you here? Bai Sini looked up at Jiang Nanyan and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, not wanting to show her weak side in front of her students. I'm here to bring you some food. By the way, I'd like to ask if you want to leave the dormitory today. My husband and I are leaving together. Jiang Nanyan handed over the chicken leg and water. Old husband? Bai Sini was stunned. It's only been one night. Why is she calling me so intimately? And it doesn't seem contradictory at all. Bai Sini then looked at Jiang Nanyan carefully. She found that Jiang Nanyan not only did not resist, but her whole body seemed radiant, with color on her face. She seemed to have more femininity than before and was more beautiful than before. The most important thing is that Jiang Nanyan actually washed her hair and put on makeup. Where does this water and cosmetics come from? Yes, actually my husband is a very nice person. Jiang Nanyan smiled, without any shyness in her eyes. Bai Sini couldn't believe it. It's only been one night. With Jiang Nanyan's rational personality, how could it turn out like this? Little did they know, it is precisely because Jiang Nanyan is very rational that she can weigh the pros and cons more quickly and make the most advantageous choice. And her choice, naturally, was to cling to Shun Yi's thigh. Now Shun Yi has a gun in his hand. Even if there are mutated animals and plants outside, guns are enough to deal with them. He's not bad. He has killed someone. And you still say he's not bad? Bai Sini asked in disbelief. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the fat girl's cold body and frowned. She was also a little afraid of the dead, but she still said, if Wang Mimi hadn't been so talkative, why would my husband have taken action? And my husband has already held back. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill Wang Mimi, she would have died long ago. After all, Shun Yi didn't fire his gun. Otherwise, after one shot, how could Wang Mimi live another night? Well, don't blame Shun Yi. It's all Wang Mimi's fault. If she hadn't been so careless with her words, she wouldn't have been killed. 23. Humiliating Bai Sini. Crazy. Jiang Nanyan, you are absolutely crazy. Bai Sini looked incredulous. She couldn't believe that Jiang Nanyan, who was always smart and rational, would say such a thing, actually exonerating a murderer. Jiang Nanyan smiled faintly and said, Teacher Bai, I know you are a good teacher, but you should know Wang Mimi's character. It's okay if she was just being irritable before, but what era is it now? She's still the same as before. Isn't this asking for trouble? It's the end of the world now. So many people are dying outside, and no police are taking care of them. We were even followed by a few boys when we left the teaching building yesterday. Teacher Bai, can't you see the lewd looks in their eyes? If we were caught by them, our fate would definitely be worse than Wang Mimi's. In this era, Mr. Bai, do you still want to use the old morals and laws to restrain my husband? Even if my husband didn't kill Wang Mimi, she would have been killed by others or starved to death sooner or later. What's more, my husband only punched Wang Mimi. The real cause of her death was that she didn't seek medical treatment in time. This is definitely not my husband's fault. This is the fault of doomsday in this world. Listening to Jiang Nanyan's well-reasoned analysis, Vicini's pale and cracked lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Wang Mimi's personality is indeed very bad. In the past, during peacetime, she often posted online to curse men, but at that time there were laws to protect her. But now, well, although she didn't want to admit it, Vicini no longer had the courage to refute. At most, we can say that Wang Mimi's crime does not deserve the death penalty. But she is already dead. What's the point of saying all this? Vicini felt that what the man said yesterday was right, and everything was her fault. He killed his own students. If he could control Wang Mimi, she would not have said such rude words and would not have died. Jiang Nanyan looked at the disappointed Vicini, sighed faintly, and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk so much. Teacher Bai, do you want to eat this chicken leg? I asked my husband for a chicken leg because you took good care of me before. If it was someone else, I wouldn't waste time like this." "Thanks." Vicini pursed her lips and took the chicken leg. Although Jiang Nanyan sold her body, she still has a good heart. In fact, selling one's body just to survive doesn't seem to be a big deal. While chewing on the chicken leg, Vicini's mentality was slowly changing. Mineral water. Jiang Nanyan placed a half bottle of water in front of Vicini, watched her eat quickly, and continued, "Teacher Bai, we are leaving soon. Do you want to leave with us? The boys' dormitory is not safe. I just heard someone in another dormitory in the corridor. If you stay here alone, you might be targeted." Vicini swallowed the meat in her mouth and couldn't help asking, "Can I join you?" She had offended that man yesterday, and given his cruel and selfish character, he might not be willing to take her with him. Of course, as long as Teacher Bai is willing, I could say a few good words to my husband. He actually has a very good personality and won't mind Teacher Bai. After all, Teacher Bai, you are also trying to protect your students. Jiang Nanyan noticed that Vicini was moved and said immediately, before she left, she promised Shun Yi that she would trick Vicini back and make Teacher Bai obedient. If she can do that, she'll get an extra reward. Otherwise, with Shun Yi's personality, he would definitely not bring Vicini with him. Even if she starved to death, Shun Yi wouldn't care. A disobedient woman would only be a burden if you marry her. Okay. Thank you for your help. Vicini always felt something was strange. But that chicken drumstick is really delicious. Then Teacher Bai, please come with me. When you meet my husband, you must not make him angry, otherwise I will be punished too. Jiang Nanyan warned. Okay, I won't get you into trouble. Vicini nodded seriously. The two returned to dormitory 610. Shun Yi and Su Wanting also packed up snacks, chargers, and other things and prepared to leave. There are nearly 100,000 pistols in the system space, and with the strength of his evolved body, Shun Yi is able to protect himself. Even if he encounters that mutant dog, he can kill it with his firepower coverage. Mr. Bai, aren't you very noble? Didn't you say you wouldn't sell your body? Why are you following me like a dog again? When Su Wanting saw Jiang Nanyan bringing Vicini back, she started to act sarcastic, because she felt a sense of crisis. This sexy woman named Bai has such a great figure and is very close to Jiang Nanyan. If she stays, her position as the eldest wife will be in jeopardy. What nonsense are you talking about? Vicini's face flushed, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. But there is no way to refute it. She had just made some big promises yesterday, but today she was followed by another one. She felt embarrassed and ashamed. Haha, am I talking nonsense? I don't know who was standing at the door yesterday and said that he would rather starve to death than sell his body and abandon his students. But now he abandons his students? Su Wanting was sharp-tongued and very aggressive. Apart from not daring to show disapproval to Shani, she was also very hostile towards everyone else. Vicini's face turned red because of her scolding, and for a moment she even had the urge to kill herself on the spot. Su Wanting, don't go too far. Teacher Bai just wants to take care of her students. She doesn't want to go against her husband. Jiang Nanyan interrupted Su Wanting's attack and said, as for the fact that Teacher Bai is here now, it's because she has thought it through and is willing to be a mistress to my husband. Do you want to refuse on my husband's behalf? Do you want to make the decision for my husband? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say I would make the decision for my husband. I just can't stand this shameless bitch. Su Wanting quickly retorted, fearing that she would make Shun Yi unhappy. Then don't say so many cold words. After all, we will be a family in the future. We should live in peace and not have conflicts. Jiang Nanyan said calmly, as if she had already thought of the words. Oomph. Su Wanting snorted coldly, but had no reason to speak again. In this confrontation, it was obvious that Jiang Nanyan crushed Su Wanting. At this time, the most confused person on the field was Bai Sini. When did I say I wanted to be Shun Yi's mistress? When did we become a family? Why couldn't she understand a word Jiang Nanyan said? She wanted to open her mouth to refute several times, but Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting's tit-for-tat quarrel with Meng Mai made it impossible for her to get a word in. Okay, time to go. At this time, Shen Yi, as the head of the family and the biggest beneficiary after the women's quarrel, spoke. He deliberately allowed Su Wanting to belittle and insult Bai Sini. This woman made Shen Yi very unhappy yesterday, so he asked Su Wanting to scold her to vent his anger. Moreover, for a woman with a strong self-esteem, you must first crush her self-esteem and severely insult her personality so that you can accept it better. If Bai Sini couldn't stand the insult and chose to leave, Shen Yi wouldn't care. Anyway, there's no need for a woman like her. It was Jiang Nanyan who made Shen Yi look at her with a higher regard. This woman is really smart. With just a few words, he played Bai Sini around and also scolded Su Wanting. As soon as she woke up in the morning, Jiang Nanyan started calling her husband hubby, and she did it very naturally, without any awkwardness, just like they were an old married couple who had been together for many years. Moreover, she took the initiative to help him get Bai Sini, and would make Bai Sini obedient and not have any ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shen Yi naturally did not refuse. He wanted to see Jiang Nanyan's strength. 24. Leave school, scary mutant plants. As Shen Yi spoke, neither Su Wanting nor Jiang Nanyan dared to argue anymore. The words Bai Sini wanted to explain were stuck in her throat. She really wanted to say that she had no intention of being a mistress. No, it should be said that she doesn't want to be Shen Yi's woman at all. But she didn't say this in the end, because she was afraid of implicating Jiang Nanyan. Jiang Nanyan had said before that if she made Shen Yi unhappy, she would also be punished. Jiang Nanyan was kind enough to help me and gave me food and water. If I caused Jiang Nanyan to be punished, would I still be a human being? Then, Bai Sini could only remain silent in frustration. If she had known this would happen, she would rather starve to death in the dormitory than come here. But it was not her character to give Jiang Nanyan anything in return, even though she had received help. Just like that, Bai Sini followed Shen Yi and the others in silence. In order to prevent Jiang Nanyan, who had been helping her out of kindness, from being punished, she did not even refute Su Wanting's words calling her a bitch. Little did they know, the simple-minded Mr. Bai had long been used by Jiang Nanyan as a pawn in her quest for favor. Honey, someone is following us. Jiang Nanyan approached Shen Yi and reminded him quietly. Yes, I saw it. Let him follow. If we encounter danger later, we can let him serve as a human shield. After saying that, he touched the gun at his waist and continued to go downstairs. Even without a gun, Shen Yi's physical strength was enough to deal with the yellow-haired guy following them. That's right. The person following them was none other than Huang Mao. Huang Mao had finished his food and water yesterday, and he was hesitating whether to take the risk and go out to look for supplies. As a result, he happened to see Shen Yi and his companions about to leave. He felt something in his mind and thought that this was the opportunity. If you encounter any danger, with these people walking in front, you can escape safely. Maybe, if Shen Yi died in an accident, he could take the opportunity to get the woman. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, Huang Mao's mentality has changed drastically. Anyway, no one is watching over me, and no police will come to arrest me. So why not just do whatever I want? If I can kill Shen Yi, then these 3 women will be mine, right? You can play however you want then. Maybe even have 3 flights. When he thought of this, Huang Mao became extremely excited, but he didn't dare to do it himself. After all, he could still vividly remember the scene where Shen Yi knocked someone flying with 1 punch yesterday. It would be great if there was a monster that could eat him. The yellow-haired man stared at Shen Yi's back, thinking secretly. Where are you going? Bai Sini hesitated for a long time, but still asked carefully. She wanted to go back to her home, but it's not easy to speak directly. Let's go to my house first. It's an upscale neighborhood, and it will be safer and more comfortable to live there. Jiang Nanyan replied. This was what they had discussed in the morning. Shen Yi's ultimate goal was to go back to the countryside to find his grandmother and younger sister, but the countryside was 70 or 80 kilometers away from the city, and it was definitely not realistic to walk back directly, so he needed to find a place to stay first, and then figure out how to get home. Bai Sini hesitated and said, Well, can I? Honey, there seems to be a noise outside. Before Bicini could finish her words, Su Wanting suddenly spoke. At this time, they had arrived at the first floor of the dormitory. The black fog has submerged this layer, and visibility is only a few meters. Everyone stopped and listened carefully. There was indeed a sound, like something was crawling on the wall outside the building. It was very strange. The sound is some distance from the door. Let's go out first, and don't make too much noise. After his body evolved, Shen Yi's hearing was also enhanced. After listening for a while, he made a decisive decision. He took out the pistol from his waist and led the way out. When Bicini saw the gun, her eyes narrowed slightly. He actually has a gun. This student, what on earth did this student do before? In Xia country, a country with a very strict gun ban, it is impossible for ordinary people to buy guns. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting were not too surprised because Shen Yi had already shown them the gun in the morning. Just like that, several people walked out of the dormitory building cautiously. During this time, the subtle sound still existed, but it did not attack them. Instead, it seemed to be crawling upstairs. Shen Yi and his companions subconsciously looked back, only to see that the dormitory building shrouded in black fog was actually covered with dense ivy vines. Those vines were extremely thick, the thinnest of which was as thick as an adult's thumb, and they kept climbing around as if they were alive. Several people were shocked. The ivy that was so small before has now become so dense, and it grows so fast. If I and others had left the dormitory a few days later, maybe these ivy would have climbed to the 6th floor and covered the entire building. By then, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave even if I want to. This is simply against the law of conservation of energy. How can the ivy grow so fast without any food and water? Bicini murmured, very shocked. Shen Yi looked at it for a while and said, Jiang Nanyan, turn on the navigation and we'll go to your house first. If you come across a supermarket on the way, go in and search for supplies. Yeah. Jiang Nanyan quickly located the navigation. There was no time to be surprised and study the mutated ivy. We had to hurry on our way before daybreak. Although the visibility is very poor during the day due to the black fog, at least there is still some vision. If it is night, you can hardly see the road. Several people quickened their pace and walked carefully along the way. Period. They also vaguely heard other people moving around in the black fog, and they didn't know if they were students looking for supplies or students who wanted to escape from the school. However, as they walked, Shen Yi and his companions suddenly heard cries and screams coming from the black fog. Those sounds were obviously not from monsters attacking, but from people attacking people. You can even hear the unbearable sounds of men and women having sex. Someone is actually doing that kind of thing in the black fog. Also, it sounds like there are several men forcing the girls. This world has gone completely haywire. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting heard the screams and pleas for mercy from the girl in the black fog, and they approached Shen Yi in fear, fearing that they would also be abducted. They suddenly felt fortunate that they had found a man who could protect them. Otherwise, I'm afraid they are no better than the girls who were forced in the black fog. Bicini bit her lip tightly, seeming to want to help the helpless girl, but seeing that Shen Yi didn't care at all, she suppressed her kindness. We can't implicate Jiang Nanyan, but she still couldn't understand. It had only been a few days. How could these students who usually abide by the laws become like this? Forcing girls in broad daylight is just like being an animal or a beast. Shen Yi just listened a few more times and didn't interfere. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of survival now. It took more than 10 minutes for Shen Yi and his group to walk out of the school. When they saw the scene outside, they were also shocked. I saw that there were many unmanned vehicles parked on the main road outside the school, and all those abandoned vehicles were entangled by densely packed mutated plants, and the entire road was also covered with plants. On both sides of the road, the rows of trees that were originally only a few meters high have now grown to more than 10 meters high, with lush branches and leaves that cover the sky. There is a monster. Su Wanting, Su Li Sao That. I saw a giant mutated orange cat appear not far away. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and made dangerous sounds, as if it regarded Shen Yi and the others as prey. Without hesitation, Shen Yi immediately raised his gun, aimed at the orange cat, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were extremely loud. Although Shen Yi's shooting skills were not good, he could always hit the target because he shot so many times. After 7 or 8 shots, a bullet hit one of the orange cat's front legs, causing it to let out a shrill scream and immediately jump onto the tree trunk nearby. Although it has mutated, it still retains its previous living habits and will hide in high places the first time it encounters danger. Shun Yi changed the gun from the system's space, took aim again, and prepared to cover the fire. But at this moment, several branches suddenly stretched out and pierced the mutant orange cat's body, causing it to scream, and all kinds of liquids and internal organs flowed all over the floor. The orange cat struggled with its limbs and tried to run, but because its body was pierced, it soon lost the ability to move. Seeing this scene, Shunny couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These mutated plants seemed to have life and were even more ferocious than mutated animals. Shunny looked up and found that some branches were still hung with dead mutant cats, mutant dogs, and other animal corpses. Faintly, you can still see human bodies. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Deep and scary. Shunny observed for a while and saw that these plants had no intention of attacking them. So he took out a bottle of water from the space and threw it out to explore the way. The mineral water bottle hit the ground, making a noise, but the mutated trees on both sides of the road did not react at all. He threw another bottle of water onto the branch of the tree. The moment the bottle hit the branch, several thick branches pierced through it. Really, the mutated trees, like the mutated ivy outside the dormitory building, have no desire to attack actively. Only if you touch it will you be attacked. Knowing this, Shunny secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't leave me too far, keep going." The three girls followed with nervous looks on their faces. The mutant orange cat just now scared them a lot. The big tree that killed the orange cat made them tremble all over with fear. If he hadn't stood in front of them with a gun, the three girls would have been scared and run around screaming. Now they fully understood the dangers in the black fog and no longer had any second thoughts. They followed Shun-Yi closely, not daring to slow down even a step. Bicini didn't even dare to mention going home again. If I leave Shun-Yi, I might not even be able to last 10 minutes. However, they had not walked far when Shun-Yi, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and grabbed Su Wanting, who was about to fall into the pit. I saw, on the road beneath their feet, there was a pitch-black crack that was more than 10 meters wide, with no end in sight and no bottom in sight. And from this crack, thick black fog was slowly spewing out. 25. Obtain the second superpower, teleportation. What is this? Why is there such a wide crack on the road? Is the black fog coming out from this crack? Su Wanting cried out in shock. This deep crack seems to have no bottom, and no one knows how deep it is. Dark, endless, terrifying. Shun-Yi stared at the crack for a while and said, "Be careful with your steps. Don't step on empty space. Keep going." Even though he knew that the black fog came from the cracks and that the end of the world might be caused by the cracks, he had no ability to explore the cause. How can an individual solve a problem that even the country has not solved? Compared to studying the cause of the end of the world, it is more important to find a safe shelter first. Anyway, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, so it won't crush you to death in a short time. On the way to Jiang Ninyan's house, Shun-Yi was surprised to find that the crack on the ground had spread for hundreds of meters. And there are cracks one after another, and there's a long crack every certain distance. All the cracks were bottomless and spewed out black mist. But one amazing thing is that all the cracks only exist on the roads or in relatively empty spaces, and have not spread to places like houses. No buildings were damaged by the cracks. That's strange. If these cracks appeared naturally, why would they deliberately bypass the house and the mutated plants? But if it didn't happen naturally, then who was controlling it? Being able to control terrain changes. This person is no longer an ordinary person. If a country possessed such a perverted weapon, it would have unified the world long ago. We have arrived at the community ahead, Jiang Nanyan said after looking at the navigation. Because the black fog is so thick, you must use a navigation system to find your way, otherwise it is easy to get lost. Keep going, walk faster. Shun-Yi looked back and suddenly spoke. The women were stunned for a moment, then immediately sped up, because they also heard the sound coming from behind. That's a lot of chaotic footsteps. Without caring about anything else, they quickly ran into the residential area, and under the leadership of Jiang Ninyan, they soon arrived at the door of a unit in a tall building. The tall building was also covered in plants, but they showed no hostility. Jiang Nanyan hurried forward to perform facial recognition. Shun-Yi held the gun tightly and glanced around vigilantly. The community may be more dangerous than outside. Sudden, his eyes were drawn to the garden not far away. Along the way, there was lush green everywhere, and all the plants had mutated, becoming tall and strong or aggressive. Even the weeds that can be seen everywhere on the roadside have grown several times larger and thicker. But in this small garden before him, all the weeds and flowers had not mutated. They were still the same size and color as before the apocalypse. These flowers seemed to be roses, and in the center of one of the roses, Shun-Yi saw a colorful fruit. To make sure he was not mistaken, he went closer to the garden to take a closer look. Sure enough, it was a colorful fruit. It was exactly the same as the supernatural fruit he had eaten before. Shun-Yi was instantly excited. I don't know if it's because I'm lucky or because most people don't know the function of colored fruits, but I encountered the second supernatural fruit so soon. While no one else was paying attention, he stepped into the garden and picked the colorful fruits. It turns out that as long as the plants grow supernatural fruits, they will not mutate. Why is that? Shun-Yi seemed to be thinking about something. There must be a reason for this. Knowing this reason, maybe I can also cultivate supernatural fruits. Husband, Jiang Nanyan called out carefully. She had already opened the door of the unit, but Shun-Yi had not come in yet, which made her a little worried. Here it comes. Shun-Yi came to his senses, put away the fruit, and went into the building. The unit door was then locked. So, the yellow-haired classmate who had been following quietly behind was locked outside. Each unit in this high-end community requires a password or facial recognition to enter, so outsiders obviously cannot enter. Open the door. Please, open the door. The yellow-haired man knocked on the door hard with both hands and was almost crying in anxiety, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Shun-Yi gave him a kind smile through the glass window, then went upstairs with Jiang Nanyan in his arms. Want to take advantage of me? I can't kill you. You don't even need to do it yourself to kill the yellow-haired creature. In the black fog, 7 or 8 men holding various weapons walked out with grim smiles. There was dark red blood on their weapons, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Boy, if you have anything to eat, bring it out. Tell me, are you a rich man living here? Hurry up and open the door for me. I want to play with some rich women today. Damn, I've only played with old women these past 2 days. They're too loose. Ha ha. Brother Wong is right. Rich women are well maintained, so it's fun to play with them. When I came to fix the toilet before, I saw several young women in this building. I must taste them today. Brother, spare my life. I'm not a resident here. I'm just a college student. The yellow-haired man was frightened and cried, and quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. These people were full of foul language and holding knives and sticks. They looked like they were not someone to be trifled with. Damn Shun-Yi, why did you lock me out? Why didn't you let me in? You're not a resident here, huh? Then find a way to open this door for me, or I'll chop you to death right now. The burly man in the lead threatened viciously. Their goal today is to rob this neighborhood where rich people live. The house I couldn't afford to live in before, the women I couldn't afford to play with. I'm going to play with them all today. Because of the power outage, Shun-Yi and others could only climb the stairs. On the 20th floor, the women who were climbing were panting and their legs were shaking. Shun-Yi didn't feel tired at all. He just warmed up. The level 1 physical evolution is so strong. Shun-Yi was pleasantly surprised. My current endurance is completely inhuman. Climbed 20 floors without even taking a breath. If it were to level up a few more times, wouldn't it be possible to evolve into Captain America? Or even Homelander? Of course, the greater the strength, the greater the corresponding consumption. Shun-Yi's appetite is 3 or 4 times larger than before. But these are all small matters. After all, I have infinite supplies and I can't finish them all. The upper limit of my superpowers is much higher than I thought, but how to increase the level is a problem. Shun-Yi was thinking. I couldn't help but look at the fruit I had just picked. I wonder if I can gain new superpowers by eating another superpower fruit? Or is it possible to evolve and upgrade my physical body? Jingle. With the sound of the password, lock unlocking. The door opened. Several people entered Jiang and Yan's house. Shun-Yi looked around the large flat. Since the black fog has not yet reached the 20th floor, you can still enjoy the long-lost sunshine by standing in front of the window. The room has a space of 200 square meters, with simple and stylish decoration, exuding a sense of luxury everywhere. Shun-Yi remembered that the housing price in this high-end community was 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, the total value of this large flat, including decoration, is over 6 million. If it was before the end of the world, Shun-Yi would never have dared to think that he could afford such a house in his lifetime. The gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. But now these are all mine. Shun-Yi sat comfortably on the sofa like the owner of the house, enjoying the valuable sofa, which might be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is what a shelter should be like. The dormitory building is far from it. Oh, what a pity. All the cakes in the refrigerator are spoiled. Only these fruits wrapped in plastic wrap seem to be edible. Jiang Nanyan was standing in front of the refrigerator and taking something out. Su Wanting pretended to help. Bai Sini, on the other hand, looked at the house curiously, feeling the impact of the money. Although she knew that Jiang Nanyan's family was wealthy, today was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. She couldn't afford this house even if she worked all her life. I sighed inexplicably in my heart. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Would it be inappropriate for me, an outsider, to continue staying here? Bai Sini felt a little uneasy. Hubby, eat some oranges first, and I'll go wash the other fruits. Jiang Nanyan brought a plate of oranges and placed it on the table. Shun Yi responded casually while replying to the WeChat message. It's news about the green tea girl Zhou Wanner. She couldn't hold on any longer today and wanted to eat. Shun Yi didn't waste time talking to her. He gave her the address of Jiang Nanyan's home and asked her to come over by herself. Zhou Wanner. Aren't you in the boys' dormitory at campus, eh? Why did you change your location? It's so far away. Shun Yi, it's up to you whether you come or not. I may not be in the city in a few days. Shun, by the way, if you're planning to come over here, remember not to get close to the trees on the roadside. Juvania, not in the city? Where are you going? Is there any shelter? Shun Yi did not respond to Zhou Wanner's question. The first two sentences were enough to give her a sense of crisis and force her to come over as soon as possible. If she still can't make up her mind, Shun Yi will have no choice but to give up on her. Shun Yi has more important things to do now. Eat the supernatural fruit. He was looking forward to whether he could gain new abilities by eating new fruits. So, while pretending to eat the orange, he also ate the supernatural fruit. As the fruit entered his stomach, he felt a sense of refreshment in his head. And then it was gone. Compared to the changes after eating the first supernatural fruit, this fruit is simply not cool at all. What kind of ability is this? Isn't it very weak? Shun Yi immediately opened his personal panel to check. Teleport. LV1, you can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. What the hell? When Shun Yi saw this supernatural power, he was completely shocked. Teleport. It can also ignore the terrain and any control and restraint. This is definitely a god-level ability. And the most invincible thing is that teleportation can be activated continuously. As long as he has enough physical strength, he can teleport all the way. What a coincidence. Shun Yi's first superpower is the evolution of his physical body, which just happens to improve his endurance. And endurance means physical strength. Therefore, physical evolution combined with instant movement is simply invincible. Cool. It's so fucking cool. With the ability to teleport, even if I can't defeat the enemy in the future, no one will be able to stop me if I want to run away. 26. Crazy Thug. Having acquired new superpowers, Shun Yi was in a good mood. Now, he finally has the real power to protect himself in the doomsday. The maximum distance of teleportation is 20 meters. No one can catch up with me. As long as you react fast enough, you can dodge the bullet. And teleportation can be further upgraded. Honey, did a lot of people follow us into the community just now? After washing the fruit, Jiang Nanyan sat next to Shun Yi and asked worriedly while peeling an apple for him. Well, they followed us all the way. Shun Yi's hearing was much better than Jiang Nanyan and the other girls, so he had already noticed that someone was following him. Of course, the person who was following was not Huang Mao, but someone else. Perhaps it cannot be said to be tracking. They suddenly appeared. Maybe their original destination was also this community, but they happened to run into Shun Yi and others, and then they had bad intentions. There is no order now. The school is in chaos. The society outside will only become more chaotic. Will they be hiding downstairs and waiting for us? Will they attack us when we go downstairs? Jiang Nanyan fed the peeled orange to Shun Yi's mouth. Shun Yi leaned on the sofa, opened his mouth, and ate the orange, and said, if they were not good people, they would not be waiting for us downstairs, but would find a way to break in. Well, then aren't we in great danger now? Although the unit doors in this community have a certain degree of protection, they certainly can't stop a group of thugs. Bai Sini couldn't help but worry. When she came out of the school earlier, she saw students killing each other and realized that social order had collapsed. If a group of thugs really rushed into the building, everyone would be in trouble. She wanted to call the police, but the phone was not working. Su Wanting's focus was different. When she saw Jiang Nanyan serving Shen Yi, she immediately reacted, secretly cursed her as a bitch, then put down the half-eaten orange in her hand, and immediately came over to massage Shen Yi's shoulders. When the two women are fighting, the one who feels comfortable is naturally Shen Yi. This is also the reason why he did not stop the Shura field. Honey, it's just as you said, they are breaking the door. Jiang Nanyan looked at her phone with a serious expression. The picture displayed on her mobile phone screen was a group chat in the community. A resident on the first floor sent a video. In the video, a group of men armed with various weapons are violently attacking the unit door. The glass windows were broken and the door was deformed. These guys made such a huge noise, as if they were not afraid of attracting monsters. Jiang Nanyan noticed this and couldn't help wondering, are there no mutant animals in our community? Or are these people capable of dealing with mutant animals? I think they're simply crazy. A bunch of lunatics definitely don't know how to be afraid. Su Wanting snorted coldly while massaging Shen Yi's shoulders. She was not worried about this group of lunatics rushing in. After all, Shen Yi had a gun in his hand. Even if they rushed in, they couldn't use the knives and sticks in their hands to deal with the gun, right? Madmen are not fools. They're also afraid of death. Otherwise, they would have committed suicide long ago. Why would they waste their time living? Jiang Nanyan retorted and then frowned slightly, always feeling that there was something wrong with this group of people. They dare to make such a loud noise and are not afraid of attracting mutant monsters. They probably have confidence. Why has it been so long and there is no rescue? There is not even a policeman on the road. Bicini was very frightened and scared. She wanted to go back to the peaceful times. She can't adapt to or accept this doomsday world without laws and rules. Shen Yi looked at Bicini, the mature woman. Today, try to unlock her rewards as well. Thinking of this, Shen Yi said, I'm hungry. Let me eat first. After dinner, I'm going out for a while. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 steaming, fragrant roasted chickens appeared on the table. He is now in a strong physique, and although he doesn't get tired easily, he needs to eat a lot to replenish his energy. You two can eat too. Only after receiving the order did Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan dare to eat. As for Bicini, she was in a state of shock. What has happened? Shen just raised his hand. And how did food and water appear out of thin air? Is this some kind of magic? Why aren't Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting surprised at all? Am I the only one shocked? Bicini was very shocked, but she didn't dare to ask. She could only sit quietly in the distance and pretend to look in other directions to divert her attention. Her stomach was growling. She only ate a chicken drumstick these 2 days and was not full at all. Especially now that she smelled the aroma of the chicken, she felt her stomach growling wildly, urging her to eat. But Bicini was too embarrassed to ask for food. After all, she is not Shen Yi's woman. He's not even friends with Shen Yi. Honey, what are you doing outside? Are you going downstairs to deal with those thugs? Jiang Nanyan swallowed the meat in her mouth and asked with concern. No, why should I deal with them? They can't threaten me. Shen Yi had a dull expression. He is just so cold. When he was bullied before, no one helped him. So, now he won't help others. Jiang Nanyan also thought it made sense. She and the others were on the 20th floor. Even if the thugs rushed in, the first to suffer would be the residents downstairs. Besides, even if the thugs came to the 20th floor, there were guns to deal with them. So what are you doing outside your home, husband? Is it dangerous? Su Wanting was a little worried that something might happen to Shen Yi. If Shen Yi died, these women would be completely helpless and would most likely end up like those girls who were bullied in school. She doesn't want to become like that. Rather than being insulted by so many people, it would be better to commit suicide. It has nothing to do with you. Don't talk so much while eating. Shen Yi continued to eat meat, too lazy to explain. Oh, Su Wanting was a little unhappy, feeling that Shen Yi treated Jiang Nanyan better than herself. Then, she glanced at Bicini, who was standing in front of the window and pretending not to be hungry, and she felt better again. Humph! This hypocritical bitch should starve. It would be best if she couldn't stand the hunger and died. Su Wanting wanted to vent all her negative emotions on Bicini. After eating and drinking, Shen Yi was ready to go out. When I'm not at home, remember to lock the door and don't open it to anyone. If that group of thugs break into the building, please contact me immediately and I will rush back. They will not be able to break through this security door in a short time. Shen Yi warned. As for why he didn't leave the gun behind, It was mainly because he didn't completely trust Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanning. If the two women had any ill intentions towards him, Shun Yi would be hit by the gun. 2-7. Crazy shopping. Shared power banks. Watching Shun Yi leave, Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanning looked at each other, neither of them showing any intention to chat with the other. Once a good friend, now an enemy. Jiang Nanyan felt somewhat resentful. After all, Su Wanning had deceived her. Although she gained protection because of this, she also lost her innocence. It would be a lie to say that she had no hatred. But in fact, it's not that she particularly hates Su Wanning. The main reason why she ignores Su Wanning is because she and Su Wanning are competitors. Su Wanning wanted to be the first wife, and she wanted to be the first wife too. And now, her chances of winning are even greater. Because she has Teacher Bai as her assistant. As long as Teacher Bai also becomes Shun Yi's woman, it will be 2-1 in the future. With Su Wanning's silly personality, she will just let him do whatever he wants. Teacher Bai, what are you thinking about? Jiang Nanyan came to Bai Sini and asked with concern. My father is home alone. I don't know how he is doing now. Bai Sini looked at the world downstairs, shrouded in black fog, feeling very worried. Teacher Bai, do you want to save your uncle? Jiang Nanyan suddenly said. Bai Sini looked at her, in confusion. Jiang Nanyan smiled and said, the world outside is so dangerous now. Teacher Bai, you definitely can't go back alone. But if you are willing to serve my husband and be his woman, then my husband will definitely not ignore your family. With my husband's help, you will be able to save your uncle. Bai Sini blushed slightly and pursed her lips. I wanted to say no, but then I thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Shun Yi has a good physique, a gun, and magic-like superpowers. If he is really willing to protect himself, there's a great hope that he can go home and save his father. Otherwise, with her own strength, she wouldn't be able to go home, let alone deal with the thugs downstairs. Besides, Teacher Bai, do you want to go on without eating? As long as you follow your husband, you can have the meat and water we just ate and drank in the future. Jiang Nanyan came behind Bai Sini, put her head close to her ear, and whispered softly. Her voice seemed magical and full of temptation. This is the whisper of the devil. Bai Sini, who had been determined, also began to waver. She subconsciously glanced at the gnawed chicken bones on the table. I couldn't help swallowing. When Shun Yi went downstairs, many people were rushing upstairs. Some of them were carrying large and small bags, as if they were moving house. Hurry up and leave. If those thugs break in, who knows if they will steal our money? I'm afraid they didn't just rob money. I saw blood on the weapons in their hands. I'm afraid they've killed someone. What? Come on, let's go upstairs and ask the neighbors upstairs to take us in first. The residents who went upstairs saw the thugs breaking down the door, became scared, and wanted to hide in high places. Someone saw Shun Yi going downstairs with a puzzled expression, but they just passed by each other, and there was no intersection. The residents of this building have not lost their bottom line and are still friendly to each other. Or perhaps it is because there are not many residents in this building and there are sufficient food reserves, so this situation can be maintained. During this time, Shun Yi also went to take a look at other floors. Not everyone was running upstairs. Most residents chose to hide in their rooms. Of course, Shun Yi doesn't care whether these people run up or down. He just wants to see if there are any beauties who meet the system standards. But unfortunately, it was not found. Not many residents showed up, and he was too lazy to knock on every door to check. Anyway, once the thugs break in, these scattered residents will definitely be forced to unite together, and it will be easier for them to find people then. There's no need to waste time now. Shun Yi thought about it and looked at the building number. This is the 14th floor. He was just about to continue climbing the stairs when he suddenly stopped. Wait, since my teleportation can ignore terrain, can I also go directly down the building? Thinking of this, Shun Yi began the test. Looking toward the corridor below his feet, his mind moved and his whole body instantly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the corridor on the 13th floor. It really works. Damn, I'm such a genius. Shun immediately began to use teleportation to hurry on his way. The speed suddenly became much faster. In just a few seconds, he reached the first floor. This is teleportation. Awesome. Shun Yi felt great experiencing the feeling of coming and going without a trace. Of course, there is consumption. After using teleportation more than a dozen times in a row, and having to control the distance each time so as not to get himself stuck in the wall, he felt that at least 1/5 of his physical strength had been consumed. In other words, with his current physical strength, he could teleport at least 70 times a day. After 70 teleportations, you will be able to escape from any powerful monster. Moreover, the used-up physical strength will slowly recover. So in fact, it is not that one can teleport 70 times a day, but that one can teleport 70 times in one breath. If you take into account the recovered physical strength, you can teleport hundreds of times a day. So cool. Shun-Yi glanced at the thugs who were frantically smashing the unit door, ignored them, walked to the wall behind, and teleported out directly from the wall. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside the building, took out his mobile phone, searched for the nearest supermarket nearby, and started navigating. Shun-Yi did not use teleportation all the time to travel, but walked most of the time. Teleportation is used to pass obstacles quickly, but if it is used all the time to hurry, then his physical strength recovery speed will not be able to keep up with the consumption. If he encounters a monster, he will not even have the strength to resist. In this way, Shun-Yi rushed to the supermarket he navigated to in a straight line. If you encounter obstacles or mutated plants on the way, use teleportation to avoid them. It took him less than 10 minutes to arrive at the door of a medium-sized supermarket. The supermarket door was closed. I don't know if there is anyone inside. But Shun-Yi didn't waste time observing and teleported in directly. No matter if there is anyone there or not, just take the supplies first. There are no police around now anyway. The black fog in the room is lighter and the field of vision is wider. But because of the power outage, it was still quite dark. Shun-Yi took out a fully loaded pistol from the system space and glanced at the first floor vigilantly. No one was seen and no sound was heard. After confirming it was safe, he went to the shelf and started shopping. Most of the snacks, such as instant noodles, spicy strips, bread, sausages, etc. that are well packaged, are not contaminated. Shun-Yi directly stored all of them into the system space. There are also shampoo, shower gel, etc. all put in there. Check and collect along the way. He even collected all the pots, pans, slippers, towels, and other utensils. Under the current social situation, these are non-renewable resources and will become less and less in the future. So, it is necessary to reserve more. Unfortunately, this supermarket is too small and there are not many things. And some of the food and drinks were contaminated. So, he didn't gain much, and he was a little dissatisfied. After collecting the items and preparing to leave, Shun-Yi saw the thing he needed most. Shared power bank. Without hesitation, he unplugged the power supply and put all the shared power banks into the system space. There are dozens of power banks, and most likely they all have power enough to last for a while. Just as Shun-Yi packed his things and was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was the sound of something heavy hitting me. Shun-Yi's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment he heard the sound, he used instant movement to dodge the sneak attack. 2-8. Killing to silence witnesses, a superpower. Shun-Yi used instant movement to avoid the sneak attack and saw clearly the person who attacked him. This is a man in his 30s. He was holding a baseball bat in both hands and looking at Shun-Yi with horror. How is this possible? You actually have superpowers too? Shun-Yi, who was about to shoot the man to death, paused for a second after hearing these words. Do you have superpowers too? This person also knows about superpowers? Then would he know about the colored fruit? Shun-Yi pointed the gun at the man and asked coldly, have you seen anyone else with superpowers? Seen? I've seen it. Don't kill me. The man swallowed in horror and nodded frequently. He didn't know whether the gun in the man's hand was real, but when he saw that the other party had superpowers, he knew he couldn't beat him. Who is he? What special power does he use? Shun-Yi continued to interrogate. Maybe I can get information about supernatural fruits from other supernatural users. She is a policewoman. The man answered with some fear. Police? Have you ever seen a policeman? Shun-Yi frowned. This was the first time he heard of the existence of the police after the apocalypse. Logically, the authorities should have launched a rescue operation long ago, but until now, he has not even seen a policeman. He even suspected that this doomsday was not real. Otherwise, why would the police and the army not care about the lives of ordinary people? Yes, I saw a lot of policemen a few days ago. The man nodded quickly and explained, on the first day the black fog appeared, there was a fight next door to me, so I called the police. The police came to deal with it right away, but there seemed to be a lot of people calling the police that day, so the police came and left after a while. In the following days, I often heard sirens and even helicopters on the street. I was also curious and went out to see. There were 2 police helicopters with machine guns mounted on them. They seemed to be shooting at something, but they were too far away for me to see clearly. Really, I'm not kidding you. Later, a helicopter suddenly exploded in the sky, and its wreckage fell near the Wong Fujing department store. If you don't believe me, you can go and see it. I'm definitely not lying to you. As the man explained, he slowly retreated towards the stairs to the second floor. Shun Yi frowned. So, it's not that the authorities didn't want to rescue, but that the authorities took action at the first opportunity and then were destroyed? The helicopter was shot down. What kind of monster did we encounter? Even the machine guns couldn't kill the enemy. Shen Yi couldn't help but think of the giant bird he saw at school 2 days ago. If it was that terrifying bird, it seemed like it could really shoot down a helicopter. As for whether it can withstand machine gun bullets, Shun Yi is really not sure. Logically speaking, the flesh can't be so hard. But think about the evolution of your own flesh. It's only level 1, but it's already so abnormal. If it's upgraded to level 10 or level 100, maybe your flesh can resist bullets. It seems that the doomsday world is more dangerous than I thought. I need to be more cautious in the future. Shinny didn't think that he could deal with the giant bird or any mutant monster as strong as the giant bird. So he shouldn't be too arrogant just because he had a pistol. Where's the policewoman with superpowers you just mentioned now? Is she still alive? Shun Yi asked again, not paying attention to his boss's small movement of retreating. Well, I don't know either. She just came to my place the day before yesterday to buy some food and water. As the man spoke, his eyes moved cunningly, as if he was looking towards the second floor, as if conveying some secret message. Shun Yi approached the man and asked, "What is her ability?" "She can turn her hands into steel. She is very strong," the man said as he stared at Shun Yi, who was approaching step by step. It seemed like she was expecting him to approach. Only, after Shun Yi walked a few steps, he suddenly stopped, looked at the man, and said, "Then, last question, have you ever seen colorful fruits?" "Colored fruit? What is that? I've never seen it before." The man looked obviously flustered. He had definitely seen it. Understood. Shun Yi nodded and pulled the trigger the next moment. With a clear bang sound, a bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead. He fell down with a look of disbelief on his face and died. Died with eyes open. He didn't expect that the gun in Shun Yi's hand was a real gun. I didn't expect Shun Yi to shoot directly. After killing the man, Shun Yi's body instantly disappeared from the spot. Time passes. Probably a few dozen minutes later, another man poked his head out from the stairs and looked around the first floor cautiously. Gone. The man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the body with a headshot on the first floor. Who the hell is this guy? He actually has a gun. Could he be a policeman? Or someone in the military? But it seems that there are no troops stationed near our mountain city. Moreover, this guy actually has superpowers. Boss, your death is not unjust. As he was muttering something to himself, the man turned his head and his eyes suddenly widened in horror. There was actually a person standing in the shadow, behind him. What the hell? He subconsciously swung his fist and hit him. His fist turned into an iron fist the moment it was swung. The body is also rapidly turning into steel. This is obviously a supernatural power. Only too slow. Bang! Shun Yi pulled the trigger, and at such a close distance, there was no suspense at all, and he shot the man in the head. It pierced the man's head before it could completely turn into steel. In order to ensure that the man was killed, Shun Yi fired 6 shots in a row, each shot hitting the head, emptying the gun's bullets, and smashing the man's face. When dealing with people with special abilities, you must be cautious. It was Shun Yi's first time fighting against a person with special abilities, and he was very nervous. Just now, when he was on the first floor, Shun Yi noticed that something was wrong with the middle-aged man. He kept trying to lead him to the stairs to the second floor. So Shun Yi guessed that there might be an ambush on the second floor. Then, he strikes first and would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. After killing the middle-aged man, Shun Yi immediately teleported to another place and waited quietly for the people on the second floor to appear. I waited for more than 10 minutes. When a man on the second floor couldn't help but show his head, he teleported behind the man, listened to the man talking to himself for a long time, and then shot him dead. If Shun Yi didn't want to hear whether this man could tell him any useful information, he wouldn't have wasted his time. As for the fact that the man was a person with special abilities, Shun Yi was not surprised. From the very beginning of the conversation with the man on the first floor, he noticed that the middle-aged man knew a lot about superpowers. At that time, Shun Yi thought that the middle-aged man was a superpower user, so he deliberately approached the man to ensure that he could kill him with one shot. After all, Shun Yi had little experience in using a gun, so if the range was more than 10 meters, there was a chance that the shot would miss. The gun is not that easy to control. Call. The first time Shun E killed someone, he only felt his heartbeat quicken and his adrenaline surge. But he was not afraid, but more excited. Perhaps he is not an honest and peaceful person at heart. He glanced at the body of the man on the ground. With his death, the iron on his body disappeared and his supernatural powers were lifted. After confirming that the other party was dead, Shun E changed his gun to a fully loaded one and began to check the rooms on the second floor. Now that you have decided to kill, just kill him and leave no trouble behind. Shun E heard a sound coming from the room at the end of the corridor, so he walked over with a gun in hand. He opened the door cautiously. Only, the scene in the room made him frown and put down his gun. 2-9. Poor young woman, policewoman. Carefully push open the door of the room on the second floor. Only then did Shun E see it. There was actually a male corpse inside, and a middle-aged woman who was naked, covered with scars, and tied to the bed with a dog chain. The young woman was obviously tortured very badly, and her breathing was very weak. Those two guys are not the owners of the supermarket. Shun E had actually guessed it a long time ago. Because a normal store owner would not kill a stranger right away when there is plenty of food. Even if the stranger stole something from his store, he would not kill him. Just like Shun, he did not kill the fat pig that insulted him. How can an ordinary person kill someone just by saying so? Only those who have killed others or done evil things will be cruel and ruthless. For example, now that Shun E has officially killed someone, if he were to face the fat pig who insulted him again, he would definitely kill her without mercy. Once the shackles of morality are removed, it will be difficult to be bound again. These two guys are probably criminals or desperados or something like that. They have no bottom line. No one knows how they got into the supermarket, but they killed the real boss, took over the boss's nest, and also took possession of the boss's wife. Shun E walked forward to take a look at the proprietress who was still unconscious, untied her chains, left some snacks and water, and left. Even if this poor woman could wake up, she probably wouldn't live long. Her body was covered with cigarette butts and stick wounds, and one of her arms was broken. She could only be saved if she was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. But Shun Yi's kindness was limited to helping her remove the shackles. As for the rest, he was too lazy to care. He feels sorry for the woman, but he won't be too kind to her. He is not a good person. After all, at the beginning, when he was not sure whether the middle-aged man was the owner of the supermarket, Shun Yi was prepared to kill him after stealing the things. But he didn't expect that he happened to kill two bad guys. As for whether the information this bad guy told him was accurate, Shun Yi was not sure. But I can believe it to about 70%. For example, when the black fog first appeared, the police came out to maintain order and dispatch helicopters to fight some monsters. This may all be true. If you want to confirm the truth of this statement, you could take some time to go to Wang Fujing department store to see if there is any wreckage of a crash helicopter. But it is most likely to be true. After all, there is no need for him to make up so many things to deceive himself. As for the policewoman with superpowers, she might be fictional, because the ability to turn the body into steel is the ability of the man on the second floor. However, this information has little to do with me anyway, so it doesn't matter whether it is true or false. I'll just collect information. As soon as he walked out of the supermarket, the phone in Shun Yi's pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Jiang Nanyan. After the call was connected, Jiang Nanyan's voice was heard. Honey, the thugs broke in and they're breaking down other residents' doors. Okay, I see. Anything else? Shun Yi doesn't care about the safety of others. Yes, I have convinced Teacher Bai, and she is now willing to serve my husband. When will you come back, husband? I'll ask Teacher Bai to take a shower and wait for you in bed. Jiang Nanyan's tone was lively, as if she wanted to be praised. I'm on my way home. Let her wash it first. There's no need to save water. Just wash it clean. Okay, husband, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Shun Yi thought about Bai Sini and couldn't help feeling hot. New items can be unlocked again. In addition, with Zhou Wanner, who will be delivered to your door soon, 2 kinds of supplies can be unlocked at one time. However, this speed is still too slow. Shun Yi was thinking, now that he had the skill of teleportation, could he go out and pick up pretty girls? After all, the internet is full of mixed people, and with the recent power outage, most people probably have no place to charge their phones, so it's not easy to continue looking for a needle in a haystack online. Let's see what supplies Bai Sini and Zhou Wanner can unlock. If there are any special fruit or other hot weapons, I will take some risks and go out and take in the girls. Shun Yi thought secretly and quickened his pace to hurry back. Along the way, he also saw some survivors who were out in groups looking for supplies. But unfortunately, They had no decent weapons and were soon targeted by a mutant country cat, leaving them with almost no chance of survival. Home and supermarket. That was the supermarket that Shun-E had just cleaned out. At this time, several figures appeared at the entrance of the supermarket. They all had weapons in their hands, especially the two leaders, a man and a woman. Both had guns in their hands and were wearing police uniforms. They are the police. Behind the two policemen were several men holding weapons such as sticks, but these men obviously had no combat experience and there was fear on their faces. Wait, there's a smell of blood. Everyone be careful. As soon as she arrived at the supermarket entrance, the policewoman spoke immediately, opened the safety of her pistol, and pointed it at the supermarket door. Another male police officer also immediately protected the people, alert to possible attack from all around, and asked the female police officer, Captain Chin, what should we do? Should we retreat? Policewoman Chin Seong moved her nose slightly, sniffing the air, and looked inside the supermarket window for a while. She frowned and said, we don't have much food left. We must take the risk and go in to have a look. Wang Jiqiang, you take the others and stay outside. I'll go in and check the supermarket. You can come in after we confirm it's safe. Captain Chin, I can go in and help you. We can't let you take risks alone. Male police officer Wang Jiqiang quickly requested. No, you have to stay. Your responsibility is to protect the safety of the people. Qin Xiang refused seriously, and then said in a slightly softer tone, don't worry, with my ability, I won't be in danger. Besides, I've been to this supermarket once before. The owner is very reliable. Maybe the smell of blood is not a dangerous sign. Okay. Wang Jiqiang nodded in agreement. He knew that protecting the people was the most important task. Then, Qin Xiang walked to the entrance of the supermarket and knocked on the door. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. She frowned slightly. Did something really happen? Thinking of this, Qin Xiang no longer cared about damaging people's property. He looked at the locked supermarket door, took a deep breath, and punched it out. I saw that the locked door was smashed through. The people behind were all shocked when they saw this scene. What a terrible power. She looks like a pretty and slim woman, but she possesses a terrifying strength that is totally inconsistent with her body. Qin Xiang walked into the supermarket holding a gun. Soon, he saw a dead body on the first floor. Moreover, the body was shot in the head and died with eyes open. It was the supermarket owner's body. Is this a gunshot wound? How could someone have a gun? Could it be other surviving colleagues? No, this can't be a colleague. Qin Xiang frowned, his expression solemn. Because if it was one of their colleagues, they would never shoot at civilians. Even if they have to shoot, they will not shoot the head, but other parts of the body. This is the rule they learned after joining the police force. The only people who would shoot someone in the head are thugs and evil people. 30. Come here, help me undress. Damn it. Could it be that some dangerous person picked up my colleague's gun? Qin Xiang frowned deeply. The area was shrouded in black fog, and animals and plants mutated. Many colleagues lost contact on the day they were dispatched, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Later, the remaining police and special police received orders from their superiors that huge mutant plants had appeared in the city and were wreaking havoc. They were also growing very fast and had already knocked down several buildings and needed to be stopped as soon as possible. As a result, all police forces were involved in the operation to eradicate the mutated plants. But then, the mission failed. The entire city, an area of dozens of kilometers, and more than a dozen communities were all occupied. Most of the police officers who went to participate in the rescue also died in the rescue, and their bodies have not been found to this day. If a civilian happened to come across the body of a dead colleague, it is indeed possible that he could take the colleague's gun, which would be troublesome. As she thought about it, she walked towards the second floor, where the smell of blood was stronger. As soon as I went upstairs, I saw another dead body. This is a corpse with its head smashed. Another gunshot wound. He actually has so many bullets. Qin Xiang looked unhappy. It is not difficult to judge from the scene that the other party fired at least 7 or 8 shots. Every shot hits the head. I just don't know if the other party still has bullets in his gun. Hopefully no bullets. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to have guys like this who shoot and kill people while roaming around outside. The city is already in chaos right now. If more guns leak out, it will only exacerbate the chaos. Qin Xiang deeply understood how terrible it would be for a person without legal constraints to obtain a gun. Help, help! Suddenly, a faint sound came from the room at the end of the corridor. Qin Xiang was stunned. He walked over quickly. When she opened the door, she immediately saw a dead body and a seriously injured and dying woman. Hold on. Don't close your eyes. I'm a police officer. I will find a way to save you. Qin Xiang hurried forward to check the woman's injuries. Serious, very serious. And most of the scars were obviously caused by abuse. Damn it. Who is it? Qin Xiang clenched her fists in anger. In a flash, Qin Xiang suddenly caught a glimpse of the group photo on the bedside table. That photo was clearly a picture of the woman in front of him and the man next to him who had been dead for a day or two. In other words, the supermarket owner I met the day before yesterday was not the owner of this supermarket. This poor woman and the dead man are the real bosses. She understood. She understood everything. Damn it. Qin Xiang was so angry that he punched the ground hard, creating a hole. Her anger had nowhere to go. She figured it all out quickly. It was those two bastards pretending to be the boss who imprisoned the woman and killed the innocent boss. They're the bad guys. No wonder his colleague shot another bastard to death and even blew his head off. Even if it was her, she would do the same thing after seeing this scene. These two beasts don't deserve to live. Maybe the person who killed the two beasts was not necessarily his colleague, but he must be a good man, otherwise he would not have let the innocent woman go. But Qin Xiang didn't have time to think about it now. She covered the woman with a quilt, then picked her up and quickly went downstairs. No matter whether it can be saved or not, we should always try. As long as she is still breathing, it proves that she doesn't want to die. Wang Jiqiang, you take the people in to get the supplies. I'll take the wounded back to the shelter first. Remember to be careful. Qin Xiang left in a hurry after saying this. She wasn't sure how much longer the woman could hold out. Their temporary shelter has a doctor who was rescued 2 days ago. Maybe he can save the woman. Wang Jiqiang received the order and took the rest of the people to quickly sweep the supermarket. Only, after a quick sweep, they found that almost all the remaining snacks and things were contaminated. It's like someone has already swept it beforehand. Only a few bags of instant noodles and a few sausages were barely edible. How so? Wang Jiqiang frowned, then looked toward the second floor and said, Everyone, go to the second floor and take a look. Be careful, don't touch the bodies on the ground. Shen Yi returned to the building and ignored the thugs who were smashing doors from house to house. He directly used teleportation to go upstairs. Let them cause some damage first and scare the residents in the building. It would be best if everyone could be gathered together, which would save you some trouble. In just a few breaths, Shen Yi arrived at the 20th floor. He didn't need to knock on the door and teleported directly into the house. Jiang Nanyan, who was playing with her cell phone, suddenly heard a voice and subconsciously looked up. She was startled to see Shen Yi appearing out of nowhere, and her cell phone almost fell out of her hand. Husband? How did you get in? She looked shocked. At the same time, hearing the sound, Su Wanting from the bedroom also trotted out. Hubby, you're back. Well, that was my new superpower just now. Shen Yi nodded and explained to Jiang Nanyan. He was very satisfied with Jiang Nanyan's attitude towards doing things, so he treated Jiang Nanyan better. A new superpower? Su Wanting was surprised when she heard this. Can superpowers be obtained? If there's a chance in the future, I can also let you gain superpowers. Shen Yi casually drew a pie. He had this idea in mind. Let your woman be able to protect herself. However, his current strength is not strong enough, so he has to give priority to improving his own strength. When you are strong enough, you can make the women strong as well. Really? I can get superpowers too? Su Wanting's face suddenly became excited. Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but get excited. Superpower. Superpower. If I could have superpowers, wouldn't I no longer have to be afraid of the monsters out there? Well, I already know how to get superpowers. Ordinary people can get them, but it's more difficult, so it takes some time. Upon hearing this, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan became even more excited. Ordinary people can also gain superpowers. Husband, teacher Bai is in the bedroom. Jiang Nanyan came back to her senses and said quickly, This is her chance. You did a good job. I'll give you a credit first. Shen Yi nodded and walked towards the bedroom. Upon hearing that she was commended, Jiang Nanyan smiled excitedly. I feel like I'm one step closer to gaining superpowers. Seeing this, Su Wanting, who was standing by, cursed her inwardly as a bitch, then immediately took out her cell phone and started contacting her best friend whom she had finally managed to contact. She must not fall behind Jiang Nanyan. Shen Yi walked into the bedroom and saw Bai Sinny sitting on the edge of the bed, her face flushed and shy. Come here and help me undress. At the same time, on the first floor, violence was also taking place. 3-1. Unlock new supplies. Brother Wong, this security door is too damn hard. It can't be open at all. The yellow-haired classmate cursed and swore. He has joined this gang of thugs. Although he was severely beaten, he was protected by this small group after crying and begging for mercy. He also drank half a bottle of water and ate a small piece of dried meat from an unknown animal. Although the half bottle of water had turned a little black and the jerky had a bit of a peculiar smell. But at least there's food to eat. Many people want to eat this kind of meat now, but they can't find it. Keep smashing. I don't believe that I can't break open this broken door. Whoever breaks open the door first will be rewarded with 2 extra pieces of meat, and he could be the first to play with the woman in the room. Brother Wong, whose arms are covered with tattoos, said viciously. When the thugs heard this, they immediately roared excitedly and banged on the door even harder. Although the security doors of this community were of good quality, they were no match for a group of armed, crazy thugs. At this time, the yellow-haired man's eyes rolled around cunningly, and he suddenly approached the sturdy man. Brother, don't get so close to me. The sturdy man slapped the yellow-haired man in the face with his backhand, making him feel dizzy. Yes, sorry bro, I forgot. It took Huang Mao a long time to slowly recover, but he didn't dare to retort at all. He knew how brutal this gangster was, and he couldn't afford to offend him. What do you want to say? Brother Wong glanced at him. It's like this, big brother. I followed a few students from our dormitory. There were several female college students among them, and each one was prettier than the other. Those long legs were so thin and long, and their butts were so perky. Their faces were also very pretty. Huang Mao described it excitedly. He has already started to imagine what it would be like to have those beauties. Bang! The sturdy man slapped the yellow-haired boy again with his backhand, making him see stars and interrupting his fantasy directly. Big brother, why did you hit me again? Why did I hit you? Didn't you say you came from the boys' dormitory? How could there be female students in a boys' dormitory? Are you bullying me for not having been to college? The sturdy man glared at the yellow-haired man fiercely, as if he was about to attack again. No, brother, I really didn't lie. Those female college students are not from our boys' dormitory. They came in from outside. They are another boy's girlfriends. The yellow-haired man explained hurriedly with a swollen face. This brother's emotions are not stable at all. It's like he's mentally ill. He hits people at every turn, and his IQ is extremely low. No wonder he never went to college. But he didn't dare say this out loud. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death. Bang! Suddenly, the sturdy man raised his hand and slapped him again. The yellow-haired guy was so stunned that even his big teeth were almost knocked out. Big brother, why did you hit me again? There's something wrong with your eyes. Are you cursing me in your heart? Are you unhappy that I hit you? No, big brother, I am innocent. Bang! The sturdy man slapped him again without giving any explanation. How dare you talk back to me? I will hit you if I wanna. Don't you accept it? I obey. The big pot is supported. The yellow-haired student's face was so swollen that he couldn't even speak clearly. Tell me in detail what's going on with those female college students? I haven't slept with any female college students yet. If what you said is true, I'll reward you with a piece of meat. The burly man patted the yellow-haired man's shoulder carelessly and almost knocked him down with a slap. Yes. The yellow-haired student had a swollen mouth, black vision in front of his eyes, and stuttered intermittently. Are you fucking mute? I told you to speak. The sturdy man was so angry that he slapped the yellow-haired man hard again and actually knocked him unconscious. Grass, you fainted already? College students are so weak. The sturdy man spat fiercely. Someone, wake him up for me. Don't waste water. Use urine. Everyone else, break down the door quickly. I remember there's a newlywed wife in this house. Whoever breaks down the door first will get to sleep with her first. The thugs didn't care why Huang Mao was beaten and continued to bang on the door. Especially when they heard the words, newly married woman. They felt full of strength. Other people's newlywed wives are so fragrant. At this time, in the smashed room, a couple, a man and a woman, were shivering. The man held the kitchen knife tightly in his hand and held a cell phone in his other hand, constantly dialing the police. The young woman was scared and sent a message in the community group asking for help. Only, some people say they care, but no one actually offers help. The newlyweds could only look at the banging security door in despair and fear. Final. After several hours of agony, the door lock was broken and the door was broken open. 6 or 7 men walked in with grim smiles. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. 5A grade steak. 5A grade steak plus 1, stored in system space. 5A grade steak plus 1, stored in system space. 5A. 5A steak. Shun-E took out his cell phone and searched for relevant information. 5A steak, the highest rated steak, costs about 1,500 to 6,000 yuan per kilogram, depending on the region. The fat-to-meat ratio of 5A grade steaks is high and evenly distributed, and the meat is tender. It tastes great even if you only add salt. Thousands of dollars per kilogram? That's damn expensive. Shun-E was also very emotional. He used to work part-time and only earned more than 2,000 yuan a month. 1 month's salary can't even afford 1 kilogram of steak. That's outrageous. I want to try how delicious this steak that costs thousands of dollars is. Shun-Yi's mind moved, and he took out a piece of steak from the system space. The beef is clear stripes, alternating fat and lean meat, and is very fresh. But it is raw. Shun-Yi was speechless for a moment. You have to fry it yourself, which is too troublesome. But raw meat is easier to handle. If you don't want to eat steak, you can also fry it or boil it. Shun-Yi's only meal right now is chicken. Although it tastes good, he'll get sick of it if he eats too much. An extra steak will be nice too. As for frying steak, of course it should be left to women. Now, there are 3 women in his harem. He can't let himself cook for himself, right? Well, can you let me drink a bottle of water? Bicini asked in a low voice, wrapped in a quilt and with a red face. Shun-E glanced at Bicini, then casually took out a bottle of mineral water from the system space and threw it to her. Thank you. Bicini quickly took the water and drank it. Come out for dinner later. Shun-E said this, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Honey, the door of a house on the first floor was broken open. Those thugs not only raped the woman in that family, they also filmed it and posted it in the group. Seeing Shun-E coming out, Jiang Nanyan hurriedly reported the situation. She has been keeping an eye on the news about this building complex, on Shun-Yi's orders. 32. Residents unite. Let me see. Shun-E took Jiang Nanyan's phone and looked through the chat history in the group. Then I clicked on the video. The video content shows several naked men torturing a young woman. The insults, screams, and pleas were unbearable to hear. In the video, there's a young man who was beaten black and blue, with several pieces of flesh cut off from his body, and then was tied to a chair and forced to watch his wife being abused. What's even more outrageous is that this group of thugs put the wedding photo of the newlyweds in front of the woman, so that the woman could be insulted while looking at her wedding photo. After watching the video, the residents in the group were filled with indignation, and some even cursed the thugs for being inhumane. But the thugs didn't care and instead threatened all the residents. Let the other residents go downstairs quickly. Otherwise, when the door is broken, all the women will suffer the same fate. Arrogant and domineering. Lawless. But this is the end. The group was silent. All residents are afraid of these thugs. They were just ordinary people, at most a little richer than ordinary people, but they had never seen such a bloody and cruel scene. It wasn't until the account used by the rioters was kicked out of the group chat that people in the group started sending messages. 0501 resident. These lunatics, they are absolutely crazy. They have no bottom line at all. 0501 resident. Where are the police? Where do the police go? Why is no one answering the call? Can you get through to the police? 0201 resident. I can't get through. I haven't been able to get through in the past few days. 0901 resident. What should we do? Everyone come up with a plan. If we are really rushed by this group of thugs, we will be dead. Resident 1001. Where are the property managers? Come out. And the security guards, where are they? Come out and protect us. They only get 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month, and they do things like this. 0901 resident. If I'm not mistaken, there were 2 security guards among the thugs, and they were wearing security uniforms. Resident 1001. These bastards took my money, but are trying to harm me. Damn it, when the police come, I will file a complaint against these bastards. 1001 resident. In this group of bandits, they are all a bunch of poor people. It turns out that the poor are the most uneducated. They only steal and rob. How disgusting. Resident 1402. The property management disappeared a long time ago. We have not been able to contact them since they delivered supplies to us the day before yesterday. 0902 resident. How come the property management can't be contacted? My family has run out of food and water. What should I do now? Where can I get supplies? 0801 resident. The guy upstairs, how come you eat so fast? The property management distributed 3 days worth of supplies to each of our households the day before yesterday. 0902 resident. I have a large family, and didn't the property management say they would deliver supplies every 3 days? Who knew they couldn't do that? What should I do now that I have nothing to eat? 0801 resident. What else can I do? I'll just starve. It's the end of the world. Why don't you save some food and still want to rely on others? 0902 resident. Are you sick? 801? Have I offended you? What's wrong with me eating my own food? You are so nosy. 0501 resident. Can everyone please stop arguing? Try to stop the thugs downstairs first. Resident 1402. I have a suggestion. Each household in our building can send one person to fight against the thugs together. There's strength in numbers. Most of the thugs will not dare to confront us head on. What do you think? 1501, huh? But I'm the only one in my family, and I am a woman. Resident 1502. What's wrong with being a woman? Men and women are equal. Every household must send at least one person. Otherwise, when the thugs break in, we won't protect your family. We won't protect other families who don't send manpower. Resident 1502. If you want to be protected, then unite. Don't make any excuses. Don't try to take advantage. Resident 1001. Second. 0801 resident. Then my family will have a man too. Resident 1402. Since everyone is willing to contribute, let's gather on the 18th floor. Remember to bring weapons, baseball bats, or golf clubs will do. In short, anything that can be used as a weapon will do. Resident 1402. We are a whole building. Can we be bullied by just 6 or 7 people? We must subdue them. 0501 resident. Okay. I'm already mad. We must beat them. Let these guys know how powerful we are. The residents of Building 6 began to organize a counterattack. In order to protect your family and your own safety, you have to stand up no matter how timid you are. The thugs were so crazy, especially the bloody videos they released, which scared everyone. The original purpose of the thugs posting the video was to threaten the other residents and make them surrender voluntarily. But little do people know that even the most timid person will fight desperately when the safety of their family and themselves is threatened. Therefore, the gory videos of the rioters had the opposite effect. No wonder there is no chaos in this community. It turns out that the property management company actually distributed supplies to every household 3 days ago. It's a good property management company with great service. Sue Wanting murmured. She remembered that the school ran out of food the next day, which led to the riot. In this community, people still maintain their moral bottom line and even help each other. But that was before. Now the property is missing. 3 days' food is about to be consumed, and coupled with the attack by thugs, I'm afraid the last bottom line will collapse. Not to mention other residents. Even Sue Wanting and Jiang Nanyin, who were protected by Shun Yi, were frightened by the brutal behavior of the thugs. That woman is so pitiful. Fortunately, they made the right choice and followed Shun Yi. Seeing the miserable conditions of the other women, the two women's eyes toward Shun Yi obviously changed, with a little more dependence in their eyes. Although Shun Yi threatened them with material things, he was not bad to them and did not abuse them. And they provide them with food and water every day and protect their safety. And he also promised to help them gain superpowers. Thinking about it this way, Shun Yi is not just being nice to them, he is simply being too nice to them. Thinking of this, the two women couldn't help but come to Shun Yi's side and took the initiative to massage Shun Yi's legs and feet and serve him. What they should do is to serve Shun Yi well, instead of engaging in intrigue every day. Jiang Nanyin and Sue Wanting looked at each other subconsciously and both smiled with relief. A smile can erase all grudges. Sue Wanting didn't want to hate Jiang Nanyin anymore. After all, they're a family now. In case Shun Yi is not at home, they will have to help each other. Compared to the group of brutal thugs outside, the hatred between them is really nothing. Jiang Nanyin also felt that there was no need to hate Sue Wanting. Although she was deceived by Sue Wanting, it now seems that this was a good thing. Otherwise, I would have starved to death long ago, or being bullied by those boys in the teaching building. As she thought about it, her hatred for Sue Wanting gradually dissipated. Who among you knows how to fry steak? Shun Yi suddenly asked while enjoying the massage from 2 pairs of delicate hands. The two women were stunned, looked at each other, and then began to stammer. Obviously, none of them do. After all, before the end of the world, they were all young ladies who had never done any housework. I can fry steak. Suddenly, a soft voice came from the direction of the bedroom. It was by Cindy, whose face was slightly red and whose walk was a little strange. Now she's joined this big family. Well, let's fry a few pieces for dinner, Shun-E said, taking out 7 or 8 steaks from the system space. One piece weighs about half a pound. Well, if there's a power outage, will we be unable to fry? Su Wanting said uncertainly. Sure, I just checked, and there's gas available. Vicini said. She didn't have much hostility towards Su Wanting. After all, it was me who cheated on Su Wanting. Vicini felt a little embarrassed. Okay, all right. Su Wanting was embarrassed. She knows nothing about the kitchen. I felt embarrassed in front of Shun-E. Will this make Shun-E like me even less? No, this can't be possible. Seeing Vicini walk into the kitchen, Su Wanting immediately followed in. She wanted to learn cooking. Jiang Nanyan knelt on the sofa and massaged Shun-Yi's thighs. Shun-E is very satisfied with the harmonious family. He is under a lot of pressure outside, so he wants to relax at home, especially after killing someone today. 33. Miserable defeat. I'll fuck you through the network cable. This so-called 5 a grade top quality steak tastes really good. Shun-E felt that it tasted better than any beef he had eaten before. Perhaps it was because the beef produced by the system was of higher quality. Also, Vicini's cooking skills are also very good. Every piece of steak is fried to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Very delicious. For this dinner, Shun-E ate 5 steaks. Maybe it's because I've been using teleportation all day and consumed too much physical strength, so I need to replenish a lot of energy. But it doesn't matter. What we have the most is supplies. Enough steak. After eating and drinking, Shun-E replied to Zhou Wanner's message. Yes, Zhou Wanner sent a message. She finally made up her mind to come over. He also said he wanted to bring 2 roommates along. Shun-E naturally did not refuse. The more women come, the better, so that he can unlock more supplies. After replying to the message, Shun-E took out several power banks and distributed them to the 3 girls, asking them to fully charge their phones and not use them indiscriminately so that they could contact each other later. Otherwise, when I leave home sometimes, he doesn't know what happened at home. After finishing these trivial matters, it was already late. Due to the power outage, Shun-E and his friends went to bed early to prepare for sleep. Before going to bed, Shun-E took a look at the news in the building number 6 group. The residents have already gathered on the 18th floor in a threatening manner. Well, with this group of people supporting me, I can sleep more peacefully tonight. Tomorrow is the time to deal with the thugs. Good night, husband. Su Wanting squeezed into Shun-Yi's arms and said something in a daze. Well, good night. This night, Shun-E slept very comfortably. Even before the end of the world, he had never slept so comfortably. Perhaps people like him are really suitable for the end of the world. But correspondingly, other people in the building were having a hard time. A group of residents gathered on the 18th floor. There were more than 20 of them. Most of them were men, with only a few women. They were armed with various weapons including golf clubs, baseball bats, and kitchen knives. For a moment, everyone actually felt confident. Although the thugs were brutal, there were only 6 or 7 of them, while their side had twice as many people as the enemy. This time, the advantage is on my side. Then, led by a middle-aged boss in a suit, the crowd went downstairs aggressively to negotiate with the thugs. That's right, negotiation. Of course, no one wants to fight to the death if possible. If a fight breaks out, people will die. But unfortunately, these thugs had no bottom line. They took advantage of the negotiation time to suddenly launch an attack. Caught off guard, more than 20 people were beaten to the point of screaming and howling like ghosts, and the army was instantly routed. More than 20 people were chased and hacked by 6 or 7 people. The final result of the battle was that 3 residents were killed, 2 were seriously injured, 2 were captured, and nearly 10 were slightly injured. And none of the thugs died. Not even one was seriously injured. All of them only suffered minor injuries. Miserable defeat. How could these people who wear suits and ties and sit in offices all year round be a match for the desperados? Just one encounter, and I completely lost my resistance. As for this information, Shun-E also learned about it through the chat records in the group. Some residents who lost their family members cried in the group, while others whose family members were captured begged others to save their family members. But this time, no one dared to speak. The thugs had killed their momentum last night. Now everyone just wants to protect themselves. No one dares to fight, and They don't even dare to go out. Ordinary people are no match for those desperate criminals. That group of thugs are unreasonable and really dare to kill people. Resident 1501. Does anyone have gauze and medicine? My leg hurts so much. The wound I got chopped on last night has been bleeding intermittently. Please help me. I beg you. 1501 resident sent a picture. Shin-E clicked on the picture and found that the injured resident was actually a woman. Of course, the reason why Shin-E clicked on the photo was because the first thing he saw in the photo sent by the other party was long white legs, which looked very tender. Although most of her legs were covered in blood due to the knife attack, one could still see that her legs were in good shape. I just don't know what I look like and whether I can meet the system standards. Seeing that no one paid attention to 1501's request for help, Shin-E replied in the group using Jiang Nanyan's account. 2001 resident, I have medicine. If you need it, please private message me. But you must send a full body photo of yourself first, without beauty filters. Resident 1501, send photos? What do you want my photos for? 0901 resident, what else can we do? Isn't this obvious? 0901 resident, wait, resident on the 20th floor, didn't you come to the meeting last night? Resident of 1401, the 20th floor really didn't contribute last night. Everyone remember the resident of 2001. Such a selfish person doesn't deserve everyone's help. 0501 resident. At 2001 resident, get out. It's all your fault. You killed my man. What qualifications do you have to be in this group? 0501 resident. Asshole. Trash. Uneducated trash. Get out of this group. You don't deserve to live. You should die. You selfish trash. 0501 resident. Your whole family should die. Resident 1401. Well done. Such a selfish guy shouldn't be in the group. Resident 1602. Wow. My husband died when we went out with you yesterday. You must protect us, an orphan and a widow. For a time, Shun-E, who had not contributed anything, became the public enemy of the entire building. It seemed as if all these consequences were caused by his absence. Some people are like this. They dare not face the strong, but dare to bully the weak. However, Shun-E is not the weakling they think he is. Shun-E used teleportation to directly come to room 501. At this time, inside the room, a middle-aged woman in pajamas was sitting on the sofa, tapping on her phone and insulting Shun-E in the group chat. It seemed that only by venting in this way could she let out the pain of losing her man. She was so absorbed in venting her feelings that she didn't even notice Shun-Yi's arrival. It was not until Shun-E deliberately made a sound that the woman looked at him, her face suddenly filled with horror. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Shun-E glanced at her phone screen and confirmed that it was her who was scolding him. I admit that you are in pain after losing your man. After all, he was your only support. But, Shun-E said calmly, raised his hand, and a pistol appeared in his palm. When the middle-aged woman saw this scene, her face was filled with horror. A pistol appears out of thin air. Is this still a human being? But what does this have to do with me? If you dare to curse my family, I will kill you. Shun-E pulled the trigger directly and shot him in the head. The woman died without understanding how she had provoked a monster. After killing the people who insulted his family, Shun-E felt happy and teleported back to the room. As for the other people in the group who called him selfish, Shun-E ignored them for the time being. After killing the thugs, we will slowly deal with them. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. If I make you angry, I'll fuck you through the internet. Coincidentally, at this time, the resident of 1501 also added him as a friend. 1501 resident. My phone only has 1% battery left, so I can't take pictures. Resident 1501. If you have medicine, could you please send it to me? I have photos at home. After saying these two sentences, the other party suddenly disappeared. I guess my phone is out of battery. Shun-E thought about it and felt that he could go for it. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. If the residents of 1501 meet the system standards, I can unlock new supplies. Even if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's just a matter of effort and no big deal. Think of this. Shun-E used teleportation to disappear from the room. Shanyi. Shun-E disappeared out of thin air. Bai Sinny, who had just come out of the bedroom, screamed when she saw this scene. Then, regardless of the danger, she rushed to the place where Shun-E disappeared and looked anxiously at the gap in the sofa. How could a living person disappear out of thin air? And he disappeared right in front of me. Teacher Bai, don't be anxious. Jiang Nanyan, and Su Wanting couldn't help laughing at by Cindy's funny behavior. How could Shun Yi, such a big man, hide in the crack of the sofa? They knew that this was Shun Yi's new superpower, so they were not very surprised. By the way, I also explained it to Bicini. After hearing the explanation, Bicini blushed and couldn't help thinking to herself that she really couldn't adapt to the doomsday world. 34. He must be my Prince Charming. Shun Yi used teleportation and arrived at the 15th floor in a few seconds. Since this kind of high-end residential complex has 2 households per elevator, 1501 is not difficult to find. He came to the door and knocked politely. He would first take a look at the appearance of the resident of room 1501. If he did not meet the system standards, Shun Yi would just turn around and leave. After waiting for a while, the electronic lock made a sound and the door was opened. Even if there is a power outage, the electronic lock can still be used for a long time. It has power storage, so it is not a bug. A girl wearing a mint green short-sleeve shirt and light blue high-waisted denim shorts appeared at the door with a pale face. The girl is very beautiful, with long, smooth chestnut hair styled into slightly curly waves. One side is tucked behind her ear to reveal a small pearl earring, while the other side falls naturally to shape her face. Her legs are long and straight, with smooth muscle lines, giving her a healthy and energetic temperament. It's obvious that she exercises regularly. Only, now that beautiful left leg was almost stained red, and even if it was tied with a cloth strip, it couldn't stop the bleeding. In other words, this situation happened because the girl didn't know how to treat the wound. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss. The girl's face was very pale, and even her lips were a little white. At this time, system trigger. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Kuxiexio. Age, 24. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 95 points. Internal, 100 points. Rich in self-defense experience. No actual combat experience. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. Shun Yi looked towards the inner evaluation. This is the first time such an evaluation has appeared. Experienced in self-defense. It turns out to be the movie-watching sister, but no matter what, she meets the system standards. You are the resident of 2001. Kuxiexio asked kususli. She also confirmed from the peephole that Shun Yi was not the thug downstairs, so she opened the door. Well, your leg is bleeding again. Stop the bleeding first. Shun Yi said, picked him up, and walked into the room. Chu Xiaoxiao was confused. At this moment, she even forgot to resist. It was because Shun Yi's movements were so natural, as if they were a couple. But it only took a moment for Chu Xiaoxiao to react. She immediately blushed and struggled, constantly refusing. Don't do this. We just met. Besides, I'm still injured. I can't tremble. If you really want to, at least wait until I'm healed. In fact, Chu Xiaoxiao felt that Shun Yi was very handsome and tall at first sight, which quite met her standards for choosing a partner. Now is the end of the world. It's not bad to find a man to rely on. However, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't accept having to exercise right after meeting. At least we should introduce ourselves to each other first, right? Shun Yi did not explain, but put the absent-minded Chu Xiaoxiao on the sofa, then took out the gauze and white wine he had obtained when shopping in the supermarket from the system space, and began to disinfect and bandage her. The reason why Shun Yi did not explain was because Chu Xiaoxiao was already feeling a little unwell due to excessive blood loss. There are no good medical conditions in the doomsday, and if any complications arise from excessive blood loss, it will be troublesome. Shun Yi was still counting on her to unlock the supplies. You can't just make a wasted trip and waste a roll of gauze and a bar of liquor, right? Especially for liquor. Shun Yi searched the entire supermarket, but only found 2 bottles of high-purity liquor that was not contaminated. He had originally planned to keep them for disinfection if he got injured in the future. After all, the apocalypse is different from the past, and there are no doctors if you get injured. Shun Yi was also thinking about going to the hospital again in the next 2 days to get some medicine in advance to avoid getting sick accidentally in the future. His Chu Xiaoxiao frowned in pain, subconsciously grabbed Shun Yi's thigh tightly, and screamed. Even Shun Yi's thigh was hurt by the scratch. Use white wine for disinfection. This kind of pain is not something that most people can endure. However, although Shun Yi's movements were rough, they were very fast. After disinfection, her wound was tightly bandaged with gauze to stop the bleeding. Okay, you take a good rest now. I will come back to help you disinfect, and change the gauze tomorrow. After Shun Yi finished speaking, he prepared to leave. This woman is so badly injured that she definitely won't be able to unlock the reward now. Then just keep it for 2 days. Anyway, it won't consume much supplies. Shun Yi left a roast chicken and used instant teleportation to leave. No requests were made, no demands were made for anything, because he has already decided that Chu Xiaoxiao is his. Naturally, no explanation is needed. What? What if Chu Xiaoxiao refuses? Then give her life back. If Shun Yi hadn't saved her, she would have died today. Moreover, Chu Xiaoxiao also saw his special abilities. If she is unwilling to surrender, she must be killed. Shun Yi didn't want his teleportation to be leaked out, otherwise it would be troublesome if he was targeted in the future. This is what is meant by, all gifts from fate are secretly marked with a price. When Shun Yi rescued Chu Xiaoxiao, she only had 2 choices. Either surrender or die. Is he the Prince Charming sent by God to save me? Chu Xiaoxiao lay weakly on the sofa, blankly recalling the scene where Shun Yi treated her wounds and left her food. As she thought about it, her face gradually turned red. She just saw Shun Yi waving his hand, and gauze, white wine, and food appeared. Moreover, after helping her, this man didn't ask for anything and just left. If this isn't Prince Charming, then what is this? Is it a fairy? Chu Xiaoxiao thought that she had to give herself to him in order to repay him for saving her life. In the end, the other party didn't want anything. This made Chu Xiaoxiao feel a little disappointed. However, he said he would come to help me change the medicine tomorrow. Does that mean we will meet again then? Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look forward to it again. She was so weak and powerless that she even thought about dressing up to welcome her Prince Charming in the best condition. It smells so good. Chu Xiaoxiao turned over gently and looked at the steaming roast chicken on the table. She remembered that this chicken was conjured up by her Prince Charming with ease, and it was like a god's work. He really is the Prince Charming in my dreams. While thinking about it, Chu Xiaoxiao happily started eating the chicken. After leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's house, Shun Yi went straight to the first floor. It's time to deal with this mob. Their role has ended. When Shun Yi appeared on the first floor, he saw several thugs barbecuing. The meat they roasted was actually cut from corpses. No wonder these people didn't starve to death. Instead, they were full of energy and even had the strength to break down the door. Who is it? Brother Wong, there's a pretty boy. Sudden, the thugs discovered Shun Yi. Someone immediately picked up a knife and stared at him viciously, with the ferocity in his eyes like that of a wild beast. Shan Yi, it's actually you. Sudden, in the corner, the yellow-haired classmate with a swollen face came out and looked at Shun Yi with resentment. It is because Shun Yi abandoned me that I have become like this. It's all because of Shun Yi. It was Shun Yi who harmed me. 35. Slaughter the thugs. Mutate the black spider. Brother, it's him. He's the bastard I told you about who was with several female college students. The yellow-haired man immediately said to the tattooed, burly man, I have suffered so much and endured so much pain. I must make Shun Yi suffer it all. Hearing this, the tattooed, burly man looked at Shun Yi with interest. He looked him up and down. Who am I, just this? The sturdy man pouted and then said viciously, Who's he? Break one of his legs and force him to tell us which floor he lives on. Then we could go to his house and play with his woman. Good. A tall, thin man in a security uniform responded and walked over with a baseball bat. The other thugs didn't take Shun Yi seriously at all. Just an ordinary person with no power. They hacked several people to death last night. But in the next second, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out. The man in security uniform stood there in a daze, then fell to the ground with a bloody hole on his forehead. Shun Yi didn't pause. He raised his gun and fired continuously at the other thugs who had not yet reacted. The sound of gunfire continued to echo throughout the first floor. After using up all the bullets in one gun, Shun Yi immediately switched to another. In just one encounter, 4 thugs were shot to death. No nonsense. He is here to kill people. So, after confirming the number of thugs, he just opened fire. Damn, how could he have a gun? Run, run. The surviving thugs now felt only fear. The reason why they are arrogant and cruel is simply because they have not met anyone stronger than them. This is only the beginning of the apocalypse, and most people have not yet become desperate criminals and dare not fight with the thugs. This also led to the thugs thinking that they were powerful and invincible. But now that they were being slaughtered unilaterally by Shun Yi, they finally experienced what fear was. The fear of death. No matter how cruel they are or how brave they are to fight, One bullet is enough to take their lives. Damn it. Huang Mao, you bastard. Didn't you say he was just a student? Then how the hell did he have a gun? The tattooed, burly man hid in the room immediately and was venting his anger at the yellow-haired man. Gun. This is a fucking gun. It is because they know that guns are banned in Xia country that they dare to kill people so unscrupulously. If you know someone has a gun, only a fool would cause trouble for him. With these few broken swords in our hands, what good are they? Huang Mao was already frightened, hiding behind the closet and shivering. Shen Yi actually has a gun, and he shot and killed people without hesitation. Is he really just an ordinary college student? Huang Mao was so scared that he peed his pants. What to do? What to do? I have already offended Shen Yi. If I wait until everyone else is killed, I will definitely die too. Soon, the gunfire outside stopped. There was no sound at all. There was not even a scream. It seemed that everyone had been killed. The tattooed, burly man held the knife tightly and hid behind the door, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead due to nervousness. Only one chance. Only when the opponent enters the door and is caught off guard can you deliver a fatal blow. The tattooed, burly man held his breath and stared at the door. But he didn't notice that someone suddenly appeared behind him. When Huang Mao saw Shen Yi appear out of nowhere, his eyes widened instantly. He pointed at him in disbelief and trembling. Big brother. He's coming in. The tattooed, burly man was stunned and subconsciously tried to turn his head, but the bullet in Shen Yi's gun had already been fired and hit him directly in the back of the head. Afterwards, Shen Yi fired several more shots, killing the burly man with fear in his eyes. Have mercy. Big brother, have mercy. Please, let me go. Let me go. We are classmates in the same school. The yellow-haired student knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face. Shen Yi calmly changed a gun from the system space and then shot him to death. In the room, there was a man tied to a chair, already breathless. There was also a naked woman huddled in a corner, shivering. This woman's mental state had completely collapsed. Even when she saw Shen Yi killing someone, she was still immersed in her own fear and had no reaction. Shen Yi raised his hand and shot her, putting an end to her pain. Walk out of the room. Shen Yi saw that a gangster who had been shot 4 or 5 times by him was still alive. He had already struggled to crawl out of the building. Shen Yi was not in a hurry. He just stood there, aimed his gun at him, and shot. The first shot missed. TSK, it seems my shooting skills are really bad. I can't even hit such a big target. Shen Yi said this while continuing to pull the trigger. He used a thug who was struggling to survive as a target for shooting practice. Shen Yi's shooting skills have always been poor, which is why he always gets within 10 meters of the enemy before shooting. But he has a lot of bullets and guns, so he can improve slowly. Just like that, at a distance of 30 or 40 meters, Shen Yi kept shooting at the thugs who were crawling out with his gun. It takes 4 or 5 shots to hit the target. That's terrible. This thug was really tenacious and had a strong desire to survive. He actually crawled out of the building despite the gunshot wound. Shen Yi changed his gun, slowly approached, and aimed again. This time he aimed at the head, just when Shen Yi was about to pull the trigger. Sudden, a thick white line shot out and actually stuck to the thug's body, then lifted him into the air. Shen Yi was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked upwards vigilantly. What the hell? He observed for a while, but because the upstairs was covered with plants and the black fog was thick, he couldn't see anything. Shen Yi remained alert. He picked up the body of a thug and threw it out of the building. As a result, just as the body fell to the ground, a thick white line, exactly the same as the previous one, shot down and snatched the body away. What the hell? What is this? Shen Yi was shocked. He had always thought that this building was safe, but obviously it wasn't. There's a monster upstairs. I don't know if they were attracted by the gunshots or the bodies. No, we must figure out what this thing is. Otherwise, it will be dangerous to go out in the future. Shen Yi picked up another corpse and threw it out of the building. At the same time, he immediately used teleportation to come outside the building and stared at the building. I saw, in the black fog, a huge black spider about 2 or 3 meters in size, covered with black hair and with many legs, crawled down from the upstairs. A white line as thick as an arm spurted out of its chelate-like mouth, which immediately stuck to the corpse and dragged it up. Shen Yi seized this opportunity, raised his gun, aimed at the mutant black spider, and fired 7 or 8 shots. This monster must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous to travel in the future. But what shocked him was that the bullet only penetrated the black spider a little bit, not causing much damage to the black spider, but instead angered it. The mutated black spider dropped the corpse, opened its mouth sharply toward Shun-E, and sprayed out a thick white spider silk. 3-6. A female police officer who meets the system standards. Shun-E was well prepared. He used instant movement to hide 20 meters away and avoided the black spider's attack. Damn, even a pistol can't kill him. Shun-E cursed inwardly. His most powerful attack method at the moment couldn't do anything to this mutant spider. At this time, the black spider locked onto Shun-Yi's position again. It seemed that because it was hurt by the pistol just now, it held a grudge against Shun-Yi. Several hairy legs moved quickly, jumped down from the upstairs, and pounced toward Shun-Yi. A giant spider 2 or 3 meters tall flew towards him, making Shun-Yi feel creepy. He quickly used teleportation to lead the black spider away. But the black spider only chased for a few dozen meters and suddenly stopped. Its pitch-black eyes stared at Shun-Yi, and it made strange noises from its mouth. It turned around several times in the same place, and then turned back. Why didn't this beast chase you? Shun-Yi frowned. He thought for a while, then followed carefully and found that the black spider had crawled back upstairs. By the way, he also took away the bodies of the thugs on the ground. Shun-Yi looked grim. It's obvious that this black spider wants to stay here and not leave. Shun-Yi just wanted to use teleportation to lure the black spider away, but the other party didn't fall for it at all. Fuck it. I finally found a satisfactory shelter, but I encounter this kind of thing again. Shun-Yi wanted to curse. If I don't get rid of this black spider, not only my woman, but even I might get caught by accident. But it is not easy to solve it. After all, even a gun can't kill it. How could a spider mutate into something so horrible? Shun-Yi frowned deeply and thought for a while. He took out his cell phone and contacted Zhou Weiner. If Zhou Weiner goes out now, I can go and pick her up. Otherwise, even if she manages to walk into the community alive, she will be killed by this black spider. Shun-Yi, where have you been? Zhou Weiner, we just left the campus. It's so dangerous outside, brother. Shen, how much battery is left on your phone? Zhou Weiner, it's almost full. I have a power bank. Shun-Yi, share your current location. Zhou Weiner initiates location sharing with you. Shun-Yi joined the location sharing and saw the distance between himself and Zhou Weiner. It was more than 800 meters, which was not far. If Shun-Yi didn't have the ability of teleportation, he would definitely not go to pick up Zhou Weiner. It was too risky. But with teleportation, he can be sure of his safety even if he encounters some mutant monsters. On the premise of ensuring his own safety, Shun-Yi naturally doesn't mind doing something that is beneficial to himself, such as searching for supplies and finding women who meet the requirements of the system. Walking on the street filled with black fog, Shun-Yi was always careful about his surroundings. The mutated black spider greatly increased his vigilance. Some mutant animals cannot be killed by pistols. These trees on the roadside seem to have grown taller and thicker. At this growth rate, in a while, the area where humans can move around will probably be squeezed very small. Although plants will not actively attack people, if they grow too large, they will sooner or later pose a threat to people. There are also these cracks on the ground. Although they haven't continued to grow, they are still spewing out black mist. I don't know where all this black mist comes from underground. Shun-Yi really wanted to jump down and find out what was going on, but it was just a thought. If you really jump down, you will definitely die. When I'm strong enough, I can go down and find out what's going on. Shun-Yi thought secretly. Then, he continued to follow the navigation and approached Zhou Weiner. But from the location sharing, Shun-Yi discovered that Zhou Weiner had actually been staying in the same place. This made him frown. This little green teen knew that I was coming. So, she actually started waiting there? Not even a movement. Shun-Yi walked a few hundred meters and found that Zhou Weiner's position had not moved. He looked very unhappy. This kind of unruly woman is so annoying. If he hadn't already walked several hundred meters, Shun-Yi would have wanted to turn around and go home. Forget it. Let's unlock the rewards first. If Zhou Weiner is really that scheming, I'll kill her after getting the reward. Shun-Yi continued to walk forward, and the surroundings gradually became quiet. He looked at the navigation and found that Zhou Weiner was located in a convenience store in front, motionless. Shun-Yi took out his gun and walked over slowly. Although the convenience store is not big, it contains quite a few supplies, so it's a good opportunity to search for them so that the trip isn't in vain. As soon as he approached the convenience store, Shun-Yi noticed something was wrong. He smelled a strong smell of blood in the air. Because he had killed people frequently in the past 2 days, Shun-Yi immediately smelled the scent of human blood. And A lot of dragging marks could be seen on the ground not far away, and a woman's shoe had also fallen there. Judging from the scene, someone must have just died here. Shen-Yi reacted instantly. He immediately became alert around him. However, no mutant monsters were seen. What you can't see is actually more dangerous. So, Shen-Yi no longer hesitated and used teleportation to come to the door of the convenience store and then teleported in. Then he looked at the map and found that Zhou Wanner was very close to him. Zhou Wanner. Shen-Yi looked towards the dark convenience store and called out tentatively. I don't know if she's still alive. If he died, then he had made this trip in vain. Shen-Yi? Is that you, brother Shen-Yi? A voice came from a small room at the back of the convenience store. Then, the door opened and 3 figures walked out cautiously. There were 3 women. The tallest of them was wearing a police uniform and holding a gun. The policewoman was walking in front, and when she saw that the man had a gun, she immediately raised her gun and stood alert. Shen-Yi was more vigilant than her. This female police officer actually has a gun in her hand. He immediately prepared to leave using teleportation. Damn, Zhou Wanner didn't say she was with the police. Not to mention the police have guns. Otherwise, Shen-Yi would not come and pick her up no matter what. After all, guns can threaten your own safety. Brother Shen-Yi, is it really you? You actually came to pick me up. Wu Wanner is so touched. Zhou Wanner, who was petite and cute, looked very excited and even pretended to cry. But she did not approach Shen-Yi immediately, but hid behind the policewoman. She said she was touched, but her body didn't believe Shen-Yi. This little green tea. Shen-Yi was too lazy to pay attention to her. Comrade, are you also a policeman or a soldier? The beautiful policewoman looked at Shen-Yi, pointing the gun at her, and asked carefully. No. Where did you get your gun? I picked it up. Okay, then could you please put the gun away first? I have no hostility. Seeing that Shen-Yi didn't look like a bad guy, the policewoman put away her gun to show her goodwill. Seeing this, Shen-Yi lowered the gun but did not turn off the safety. Even though the other party was a policeman, he did not relax at all. It's the end of the world. Who knows whether the police are good or bad? There might even be bad guys disguised as police officers. In short, Shen-Yi would not 100% trust anyone or any monster that posed a threat to his safety, unless he had the ability to detect the other person's thoughts. But what Shen-Yi didn't expect was that this female police officer actually met the system standards. 37. A childlike face with a huge body, a terrifying tree in the city center. Fight. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Su-Yun. Age, 27. Appearance, 88 points. Body, 94 points. Inner, 100 points, pure and flawless. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. 90 points is the lowest score for a woman who meets the criteria currently triggered by the system. But even with the lowest score, this policewoman's appearance is still at the level of a great beauty among ordinary people. It was a level that Shen-Yi had never been able to reach before, especially her heroic temperament, which is very different from other girls. As for the long-haired girl next to Zhou Wanner, although Shen-Yi felt that she was not ugly and could even be described as pretty and attractive, she did not trigger the system prompt. It seems that the requirements for unlocking supplies are not met. Hello, comrade. My name is Su-Yun. I'm from Municipal Public Security Bureau. How did you get in? Su-Yun asked seriously after introducing herself. In her opinion, although Shen might not be a policeman, he should not be a bad person either. Otherwise, he would not risk going out to save people during such a special period. My name is Shen. Shen paused, then looked at the door and said, You just walked in like that. What's wrong? Hearing this, the policewoman was stunned. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl were also stunned, and even couldn't help but shout out. Brother Shen-Yi, you just walked in like this? Well, what's wrong? Shen-Yi naturally would not reveal his cards to a stranger who had not yet become his woman, so he pretended to say that he had just walked in. Brother Shen-Yi, you are so lucky. There's a big snake outside that can become invisible, and it didn't attack you. Zhou Wanner patted her chest, as if she was relieved, but the shaking movement was quite attractive. This is the one with a baby face and big breasts. Zhou Wanner is also good at taking advantage of her strengths. Seeing Shen-Yi looking at her, she secretly thought that she was right. If I can capture Shen-Yi and make him protect me, I will be much safer in the future. Moreover, it can also allow Shen-Yi to go out to find food and water. A snake that can become invisible. Shen-Yi's heart skipped a beat. No wonder I only saw dragging marks and blood, but no one. Now, even mutant animals have superpowers. He can actually become invisible. What the hell is this human doing? That shouldn't be a snake. I saw it has 4 legs. It should be a gecko, the long-haired girl explained. Policewoman Su Yin also nodded and agreed. Yes, it is a gecko, but it is more than 1 meter long, longer than ordinary snakes, and its invisibility is not really invisibility. It simply changes its body color to the same color as the surrounding environment. Plus, because of the black fog, it is not easy to be discovered. The few survivors I rescued were killed by this color-changing gecko, so I know it very well. Changing color? Isn't this the ability of a chameleon? Shun, he looks strange. Hybrid? Or is it simply because of mutation that the gecko acquired this ability? I also suspected that it might be a mutation of a chameleon, but from what I have seen, it seems more like a gecko, said Suyin. This policewoman is quite capable to have survived the apocalypse. Shun, he was in deep thought. No matter whether it is a chameleon or a gecko, anything that can change color is difficult to deal with. If I hadn't used teleportation to get in, I might have been caught off guard and ambushed by it. No wonder the 3 women hid in the small room of the convenience store in fear. It was simply because they couldn't deal with the gecko. Comrade, if you had not been attacked when you came in just now, it might have left. You should take this opportunity to leave as soon as possible, lest it come back again. This gecko is very cunning, Su Yin suggested. Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair nodded quickly. Their roommate was killed by this insidious gecko. If Su Yin had not happened to pass by and shot the gecko away, they might have died as well. Later, through conversation, they realized that the policewoman Su Yin was not just passing by, but had been chasing the gecko. This gecko ate several people, including the child that Su Yin had saved with great difficulty, so Su Yin fought with it regardless of her own safety. Wait a little longer. I heard a strange noise when I came in just now. It may still be wandering around. Shuni made up an excuse. He could leave any time he wanted, but it was not easy to take Zhou Wan'er away. As for the policewoman Su Yun, Shun, he has not thought about recruiting her yet, unless Su Yun is willing to hand over the weapon to herself. Or, I can ensure her absolute loyalty. Otherwise, there would be a time bomb next to him, and Shun, he wouldn't even be able to sleep well. I see. Su Yun frowned. After thinking for a while, she said, how about this? I'll go out first and try to lure it away, and then you guys leave. Sister Su Yun, what will you do if you encounter danger? Zhou Wan'er asked worriedly. I'm a police officer, and it is my duty to protect you. Su Yun replied seriously, and then a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes, and she said coldly, besides, I must kill it. Even if it costs me my life, I will never let it harm innocent people again. As she spoke, she began to check the bullets in the gun, preparing for action. This is a decisive woman. Sister Su Yun, you're such a good police officer. Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair looked at Su Yun with emotion. But I was just touched and had no intention of stopping it. Shen, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this female police officer had such a noble character. But this is also a good thing. With the help of the female police officer, the gecko was led away and he was able to take Zhou Wan'er away safely. After a few seconds of hesitation, Shun, he looked at Su Yun and asked, Officer Su, is there any help in the city now? Hearing this question, Su Yun's face turned grim, and she said in a low voice, although I shouldn't say this, there probably won't be any help. A few days ago, all my colleagues at the Municipal Public Security Bureau where I work died. I don't know the situation at other police stations, but I think it's similar. There may be surviving police officers, but there probably aren't many. On their own, they cannot fight against such a disaster, nor can they rescue the people of this city. As Su Yun spoke, her mood gradually became depressed. Hearing this, Shen-Yi felt relieved and asked curiously, what happened? Why did so many people die? Logically speaking, ordinary people could survive, so how could the trained police officers who had firearms die so quickly? That doesn't make sense. Alas, Su Yun sighed deeply, frowned, and seemed to hesitate for a while before explaining. This matter is highly confidential and should not have been leaked, but it doesn't matter whether it is leaked or not now. On the first day of the apocalypse, a huge strange tree appeared in the city center. The tree seemed to have life and grew very fast. In just a few hours, it grew to a height of dozens of meters, and it is constantly occupying the surrounding land. And as it grew, it also knocked down 2 high-rise buildings in the city center, killing thousands of people. Several dozen meters? Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair exclaimed at the same time. Shun-Yi also showed a look of surprise. It can grow to dozens of meters in height in a few hours, which is much more terrifying than those mutated mutant trees on the streets. And it has been almost 10 days since the doomsday outbreak. If it's still growing at this speed, how terrible will it be now? What would happen if it were allowed to grow? Will the entire mountain city be enveloped by it, or even overturned? 38. It has wisdom, the thoughts of little green tea. Suyin looked at the shocked expressions of the others and felt exactly the same as she did when she heard the news. She couldn't help but sigh and said, "Some experts speculate that if the tree grows at the same speed as it did, it will cover half of the city in 3 months at most." So, in order to protect the mountain city, most of the police force was mobilized to deal with the tree. It turns out that this tree has life. It will fight back and kill anyone or any animal that gets close to it. Even helicopters were shot down by its branches. Then why not use fire attack? Trees should be afraid of fire, right? Zhou Wanner asked curiously. Well, some experts do recommend fire attack. Suya nodded, but continued. It's just that the tree is rooted in a densely populated area in the city center. If we use fire to attack it, there will be a lot of innocent casualties. So, since there was no order from above, we could only use fire attack after the people were evacuated. But it's too late. It's growing so fast. In just one day, its size grew many times larger than before. When we started to attack with fire, no one expected that the tree would actually break off part of its own branches to put out the fire, and it would extend its branches to attack weapons that posed a threat to it first. Suyin looked helpless when she said this. Only those who have witnessed the battle in person can understand the horror of that tree. It actually has intelligence. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were both shocked. Break branches to survive. Identify the enemy. Is this the intelligence a tree can have? Su-Yun sighed and nodded, her eyes full of sadness. It was too late to think of other solutions later because most of the police force died in that operation. After Shun-Yi heard this, an unprecedented tension appeared in his eyes. If this giant tree continues to grow wildly, it will cover the entire mountain city in half a year at most. By then, everything in this city will become nutrients for this tree, including humans. Shun-Yi thought for a while with a serious look on his face, and then continued to ask, "No army came to rescue? If we use weapons like missiles, we should be able to solve it, right?" "I'm not sure. I only know that someone from above has contacted the military, but it seems the military is also dealing with some mutants." Suyin shook her head slightly. After all, she is not a high-ranking official and doesn't know much. But just this information made Shun-Yi feel a huge crisis. Currently, the most dangerous thing in the entire mountain city is the growing tree in the city center. If you don't get rid of it, no matter how well you survive, sooner or later you will be devoured by it and become its nutrients. But solving it is almost impossible. The police used countless manpower, even helicopters and armored vehicles, but they still couldn't solve the problem. What's the use of just a small pistol? It seems that we need to make plans early and leave the mountain city as soon as possible and go to other cities. Although this doomsday covers the entire world, I think there shouldn't be such terrifying trees in other cities, right? Otherwise, human beings will really be extinct. Moreover, since the army did not come to rescue the mountain city, they must have rescued a closer or more important city. For example, Magic City, Imperial Capital. These two economic and political capitals of the Xia Kingdom will definitely be given special protection. With the army's firepower, at least we can save a few cities and establish a safe zone, right? If he didn't have these, Shun-Yi really didn't know how to protect himself. Unless you can unlock more supplies, and these supplies must contain supernatural fruits, and then you can gain some awesome supernatural powers. Then maybe you can solve the problem of the growing tree. Thinking of this, Shun-Yi couldn't help but look at Su-Yun. Now it seems that I have to take her reward as well. Before, Shun-Yi just wanted to survive, not worry about food and drink, and just lie down. But now, the fire was really burning on him, and he also felt the urgency. Even if you can't get the strength to defeat the tree, at least you must have the ability to protect yourself. Although teleportation is very powerful, a distance of only 20 meters is still too close. Are you all ready? I'll go open the door now. After I lure the gecko away, you must leave as soon as possible. Don't waste time. Su-Yin pulled out her gun and prepared for battle. Sister Su-Yin, you have to be careful too. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were a little reluctant. Although they have selfish thoughts, They are also truly grateful for Su-yun's efforts. Su-yun knew that she would most likely not survive, but she still nodded in response to the two little girls, then looked at Shun-yi and said seriously, "Comrade Shun-yi, I hope you can take care of them. In this world, we humans can only survive by helping each other." "I know. Then get ready. Leave as soon as you hear the sound. Don't waste time." After Su-yun finished speaking, she walked to the door and carefully opened the door of the convenience store. There was only thick black fog and the sound of wind outside, and no danger was visible. Su-yun took a deep breath, walked out cautiously, and observed her surroundings. No sign of geckos was found. Once this color-changing monster hides in the black fog, it is difficult to observe with the naked eye. Su-yun looked back at the convenience store, then walked into the black fog, deliberately making noises with her feet in an attempt to lure out the gecko. "Brother Shun-yi, should we go out now?" Zhou Wanner asked hurriedly. The girl with long hair also held her backpack tightly, ready to run away at any time. Shun-yi glanced at her and said, "You continue to hide in the room inside and come out when I call you." Why?" Sister Su-yun led the monster away. "Can't we leave as soon as possible?" Zhou Wanner said anxiously. "Shut up. If you don't want to listen, you can leave now, but don't follow me." Shun-yi was too lazy to talk nonsense and walked out of the convenience store after he finished speaking. If Zhou Wanner is obedient, I don't mind saving her life. If she is not obedient, that would be a way to her death. Zhou Wanner was scolded so much that she didn't dare to speak. It was not until Shun-yi left that she stomped her feet in anger. "Damn it, this stinky straight man." After venting their anger with a few harsh words, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl looked at each other and finally closed the door and hid in the storage room obediently. Without someone to protect them, there is no way they could survive in such a dangerous world. Although I don't understand what Shun-yi means, I can only obey him now. After all, Shun-yi has a gun in his hand, and the only hope of survival is to follow him. Although Zhou Wanner is tea-shy, she is not stupid. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the black fog, Su-yun held the gun in both hands and walked slowly with her long legs, deliberately making noises with her feet. She looked around very vigilantly, not even daring to breathe. She knew very well that the mutant gecko might attack her at any time. She had to react immediately. Even if you are attacked, you must kill this monster. Su-yun walked very slowly, and her voice was very loud. This undoubtedly gave the mutant gecko the desire to hunt her. At this time, in the black fog, a pair of cold vertical pupils were staring at Su-yun quietly. The owner of the vertical pupils, its body almost merged into one with the black fog. It stayed there quietly without moving. It is waiting for its prey to come to its door. Su-yun, who was walking slowly towards it, was its prey. Silence. Silent. Just when the prey was only about 2 meters away from it, it moved. The color that originally blended in with the surroundings was exposed the moment it moved. This is a giant gecko. It is so fast that even if the prey has reacted at this distance, it will not have time to launch an effective resistance. Not to mention, Su-yun was facing it sideways and couldn't notice it at the first sight. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. Sudden. Several gunshots rang out in the black fog. Su-yun was startled and turned around suddenly. She saw a huge gecko lying just a few dozen centimeters away from her. There were several bullet holes on the gecko's body, bleeding, and its breath was extremely weak. Su-yun did not hesitate and fired 2 more shots at the gecko's head, killing the mutant gecko completely. Then, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and breathed deeply. Her back was already covered with sweat. The hand holding the gun was also shaking slightly. She almost died just now. It would be a lie to say that you are not afraid. She is also human. However, once she puts on this dress, she must live up to the responsibility that the dress represents. She couldn't and shouldn't retreat. If she could avoid death, she wouldn't want to die. She really didn't want to die. Thank you. Su-yun looked at the gunman who walked out of the black fog, her eyes flashing with gratitude. 39. Unlock new items. Supernatural fruit. The person who shot and saved Su-yun at the critical moment was naturally Shun-yi. Shun-yi left the convenience store right after Su-yun. As for Su-yun, the policewoman who can unlock supplies, Shun-yi's idea is to save her if possible. You can also unlock one more item. Certainly, if this gecko can really become invisible, Shun-yi will not waste time. He will just use teleportation to escape. However, this gecko actually revealed such a big flaw when attacking its prey. Shun naturally would not be polite. He teleported behind it and shot it a few times, killing it directly. The mutant gecko may seem dangerous, but it can't actually stop bullets. If there were no black fog, this gecko would just be a larger animal. The main reason is that the thick black fog greatly reduces people's vision, so this color-changing gecko is so difficult to deal with. Comrade Shun-E, thank you. Suyin looked at Shun-E gratefully. She didn't expect Shun-E to risk his life to save her. You know, if he fails to lure out the mutated gecko, Shun-E will most likely become the gecko's primary target of attack. So, Shun-E is using his life to help himself. Suyin was really grateful and touched. Compared to those people he rescued some time ago, Shun-E is much better. Some of those people abandoned me and ran away at the critical moment. Some left secretly because they didn't want to share food, and some even coveted my body. In short, in just a few days before the end of the world, Suyin had seen the evil in people's hearts. That's why she was so moved when she saw Shun-E coming out to save her regardless of his own safety. The gap between people is really huge. Just a verbal thank you? Shun-E looked at Suyin and asked. Suyin was stunned. I don't understand what Shun-E means. Does he want money? Shun-E was speechless when he saw Suyin with a silly look on her face. I didn't expect that the policewoman couldn't even understand such an obvious hint. No wonder she is still pure and innocent in her 20s. I mean, do you want to repay me for saving your life by marrying you? Shun-E said directly. This. Suyun's cheeks suddenly turned red and she stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Even though she was usually very open-minded, she was too embarrassed to look at Shun-E for a moment. How old are you? I'm almost 30 years old, how can I? When Suyun said this, she felt her face burning hot. So shameful. It's so depressing to discuss this kind of thing with a boy who is so much younger than me. We are only a few years apart in age. Besides, in today's world, do we still need to care about age? Shun-E said as he came in front of Suyun. He reached out and wanted to hold Suyun's hand. We might die in an accident tomorrow. Don't think too much. Living in the present is the most important thing. Suyun's face turned even redder, and she subconsciously dodged Shun-Yi's hand, then turned her head away and said, No way. We just met. How can this be possible? Although she was very grateful to Shun-E for saving her, she also had a certain liking for Shun-E. But this affection is not love, but a favorable impression based on comparison with other heartless people in the doomsday. But she still felt it was too fast for her to suddenly start dating Shun-E. The age difference is a factor, but the main reason is that it happened too fast. They've only known each other for less than an hour. Suyun, who is conservative at heart, finds it hard to accept such rapid emotional progress. But Shun-E didn't care about that. All he wants now is to unlock new supplies. Besides, you can't let yourself waste a few bullets, right? Seeing that Suyun's resistance didn't seem that strong, he stepped forward, hugged Suyun, and then kissed her vigorously. Suyun was stunned for a moment. Sudden. It's so sudden. So much, so that she even forgot to resist for a moment. My first kiss. While kissing her, Shun-E quietly took the gun from Suyun's waist to prevent the woman from shooting him in a rage. But I think I thought too much. Suyun had no intention of resisting. She just struggled a few times symbolically, and then she actually hugged him back. Sure enough, the more conservative a woman is, the more passionate she becomes once she lets go. This is the sense of contrast. But she must not have brushed her teeth in a long time. It tastes very bad. So Shun-E didn't hesitate and used instant teleportation to bring Suyun to an empty shop, where he started unlocking supplies right there. Suyun was kissed until she was dazed, and touched until her whole body was hot. By the time I reacted, I was already naked. Her face flushed red, and she tried to resist, but due to Shun-Yi's evolved physique, she couldn't do anything. That's all. New supplies unlocked. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Superpower Sensory Fruit. Superpower, Sensing Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpower, Sensing Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpowers. Fuck. Shun-E, who was immersed in the land of women, sat up from the ground in excitement the moment he heard the system prompt. Supernatural fruit. I actually unlocked the supernatural fruit. What's wrong? Suyun covered her body with her hands and looked at the excited Shun-E with a red face. Why is he so happy suddenly? Could it be Could it be because he knew it was his first time? Thinking of this, Soo-yeon's face turned even redder. I didn't expect that after keeping it for so many years, I would end up with a boy who was much younger than me, on the floor of an undecorated shop. She just felt so embarrassed. Does this count as an old cow eating young grass? Of course it counts. Although she was half-hearted, Soo-yeon didn't really mind it. Otherwise, even if Shun-yi was half-hearted, it would be impossible for him to get her so easily. After all, Soo-yeon is a policewoman who has received professional training. If she really fights for her life, she is not weak. Nothing, just happy. Shun-yi kissed Soo-yeon happily. It seems that my idea of taking risks was right. Soo-yeon actually unlocked a supernatural fruit, and it can be stacked infinitely. Damn, so many fruits, it's simply invincible. Moreover, this also proves that the supernatural fruit is indeed a kind of material. In the future, as long as you unlock enough types of materials, you will definitely be able to unlock other supernatural fruits. You are so bad. Although Soo-yeon was shy, she didn't resist anymore as the matter was done. What Shun-yi said before was true. In today's world, don't think too much, don't think about the future. Maybe they may die in an accident tomorrow. Living in the present is the most important thing. She leaned in Shun-yi's arms, slowly drawing circles on his body with her fingers, and asked softly, "What is your relationship with those two girls?" "The girl who called you brother Shun, he seems to have a special relationship with you." Women who have just had sex are very sensitive, even if they are a heroic policewoman. Shun-yi was really a little hesitant about what to say. He had not originally thought of accepting Soo-yeon, and now, under the current circumstances, it can only be said that he was impulsive at the moment. Although the result is good. But if I can't handle it well, considering Soo-yeon's character of fighting the mutant gecko, I'm afraid I will have to be ruthless. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to do such a thing as destroying a beautiful girl. If they had not had sex, Shun-yi would have abandoned Soo-yeon without hesitation, or even killed her. However, he was a little hesitant in this situation. Certainly, if Soo-yeon really follows me, then everything will revolve around me. Otherwise, even if they had sex, he would still do it without mercy. This is the end. So it all depends on what Soo-yeon chooses next. What would you do if I told you that I have other women? 40. Obtain the third superpower, telepathy. What would you do if I told you that I have other women? After Shun-yi said this, he looked at Soo-yeon quietly. Unexpectedly, Soo-yeon was not surprised at all. She just sighed faintly. "I knew it. You're such a young boy, but you're so skilled in kissing me. You must have had many girlfriends and are very experienced. If it was before and you dared to use force, I would never let you succeed. No, I would break your third leg." Soo-yeon said this and bared her teeth at Shun-yi in a deliberately vicious manner. But it's not scary, it's kind of cute. Then, Soo-yeon sighed and said helplessly, "But in this world now, there is no law, let alone morality. You have survived this long and dare to go out to save people, which proves that you have certain strength. If you want women, there must be many women willing to follow you. So, I'm not surprised at all when you said you had other women. I just felt a little uncomfortable. After all, I thought you belonged to me alone." Soo-yeon said this, but she still looked at Shun-yi with a bit of hope and asked, "Looking at your frank attitude, you should not be willing to abandon other women and only be with me, right?" Yeah. Shun-yi didn't lie, and there was no need to lie. Not only will he not abandon other women, but he will also take in more women in the future. There is nothing we can do about it. If you want to unlock more supplies and survive in the doomsday, you must do this. Of course, Shun-yi didn't mean to put the blame on the system when he thought this. He himself had the same idea in his mind. Who doesn't like the wonderful life of having many wives and concubines? Only, the world is too dangerous right now. Not to mention the giant mutated tree in the city center that is powerful enough to destroy the entire city. He cannot even deal with the mutated black spider in the community. Damn, becoming stronger is the most important issue at the moment. Therefore, he was destined not to abandon a forest for Soo-yeon. I knew it. Soo-yeon helplessly lay in Shun-yi's arms, then closed her eyes and whispered softly, "But if you really abandon other women for me, I will look down on you even more. Because if that's the case, you might just dump me for another woman." Shun-yi didn't say anything, but just patted Soo-yeon's shoulder gently. The advantage of a mature woman is that she doesn't need to explain so much. She understands many things. Even if you don't understand, you can figure it out. The two of them were affectionate for a while. Then they got dressed and prepared to go back to the convenience store to pick up Jo Warner and the other girl. As for the use of teleportation, just now, Shun-Yi naturally explained it to Su-Yin. Another reason why Su-Yin did not resist immediately was because Shun-Yi took her to the shop instantly, which scared her. And this is the superpower. When Su-Yin learned that humans could acquire superpowers, her eyes lit up. If everyone could obtain such magical powers, the possibility of survival would be greatly increased. What Shun-Yi was thinking was that it was a good thing that the first superpower he obtained was physical evolution. Otherwise, he would have been drained of energy in these few days of unlocking. How could he have the energy to fight the mutant monsters? Back to the convenience store. Shun-Yi first scanned the goods. It's a pity that this is just a small convenience store. There are not many things in it, and most of them are contaminated, so there is not much to eat. Something is better than nothing. The biggest gain of this trip is Su-Yin. Because of Su-Yin, Shun-Yi was able to unlock the supernatural fruit. Is this another one of your abilities? Su-Yin looked at Shun-Yi in amazement, seeing that he could take away a lot of supplies with just a wave of his hand. Shun-Yi responded. Then, he called out Zhou Wanner and the other girl who were hiding in the storage room. These two girls are really shameless. Even though Shun-Yi and Su-Yin came back and made a noise, they did not come out immediately. Before, when Su-Yin said that she was going to lure the gecko away, the two girls looked very touched, but in fact they hoped that Su-Yin would sacrifice herself. They only want to protect themselves. Too shameless. Comparable to Shun-Yi. That's great. Brother Shun-Yi, sister Su-Yin, I'm so glad you're all okay. Zhou Wanner patted her chest, her face full of relief. The girl with long hair doesn't talk much, and she doesn't have as many thoughts as Zhou Wanner, the little green tea girl. Well, let's go, Shun-Yi said lightly. Then, he suddenly thought of something, took out two guns loaded with bullets from the system space, gave them to Su-Yin, and asked her to use them for self-protection. Su-Yin's character is trustworthy. Even more trustworthy than Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan. There are huge differences between people's personalities. Although Shun-Yi knew Su Wanting and the other girls earlier, he did not trust them half as much as Su-Yin did. He actually has a gun. When Zhou Wanner saw Shun-Yi conjure up two pistols out of thin air, she was shocked, but her eyes rolled around cunningly, thinking that she must capture Shun-Yi, make Shun-Yi like her, and fall in love with her, so that she could survive the doomsday. Su-Yin felt warm in her heart as she held two brand new Type 54 pistols. She knew that this was a sign of Shun-Yi's trust in her. The four of them walked out of the convenience store and moved forward cautiously. After experiencing the sneak attack by the color-changing gecko, Shun-Yi had to be more careful. Some mutant animals have very strange abilities, and you may fall into their trap if you are not careful. Thinking of this, Shun-Yi silently took out a supernatural fruit from the system space and put it into his mouth. Get new superpowers first. Maybe it will improve your fighting power. When the fruit enters your mouth, a light coolness spreads throughout your body. But it was only a moment. Except for the first time he ate the physical evolution fruit, which made him feel a huge change in himself. The effects of the other two supernatural fruits were very small. I don't know if it's because my body has evolved to be stronger or because it's the first time I've eaten the fruit, but the probability is the latter. After all, in Shun-Yi's opinion, the ability of teleportation is definitely not worse than the evolution of the physical body. As he thought about this, he had finished digesting the fruit in his mouth. He immediately opened the panel to check. Host, Shun-Yi. Age, 20. Force value, 30, excluding any external bonus. Unlocked materials. Master Shuai's mineral water, freshly roasted chicken, Type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak, supernatural fruit, telepathy. Ability obtained. Physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV1. Physical evolution LV1. Your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport LV1. You can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy LV1. You can sense all hostility and kindness within 20 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 20 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. 41. Infinite fruit, continuous upgrade, return home. Is this telepathy? It's really magical. As soon as Shun-Yi finished reading the skill introduction, he tried it out himself. In the state of telepathy, Even if he closed his eyes, he could clearly see everything within 20 meters around him, including buildings, various plants, etc. And it's a 360 degrees bird's eye view. Even the black fog can't block it. This is simply a perspective cheat. Moreover, in this state, Shun-Yi could also see white aura flowing on the three women beside him. Although there was no written explanation, Shun-Yi could understand what it meant the moment he saw the white aura. White represents trust and loyalty to oneself. The whiter, the more loyal. Suyun's body is as white as flawless white jade. Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair were dressed in a light white color, with nearly half of it mixed with gray. Gray represents neutrality, which means lack of trust. Within 20 meters around Shun-Yi, there were many pure gray objects. For example, the mutated big trees on both sides of the road, the grass and trees on the ground, etc., all have a gray temperament. In other words, as long as Shun-Yi does not take the initiative to provoke these plants, they will never attack him because they have no hostility towards him. As for black, none yet. Black represents absolute hostility. If a person has a black aura, it proves that he is ready to attack Shun-Yi. As long as a hostile person appears within 20 meters of Shun-Yi and is hostile to Shun-Yi, no matter how he hides, Shun-Yi will be able to sense it at the first time. This is fucking cheating. Moreover, Shun-Yi discovered that telepathy combined with instant movement is simply a cheat among cheats. Telepathy can provide 360 degrees bird's eye view plus perspective plus accurately lock the enemy's position and then teleport directly to the enemy. The combination of these two abilities can produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, which is absolutely amazing. With this ability, even if I encounter an enemy who likes to launch sneak attacks like a chameleon gecko, I will be able to detect it in the first place. Shun-Yi was very excited. This supernatural power is so great. You don't have to worry about people or monsters attacking you from behind anymore. In addition, if the woman around him showed hostility towards him, Shun-Yi would be able to detect it immediately and would not be stabbed in bed. Although the current sensing distance is only 20 meters, it is enough. Besides, there are a bunch of perception fruits in the system space. If eating fruits can increase the level of supernatural powers, then he will be able to raise the level of telepathy to the maximum soon. The bird's eye view is an active skill that I need to use actively, while the perception of kindness and hostility is a passive skill that can be used passively. Not bad. It's really convenient. Shun-Yi was very satisfied. In this way, as long as an enemy approaches you and shows hostility, you will be able to detect it instantly without having to keep the god's perspective on all the time. Otherwise, it will also consume physical energy. Yes, releasing active skills will consume physical strength. If Shun-Yi's physical physique was not strong enough, he really would not be able to withstand the simultaneous consumption of these two skills. Physical evolution is very important. It seems that most abilities consume physical strength when released, just like the blue bar. Shun-Yi seemed to be thinking about something. Only then did he understand the versatility of the supernatural power of physical evolution. Physical evolution can improve physical fitness and increase the upper limit of physical strength, while other superpowers will consume physical strength. If the physical strength is not enough, no matter how strong the superpower is, it will be limited. Just like the bug-level ability of teleportation. If Shun-Yi's body had not been strengthened, it would be amazing for him to be able to use teleportation 10 times in a row. Not to mention using teleportation in combination with telepathy, which would consume even more physical energy, and I'm afraid it wouldn't work after 7 or 8 times. This shows the importance of the ability of physical evolution. So, the reason why Zhao Tao's lightning ability is not strong enough is probably because he does not have enough physical strength to support him to release it continuously, in addition to the fact that his ability level is relatively low. Thinking about it this way, Shun-Yi understood the reason. Others may not be able to figure out the reason even after years of searching. My combat power has doubled from 10 to 30. That's great. It seems that teleportation combined with telepathy can really significantly increase combat power. Shun-Yi looked at the panel, and he also found that this force value did not take into account any external objects. In other words, if you use a gun, your combat power could be increased a lot, but it is not calculated. Next, it is to test whether the supernatural fruit can be upgraded. Shun-Yi closed his eyes, opened up telepathy to lead the way, took out a handful of supernatural fruits from the space, and stuff them into his mouth one by one like eating beans. Regardless of whether it can upgrade superpowers, once the fruit enters the stomach, all the internal organs and limbs will feel chilled, and the feeling is like an electric shock, which is really great. Even if eating the supernatural fruit cannot level up, he doesn't mind taking it as medicine. Anyway, this medicine has no side effects, it just feels good. Especially when several supernatural fruits enter the stomach one after another, it feels better than the moment when they are released. I feel like my whole body is numb. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 2. Telepathy. LV2, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 40 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 40 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shen didn't know whether he had eaten more than a dozen supernatural fruits in one breath, but he suddenly upgraded. The distance of telepathy doubled to 40 meters. Now, he can see a richer environment and a broader vision. The number of fruits can really upgrade the superpowers. After getting this answer, Shun-Yi was not stingy with the supernatural fruit and kept feeding it into his mouth, experiencing the dual pleasure of physical fitness and upgrades. Anyway, one supernatural fruit is added every second, so I can't eat them all. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 3. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 4. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 5. When Shun-Yi brought the 3 girls back to the community, he had already reached level 5. But it seemed that because he knocked too much in one breath, he felt a chill in his internal organs. My limbs are icy cold. Damn, it seems like I need to slow down before cracking the fruit. Although cracking the fruit is fun, I can't crack too many at once. Shun-Yi, whose hands and feet were cold, thought so and temporarily put the fruit in his hand into the system space. Telepathy. LV5, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 250 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 250 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. An extremely long perspective distance of 250 meters. It's like cheating. Moreover, because he had been upgraded to level 5, Shun-Yi discovered that the amount of energy he consumed when he actively activated a skill actually decreased slightly. It stands to reason that the higher the skill level, the higher the cost, right? But its cost has decreased. This is very cool, proving that Shun-Yi can use it more unscrupulously without worrying about consuming too much physical energy. Thinking like this, Shun-Yi stopped and scanned Building 6 in front of him with telepathy. Soon, he found the dangerous mutant black spider. 42. Too tired to breathe. The thick black fog that filled the air was completely seen through by the telepathic perspective, without any hindrance. Through a bird's-eye view, Shun-Yi quickly locked onto the location of the mutated black spider. It is on the middle floor of building number 6, and under the cover of various mutated plants, it has woven a big web, as if it lives there. Around the spider web, there are several long objects wrapped in white spider silk. From the long shape, it can be seen that it is a human corpse. Why do I feel that this black spider seems to be a little bigger than before I left? Is it an illusion because I can see it too clearly with my telepathy? Shun-Yi frowned slightly. I'm not sure if it's because of the line of sight. After all, there was black fog blocking it before. Brother Shun-Yi, what's wrong? Zhou Wana hid behind Su Yun and spoke cautiously. Shun-Yi just walked into the community and suddenly stopped. The surroundings were filled with strange black fog, and the occasional chirping of animals could be heard in the darkness, making the 3 women very nervous. It's okay. Let's go. Shun-Yi observed the black spider for a while, and seeing that it was eating and was in the middle of the building, he decided to test it. At a distance of more than 10 meters, the black spider should not be able to hear it as long as you don't make too much noise. The reason why Shun-Yi did not use teleportation was that he wanted to test the attack range of the black spider so that he could respond more easily. Walk faster and don't make too much noise. Shun-Yi turned around and reminded the 3 girls. If anyone were to commit suicide and attract the mutant black spider, Shun-Yi would not be afraid, as he could just use teleportation to run away. But they were out of luck. Shun-Yi's teleportation can only carry 1 person at most. Maybe the level of teleportation is too low. Moreover, if you bring 1 more person, his physical energy consumption will be tripled, which is far more than the physical energy consumed by teleporting alone. Although Shun-Yi has plenty of physical strength, generally speaking, he still doesn't like to lead people. Su Yun and the other 2 girls nodded heavily, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Even the sound of your breathing should be as quiet as possible. That's all. The four of them entered the building safely without attracting the attention of Black Spider. Shen-Yi also got the answer. The mutated Black Spider would not attack people entering or leaving the building when it was in the spiderweb position. The premise is not to make too much noise. But when she walked into the building and saw blood all over the floor and several corpses, Su-Yun was so scared that she immediately raised her gun and turned on the safety. Shen-Yi, there was a conflict here. These bodies are covered with gunshot wounds. There are also many bullet holes on the walls. At least 3 gunmen fired shots. Su-Yun made her judgment based on her rich experience in criminal investigation. Because the bullet holes on the first floor were everywhere, with no pattern. After hearing this, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl hugged each other's arms in fear and followed Su-Yun closely. Don't worry about it. Let's go upstairs. Shen-Yi's face was calm, and he walked towards the stairs. Su-Yun was stunned, and her eyes changed slightly. She vaguely sensed something from Shen-Yi's attitude, but did not speak. Did you kill those people on the first floor? While climbing the stairs, Su-Yun couldn't help but ask this question. Yes. Su-Yun was silent. Obviously, she felt that Shen-Yi was not a bloodthirsty person. But the bloody scene just now, Su-Yun pursed her lips, feeling extremely complicated at the moment. When they heard Shen-Yi admit to the murder without hesitation, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl were frightened, and their eyes changed when they looked at Shen-Yi with an extra hint of fear and awe. Judging from the bloody scene on the first floor, Shen-Yi actually killed several people by himself, and he was not injured at all, and he didn't even change his expression when he saw the dead. What kind of psychological quality is this? Is he really just a college student? Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were extremely nervous. But as they climbed down the 20 floors, all their thoughts were drowned out by fatigue. I'm so tired that I can hardly breathe. The elevator doesn't work, and living on a high floor is such torture. As soon as he reached the 20th floor, Shen-Yi frowned. He saw 2 men wandering stealthily in front of his door. Moreover, the aura of these 2 men was mostly black, neutral yet hostile. The 2 men's attention was immediately attracted by Su-Yun, who was wearing a police uniform. They were immediately surprised and came over immediately. Police! Finally, the police came to rescue us. Officer, I want to call the police. I want to call the police. There's a murderer downstairs. Officer, please handle this. Go arrest those thugs. The 2 men complained to Su-Yun excitedly. Thugs? What's going on? Su-Yun asked in confusion. It's those thugs who eat human flesh on the first floor. Officer, didn't you encounter them when you came up here? They are worse than beasts. The 2 men immediately began to recount the evil deeds of the thugs. Rape, robbery, murder, kidnapping, cannibalism. He is simply a demon. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl's faces turned pale when they heard this. Su-Yun's expression was even more solemn. I didn't expect that there would be such thugs less than 10 days after the apocalypse. Immediately, she suddenly reacted and subconsciously looked at Shen-Yi. So this is the reason why Shen-Yi killed those people? Because they are thugs? Really? Shen-Yi is indeed not the kind of evil person who has no bottom line and kills indiscriminately. As Su-Yun heaved a long sigh of relief, there was a hint of love in her eyes as she looked at Shen-Yi. If there were no outsiders here, she would have wanted to hug Shen-Yi and give him a big kiss. Are you done? If you're done, get out of here and don't block my door. Shen-Yi didn't care about Su-Yun's expression and glanced at the 2 men indifferently. Why? Why do you want us to get out of here? We also need the police's help. We can't let you monopolize the rescue resources. This police officer should serve all of us. You have no right to be so overbearing. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was not afraid of Shen-Yi at all. Instead, he thought that Shen-Yi drove them away in order to monopolize the rescue resources. Yes, in the eyes of the 2 men, the female police officer, Su-Yun, came to rescue their community. The thugs downstairs have all been eliminated. You are safe now. Also, I am not here to serve you. I am not the one who eliminated the thugs. You must leave here immediately. Su-Yun's tone was cold, and her attitude towards the man with glasses changed immediately. Not to mention whether she should serve everyone. Just this man's attitude towards Shen-Yi made her very unhappy. Shen-Yi is her man. He is just an outsider. If she were not a police officer, she would have scolded the man with glasses mercilessly based on the tone he used toward Shen-Yi. Su-Yun, who finally found a boyfriend, is very protective of him. She was afraid that Shen-Yi would suffer because of his young age. Little did they know, if she hadn't spoken, Shen-Yi would have drawn his gun. Suffer a loss? There is no way he would suffer a loss. Judging from the fact that these two strange men were loitering at the door of his house with a hint of hostility, they definitely had no good intentions. So Shun-Yi wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt if he killed them. It's the end of the world. As far as Shun-Yi is concerned, there is no such thing as a crime that is not punishable by death. If you dare to covet my house, I will kill you. You, how can you say such things as a police officer? Are you and a boyfriend and girlfriend? Great. As a police officer, you don't save ordinary people like us, but protect your man. How can you be worthy of the clothes you are wearing? From Soo-Yun's attitude, the man with glasses seemed to have noticed the relationship between her and Shun-Yi. He immediately became furious and condemned her from a moral high ground. Yes, officer, you can't just ignore us. We are all taxpayers, and your salary is paid by us taxpayers. How can you abandon us, ordinary people, when something happens? Another man in a suit also stood up and spoke. You should protect us, be responsible for our safety, and provide us with food and water. This is your job as a police officer. 43. Angry Soo-Yun, the way to death. The two men did not dare to speak loudly when facing the thugs, but they were brave enough to face the police and even threatened to force Soo-Yun to serve them. You can't mess with bad guys, but you can mess with good guys, because the good guys won't shoot them. Soo-Yun's face suddenly turned cold. After experiencing this period of doomsday, her personality has changed, especially after she chose to sacrifice herself in order to save Zhou Wanner and others, and then was rescued by Shun-Yi. Her mentality changed even more. I have paid enough. Since the first day of the apocalypse, she has been rescuing people in distress. Over the past few days, she has saved no less than 100 people. But what about herself? I didn't have enough to eat every day, and I had no water to drink. I was almost eaten by monsters several times. The more Soo-Yun thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She doesn't want to care about any damn responsibilities anymore. I don't want to sacrifice myself just because of a responsibility. She has sacrificed enough. She has a family now. She doesn't want to die. Soo-Yun grew up in an orphanage. She has no parents or relatives and has always been alone. She has never had a sense of security or dependence. This is also the reason why she doesn't want to find a boyfriend. She was afraid that she would finally find a boyfriend, but they would break up for various reasons. She couldn't bear the pain of separation. Rather than breaking up, it's better not to be together from the beginning. If it weren't for the doomsday, it would be almost impossible for Shun-Yi to pursue Soo-Yun, let alone win her over after just 1 or 2 hours of meeting her. But although Soo-Yun's personality seems cold, she is actually warm-hearted. Once she identifies someone, she will treat that person as a family member and will never hurt her family member no matter what. Otherwise, with Soo-Yun's sense of responsibility, how could she have no reaction after learning that Shun-Yi had killed someone? If it were her old self, she would arrest Shun-Yi without hesitation. But she obviously didn't do that, and didn't even ask Shun-Yi why he killed someone. It was not until the two men said that those killed on the first floor were unforgivable thugs that she breathed a sigh of relief and even wanted to give Shun-Yi a big kiss. Because Shun-Yi did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Even if he went against the justice that he had always upheld in his heart, he did nothing wrong. Your man is not a bad person. Even though his methods were cruel, he killed those who deserved to be killed. Based on all this, after Soo-Yun heard the two men's blackmail, she raised her gun, pointed it at their heads, and shouted coldly, "Shut up. You're right. He and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. He's my man, and I want to protect him. What's wrong with that? It's taxpayers' money. I made the money with my own ability. What does it have to do with you? If you dare to say one more word, don't blame me for shooting you." Soo-Yun is not just a simple white flower. With her aura fully unleashed, she actually frightened the two men so much that they trembled all over. It was not until a gun was pointed at their heads that they realized that the policewoman in front of them was no longer the hard-working little policewoman before the end of the world. If you dare to talk back again, the other party might really shoot. Although they felt aggrieved and angry, the two men no longer dared to use moral blackmail. I get it. Let's go now. The man with glasses said this and quickly pulled the man next to him away. Soo-Yun snorted coldly and didn't bother with them. Of course, she was trying to scare the two men. Although she was very unhappy, Soo-Yun's basic moral concepts still prevented her from killing people casually, especially ordinary people like him who were not considered bad. Soo-Yun is still too naive. In Shun-Yi's eyes, the auras of the two men were obviously darker. Although they fled in fear, the seeds of resentment in their hearts had already been planted. The way to death. When do they get together? Zhou Wanner secretly looked at Su Yun and Shun Yi. Didn't they just know each other for a few hours? How did they become boyfriend and girlfriend? And didn't Shun Yi come to find me? How did he get together with the policewoman? For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable. It's like being cheated on. At this time, Shun Yi also knocked on the door. It was Su Wanning who opened the door. Hubby, you're back. Husband? Hearing this name, Su Yun was stunned and her face suddenly became uncomfortable. She just swore that Shun Yi was her man, but then a beautiful woman called Shun Yi husband instead. This is so embarrassing. Although I had known for a long time that Shun Yi had other women and was prepared to meet them, it was still very awkward when they actually met. I don't know who cheated on whom. Su Wanning didn't care about the thoughts of the three women outside the door. Instead, she put her slippers at Shun Yi's feet and helped Shun Yi change his shoes. She is gentle and generous, a good wife and mother, which is perfectly reflected. She knew that being jealous was useless, so she tried her best to show her virtue instead of quarreling with the new woman, which would only make her look inferior. Su Wanning's approach is indeed very effective. Her generosity made Su Yun even more embarrassed. For a moment, I felt like a rat in a gutter. Even though he was number 3, he still followed Shun Yi to the house. And before going there, she had been thinking that she must not show weakness after meeting Shun Yi's woman. If the other party scolds me and disagrees with me and Shun Yi being together, I must not lose the upper hand, and I must fight back at the critical moment. Su Yun thought a lot and came up with many plans, but she never expected that when they met for the first time, Su Wanning did not make things difficult for her at all, and even the look she gave her was not hostile. Everything is just my own overthinking. Zhou Wanner also felt embarrassed. But after all, nothing happened between her and Shun Yi, so it wasn't particularly embarrassing. You guys go in first. I'm going to take care of something. Shun Yi said, turned around, and teleported downstairs. He was going to deal with those two guys. If someone dares to covet my home and harbors strong hostility towards me, I will definitely not let him go. Dear sisters, please come in. Don't be too restrained. Just treat it as your own home. Seeing Shun Yi leave, Su Wanning still invited the 3 women into the house gracefully. Even Shun Yi would be surprised to see her gentle and generous attitude. In just a few days, Su Wanning turned from a jealous and arrogant young lady into a gentle wife. Thanks. Although Su Yun and the other 2 girls were a little embarrassed, they still changed their shoes and walked into the room. As soon as they came in, they saw 2 beautiful women sitting on the sofa, eating fruit and playing with their mobile phones. These 2 women, no, it should be said that these 3 women were all washed cleanly, without even a speck of dust on their bodies and faces. How can they look like they are experiencing the end of the world? On the other hand, Su Yun and her 2 daughters had not washed their faces and hands for a long time due to lack of water. In addition, they were chased by geckos, so they ran in a panic and fell down, and their bodies were dirty. Even my hair is stuck together. It was like 3 village girls coming to the city and seeing the young lady, and for a moment they felt an irrepressible sense of inferiority. You 3 should go take a shower first. My husband likes to be clean. Zhang Nanyan looked at them for a while and spoke. Hearing the word husband, Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were shocked. This beautiful girl is actually Shun Yi's woman. Then could it be that the other mature woman sitting on the sofa is also? In other words, all the people in this room are Shun Yi's women? He actually has so many women. Moreover, he was able to raise 3 women so well. To be honest, in addition to being shocked, Zhou Wanner found that she was more envious. I envy this kind of life where you don't have to worry about food and drink, and you can also keep everything clean. Take a shower? How much water does that require? Su Yun couldn't help but frown. This was such a waste of water. Even if Shun Yi has superpowers, it is still very dangerous to go out to find supplies. Save as much as you can. It's okay. There's plenty of mineral water in the bathroom. Just go and wash. If it's not enough, I'll tell my husband. Zhang Nanyan said lightly. As the first comer, she must of course show some of the airs of a big wife. But I can't let these women who come later stand above me, and I can't let myself be looked down upon. Take a bath with mineral water? Su Yun and the other 2 girls were immediately filled with disbelief. This is such a waste. Even if we have more mineral water, we can't stand such waste. Although they were shocked, they finally went to the bathroom to wash up under Su Wanning's guidance. As women, they certainly like to be clean and want to take a bath every day. But water resources are so precious now. There's not enough to drink. Who would be willing to use it for bathing? It was not until the three women walked into the bathroom and saw the full bottles of mineral water that they were stunned. Many. Which large supermarket did Shun empty out all the mineral water? No wonder the woman asked them to take a bath with mineral water. With so much mineral water, they were not afraid of it running out in a short time. These mineral waters should be drinkable, right? The long-haired girl said cautiously. Zhou Wanner had already opened a bottle of water and started drinking it. 44. Systematic selection, renovated house. Shun used teleportation to catch up with the two men. Without any nonsense, he shot them to death and threw the bodies out of the building. After the mind is clear, he then used teleportation to return to the room. Husband. Jiang Nanyin and Bai Sini were startled when they saw Shun suddenly appear, but they soon became happy. Su Wanning also hurried out from the kitchen to greet them. Shun glanced at the three women, and seeing that they all had a very white aura, he nodded with satisfaction. It's good as long as everyone has no ulterior motives. After a brief greeting, Shun sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, opened Gauda map, and searched for his hometown. Now that I have the power of telepathy, I don't have to worry about the dangers hidden in the black fog and can go home to pick up my younger sister and grandmother. My little sister's phone may be out of battery, and I haven't been able to contact her for several days. But Shun was not particularly worried, because my younger sister is very smart and grandma is not a pedantic old woman. Given my younger sister and grandmother's personalities, nothing will happen in the short term unless they encounter any force majeure. 73 kilometers is not far, but I need to find a car and fill it up with gas first. Shun looked at the distance displayed on the navigation and made a plan. This time when I go out, I can also search for some supernatural fruits. Honey, are you going here? Jiang Nanyin asked curiously when she saw the navigation on Shun Yi's phone. Honey, the current road conditions mean that an ordinary car won't be able to drive on it. At least a very powerful off-road vehicle will be needed, Jiang Nanyin analyzed. What do you think? Shun looked at Jiang Nanyin. From what she said, it seemed like she had something to say. Jiang Nanyin squeezed Shun Yi's shoulders and said, "It's like this, husband. I have a friend who plays with modified cars. She also has a house in our community, and there are several modified cars parked in the garage. We can drive her car out." She was talking about us, not me. She wants to go too. This woman is indeed very smart. She knows that following Shun is the safest way. Shun didn't care about Jiang Nanyin's little thoughts. As long as he could help him, he continued to ask, "Can you contact your friends now?" Jiang Nanyin shook her head. "I can't get in touch with her. Maybe her phone is out of battery, or maybe she has already, but it's okay. I know which building her house is in. We can just go over there and get the keys and drive." That's fine. When Shun asked about the meaning of the previous sentence, he originally wanted to see whether Jiang Nanyin's friend was pretty or not, and see if he could unlock some supplies by the way. However, since I can't get in touch with him, the most important thing is to get the car and go home first. As long as you have a car, it's only a few hours to go back and forth for about 70 kilometers. When we get grandma and little sister over here, we can find a safer place to build a shelter. Yes, Shun had the idea of building a shelter. Otherwise, you can't be like a homeless person without a fixed place to live and changing residence every day, right? Moreover, if a shelter is built, it will be more convenient to find beauties and unlock more system supplies. Just as Shun was thinking of this, the bathroom door suddenly opened. 3 women, freshly dressed in pajamas, came out. Shun looked at him for a few seconds and nodded. As expected, it is a product of the strict selection system, with outstanding appearance and figure. If this had happened before the end of the world, both Zhou Wanner and Su Yun would have been considered goddess-level beauties outside. Even this long-haired girl who does not meet the system standards can be called a little beauty. Let's eat first. Shun ran outside for several hours today and was a little hungry. Immediately, he waved his hand and took out 10 steaks and several buckets of instant noodles from the system space. I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time. Today I'm going to have some instant noodles with steak. Sister Bai and I are going to fry steak. Su Wanning was very sensible today and actually took the initiative to find something to do. Shani glanced at her and felt satisfied. Su Wanning is still very cute when she has no ulterior motives. The steak was fried and the instant noodles were ready. Shun then took out 3 roast chickens and 2 large bottles of Coke. Let's eat. There are more women now, and more supplies are consumed in one meal. Of course, it is still a drop in the bucket for Shani. Steak and chicken, there are so many options. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Su Yun Zhou Wan'er and the three new women kept swallowing their saliva. Since the apocalypse, they haven't eaten fresh food, let alone fresh meat. Shunyi was so generous to take out so many fresh foods. Was he preparing this specially for him and others to welcome him? But, looking at other people's expressions, why aren't they excited at all? This is all meat. Of course, Su Yun and the other two girls didn't know that this meal was very precious to them. But to Su Wanting and others, it was just a normal daily meal. Although Shan Yi did not provide unlimited supplies, he would not let his woman starve. What you eat, women eat. So, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan have gotten used to meat in the past 2 days. A delicious and hearty lunch was finished. Shan Yi took Jiang Nanyan out. The two came to building 13. Jiang Nanyan looked at the tall building in front of her and said, "Honey, my friend's house is on the 15th floor." Shen Yi immediately activated his telepathy and scanned the entire building to eliminate any possible hidden dangers. This is... Shen Yi suddenly raised his eyebrows. As he scanned each floor, he unexpectedly discovered that something was wrong with the 18th floor of the building. The lights on the 18th floor are actually on. In other words, the family on the 18th floor actually has electricity, dynamo, or some other power generation device. Moreover, when looking inside from the outside through the glass on the 18th floor, you can't see anything clearly, as if they had been deliberately replaced with privacy glass. Moreover, its outer walls have been reinforced with special materials, making it look like a steel barrier. It's most likely a doomsday shelter built by some doomsday enthusiast, and it just happened to be used. Shen Yi was not too surprised. He had seen many related videos before, and even saw a rich second generation spend hundreds of millions to renovate a doomsday villa. Shen Yi himself had also fantasized about building a doomsday safe house, but unfortunately, it was something only rich people could afford, so he just thought about it. But now, there is a ready-made safe house in front of you. With electricity, great privacy, and high defensiveness, it's a perfect house. I like. It'll be mine soon. Honey, I forgot the password. Jiang Nanyan tried several passwords in front of the unit door, but none of them worked. Shen Yi didn't expect her to open the door, so he walked forward, hugged Jiang Nanyan, and used instant movement to enter the building. At the same time, 18th floor. Behind the extremely private glass, there was a tall and lean figure. She was holding a snow-white fox in her arms and staring at the downstairs. Her red eyes seemed to be able to see through the black fog, staring at the place where Shun Yi disappeared. After looking at it for a long time, her expression was solemn, her eyes flickered, and her red lips moved slightly. Space-based psychic. 4-5. Murong Shui, the reborn one. At this time, there is actually a space ability person outside my building. How is this possible? I remember that in my previous life, there are no people with superpowers in our community. The fastest person I met who gained superpowers did not appear until more than half a month later. Could it be that my rebirth has caused some kind of butterfly effect around me? On the 18th floor, the only large flat with lights on, a beautiful lady with a curvy figure was muttering to herself with a serious expression. Her name is Murong Shui, and she is a reborn person. That's right, they're the kind of reborn people in doomsday novels. In her previous life, doomsday came suddenly, and Murong Shui was not prepared at all. She even didn't believe in the so-called doomsday theory at first, and thought that rescue would arrive soon. The result was no rescue. Because she did not make any preparations, she went hungry for 9 meals in 3 days and had to be on guard against the male neighbors in the building at all times. After, she had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for more than half a year and lived a relatively stable life. But suddenly a huge tree that blocked out the sun swallowed up the entire mountain city. Murong Shui was also swallowed up in that disaster with resentment and anger. As a result, I didn't expect that when I opened my eyes again, I was reborn 1 month before the end of the world. At first, Murong Shui thought she had just had a nightmare about the end of the world, until she later confirmed through some things that it was not a dream. So she started preparing in advance. Sell the company's properties, sell all real estate, and then spend a lot of money to renovate your house, install solar panels, install generators, and stockpile large amounts of food and water. They also stockpiled a lot of weapons of all kinds. At first, when she did these things, her close friends, and even family members didn't understand and even thought she was crazy. Her parents cut off all ties with her in anger, and several of her best friends also stopped associating with her. But it doesn't matter, because Murong Shui knows the disgusting side of her besties and friends. In my previous life, I took them in with great kindness, but they actually betrayed me and almost killed me. So, she was no longer a saint in this life. On the first day of the apocalypse, she tricked her best friends over and killed them directly. Killing is nothing to her. Having struggled for more than half a year in the apocalypse in her previous life, she had long been accustomed to killing people. In this way, Murong Shui spent her life hoarding supplies and killing enemies, and lived an extremely comfortable life after the end of the world began. Moreover, because of her experiences in her previous life, she knew about many opportunities and had seized them in advance. For example, this beautiful white fox in my arms has a special ability that can help me at critical moments. For example, the supernatural fruit. From the beginning of the apocalypse, Murong Shui first obtained the supernatural powers of her previous life, and also stockpiled some plants that had not mutated and had a high probability of producing supernatural fruits. These plants were transplanted by her based on her memories of her previous life, but she didn't know when they would bear supernatural fruits. The time for the supernatural fruits to mature is different. According to Murong Shui's plan, her home had water, electricity, food, and various entertainment facilities. She didn't need to go out to adventure. She just had to wait patiently for the supernatural fruits to mature, gain more supernatural powers, improve her strength, and escape from the mountain city before the terrifying tree covered the city. She had even decided on the city she was going to. But I'm not strong enough at the moment and can't go out, otherwise I might die on the way. But all these plans were disrupted when a person with special abilities suddenly appeared in this space and set his sights on him. Yes, Murong Shui has discovered that Shun Yi is peeping at her. Because of her ability to see through the black fog, and because her mental power has been amplified, her perception has become much stronger. If someone is spying, she can easily detect it. This is also the reason why she wants to obtain this power as soon as possible. In the Doomsday, her special ability is extremely effective in preserving her life. The reason she was able to live so long in her previous life was because of this special ability. I hope he doesn't come to my house. I don't want to go up against a person with spatial abilities. Even if he has just acquired spatial abilities, he's still very difficult to deal with. But if you really dare to come, I won't be afraid of you. Murong Shui sat on the sofa. The scarlet color in her eyes faded away. She gently stroked the head of the white fox in her arms with her jade hand and said softly, "Xiao Bai, you have to be prepared too. If that person dares to come in, let him know how powerful you are." The white fox moved its tail, and it was not known whether it understood or not, but it just barked obediently. Although Murong Shui was a little nervous, she was not particularly nervous, because although the space-related psychics were difficult to deal with, the end of the world had only just begun. She was sure that this space ability user was definitely not strong. How strong can a guy who has just acquired superpowers be? He may not even know what his superpowers are. But as a reborn person, with combat experience, weapons, and traps set up, how could he fight? As for whether this space-related psychic has any other superpowers, Murong Shui feels that he definitely doesn't. Because even as a reborn person, I've only gained one superpower so far, despite having the memories of my past life. How can anyone else surpass me? At present, most people don't even know what the supernatural fruit is. Taking a step back, even if this person was lucky enough to obtain two superpowers, he couldn't use them casually. Murong Shui knew very well that the stronger the supernatural power, the greater the energy consumption when using it. With a spatial ability like teleportation, ordinary people will start to pant heavily and use up most of their energy after teleporting a few times. If they use other abilities at the same time, they will probably die of exhaustion before they can hurt the enemy. With comprehensive judgment, summary of various experiences, and the coordination of several powerful traps she designed in the room, Murong Shui was not panicked at all, but rather very confident. Because the advantage is mine. The white fox in this woman's arms didn't mutate. It seems that not all animals can mutate. Hey, she actually has so much rice, flour, oil, and various canned fruits, drinks, and red wine stored in her room. Great, they're all mine. There's also a dedicated entertainment room. Wow, you're indeed a serious doomsday enthusiast. This house has been remodeled so well. Oh, there's so many traps. There's even a crossbow trap at the door. An ordinary person would definitely fall into it. In the room on the 15th floor, while Jiang Nanyan was looking for the car keys, Shun Yi was using telepathy to observe everything in the room on the 18th floor. I have to say, this woman is definitely a professional doomsday enthusiast. The house she renovated plus various food reserves, will be enough to safely survive for more than half a year, or even longer, during the doomsday. Shunyi likes it especially. At this time, the system was triggered as he expected. 46. Strong perversion. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Morong Shui. Age, 32. Appearance, 98 points. Body, 97 points. Inner, 100 points, pure and flawless. Total score, 98 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. It really meets the system standards. Shunyi was not surprised because this woman was really beautiful, had a top-notch figure, and had an extraordinary temperament. I'm so lucky today. Not only did I find a top-level shelter when I went out, but there was also a beautiful woman who could unlock rewards. Damn, this is so cool. Get it, must get it. Honey, I found the car keys. At this time, Jiang Nanyan walked out of the bedroom. Well, let's go home. Shunyi withdrew his telepathy. It's getting late today, so there's no need to rush to find this woman. Go home and unlock Zhou Weiner's reward first. Then, wait until I pick up my younger sister and grandma tomorrow, and then I'll take down this woman. Anyway, with this carefully renovated house, Morong Shui will definitely not leave the community. Husband, Jiang Nanyan, took the initiative to lean on Shunyi's arms. Shunyi put his arm around her and left the building using teleportation. At the same time, Morong Shui on the 18th floor suddenly felt that the feeling of being spied on disappeared. They left. Morong Shui breathed a sigh of relief, but remained alert. Is this feeling of being spied on the girl's ability? It's really strange. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, but I've already met 2 people with abilities. The butterfly effect is really scary. It seems that I still need to be more careful in the future. It's best to disguise myself as an ordinary person. Otherwise, too many things will change, and I may lose the memory advantage of my previous life. Morong Shui seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to the white fox in her arms. But the white fox was too lazy to pay attention to her. But Morong Shui was not angry. Instead, she picked up the notebook on the table, opened it, and started looking through it. In the notebook, she recorded some major events that would happen in the future, as well as the most dangerous mutated animals and plants in various areas. In order to prevent herself from forgetting the information over time, she would review her notebook every once in a while to deepen her memory. The most eye-catching thing on the notebook is rows of names. These people were famous and powerful people with special abilities in their previous lives. Each of them has special abilities or is very strong personally. Certainly, Morong Shui didn't see all of it with her own eyes, and most of it was hearsay, so the authenticity remains to be confirmed. Among them, the name ranked first and specially marked with a red pen was a powerful psychic that she had seen with her own eyes. No, it cannot be said to be powerful. It should be said to be abnormal. Morong Shui even speculated that even if the terrifying giant tree destroyed the entire mountain city, it could not kill her, because her abilities are extremely abnormal. Unfortunately, after I was reborn and investigated for a month, I found that there was no such person in the city, and I couldn't find her in a short time. Otherwise, if I had established a good relationship with her in advance, I wouldn't have to worry about the problem of the giant tree. Morong Shui lamented. However, the impact is not that great. As long as she doesn't change too many things, she will come to Yamashiro University in 2 months. Then I will have a chance to get close to her. Use the memories of the past life to become friends with her. Thinking of this, Morong Shui looked at the name carefully again and remembered it deeply. Shun Su. Shunyi and Jiang Nanyan returned home and briefly talked about going out tomorrow. The girls were a little worried, especially Su Wanting, Bai Sini, and Su Yun. They all wanted to follow Shunyi, but Shunyi rejected them all. He was going home to pick up his family, and it was inconvenient to bring a group of women with him. If they encountered any danger on the way, they would be a burden. In the end, Shunyi decided to take Jiang Nanyan alone. Because Jiang Nanyan is quite smart and she can drive, it is quite useful to take her out with her. As for Su Yun, she has the highest fighting ability among all the girls, and she can also use a gun, so naturally she will stay to protect the family. Judging from the 2 men wandering around his doorstep yesterday, Shunyi guessed that the residents in the building might have some evil intentions toward his home, so he still had to be on guard. Husband, you must be careful on the road tomorrow. More than 70 kilometers is a long way. Su Wanting said with concern. The other girls also said some caring words accordingly, except Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair. After all, they're not Shun Yi's women, so it's not easy for them to get involved in Shun Yi's family affairs. Shun Yi simply responded to the girls, then looked at Zhou Wan'er and said, "We will sleep in the same room tonight. As for the others, you can make your own arrangements, but leave one room empty. I have arrangements for tomorrow." Zhou Wan'er was stunned. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head in shame, unable to speak. She didn't expect Shun Yi to be so direct. He actually said that he wanted to share a room with her in front of so many women. This is too embarrassing. But the other women were not angry or disgusted. They just seemed to have thought of something and felt a little ashamed and envious. After all, they all understood Shun Yi's purpose of bringing Zhou Wan'er back. Anyway, it can't be playing flying chess. On the contrary, if Shun Yi simply saved Zhou Wan'er out of kindness and gave her food and drink for free, the women would be a little unhappy, because they all paid a price to get shelter. If Zhou Wan'er could get the same treatment as them without having to pay anything, they would feel unbalanced. What worries us is not the scarcity of wealth, but the inequality of wealth. This is human nature. Nanyan, let's go to the same room. I want to talk to you about something. Seeing Shun Yi and Zhou Wan'er enter the room, Su Wanning also called Jiang Nanyan away and went to talk in private. They used to be good friends, and their relationship has eased recently, so naturally they are more intimate than others. Bai Sini looked at the remaining two women, hesitated, and said to Su Yun, "Officer Su, if you don't mind, can we sleep in the same room tonight?" "Sister Bai, you don't have to call me Officer Su, just call me Su Yun." Su Yun quickly shook her head, feeling that the name was too strange. In fact, it's not a matter of address, but because of their current relationship, it would seem strange to call them that. Just like when Shun Yi called her Officer Su in bed. It was just for fun. Bai Sini and Su Yun entered a room, and they also had topics to talk about. The house has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which means that there's only one empty room, and the girl Lu Yiye. Lu Yiye is the girl with long hair who does not meet the system standards. The reason why Shun Yi didn't drive her away was because of Zhou Wan'er and Su Yun's face. Besides, he didn't lack food, so he temporarily protected her for a few days. After all, she was the person Su Yun saved at the risk of her life. If she were to drive her out directly, it would hurt Su Yun's feelings. Although Shun Yi has a cold personality, as long as her bottom line is not touched, she will take care of the feelings of her women. Especially a woman like Su Yun who is very loyal and obedient to me. Lu Ye also knew that she had not yet joined this family, and she remembered what Shun Yi had just said, that an empty room should be left. So she sensibly slept on the sofa all night. Although it's just a sofa, compared to the dangerous world outside, it's a very safe and comfortable place. 47. The sense of accomplishment of a rich lady's fall. The second day, after waking up, Shun Yi and the girls had breakfast, left some food for half a day, and then set off with Jiang Nanyan. Before leaving, he also specifically reminded the girls not to go out no matter what. Don't even go outside the building because there are mutated monsters outside that even you can't deal with at the moment. The girls were shocked and obeyed. After, Shun Yi used telepathy and instant movement to avoid the hidden danger and brought Jiang Nanyan to the underground garage. It took a few minutes to find the garage of Jiang Nanyan's friend's house. Here, Shun Yi saw 3 cars, 2 modified off-road vehicles and a modified red sports car. I have to say, Jiang Nanyan's friend is really rich. In the garage of any house, there are 3 luxury cars worth tens of millions. Fortunately, it's mine now. Shun Yi chose the Mercedes-Benz G-Class with a higher chassis and better performance. This Mercedes-Benz G has obviously been extensively modified. The entire exterior is made of aluminum alloy, and even the interior seats seem to have been replaced, not to mention hardware, such as the engine. In short, Shun Yi got in the car and felt it for a few minutes and was quite satisfied. He has a driver's license, although he has only had it for a few months and his skills are not very good. But the situation in the outside world nowadays is that as long as you don't drive into the wall, you should be able to drive however you want. You don't have to worry about being caught by cameras or being chased by the traffic police. The tank is full. Okay, let's go. After Shun Yi confirmed everything, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out. He drove out of the community in one breath and onto the main road. The roads are now full of black cracks and various mutated plants, but Shun Yi avoids them one by one through the 360 degrees bird's-eye view of telepathy. With a perspective comparable to that of a god, there is no need to worry about car accidents. It's so fucking awesome. Shun Yi increased the speed of the car to over 100 miles per hour, turning left and right and rushing around. Jiang Nanyan's face turned pale with fright. She even regretted coming out with Shun Yi. Who would have known that Shun Yi, such a steady and cautious person, could drive so crazily? Driving in such thick black fog and with cracks appearing on the road from time to time, what would you do if you fell down while driving so fast? But in fact, Jiang Nanyan was overthinking. She just didn't know that Shun Yi had a God's perspective, so she thought Shun Yi suddenly became reckless. In fact, Shun Yi saw the road conditions clearly. He would never risk his life. Jiang Nanyan was also getting more and more scared, and gradually she became surprised. Because no matter how fast Shun Yi drove, he could accurately avoid obstacles and cracks on the road. Even if a few abandoned cars suddenly appeared occasionally, he would avoid them directly, as if he had predicted it in advance. Jiang Nanyan gradually calmed down. Just say it. Shun Yi shouldn't be such a reckless person. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Shun Yi, who was driving seriously. It shouldn't be my illusion. Shun Yi may really be able to see through the black fog. Otherwise, dodging obstacles once or twice can be considered a coincidence. But being able to dodge them every time in advance is not a coincidence, but a result of long-term preparation. Seeing through the black fog. Is this another new superpower he has acquired? Jiang Nanyan thought about it and couldn't help but feel moved. If I guess correctly, it proves that Shun Yi has probably mastered the method of obtaining superpowers. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan's heart started pounding. Excited. Expect. If Shun Yi fully masters the method of obtaining superpowers, then he will have a greater chance of obtaining superpowers. After all, she is the only woman who has been credited with a merit by Shun Yi. Jiang Nanyan exhaled slightly, suppressed her excitement, and then looked at Shun Yi. Her beautiful eyes flashed and suddenly lowered her head and went over. This is a new trick to please her boyfriend that she and Su Wanning learned on the internet last night. Shun Yi, who was driving, suddenly felt his belt loosen and took a breath. Looking down at Jiang Nanyan, he couldn't help showing an expression of surprise, which then gradually turned into joy. Good. I didn't expect Jiang Nanyan to have learned this trick. While Shun Yi was satisfied, he also felt a sense of accomplishment. From a cold and aloof rich lady who knew nothing to an eloquent person now. She unlocked her experience from 0 to 1 step by herself. And this feeling is undoubtedly very fulfilling. Shun Yi was so excited that he almost got into a car accident. Fortunately, he has a God's perspective and can clearly see the situation outside, even with his eyes closed. It was a wise decision to bring Jiangnan cigarettes on this trip today. With emotion, Shun Yi couldn't help but exert force on his legs and stepped on the accelerator. 3 hours later, the off-road vehicle slowly drove to the entrance of a relatively remote village. Shun Yi slowed down. Although he didn't encounter any major troubles along the way, there were still many minor troubles, which affected his driving speed. For example, because the noise of the vehicle is too loud, it attracts many mutant animals to chase behind or even block the front. But Shun Yi didn't tolerate it and stepped on the accelerator and crashed the car to death. Parking is impossible. When parking in the wild, even if he had telepathic powers, he was afraid of encountering scary monsters like the mutated black spider. Anyway, it's a modified car, so as long as you don't encounter any particularly fierce mutant monsters, you can break through directly. There's no need to stop. So, it took him more than 3 hours to reach his destination, my hometown, Xinjia Village. However, the originally bustling Xinjia Village was now silent. There was no human habitation at all, and except for the occasional chirping of insects, the entire village seemed like an uninhabited village. The grass and trees around the village are also quite lush, and some of the grass even grows to 2 or 3 meters high. Shun Yi drove the car slowly towards the east end of the village, which was the direction of his home. When you enter the village, you can occasionally hear noises coming from some people's homes. Perhaps the living villagers are hiding inside. But Shun Yi didn't pay attention to these. He drove all the way to his doorstep, then scanned the surroundings telepathically. After looking around, the only thing that could be considered a threat was a mutant yellow dog lying in the yard of the neighbor next door. Stay in the car. Don't come out unless I call you. Shun Yi warned. Jiang Nanyan licked the white at the corner of her lips and nodded seriously. Immediately, Shun Yi used instant teleportation to leave the car and rush to his backyard. The cellar is in the backyard. If my younger sister and grandmother are still alive, they must be hiding in the cellar. At the same time, while Shun Yi was away, Jiang Nanyan quickly opened the windows for ventilation and kept gargling with mineral water. Her face flushed slightly, and she thought to herself, what she learned online is really useful. Shen Yi didn't know how excited he was after seeing the service he had just received in the car. According to the current progress, the first person to obtain superpowers must be me. However, my top priority now is to put my clothes in order and get into the best possible condition. Because I'm about to meet Shen Yi's family. She was somewhat expectant, yet also somewhat uneasy and nervous. I don't know whether Shen Yi's family will think highly of me or hate me. It was the first time that Jiang Nanyan experienced the anxiety of meeting her boyfriend's parents. At the same time, Shen Yi teleported into the cellar and saw his sister Shen Su and his grandmother, who was over 60 years old, who were making a fire and roasting potatoes. 48. Unlock new supplies. Grandma, I seem to see my brother coming back. Was I hallucinating because of the smoke? No. I must be dazzled. My brother is not that handsome. Shen Su stared at Shen Yi blankly, blinking in disbelief. Although she said she didn't believe it, her eyes were already red. When the grandmother heard the voice, she subconsciously wanted to speak to comfort her, but when she turned around, she saw her grandson who had appeared out of nowhere. At first glance, she also thought she was hallucinating, because compared to before, Shen Yi is now taller, his skin is whiter, and he has become more handsome. Xiaoyi? Is it Xiaoyi? Grandma stood up, somewhat unbelieving. Grandma, it's me. Shen Yi smiled and walked over. Grandma has lost weight. They must have not eaten well or slept well these days. Brother, you are finally back. The petite Shen Su rushed over and threw herself into Shen Yi's arms, hugging him tightly, her voice trembling slightly. She cried. I cried with excitement. Shen Su could no longer remember how many days had passed since the black fog appeared. Because her cell phone was out of battery and she couldn't contact her brother, she was worried that something had happened to him. If her grandmother hadn't been around, she would have left the village to look for Shen Yi long ago. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Grandma just kept repeating this sentence with a kind smile on her old face. Brother, tell me quickly, how did you get back? Aren't all the buses out of service? Also, brother, how come you suddenly become so handsome? And it seems you even have abdominal muscles. Let me touch them. After a war moment, Shen Su couldn't resist her curiosity and even started touching Shen Yi's body. I drove back. Shen Yi touched the little sister's head and explained with a smile. As for the abdominal muscles, it may be because I often exercise at school, so they have secondary development. Driving? Brother, you actually bought a car? What car? Shen Su's eyes lit up. She has always wanted to buy a car for her family, so that it would be very convenient for her to go out. As for the secondary development, Shen Su simply ignored it. Anyway, as long as my brother comes back safely, none of that matters. Yes, I bought it, an off-road vehicle. Shen Yi agreed without thinking. This girl is obviously not stupid, so why would she ask such a question? Well, come to think of it, my sister has been staying in the cellar all the time and has never been outside. She doesn't know about the huge changes in the outside world, so naturally she still retains the 3 views before the end of the world. If you need something, you have to spend money to buy it. Little did they know. Now, if you want a car, you don't even need to buy it. You can just buy it for free. There are cars everywhere on the streets. But there was no need for Shen Yi to tell these to his family, as it would only add to their troubles. Xiaoyi, you must be hungry after walking all the way. Come over and have something to eat. Grandma said as she peeled the baked potato to reveal the golden inside. The golden potatoes were steaming and smelled delicious. Shen Yi took the baked potato and took a bite. Wow, Grandma, you are biased. Those are the potatoes I baked. You gave my baked potatoes to my brother and even peeled the skins for him. I haven't been taken care of like this by your grandma in these days. Humph, I'm jealous. Shen Su puffed up her cheeks with an aggrieved expression. But in fact, she was not jealous at all. She just simply liked to act coquettishly and show off in front of her grandma. This girl was like this when she was little. She loved to show off. Susu, good boy. Can Grandma bake 2 more for you? Then I want to eat the ones that Grandma peels. Okay, Grandma will peel it for you after it's baked. Grandma smiled kindly and cooperated with her granddaughter's antics. As if she had gotten a satisfactory answer, Shen Su gave Shen Yi a boastful smile, as if to say, see, Grandma still dotes on me more. Shen Yi smiled helplessly. Seeing that Grandma was about to roast potatoes again, he stopped her and said, Grandma, don't roast them yet. I have other food here. As he spoke, he took out two self-heating hot pots, a steaming roast chicken, and several bottles of mineral water from the system space. The self-heating hot pot is a resource that I unlocked from Joanna last night. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Self-heating hot pot with luxurious ingredients. Luxury self-heating hot pot +1. Stored in the system space. Luxury self-heating hot pot +1. Stored in the system space. Luxury. The self-heating hot pot unlocked by the system is somewhat different from the one sold in stores. Because the ingredients in this self-heating hot pot are very rich, there are several kinds of fresh meat rolls, fresh seafood, and a variety of fresh vegetables, as if they were just picked. If this self-heating hot pot were sold outside, it would cost at least several hundred yuan. Wow, when did you learn magic? That's amazing. You can actually make food appear out of thin air. Shen Su showed a shocked expression and looked Shun Yi up and down, as if trying to find where on his body he could hide so much food. Grandma was also surprised. In all her years of life, this was the first time she had seen such a miraculous method. Immediately, Shun Yi briefly explained the matter about superpowers. Of course, most of it was made up. The general content is that I am lucky and I have obtained the ability to create food just after the end of the world. From now on, our family will never have to worry about food and drink. Grandma was very relieved after hearing this. Shen Su was very excited after hearing this and kept calling her brother awesome. Then, Shun Yi heated up the self-heating hot pot and let his grandmother and little sister eat first. He took some time to go out and killed the mutant yellow dog from his next-door neighbor's house in advance, and then threw the body away so that his grandmother would not be scared when she came out later. Eat and drink enough. Shun Yi then took his grandmother and younger sister out, and also explained that he would take them to the city. In Shun Yi's opinion, life in the city is more convenient. Because all kinds of plants and animals have mutated, rural areas are now more dangerous than cities. Grandma and my little sister naturally did not resist. After all, home is when all the family members are together. Xiaoyi, wait a moment. Grandma will go in and pack the bedding and clothes. Grandma thought of taking the bedding from home with her so that she wouldn't have to spend money to buy new ones when she went to the city. Shun Yi quickly stopped her and said, Grandma, you don't need to take the bedding and clothes. I bought new ones. If you have any expensive jewelry, you can wear them. You don't need anything else. Otherwise, the new ones I bought will be wasted. This, Grandma hesitated for a moment. Finally, I agreed. Although my grandmother also came from that era, she is not at all pedantic and is able to listen to children's opinions and ideas. Seeing Grandma enter the room, Shun Su suddenly looked around, and like a thief, she leaned close to Shun Yi's ear and whispered, Brother, actually like you, I also got superpowers. What? Shun Yi was stunned. I looked at my sister with some surprise. I didn't expect that the second person with superpowers I met would be my own sister. What happened was this. 2 days ago, I slipped out of the cellar while my grandma was sleeping and wanted to go back to my room to charge my phone. Then when I passed by the yard, I saw a colorful fruit on a grass. The fruit was glowing and looked very beautiful. Then I took a closer look and found that it was not only beautiful, but also smelled very good. So I couldn't help but picked it and ate it, and then I gained superpowers. Listening to Shun Su's explanation, Shun Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Glowing colorful fruit? And it also emits fragrance? This seems to be different from the 3 supernatural fruits he has eaten. So what superpowers did you get, Susu? 49. Sister Shun Su's superpowers. Hey, my superpower is that I can run really fast. I feel like I'm several times faster than the 100-meter sprint champion in our school, and I can feel that this is not my maximum speed. If I run at full speed, I feel like I can run as fast as the Flash in a movie. From now on, I'll be here, so just lie down, bro. Shin Su raised her little head proudly, like a child waiting for praise. She was obviously very proud of her powers. As for being the same as the Flash, that is of course an exaggeration, otherwise her abilities would be too abnormal. An ability to increase speed? That's not bad. Shun Yi touched his little sister's head and gave his affirmation. Sure enough, it's another new superpower. Could it be that because the supernatural powers are different, the fruits will also be slightly different? For example, it can glow and emit an attractive fragrance? Well, it's just I don't know what's wrong with my superpower. Every time I run for a while, I feel very tired and thirsty. So I dare not use this superpower casually, and I dare not run at full speed. I'm afraid that I will be exhausted to death. Shin Su said here, pouting her lips, a little distressed. It's like owning a mountain of gold, but not being able to spend it. Even though he has superpowers, he can't use them as he pleases. Shun-Yi understood that this was because his younger sister's physical strength was too poor, so she couldn't even use her newly acquired speed ability to its full potential. In this case, you either have to be lucky enough to get a physical evolution fruit and raise your own upper limit. Either you increase the level of your superpowers. Maybe if the level of your superpowers is higher, the physical energy consumption of using your superpowers will be reduced. Don't tell anyone else about your superpowers. Shun-Yi warned. Of course. I'm not stupid, and most of the time, I'm very smart. Shin-Su smiled. If you were my brother, I wouldn't have told you. After all, this is a superpower, just like in the movies. If the bad guys found out, I would definitely be captured and sliced up for research. Okay, you're the smartest. Shun-Yi rubbed the girl's head and said, when there's a chance in the future, I will see if I can help you solve the problem of being too tired from using supernatural powers. Can this be solved? Shin-Su, who was originally enjoying being patted on the head, stared at Shun-Yi with bright eyes when she heard these words. Shun-Yi nodded and said, yes, but it requires a certain amount of luck. The problem can only be solved by finding the fruit of physical evolution. But this is like looking for a needle in a haystack and does require a lot of luck. Or you can find the same type of speed-related fruit that my younger sister has eaten and increased the level of your ability. But according to Shun-Yi's estimation, he would need to eat at least 7 or 8 fruits to be able to advance to the next level. That's even more difficult. Not to mention finding 7 or 8 fruits of the same type. It is even difficult to find 7 or 8 fruits of different types. Great. I believe you can do it, brother. Shin-Su happily hugged Shun-Yi's arm. This girl. Shun-Yi shook his head. At this time, Grandma also finished packing and came out. I didn't bring much luggage, just a small bag, and I don't know what was in it. Shun-Yi didn't ask and walked towards the car with his grandmother and little sister. But, just as he walked out of the yard, he saw a few old men and women surrounding his car. They looked like thieves, but also like they were curious. Seeing Shun-Yi and his companions coming out, these uncles and aunts immediately greeted them with a smile. Grandma Shun, is this your relative's car? It looks really nice. Are your relatives from a city? Grandma also replied kindly that after all, we were all neighbors and we would see each other every day. However, the grandmother still emphasized that this was her grandson's car, that it was bought by her grandson. He even took Shun-Yi aside to introduce him a few words. For the elderly, the ability of their younger generations is something worth praising and showing off. Because Shun-Yi had changed so much, several neighborhood aunties and uncles didn't recognize him first. It was not until his grandmother introduced him that they recognized him and immediately greeted Shun-Yi. Shun-Yi heard that his grandmother and younger sister were in a good mood, so he responded relatively gently. So, several neighbors continued to ask, hey, Shinwazi, are you going back to the city? If you go back to the city, can you take my grandson with you? I heard that the city is safer now. And my grandson, his parents are in the city. Could you please help send them there, Shinwazi? The neighbors were talking at once, all of them asking for favors. Shin-Su frowned, looking a little unhappy. These neighbors usually like to take advantage of others, but I didn't expect that they would want to take advantage of others now. It's already this late, and she still wants her brother to take the risk to help them send the child off. There were even some neighbors who went too far and wanted Shun-Yi to take their entire family to the city. Who are these people? Our relationship isn't that good. Even if they are relatives, you can't be so excessive, let alone just neighbors. Grandma's face didn't look too good either. At this time, Shun-Yi said calmly, there is no room in the car, and I can't take anyone. After saying that, he pushed through the crowd, opened the back door, and let Grandma and little sister get in first. But some sharp-eyed villagers noticed that there was still plenty of room in the back of the car, so they squeezed in with their teenage children in their arms and said, Shun, there's still room in the back of your car. Just bring your uncle and your nephew, and we can just squeeze in. We are all from the same village. Now that we are in trouble, we should help each other. When your father was alive, your uncle had a very good relationship with him. I held you in my arms when you were a child. You must not forget your roots. Get out of the way. Shun-Yi glanced at the other person coldly, pushed him away, got into the car, and started it. The villager who was scolded was stunned, then pointed at Shun-Yi and started cursing. Knowing that they could not gain any benefits, they decided not to act anymore. A few sensible villagers knew that they could not get a ride, so they went home early. But more villagers were scolding Shun-Yi's family for being heartless. They had been so good to Shun-Yi's family before, but now that his family had a car, and could take refuge in the city. They didn't help their neighbors and so on. At doomsday, the ugliness of human nature is fully revealed. Shinyi's eyes turned cold, and he was about to draw his gun. Suddenly, he sensed a strong hostility. With telepathy activated, Shun-Yi instantly saw an extremely strong black aura in the grass 200 meters away. It was a mutant snake that was more than 10 meters long, and it's approaching fast. Shun-Yi directly put the car in reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly backed away. If anyone dares to stop the car, just hit them to death. As Shun-Yi accelerated away, several villagers were still there, scolding him. They didn't notice at all that a huge snake had emerged from the bushes. By the time someone noticed it, the mutant snake had already launched a fatal attack on the crowd. The man who was holding his son and cursing the most fiercely was the first to be targeted by the snake. The mutant snake opened its mouth, which was bigger than a human, and swallowed the two living people in one go, chewing them hard and swallowing them quickly. A giant worm. There's a giant worm. The villagers screamed in fear and ran home. But the mutant snake was faster than them, and it spewed out clouds of green, poisonous mist from its mouth, instantly drowning all the villagers, causing them to scream. Shin-Yi could no longer see the tragic situation here, but he could probably guess it. The size of that mutant snake was enough to make him astonished. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could fight against. Even he wasn't sure of the confrontation. Sure enough, the mutated animals in the mountain village are more damn dangerous than those in the city. But, speaking of danger, the atmosphere inside the car is actually the most dangerous. Because when the little sister got in the car and saw a beautiful woman in the passenger seat, the smile disappeared from her cute face. 50, brother complex, that's normal. Grandma, little sister, hello, my name is Jiang Nanyan, and I'm Shinyi's girlfriend. Jiang Nanyan subconsciously smoothed the hair by her ears and introduced herself very stiffly. She was very nervous and worried that Shun-Yi's family would dislike her. Shun-Yi has many women. If his family doesn't like me, then my relationship with Shun-Yi will definitely be affected in the future. When Jiang Nanyan greeted people, her palms were sweating from nervousness. It turns out she is Xiaoyi's girlfriend. What a beautiful girl. Grandma was a little surprised. However, after a brief surprise, Grandma also gave Jiang Nanyan a kind and gentle smile. Thank you, Grandma, for the compliment. Jiang Nanyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Very good. Grandma likes me and even acknowledges me as her granddaughter-in-law. So, from now on, I will be the legal wife certified by the Shinyi's family. Happy. Then, Jiang Nanyan looked at Shun Su, who had a delicate face like a doll. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes. Shinyi's sister is so cute. Even though she doesn't dress up, her natural beauty is still hard to conceal. Although he is still young, his face still looks a bit childish. But she will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. However, what puzzled Jiang Nanyan was why Shun-Yi's sister had a blank expression on her face after getting in the car. Is this his natural personality? It's completely different from Shun-Yi. These two siblings have very different personalities. Not only their personalities, but even their looks don't seem like real siblings. As she thought about it, she smiled and greeted, "Hello, sister. What's your name?" Snort. Shun Su snorted lightly, turned her head to look out the window, and ignored Jiang Nanyan's words. This distant attitude made Jiang Nanyan a little embarrassed. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why would Shun-Yi's sister dislike her? Grandma shook her head and sighed, but said nothing. Naturally, Shun-Yi was too lazy to speak for Jiang Nanyan. In his eyes, his sister is more important than Jiang Nanyan. He also knew the reason why his sister was unhappy. Brother control is like this. It will be fine when you grow up. The SUV was on its way home. While Shun-Yi was driving, he ate fruits and scanned the plants on both sides of the road with telepathy to see if there were any fruits with special powers among them. Pity. The car drove for dozens of kilometers, but Shun-Yi didn't find a supernatural fruit. Of course, the main reason was that most of his attention was focused on driving, and he did not observe his surroundings carefully enough, so there might be some fish that slipped through the net. After driving for another half an hour, Shun-Yi felt like peeing, so he found a safe place to park and go to the toilet. If you guys are going to the bathroom, don't stray too far from the car. It could be dangerous in the dark fog. Shun-Yi gave some instructions and got out of the car. Brother, wait for me, I'm going too. Shin-Su opened the car door and followed Shun-Yi. In the car, Jiang Nanyan was chatting awkwardly with her grandmother. Although Jiang Nanyan has a high IQ, her EQ is not that good. Especially since she had never been in a relationship and had never interacted with her boyfriend's elders, she didn't know how to start the conversation. However, Grandma asked indirectly and asked a lot of questions about Jiang Nanyan's family affairs. Brother, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? As soon as Shun Yi opened the floodgates to release the water, he heard his sister's unhappy grumblings from not far behind him. Susu, what are you doing? Shun Yi quickly finished peeing, shook twice, and pulled up his pants. At this time, Shinsu also walked out of the black fog with puffed cheeks. Her cute face was full of unhappiness and grievance, and she was almost crying. Shun Yi sighed helplessly and wanted to reach out to rub Shinsu's head, but then he remembered that he had just finished peeing and had not washed his hands yet, so he retracted his hand. But when Shinsu saw this scene, her eyes instantly turned red. She felt that her brother had completely betrayed her. Regardless of Shun Yi's objection, she forced her head into Shun Yi's palm and rubbed it several times. Brother, can you break up with her? Shinsu raised her head, pouting with red eyes, and looked at Shun Yi pitifully. Susu, don't be so petty. Shun Yi frowned and spoke in a serious tone. Shinsu's face puffed up in grievance, but seeing that there was no smile on Shun Yi's face, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum anymore. Even though my brother used to dote on me, whenever he had this expression on his face, he was definitely serious. I understand. Well, I have several women in my family. Susu, please help me keep it a secret from Grandma when the time comes. Shun Yi reminded again. By the way, I also let my younger sister know in advance to prevent her from throwing a tantrum again. What? Shinsu was stunned for a moment. He looked at his brother in disbelief. What does it mean that there are several more women? Opening a harem? My brother, he actually has a harem in real life? Shinsu thought that such shocking things only happened in novels. It actually happened right next to me, and the person was my own brother. Shinsu was still in shock and disbelief until she got back to the car. She glanced at Jiang Nanyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but look strange. Although I don't want to admit it, this woman is indeed very beautiful and knows how to dress up. At first glance, she is a rich lady from the city. But why would such a rich lady be with her ordinary brother? And I don't mind my brother having a harem. Could it be because of the black fog outside? Shinsu was in mixed emotions for a moment, and her young mind was greatly shocked. She found it hard to accept, and it's very uncomfortable. But when Shun Yi's car drove into the city, Shinsu saw the miserable scene in the city, and her young heart was hit hard again. The once prosperous and bustling mountain city now has almost no people on the streets. Only the occasional shrill screams could be heard from the black fog. While the off-road vehicle was driving, there were actually mutated animals that tried to pounce on the vehicle from time to time. Weird, absurd, and scary. Shinsu couldn't help swallowing. Is this the end of the world? Why aren't there any police officers or soldiers to save people? During this period, Shinsu had been hiding in the cellar with her grandmother and had almost no idea of the situation in the outside world. She just thought that this disaster was like an earthquake or flood, and the country would resolve it after some time. But now it seems that it is impossible to solve it in a short time. Lianshan City, a new first-tier city with a population of more than 30 million, has fallen. It's just like the end of the world in the movies. It's likely that there will be no rescue. Jiang Nanyan replied to Shun Su's question softly. She no longer has any hope of state rescue. After all, even the policewoman who had joined their big family yesterday said there was no more rescue. There is no point in dreaming of rescue now. Fortunately, she is currently safe and has no worries about food and drink. Apart from being a little worried about her parents' safety, Jiang Nanyan doesn't think there is anything wrong with her current life. It's just that there are fewer entertainment activities. While chatting, Shun Yi also drove back to the community. Along the way, he saw through telepathy that there were still many survivors on the road. After all, Shanxing is a big city with a population of tens of millions. Even if more than 2/3 of the people died in these days, there are still at least tens of millions of survivors. After driving the car into the community, Shun Yi parked the car back in the parking space of Building 13. This is the building where doomsday enthusiast Murong Shui lives. 51. Telepathy upgrade to level 7. Nervous Murong Shui. After parking the car, Shun Yi asked his sister and Jiang Nanyan not to get out yet, while he used teleportation to take his grandmother upstairs first. After all, it is the 15th floor. It would be impossible to ask a 70-year-old grandmother to climb the stairs. Yes, Shun Yi did not bring his grandmother back to his own home, but arranged for her to live in the home of Jiang Nanyan's friend. Anyway, Her friend's life or death is unknown at the moment, and the house is empty anyway, so it might as well be left to her grandmother and younger sister to live there. After I deal with the woman on the 18th floor in the next 2 days, I will let Grandma move in. That's all. Shun, he made 2 trips back and forth and moved his grandmother and younger sister to the 15th floor. I also told my grandmother that I lived in the next building not far away and that I would come over often to look after her and that she could contact me by phone if she had any questions. But, brother, my phone is out of battery. Shinsu really wanted to live with Shun-Yi. But then I thought about not letting my grandma live alone, so I didn't mention it. Shun-Yi took out a few power banks from the system space and asked his younger sister to use them. Immediately, he also left some mineral water and food, enough for grandma and little sister for 3 or 4 days. This is also to avoid the situation where I am away for a day or two and don't have time to deliver supplies. As for bedding and other things, they're all in this suite and they are all new. Afterwards, he reminded his younger sister not to go out casually, as the neighbors in the building might not be safe. Even if she wanted to throw away garbage, she could just throw it directly from the upstairs and not go out, let alone go downstairs. Now most of the residents in this community have been cut off from water and food. For the sake of food, they will definitely not stick to their bottom line anymore. Before leaving, Grandma also reminded Shun-Yi to be careful. Although she knows that her grandson has abilities that she cannot understand, the old lady is always worried. Shun-Yi agreed with a smile, telling his grandmother not to worry. Then he used teleportation to leave and return to the car in the underground garage a few seconds later. Husband, what's wrong? Shun-Yi saw that Jiang Nanyan seemed to be in a bad mood. The internet is down. The phone can't be reached either. Jiang Nanyan's voice was a little low. The internet is down. Shun-Yi was slightly stunned. Although it was expected, it still felt a bit sudden. It might have been disconnected a few hours ago, but I wasn't checking my phone and didn't notice it. Jiang Nanyan had a hint of sadness between her brows. Without the internet, the only possible way to contact my parents is also cut off. Well, let's go home first. Shun-Yi brought Jiang Nanyan back to the house. It was already afternoon. Just a few minutes after sitting down, Shun-Yi suddenly remembered something. Chu Xiao from 1501. Her leg was cut, and Shun-Yi had originally promised to change the bandage for her this morning, but he was busy all day and forgot about it. Thinking of this, he used teleportation again to go to 1501. Having used teleportation continuously along the way and bringing people with him 3 times, Shun-Yi began to breathe slightly. We need to find a way to improve the level of teleportation, reduce physical consumption, or improve the level of physical evolution. While thinking, Shun-Yi ate a few more supernatural fruits. The only way he currently knows to upgrade his supernatural power level is to eat fruits of the same type. In addition to this, there may be other ways to upgrade superpowers, but he was not clear about this method. As for the telepathic fruit, Shun-Yi has been eating it these 2 days. Since eating too many of these fruits at once can easily cause chills in the internal organs, Shun-Yi eats a few whenever he has time and slowly upgrades. There's no rush anyway. After he had eaten hundreds of fruits today, the system prompt sounded again. Your telepathy is upgraded to level 7. That's right, it's already level 7. I took level 6 yesterday. Telepathy, LV7, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 1,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 1,000 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. 1,000 meters, a full kilometer away. Shun-Yi activated the 7th level of telepathy, and suddenly he felt that his perspective was raised a lot. It's like standing in the sky, overlooking the entire community and even the scene outside the community. As far as the eye can see, everything within 1 kilometer is in sight. Moreover, as long as Shun-Yi concentrates, he can check any individual within this kilometer, from a building to a person or a bug. For example, Morong Shui, the doomsday enthusiast in Building 13. For example, the women who live in Building 6. For example, there are several survivors outside the community walking vigilantly in the black fog. Everything at a glance. This feeling of seeing through everything is so cool. Putting away his telepathy, Shun-Yi couldn't help but murmured excitedly. Level 7 has a 1 kilometer field of view. If it continues to upgrade, can it be expanded to 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers? If so, it will be invincible. With this plug-in that can see through the entire map, he will never be in the dark about information again. No matter if someone wants to plot against you or you want to plot against others, this ability is invincible. As for the supernatural fruits needed for future upgrades, Shun, he has no shortage of them. There are already more than 200,000 in the warehouse. Prince Charming? You're here. Shun, he was thinking about something when a surprised voice came from behind him. It was Chu Xiao Xiao who limped out of the bedroom. Well, take off your pants and I'll change your dressing. At the same time, in room 1801 on the 18th floor, Murong Shui was holding a crossbow with a vigilant look on her face, checking around her house. Just now. She was just about to take a shower when she suddenly felt someone peeping at her. Murong Shui immediately guessed that it might be the space ability user from yesterday who brought another female ability user to attack her. Then, she immediately grabbed her weapon and searched the house for any sign of the intruder. Only after a thorough search and finding no trace of the intruder did Murong Shui slowly put down her weapon. She looked very unhappy because the feeling of being spied on has disappeared. What on earth do these two guys mean? Why are you spying on me all of a sudden? Did they find out that I have electricity at home? So, they targeted me? Murong Shui's expression kept changing. She was actually prepared for being targeted. After all, in the doomsday, everyone else has lost power, and only your house has the lights on, which is extremely conspicuous at night and is likely to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. It wasn't that Murong Shui was trying to turn on the lights, but according to her memories from her previous life, there shouldn't be any people with special abilities in the community at this time. Therefore, as the only person with superpowers in the community, she is not worried about being targeted by ordinary people even if she uses electricity, because her weapons and equipment are enough to deal with greedy ordinary people. As a result, who knew that it would attract the attention of a superpower? Moreover, this psychic peeked at me twice in a row. It was obvious that he was targeting me. No, I have to set up some more traps just in case. Also, I must hurry up and upgrade my ability to level 2. Even if it means taking some risks, I must upgrade it. After finally being reborn, Murong Shui doesn't want to die again. So she started setting new traps in the room in a hurry. As long as there are enough traps, even a mutant can be killed. After all, it is only the early days of the apocalypse, and the superpowers are not that strong yet. 52. Reward Su wanting with the supernatural fruit. Shun Yi had no idea that his casual glance at Murong Shui would result in this sensitive woman starting to make trouble again. Even the original plan to upgrade superpowers has been brought forward. Of course, even if Shun Yi knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he had just changed Chu Xiao Xiao's medicine. The two had a brief conversation, and Shun Yi learned that Chu Xiao Xiao was actually a big anchor in the two-dimensional area of Billy. She also bought this large flat with her own loan. However, I don't have to repay the loan now. This is also the only benefit that the doomsday brings her. Although Chu Xiao Xiao earns 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a year, it is still very stressful for her to support a house worth 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. After chatting about some trivial matters, Shun Yi left some food and water and left. He originally wanted to unlock the supplies, but seeing that Chu Xiao Xiao's calf injury was still very serious, he held back for the time being. This is to avoid making two big movements when unlocking supplies and tearing open the wound that is just healed with great difficulty. We still have to go to the hospital to get some medicine. If there is medicine, the wound will definitely heal faster. Well, it will be better to bring back a doctor so that it would be easier to treat him if he gets sick or injured in the future. On the way home, Shun Yi thought deeply about it, decided to go to the affiliated hospital of Yamashiro University tomorrow. The affiliated hospital is not far from this community. Although it is not a large tertiary hospital, it is not small either. It has all the necessary medicines and can even perform many surgeries. Therefore, Shun Yi decided to go to the affiliated hospital to search for medicines tomorrow. Look for some supernatural fruits along the way. As the apocalypse gets longer, there will surely be more and more people with special powers. By then, more people will surely know about the supernatural fruit. If you don't collect the fruits now, it will only be more difficult later. With level 7 telepathy and a 1-kilometer wide God's eye view, Shun Yi's search area is greatly increased. If I could find a powerful supernatural fruit, maybe I could deal with that mutated black spider. Although the black spider posed no threat to him, how could he allow a monster to sleep soundly next his bed? There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days. But there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Back home, after dinner, due to the power outage and internet outage, everyone prepared to go to bed early. Shun Yi chose to have Su wanting accompany him today. Su Wanning's personality has changed a lot in the past 2 days. Regardless of whether she was pretending or not, her performance made Shun Yi very satisfied. Then, after a battle, Shun Yi rewarded her with a supernatural fruit. If you eat it, you will gain superpowers. Good. Su Wanting, who was originally a little tired, instantly became energetic. She excitedly took the colorful fruit and ate it directly. No doubt about it. This attitude made Shun Yi even more satisfied. Su Wanting has gone from being arrogant at the beginning to being obedient and sensible now. She is as loyal to herself as Su Yun. The whole body aura is as white as jade, whiter than Jiangnan cigarettes. This is also the reason why Shun Yi rewarded her with a supernatural fruit. Ability is one thing, but Shun Yi prefers loyalty. As long as she doesn't betray him, he doesn't mind keeping her even if she's just a vase. Moreover, he has the ability to increase the value of the vase. Is this a supernatural power? So magical. After Su Wanting digested the supernatural fruit, she looked at Shun Yi in surprise and found that there was a white aura flowing on Shun Yi's body. Through her natural perception, she knew that this was a sign of Shun Yi's kindness and liking for her. She was delighted and liked Shun Yi even more. Su Wanting always thought that Shun Yi hated her, but she didn't expect that he actually had such a good impression of her. Little did they know, Shun Yi didn't really like her before, and most he didn't dislike her. But in recent days, her performance has greatly increased Shun Yi's favorability towards her. Su Wanting has been learning cooking from by Cindy recently, and has also been instilling ideas on how to serve Shun Yi to other women. She's like a completely different person. I don't know how she figured it out. In short, Su Wanting is doing pretty well now. Close your eyes again and try to concentrate. Shun Yi gave Su Wanting some guidance on how to use her supernatural powers. Su Wanting's obedience test. Then, she discovered that she could actually see around the room with a 360 degrees view and even see through things. But if you turn on the perspective, it's very difficult. Wow, it's amazing. Su Wanting was excited and surprised. I didn't expect this ability could be used like this. If an ordinary person who has just acquired superpowers has no one to guide him and relies solely on self-exploration, it will take some time for him to fully develop his superpowers. But Shun Yi is different. He can understand all the functions of superpowers through the system and then develop them easily. Of course, he also saw these things through Su Wanting's performance of gaining supernatural powers. This is also another reason why he rewarded Su Wanting with the supernatural fruit. I want to see the whole process of other people gaining superpowers. That's all. Su Wanting, who had just obtained superpowers, was extremely happy and began to serve Shun Yi in various ways. At the same time, in the living room, Lu Yi had tossed and turned and couldn't sleep tonight. She originally thought that it would be her turn tonight. After all, it was Zhou Wana last night, and today it should be me. Lu Yi even dressed up carefully for this occasion and changed in a bold underwear that she had never worn before. As a result, Shun Yi didn't want me. Why is this? Could it be that Shun Yi looked down on me? Lu Yi was very anxious and couldn't sleep at all. She was afraid that if she didn't become Shun Yi's woman, she would be kicked out. Once I lose this safe haven, I will have no ability to survive. Anxious and nervous. A night passed. The next day, Shun Yi also slept until 9 o'clock, which was rare. He used to be full of energy and would get up at 6 or 7 o'clock. But lately it's getting later and later. I have to improve the level of my physical evolution, otherwise I really can't handle it. Shun Yi rubbed his kidneys and threw a supernatural fruit into his mouth. It feels so good to crack fruit. It makes me feel energetic instantly. Moreover, if you take more, you can increase your supernatural power level, which is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Finished washing up. After breakfast, Shun Yi said hello to the girls and went out. First change the gauze for Chu Xiao Xiao, and then go to search the affiliated hospital. This is his schedule for today. And at home, Su Wanting was happily playing with her special powers and showing off to other women. Su Yun and the other girls were shocked that Shun Yi could make ordinary people gain superpowers, and then curiously asked Su Wanting about the process of gaining superpowers. Jiang Nanyan was a little envious, even a little jealous. She thought she would be the first woman to gain supernatural powers from Shun Yi, but she didn't expect it to be Su Wanting, such a stupid girl. He is obviously stupid, dumb, and arrogant, so how can he be better than me? While Jiang Nanyan was feeling uncomfortable, she also asked Su Wanting why she was able to gain superpowers. Was it because she played very boldly last night and won Shin Yi's favor? That's all. The women in the family started to think about various things again because of the special fruit that Shun rewarded them with. Especially the little green tea girl Jo Warner. Her eyes were rolling around cunningly, and I don't know what she was planning. At the same time, outside the affiliated hospital, a tall female police officer in police uniform is leading a male police officer against a mutated golden retriever. The originally docile golden retriever. At this moment, his pupils were full of hostility, his blood-stained sharp teeth were exposed, and he made dangerous sounds. This mutant golden retriever is 3 meters long and weighs several times as much, comparable to an adult tiger. Wang Jiqiang, you go to the hospital to find medicine first. I will stop this mutant dog. Policewoman Qin Xiang immediately made the most reasonable arrangement. Yes, the male policeman carried out the order without hesitation. He knew that if he stayed, he would only be a burden to the captain. When a mutant golden retriever saw a prey trying to escape, it immediately pounced on him. But Qin Xiang reacted faster and punched the mutant golden retriever. Her fist hit the golden retriever, and with one punch, the 3-meter-long mutant golden retriever flew several meters away. But the mutant golden retriever had thick skin and flesh, and it quickly stood up again, shook its head vigorously, stared at Qin Xiang with a ferocious face, barked twice viciously, and continued to pounce on her. Qin Xiang's expression remained unchanged. The moment the mutant golden retriever pounced on him, he pulled out the pistol from his waist, pointed it at the dog's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Several bullets penetrated the mutant golden retriever's head, causing it to fall heavily to the ground, its eyes wide open in disbelief. As more air was taken and then exhaled, the mutant golden retriever soon died completely. Until its death, it never thought that the human in front of it would actually use a gun. It's totally against the rules. I thought that what was going to happen was a hearty hand-to-hand fight. While changing the magazine, Qin Xiang walked forward and kicked the golden retriever in the head. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that it was completely dead. The mutant animal's vitality is really strong. Even after being shot several times in the head, it still has the strength to struggle. Just as Qin Xiang put away her gun and walked towards the hospital gate, a series of rustling sounds suddenly rang out in the black fog behind her. 53. Policewoman Qin Xiang, 2 supernatural fruits. Rustle, rustle. The strange sound immediately made Qin Xiang turn around to look. Suddenly, a mutant cockroach as big as an adult's palm flew out from the black fog. No, not one. That's a lot. Too many to count. It's impossible to count how many there are in a short time. At least over 100. These mutated cockroaches vibrated their wings, making a harsh, rustling sound. They had a clear division of labor. One part went to devour the mutant golden retriever's corpse on the ground, while the other part flew towards Qin Xiang, making sharp sound from their mouths. The moment Qin Xiang saw the mutated cockroach, his face changed drastically. She didn't expect that the cockroaches she used to hate the most had also mutated, and so many of them appeared at once. So disgusting. Qin Xiang raised his gun and aimed immediately, then quickly retreated while shooting. Bang! 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 Qin Xiang's shooting skills were extremely accurate, and almost every shot hit the cockroach's head. But what shocked her was that after the mutant cockroach that was killed fell to the ground, its body oozed yellow liquid, and then its entire body cracked open, and more than a dozen small cockroaches swarmed out from it. Although these new cockroaches were small in size, their number was astonishing. They quickly gathered together and pounced on Qin Xiang again. If this continues, the cockroaches will only increase in number. Qin Xiang's face looked grim. He didn't dare to shoot again and waste bullets. He turned around and ran into the hospital gate and immediately locked the door. But the cockroaches outside showed no intention of leaving and were banging against the glass door frantically. Some small cockroaches even tried to get in through the gap in the door. Qin Xiang's face was solemn. While he was stepping on the small cockroach that had crawled in, he was anxiously thinking of a solution. If these mutant cockroaches are not dealt with, she and her subordinates will definitely die in the hospital today. It might even harm the survivors in the hospital. Although she didn't know if there were any survivors in the hospital. What a disgusting cockroach. Shun Yi turned on his telepathy, and before he even entered the hospital, he saw from a god's perspective a heroic female police officer fighting a mutant golden retriever alone, and then fighting a group of mutant cockroaches. I have to say, these mutant cockroaches are very difficult to deal with. After they're killed, a bunch of little cockroaches will hatch instantly. This is so disgusting. Shun didn't want to meet these mutated cockroaches, so he chose to take a detour into the building. If the medicines weren't in this building, Shun wouldn't have wanted to come over. It's not that I'm afraid of mutated cockroaches, I just simply feel disgusted. But he looked at the policewoman battling wits and courage with the army of cockroaches from a god's perspective and seemed to be thinking about something. This female police officer is so strong that she can actually knock out a 3-meter-long mutant golden retriever with one punch. Could this also be a supernatural power? Shen made a reasonable guess. After all, considering this female police officer's maximum weight of 115 pounds, it is impossible for her to have such terrifying, explosive power. The reason why Shun endured the disgust towards the mutated cockroaches and watched the battle for so long was because of the specialness of this policewoman. And she triggered the system prompt. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Qin Xiang. Age, 29. Appearance, 93 points. Body, 96 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 95 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. 29-year-old policewoman. If it weren't for the system prompt, Shun wouldn't have been able to tell that this policewoman actually met the system standards. Because the policewoman's face was very dirty, and her hair was messy, she had almost no looks to speak of. On the surface, it just means good figure and strong fighting ability. Who would have thought that her appearance is as high as 93, which is already goddess level? If she survives, I'll meet her again. Shun murmured something and no longer paid attention to the policewoman. Go search for medicine first. I don't know whether the black fog has any effect on medicines. She used telepathy to scan the entire building and quickly found the warehouse where the medicines were stored. She teleported over and began to collect them into the system space. No matter whether it is a known medicine or an unknown medicine, as long as it has not mutated, take it all away. While collecting the medicine, Shun also used telepathy to scan the entire building, trying to find a doctor to take back. But for some unknown reason, there was not a single doctor or nurse in the entire building. There were only dozens of patients who might be hospitalized, trapped in the ward on the top floor. This made Shun feel it was a pity. If there is no doctor in your team, it will be very troublesome if you get sick or injured. Let's go to the city hospital in a couple of days. Maybe there are still doctors there. Shun thought to himself as he collected the medicines. After looting an entire warehouse of medicines, Shun used teleportation to leave. When he got to the 3rd floor, he also packed away some medical equipment. Although these equipment require electricity, they can be used normally as long as there is a generator. After a thorough search, almost clearing out all the land in the hospital, Shun left the building with satisfaction. Then, he used telepathy to find the location of the policewoman. The female police officer and another male police officer had left the hospital and were running in the dark fog. Behind them, there are hundreds of mutant cockroaches tracking them. They actually lured the mutant cockroaches away. Are you afraid of implicating people in the hospital? That's too kind. I'm not having a good life myself, and yet I still have the mood to care about people who have nothing to do with me. Shun followed the two of them from a distance while cracking some fruit. Anyway, with telepathy, he could lock onto the policewoman's location as long as the distance was within 1 kilometer. While following the policewoman, Shun was also observing the plants within a kilometer, looking for supernatural fruits. He found that the number of supernatural fruits was indeed very rare, and it was difficult to find one. If you have to eat a lot of supernatural fruits to increase your supernatural power level, then it will be almost impossible for others to upgrade. After all, it took me nearly 10 fruits to upgrade my telepathic ability from level 1 to level 2. It doubles when you reach level 3. The higher the level of the superpower, the more fruits are needed. According to the rarity of superpower fruits, it is already very impressive for ordinary people to upgrade their superpowers to level 2, let alone level 7 or 8. Shun was speechless when he thought about it. If he didn't have a system that could unlock the supernatural fruit, he would be just like an ordinary person. Perhaps, in addition to upgrading by eating supernatural fruits, there are other ways to upgrade, but they're definitely not as convenient as eating the fruits directly. Because eating supernatural fruits to upgrade has almost no side effects. For example, the only side effect of the telepathy fruit is that it makes you eat slower. As long as you don't eat too much at one time and take it slow, You can continue eating. It will have no effect on your body. Um, this is... Shin Yi followed the policewoman for 2 kilometers and suddenly discovered through a bird's-eye view that on the road that the policewoman had to pass, there were a dozen ordinary people with weapons, besieging 2 mutant rural cats. Among them, the man in the lead had a pistol in his hand. Why would these people risk their lives to fight mutant animals? Is it to eat their meat? Shin Yi was confused. Can the meat of mutant animals be eaten? He's not sure either. Maybe it is possible, but as the distance gets closer, Shin Yi found that he might have guessed wrong. Because, from a god's perspective, he saw that behind the 2 mutant rural cats, there were several normal plants. And on the rhizome of that normal plant, there were 2 colorful fruits. It's a supernatural fruit, and there are 2 of them. While Shin Yi was surprised, he immediately realized that the purpose of this group of people was not simple. 54. Flame power user. Do these people also know about the supernatural fruit? Shin Yi seemed to be thinking about something. But through the god's perspective, he found that these dozen people did not seem to be ordinary people. Among them, there was a young woman who could create fire out of thin air and control it. Psychic. Sure enough, this makes sense. They must know the effect of the supernatural fruit, which is why they fought with the mutant rural cat. But, now that I have seen it, the fruit is mine. Shin Yi immediately hid his figure and walked over quietly. At the same time, policewoman Qin Xiang and policeman Wang Jiqiang finally got rid of the mutant cockroach. They walked cautiously for a while and vaguely heard a sound in the black fog ahead, and a faint smell of blood. There's someone here, be careful. Qin Xiang immediately drew his gun and turned on the safety. Meeting people in the apocalypse is not necessarily safe, especially this kind of bloody sound. Captain Qin, I seem to hear the sound of fighting. Could the people in front be fighting among themselves? Should we intervene? Wang Jiqiang's sense of justice made him want to stop the fight. After all, in the apocalypse, humans have to help each other to survive. Internal strife will only waste energy. No, they shouldn't be fighting with humans. I heard the sound of a cat. It might be a mutant animal. Qin Xiang listened carefully for a while. Her hearing is very good, and she can hear many sounds that Wang Jiqiang cannot hear. What? If it's a mutant animal, then we, Captain Qin, should help. Wang Jiqiang said immediately. Qin Xiang nodded and said, let's sneak over there and see what the situation is like. If there is any need, we will help. Yes. Even at the end of the world, Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still insisted on their duties as police officers. Rescue ordinary people and protect ordinary people. They have saved a lot of people during this period. I came to the hospital today to find anti-inflammatory drugs and also to treat the seriously injured woman who was rescued 2 days ago. Bang! Just as Qin Xiang and the other person were moving forward, they suddenly heard a loud gunshot. Gun! They actually have guns. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang looked at each other subconsciously, with a look of high vigilance in their eyes. Gunshots mean danger. But in addition to being vigilant, Wang Jiqiang also has some expectations. Is it possible that it was other surviving colleagues? Be careful. No matter who it is, it's dangerous if they have a gun. Qin Xiang said seriously. Yes. Wang Jiqiang also nervously gripped his pistol. The 2 slowly approached the source of the sound. The closer we got, the clearer the sounds of fighting became. There were also cat screams in between. There are many stray cats and dogs in the city, so after the end of the world, mutant cats and dogs are also the most common mutant animals. Only, for some unknown reason, the mutated cats and dogs are no longer docile, but start attacking and eating people. Even mutated pets will attack their owners at the first opportunity. Who is it? Come out. Suddenly, someone discovered Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. Suddenly, several men with weapons looked over. Because of the influence of the black fog, the 2 were discovered only when they were very close. You are the police? Everyone was originally furious, but when they saw the police uniforms on Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang, their expressions suddenly changed. Seeing that they were just a group of ordinary people, Wang Jiqiang relaxed his vigilance and said with a smile, yes, we are from the Xia criminal police team. We are here to rescue you. But when everyone heard the word criminal police, their expressions changed. Some of them even began to tremble for no apparent reason, with panic in their eyes. There's something wrong with these people. Qin Xiang is experienced. When he saw the changes in people's expressions, he realized that there was definitely something wrong with this group of people. If an ordinary person sees the police at Doomsday, his first reaction would definitely be to ask for help, rather than trembling and being afraid. Qin Xiang quietly opened the safety of his pistol and prepared to deal with the enemy. Wang Jiqiang relaxed his guard somewhat, and even asked with a smile if anyone needed help. Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly pierced the air. Before Wang Jiqiang, who had a passionate look on his face, could react, a bullet ruthlessly pierced his chest. He looked down at his uniform, which was quickly soaked with blood, his eyes full of disbelief. As his strength drained away, his body slowly fell down, as if time was stretched at this moment, and everything around him became blurry and distant. Asshole! Qin Xiang cursed angrily and kept pulling the trigger in the direction of the person attacking Wang Jiqiang in the black fog. Bang! 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 Bullets kept firing, but not a single one hit the target. The person who fired the gun in the dark fog was very cunning. He took one shot and hid. Wait until Qin Xiang emptied a magazine and quickly reloaded. Suddenly a loud roar came from the black fog. Fuck! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and beat this bitch to death. If she escapes, we will all die. Don't forget, there are lives on your hands too. Following the instigation and threat of this voice, the originally frightened people suddenly stared at Qin Xiang with murderous intent in their eyes. Everyone, come at me together. At such a close distance, a gun is definitely not as fast as a knife. Someone shouted and rushed forward with a kitchen knife raised. Others were also encouraged and besieged Qin Xiang from several directions with various weapons. During this time, Qin Xiang had also changed the magazine. She immediately raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The first man who rushed over aggressively was shot through the cheek. After struggling for a few times, he fell to the ground and died. The others were immediately frightened. Qin Xiang did not continue shooting, but hid behind a wall immediately, because there was a gunman in the black fog staring at him. If she hesitated for even a second, she might be ambushed by the other party. Damn bastard. Qin Xiang glanced at Wang Jiqiang, who was spitting blood in the distance, and clenched his fists in anger. These beasts, killing someone just because of a disagreement. It's simply a desperado. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still underestimated the viciousness of people's hearts at the end of the world. They came to help out of kindness, but they also thought about the dangers they might encounter and were always vigilant. But I never expected that the other party would suddenly shoot in the dark. Without any communication, a sudden gunshot made Wang Jiqiang, an upright policeman, lose his ability to resist. Come on, don't be scared. I have a gun in my hand too. If this bitch dares to show her head again, I will beat her to death. In the black fog, the man's voice was heard again. He was the one who fired the shots and was obviously the leader of this group of desperate criminals. Qin Xiang gripped the pistol tightly and observed the surrounding terrain. She only had 4 bullets left. If she can't deal with the gunman in the black fog, she won't be able to exert her full strength. Must kill him first. Wang Jiqiang, you must hold on. Qin Xiang said something secretly, then quickly retreated and disappeared into the black fog. When the other desperados finally mustered up the courage to rush over, there was no one behind the wall. Boss, she's gone. Boss, this female police officer actually ran away. Boss, should we chase them? The desperados reported to the black fog behind them in a flurry of chatter. And not far from them, a middle-aged man and a young woman looked at each other. Brotherly, we have to give chase. We have to kill this female police officer to be safe. Otherwise, if she goes back and finds help, we will be in danger. The woman made the suggestion with a sinister look in her eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and agreed. That's right, since we have done it. Let's do it to the end. Then, he shouted to his younger brothers in front of him. Chase her. Don't be scared. I'm right behind you. If that bitch dares to show her head, I'll beat her to death. 55. This woman is simply not a human being. The younger brothers did not dare to disobey the boss's order and immediately checked the surroundings carefully. At this time, Qin Xiang, who was hiding in the black fog, locked onto the direction of the gunman through the sound. She lowered her steps, made a big circle, bypassed the other gangsters, and circled towards the gunman's position. Lily, do you think this bitch is hiding in the black fog, waiting to attack us? The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and cautiously analyzed the situation with the young woman next to him. The woman was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, she shouldn't dare, right? Besides, as long as we follow these brothers, we will be able to detect any danger immediately. That's right. As long as we keep a good distance, she won't be able to find us. The man nodded in deep understanding. That's how he ambushed and killed a policeman just now. Moreover, after the sneak attack, he immediately hid behind a building, so even if the other party shot him, they would not be able to hit him. With the cover of black fog, it is safe to do bad things. After looking at the male policeman who was still breathing on the ground and glaring at him fiercely, the middle-aged man raised his gun and shot, completely sending Wang Jiqiang away. Damn it, you stinky detectives used to chase me every day, and you dare to arrest my big brother. After killing the person, the man spat loudly, seeming to be very resentful. The young woman looked at the body of the male police officer, frowned, and said, "Brotherly, you wasted bullets. You could have just used a knife. It's okay. I still have more than a dozen bullets. That's enough." The middle-aged man didn't care. But he didn't know that because of the shot he just fired, Qin Xiang in the black fog had completely locked onto his position. 10 meters away, Qin Xiang raised his gun, listened to the sound, and determined the position, then shot without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots all hit the target, and screams of men and women were heard. Even without vision, Qin Xiang's rich experience allows him to determine the direction of a person by sound at a distance of more than 10 meters. Seeing that there were no footsteps in the black fog, Qin Xiang slowly walked over with a gun in hand. Her footsteps were so light that they made almost no sound, until she saw 2 bodies lying on the ground. It's a man and a woman, for sure. The man was shot twice in the chest. Blood kept coming out of his mouth. He was breathing more in than out, and he couldn't even raise his hands. He had a gun in his hand, and it was obvious that he was the gunman who attacked Wang Jiqiang in the black fog. Li Batian, damn it, it's you, a murderer. When Qin Xiang saw the middle-aged man's appearance clearly, she was so angry that she stepped forward and kicked him hard, killing him directly. This Li Batian is a wanted fugitive. Before the end of the world, he was suspected of robbery and murder, but he was very cunning and had never been caught. And there was more than one person who followed Li Batian to commit crimes. There are at least 3 people in his gang, and they're all desperate criminals who have killed people. After confirming that Li Batian was dead, Qin Xiang looked at the woman who had also been shot, was breathing weakly, and was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. She drew the dagger from her waist and prepared to move forward to finish off the opponent, because there's only 1 bullet left and it cannot be wasted. However, at this critical moment, the young woman who had been pretending to be dead suddenly turned over, and a ball of blazing flame suddenly condensed in her hand and rushed straight to Qin Xiang's face. Although Qin Xiang remained highly alert, the sudden fire attack still caught her off guard. She quickly dodged to the side and narrowly avoided most of the flames, but a few tongues of fire still brushed against her body, leaving burning marks. Superpower! Qin Xiang's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that this young woman was actually a person with superpowers. At the same time, because of the gunshots, just now, other desperate criminals around had already gathered over. Brother? Are you still behind? Brother, did you fire the gun just now? When the young woman heard the voices of the younger brothers, she quickly shouted, I'm here. Come here. Qin Xiang's eyes became fierce, and he threw the dagger in his hand like lightning, accurately piercing the woman's neck. Blood gushed out. The woman opened her eyes wide, struggled in pain for a few times, then fell down weakly, and the flame that had just condensed in her hand dissipated. At the same time, the desperate criminals around them quickly surrounded them, holding various weapons. Qin Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and fired a shot, directly killing the bandit who was rushing in front. Then she took a quick step forward and kicked another gangster in the chest. With a crisp crack sound, the man's chest collapsed instantly, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground without a sound. Kicked a living person to death. Is this still a human being? The other gangsters were frightened and stood still for a moment, their faces filled with horror. The boss is dead. Even the eldest sister, who possessed superpowers, was killed. This policewoman is so scary. She is not human. Definitely not a human. With almost no hesitation, the bandits turned around and rushed into the black fog to escape just as Qin Xiang was about to attack again. Qin Xiang frowned. If she had run out of bullets in her gun, she would have killed all of them. If we let such a group of unscrupulous and desperate criminals live, we don't know how many ordinary people will be harmed. Immediately, she quickly walked up to Wang Jiqiang, who had been shot, only to find that Wang Jiqiang had completely died due to another bullet wound in the head. Qin Xiang looked sad. Another colleague passed away. He is also a young colleague with a strong sense of justice and kindness. Now, I might be the only survivor in the entire criminal police team, but she couldn't die yet because there were still many survivors waiting for her. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, suppressed the grief in her heart, and took out all of Wang Jiqiang's gun and bullets. Then she came to Li Beixian's body and took out all the guns in his hands and bullets on his body. This is actually a police pistol. Qin Xiang frowned. Could it be that other colleagues were also killed by Li Beixian? But this kind of problem was destined to have no clue. So she could only calm her mind, pull out her dagger from the female mutant's neck, prepare to bury Wang Jiqiang's body as soon as possible, and then leave. Because there are many corpses around, the bloody smell emitted by these corpses will definitely attract mutant animals. It will be troublesome then. Just when Qin Xiang was about to dig a hole, suddenly, she moved her ears and heard faint footsteps coming from the black fog ahead. Who is it? Qin Xiang immediately became alert and held the dagger in his hand in a defensive position. The footsteps appeared very abruptly. It's like it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Relax, I'm not in the same group with them. A magnetic voice was heard. Then, a handsome man came out. Shani also just arrived not long ago. He did not use teleportation to travel the entire time. Otherwise, he would consume too much physical energy, which would be very dangerous in this scenario. But he watched the entire scene from a god's perspective. Qin Xiang and his colleagues were ambushed by this group of desperate criminals. But Qin Xiang then turned the tables and carried out a perfect counterattack. I have to say that Qin Xiang is really strong. Plus, she is suspected to have supernatural powers. Even if she is unarmed, as long as the enemy has no guns, a group of desperate criminals are no match for her. Shen Yi weighed the pros and cons briefly and felt that he might not even beat Qin Xiang's opponent without a sneak attack. Therefore, he could only show up, because the two supernatural fruits were in the young woman's pocket. Yes, the fruit has been picked by that woman. However, before she could eat, she was killed by Qin Xiang. 56. Obtain new ability, Shadow Binding. Who are you? Qin Xiang frowned, not letting down his guard at all. Even the safety of the gun in her hand was turned off. My name is Shun. She stole something from me, so I came here to find her. Shun Yi pointed at the body of the young woman on the ground and made up a story. Qin Xiang frowned even deeper, obviously not believing it. After all, this kind of thing is too coincidental. I just killed a woman, and this man appeared and said he was looking for her. But when she took a closer look, she found that the man in front of her had no gun or other weapons, so he did not pose much of a threat to her. Go get yourself. Qin Xiang said this and took a few steps back, leaving a safe distance. Thank you. Shen Yi nodded, then stepped forward and took out two supernatural fruits from the dead woman's pocket. He did not hide it from Qin Xiang, but deliberately let Qin Xiang see it. I just want to test whether Qin Xiang is a person with superpowers. If she is a psychic, she will definitely recognize the psychic fruit. Of course, while doing this dangerous action, Shun Yi was also ready to use teleportation to escape at any time. If the policewoman Qin Xiang becomes greedy for the supernatural fruit and wants to attack him, he can also ensure that he leaves the battlefield as soon as possible. Fortunately, Qin Xiang is a very honest policeman. Although her expression changed greatly after she saw the supernatural fruit, she had no intention of killing people and stealing the treasure. Is this thing yours? Qin Xiang asked hesitantly. Well, this is the supernatural fruit I discovered a long time ago, but this woman relied on her numbers to steal my things, so I came here. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you, officer, for helping me kill her. As Shani spoke, he took out 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the system space and placed them on the ground. This supply is a token of our gratitude to you, officer, for your generosity. Having said this, he used teleportation to leave the scene. Once you get what you want, you won't take any risks. As for recruiting this policewoman, it is not possible at the moment, because I might not be able to beat her. If he were to marry a woman who was more capable than himself, not to mention whether she was willing or not, Shun Yi himself would not feel at ease. So, it's better to keep a good impression first and then talk about it when you become stronger. If the policewoman is still alive by then, we can just come find her again. If she didn't have the ability to survive, Shun Yi wouldn't think it was such a pity. After all, he only paid a small material price. Qin Xiang looked at the place where Shun Yi disappeared, with shock in her eyes. This man is actually psychic. Moreover, his ability is so strong. If this man had had ill intentions towards me just now, I might not have been able to react. Qin Xiang couldn't help swallowing. For the first time, she felt cold sweat. I didn't expect that there's such a mysterious supernatural power in the world. Fortunately, fortunately this person is a good person. Otherwise, I won't be able to go back today. Qin Xiang was wary of this young man, who suddenly appeared from the very beginning, especially when she saw that the other party was very calm when seeing the corpse, and not afraid or disgusted at all. She knew that this person was no simple person, until she saw the other party take out two supernatural fruits from the woman's pocket. Because Qin Xiang had also eaten the supernatural fruit, she recognized the fruit. That is a fruit that can allow ordinary people to gain superpowers. No wonder this man would risk showing up. As to whether what the other party said was true, Qin Xiang was not sure, but she felt that it was most likely true. Otherwise, how could he take the fruit out of the corpse's shirt pocket so accurately? Moreover, if this man was a bad guy, he could use his elusive ability to sneak attack and kill himself. There is absolutely no need to reason with yourself. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang also looked at the two supplies left by Shan Yi, especially the self-heating hot pot that comes in a large packaging box. This box is enough for 2 or 3 people to have a meal. This man named Shan Yi is indeed quite good. Qin Xiang didn't hesitate and put everything into his backpack. There's a shortage of supplies recently. After, she dug a hole to cover Wang Jiqiang's body, made a simple mark, and left quickly. Because she had heard the sounds of several mutant animals approaching, Shan Yi found a safe place and watched Qin Xiang leave from a god's perspective. Shan Yi didn't look away until she disappeared from his sight. Then, he took out the 2 supernatural fruits he had just obtained. This is such a pleasant surprise. Shan Yi's original purpose was just to see if there was a chance to unlock Qin Xiang's supplies, but he unexpectedly obtained 2 supernatural fruits. Without hesitation, Shan Yi ate one on the spot. When the fruit enters the stomach, a warm feeling rises in the body, but disappeared quickly. Shan Yi immediately opened the panel to check his newly acquired superpowers. Shadow binding. LV1 within a distance of 20 meters. You can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more physical strength you consume. The weaker the target, the less physical strength you consume. Damn, this ability is a bit abnormal. Shan Yi read the introduction carefully twice and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Control the shadows of any 2 targets. As long as you control the target shadow, you can restrict all the target's actions. Isn't this just a low-level version of the time-stopping ability? Shan Yi, who was a little excited, immediately used telepathy to find the nearest mutant animal and then teleported over. This is an ordinary family's house. There is a mutant teddy dog in the living room, which is 6 or 7 times larger than a normal teddy. There was blood on its mouth. The room was filled with the smell of blood, and there was a mutilated female corpse on the ground. The moment this mutant teddy dog saw Shan Yi, it started barking wildly and pounced on him, being extremely aggressive. Shan Yi did not move, but looked at the shadow of the teddy dog cast by the light from the window. Immediately, Shan Yi just had a thought in his mind, and then he fixed its shadow. Suddenly, the mutant teddy dog that was about to rush over was forcibly controlled in place, like a statue. No matter how wildly it barked or how fiercely it got, it couldn't move. It's indeed a very powerful control skill. Shan Yi was very satisfied with this shadow binding ability. Even if he meets a psychic with rich combat experience like Qin Xiang, he can still defeat the opponent. Then, Shan Yi continued to test this ability. He found that shadow binding was not very restrictive. For example, even if the target's shadow is incomplete, with only the shadow of an arm or a leg, Shan Yi can still restrain the opponent. Moreover, while binding the target, Shan Yi can move around freely or take out weapons to attack the target. He himself will not be affected in any way, and at most he will consume some physical strength. It was like restraining a mutant teddy dog, and it didn't take much effort on him. From this, we can conclude that Shan Yi can easily restrain ordinary mutant animals. Feeling satisfied with the strength of the shadow binding, Shan Yi used teleportation to return to the safe top floor. Then, he took out another supernatural fruit and ate it. 57. A fully armed army. Another fruit went into the stomach. Shan Yi felt his internal organs and limbs were warm. It feels like the whole person is immersed in a hot spring. Vaguely, he felt that his body's strength seemed to have increased a little. This comfortable feeling is just like the first time I ate the fruit of physical evolution. Shan Yi whispered softly. He clicked on the panel to check. As a result, no new superpowers were added. Host, Shani. Age, 20. Force value, 45, excluding any external bonus. Unlocked materials. Master, Shui mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken. Type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak, supernatural fruit, telepathy, deluxe, self-heating hot pot. Abilities acquired. Physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV7, shadow, binding LV1. Physical evolution LV1, your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport LV1, you can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy LV7, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 1,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 1,000 meters around you without using your eyes and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shadow binding LV1, within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more physical strength you consume. The weaker the target, the less physical strength you consume. No new powers. But Shani could feel that his strength had increased significantly. In other words, the second supernatural fruit he ate was the fruit of physical evolution that he had always wanted to find. It's a bit of a waste. If I give his fruit to my younger sister, she will be able to solve her problem of lack of physical strength. It also had some effect when he ate it himself, and even increased his physical strength by about 1/10, allowing him to use teleportation and other superpowers more often. But if you want to evolve your physical body to level 2, you need to eat at least 8 or 9 fruits of the same type. That's why he felt a little bit regretful. The main reason was that before eating it, Shun-Yi couldn't tell what special powers the fruit had, so he couldn't keep it on purpose. But overall, the results are good. Shun-Yi's combat power increased by 15 points in an instant. That's enough. Today's harvest is already very good. Shun-Yi was very satisfied. So he turned on his telepathy and searched for possible supernatural fruits on the road from a god's perspective while rushing towards home. He deliberately took a route he had never taken before, just to look for the supernatural fruit along the way. But after walking for several kilometers, he didn't find the supernatural fruit, but he saw a group of soldiers resting in a building. That's right, soldiers. There were more than a dozen people in their team, all wearing dark military uniforms and holding powerful firearms, such as rifles and submachine guns. There are also pistols, grenades, etc. on his waist. This is definitely an elite force. Although the number of people is small, their firepower is incredibly strong. In addition to this team of soldiers, Shuni also saw several very old men, several young men, and several women. These non-combatants, protected by the soldiers, seemed very important. Where did these soldiers come from? Didn't you say there was no rescue team? Shun-Yi raised his eyebrows and observed curiously. Anyway, the distance between them was nearly 1 kilometer, and I was hiding in the dark, so there was no way these people could discover me. It's a pity that telepathy can only see the visual field, and there is no way to hear what they are saying. Shun-Yi looked at the people who were communicating and vaguely felt that the identities of these old men were not simple. Otherwise, how could there be such a small team of fully armed soldiers protecting them when the mountain city was almost captured? There's a problem. Shun-Yi observed for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to leave. This team should be planning to stay here tonight, and we will check back on their situation tomorrow. As for why I have to come tomorrow, the first is curiosity about the identities and purposes of these people. The second reason was that there was an intellectual woman wearing a white coat and glasses among these people who triggered the system prompt. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Lin Jiwei. Age, 31. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 92 points. Inner character, 100 points, pure and sexually indifferent. Total score, 93 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. 31 years old, yet so pure. However, after seeing the additional introduction of frigidity, Shun-Yi could understand why this woman was pure. After taking a quick look around and noting down the nearby locations, he left. At the same time, the soldiers inside the building are deploying their defenses. There is a soldier who looked like an officer, and was talking to several old men, his face slightly flushed. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhou, the mission I have received is to escort you out of the mountain city safely. Nothing else is more important than your safety. The middle-aged captain had a serious expression, as if he was not willing to negotiate. No, I won't leave. The precious research materials and samples in the laboratory are very important. Many people paid the price of their lives to preserve them, and they must be taken out. Otherwise, I won't go with you. You can leave me alone, and I will stay in the Shancheng laboratory. A stubborn old man was angry. Mr. Wang, as long as you survive, the research can continue. But if you die, no matter how much information you have, it will be useless. Captain Zhao advised earnestly. You don't understand the importance of those research samples at all. Old man, Wang did not back down. At this time, another old man said gently, Captain Zhao, we understand your good intentions. Professor Wang is not angry with you, but those research materials are really important. If you don't bring out the research materials and samples, it will be useless even if you rescue all of us so-called experts and professors. We need those samples, and so does the country. They are the genetic samples of the earliest mutant animals and plants in the mountain city, including the most important genetic sample of mutant number 001. Only by bringing back these samples can we continue our research. Otherwise, when mutant number 001 fully grows up, tens of millions of people in this entire mountain city will be killed by it. We can't let this happen. These are the lives of tens of millions of people. Hearing Mr. Zhou's almost pleading words, Captain Zhao also frowned. The death order given to him was to rescue these scientists and virus genetic experts. But if you venture to the Institute now, it will undoubtedly be very risky. Captain Zhao was a little hesitant. How to choose between the life and death of tens of millions of people and the life and death of a dozen professors and experts? If it were in the past, he would definitely choose the former without hesitation. But now is the end of the world, and these dozen or so leaders in their respective fields are obviously more important to the future of all mankind. I have to go back to the Institute. I want to go too. At this time, an extremely rational female voice with almost no emotional fluctuations was heard. Everyone subconsciously looked at the person who spoke. An intellectual woman wearing a white coat and glasses. But your safety... Captain Zhao hesitated. I said, we must go back. The woman's tone left no room for doubt. 5-8. Ideas for building a shelter. Dr. Lin, my order is to protect your safety. Nothing else is more important than your safety. Captain Zhao still wanted to stop it, and I want the senior professors to help persuade him. After all, Dr. Lin was one of the people who had been specifically ordered to be brought back safely. Who knows? The old professors actually all agreed with Dr. Lin's words. Captain Zhao even had a vague feeling that these old professors seemed to respect Dr. Lin very much, just like her students. But how is this possible? Although Dr. Lin has a good resume, it is definitely far inferior to other senior professors. For example, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhou, these two old professors have a certain reputation all over the world. But at this moment, the two respected old professors were very well behaved. Even Mr. Wang, who had a stubborn temper, nodded silently. Captain Zhao couldn't help but recall that when he received the mission, his superiors had specifically issued a death order, saying that the safety of Dr. Lin Jiwei was very important, and Dr. Lin must be protected, and no coercive means must be used. When necessary, we can request fighter jet assistance. In any case, we must rescue Dr. Lin. It seems that Dr. Lin's identity is not simple. Therefore, under pressure, Captain Zhao had no choice but to agree to go to the Research Institute again. But he refused to bring all the experts and professors with him. Otherwise, if they were wiped out, it would be a loss for the entire Xia country and even for all mankind. So, the troops were divided into two groups. A team led by Captain Zhao went to the Institute to obtain genetic samples and research data. The other team stayed behind to protect the safety of the old professors. Only, Lin Jiwei also wanted to take the risk and go to the Research Institute. Even though Captain Zhao tried to persuade him several times, it was of no use. Captain Zhao felt helpless against this strong Dr. Lin. The key point is that the other old professors also stand on Lin Jiwei's side. Whenever he said no, the other senior professors would get anxious before Dr. Lin even reacted. I was right yesterday. This mutant black spider is really growing. It's even bigger today than yesterday. After Shun Yi returned to the community, He subconsciously used telepathy to look at the black spider lurking on the 6th floor and found that its size had grown larger. Yesterday, he thought he had seen it wrong, but apparently not. The mutated black spider is growing, and growing very fast. It becomes one circle bigger in just one day. The growth rate of this black spider is too terrifying. Is it because of the constant eating? Or is it because of the mutation? Shan Yi it. It seems we need to find a way to solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this black spider continues to grow, it might really threaten my safety. Take your gaze away. Shun Yi used teleportation to go to Building 13, visited his grandmother and younger sister, and left some food and water. Afterwards, Shun Yi returned to the 6th floor and first came to 1501 to help Chu Xiaoxiao change the gauze and apply medicine. I found a lot of medicines in the hospital today, including some that can treat external injuries. While changing the dressing, Shun Yi took the opportunity to ask Chu Xiaoxiao if she knew any other residents in the building. But Chu Xiaoxiao said that she had just moved in not long ago, and she usually stayed at home to live broadcast and seldom went out. So naturally, she didn't know her neighbors. I don't even know my next-door neighbor's name. So, Shun Yi didn't ask any more questions and used teleportation to go home. Hubby, you're back. The women in the living room were no longer as surprised as before when they saw Shun Yi appear out of nowhere. Instead, they greeted him enthusiastically. The girls' enthusiasm today was even greater than usual, because Shun Yi gave Su wanting superpowers. They all wanted to gain superpowers, so naturally they started to find all kinds of ways to please Shun Yi. This is also what Shun Yi wants to see. However, after running around outside all day, he was a little tired and had to get up early tomorrow to find those soldiers. So, Shun Yi planned to have a good night's sleep. If we can get the submachine guns and grenades in the hands of those soldiers, maybe we can kill the mutant black spider. Originally, Shun Yi was simply curious about what those soldiers were here for, but after feeling the threat from the black spider again today, he started to think about taking the soldiers' weapons. The pistol can't break the mutated black spider's defense, but at least a grenade can't do the trick, right? Shun Yi was lying on the bed thinking about tomorrow's plans when there was a knock on the door. Hubby, are you asleep? It's the sound of Jiang Nan's smoke. Not yet. Come in and tell me something. Jiang Nanyan pushed the door open and walked in, closing it behind her. Honey, I have a friend who also wants to seek asylum. So do you think you could take her in? Jiang Nanyan said. Female. Shan Yi it. Yeah, and she's very pretty and has a great figure. Jiang Nanyan emphasized her friend's appearance. Shun Yi's brows relaxed, as he understood what Jiang Nanyan meant. This relationship is not a virgin act, but a desire to find a woman for myself. Really? Because Su wanting gained superpowers, the other women couldn't sit still. It's kind of expected. After all, Jiang Nanyan betrayed her teacher from the very beginning in order to gain his favor. This kind of healthy competition among the concubines in the harem is naturally a good thing for Shun Yi. He thought for a moment and asked, Isn't the internet disconnected now? Can you still contact your friend? I've talked to her before and know where she is now. Jiang Nanyan replied. If possible, she didn't want to take the risk of picking up her friends. But when she thought about the fact that Su Wanting had gained superpowers, she felt a little unwilling. Honey, I could drive to pick her up. There shouldn't be any problem. Jiang Nanyan added. Shun Yi pondered for a moment. It's a bit risky to let Jiang Nanyan take it. Shun Yi is not sure whether the unlocked materials will be stopped after the woman dies, so he doesn't want Jiang Nanyan to take risks. It is becoming more and more dangerous outside. Even Shun Yi needs to turn on the perspective cheat when going out, let alone ordinary people. Not to mention, husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace. There's no need to let Jiang Nanyan die for no reason. As long as the woman was not a traitor to him, even if she was just a vase, Shun Yi didn't want to kill her casually. After all, he has enough material resources to support a woman, and they have some emotional foundation. Unfortunately, apart from his own woman, Shun Yi has no other subordinates at his disposal, and he would not feel sorry if they died, etc. Why can't we have such subordinates? Absolutely. Even ordinary people can have a bunch of younger brothers working for them. As long as you take out a little bit of supplies, you can take in a bunch of people to work for you, right? And I have no shortage of supplies. There are millions of servings of water and food in the warehouse. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. What's more, Shun Yi now has the ability to see through hostility. If any of his subordinates have any ulterior motives, he can just kill them. You can recruit people to help you without worrying about betrayal. You can't do everything yourself, right? Even if such a subordinate died, he would not feel too sad, After all, they were just doing normal transactions. I give you food and water, and you work for me. Thinking of this, Shun Yi looked at Jiang Nanyan and said, I recently had an idea to set up a shelter to accommodate the survivors. Under the current circumstances, the national rescue will definitely not be able to come. We can take in some of the survivors, especially the female survivors, to help us. Yes, there's another benefit to setting up a shelter, and that is to accommodate female survivors. Let the female survivors come to our door themselves. Otherwise, asking Shun Yi to find female survivors who meet the system standards one by one would be too slow. But if you have a shelter and everyone is serving you and helping you find women who meet the system standards, then the speed will increase immediately. Assembly line engineering is definitely faster than one person. Honey, if you have made up your mind, I will start preparing tomorrow. Jiang Nanyan said immediately. She now really wants to do something for Shun Yi and get the reward of the supernatural fruit. Well, you can start preparing tomorrow. First, count the residents in this community. We will use this community as the initial base to build a shelter. Shun Yi said, there are enough houses in this community, and they're all large flats with a wide view, making them suitable as a base. But we have to get rid of the mutated black spider first. Think of this. Shun Yi took out several supernatural fruits from the system space. 59. After investing for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. If you eat it, you will gain superpowers. Shun Yi took out the supernatural fruit and said, if Jiang Nanyan is asked to do something, he must be given a certain reward. In addition, Jiang Nanyan also made a contribution by deceiving Bicini, so giving her a few more supernatural fruits can be regarded as compensation. For people who have already acquired superpowers, eating a few more fruits will not have much effect. Superpowers will only transform every time they are upgraded. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyan's eyes lit up when she saw the 5 supernatural fruits, and she quickly took them. I didn't expect that my husband would give me so many supernatural fruits. There are 4 more than Su wanting. As expected, I still need to collect women for my husband, so that he will be happy. Jiang Nanyan, who thought she had found the trick, now wanted to do a good job in setting up the shelter, take in more female survivors, and then pick out beautiful women for her husband. This way he can get more rewards. While thinking this, he had already taken several supernatural fruits. Suddenly, a cool feeling, like an electric shock, flowed through her body. It felt so good. Is this the feeling of gaining superpowers? Afterwards, Shun Yi also taught Jiang Nanyan how to use her supernatural powers. And he also told Jiang Nanyan that superpowers can be upgraded. For example, if she has eaten 5 supernatural fruits now, if she eats about 5 more, her supernatural power level will be 1 level higher, and her supernatural power will become stronger. Jiang Nanyan showed a surprised expression when she heard it. No wonder she felt that every time she ate a fruit, her superpowers seemed to increase slightly, but the feeling was not obvious. It turns out that you need to upgrade. Suddenly, she became more determined to work hard. Only by working hard can you obtain more supernatural fruits and improve your supernatural level. As long as my ability level is higher than Su Wanting and other women, I will have the most say. Moreover, the higher the level of my ability, the more valuable I am to Shun Yi, and he will be less likely to abandon me. Jiang Nanyan thought so and already had a clear goal. It doesn't matter who gets the superpower first. What's more important is who has a higher level of superpower. After all, as Shun Yi said, the effect of the ability will double with each level up. Level 2 abilities far outweigh Level 1 abilities. Seeing Jiang Nanyan's eager expression, Shun Yi was very satisfied. Continue to use the level of supernatural powers to make promises, so that women will have the motivation to strive for success, and they can also enjoy better services. Anyway, telepathy is not a combat ability. Even if all his women are upgraded to level 7 or 8, they will not pose a threat to him. On the contrary, you can help yourself. For example, when recruiting survivors, telepathy can be used to screen out those who are hostile, have bad intentions, etc. In conclusion, as long as Jiang Nanyan works hard, Shun Yi is prepared to make her the first person besides himself to upgrade to level 2 supernatural powers. Jiang Nanyan's ability to do things is very reliable, and her current level of loyalty is catching up with Su Wanting, so she is worth training. Hubby, I will serve you. After mastering the supernatural power, Jiang Nanyan blushed slightly and slowly unbuttoned her pink pajamas. Shun Yi wanted to refuse. But when he saw the purple color of Jiang Nanyan's pajamas, he fell silent. Purple is very charming. Well, it's human nature. I'm destined not to have a good night's sleep tonight. Let me explain this on two sides. Lu Yiye is in a difficult situation. Her mind was full of messy thoughts, and she couldn't sleep again tonight. Shen Yi, you didn't want me again tonight. Why? Do you really dislike yourself so much? Although she knew that her looks could not compare to Shen Yi's other women, she would not admit that she was ugly. From junior high school to college, she had many suitors. If she hadn't been so focused on studying, Lu Yiye felt that she could easily have 10 or 8 handsome boyfriends. I'm definitely not ugly. I am beautiful. Only, the girls around Shen Yi are all goddess level, and she is far inferior in comparison. In fact, the main reason is that sleeping with Lu Yiye will not unlock supplies. So naturally Shen Yi had no interest in it anymore. Otherwise, he would have done it long ago. As for the reason for keeping Lu Yiye, it was because Shen Yi had long thought about setting up a shelter and thought that someone might be needed to do odd jobs, so he kept her. Otherwise, you can't do everything yourself. The next day, after waking up, Shen Yi had breakfast with the girls and talked about his idea of setting up a shelter. This idea immediately gained everyone's support. Since the girls followed Shen Yi, they no longer had to worry about food and drink, nor did they have to worry about safety issues. All they did every day was eat and sleep, and they were bored to death, so they want to find something to do. And once a shelter is established, they can mobilize the shelter's personnel to search for their families. As for asking Shen Yi to help them find their families, none of the women had ever thought about it. If they make Shen Yi unhappy, they will be in trouble. Of course, in addition to the careful thought of finding family members. More importantly, they heard that Jiang Nanyan was rewarded with 5 supernatural fruits at one time, and also learned that supernatural powers can actually be upgraded. As a result, the enthusiasm of all the girls was aroused. They also have to work hard to obtain the supernatural fruit. Regarding the number of people the shelter will admit, as well as issues such as food and accommodation, you should discuss and come up with a reasonable plan, and then show it to me. Shen Yi said. He doesn't want to worry about these trivial matters. What's more, he doesn't understand management matters. In comparison, Jiang Nanyan, whose family runs a company, should have more experience. At least he has more experience than me. Leave professional matters to professionals, and you just need to sit back and do nothing. Anyway, the final decision-making power lies with you. If you're not satisfied, you can just veto it. After roughly arranging the trivial matters, Shen Yi left home. Before leaving, she left 5 guns behind and asked Su Yun to be responsible for the management and distribution of the weapons. Since we need to build a shelter, it is necessary for our women to have weapons. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with the bad guys if we encounter them. Hubby, don't worry. Leave the safety of the home to me. Su Yun nodded seriously. Although she was still uncomfortable with Shen Yi's harem, Su Yun's loyalty to Shen Yi did not waver at all. Shen Yi also trusts her. He even rewarded Su Yun with an extra supernatural fruit. The supernatural fruit was unlocked from Su Yun, so giving her the reward would not be unfair to other women. What's more, she doesn't care about fairness or not. He can reward whomever he wants. If any woman resents herself for this kind of thing, she deserves to die. Leave home. Shen Yi first came to 1501 and changed the gauze for the 2-dimensional anchor Chu Xiao Xiao. After a few days of rest, her wounds healed a little. It seems that it should be possible to do some simple exercises. After investing for so long, it's time to see the returns. 60. Superpower upgrade, giant mutated dog. Don't go to bed too early tonight. I'll come find you. Remember to wash it clean. After Shen Yi changed Chu Xiao Xiao's medicine, he left dozens of bottles of mineral water and some food, then used teleportation to leave. He also had to hurry to find the soldiers he saw yesterday. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get high lethal weapons such as grenades after the soldiers left. As for Chu Xiao Xiao, if she is allowed to recover for another day, the investment will be recovered tonight. If Shen Yi had not had to worry about food and drink, he would have fought bloody battles long ago and would not have cared whether Chu Xiao Xiao would get hurt. But after all, it has not reached a point where they are out of ammunition and food, and Shen Yi still has his bottom line. What do you mean by coming to see me tonight? Chu Xiao Xiao lay on the sofa, murmuring seemingly ignorantly, but her cute face gradually turned red. Of course she understood what Shen Yi meant. Finally, we are reaching that step. In fact, Chu Xiao Xiao has been feeling anxious these past 2 days. She was looking forward to it, excited but also a little scared and worried. What if the Prince Charming no longer cares about me after I break through the last step? What if I am abandoned? But given the kindness of the Prince Charming, he shouldn't be a heartless man like Chinshimi, right? But no matter how she imagined it, she seemed to have neither the reason nor the ability to refuse. Well, now the things have come to this. Let's clean ourselves up first. Chu Xiao Xiao looked at the dozens of bottles of mineral water that Prince Charming had left for her, which were enough for her to wash her body carefully. According to his memory, Shun Yi quickly arrived at the place where the team of soldiers stayed yesterday. While eating the supernatural fruit, he observed secretly and thought about how to obtain grenades and submachine guns. Murder and robbery? Not very stable. Although he could teleport, he could still sneak attack and kill a few soldiers by surprise. But after all, there are more than a dozen people on the other side. What if they are all experienced in combat? Then I might be able to do it too. The risk and return are not proportional. So Shuni decisively gave up the risky idea. Then we can only trade. Exchange food and water for submachine guns and grenades. As long as these soldiers are short of water and food, they will definitely be willing to change. Certainly, even exchange has risks. What if these soldiers see that I have abundant supplies and want to rob me? In the apocalypse, not all soldiers can be trusted. Shun, he felt it was a bit tricky. It would be nice if there was a monster that could kill them all, and I could reap the benefits. I think so. Unfortunately, after Shun Yi searched around, he found no particularly ferocious mutant monsters within a kilometer. Are they leaving? Shun Yi was silently thinking about the plan when he suddenly noticed that 7 or 8 soldiers, along with 2 men and 1 woman in white coats, were about to leave the building. Act separately? Although he didn't understand what these soldiers meant, Shun Yi realized that this was his chance. He cracked the fruit, hesitated for a moment, and chose to follow the soldiers who were leaving the building. The first is to observe what their purpose is and see if there is any chance to get their weapons. Secondly, Shun Yi saw that the intelligent, mature woman who triggered the system prompt was also among the group of soldiers leaving the building. If I'm lucky, maybe I can capture both the weapons and the people. Your telepathy is upgraded to level 8. Telepathy. LV8, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 3,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 3,000 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Finally upgraded again. Shun Yi had just finished eating a fruit when a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. The higher the level of the ability, the more difficult it is to upgrade. From level 7 to level 8, he felt like he had eaten 200 or 300 fruits. Even more, if it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to find so many supernatural fruits in his lifetime, right? So Shun, he was really curious whether the abilities of other psychics could be upgraded. Or is there any other way to upgrade? Level 8, 3 kilometers of vision, awesome. Shun Yi sensed it and found that his field of vision had expanded by 2 times. But there is also a downside, which is that if he wants to look at the target at the farthest distance, he will consume slightly more physical strength. But the impact is not big. With Shun Yi's current physical strength, it is enough to cope with it. As long as he doesn't use teleportation all the time to travel, the energy he consumes can be recovered even if he uses telepathy all the time. The direction they're heading in, downtown. Shun Yi suddenly frowned. From a bird's eye view, he discovered that this team of soldiers was actually heading towards the city center. City center? Shun Yi remembered Su Yun saying that there was a terrifying mutant tree in the city center, and that tree seemed to have intelligence. Shun, he doesn't want to meet this tree. His current strength is simply not enough. Follow them from a distance and see. If they really want to cause trouble for the big tree, I will just watch from a distance and leave if I see something is not right. Shun Yi thought so. Now I have a 3-kilometer field of vision, which allows me to leave a large safe distance. Don't worry about being implicated. That's all. 1 in front and 1 behind. Maintaining the maximum distance of telepathy, Shun Yi followed the group of soldiers for another 7 or 8 kilometers. The fighting power of this group of soldiers was indeed very strong. They shot to death all the mutant animals they encountered along the way. Moreover, they also collected the corpses of some mutant animals. I don't know if it's for eating or what. Shun Yi watched all the actions of this group of soldiers as if he was watching a movie. Until the soldiers arrived at the gate of a virus research institute. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. So these people in white coats are not doctors, but virus researchers? No wonder there are so many heavily armed soldiers protecting it. Shun Yi understood. From watching the battle along the way, Shunyi knew that this group of soldiers were definitely not ordinary soldiers. Their reaction ability and reaction speed are very strong. You should be an elite in the army, a special forces soldier or something like that. Fortunately, I didn't take the risk to attack them before, otherwise something might have happened. But what's going on in this institute? There are so many mutant animals and plants. Could it be that since the beginning of the apocalypse, these mutant plants and animals have been studied here? Shunyi just took a quick glance and saw many mutated animals and plants in the research institute, as well as the mutilated bodies of many researchers and security guards. In other words, as soon as this group of soldiers enter, they will soon be attacked by mutated animals and plants. Although they should be able to cope with it in the short term with their weapons and equipment, if it drags on for too long, something big will definitely happen. Because Shunyi saw through X-ray vision that in a room underground in this research institute, there was a 5 or 6 meter tall, very strong mutant green dog lying down. Yes, a green dog. The hair on its body is green like leaves. If you don't look carefully, you might think this mutant dog is covered with leaves. Something is wrong. There is something wrong with this mutant dog. Even if other animals mutate, at most they will become larger in size, stronger in appearance, and more ferocious. But this mutant dog's hair and appearance have also mutated, and it's also ridiculously large. Just as Shun-Yi was looking at it carefully again. Sudden, the mutant green dog opened his eyes. Its eyeballs are also green. It seemed to have sensed something, looked around, and made dangerous sounds. Shun-Yi was shocked. No way. Could it be that this mutant green dog could actually sense that I was watching it from several kilometers away? If so, it is too dangerous. At the same time, soldiers have entered the institute. While killing the mutated animals and plants, they quickly came to the elevator and took it to the underground. Their target seems to be this mutant green dog. 6-1 crisis. Because the Virus Research Institute has its own independent power supply system. So even if the whole city loses power, it still has electricity. All lights were working normally, and the elevators were functioning normally. At this time, inside an elevator, Lin Jue, who had been very quiet along the way, suddenly said to the soldiers, "Put away your weapons." Her tone remained strong. The soldiers were stunned and frowned subconsciously. The Research Institute is so dangerous, yet we still have to put away our weapons. Isn't this just seeking death? Even Captain Zhao, who had been very cooperative along the way, was unwilling to listen to Lin Jue at this moment. After all, this concerns everyone's safety. With your weapons sheathed, your reaction to an enemy will be several seconds slower. Most of the time, a few seconds can determine a person's life or death. So, Captain Zhao said to the soldiers, "Everyone concentrate and don't accidentally fire your guns. There may be something important in the underground laboratory." Yes, the soldiers obeyed the order, and the discomfort in their hearts subsided slightly. You can be careful not to fire accidentally, but it is impossible to put away your weapon. Otherwise, they feel insecure. Dr. Lin, you can rest assured about my soldiers. No one will accidentally fire their weapons. Captain Zhao explained to Lin Jue. Since Lin Jue didn't say anything, he thought that there might be some precious genetic samples in the underground laboratory, so he needed to put away the gun to prevent it from being damaged. But Captain Zhao believes in his soldiers. They are all professionally trained, and it is impossible for an accidental discharge of the gun under such circumstances. Captain Zhao's solution was a moderate one, neither standing on the side of his own soldiers nor on the side of Lin Jue. "No, I'm not worried about the genetic sample." Lin Jue adjusted his glasses, looked at the soldiers, and said without any emotion, "I am worried about you." The soldiers were confused. Worried about us who are fully armed? Many people even wanted to laugh. If they had enough ammunition, they would have been able to sweep through this Virus Research Institute. Ordinary mutant plants and animals, who can withstand rifle fire. Grenade bombing? The reason why they were so cautious was mainly because of insufficient firepower, not because of fear. Bite. It was at this time. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor underground, and the door opened. What comes into view is a long corridor. The corridor is tall and wide, and the white light is a bit dazzling. The soldiers immediately raised their guns vigilantly and scanned the surroundings. I saw. The walls were covered with dark red blood. There are also a lot of bloodstains dragged on the ground. But there are no corpses or mutant monsters to be seen. All soldiers immediately became alert. This situation often means that the danger level is very high. 2 soldiers were the first to walk out of the elevator to check. Then, before they could report the situation, Lin Jue followed out. She was as fearless and unafraid as ever, and seemed to have everything under control. Dr. Lin. Captain Zhao's face changed, and he quickly chased after him. Lin Jue didn't say anything, but walked towards the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, the soldiers could only catch up quickly. Captain Zhao's face didn't look good. This Dr. Lin is so reckless. Didn't take their arrangements seriously at all. If a mutant animal really appeared, they would not have enough time to rescue Lin Jiwei. Come to the laboratory door at the end. Lin Jiwei stood in front of the password door, looked at the soldiers behind him, and said again, "Put away your guns and don't show hostility, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety next time." She said very little, but contained a lot of information. But it didn't sound very pleasant to the soldiers' ears. Can you ensure safety by putting away your gun and not showing any hostility? Sorry, we only trust the guns in our hands. So no soldier listened to her. Captain Zhao, please ask them to put away their guns, otherwise it will be very dangerous. There is a very powerful mutant animal in here. Ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all, and will even anger it. A male researcher in a white coat hurriedly advised. Dr. Lin is just a quiet person and not good at expressing herself. Actually, she is doing this for our own good, another male researcher also explained. They understand Lin Jiwei's character and know how smart Lin Jiwei is. Don't think that Lin Jiwei is incompetent just because she is a woman and relatively young. Dr. Lin is a genius who is highly respected even by other senior professors. When they first came to the institute, they looked down on Dr. Lin because she was a woman. As a result, a considerable price was paid for this. Captain Zhao frowned when he heard what the two male researchers said. Like his soldiers, he believed more in the sense of security that the gun in his hand brought him. But he did not want to displease Dr. Lin and the other two, so he ordered the soldiers to lower their guns and not to fire unless absolutely necessary. Although he didn't put away the gun directly, he still gave face to Dr. Lin. I think it should be possible. Lin Jiwei ignored Captain Zhao's little thoughts. After reminding everyone for the second time, she started to enter the password and then went through a series of processes such as facial recognition and pupil recognition to unlock the laboratory door. As for what will happen next, she has already given a hint. Crack! With a crisp sound, the heavy laboratory door slowly opened. An unpleasant smell emanated from it, causing everyone to frown subconsciously and become alert. Woof! Suddenly, a deep and powerful dog barking sounded from the laboratory. The sound was so harsh that the soldiers raised their guns, as if by muscle memory, and prepared for battle. Lin Jiwei frowned. Wrong. How did it wake up? Obviously, this door has never been opened, and no one has ever come in. Lin Jiwei murmured, and then immediately closed the laboratory door that had just been opened, and turned back and said, "Go. Get out of here." Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Dr. Lin, what's wrong? There's something wrong with the experimental subject. Only I can solve it from now on. You must evacuate the laboratory immediately. For the first time, Lin Jiwei's voice sounded urgent. But Captain Zhao held the gun tightly in his hand, stared at the laboratory door, and showed no intention of retreating. He had to cover the retreat of Dr. Lin and the two researchers first. Dr. Lin, you can't take any risks. Take the two researchers and retreat first. The rest of you, prepare for battle. Captain Zhao stood in front of Lin Jiwei and gave orders in an orderly manner. The soldiers opened the safety and stared closely at the closed gate. At the same time, inside the laboratory, heavy gasping sounds continued to be heard. What followed was a vibration that seemed to shake the entire laboratory. Something got up and was moving toward the door. The soldiers looked solemn. This movement is probably not an ordinary mutated monster. Bang! Suddenly, the heavy iron door of the laboratory was hit hard and became dented and deformed. The soldiers' pupils suddenly shrank. Such a thick iron door was deformed by being hit. What kind of power is this? Bang! Bang! After two consecutive heavy blows, the heavy iron door was about to collapse. The soldiers clenched their guns and became nervous involuntarily. What kind of monster is this that has such terrifying power? Moreover, what is the function of this iron door? There is no way to stop this monster. Bang! Another heavy blow. The iron gate couldn't bear the weight and was smashed open. Then, a huge green monster appeared in front of everyone. Shot! Without a second's hesitation, Captain Zhao gave the order and pulled the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand at the same time. Lin Jiwei, who was blocked behind, wanted to speak, but it was too late. Countless bullets quickly hit the green monster. 6-2. All mankind has entered a new era. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets from submachine guns and assault rifles poured out at a rate of 20 to 30 rounds per second, and the dense rain of bullets penetrated the green monster's body fiercely. Blood spurted out of the monster, splattering on the walls and the ground. Bullets can hurt it. Suddenly, all the soldiers became excited and hope lit up in their eyes. As long as the gun can hurt the monster, it proves that it can be killed. There is nothing to be afraid of if a monster can be killed. The soldiers quickly split into two groups, firing crossfire with almost no interruption. They skillfully changed their ammunition while steadily advancing forward, trying to force the monster back to the laboratory or kill it directly. At the same time, as the gunshots rang out, crackling sounds were heard from several laboratories on both sides of the corridor. It seemed that something was struggling, as if it was startled by the gunshots and wanted to break out. Dr. Lin, go away. Captain Zhao pulled the trigger and took the time to turn around and shout. However, but he saw that Lin Jiwei's expression was extremely complicated. Her face was filled with surprise, confusion, and even a hint of surprise. This was the first time that Captain Zhao saw such rich emotions on Lin Jiwei's face, which was always calm and composed, as if he was in control of everything. Why did she have such an expression when she saw this huge monster? Before Captain Zhao could think about it, suddenly, a shrill scream came from the front. He turned his head suddenly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The huge green monster rushed out under the dense rain of bullets and knocked away the two soldiers in the front with one claw. The blood instantly dyed the ground red. The other soldiers were also shocked by this scene, and the guns in their hands could not help but stop. So many bullets were shot into this monster's body, and it was able to fight back. What's even more terrifying is that its speed seems to be faster than before. At this time, the green monster's eyes glowed scarlet, as if it had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy, killing anyone it saw without mercy. This damn beast, everyone retreat immediately. When Captain Zhao saw his soldiers being killed, he was furious and immediately ordered a retreat. At the same time, he quickly took out a grenade from his waist, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing the order, the surviving soldiers and researchers immediately turned and rushed to the elevator, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Captain Zhao seized the opportunity, pulled the safety of the grenade, threw it hard at the green monster, then turned around and ran. Boom! There was a deafening explosion, and the entire laboratory shook violently. The corridor was instantly filled with dust, several lights were blown out, and the vision became blurred. The power of this grenade is even stronger than what is shown in the movies. Is it specially made? Shen Yi, who had already arrived outside the research institute and was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression when he saw this scene. The power of this explosion was too strong. If I had this grenade, I could easily kill the mutated black spider. This mutant green dog is still alive? How is this possible? Shen Yi frowned, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Because the lights were blown out and the dust was everywhere, he couldn't see the specific condition of the mutant green dog, but he could vaguely see a dark aura in the dust that exuded a strong hostile aura. Such strong hostility must be caused by the mutant green dog. Only living things can emit such a scent. But, after being blown up like that, it's still alive? Shen Yi felt incredible. First, there was intensive fire from submachine guns and rifles, followed by a fierce bombardment of grenades. How the hell could he still be alive? What kind of heaven-defying vitality is this? If these mutant creatures are everywhere in the world, it seems understandable why the country cannot provide rescue in a short period of time. Shen Yi found a secluded place, continued to hide, and watched the battle silently. He wanted to see how resilient this mutant green dog was. At this time, Captain Zhao returned to the ground floor, clenched his fists, and his face was terribly gloomy. Although the mutant green dog was killed by the explosion, but his squad also lost 4 brothers. The other surviving soldiers were equally grief-stricken, their eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. The looks they gave Lin Jiwei and the other 2 researchers became complicated, even with a hint of blame. If they had not insisted on coming back to take the risk, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a great sacrifice. Although, rationally speaking, as a soldier, sacrifice is inevitable. But emotionally, they still find it difficult to accept. Dr. Lin, We have obtained all the other information, but I'm afraid we can't retrieve the information underground. Can we leave now? Captain Zhao suppressed his emotions and asked in the calmest tone possible. You guys go back. Lin Jue didn't even raise his head, and the pen in his hand quickly recorded on the notebook. His tone was calm, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Captain Zhao almost broke through. What does you guys go back mean? We sacrificed so many people to protect you, and you don't even leave? Then what is our sacrifice for? Dr. Lin, what do you mean? Captain Zhao couldn't help but raise his voice with suppressed anger in his tone. Lin Jue was still concentrating on the notebook in his hand and replied without looking up. My research has made significant progress, and I need to further improve it. As long as it can be completed, it can prove that my previous research direction is correct. No, maybe it can be proved now, because Era is alive again, and it still retains a strong vitality. This is a relatively benign evolution. Experiment? Evolution. Captain Zhao was stunned. He seemed to have grasped some key information. Could it be that the huge mutant monster on the third floor is an experimental subject? This woman created this experiment. Captain Zhao, you guys take the information back first. I'll stay and help Dr. Lin. If Dr. Lin's research direction is correct, then all of humanity will usher in a new era. A male researcher said excitedly, with fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Captain Zhao felt mixed emotions as he looked at the three scientists in front of him who were immersed in their research. They seemed to have completely ignored the tragedy that had just happened and only had eyes for the so-called research progress. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Dr. Lin, we can't joke with your life. We hope you can leave with us. The helicopter that will pick us up will arrive in 5 hours at most. If you miss this flight, you may never have the chance to leave the mountain city again. Captain Zhao tried to persuade her in a heavy tone. Lin Jue finally raised his head, his eyes calm and without any ripples. Science is never smooth sailing. Death is certainly painful, but if my research can bring enough value, then all deaths are worth it. So, I will not leave Shansheng, and you don't need to waste your time trying to persuade me. Instead of persuading me, you should take others and leave as soon as possible. Captain Zhao was silent. He looked at the surviving soldiers around him, then at Lin Jue and the two fanatical researchers, and finally gritted his teeth. Our mission is to protect you. Since you don't want to leave, we won't evacuate. We will stay to protect you, even if we die in battle. Lin Jue ignored Captain Zhao's righteous words and continued to immerse himself in his notebook. His expression changed from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. It's like a robot without emotions. Captain Zhao sighed silently, turned around, and directed the soldiers to begin setting up defense lines. His mood was extremely complicated. On the one hand, he understood the scientist's persistence. On the other hand, he could not accept such a crazy adventure. However, after calming down, he thought carefully about what the male researcher said and felt that it was a little unusual. What does it mean to let all of humanity enter a new era? Captain Zhao frowned. If a monster in the basement was created by Lin Jue, what does that prove? Proves that she has the ability to stir up trouble? Or prove that she has the power to change the world? Seeing Captain Zhao's confused expression, another male researcher explained, the mutant monster you saw on the third floor underground was actually a husky or a dog. Husky. Captain Zhao and other soldiers recalled that the monster did make a dog's barking sound, but its size and shape were completely unlike an ordinary dog. Yes, it was originally a pet dog raised by Dr. Lin, but it mutated after the apocalypse. The male researcher paused and continued. Dr. Lin injected this mutant pet dog with a special gene extracted from gene sample number 001, causing it to undergo a secondary mutation based on the original mutation. No, it should be said that it evolved. So, it evolved into what you see. However, it should be in a dormant state. After all, the amount of sedatives injected was 5 times that of the previous time. But the strange thing is that it woke up early. As the male researcher was talking, he became confused and couldn't help but whisper to himself, "Why did it wake up early? This doesn't make sense. Could it have undergone a new mutation and become immune to the sedative? Or did someone wake it up? But the laboratory door is locked. Who can get in? That's strange." After hearing the explanation, Captain Zhao became even more confused, but he was more concerned about another question. What did you mean by if the research direction is correct, all mankind will enter a new era? 63. There's a fine line between genius and madness. I don't know the specific details of the research. Only Professor Wong and Professor Zhou, as well as Dr. Lin, who is in charge of the research, know these. But I am sure that Dr. Lin's research can change some of the genes of humans, allowing them to gain strength, speed, and vitality that are no less than those of mutant animals. As the male researcher spoke, he turned his gaze to Lin Jiwei, who was recording data, his eyes full of reverence and admiration, as if he was looking at a god. If Dr. Lin really succeeds, she will undoubtedly become a god who changes the destiny of mankind. Captain Zhao and the soldiers around him were completely confused. Changing human genes? Why can such a conclusion be drawn through experiments on a mutant dog? Can dogs and humans have the same genes? But at least they understood the literal meaning. If this research is successful, ordinary people will gain power comparable to that of mutated animals. If this is true, it would indeed be enough to bring all of humanity into a whole new era. Suddenly, the looks of all the soldiers towards Lin Jiwei changed. This doctor is simply a monster. Imagine if you and others could possess the strength and speed of mutant animals, coupled with modern thermal weapons. Then the mutant animals and plants would pose no threat at all. Even if they could have the strong vitality of the mutant monster in the underground laboratory and be able to withstand submachine gun and rifle bullets without dying, they would be invincible. Superman is no more than that. Bang, bang. Sudden, there was another loud knocking sound from underground. It was like something was trying to come up from underground. The soldiers were stunned and subconsciously looked towards the elevator. What's going on? It's still alive. The genes of the 001 mutant can indeed merge with living things. Lin Jiwei stood up suddenly and stared at the elevator excitedly. Captain Zhao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, Dr. Lin, you mean that the noise was made by the mutant dog in the basement? His tone was full of disbelief. How could it still be alive after such an explosion? Even if he was still alive, he couldn't possibly have such terrifying strength. Lin Ji closed his eyes, sensed for a while, and then said slowly, yes, that's it. Its injuries have mostly healed. What a strong vitality. There was no fear or terror on Lin Jiwei's expression, only excitement. But the other soldiers looked unhappy. Not only did the monster not die, but it recovered? Doesn't that mean we have to start all over again? Facing such a monster, it would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid. But even though they were afraid, the soldiers did not retreat. Dr. Lin, what should we do now? Captain Zhao quickly asked Lin Jiwei for his opinion. In the past, he only trusted the weapon in his hand. But after experiencing the battle in the underground laboratory just now, where 4 soldiers died because of his wrong command, he realized his mistake. Professional matters should be done by professionals. You leave the institute, and I will tame it alone from now on. Lin Jiwei did not explain the reason. Or rather, she was too lazy to explain. Just like before in the basement, she had advised everyone to put away their guns, but it was just a few words of advice, and if they didn't listen, then die and die. Dr. Lin, how are you going to tame that monster? Captain Zhao was incredulous. Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses and said calmly, it's my pet, but it has mutated now. What if it doesn't recognize you? Then I'll be shot to death like everyone else. Lin Jiwei replied calmly. There was no fear of death, only an almost crazy desire in her eyes. Captain Zhao hesitated. Dr. Lin himself was not completely sure. The risk is too great. If Dr. Lin died, then they would have suffered a huge loss on this trip. Bang! Sudden, there was another loud crash from underground, and a mutant dog seemed to have come to the elevator shaft. Lin Jiwei looked back at everyone and said, leave as soon as possible. You can't help me here, and you'll make it go berserk. Captain Zhao was silent for a while, and finally nodded and said, Dr. Lin, we will wait for you outside the institute. If anything happens, you must call us immediately. Lin Jiwei did not answer, but walked towards the elevator. Captain Zhao took a deep look at Dr. Lin's back, then turned around and said, retreat. Take them with you. Yes. The soldiers received the order and forcibly carried away the 2 male researchers who did not want to leave. At the same time, a deafening noise was heard. The mutated green giant dog used its brute force to forcibly break a passage through the elevator shaft. The entire elevator was completely destroyed and the wreckage was scattered all over the ground. When the people who had just walked out of the research institute heard the huge noise, they couldn't help but show worry on their faces. Huff, huff. The mutant giant dog was breathing heavily, and its body was covered with wounds of varying sizes, but these wounds were healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its eyes were red and emitted a fierce light. Although it was limping, it still walked towards Lin Jiwei. One of its front legs was blown off and was a bloody mess, but one could vaguely see new granulation tissue slowly growing. The mutant giant dog panted and finally stopped in front of Lin Jiwei, lowered its head and stared at her. Xiaoha. Lin Jiwei stood where he was, showing no fear, nor retreating, but just staring at the giant dog quietly. A few seconds later, the mutant giant dog slowly raised its paw and pressed down towards Lin Jiwei. Is it still not working? Lin Jiwei sighed softly. The next second, the giant claw that was about to press down suddenly stopped in midair, hanging above Lin Jiwei's head, as if it was firmly controlled by some invisible force. Is this supernatural power? Seeing this scene through telepathy, Shun Yi was thoughtful. It seems that this woman has a big secret. If you dare to face the giant mutant dog alone, you must be confident, right? Who knows? The next second after Shun Yi thought of this, the mutant giant dog seemed to be enraged, opened its big mouth, and bit Lin Jiwei fiercely. Lin Jiwei's face changed. She realized that Era was still in a furious state at this moment. Is there no other way but to detonate the bomb and kill it? No, I can't. This is the only successful experimental subject. It cannot die. In a flash, Lin Jiwei had made his choice. He would rather die himself than allow his experimental subjects to die, because she saw some possibility in this experimental subject. To put it bluntly, it is not for the country, not for humanity, and there is no greater cause. Lin Jiwei simply does not want his scientific research results to disappear. There's a fine line between genius and madness. Lin Jiwei is obviously crazy now. She gave up on detonating the bomb in the laboratory and gave up on destroying the mutant monsters she created. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for death to come. She believed that her research direction was correct. Even if the monsters she created did not have stable thinking, she felt that she was not wrong. Even if she had to do it again, she would still do it. Moreover, she will fuse several more genes into the mutated giant dog so that the mutated giant dog can evolve into a stronger one. Lin Jiwei waited for several seconds, but found that he was still alive, so he opened his eyes. I saw. A huge dog's head was hanging above his head. The dog's mouth was very big, and it looked like it was going to eat itself, but it was suddenly frozen in mid-air, motionless. Lin Jiwei was stunned for a moment, then looked at a figure that appeared about 10 meters away at some point. A man. Was this done by him? 64. Shun Yi's request. You have superpowers too? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and stared at Shun Yi with shining eyes. Although she was asking, her tone was firm. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. This woman seems to have something. She was almost bitten to death, but not only was she not afraid, she was able to talk to herself calmly. Lin Jiwei stepped closer to Shun Yi and asked, what kind of supernatural power do you have? You can actually control mutated animals. Besides mutant animals, can you freeze other things? Like vehicles, airplanes? Shun Yi was stunned. He had never thought about this question. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, I haven't tried it either, but it should work. He remembered the introduction of the shadow binding ability, which said that it could immobilize any two targets, but it did not emphasize whether the targets were limited to living creatures. In other words, as long as there is a shadow, even an airplane can be stopped. When I think about it this way, the effect of shadow binding is even more awesome than I thought. Etc. What am I here for? Why am I discussing my powers with this woman here? I was led astray without realizing it. Shun Yi reacted and looked at Lin Jiwei, whose face was full of curiosity and was a little speechless. This woman is too curious. Shun Yi felt the energy in his body being consumed rapidly and asked directly, Do you want to live? Hearing this question, Lin Jiwei was not surprised, but asked in return, What price do I need to pay? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Very smart woman. As expected of a researcher. Very good comprehension ability. Know that there is no free lunch in the world. He also directly replied, Your body. Only the body. Lin Jiwei frowned and asked back, seeming to think that the price was small. And be loyal to me. Don't betray me. If you want to leave, you can tell me, and I won't force you to stay. But if you betray me, I will kill you. Shun Yi continued. Okay, I can promise you that I will never betray you and will provide you with all the help I can. But I hope you can also agree to 2 conditions. Lin Jiwei agreed without much hesitation. This really surprised Shun Yi. This woman doesn't seem to be afraid of death. So why would she exchange her own body in order to survive? But he didn't have time to think about it. Using shadow binding on this giant mutant dog would consume a lot of physical strength, and he couldn't waste too much time. Tell me your conditions. Shun Yi said. If the conditions were something like free food and drink, Shun Yi would naturally agree to it. But if the conditions are very difficult, Shun Yi will simply let go of the mutant giant dog. First, I have never done that kind of thing, and I'm not interested in it, so I hope to do it once a month. I don't want to waste my time on that kind of thing. Lin Jiwei stated his request. No problem. Shun Yi had no reason to refuse this condition. Not to mention once a month. As long as you unlock the rewards, you don't have to do it at all. Anyway, he has many women, so Lin Jiwei is not a shortage of them. Besides, Shun Yi already knew through the system prompts that Lin Jiwei was sexually frigid, so he could understand it. Second, I want to study your genes, and I want to continue my own research and experiments. You can't stop me. If necessary, I hope you can provide me with some help. Lin Jiwei said this, and immediately added, as compensation, you have the first right to know and use all the genetic drugs I have developed. I won't give it to anyone without your permission. That is to say, as long as you provide me with research samples, my people and research results will be yours in the future. Shun Yi thought about it, and felt that this condition was not difficult, so he agreed. The reason why he came forward to rescue Lin Jiwei was, firstly, to unlock the supplies, and secondly, he was interested in the genetic research she was doing. Shun Yi wanted to set up a shelter, so naturally he would recruit talents in scientific research. I just don't know if the woman in front of me has this ability. Shun Yi didn't know that the mutated giant dog in front of him was created by Lin Jiwei. Otherwise, he would definitely not have this question. Even, he would not agree to support Lin Jiwei in genetic research. What if a monster happened to appear in your own home? Wouldn't that be a disaster? All I can say is that telepathy cannot hear sounds, so the information he obtains is not transparent enough. He thought Lin Jiwei was just a simple researcher, and most a bit smarter. But Lin Jiwei is not only smart, he is also a madman. Then let's go, Shun Yi said, and prepared to use teleport to leave. He didn't want to meet the soldiers outside. As for why he believed that what Lin Jiwei said was true, it was naturally because Shun Yi did not sense any hostility from Lin Jiwei's aura through telepathy. That proves that although she is smart, she is not scheming. Otherwise, Shun Yi would not have wasted so much energy and time. Wait a minute, I need to get some documents first. Lin Jiwei said this and turned to get the document from the table. If she could avoid death, she certainly wouldn't want to die. The reason why he didn't run just now was simply because he couldn't run away under the gaze of the mutant giant dog. In addition, the reason why she agreed to make a deal with Shun Yi was because she was interested in this man's abilities and body. Lin Jiwei observed that this man's body had a very powerful force, completely different from that of a normal human. Even their physical fitness is much stronger than those of special forces. This is a sample that is very worth studying. Okay, how do we leave? Lin Jiwei came to Shun Yi with a pile of documents and a notebook. She wanted to know how Shun Yi would avoid the soldiers outside and take her away. If Shun Yi doesn't have this ability, then the soldiers can control him and study him thoroughly. Shun Yi did not use teleportation immediately, but suddenly asked back, "Why don't you run now, or call for the soldiers outside to come in and rescue you? You won't let me get away." Lin Jiwei looked at Shun Yi quietly, staring into his eyes, and said calmly, "If I had not agreed to your conditions just now, you might have killed me directly, or you might have let Era go and let it kill me. Just understand, don't have any more thoughts." Shun Yi smiled faintly. This is a very smart woman. So, Shun Yi was also very direct with her. Either obey or die. Shun Yi is not good at scheming and plotting. Era, is that its name? Before leaving, Shun Yi glanced at the mutated giant dog. Well, it's my pet dog. Lin Jiwei looked at the mutant giant dog, his eyes full of pride. Shun Yi frowned, thinking that he might have seen it wrong. What's there to be proud of if you raise your pet dog to be like this? Immediately, he walked forward, hugged Lin Jiwei, used instant teleportation continuously, and left the research institute. As for the mutant giant dog, Shun Yi didn't deal with it and couldn't deal with it. As for Lin Jiwei, she had no intention of dealing with her. She deliberately let the mutant giant dog survive, and she wanted to come back to study it after some time. Of course, I won't tell this to anyone else. When Shun Yi left, the shadow binding lost its effect, and the mutant giant dog instantly regained its ability to move. It immediately let out a wild howl and destroyed the shelter crazily, as if to vent its emotions. The soldiers waiting outside the shelter heard the sound of the mutant giant dog losing control and realized that something might have happened. Two fanatical male researchers wanted to rush in to rescue Lin Jiwei, but he was forcibly held back by the soldiers. Captain Zhao's expression changed, and he could only give the order to retreat. He knows. Dr. Lin failed, and he paid the price with his life. Are you teleporting? What a magical power. How does it feel when you use it? Do you enter other dimensions when you teleport? Or a wormhole? Also, how many superpowers do you have? As soon as he left the shelter, Lin Jiwei asked a bunch of questions. Her desire for knowledge is so strong that it even surpasses her desire to survive. Moreover, she had a strong insight and immediately knew that Shun Yi was using teleportation. Shun Yi looked at the intellectual beauty who was pestering him as if she was treating him as a research subject, and suddenly he felt a little regretful. Shouldn't I have saved her just now? Too talkative. And they always ask questions to the bottom of everything, which is very annoying. Is this a common problem among scientists? I just hope Lin Jiwei has some ability and can come up with some research results. Otherwise, it's a waste of your time. Shun Yi paused and said, "Before I answer your question, let me ask you a question first. What's the problem? We can exchange." Lin Jiwei did not hesitate. 65. Influence of black fog, upper limit of supernatural power. Looking at Lin Jiwei, who has a certain level of scientific research and is very smart, Shun Yi asked a question that he had long had. Since the apocalypse, I have been curious about one thing. Since you are a professional, please answer it for me. When the black fog appeared, animals and plants all mutated to varying degrees. But why didn't we humans mutate? After inhaling the black mist, humans only feel hungry and thirsty. Apart from that, there don't seem to be any other symptoms. At least, none of the humans I've seen so far have mutated. When Lin Jiwei heard this question, he answered without hesitation. Because humans and animals have different genes, the black mist may have been modulated. It is only effective on animal genes and has little effect on human genes. Of course, low effect doesn't mean no effect. What we can confirm now is that the black fog has an impact on our human body, but the impact is very small and can be alleviated by drinking more water. I see. A question that had been bothering Shun Yi for a long time was finally answered. Then, he continued curiously, why do animals attack humans after they mutate? Even loyal pets will eat their owners. That's the second question. Lin Jiwei gave a reminder before continuing to answer. First of all, mutant animals don't just attack humans, they also attack each other. This is why we rarely see multiple mutant animals living in groups. Of course, it is possible that social animals or insects may mutate collectively and stop cannibalizing each other. But I haven't studied this yet, so I can't comment on it. As for why the mutant animals lost their minds, it was because they were hungry. Hungry. Shun Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected this answer. Because it's too simple. It was so simple that Shun Yi ruled it out without even thinking about it. Yes, it's because they're hungry. Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. After animals mutate, their bodies become larger, their cells divide faster, and they consume more energy. Now, most food and water sources are contaminated and inedible. So when the mutant animals are extremely hungry, they will attack their owners and their own kind. If mutant animals want to survive, they must replenish the energy that is rapidly consumed due to mutation. Otherwise, they will starve to death due to energy consumption. And the way to supplement it is to eat. Of course, in addition to being hungry, the mutated animal's thinking will also change, and they may even fail to recognize their owners, or even refuse to recognize their owners. For example, my pet dog sometimes recognizes me and sometimes doesn't. So that's how it is. Shun Yi suddenly realized again. It is indeed convenient to have an expert. Although Shun Yi had thought about these questions before, he had no idea at all. Now I understand. Maybe what Lin Jiwei said was not necessarily the truth, but at least it sounded like it. It seems that the faster the mutant animals mutate, the better. Because if there is not enough food for them to eat, they will kill each other sooner or later, or even starve to death. Who would have thought that the way humans win is so simple? Just stay safe and wait for the mutant animals to die on their own. After all, animals can't grow crops or vegetables, let alone produce grain, so the food will be eaten up sooner or later. As for the mutated plants, judging from what Shun Yi has encountered so far, it seems that except for a few exceptions, most of them will not actively attack people. Certainly, it sounds simple, but it may not be that easy to wait for all the mutant animals to die. If the mutated animals mutate again and adapt to hunger or the environment, humans will be in even greater trouble. Can you answer my question now? How many superpowers do you have? How did you obtain so many superpowers? Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi, his eyes full of desire, a desire for knowledge. If Captain Zhao saw this scene, he would be terrified. When he was with them, Dr. Lin didn't want to say a word. But at this moment, he was able to answer a bunch of Shun Yi's questions, and even kept pestering Shun Yi like a chatterbox. Actually, this is mainly because the questions Shun Yi asked were all about scientific research. Coincidentally, Lin Jiwei was interested in this issue. When it comes to things that interest her, she is a chatterbox. But if it is an aspect that she is not interested in, she will be brief and speak almost nothing. If you don't know her, you might think she's a person with high IQ and social phobia. In fact, she is just too lazy to pay attention to you. I now have 5 superpowers. Shun Yi said, "This is a lie, and it is not a lie. There are 4 superpowers. But if the system is also considered a superpower, then there are 5. 5? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Lin Jiwei suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. How can a normal person's body contain 5 superpowers? What do you mean? Am I not a normal person? Shun Yi frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Jiwei's incredulous expression and tone meant. What's wrong with me having 5 superpowers? Let me confirm first. You also gained the superpowers by eating a colorful fruit? Lin Jiwei asked an irrelevant question. That's right. Shun Yi nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself, this woman really knows about the supernatural fruit. Yes, the fact that she can work as a researcher in a genetic research institute that holds mutant animals proves that she knows more about the end of the world than ordinary people. And naturally, she also knows about the existence of supernatural fruits. So how many of those fruits did you eat in total? Lin Jiwei stared at him and asked. About 6 or 7 fruits, some of which had duplicate superpowers, so I only got 5 superpowers. Shun Yi lied without hesitation. Anyway, I'm not familiar with Lin Jiwei, so you can make up whatever you want. Impossible. According to my personal experiments, the genes of a normal person can accommodate 3 different superpowers at most. If there is one more superpower, the body will not be able to bear it and will collapse directly. That is to say, when you eat the 4th fruit, your body will have an immune rejection reaction, and you will instinctively not want to eat it. Lin Jiwei murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes constantly looking at Shun Yi. She began to wonder if her research direction was wrong. Or maybe there's something wrong with my genes? No, it's definitely not my fault. My research has been verified by multiple. There's something wrong with the man in front of me. There's something wrong with his body and genes. What did you say? Shun Yi was slightly startled. Normal people can only obtain 3 superpowers at most. Will my body collapse if I eat the 4th one? He also thought that as long as people ate the fruit, their supernatural powers would continue to accumulate without any upper limit. At most, the physical energy consumed will increase. Perhaps everyone's genes are different. Some people's genes may have mutated because of the black fog, so they can accommodate more superpowers, such as you. Lin Jiwei said, staring at Shun Yi with burning eyes. That burning look clearly showed that he wanted to dissect Shun Yi for research. This woman is indeed an unstable person. You promised me before that you would let me study your genes. Don't worry, I only need your blood and hair, and a little bit of flesh. Lin Jiwei noticed Shun Yi's resistance and immediately emphasized. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows, but did not refuse. He had a vague guess in his mind. Perhaps the reason why he can accommodate so many superpowers is not because of the mutation of the black fog, but the fruit of the evolution of his physical body. The physical body evolved into superpowers, and perhaps even Shun Yi's genes had changed so that he had acquired 4 superpowers and was still able to handle them with ease without any discomfort. If my guess is correct, then physical evolution is the superpower that humans must acquire. The two talked as they walked home. As for the matter of snatching soldiers' weapons, let's put it aside for now. There are several supplies to be unlocked, and Shun Yi plans to go back and unlock them first. Maybe there will be some useful weapons. First, let's start with Lin Jiwei, an intellectual beauty who is interested in her body. See what supplies this clever female researcher can unlock for herself. 66. Unlock new supernatural fruit, spiritual connection. On the way home, Lin Jiwei has been asking what Shun Yi's 5 superpowers are. Shun Yi was getting a little impatient with the question. I really want to execute this curious woman on the spot. In the end, he only replied, talk to me after you finish sleeping. Then, Lin Jiwei fell silent. Shun Yi originally thought that the woman was shy. Who knows? She actually asked if she could go to bed quickly. Shun Yi was completely speechless. So, after returning to the community, Shun Yi took Lin Jiwei directly to Chu Xiaoxiao's house. Bye. Shun Yi, why are you here so soon? Chu Xiaoxiao was lying on the sofa, thinking about what might happen tonight. As she was thinking, 2 people suddenly appeared in the room, which scared her. She suddenly felt as embarrassed as if she was caught watching a porn movie. But when Chu Xiaoxiao saw that Shun Yi was actually with a beautiful woman, she swallowed subconsciously and her face turned even redder. Could it be the legendary 3? No, it's not possible. How is this possible? How could I have such a lavish time on my first time? As she thought about it, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned as red as a cherry. But I didn't mean to refuse. Just continue sleeping and don't worry about us. Shun Yi replied to Chu Xiaoxiao and took Lin Jiwei into the bedroom. It's like going back home. This level of shamelessness stunned Chu Xiaoxiao. What's the meaning? Without me? She was dumbfounded. It turns out it's not what I thought. But soon, Chu Xiaoxiao realized something was wrong. Why did my Prince Charming bring a strange woman into my bedroom? Am I being cheated on? Or was he cheated on in his own home? In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao's various fantasies about Shun Yi as a Prince Charming all collapsed. This is not a Prince Charming. This is a black-hearted businessman. No, worse than a black-hearted businessman. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, you can't bring a strange woman to my house and use my bedroom, right? Why does the scene resemble some movies I've seen before? Chu Xiaoxiao never expected that the plot in the short movie would actually happen to her one day. Green hemp. And in the bedroom, Lin Jiwei sat on the bed, looked at Shun Yi and asked, aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be angry? She's not my girlfriend. In that case, Lin Jiwei didn't ask any more questions and began to undress. In her opinion, the relationship between her and Shun Yi was just a transaction. There was no emotional connection between them, and naturally she had no intention of interfering. On the contrary, she was more curious about Shun Yi's body and genes than those things. She wants to study Shun Yi's body thoroughly. She wanted to know what kind of mutation had occurred in Shun Yi's genes. That's all. A ritual full of exploration to unlock supplies begins. Chu Xiaoxiao in the living room started out gritting her teeth, then blushed and even pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. She felt more and more that this scene was exactly the same as in the movie. Damn it, if I had known I wouldn't have watched so many movies, at least my thoughts wouldn't be so pornographic. Chu Xiaoxiao was depressed and angry. I don't understand why Shun Yi did this. Why bring other women into your home? And let yourself see it. Even if you want to find a mistress or have an affair, just act a little bit. Can't you come secretly? Chu Xiaoxiao pouted angrily and kept scolding Shun Yi. But after hearing the sound, she couldn't help herself, so she slowly took out her phone, opened Xuanlei, and clicked on the movie she had downloaded. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Supernatural fruit spiritual connection. Superpower. Spiritual connection fruit +1. Stored in the system space. Superpower. Spiritual connection fruit +1. Stored in the system space. Superpowers. Fuck. Another supernatural fruit appeared. Shun Yi sat up excitedly. I didn't expect the second supernatural fruit to be unlocked so quickly. Immediately, he took out a spiritually connected supernatural fruit from the system space and put it into his mouth. The fruit is digested instantly once it enters your mouth. A slight coolness spread through his brain, stimulating him and making him feel refreshed. Cool. It's so fucking cool. This is probably what the feeling of intracranial orgasm is. Shun immediately opened the panel to check the new ability. Spiritual connection. LV1. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through the spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of people in a spiritual connection is 3, and the maximum distance of the connection is 50 meters. If you connect with a target with the spiritual connection ability, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of people connected is not counted. Transmitting information and sharing perspectives, isn't that what the internet is for? Shun Yi murmured. Although he felt that this ability was not too powerful, it was very practical. Because the internet and electricity are cut off, Shun Yi has no way to contact the women at home every time he goes out. If his house was robbed, he might not even know it. So, having an ability like this that can convey messages and share vision is very convenient. It's like carrying a mobile phone with you, and there is no need to charge or pay phone bills. The practicality is beyond words. As for the current farthest distance of only 50 meters, it doesn't matter. As long as the level is increased, the distance will definitely increase. And the range of this power can be doubled. All you have to do is let your women gain the ability of mental connection. I have to say, this ability came at a very appropriate time. It just so happened that Shun Yi was planning to build a shelter and was still thinking about what method of contact to use. We can't rely entirely on manpower to convey messages, right? That's too much effort. So, spiritual connection is practical. Even if the network is restored in the future, this ability will still be useful. Because the message is conveyed through spiritual connection, there is no need to worry about being eavesdropped. This alone was enough to satisfy Shun Yi. In short, he must raise the level of this ability. As long as your level is high and the connection distance is long, you can keep track of everything even if you are not at home. What's more, eating this fruit can give you a brain orgasm, which is really enjoyable. While thinking, Shun Yi took out a dozen fruits and started cracking them one by one. He remembered the lesson from last time and decided not to knock too much at once to avoid hurting his brain. You actually have so many supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei, who had just recovered, was stunned when she saw Shun Yi constantly stuffing the precious supernatural fruit into his mouth. Even in their research institute, there are only a few supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei has always wanted to study the supernatural fruit in detail, but never had the chance. Because this thing is so rare. But Shun Yi actually ate the supernatural fruit as candy beans. Lin Jiwei didn't understand. Where did Shun Yi get so many supernatural fruits? Is this also his special ability? Obviously, Shun Yi must have lied to me before. It is absolutely impossible that he has only eaten 6 or 7 supernatural fruits, because he is now eating more than 6 or 7 casually. Based on this reasoning, he must have more than 5 supernatural powers. He had a lot of secrets for me. Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi with burning eyes, as if she wanted to dig out all the secrets from him. Do you want to eat one? Shun Yi took a fruit and handed it to Lin Jiwei. Although this woman is very talkative and always wants to dissect herself, but she had no less kindness towards herself. Especially after taking her for the first time just now, Lin Jiwei's kindness inexplicably grew a lot. It seems that even the smartest woman still has weaknesses. I already have 3 superpowers, and I can't accommodate anymore. Lin Jiwei said that it could not accommodate other superpowers, but he took the superpower fruit without hesitation and looked at it curiously. You have 3 powers? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Very surprised. You tell me that an ordinary person who is not dead has gained 3 superpowers in just 10 days. How can you make a fool like me feel? Well, after our institute discovered the existence of the supernatural fruit, we sent out all the police officers to search for it. We searched almost all of the 2 districts, but only found 5 supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei said, looking at Shun Yi, who was still tapping the supernatural fruit. He ate so many supernatural fruits, but his body didn't have any rejection reaction at all. How many superpowers does he have? I see. Then Shun Yi could understand. They have gathered the strength of an entire department, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, to search for the supernatural fruit. And I'm a human being, and I haven't searched seriously, but I have 5 superpowers. In comparison, I'm indeed quite lucky. After a pause, Shun Yi suddenly looked at Lin Jiwei and said, what are your 3 superpowers? 67. Gravity control. Although he sensed that Lin Jiwei had no hostility towards him, but the fact that she had 3 special powers still made Shun Yi slightly alert. There are 3 superpowers. If one of them is very aggressive, you have to be careful to avoid any setbacks. But Shun Yi was alert, yet also a little surprised. If only 5 supernatural fruits were found in their entire research institute, but this woman ate 3 of them by herself, then it proves that this woman's status in the research institute is not low. One person occupies 3/5 of the resources. Could it be that I accidentally picked up a treasure? Originally, Shun Yi didn't have much hope for Lin Jiwei's research, as long as she didn't let him down. But now it seems that this woman really has something. Thinking room. While eating the fruit, Shun Yi's mental connection ability has been upgraded to level 3. Your spiritual connection is upgraded to level 3. Spiritual connection. LV3, you can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual connections is 9, and the maximum connection distance is 300 meters. If you connect with a target with spiritual connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. The distance is 300 meters. If you double it, it would be 600 meters. With a few more levels, the distance can catch up with that of ordinary walkie-talkies. I'll tell you about my abilities, and you tell me about yours. How about that? Lin Jue adjusted his glasses, looked at Shun Yi calmly, and proposed to exchange ideas. She should be the only woman who does not feel awe or fear towards Shun Yi, because Lin Jue is not a dependent, and she is not afraid of death. Even if Shun Yi drove her away, she wouldn't leave. It's not that Lin Jue is afraid of death, but she wants to dig out the secret of Shun Yi. She wants to study Shun Yi. After just a few hours of contact, Lin Jue discovered that Shun Yi had far more secrets than she had imagined. The number and strength of the superpowers alone shocked her. In comparison, the mutant giant dog he created seemed nothing. This man's research value is greater than that of a mutant giant dog. Okay, you go ahead and speak first, Shun Yi said. Of course, he didn't mind exchanging secrets. He had many superpowers anyway, so he could just mention a few. As for what would happen if Lin Jue found out that she had lied to her, of course it doesn't matter. Could it be that Lin Jue still dared to kill? Then Shun Yi will deal with her first. Okay, in order to verify that what we said is true, we have to use each superpower once. Lin Jue emphasized. She obviously guessed that Shun Yi would lie to her again. Shun Yi did not refuse. Then Lin Jue closed his eyes and said, "My first ability is that I can see the surroundings within 100 meters without using my eyes. Even without lights, I can see very clearly, probably the same as the night vision of animals, but clearer than night vision. Right now, on the sofa in the living room, your girlfriend is watching that kind of movie, and her pants are already taken off." Lin Jue seemed to have no shame and spoke in a serious manner about what he saw through his perspective. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows and subconsciously used telepathy to take a look. It is true. This song Xiao Xiao is worthy of being called a movie-watching sister. You could defend yourself in this situation. But let's get back to the topic. Lin Jue's special ability is a bit like telepathy, but it is different. Telepathy does not have night vision capabilities, but it has an additional function of being able to see the target's hostility or kindness. Shun Yi still felt that telepathy was more practical for him. Certainly, the night vision capability is also very good, especially when combined with the perspective, which is very practical even in the dark. Don't you need to go out and take a look to verify my ability? Lin Jue opened his eyes and looked at Shun Yi. No need. I just used another ability of mine, which is the same as yours, perspective. It's just that my perspective doesn't have night vision capability, but correspondingly, I can see the target's hostility and kindness. Shun Yi also roughly explained his ability. There is no need to hide it, because she will reward this special ability to other women one after another, and it will be impossible to hide it. Can you see hostility and kindness? What's the principle behind this? Is it based on certain substances secreted by the body? Lin Jue began to think thoughtfully after hearing this. Go on to your second ability. Shun Yi interrupted her. It's really tiring to communicate with people who like to dig into things. As soon as she caught a glimpse of something, she became curious and wanted to find out more. The key point is that Shun Yi doesn't understand the principles behind it and can't explain it clearly. When he was with Lin Jue, Shun Yi always felt like he was in class. She can talk about all kinds of complex knowledge at will. Shun Yi, who had good academic performance, felt like an illiterate. All I can say is that there are differences among geniuses. My second ability is gravity manipulation. Lin Jue said this and pointed at the supernatural fruit in Shun Yi's hand. Then, the fruit slowly flew up. It seemed to be floating in the air without being bound by gravity. Moreover, as Lin Jue controlled the fruit with her fingers, it actually flew into her hands. Etc. You can manipulate gravity and steal my fruit? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. That's it. The area and weight I can currently control are limited. If it were before you tormented me, I should be able to control your entire body to float up, just like in outer space. But now I don't have enough physical strength. Lin Jiwei explained, but had no intention of returning the stolen fruit. Shun Yi said he understood. This ability is still pretty awesome. The upper limit of gravity manipulation is definitely more than this. As for a stolen fruit, it doesn't matter. It only takes a second, and it will be added back in a second. The purpose of Lin Jiwei, this woman wanting the supernatural fruit, is also for research. If she can research something, Shun Yi will also benefit. As for my third ability, I can't demonstrate it. It increases my mental strength and grants me insight and a bonus to my IQ. Lin Jiwei paused and explained in detail. I can now remember everything I see. My memory is very good. Even things that happened when I was 1 year old, I can now clearly recall them. At the same time, my observation ability has also become stronger. The simplest and most direct manifestation is that I can probably tell whether you want to kill me, as well as other people's various emotions towards me, such as hate, like admiration, infatuation, etc. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Although this ability is an auxiliary ability, it is also very awesome, very practical, and Shun Yi also wants to improve his mental strength. He always felt that his mental strength seemed not strong enough. Because physical evolution is mainly reflected in the physical body, although there are also improvements in the spiritual aspect, the improvement is not as strong as the physical aspect. At most, it is just better than ordinary people. When encountering some people with supernatural powers who have improved their mental strength, Shun Yi is not sure if he can compare with them. To sum up, Lin Jiwei's 3 superpowers are all good, especially considering her work and hobbies. The third superpower is a perfect match. So, can you tell me about your other abilities now? Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi's face, as if wanting to see if he was lying to her again. No hurry, let's do business first, Shun Yi said as he pressed on Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei was stunned for a moment, but did not resist and was even very cooperative. She originally thought that doing this was a waste of time, but after doing it, she unexpectedly found it very comfortable. Although this kind of comfort wastes time and physical energy, it is still okay to relax occasionally. 68. Unlock supplies again. Genetic evolution potion. It was approaching dusk. Shun Yi came out of the bedroom. Lin Jiwei was so tired that he fell asleep. She was so tired that she didn't have the energy to pester Shun Yi with questions about supernatural powers. Lin Jiwei, who was originally sexually apathetic, has obviously become addicted to it. When they were doing it just now, she was very proactive and even pestered Shun Yi to do it several times. Women, you say one thing and mean another. Shun Yi chuckled. It was agreed that she would do it once a month, but today she used up several months' worth of time. Immediately, Shun Yi looked at Chu Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa with a red face and secretly watching a video. The movie-watching sister obviously hadn't noticed that Shun Yi had come behind her. Shun Yi came over and hugged her from behind. Why did you come out? Chu Xiao was startled when she saw Shun Yi. Her face flushed, and she quickly turned off the screen. But the sound from the video that was still playing on the phone was unbearable to hear. It's okay, we'll watch it together. Shun Yi also became interested. Chu Xiao blushed and wanted to reject Shun Yi harshly. But somehow, I didn't say anything in the end. Just like that, new rewards are unlocked. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Ripe black watermelon. Black watermelon +1. Stored in the system space. Black watermelon +1. Stored in the system space. Dark skin. Shun Yi lay on the sofa, looking at the reward, feeling okay. The supplies I got before were all meat, so having some fruits would make the nutrition balanced. And Shun Yi remembered seeing news about the black-skinned watermelon on the internet. It seemed that only dozens of them were produced each year in the world, and a single watermelon was once auctioned for several $1,000s. Judging from the fact that the system always rewards the highest quality, this black-skinned watermelon must be the best among all melons. Crack! The bedroom door opened and Lin Jiwei walked out barefoot, yawning. He glanced at the girl who was still pretending to sleep on the sofa and said directly, "Go to the bedroom and rest. I have something to talk to Shun Yi about." Chu Xiao, who originally wanted to get away with it by pretending to be asleep and didn't want to face the embarrassing scene, had no choice but to wake up at this moment. She glanced at Lin Jiwei and immediately blushed, and her heart started beating fast. She felt that this woman had absolutely no sense of shame. She had just done that, and there was a stranger like me around, so why wasn't she shy at all? Chu Xiaoxiao is not as shameless as Lin Jiwei. She can stay in the same room with Lin Jiwei without any care, even though she just used the same one with Lin Jiwei. She immediately shyly covered her clothes and ran into the bedroom. Lin Jiwei didn't care about that. She was only wearing thin underwear and sat next to Shen Yi. She said seriously, "I've been thinking about one thing. Your genes should have undergone some kind of benign mutation, so you can accommodate more superpowers. Didn't you faint from pleasure just now? How are you thinking?" Shen Yi immediately grasped the key point. Lin Jiwei glanced at him. Her eyes were obviously a little speechless, but she still replied, "Even if I am sleeping, I can ensure that my mind is clear and I can think about problems normally, so that I won't waste time resting. My body needs rest, but my mind doesn't. As long as my body is well rested, I can continue to work." Congenital physique of an ox or horse. These words instantly popped up in Shen Yi's mind. But there are actually people who can stay awake during sleep. Is that so awesome? It's okay once or twice, but if it happens every time, won't you drive yourself crazy? Let's get back to the topic. If your genes really have a benign mutation, then you might be able to use a gene evolution drug that I developed before. Lin Jiwei said seriously. The genetic evolution potion you're researching? What kind of genetic evolution potion? Shen Yi immediately became interested. It's only been a short time since the apocalypse, and this woman has actually developed a genetic evolution potion. Is she that awesome? Is it because of her third superpower? Her IQ has improved, so she has this ability? Or maybe this woman is just smart. In short, Shen Yi is very interested in genetic drugs. If Lin Jiwei could really come up with some awesome genetic evolution potion, then her value to herself would be greatly enhanced. Yes, but the medicines are all in the research institute, so we have to go get them again. Lin Jiwei nodded. What I mean is, first tell me what the effects of the genetic medicine you developed are, and what the side effects are. You don't want to use me as a guinea pig, do you? Shen Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. No, my genetic medicine has been tested on living subjects many times and has achieved initial results. Live experiment? Tell me more about it. What you have seen is my mutant pet dog. It is a very successful experimental subject. Lin Jiwei's expression was serious, and there was even a gleam of pride in his eyes. Shen Yi, are you fucking telling me that was a successful experiment? How on earth did that thing succeed? That the fucking monster, etc. So that monster was created by you? Shen Yi's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Lin Jiwei. This woman is so dangerous? At first, Shen Yi thought she was just an unstable person who might just be interested in scientific research. It turns out you really have the ability to create monsters. Shen Yi thought of the many science fiction movies he had watched before. Most of the disasters in those movies were caused by these crazy scientists. This made him alert. After evolution, my pet dog has a stronger physique, stronger strength, and stronger recovery ability and vitality than the first time it mutated. Now, even if it is severely injured by submachine gun fire or grenade explosion, it can recover in a very short time. Don't you want to gain such power? Lin Jiwei noticed the change in Shen Yi's expression and immediately began to speak passionately. Shen Yi seemed to be thinking about something. Really? That giant mutant dog is far more powerful than ordinary mutant animals in both size and strength, especially the abnormal vitality and recovery ability, which can be called immortality. However, although I envy such strong recovery ability, but what if after injecting Lin Jiwei's potion, my body also turns into a green monster? Who can bear this? Although Shen Yi doesn't particularly care about appearance, he can't turn me into a monster. The current situation is not so dangerous that we need to risk everything. I just have 2 questions for you. Shen Yi stared at Lin Jiwei and slowly said, First question, after being injected with your gene drug, will my appearance become like your pet dog? Of course not. Lin Jiwei answered immediately and emphasized, You are a human. How could you become a dog? But if your genes are affected by gene 001, your appearance will definitely change slightly, such as becoming larger and growing leaf-like green hair, etc. You are so damn rigorous. Shen Yi resisted the urge to punch Lin Jiwei and continued to ask. Second question, what is the success rate of injecting your gene evolution potion? At least 30%. No. Now, at least 45%. Lin Jiwei said this with great confidence. It seems like the probability is very high. Considering the short research time from the beginning of the apocalypse to now, Her success rate of 45% is indeed not low. But who is Shun Yi? Kingo. B is cautious as a gourd. Without a 100% probability, there is no need for him to gamble his life. But this genetic evolution potion still aroused his strong interest. 69. It's just the genes. Although Shun Yi would not gamble with his life, he also did not want to inject genetic drugs and turn into a monster. But the effect of this genetic medicine is indeed very tempting. After the injection, the vitality and strength become abnormally strong. Such a potion is indeed a miracle drug for ordinary people who have no special abilities or powers. Of course, if Lin Jiwei could optimize the genetic medicine and eliminate these side effects, Shun Yi would also like to inject it himself. With such abnormal recovery ability and vitality, I will not be afraid of getting injured in the future. It's like having an extra superpower out of thin air. I have to say that Lin Jiwei is a very capable woman. Although what she finally created was a monster, it also proved that she had the ability in this area. If I train it well, maybe I can make some powerful genetic medicine for myself. Of course, while training her, we also have to keep a close eye on her. If you don't keep a close eye on a guy like this who is smart, capable, and has strong hands-on skills, he might create a few mutant monsters in his own home. Then you'll be really unlucky. Shun Yi looked at Lin Jiwei with love and hate. Love that she is indeed capable, smart, and worth cultivating. I hate that she always wants to dissect me, study me, and try drugs on me. Even before in the bedroom, after taking off her clothes, she actually touched Shun Yi's body and studied it for most of the day, which made Shun Yi very angry. This woman's mind is full of curiosity, which is very dangerous. How about it? Do you want to try it? Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi with burning eyes and continued to ask questions. Shun Yi said expressionlessly, "Don't you have a special ability that can see into people's hearts? You see through me now. Do you want to see if I want to?" Lin Jiwei glanced at him for a few seconds, then subconsciously stepped back and said, "I think you want to hit me. You're really good at judging people." Shun Yi twisted his wrist, but still held back. In other words, this woman did not act smartly and give herself the medicine directly, but discussed it with herself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be about hitting her, but just killing her directly. As long as she keeps cooperating like this, Shun Yi doesn't mind keeping her and even provides some materials to train her. My gene evolution potion is really good. Considering your physical condition, the success rate is still very high. Lin Jiwei still had some hope. It seems like he has to get beaten up. Shun Yi glanced at her and said, "The success rate is too low. I can provide you with what you need, and you can continue your research. As long as the success rate can reach more than 80, I can find someone to experiment with it. As for who to look for, it is definitely not one of our own. Wait until the medicine has 100% no side effects, then inject it yourself." Reasonable. I believe that many people in the doomsday are eager for such an opportunity to evolve. Although you will die if you fail, if you don't have the strength, your death will only be more miserable. Okay. Lin Jiwei felt a little bit sorry. After an in-depth discussion, she believed that only Shun Yi's body could withstand her genetic evolution potion. The average person's body definitely can't do that. Even without trying it, you can be sure it won't work. By the way, do you know that supernatural powers can be upgraded to higher levels? Shun Yi suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Level up? Do you mean to say that the effect of the power can be improved? Similar to leveling up by beating monsters in games?" Lin Jiwei's ability to understand was indeed very strong, and he understood it immediately. That's about the same. This is the first time I've heard of this, but I did have this guess before. Superpowers may be able to be upgraded in some way. For example, by eating the same type of fruit, adding up the number of superpowers, or constantly honing the limits of superpowers and breaking through one's own limits. Lin Jiwei expressed his guesses and reasoning. It's just that I was busy researching genetic drugs and didn't have time to test my hypothesis. After listening to Lin Jiwei's words, Shun Yi couldn't help but sigh. What a smart woman. Your conjecture is correct. Superpowers can be upgraded, and they can be upgraded as long as you eat fruits of the same type. As Shun Yi spoke, he cracked another spiritual connection fruit. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. No wonder she saw Shun Yi eating the supernatural fruit all the time. I see. So, Shun Yi's ability level is far beyond that of ordinary people. This man is indeed worth studying. Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi, the heat in her eyes barely concealed. Shun Yi ignored her gaze, ate the fruit, and continued. As for what you said about honing the limits of superpowers and breaking through your own limits, I don't know how to hone them, so I haven't tested it. Okay, it's getting late. You should rest for the night. When you are well again tomorrow, we will go to your laboratory and take out the genetic medicine. Shun-yi said this, left some food and water, and then left decisively. Don't give Lin Jiwei any chance to ask further questions. The room fell silent instantly. Lin Jiwei looked at the steaming roast chicken and fruits on the table and suddenly felt a little bored for some reason. In the past, when she was bored, she would study problems that she couldn't solve. But now, I don't know why, but I always think about what happened with Shun-yi in the bedroom, thinking about the experience of being together. Although there didn't seem to be any unforgettable experience, she just couldn't forget Shun-yi's body in her mind. Women's genes are really strange. He is my first man, so my body will remember him instinctively. Lin Jiwei seriously used scientific methods to explain this phenomenon. This proves that he has no feelings for Shun-yi. It's just genetics. Shun-yi used teleportation to return to Building 6. In the room, the women were busy. Su-Yun is teaching Su Wanting and Bai Sini how to use a gun. Jiang Nanyan was in the study with Zhou Wan'er and Lu Yiye. They were looking at something together. Hubby, you're back. The first to see Shun-yi were Su-Yun and her two daughters who were playing with guns in the living room. They all came up to greet him. Well, Wanting, go cut us some watermelon. Shun-yi was sitting on the sofa and talking, and he took out two black-skinned watermelons from his system space. Su Wanting responded and went to the kitchen to cut the watermelon. Soon, he cut it into pieces and brought it over on a plate. Shun-yi picked up a piece of watermelon, took a bite, and started chewing. Well, it tastes really good, very delicious. The hardness and crispness are perfect, and its sweetness is simply unparalleled. Products produced by the system are high quality. You guys eat too, Shun-yi said to Su-Yun and Bai Sini, who were standing next to them. The two girls then reached out and took the watermelon to eat. Su Wanting naturally didn't hesitate. This watermelon is so sweet, crispy, and delicious. Su-Yun quickly finished one piece and took another one. Eat more if you like. There's plenty of watermelon today. Today, a new kind of supernatural fruit was unlocked. Shun-yi was in a good mood, so he naturally wouldn't care about eating a bite. Hubby, you're so nice. Su-Yun smiled and took the initiative to kiss Shun-yi. While others are still living in hunger, I have no worries about food and drink and have even achieved watermelon freedom. This feeling of comfort is so nice. At this time, the three women in the study heard the sound and came out. Honey, I have already written the preliminary plan for the shelter. Please take a look to see if there is anything that needs to be modified. Jiang Nanyan walked over with a gray notebook. While eating watermelon, Shun-yi took the notebook with one hand and started flipping through it. Jiang Nanyan's plan is indeed very good and detailed. First, the shelter will accept the first batch of people, about 50 people. Don't be old, weak, or sick. Want young people, especially young and beautiful women. This point was specially set up according to Shun-yi's hobbies. After, it's about employment for the 50 people we recruited. Since we have hired people, they must work, otherwise it is impossible to give them food for free. So, these 50 people can be divided into 5 teams. 2 of the teams are responsible for patrolling and security issues. Each person can receive 3 bottles of water and 1 meal per day. As for why they were given 3 bottles of water, it was because they had to patrol in the black fog and would easily become hungry and thirsty, so water was a necessity. The remaining 3 teams can arrange tasks at any time, such as going out to search for supplies, doing things that Shun-yi doesn't want to do, etc. In a nutshell, the entire shelter and all the survivors exist to serve Shun-yi. If you don't want to, just leave. This is tyranny and dictatorship. But the reason is very simple, because Shun-yi has to provide supplies for everyone. If you don't serve him, then why should he provide supplies? I have to say that Jiang Nanyan is very smart and can figure this out. So the entire plan she made was written around Shun-yi, and even the entire shelter was established to serve Shun-yi. Shun-yi was very satisfied after reading this passage. This is also the reason why he chose Jiang Nanyan to make the plan. If he asked a kinderwoman like Su-Yun or Bai Sini to make the plan, they might consider the life and death of other survivors. But Jiang Nanyan is even more cold-blooded, or you could say she is an extremely selfish person. As long as you can benefit, other people's life or death doesn't matter. We can increase the number of people. For example, we can recruit 100 people first. Don't worry about the supplies. I can provide them. As for accommodation, As long as you don't go to the 20th floor, you can stay on the other floors below. Shun Yi put down the melon rind he had eaten and ordered 2 more. Yeah, Jiang Nanyan nodded immediately and remembered it. Bai Sini, who was standing by, took out a tissue and wiped the watermelon juice from the corner of Shun Yi's mouth. Then, Shun Yi specifically warned, remember, no one in our shelter is allowed to go up to the 20th floor. Anyone who disobeys and dares to go up to the 20th floor can be shot to death. By the way, clear out all the residents on the 20th floor and the floors above us. From now on, the 20th floor and above will be where we live. The floors below the 20th floor are where other people live. 70. Shelter plan begins. Shun Yi's decision was very overbearing, but no one objected. He has the final say in this family. Not to mention, Shun Yi requested that the floors above the 20th floor be reserved for his own people to live in and that no one else be allowed to come up. The women did not object at all and were very happy instead. They were originally worried that if any survivors had designs on them, wouldn't that be very dangerous? But by isolating them directly in this way, the risk factor is greatly reduced. It makes sense for strangers to live on the lower level and for friends to live on the upper level. Even Su Yun, a former policewoman, agreed with Shun Yi's decision. In the doomsday, people's hearts are treacherous, so it is safer to live like this. Su Yun has also been teaching Shun Yi's women how to use pistols these past 2 days, just in case of emergency. It doesn't matter how accurate their shooting is, as long as they can hit the person. By then, with a gun in hand and special powers, even if you encounter a criminal, you can easily subdue him. Okay, honey, I got it all down. Jiang Nanyan nodded seriously. Then, she paused, pointed to the contents at the back of the notebook, and said, Honey, do you think this pension arrangement is appropriate? Shun Yi continued to look back. The so-called pension probably means that if any member of the shelter is injured or dies while patrolling or performing a mission, they can get certain material compensation. Of course, the recipients of compensation are naturally the families of the sacrificed team members. According to Jiang Nanyan's plan, the first batch of survivors admitted to the shelter must have at least one relative. This way you don't have to worry about the other party betraying you easily. With family and loved ones to support them, they will work harder. If the person is single and has no family or lover, especially a man, you must not hire him, because this kind of people have no ties or constraints. Maybe he is loyal one second and decisively betrays you the next. Moreover, people like this who feed the whole family with one person's food will definitely slack off and cheat at work. They're the most unstable type of people. After reading Jiang Nanyan's analysis, Shun Yi couldn't help but look up at her. This woman really has the potential to be a capitalist. I understand so well. No, she seems to be a small capitalist. Jiang Nanyan's parents own a company, and it seems to be a very large company, so it is not a problem to say that she, a rich second generation, is a small capitalist. When it comes to exploiting people, Shun Yi is not as ruthless as Jiang Nanyan. But I have to say that Jiang Nanyan's plan is very well done, and the plan is perfect. The survivors recruited under this plan are basically not desperate criminals. They will work hard to protect their families and earn food for them, even at the cost of sacrificing oneself. In this way, the order in the shelter will be relatively stable and internal unrest will be unlikely to occur. After all the survivors have family members living in the shelter. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, he has to consider his family instead of himself. Moreover, if the shelter encounters any danger, these survivors will desperately protect the shelter in order to protect their families. This way of controlling people is much more effective than simply threatening them with violence. Well, there's no problem with the pension. Let's just settle it roughly. As for the details, you can continue to improve them. Shun Yi made the final decision. The so-called details are roughly about the punishment and reward mechanisms. For example, if someone asks for leave, someone is lazy, etc., how should they be punished? Or if someone finds supplies or performs a dangerous mission, how should they be rewarded? Only clear punishment can make the survivors work harder. In short, it is easy to set up a shelter, but it is not easy to manage a shelter well and make it develop healthily. This is also the reason why Shun Yi is unwilling to manage and is unwilling to put in the effort. Anyway, I have a lot of women, and some of them know about management, so I can just leave it to the women. As long as I have absolute military power, even if someone really wants to make some small moves, I can suppress them directly. All that remains is to enjoy the convenience that the shelter brings. As long as the shelter can develop healthily and the population continues to increase, it will be easier to find women who meet the system's standards in the future. Otherwise, as the world's population becomes smaller and smaller, it is not easy for Shun-E to find a woman who meets his standards in all aspects. Finally, everyone ate fresh watermelon and chatted for more than an hour, and Shun-E went back to his room to rest. Today he held the policewoman Soo-Yun in his arms and slept peacefully. The next day, I had breakfast at home, as usual. Shun-E took another look at the plan that Jiang Nanyan had perfected overnight and gave a satisfactory answer. Then, amid the envious looks of the girls, he rewarded Jiang Nanyan with 2 telepathic fruits and told her to go ahead and do it. The first step is to recruit all the survivors in this building. If someone doesn't want to join, that's fine. No forcing, no pushing. Just use material temptation. Of course, if anyone wants to steal the supplies, let Soo-Yun shoot them to death. No need to hold back. Shun-E deliberately left a few guns for the women to use to protect themselves and deal with troubles. As for Shun-E himself, he would not get involved in these matters. If Jiang Nanyan is unable to control the survivors in this building, even with the assistance of policewomen Soo-Yun and 6 or 7 guns, then it can only be said that she is too useless and unsuitable to manage a shelter. Shun-E will have to consider cultivating other women. Of course, the reason why he made such arrangements was because he knew that the residents in this building were very timid, so he let Jiang Nanyan come to practice. A few days ago, 6 or 7 knife-wielding thugs were able to take control of the building. Now Jiang Nanyan has a gun and supernatural powers to assist him, so he's no weaker than those thugs. It all depends on whether she dares to kill people to establish her authority. First establish her authority, then offer material inducements. I believe that most of the hungry and thirsty residents will choose to compromise, or even be grateful. After arranging everything, Shun-E gave each woman a spiritual connection fruit. This ability belongs to the communication category, so there is no need to use it as a reward. As long as the woman is loyal and does not betray him, he will let her obtain it directly. The mental connection ability is very simple to use. As long as Shun-E leaves a mental connection port similar to an interface in the target's mind, then as long as they are within the mental connection distance of each other, they can communicate without obstacles, share vision, etc. Of course, this interface can be retained without the other party's consent. In other words, Shun-E can forcibly connect to anyone, unless the other party's mental strength is stronger than his, in order to break free from his control. This ability is also unexpectedly domineering. After finishing everything, Shun-E came to Chu Xiaoxiao's house and took Lin Jiwei to the Virus Research Institute again. There are 2 goals today. One is to obtain the genetic evolution potion, and the second is to take out the guns and bullets of the soldiers who died before. Then, come back and deal with this mutated black spider. Now that the shelter project has begun, the black spider must be eliminated, otherwise everyone's activities will be confined to this building. That's so stupid. Shun-E's target is not just a building. At least one community must be mastered first, then slowly expand outwards. Watching Shun-E leave, Jiang Nanyan clenched the supernatural fruit in her hand and took a deep breath. Excitement, nervousness, all kinds of emotions intertwined in her heart. She knew that this was a test from her husband. If I don't achieve some results, it will be difficult to get rewards in the future. Although he will definitely not be kicked out, he will definitely fall out of favor. Therefore, she not only has to do this well, but also do it beautifully. If I can do it well, my status will definitely be higher than other women in the future. And you can also get more rewards of supernatural fruits. Jiang Nanyan could feel that her ability was not far from being upgraded. Sister Soo-Yun, I'll trouble you from now on. Jiang Nanyan turned and looked at Soo-Yun. My husband specifically asked Soo-Yun, a former policewoman, to assist me, which proved that he tacitly approved of my use of a certain amount of force. Now, in the end times, we must also use force. Soo-Yun nodded and didn't say anything more. She thought it was a good idea for Shun-E to build shelter. Although the starting point may be for one's own enjoyment, at least it can shelter some survivors, which is considered a good thing. So Soo-Yun, who has a sense of justice, is also willing to contribute. As long as he didn't kill innocent people, rape or rob, she would stand behind Shun-E without hesitation. Even if Shun-E really did something bad, Soo-Yun felt that she might not be able to do anything to Shun-E. Now she has completely taken on the shape of Shun-E. Nanyan, let me help you too. I have also learned how to shoot recently. Su Wanting said proactively. Seeing Jiang Nanyan becoming more and more favored, and also being rewarded with a supernatural fruit, it would be a lie to say I wasn't envious. So, she also wanted to contribute. She doesn't know how to manage survivors, but she can still assist Jiang Nanyan. After all, she is a student from a prestigious university, and she is not stupid. Jiang Nanyan naturally did not refuse Su Wanting. No matter how much she competes for favor, Su Wanting is still a family member to her. From now on, all survivors admitted to the shelter will be outsiders. In comparison, our own people are definitely more trustworthy. At least Su Wanting would definitely not harm herself, let alone make things difficult for her work. Otherwise, her husband will not forgive her. 7-1. Lin Jiwei, you want to kill me? Shen Yi, if possible, can you bring Xiaoha home as well? If Xiaoha is here, my research can progress even faster. After all, Xiaoha is the only successful experimental subject, and there are many things we can learn from him. On the way to the Virus Research Institute, Lin Jiwei tried to communicate with Shen Yi. Impossible, unless you can make it obedient and never attack anyone. Shen Yi refused without even thinking about it. How could Shen Yi possibly stay with such a dangerous mutant monster? It even wants to eat its owner, let alone other people. Unless Lin Jiwei can completely control the mutant giant dog, Shen Yi can consider taking it in. Maybe it can also increase the combat power of your own shelter. But obviously, she doesn't have this ability. Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, but was in deep thought, as if he was really considering the feasibility of Shen Yi's request. Soon, they came to the vicinity of the Research Institute. Shen Yi first scanned the vicinity with telepathy, and was relieved when he did not see the soldiers from yesterday. However, the mutant giant dog is still in the Research Institute. It seemed to have eaten all the other mutant animals in the Institute. Shen Yi looked around the entire Institute, but didn't see a second mutant animal. He remembered that he saw about 20 to 30 mutant animals yesterday. This mutant giant dog is such a big eater, Shen Yi couldn't help but murmur. Could it be that after its second mutation, its appetite also increased greatly? After hearing this, Lin Jiwei explained, its appetite is not particularly large. Of course, it is larger than that of ordinary mutant animals. But the reason why it eats more is because it is injured. Recovery from injuries requires consumption of its own energy, and this energy needs to be obtained through eating. Understood. During the chat, Shen Yi used teleportation to bring Lin Jiwei to the underground laboratory and collected all the weapons and ammunition from the soldiers who died in the corridor yesterday into the system space. He also unexpectedly found 2 grenades, which he also put into the space. Shen Yi, can you use your spatial ability to bring back some equipment and generators from the Research Institute? I will need them for my future research. Lin Jiwei said. Can. Shen Yi was originally planning to make some serious money in the Research Institute. Take away everything that can be used. Anyway, the system space is very large, so putting it in won't affect anything. That's all. Starting from the 3rd floor of the underground laboratory, under the leadership of Lin Jiwei, Shen Yi collected various experimental equipment one by one. During this period, he also obtained the genetic evolution potion that Lin Jiwei mentioned. This is a pure green liquid that seems to be alive and is shaking slightly in a special test tube. According to Lin Jiwei's explanation, the main ingredient in this genetic medicine was extracted from mutant number 001, which is why it has such strong vitality. What is mutant number 001? Shen Yi wondered. It is a mutant plant with extremely strong vitality. It is a big tree that keeps growing. It is a mutant that appeared in the mountain city before the apocalypse, so we named it Mutant 001. It's a pity that it grows too fast. It is very difficult to obtain its genetic sample now. Lin Jiwei mentioned mutant number 001 with a look of regret on his face. Shen Yi was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought of something. Mutated tree? Could it be the tree in the city center? You've seen it too? No, I just heard about it from other people. Shen Yi shook his head slightly. He was just surprised. He didn't expect that just the genetic sample extracted from the mutant tree could create such a powerful mutant monster like the mutant giant dog. If it is the real body of the mutated tree, how terrifying would its recovery ability and vitality be? No wonder the police force has not been able to eradicate it. Certainly, judging from the current situation, I'm afraid the country does not want to destroy the tree at the first time, but wants to do research. Eventually, it got out of control. Otherwise, if we had concentrated our firepower to destroy the tree as soon as it grew out, we might have been able to kill it. If you can help me get some genetic samples of variant number 001, perhaps my research can go further. Lin Jiwei said seriously. Shun Yi was too lazy to answer her and went to the system space to collect the generator. With a generator, we will be able to use electricity in the future. Speaking of electricity, it's time to take down the doomsday enthusiast living in Building 13. As for asking Shun Yi to get the genetic sample of the mutated tree, it is simply impossible. According to Shin Yi's guess, it is impossible to get a genetic sample from just a branch of a big tree. Most likely, it is necessary to get close to the core of the mutant tree, or even take something from the core. This risk is not small. Let's wait half a year before we talk about it. After half a year, if you have acquired a lot of superpowers and are strong enough, you could try to create a wave of mutated trees. If the mutated tree could be destroyed, Shun Yi would not want to leave the mountain city. But if his strength is not strong enough after half a year, Shun Yi will have no choice but to leave the mountain city. In short, Shun Yi's plan is to survive and develop while there is plenty of time, and never fight to the death. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei were busy in the underground laboratory, intensive gunfire suddenly came from above. It sounds like a submachine gun. Is it them? Why are they back again? Shun Yi scanned with telepathy and found that the team of soldiers that were exchanging fire with the mutant giant dogs in the research institute were actually the same team from yesterday. But there are more of them today, and they seem to be preparing to force their way into the institute. What's going on? Could it be that he is here for the genetic evolution potion as well? Shun Yi turned his head and looked at Lin Jiwei, who was sensing with his eyes closed. Lin Jiwei has the ability of clairvoyance and has already seen this scene. Could this woman be turning against us at the last minute? But it won't make any difference if she turns against us now. Anyway, the reward has been unlocked, and the genetic evolution potion is also in my hands. If she dares to betray him, Shun Yi will kill her immediately. After all, this woman knew too many of his secrets. It would be very troublesome if they met up with the army and then came to arrest me. Shun Yi always uses the dirtiest guesses to gauge people's minds. Even if the possibility is very low, he will not leave any hidden dangers. They're here to see me. Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shun Yi. I came to see you today. Am I here to help you collect your body? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Captain Zhao must have received a mandatory order from above after he went back yesterday, so he came back. He has no idea how important I am. Lin Jiwei spoke thoughtfully and continued. Maybe it's not just Captain Zhao who came today. There should be other support, such as fighter jets or helicopters and other powerful weapons. Why? Shun Yi was shocked when he heard this. Is this woman so important that she actually dispatched fighter jets? It has been almost half a month since the outbreak of the Doomsday, and Shun Yi has never seen any military rescue planes. This shows that even if there are still intact planes, they should be very few, or they cannot take off at will. But now, in order to rescue Lin Jiwei, not only did they dispatch a fully armed special forces team, they even sent out fighter jets. If they find out that I was the one who kidnapped the person they were looking for, they will probably kill me, right? Shun Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. He realized that in addition to her own talent, this woman was more likely to have an impressive background and a distinguished identity. It actually caused such a big commotion. You want to kill me? Lin Jiwei and Shun Yi looked at each other. Her red lips moved slightly, and her tone was calm. Only, there was an inexplicable emotion flowing in her eyes. 72. Nuclear threat. Yes, Shun Yi just had the intention to kill. Lin Jiwei was killed directly in the underground laboratory, and the body was disposed of. In this way, even if the army really finds him through some channel, he will not panic at all. But if the military finds out that Lin Jiwei is in their hands, it is unclear what means they will use to snatch her away. What Shun Yi was most worried about was not that Lin Jiwei would be found and taken back, but that Lin Jiwei would expose his secrets after returning. For example, his body can accommodate more than 3 superpowers. This will definitely be coveted by many people. Although Shun Yi has a system and some very good supernatural powers, he is not arrogant enough to think that he can compete with the army. However, he quickly gave up the idea of silencing the witness. Compared to the value that Lin Jiwei could bring if she were alive, her death would be a bit of a loss. So Shun Yi said, I don't want to think about it now. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to pack her documents. Shun Yi also knew that Lin Jiwei might be unhappy, but he didn't care. The two had only known each other for one day and did not have a deep relationship yet. Even because Lin Jiwei always wanted to make him a test subject, Shuni didn't have a very good impression of her. Since Lin Jiwei doesn't care about his life or death, he naturally won't care about Lin Jiwei's life or death either. If it weren't for Lin Jiwei's high self-worth, Shun Yi would have chased her away long ago if she dared to have so many messy ideas. It may be heartless, but it's the end of the world, so how can there be time for a leisurely romance? Be rational and band together as a community of shared interests. Just like Shun, he does not require women to have deep feelings for him. As long as they do not betray him or stab him in the back, they can still enjoy abundant supplies and a safe shelter. If you want to talk about feelings, you have to wait until you have absolute power. After the two men collected the things in the basement, the gunfire upstairs stopped. Through telepathy, Shun Yi saw that the mutant giant dog was forced into the black fog by the powerful firepower of the soldiers and fled to other places. It seems that no matter how strong the recovery ability is, it is not enough under the firepower attack of a special forces team. Then, the soldiers entered the institute and began searching. Shun Yi used teleportation to take Lin Jiwei away from the research institute in time. With the black fog as cover, Shun Yi would not panic even if there really was a plane in the sky. Come to think of it, did the army also encounter something? That's why they were unable to launch a rescue. Shun Yi took Lin Jiwei and hid in a shopping mall. He took out mineral water to drink and asked her, considering Lin Jiwei's possibly not simple identity, she must know more than Su Yun, a low-level policewoman. Yes, Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. Before the black fog appeared, the ground cracked first, causing many roads and bridges to collapse, and the army was unable to launch rescue operations in the first place. Later, many birds mutated, and those mutated birds could easily shoot down planes, so it was difficult for planes to take off and fight. Of course, the main problem was that the army encountered many powerful mutant monster attacks when it was gathering and lost a lot of weapons and soldiers. The strength of those mutant monsters is not weaker than that of mutant number 001. Some of them are even so powerful that they have already caused some small cities to fall. The army that went to rescue them has also lost contact with them. As a result, the number of troops currently in existence is at least 2/3 smaller than before. The remaining troops that can be mobilized are basically separated across the country, and it is almost impossible to carry out effective rescue across the country. Speaking of this, she glanced at Shun Yi and continued. Besides, the remaining troops are not all of one mind. In the end times, it is inevitable that there will be dissenting thoughts. In addition, some troops have to guard against other countries and cannot carry out rescue missions. Although this disaster is global, no one can be sure whether other countries will take the opportunity to do something unreasonable. For example, the United States released a message to the world at the beginning of the disaster. If an irreversible disaster occurred in the United States would launch a nuclear strike against all hostile countries because they suspected that the disaster was caused by other countries. Shun Yi frowned when he heard this. I didn't expect there was such a thing behind this disaster. No wonder help took so long to arrive. Not to mention that there are a large number of mutated animals and plants in every city. We must also guard against the threat from hegemonic countries alone. Who knows if the United States will really go crazy and launch a nuclear attack on Xia country. After all, Xia and the United States have been in opposition in recent years, and the United States' remarks are clearly a threat to Xia. This is not surprising, because at the beginning, when many Xia people saw the disaster, they might think that it was the work of the United States. Vice versa, the United States may also think that it was some kind of powerful weapon developed by Xia country and deployed on their territory. Currently, the strongest military forces in the world are the United States in the West and the Xia Kingdom in the East, while other countries are not yet qualified. People's hearts are so complicated. They're still fighting each other, even at the end of the world. Shuni doesn't think that this doomsday disaster will be easy to get through. If humans cannot keep up with the mutation speed of mutated animals and plants, they may really be wiped out. However, despite all the complaints, Shun Yi was more concerned about the fact that other cities also had mutated monsters that were as terrifying as the mutated trees. So where the hell am I going to go in half a year? If you choose the wrong city, you might as well stay in a mountain city. Shun Yi frowned deeply. Judging from the current situation, I need to speed up the process of unlocking supplies. It looks like the shelter needs to be built as soon as possible. With a shelter, you can unlock supplies like an assembly line. Even if he unlocks 30 kinds of materials every month, as long as one of them is a supernatural fruit, Shun Yi's development speed will far exceed that of anyone else in the world. Moreover, the most important thing is that other ordinary people can only hold 3 superpowers at most. But Shun Yi has no limit. He can stack the number of superpowers, and the levels of superpowers can also be stacked. You know, most superpowers are not particularly strong when used alone, but if you can find a suitable superpower to use together, the strength will instantly increase several times. Even if a superpower is powerful in itself, if it is combined with a stronger superpower, the actual effect that can be displayed will be far greater than the superpower itself. For example, teleportation is a very powerful and buggy ability in itself. When combined with the invincible vision of telepathy, it is no exaggeration to say that its strength has doubled. If it is combined with a powerful attack ability, the strength can be multiplied several times. Shun Yi collected his thoughts, and his physical strength was almost restored. He scanned the surroundings with telepathy and saw that the soldiers had already evacuated. So he said, "Let's go too," etc. Lin Jue suddenly called Shun Yi, and in his puzzled look, she asked seriously, "Can I try to tame Xiaoha again? I feel like now is a great opportunity." 73. Search them all and try to tame it. How confident are you? Even if we tame it now, can you guarantee that it won't go crazy and attack us again? Shen Yi asked back. He had seen with his own eyes before that the mutant giant dog was about to eat its master Lin Jiwei. Even if Lin Jiwei can tame it in a short period of time now, it will still be a hidden danger in the future. Believe me again, I saw that Xiaoha was seriously injured, and the bloodthirsty desire in its eyes has subsided. It should have regained its normal thinking. I am very confident that I can tame it now and prevent it from attacking people casually. Lin Jiwei said this seriously, paused, and then said seriously, I can't guarantee that it won't go crazy, but I can live in the same building with it, so that even if it goes crazy and wants to attack people, I can respond immediately and ensure that it won't harm you. Also, I want to improve the gene evolution potion, increase the success rate of injection, and eliminate side effects. I also want to use Xiaoha's living genes for research. As long as you agree, I can promise you that within 10 days, I can give you an upgraded gene potion. Listening to Lin Jiwei's solemn assurance, Shen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. If what she said was true, it would be acceptable. Shen Yi himself was not afraid of the mutated giant dog. Although he couldn't kill the mutant giant dog, it was still easy for him to escape. He was just worried about threatening the safety of his other women. But if what Lin Jiwei said was true, and she was able to tame this giant mutant dog, there would be many benefits. Not to mention that it can speed up Lin Jiwei's research progress, but he can also have an extra powerful bodyguard. With the mutant giant dog here, you don't have to deal with ordinary mutant animals yourself in the future. After pondering for a while, Shen Yi looked at Lin Jiwei and asked, if you can tame it, can you make it obedient? For example, if I wanted to kill someone, it will kill. This is just the most basic instruction. There is no problem. The evolved husky is much smarter than before and can understand most instructions. Lin Jiwei answered immediately. Also, as long as you feed it regularly, it will most likely listen to you. In that case, Shen Yi agreed. He is still willing to try such a low-risk experiment. Especially now I have a small problem that needs to be solved. Mutated black spider. If the mutant giant dog can really be obedient and get rid of the mutant black spider, then Shen Yi will think it is a good deal. If it can't do that, then it's pure waste, and there's no point wasting food to feed it. Then, Shen Yi used telepathy to scan the 3-kilometer surrounding area and found a mutant giant dog in a remote corner. It was lying in the corner, licking the bullet wounds on its body, looking quite pitiful. Can you find it? Lin Jiwei asked curiously. It also knew that Shen Yi's telepathic ability was much farther than its own perspective. If Shen Yi can't be found, it will be a bit troublesome. We found it, but don't worry, let's search this mall first. Shen Yi looked towards the shopping mall. This mall is mostly filled with brand-name bags, brand-name clothes, and the like, but there is little food, so there are no survivors hiding here. Shen Yi immediately started shopping from the first floor. Men's shoes, shirts, t-shirts, pants, various outerwear, and more. Put everything together with the hangers into the system space. You don't have to worry about changing clothes anymore. There are also women's high heels, underwear, long skirts, trousers, shorts, stockings of various colors, etc., which are also collected together with the hangers. After sweeping 4 floors and clearing out the entire luxury goods mall, Shen Yi was satisfied and left with Lin Jiwei to look for the injured mutant giant dog. On the way, Lin Jue couldn't help but be curious. Shani, how big is your supernatural space? I don't know either. I can't see the end at a glance. Maybe it's infinite. Shun, he said. Infinity? How is this possible? Lin Jue fell into silence and shock. Ever since the strange black fog appeared, most of the scientific theories she had known before were destroyed. Some supernatural powers can barely be explained by scientific theories. But some supernatural powers have completely gone beyond the scope of science and are comparable to theology. Like Shun Yi's teleportation, this involves space travel, which is absolutely impossible with current human technology. But he only needs a thought to travel through time and space. It doesn't make sense. And this black fog, it's also extremely strange. Lin Jue studied it for a long time and found that the black fog did not belong to any known substance on Earth, and it was even a substance that she could not understand. Either this is a higher dimensional technology, or this is theology. But Lin Jue is very rational. When she finds that she can't figure out something no matter what, she will not waste time thinking about it, nor will she be discouraged by it. Just pretend that you haven't discovered this theory. When I have enough research data and my own abilities are strong enough, I will come back to solve this mystery. Otherwise, if you keep digging into a dead end, you will gain nothing and will only waste your time and energy. 10 minutes later, the two came near the mutant giant dog. Shen Yi put away his telepathy in advance to avoid alerting the giant mutant dog. He remembered that when he used telepathy to spy before, he was noticed by the mutant giant dog. This proves that the mutant giant dog should have a strong perception. But most of the time, it's just dumb and unresponsive. For example, Shen Yi had been staring at it all the way, but it didn't react at all. I don't know if it's because of the injury that my perception has decreased. I'll go over and try it. As long as Xiao Ha can recognize me, I can make it obedient. Lin Jue said, be safe. Shen Yi was also ready to use teleportation and restraint to save the situation at any time. Lin Jue's expression didn't change much, and she seemed not surprised by Shen Yi's concern. Although they had only spent a short time together, Lin Jue had already understood Shen Yi's character through her strong insight. He is a very sophisticated, selfish, and sensitive person. For his own safety, he can kill without hesitation, even if it is a woman he has had a relationship with. As long as his safety is threatened, he will strike without mercy. But he is not so cold that he has no feelings. He just suppresses his emotions very deeply and will not be swayed by them. In other words, as long as he doesn't threaten Shen Yi's safety, he is actually a good person. Can you give me some food? I want to use it to tame Xiao. Lin Jue said. Shen Yi took out 2 pieces of raw steak from the system space and gave them to her. Immediately, Lin Jue took the steak and walked into the alley. In the alley, the mutant giant dog that was licking its wounds heard footsteps, suddenly raised its head, and looked at the person coming with a pair of emerald green eyes. When it saw who was coming, its eyes flickered slightly, as if it had some emotional fluctuations. 74. Dog training? I don't know, but I have experience in training people. Xiaoha, come here. Lin Jue stood in place, holding a piece of steak in his hand, and gently shook it towards the mutant giant dog. The giant dog moved its nose and stood up shakily. There were many wounds on its huge body that were bleeding. A lot of flesh was torn by bullets, revealing the white bones. If it were an ordinary mutant animal, it would have died from such serious injuries long ago. A strange emotion flashed in Lin Jiwei's eyes. She also has some little thoughts. She has raised this husky since it was young, for more than 6 years, and has a deep affection for it. If Xiao Ha can still retain normal thinking and remember herself, she doesn't want to abandon it. The mutant giant dog limped towards Lin Jue, making a low whimpering sound that seemed to be squeezed out of its throat. Hearing this voice, Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up with joy. This is the sound Xiao Ha used to make when he was acting coquettishly. It actually recognized me. Xiao Ha, do you want to eat? Lin Jue walked forward slowly with the steak. Shun Yi watched quietly, ready to use teleportation to save the situation at any time. This woman is really brave. For the sake of experiment, she is not afraid of death at all. Very smart, but also a very simple and pure person. Lin Jiwei's cleverness is not reflected in playing with people's hearts or calculating against others. Instead, he focused solely on research. Actually, the threat she posed to Shun Yi was small, because Lin Jue had no intention of vying for favor or power, nor did she have any ambition. Her thoughts were very simple. She was simply curious about Shun Yi's body and wanted to dissect Shun Yi and study him thoroughly. In comparison, although Jiang Nanyan is not as smart as Lin Zhiwei, she prefers to scheme against others. Of course, Jiang Nanyan is very loyal and sensible. Even if he has many thoughts of vying for favor, he will not delay the work assigned to him by Shen Yi, nor will he make Shen Yi unhappy. This is also the reason why Shen Yi tacitly allowed her to compete for favor. It looks like it can be tamed, but I'm not sure if it will go crazy again in the future. Shen Yi used telepathy and quietly looked at the mutant giant dog without any hostility. Now, it was lying in front of Lin Zhiwei, chewing steak and letting Lin Zhiwei touch its head. 2 pieces of steak are not enough to fill the huge mutant dog's teeth. Especially now that it has been seriously injured, the faster it recovers, the more energy it will consume. Shen Yi looked at it for a while and then decided to show up and test it. See if this mutant giant dog will attack him. If this beast is still hostile to him under Lin Zhiwei's control, he must not let it stay. He is such a double-standard person. Drink! As soon as Shen Yi appeared, the mutant giant dog immediately turned its head and stared at it, making a low warning sound in its throat. The aura around it also became slightly darker. Obviously, it is hostile to Shen Yi. It should be said that they are hostile to strange creatures. But when Lin Zhiwei patted its head, it suppressed its desire to attack and just stared at Shen Yi vigilantly with its pair of green eyes. That's right, be vigilant. It seemed to still remember that Shen Yi had once immobilized it in the research institute. Then, the mutant giant dog still feels scared when he thinks about the feeling of being unable to move even after trying his best. Yes, just be sensible. Shen Yi looked at the mutant giant dog, which was a little hostile towards him but had no intention of killing him, and expressed satisfaction. Although this was because Lin Zhiwei stopped it, it was already very good that it could resist attacking itself. After all, they are animals and cannot be treated as humans. But the method of taming animals is actually similar to that of taming humans. It's the same combination of a big stick and a sweet date. Make it respect you and depend on you at the same time. Thinking of this, Shen Yi took a step forward and instantly appeared next to the mutant giant dog, scaring it. The mutant giant dog subconsciously wanted to stand up, but a flashlight shone on it, reflecting a shadow, and then its body, which was about to stand up, was instantly frozen. It's that feeling again. The mutant giant dog struggled hard, its green eyes staring at Shen Yi, who was so close to it, and it was obvious that it felt a little afraid. Maybe it was in a sane state now, and coupled with the serious injuries, it felt the threat of death. If Shen Yi kept shooting at its vital points with a gun at this time, he might be able to kill this giant mutant dog. Judging from the feedback of the physical strength consumed by the shadow binding, the mutant giant dog was obviously much weaker than yesterday. The physical strength consumed to immobilize, it was 2/3 less than yesterday. It seems that although the resilience of this gene is very strong, it is not to the point where there is no solution. I think those special forces just don't want to take risks, otherwise they would definitely be able to kill the mutant giant dog. As for how to use shadow binding in the black fog, it's very simple. There is no light source, so he just carries one with him. There are many flashlights in the supermarket, and there is system space, so you can use them whenever you want, which is not a big deal. Thinking of this, Shen Yi saw that the shock was almost over, so he took out a roast chicken from the system space, looked at the mutant giant dog, and said, "From now on, treat me as your master. As long as you are obedient, I guarantee that you will have meat for every meal." As he spoke, he threw the roast chicken next to the mutant giant dog. Smelling the aroma of the chicken, the mutant giant dog became visibly excited, making constant howling sounds, and couldn't wait to eat the chicken. At the same time, its hostility towards Shen Yi was also eliminated by more than half, and its aura turned into neutral gray and a faint friendly white. Yes, very sensible. Shen Yi nodded with satisfaction and released the shadow restraints. Although the mutant giant dog could not understand human language, it knew that it could not attack Shen Yi. Otherwise, you will either be immobilized and unable to move, or there will be no delicious food. It glanced at Shen Yi cautiously, then immediately lowered its head and ate the roast chicken on the ground in one bite. A roast chicken? It was gone before I could even taste it. Then, it looked at Shen Yi eagerly again. After hesitating for a moment, he limped towards Shen Yi. Shen Yi was ready to use shadow binding at any time, and instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand. The mutant giant dog seemed to understand what to do. It lay down in front of Shen Yi and lowered its head to make it easier for Shun-Yi to touch its head. The hostility of the mutant giant dog also completely dissipated, and there was a lot more white aura of kindness. Immediately, Shun-Yi took out a dozen roast chickens and 20 or 30 steaks and threw them to the mutant giant dog one by one. If you throw it all at once, it won't feel tamed. Let your pet know that you can only eat what I give you. You can't eat what I don't give you, and you can't steal it. This is also Shun-Yi's test of the mutant giant dog. If it can't resist the temptation of food and attacks itself, it proves that it has a rebellious nature and should be turned into dog meat soup. But the mutant giant dog was indeed rational. It stared at the food beside Shun-Yi. Although it was anxious and wanted to eat it, it did not snatch it away. Instead, it waited for Shun-Yi to throw it to it. It was obviously in awe of Shun-Yi's ability to hold it in place. Finally, after some feeding, the mutant giant dog became much more friendly towards Shun-Yi. Although they are not as loyal as Su Wanting and Su Yun and other women, at least they won't suddenly attack me. Generally speaking, there is a process for goodwill to turn into hostility. This process gave Shun-Yi enough time to react. I didn't expect you to be quite good at dog training. Lin Jiwei breathed a sigh of relief, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Xiaoha is not only her first successful experimental subject, but also her pet for whom she has invested a lot of affection. She is very happy to be able to save him now. Dog training? I don't know much about it, but it feels similar to training people. I have a lot of experience in training people. Shun-Yi touched the mutant giant dog's head and looked at Lin Jiwei. 75. Rain, subdue the mutated black spider. Training people? Lin Jiwei always felt that this man seemed to be pointing at her. But she didn't take it to heart. After all, this is not good for you, and keeping it in mind will only affect your future performance. Okay, let's go home. As Shun-Yi spoke, he looked at the mutant giant dog whose injuries had recovered a lot. It seems that as long as there is enough food, its recovery speed will be faster. What a powerful and abnormal ability. If Shun-Yi had this ability, he would be invincible. The thing Shun-Yi has the most right now is food. When he's injured, he can recover by just eating. It's so cool for him. If he wasn't worried about turning into a monster, he would really like to inject a tube of genetic evolution potion. Come to think of it, mutant animals don't seem to feel particularly thirsty after breathing in the black mist for a few hours like us humans do. Walking on the way back to the community, Shun-Yi was drinking mineral water and suddenly glanced at the mutant giant dog. Although the mutant giant dog also needs to drink water, it is not like Shun-Yi and Lin Jiwei who need to replenish water after a while. Yes, Lin Jiwei nodded and answered, according to my previous research, most mutant animals will not feel hungry and thirsty all the time in the black fog. But after they mutate, the amount of water they need will increase accordingly. As for the way mutant animals replenish their water sources, it seems that they drink the blood of their prey. Then can they drink contaminated water? Shun-Yi asked. Most mutant animals can't drink it, but some will. But according to my research, if they drink contaminated water for a long time, even mutant animals will be affected to a certain extent. So, water is indeed the most important thing right now. It is very important to all living things. Shun-Yi whispered softly. Fortunately, the first supply he unlocked was mineral water, otherwise he didn't know if he could survive. If you don't inhale the black fog, you can survive for a while longer. But if I continue to live in the black fog, I probably won't be able to survive without 3 or 4 bottles of water a day. If I think about it this way, I'm afraid many more people will die next. The mountain city is slightly better because of its terrain. There are many tall buildings, and people can temporarily avoid the black fog. In some plain cities, if there were no national rescue, more than 80% of the people would probably die. If possible, Shun-Yi didn't want so many people to die. It would be of no benefit to him if all human beings died. Because there is no large population base, it will be difficult for him to find a woman who meets the system standards in the future. But as long as the survivors dare to go out and look for water, there is a high probability that they will find some drinkable water, right? Shun-Yi has not studied this aspect because he has no shortage of water. But people who lack water will definitely unite to find uncontaminated water sources, such as mineral water in supermarkets, groundwater, well water. I just don't know if the groundwater is polluted. Logically speaking, the black fog emerged from the cracks in the ground, that is, from underground. Then the groundwater must have been polluted long ago. But this is just a guess. Shun-Yi cannot be sure that the ground is beneath the crack. To be metaphysical, He even suspected whether the crack led to other dimensions or subdivisions. After all, this black fog is too strange and mysterious. It's not like the Earth can produce it on its own. Of course, these are just some wild guesses with no real basis. I can only wait until I have the strength to go down into the crack and take a look myself. It looks like it's raining. Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei had just walked back to the gate of the community when a light drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. This is the first rain in the mountain city in nearly half a month. And the rainwater does not seem to be contaminated in the first place and is drinkable. Of course, Shen Yi would not take the risk to try it. But if the rain was a little heavier, ordinary people would have a better chance of survival. Speaking of which, if the rainwater is not polluted in the first place, then the rescue method for other cities would not be artificial rainfall, right? Shen Yi seemed to be thinking about something. It's not impossible. He even suspected that the sudden rain in the mountain city might be artificial rainfall. But it's just speculation. Now, it's time to get down to business. Arrived at the door of unit in Building 6. Before Shen Yi could say anything, the mutant giant dog suddenly stopped, staring at the upstairs with its green eyes and making a vigilant sound in its throat. Obviously, the stupid husky, whose injuries had recovered a little, was now able to sense the potential danger. There might be mutant animals upstairs. Lin Jue looked at the building in front of him and then turned on the perspective. Soon, she saw a large spider web in the middle of the floor, and on the spider web, there was a large mutant black spider. Even though Lin Jiwei had seen many mutant animals, he was still shocked by the size of this black spider. How could an ordinary spider mutate to such a large size? Could it be that he has also undergone a secondary mutation like Xiaoha? Lin Jiwei murmured in surprise. She was eager to study this mutated black spider. If it is also a secondary mutation, then the research value is very high. Xiaoha, find a way to capture it alive. Lin Jiwei seriously instructed the mutant giant dog. The husky tilted its head, probably not understanding what was meant at all. Although there is wisdom, it is not much. I'll lure it down, and you can command Xiaoha to launch a sneak attack later. Shen Yi said. Good. Research fanatic Lin Jiwei nodded immediately. She would not let go of such good research material. Even if Shen Yi didn't say it, Lin Jiwei would find a way to capture him or kill him. The corpses of mutant animals are also very valuable for research. Then, Shen Yi teleported to the door of the unit, took out a Type 54 pistol from the system's space, aimed at the resting mutant black spider through telepathic vision, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets hit the mutant black spider, and most of them did not cause much damage. But one of the bullets happened to hit one of the black spider's eyes, and a ball of sticky liquid burst out instantly. The mutated black spider immediately let out a strange cry, perhaps out of pain or anger, and its several legs moved at the same time, moving quickly downstairs. Shen Yi deliberately waited until the mutated black spider saw him, attracted all of its hatred, and then used teleportation to pull it back. The mutated black spider seemed unaware of the husky in the black fog, and chased after Shen Yi aggressively, as if it was determined to kill him. Xiaoha, now go ahead. Lin Jiwei seized the opportunity and immediately waved his hand to give orders. The mutant giant dog, which was already eyeing the spider with eager eyes, pounced on the unsuspecting mutant black spider upon receiving the order. With one claw, it pressed it heavily to the ground. No matter how the mutant black spider struggled, it could not escape from Era's big claw. The power of the mutant husky completely crushes the mutant black spider. If the black spider's body wasn't so hard, this claw would have smashed it into a ball. Seeing this, Lin Jiwei immediately stepped forward to study the mutated black spider up close. This was the first time she encountered an animal with a secondary mutation. Xiaoa doesn't count because it is a man-made product. Who knows? At this moment, the mutated black spider struggled with several legs, suddenly opened its mouth, and spit out a white silk like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Lin Jiwei, who was unprepared. 76. Too fucking overbearing. White silk suddenly spurted out of the mutant black spider's fangs, and Lin Jiwei had no time to react and was totally unprepared. Because normal spiders do not shoot spider silk from their mouths. The main place where spiders spray spider silk is the silk glands on their abdomen. Spiders secrete liquid proteins through these glands, and when this liquid protein comes into contact with air, it quickly solidifies into spider silk. Therefore, when the mutant black spider's abdomen was pressed to the ground by Era, Lin Jiwei did not deliberately take precautions. But she didn't expect that this mutated black spider was completely against common sense. Its spider silk is sprayed out from its chelicerae. Lin Jiwei wanted to hide, but it was too late. That white silk is extremely fast, and just like a sharp arrow, if it hits the flesh, it will penetrate instantly. At this critical moment, Shun Yi teleported over, grabbed Lin Jiwei, and pulled her into his arms. The white spider silk brushed against Lin Jiwei's arm, leaving a deep, bloody wound, which was even a little corrosive. But fortunately, it was only an arm injury, and he is fine. Woof! The mutant giant dog saw its master injured and barked angrily, then raised a large claw and smashed down heavily, directly smashing the mutant black spider's head, and all kinds of liquids flowed all over the ground. The head exploded, and the mutant black spider's body struggled for a while before slowly losing movement. Shun Yi then retracted his gaze and looked at the injured Lin Jiwei in his arms. He frowned and said, "Why are you so reckless? Use your brain. Even the weakest mutant monster can easily kill us humans. You are also a researcher. You should know more about mutant animals than I do and be more vigilant." I understand." Lin Jiwei covered his injured arm with one hand. For some reason, he was a little afraid to retort. "It's not that I'm afraid of Shun Yi, but I have a very strange feeling in my heart. Is this what it feels like to be in love?" This sentence suddenly appeared in Lin Jiwei's mind. Even though she had just had a brush with death, she still did not feel much fear. Instead, she was able to think calmly about her own experience. "Go into the building first, and I'll disinfect and bandage your arm." Shun-Yi glanced at the bloody wound on Lin Jiwei's arm. The spider silk was actually corrosive. Although it was not very corrosive, a lot of the flesh on Lin Jiwei's arm was corroded away, making a sizzling sound. Even with such a serious injury, this woman didn't say a word. Her patience is too strong. The two men entered the building, but because the mutant giant dog was too big, they couldn't get in, so they could only lie down at the door. It stared at the corpse of the mutant black spider, as if it wanted to eat it. But before entering the building, Lin Jiwei warned it again and again that it must not eat black spiders. I don't know if the husky understood it, but it didn't eat it at that time. Come into the building. Shun-Yi discovered that the first floor had been cleaned. The blood on the walls and the bodies on the ground were cleaned up. It seems that Jiang Ninyan's shelter plan is very well done. It's only been half a day, and they've already started cleaning the building. Good. Shun-Yi still prefers a clean environment. He took Lin Jiwei to sit on the sofa, cut the clothes on her arms with medical scissors, and began to disinfect Lin Jiwei with iodine. Fortunately, I went to the hospital before and bought a lot of medical equipment and medicines. Otherwise, if Lin Jiwei's injury is not treated, she might not be able to save her arm. Once infected, you may even lose your life. Be careful next time and don't be so reckless. As long as the person is alive, you can do whatever research you want. It's being held down by Xiaohe, and it can't possibly run away. Why are you so anxious? While using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to disinfect, Shun-Yi chattered on and on to teach Lin Jiwei his way of survival. He would never do such a risky thing. No matter how weak the opponent is, as long as I take action, I will kill him with the power of thunder. Lin Jiwei quietly watched the man who was treating her wounds and bandaging her clothes, without saying a word. Only, there was a rare ripple in her calm eyes. "It's wrapped. Take care of yourself from now on to see if it gets infected. If it does, I'm afraid you'll have to find a doctor to perform surgery on you." After Shun-Yi bandaged Lin Jiwei's wound with a bandage, he glanced at her calm expression. This woman is so patient. During the whole process of bandaging, he didn't say a word and was in a daze the whole time. I don't know what he was thinking. I guess he's thinking about how to study that mutant black spider. What a research maniac. A research maniac who doesn't even care about his own life. I see. Lin Jiwei glanced away slightly and did not meet Shun-Yi's eyes. Okay, now that the mutated black spider has been dealt with, you can rest today. Tomorrow we will choose a suitable building for you and install the generator and the experimental equipment you need. Shun-Yi planned. But with a fuel generator, you need a lot of oil, and then you have to go to the gas station to get more gasoline. Husband. Just then, suddenly a voice came from behind. It was Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun, as well as Su Wanting and 8 or 9 survivors who looked like residents. Shun-Yi had naturally seen them through telepathy a long time ago, so he was not surprised. Similarly, when they reached a distance of 20 meters, the 3 women also confirmed Shun-Yi's identity through telepathy. "Honey, All residents in this building have completed registration, and they are all willing to join our shelter. Not counting their families, we have already received 12 survivors. While reporting, Jiang Nanyan glanced at the beautiful woman sitting next to Shunyi. Is she your husband's new woman again? He's actually injured? She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable looking at this new woman. It's not jealousy or enviousness. It's just a very uncomfortable feeling. It was as if when he looked into the eyes of this woman, all his little thoughts were seen through in an instant, making Jiang Nanyan feel as if he was naked. This feeling is very uncomfortable. The other survivors who followed were all shocked when they heard Jiang Nanyan call the man in front of her husband with a very respectful attitude. Turned out to be, this man is the one who really calls the shots. So, all the survivors secretly looked at Shun-yi, wondering why this pretty boy could make such a fierce female devil obey him. They saw with their own eyes Jiang Nanyan shooting someone to death. That cold expression, as if he regarded human life as worthless, frightened the other male survivors. But such a beautiful and cold woman actually called this young man husband, and her attitude was quite respectful. It completely refreshed the survivors' views. But then, what refreshed their three views was that the other two beautiful women with guns in their hands also called the pretty boy husband. Suddenly, all the survivors were stunned. These three beautiful women are actually the women of this pretty boy? How is this possible? Isn't this against the law? Well, that's good. Let's continue. Find the residents of other buildings in this community as soon as possible and see if they are willing to join our shelter. If they're not willing to join, then drive them out. This community will be the base of our shelter from now on. No outsiders will be allowed. After Shun-yi gave the order, he paused, glanced at the survivors, and said, if anyone dares to cause trouble, just shoot them to death. There's no need to save bullets. I have enough bullets here. Hearing this, the survivors' faces changed, and they were suddenly frightened. This man is so fucking domineering. This is a house that the residents bought themselves, and you're actually going to kick them out? Survivors who still retain some moral bottom line will inevitably feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, they were also a little relieved. Fortunately, I agreed to join the shelter. Otherwise, faced with the threat of a pistol, they really had to be driven out of their home. As expected, being able to make a group of cold-blooded women obey him will only make this pretty boy even more brutal. 77. Insecurity, you have to know how to lick. Shun-yi's show of force was very effective. The survivors looked at him with fear in their eyes. Yes, he said this on purpose in front of these survivors. The purpose is to awe the survivors. Only awe can scare them and let them know how terrible the consequences of betrayal are. Certainly, to rule the sanctuary, it takes more than fear. So after knocking for a while, Shun-yi waved his hand, and a dozen bottles of mineral water and bags of instant noodles appeared on the ground. He looked at the survivors and said, you are the first batch of survivors to join the shelter. These water and food are the rewards for your right choice. At the same time, as long as you can attract more survivors to join the shelter, you will receive more food and water as rewards. As Shun-yi spoke, his eyes swept over the survivors who were in awe, shock, and fear. Judging from telepathic perception, these people have no hostility towards him. At most, they're neutral, and he does not want to provoke them. That's right, Shun-yi has a gun in his hand. Only a fool would be hostile. There are few residents in this building who dare to fight to the death. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased and hacked by 6 or 7 thugs. But people who are afraid of death are actually easier to control. Anyway, they don't need to have amazing fighting power. As long as they can do their general job well, that's enough. When necessary, I can just act as cannon fodder. Okay, let's divide up the food and water. As Shun-yi spoke, a group of survivors rushed forward to get water, and some even said thank you to Shun-yi with gratitude in their eyes. Very polite. Shun-yi gave him a bottle of water. This attracted the attention of other people, and I secretly hated myself for not thinking of saying thank you. As expected, you have to know how to lick at any time. The main reason was that they were shocked by Shun-yi's ability to create food and water out of thin air. Their brains froze for a moment, and they were unable to react. These survivors have never seen superpowers, let alone the existence of superpower fruits. They just felt shocked and unbelievable. With just a wave of his hand, more than a dozen bottles of water appeared. Is this a superpower? This man actually has superpowers. No wonder these 3 murderous female demons were so obedient. No wonder he could have a harem with so many beautiful women in the doomsday. Because of the end of the world, it seems that the emergence of superpowers is not particularly difficult to accept. So while the survivors were shocked and awed, they also quickly accepted the existence of superpowers. Shuni glanced at the crowd and used telepathy to check. It turned out that none of these survivors had any greed for his abilities. He also wanted to make an example of someone else. As a result, this group of people didn't give me a chance. Whatever. There will be a chance sooner or later. And with Shunyi's promise, these survivors were also very excited. As long as you invite people to join the shelter, you will be rewarded with food and water. This is an opportunity. By now, even those residents who had food stored at home have already eaten it up. If Jiang Nanyan hadn't knocked on the door today to tell them that the thug was dead, they might have stayed at home until they couldn't stand the hunger anymore, and then they would have risked going out. And now, they don't need to take any particularly big risks, nor do they need to risk their lives. As long as they invite people to join the shelter, they can get food and water. It's so easy. With more people in the shelter, everyone can stick together for warmth, and it will be safer. Therefore, these survivors, either out of awe or because they were cowardly, had no other intentions. No ambition, no big desires, just being able to survive is enough. Honey, I'll take people to other buildings to search for survivors. Jiang Nanyan responded immediately. She now also enjoys this feeling of being second to none and above everyone else. Even though I don't have 10,000 people under my command, as long as the shelter keeps developing, there's still a lot of potential in the future. It feels great to be in power. I'm a little addicted to Jiang and cigarettes. Well, come out with me. Shun Yi said this and led the way out of the unit door. I have to warn the husky first, so that these people won't be eaten by the husky when they enter or leave the unit. At this time, the mutant husky who was lying at the door waiting saw Shun Yi and immediately came over, wagging its tail desperately as if asking for a reward. There's a monster. A female survivor was frightened by the huge size of the husky and screamed, and subconsciously hid backwards. Even some male survivors were frightened, and their faces changed drastically. They retreated repeatedly and almost ran away. Don't expect this group of survivors to fight. But, seeing the mutant giant dog, even Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun and the other girls subconsciously clenched their guns, with a look of nervousness and fear on their faces. But when they saw that Shunyi did not retreat, but walked in front of the monster, they did not hide in the building like the others, but watched the scene curiously. Since my husband is not afraid, it proves that I can definitely deal with this mutant monster. Then they don't need to be afraid. The three women trust Shunyi's power very much, and are even superstitious. The mutant giant dog might have been full, or it might have sensed that these survivors posed no threat to it, or it might have been because of Lin Jiwei's teachings. In short, it did not take these survivors seriously, nor did it show any hostility. Certainly, if Shun Yi wasn't in front of it, it would probably be another bloody scene. Well, that's a good performance. Remember, don't attack them next time. Shun Yi touched Era's head, pointed at Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and Su Wanting, and gave it instructions. Although the husky may not be able to understand human language, it can still understand the general meaning. The mutant giant dog glanced at Su Wanting and the other two girls with its green eyes, as if it had remembered them. Honey, what is it? Su Wanting swallowed and asked cautiously. It's my pet. Its name is Xiaoha. As Shun Yi spoke, he took out a few pieces of steak and threw them to Era. As long as you are obedient, you will be rewarded. Pet. Su Wanting, her two daughters, and other survivors were stunned. He actually kept a 5 or 6 meter long monster as a pet. This monster just lying there looks like a small hill. It's scary to look at. Normally, it won't eat people, but you should try not to get close to it to avoid any accidents. Shunyi gave a reminder, just in case. Several women quickly agreed. Even without warning, they didn't dare to get close to this monster. If Shun Yi hadn't stood in front of them and touched the monster's head, they would have shot directly. Although a pistol probably can't kill this mountain-sized monster. Honey, then, can we go out now? Jiang Nanyan looked at the mutant monster cautiously. Even if one has telepathic powers and can sense that the mutant giant dog has no hostility towards him, any normal person would be scared to see such a huge monster lying at the door. Well, go ahead. Shun Yi nodded and put the headless corpse of the mutated black spider on the ground into the system space. Immediately, Jiang Nanyan led a group of survivors and walked carefully past the mutant giant dog. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the mutant giant dog had no reaction. The survivors discussed in low voices with lingering fear. How is such a terrifying monster subdued? I think it can flatten a van with just one claw. This kind of monster can actually be kept as a pet. Nima. What a pervert. The crowd, who were already in awe of Shun Yi, who possessed supernatural powers, now had no desire to resist. Not to mention how powerful Shun Yi's superpowers are. Just this pet he raised can easily beat them to death. But then I changed my mind. The boss of our shelter is so awesome, and he has such an awesome pet. So if we just do our job well in the future, won't we be safer too? At least I don't have to worry about encountering thugs like before. If any more thugs dare to come to our neighborhood, the boss's pets will eat them. This is also the effect Shinny wants. It is necessary to make people who join the shelter feel awed and safe. In this way, the shelter can develop healthily and serve itself better. 78. Murong Shue's shock. Take a rest today. Tomorrow I'll see if the wound on your arm gets infected. If it doesn't, I'll help you install the experimental equipment. Shun Yi sent Lin Jiwei to Chu Xiaoxiao's home, gave her a few instructions, left some anti-inflammatory drugs and gauze, and left. Although he wanted Lin Jiwei to be his slave, he also had to recover from his injuries before he could be his slave. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the injured Lin Jiwei and hesitated, but still asked with concern, how did you get hurt? Does it hurt? Although the relationship between them is rather awkward. But now is the end of the world, so this kind of thing is not particularly difficult to accept. As a 2D anchor, Chu Xiaoxiao has also watched a lot of doomsday harem anime and novels, so relatively speaking, she can accept this kind of thing quickly. The most important thing is that she does not have the qualifications and power to reject Shani. It was rubbed by spider silk. Lin Jiwei replied concisely and casually. Spider silk? Is it a spider? Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned. Lin Jiwei hummed, not knowing what he was thinking about, and had no interest in chatting. Seeing that the woman was so cold, Chu Xiaoxiao said, "Oh," and decided not to try to please her anymore. She got up and went to wash up. Shun Yi was a bit of a germaphobe and loved cleanliness, so he provided each of his women with mineral water for daily washing. Leave Chu Xiaoxiao's home. Shun Yi used telepathy to go straight to the home of Doomsday enthusiast Murong Shui. This is the highest-rated woman so far. Whether it's figure, appearance, or temperament, they're all the best Shun Yi has ever seen. Therefore, he has been coveting Murong Shue's shelter for a long time. If Shun Yi hadn't been busy unlocking Lin Jiwei and Chu Xiaoxiao supplies and emptying the Virus Research Institute these 2 days, he would have taken action against her long ago. This woman is not at home. Shun Yi scanned the area with telepathy and found that there was no one in the lighted room on the 18th floor. Where did this woman go? It's the end of the world, and you still dare to go out and have fun? He focused his mind and scanned the entire building, looking for any trace of Murong Shui. This woman, please don't waste her time. Otherwise, Shun Yi would suffer a great loss. Shun Yi looked around and suddenly showed an unexpected expression. He found Murong Shue's figure. Only, this stranger Murong Shui is actually with his younger sister. The two were chatting and seemed to have a good relationship. I've only been away for a day. Why do I feel like so much has happened? Shan Yi frowned. Does this woman have any bad intentions by approaching my younger sister and grandmother? He didn't think that a woman who had set up traps all over her house would become friends with his younger sister without any precautions. Thinking in his mind, Shun Yi used teleportation to come to the door. Instead of entering the room directly, he knocked on the door. Brother, you are finally back. When the door opened, Shun Su immediately rushed over happily, hugged Shin Yi's arm tightly, and pulled him into the house. After entering the room, Shin Su immediately introduced to Murong Shui. Sister Murong, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Shun Yi. Hello, Mr. Shun. Murong Shui stood up and gave Shun Yi a kind smile. Only, her heart suddenly contracted. The space-related mutant that I had seen before turned out to be Shun Su's brother. She was stunned. The changes in this life are too great. Shin Su showed up in the mountain city ahead of time and inexplicably moved into her own neighborhood. Obviously, Shin Su in the previous life would not appear until more than 2 months later. Moreover, her brother should have disappeared in her previous life. Shin Su came to the vicinity of Shanqing University just to look for her brother, and even the reason why she never left Shanqing University was also to look for her brother. But in this life, her brother is still alive. Murong Shui almost thought that Shun Su was also a reborn person. This is also the reason why she approached Shun Su. However, through conversation, she discovered that Shun Su had no memory of her past life, proving that she was not a time traveler. So, in other words, everything that is happening now is the butterfly effect. But how can the butterfly effect be so big? Although I have done some things that have affected the trajectory of my life, it is impossible for them to affect Shun Su, and the impact is so profound. Without mentioning Murong Shue's brainstorm at the moment, Shun Su was happily introducing Murong Shui to Shun. Hey, brother, this sister is Murong Shui. When you were not here before, the neighbor next door kept banging on our door. I listened to you and didn't open the door or pay attention to him. But that person would bang on the door every once in a while, and my grandma and I were very scared. Then, Sister Murong Shui showed up and drove that bad neighbor away. Shen Yi frowned slightly. Then he released his telepathy and glanced at the neighbor's house next door. Result: the neighbor had died tragically in his home. He had a crossbow bolt stuck in his head. That crossbow arrow was exactly the same as the one in Murong Shui's home. Shen Yi withdrew his telepathy, looked at Murong Shui with some surprise, and said calmly, "Thank you. It's just a small favor, nothing." Murong Shui smiled with a kind attitude, but she was extremely nervous. It's not just tension, it's also shock and disbelief. Because during the conversation just now, she clearly felt the strong fluctuations emanating from Shun-Yi again. It turns out that the one who used the perception ability to spy on him before was not that woman, but Shun-Yi. In other words, this man actually has two superpowers. Murong Shui was shocked. He actually got two superpowers at the beginning of the apocalypse. What kind of luck is this? With such good luck, why did he die so quickly in his previous life? Or, he didn't die in his previous life, but just left the mountain city early? That doesn't make sense. If he left the mountain city early, he should have gone back to find his family. It's impossible for him to disappear out of thin air. Otherwise, Shun Su wouldn't have come all the way to find him. It's unreasonable, very unreasonable. Murong Shui's brain was brainstorming, but she couldn't make sense of it for a while. Ms. Murong, I won't say any more polite words. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Shun-Yi said with a smile. He was once again certain in his heart that this woman Murong Shui must be no simple person. Before, Shun-Yi just thought that the other party was a serious doomsday enthusiast. But I didn't expect that the other party would dare to kill people. A woman who built a doomsday shelter, stockpiled a lot of food and water, prepared a lot of weapons, and dared to kill people. Why does she feel so much like a character in some novels? Shun-Yi seemed to be thinking about something. Then, the three of them chatted for a while, and Murong Shui left on her own initiative, using the excuse that she was a little tired. Su, take these supernatural fruits and eat them. Shen-Yi took out a handful of supernatural fruits from the system space and gave them to Shin Su. They're all telepathic supernatural fruits. This ability is very practical. Although I don't need to go out and generally won't encounter any danger, I can still keep this ability as a backup. As for why it wasn't given before, it was because of the upper limit of supernatural powers. Shen-Yi originally wanted to give his younger sister two more powerful superpowers. Although telepathy is practical, it is still a little weak and has little combat power. There is no need to occupy a supernatural space. But other supernatural fruits are not easy to find, so let's arrange the telepathic power first. I'll think of other ways later to see if I can break through the limit of my supernatural powers. Wow, bro, where did you dig up a tree with supernatural fruits? There are so many supernatural fruits. Shin Su's face was full of surprise. Shun-Yi smiled, and then explained to his younger sister how to use telepathic abilities and how eating more supernatural fruits would allow one to level up. Then, he left some food and water, then left on the pretext of having something to do. Walk out the door. He went straight to Murong Shui's house on the 18th floor. 7-9. Shun-Yi, are you a reborn person? Shun-Yi was almost certain that this strange woman Murong Shui definitely intended to get close to his younger sister. As for the purpose, he had no idea. But now that the hidden danger has been discovered, we must nip it in the bud, or get rid of Murong Shui. Either subdue her and find out her purpose of approaching her family. Through a telepathic perspective, when Shun-Yi saw Murong Shui hurriedly returning home, he immediately picked up the crossbow and opened all the traps in the house, preparing for battle. There's something wrong with this woman. She actually predicted that I would come to find her. Shun didn't play any tricks with Murong Shui and teleported directly into her bedroom. There is only one trap in this room, which poses no threat to me. At this time, Murong Shui sat in the living room with an empty view, holding a crossbow in her hand, with a white fox lying on the sofa, looking as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She could feel that the power that was spying on her was always there. I'm being targeted. That man finally came. Come out and talk about whatever you want. Murong Shui looked around and said in a cold voice. Her attitude was completely different from what it was before in front of Shinsu. As kind as he was then, he is as cruel now. He stared at Murong Shui, and an idea came to his mind. This woman must have superpowers. She could sense her snooping, but she couldn't seem to see where she was. But this woman is very smart. The reason why she sits in the living room with a wide view is obviously to guard against her own sneak attack through teleportation. No matter from which angle Shun suddenly attacked, this woman would be able to counterattack immediately. What a keen combat awareness. What was her previous identity? Moreover, he even noticed the limit of my teleportation distance. Shun frowned, as if thinking about something. Although judging from Murong Shui's aura, she did not have any strong murderous intentions towards him. He could not let his guard down. Then, he was in the bedroom, and he spoke to her through the door. Murong Shui, who are you? Exclamation point. Murong Shui was startled and quickly looked towards the bedroom. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the crossbow. People with space abilities are indeed difficult to deal with. And this person with space ability actually also has the ability of perception. The combination of these two superpowers simply doesn't make sense. Originally, there were so many mechanisms and traps in his room that even if someone with spatial ability broke in without vision, they could still plot against him. But if the opponent has perception abilities, then these traps will be useless. Murong Shui clenched her crossbow, stared at the bedroom, and said coldly, I don't understand what you mean by this sentence. What do you want to say? If possible, she really didn't want to fight with this kind of cheating guy, especially since the other party is actually Shun Su's brother. All of this was completely beyond Murong Shui's plan. Then let me ask you bluntly, why did you transform such a shelter in advance? Who told you that there would be a disaster? Shun asked. He even speculated whether some high-level officials knew about the doomsday disaster before it happened. But this speculation was quickly overturned, because even someone with a strong background like Lin Jiwei didn't know that the end of the world was coming. How could Murong Shui, an ordinary person who seemed to be alone, know about it? So there is definitely something wrong with her. I'm just a doomsday shelter enthusiast. I didn't know there would be a doomsday disaster, and no one told me. As for renovating this house, I just did it for fun because I have money. I didn't expect it would be put to good use. Murong Shui replied. This was the only reasonable explanation she had thought of a long time ago. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, it is better than exposing the secret of your rebirth. She didn't dare tell strangers about her rebirth. Yeah. However, Shuni didn't believe Murong Shui's reasons at all. It's totally untenable. Let me guess, you're not liking the TV series, a reborn person who came back from the apocalypse? As Shun spoke, he carefully observed the changes in Murong Shui's expression. When he said the three words, reborn, Murong Shui's eyes suddenly shrank, but she tried her best to restrain herself from showing any strange expression. But just this one detail is enough to confirm it. He is actually a reborn person. Shun was immediately shocked. Someone can actually be reborn. Is this the Destiny Girl? Or some rare, supernatural power? Shun had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he was mostly excited. If you can master the secret of this reborn person, you can avoid many dangers and gain many opportunities. But at the same time, facing a reborn person, Shun dare not underestimate him. Who knows if the other party has any powerful trump cards? It will be troublesome if you were to fight me to death. Then, Shun directly used the mental connection, forcibly connected to Murong Shui, and teleported away from the 18th floor. It's always better to be careful. Through spiritual connection, remote communication is possible. Is this a psychic power? Murong Shui suddenly felt an unfamiliar mental force invading her mind, and she was startled. She quickly gathered her own mental strength and forcibly eliminated the external force. Damn it, she gritted her teeth secretly, showing an expression of disbelief. He actually possesses 3 superpowers. How is this possible? As a reborn person, Murong Shui has only obtained the 2nd superpower so far. Her expression changed constantly. and her eyes then fell on the white fox lying on the sofa. Xiaobai, it seems, I can only rely on you. At the same time, Shun Yi realized that his mental connection was instantly erased and frowned. This woman's mental power is so strong. He thought to himself, it seems that her ability should be to strengthen the mental aspect. After thinking for a moment, Shun Yi once again initiated a mental connection with Murong Shui and added a short sentence. Don't be so quick to refuse. I just want to talk to you. Shun Yi's voice rang in Murong Shui's mind. She frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment, but did not cut off the connection. She could feel that this mental power was weak and harmless, and was obviously only used for communication and was not offensive. It seems that his psychic ability is of auxiliary type, and its level is not high. It can only be used for communication. Murong Shui felt a little relieved. If this guy who possesses spatial and perceptual abilities also has powerful mental abilities, then I will have absolutely no chance of winning. How can a person who died long ago in his previous life be so strong in this life? Who is the one who is reborn? Murong Shui's heart was filled with shock and confusion. Suddenly, she remembered that Shun Yi had easily guessed her identity as a reborn person, and her heart suddenly tightened. Etc. Could it be that he is also a reborn person? Otherwise, why would he guess his identity? Thinking of this, Murong Shui asked Shun Yi directly through the spiritual connection. Shun Yi, are you a reborn person? 80, I want to sleep. Me? A reborn one? Shun Yi was stunned. How does this woman imagine? They actually thought I was a reborn person. After thinking for a while, he replied, I'm not, but you are. Shun Yi also completely confirmed the other party's identity as a reborn person from Murong Shui's question. All doubts turned into certainties. Murong Shui was obviously aware that her identity was exposed, so she immediately cut off her mental connection with Shun Yi. Let's stop chatting. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Now she just needs to be prepared. If Shun Yi really wants to hurt me, then even if he is Shun Su's brother, I will never tolerate it. The worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. At this moment, Shun Yi, who was hiding in the black fog, also frowned, hesitating whether to take action. He always felt that Murong Shui had a very powerful trump card. For example, her superpowers, or the white fox. Shun Yi's telepathy stared at the white fox, looking at it carefully. The size of this white fox is no different from that of a normal fox. The only difference is that it has 3 tails. This is also a mutated white fox. Moreover, it might be a very powerful mutant white fox. Otherwise, Murong Shui, a reborn being, wouldn't have spent money to support it. If I am not careful, I might suffer at the hands of this fox. How can we take her down without getting hurt? Shun Yi fell in a deep thought. A direct assault would definitely not work. He doesn't want to take any risks. There is another way. That is to teleport in, throw 2 grenades directly, kill Baihu and Murong Shui, and be done with it once and for all. But this is a bit wasteful. It's a waste of grenades, a waste of unlocked supplies, and even more of a waste of the value of a reborn person. Although I can't use grenades to blow her up directly, I can use them to threaten her. If she is not afraid of my threat, it proves that she is also capable of protecting herself from grenades. I will not touch her for now, and will look for trouble with her after she has developed for a while. If she's scared, I'll just go further now. Shun Yi quickly made a plan to test it with a grenade. He once again forced a mental connection with Murong Shui and added a warning. I have grenades. If you don't want to fight to the death, don't refuse to communicate. As his mental connection was continuously erased, Shun Yi felt that his mental energy was greatly depleted. If he takes the initiative to cut off the connection, the consumption will be very small, but if it is forcibly erased by the other party, the loss of mental power will increase exponentially. That's right, the ability of mental connection relies on mental power. Although Shun Yi did not obtain the ability to enhance his mental strength, his physical evolution ability allowed his mental strength to far exceed that of ordinary people, which enabled him to continuously and forcibly connect with Murong Shui. On the other side, Murong Shui was about to erase the connection again, but heard what Shun Yi said. Grenade. She looked incredulous. How could Shun Yi have a grenade? No, impossible. He must be cheating me. How could an ordinary college student have a grenade? This is ridiculous. However, despite her doubts, Murong Shui did not decisively cut off the connection this time. Although she was confident that she could survive the grenade explosion, the risk was still great. What's more, if the opponent has more than one grenade, then my situation will be even more dangerous. We have no grudges against each other, and I even helped your sister, but you threaten me like this? Murong Shui asked coldly, with a hint of anger and confusion in her tone. Shun Yi seemed not to hear her question, and continued, my grenade was picked up from a dead Special Forces soldier, and it is specially made. The explosive power is much greater than that of ordinary grenades. If it explodes in your house, one grenade will be enough to raise your house to the ground. Murong Shui was silent. This bastard. Listening to what he said, it didn't seem like he was trying to deceive me. Does he really have a grenade? Murong Shui took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I'm not afraid of your grenade. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have spatial abilities. Since you know that I'm a reborn person, you should be able to guess that I must have my own life-saving trump card. She paused, and her tone softened a little. I don't want to fight you. We have no grudges. There is no need for both of us to suffer. Murong Shui personally admitted her identity as a reborn person. And it was obvious that she didn't just say this casually, but she was determined to die together. Shenny pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no animosity between them. But can this kind of logic be applied in today's era? Those thugs had no grudges against Shun Yi before. Didn't Shenny kill them too? The threat posed by Murong Shui is much greater than those thugs. She is a reborn person, hiding a huge secret and deliberately getting close to her family. There was no way Shun Yi could ignore her. What if Murong Shui grows up quickly with the memories of her previous life, and the situation is reversed? I will be the one in the passive position. Although this was just Shun Yi's speculation, he always assumed the worst of others. In this world, only power can decide everything. Whether you're a good person or a bad person, strength is always the most important thing. Therefore, the unstable factor of Murong Shui must be resolved or controlled. At least make sure she can never threaten me. Only in this way can Shun Yi feel at ease. I don't want to be your enemy either. Shun Yi replied. Hearing this answer, Murong Shui's tense heart relaxed slightly. She really didn't want to fight to the death. Only those who have died once know how precious life is. Of course, the main reason is that my current strength is not strong enough. If Shun Yi was strong enough, he would not dare to threaten me like this. She just killed Shun Yi directly. Negotiation? I'm talking about Nima. Murong Shui's heart was boiling with rage, and she wished she could cut Shun Yi into pieces. But she still resisted the urge. After being reborn, she thought she could get rid of the grievances of her previous life and no longer be bullied by anyone. But he never expected that after only half a month, his identity as a reborn person would be discovered, and he was even threatened. What bad luck! If I were to be reborn again, I would definitely find this bastard first and kill him directly. Murong Shui thought with gritted teeth. In this life, she has already become decisive, cruel, and ruthless. She would no longer be indecisive like in her previous life, but learn to solve problems with the most direct means. However, faced with Shun Yi's threat, she had to temporarily suppress her anger and respond calmly. Now is not the time to be impulsive. When I become powerful, I will settle the score with you. She warned herself secretly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Suppressing her anger once again, Murong Shui asked through the mental connection, since you don't want to be my enemy, then what do you want to do by keeping an eye on me? Sleep you. Shun Yi did not hesitate. 81. The spiritual connection has been upgraded. Is he really my brother? Murong Shui was dumbfounded, stunned. She didn't expect Shun Yi to be so straightforward and direct. No, it's the end of the world now. Why are people still thinking about this kind of thing? You're still thinking about women when you can't even get enough to eat? Murong Shui was stunned. She always thought that Shun Yi was spying on her and monitoring her for the food in his house, or for the secret of his rebirth. Turns out, he just wanted to sleep with me? Do you have to be so vulgar? Murong Shui was stunned. She rubbed her forehead and couldn't help complaining. Your vision is so narrow that I never thought you would do this for such a dirty thing. Yes, it's the end of the world. Can't we have a bigger picture? Even if you say it's for the sake of becoming stronger, that's fine. You end up making such a big fuss just to sleep with a woman. In fact, I almost died for it. Murong Shui was amused and angry at the same time, and for a moment she didn't know where to start complaining. Of course, she also knows that she has a good figure and good looks, so it is normal for men to be attracted to her. However, Murong Shui always felt that Shun Yi was very capable and cautious, and that he was able to detect her identity as a reborn person through just a few words, which showed that he was also very smart. Such a smart and cautious person is either a hero or a tyrant. As it turned out, he was a pervert. Shen Yi also knew the reason why Murong Shui was speechless, but he still replied calmly. I never said that I have a big vision. You just made it up in your mind. I only have one request. I want to sleep with you. Murong Shui remained silent. Naturally, she would never agree to such a thing. Although Shan Yi's ability is not bad and his appearance is just acceptable, but Murong Shui was not in the mood for romance. Now is the end of the world. It's the end of the world. What's the point of talking about feelings? Besides, feelings are the most unreliable. In the previous life, even my biological mother and stepfather betrayed me. So, she will never believe in any feelings again in this life. As long as you don't get involved in emotions, you can live comfortably. When you are strong enough, leave the mountain city. So, Murong Shui replied coldly. Change the conditions. I only have this one request. If you don't agree, you'd better keep one eye open when you sleep in the future. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that a grenade will not suddenly appear at your bedside. Shen Yi threatened shamelessly. You are so shameless. Murong Shui cursed angrily. How could there be a man with a small head controlling a big head? The key is that he actually has 3 superpowers. If Shen Yi was a weakling, Murong Shui would never say a word and would kill him directly. It just so happens that this old pervert has very strong supernatural powers and incredible luck. I really can't afford to offend him at the moment. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said, Change your conditions. Even if it's just the supernatural fruit, I can find a way to help you find a few. No, I only ask for one thing, to sleep with you. Shen Yi was not moved at all. Anyway, as long as I capture her, won't all the supernatural fruits be mine? And Murong Shui's words further strengthened Shen Yi's idea. She actually found a few supernatural fruits. It seems that this woman has a lot of opportunities. If she can promise me a few supernatural fruits casually, then she must have hidden more. Murong Shui was so angry at Shen Yi's stubborn attitude that she trembled. How could there be such a shameless man? Have you never seen a woman? Murong Shui didn't know that Shen Yi had a system that could unlock supplies, so she felt that Shen Yi's behavior was incomprehensible and unreasonable. I can give you some time to think about it, but not too long. Shen Yi said generously. Consider. Murong Shui sneered angrily, and then said, Aren't you afraid that I will stab you to death when you sleep in the same bed with me? I'm afraid, but I have a way to solve it. For example, you could take sleeping pills and make yourself unconscious. Shen Yi was naturally prepared. Among the pile of medicines he had looted from the hospital, there were hundreds of bottles of sleeping pills. Anyway, there is enough medicine. Murong Shui was dumbfounded. How did this shameless guy come up with such a shameless idea? How can he say these words without any shame? Let me take sleeping pills myself? Why don't you tell me to tie myself up again? Murong Shui felt that in her second life, she had seen all kinds of ugly human nature. But this was the first time she had seen someone as obsessed with women as Shen Yi, and so shameless. Refresh my cognition and gain new insights. She took a few deep breaths to suppress her anger. The defense was almost broken. The white fox tilted its little head, as if it was the first time it saw Murong Shui so angry. How about it? Have you thought about it? After about 10 minutes, Shen Yi, while eating fruit, sent out another invitation for double row. At the same time, his spiritual connection was also upgraded again. Your spiritual connection is upgraded to level 6. Spiritual connection. LV6, you can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual connections is 40, and the maximum connection distance is 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target with spiritual connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. From level 3 to level 6, the distance has exceeded 1 kilometer. This distance is no worse than that of ordinary walkie-talkies. If you continue to upgrade, 100 kilometers should not be difficult. With a connection distance of hundreds of kilometers, it will be very convenient to keep in touch when you go out. I've thought about it. I refuse. I don't want to fall in love in the apocalypse. Murong Shui also gave her own answer at this time. She did think about it for a few minutes. But, no matter how she thought about it, she felt it was not worth it. If I am reborn and have to rely on selling my body to survive, then wouldn't it be a waste of my rebirth? I didn't say I wanted to date you. If you don't want to, we could just have one time together. Shen Yi said. Unlock the rewards first. See what supplies this reborn can unlock for himself. Maybe the reward is extraordinary. Murong Shui was stunned when she heard Shen Yi's answer and said, "So, you came to me just to do that kind of thing?" She thought Shen Yi wanted to fall in love with her and then rely on the relationship to live in her shelter and share food. But she found that she thought Shen Yi was too smart. Feelings, there are only those dirty things in his mind. How much yellow garbage is in this brain to do such a thing? No wonder he died so early in his previous life. He must have died from this. Is this guy really Shun Su's biological brother? The circuits of thought are completely different. 8-2. You are not a man at all. So childish. This guy Shun Yi is so childish. How could a normal person, in a doomsday world, not think about ways to get food and water, not improve his strength, but instead think about women? How childish. And being childish is not scary. The scariest thing is that such a childish person has the ability to overturn the table. This made Murong Shui speechless. Do I really have to compromise with a childish guy like Shani? Otherwise, you can't really sleep with one eye open every day, right? Murong Shui had also thought about using Shun Yi's family to threaten him. But as soon as this thought came to her mind, she rejected it. Shun Yi has spatial and perceptual abilities, so it is easy for him to move his family. Not to mention, Shen Su's special abilities are not simple either. If the threat fails and instead forces Shun Su into a corner, that would be real trouble. So annoying. Murong Shui grabbed her hair anxiously. If Shun Yi wanted to fight her to the death, she wouldn't be so conflicted. The key is, the conditions Shun Yi proposed prevented her from risking her life, but she couldn't easily accept them. Choosing to compromise doesn't mean you have to risk your life. But this is hard for Murong Shui, who was reborn and has a proud character, to accept. But if he chose to fight to the death, Shun Yi would not confront him head-on, but would hide behind him and attack him secretly. This is even more uncomfortable. Just like now. Although the two had been talking on the phone, Murong Shui was still unable to determine where Shun Yi was hiding. This guy is incredibly cautious. Whenever he dared to appear in her sight, Murong Shui would consider giving a try. Looking at the anxious Murong Shui, Shun Yi was very calm. Now that the initiative is in his hands, he will definitely seek the greatest benefit. Sleeping with Murong Shui is just the first step. Once she really drugs herself to death, Shun Yi can plunder her stored supplies. This is cognitive bias. In Murong Shui's opinion, Shun Yi's behavior was like that of a sex-hungry ghost. Let's talk it over. Can't we change the terms? Murong Shui said tentatively, and added, "Besides, how do I know if you are lying to me? What if you kill me while I'm knocked out? I doubt your character. I can't trust you." Her suspicion was justified. Judging from Shun Yi's current behavior, he is really not a good person. After all, Murong Shui had helped his family, but he still wanted to attack Murong Shui. This is also one of the reasons why Murong Shui is unwilling to compromise. "I never thought of killing you," Shun Yi replied calmly. "After all, you are a reborn person, and the information you know is the most valuable resource for me. Killing you directly would also be a loss to me." At this moment, Shun Yi really had no intention of killing Murong Shui. "Your loss." Murong Shui's cheek twitched slightly, and she wanted to curse. Today was definitely the day when her defenses were broken the most. Encountered such a shameless person. Take a deep breath. Murong Shui directly cut off the mental connection. "Since we can't reach an agreement, let's fight." She didn't believe that Shun Yi really wanted to fight her to death over something like this. It's no good for anyone if the fish die and the net is broken. "Hang up again." Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. "Since you are not willing to compromise voluntarily, I will do it for you." Shun Yi looked down and saw a stone at his feet, then picked it up. The next second, he teleported to Murong Shui's residence and threw the stone at her. In the back, Murong Shui keenly noticed the movement behind her, turned around quickly, and shot the crossbow arrow instantly. However, this arrow missed. She only saw a flying stone, and Shun Yi's figure had disappeared without a trace. Instant movement without CD restrictions cannot be captured by the naked eye. The stone approached Murong Shui at a rapid speed, but just as it was about to hit her, it strangely hovered in the air. Murong Shui gripped the crossbow tightly and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect Shun Yi's sneak attack to come so quickly. This guy is so hostile to others. No hesitation at all. This is obviously a warning to myself. This time he threw stones. What about next time? Maybe it's a grenade. Murong Shui clenched her teeth, her face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. What kind of supernatural power is this? It's a bit like Lin Jiwei's gravity control. Shun Yi looked at the stone he threw suspended in the air, thoughtfully. If it's just gravity control, it will definitely not be able to stop the explosion of the grenade. But since Murong Shui is confident that she is not afraid of grenades, it shows that the strength of her supernatural powers is far more than that. Shun Yi took out a bottle of mineral water, drank it all, then took the empty bottle and teleported again to launch a sneak attack. He wanted to see who could last longer. Damn bastard. Murong Shui once again blocked the mineral water bottle that suddenly appeared and couldn't help but curse inwardly. She already understood Shun Yi's intention. This guy wants to consume his mental energy. Shun Yi didn't give Murong Shui much chance to breathe. The elusive sneak attacks followed one after another. Empty water bottles, stones, and even various debris would fly over from a certain angle from time to time. However, no matter from which direction the attack comes, Murong Shui can always block every attack accurately, without any flaws on her body. Only, as she continued to release her supernatural powers for defense, beads of sweat began to appear on Murong Shui's forehead. Obviously, using her supernatural powers over and over again consumes a lot of her energy. As for Shun Yi, he had probably consumed about 1/6 or 1/7 of his physical strength. This woman must be reaching her limit. He exhaled lightly, observed the sweaty Murong Shui through telepathy, and made a judgment in his mind. I have to say, this woman has strong abilities and combat awareness. There was no flaw in his body. No matter from which angle he attacked, he couldn't break through her defense. But when it comes to a protracted war, Shun Yi doesn't think he will lose. He teleported into the room again, threw out a piece of debris, and continued to consume Murong Shui's energy. After several consecutive sneak attacks, Murong Shui was so tired that she was panting and her face was slightly pale. Seeing this scene, Shun Yi once again forcibly established a mental connection. This time, the connection was successfully established with ease. It seems that using her supernatural power consumes her mental energy. Her abilities are probably psychic. Through the mental connection, Shun Yi sensed that Murong Shui's mental strength was obviously much weaker, and he secretly speculated in his heart. Then, he connected with her mentally and said calmly, "How long can your mental strength last? Just surrender. Shut up. If you have the guts, come out and fight me head on. What's the point of sneak attacks?" Murong Shui responded coldly, with suppressed anger in her tone. Shun Yi's attack method is so disgusting. The perception ability combined with the space ability is simply cheating. What's that? You'll soon be able to experience my abilities for yourself. Shun Yi didn't care. As he spoke, he suddenly launched another sneak attack. No moral ethics at all. Murong Shui was so furious. It's not that Shun Yi's sneak attack is so powerful. The objects he used for the sneak attack were just some garbage bags or something like that, which didn't do any harm when they hit him. But Murong Shui did not dare to be careless. What if it's a garbage bag this time, a stone next time, or even a grenade? This disgusting tactic even forced the usually calm Murong Shui to break down. She started cursing. "Asshole, you are not a man at all. Come out if you can. As long as you can beat me head on, I'll lie here and let you do whatever you want." 83. It's time to end the farce. If you have the ability, don't use your supernatural powers to defend yourself. Try to withstand my grenade with your physical body. If you can withstand it, I will leave now and never embarrass you again. Shun Yi said calmly. He was not angry at all because of Murong Shui's insults. After all, he didn't know what Murong Shui's trump card was, so he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to run out and confront her head on. What's more, the white fox that had been lying motionless on the sofa also made Shun Yi careful all the time. If you fail because of showing off, you'll be really stupid. Shameless. Murong Shui's face was pale. Obviously, she had overused her supernatural powers. But she knew in her heart that Shun Yi was right. This isn't a child's game. If Shun Yi really comes out to fight me head on, that would be stupid. Murong Shui originally wanted to provoke Shun Yi and make him reveal his flaws. However, this guy was extremely vigilant. Every time he threw something, he would teleport far away, making it completely impossible for him to capture his position. If she could lock on to Shun Yi's position, she wouldn't be so passive. I'll give you one more chance to think about it. If you're still unwilling to compromise, I might throw a grenade next time. Shun Yi issued another warning. As for why not use a pistol for a sneak attack, the reason is simple. Shooting requires aiming, and there will be a delay of several seconds. It would be dangerous if Murong Shui caught me because of this few seconds delay. There's no need to risk a full few seconds. In comparison, the current sneak attack method is safer. You can escape from the battlefield in an instant without any worries. It doesn't matter even if I can't sneak attack her. It is enough to keep Murong Shui in a state of mental tension at all times and use her supernatural powers constantly. At this time, hearing Shun Yi's warning, Murong Shui, who was already nervous, tightened the crossbow in her hand even more nervously. Her face was covered in sweat, and her complexion was as pale as paper, but her eyes were still as sharp as a knife. It was like a vicious wolf ready to pounce and bite Shun Yi at any time. This woman's willpower is too strong. He is indeed a reborn person. Even Shun Yi had to marvel at Murong Shui's tenacity. She is incredibly strong both physically and mentally. If it were an ordinary person, faced with such a desperate situation, he would have compromised long ago. But Murong Shui was still holding on. Obviously, my spirit has reached its limit. But she still refused to surrender, even if she died. A heroine. Fortunately, I'm not a good person, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to do it. Shun Yi murmured in a low voice. He has always been a decisive person. Once he makes a decision, he will carry it through to the end. Changing your orders every day will only lead to mistakes. Since Murong Shui has already been offended, there is no way he can ask for peace. Either she compromises today, or get rid of her completely today. Otherwise, if Murong Shui were allowed to leave with hatred, there would be endless troubles in the future. Even your own family may be in danger. Through telepathy, Shun Yi could clearly see that the aura emanating from Murong Shui's body was pure black. This strong hostility and murderous intent. If she's given any chance, she will definitely fight to the death with me. Because of this, it is even more impossible for Shun Yi to let her go. In between conversations, Shun Yi sneak attacked Murong Shui twice more. At this time, Murong Shui's face was as pale as paper, and she had to hold on to the sofa to barely stand. Obviously, she had already reached her limit. Damn it, if this continues, my spirit will collapse. Murong Shui was breathing heavily, and her face was as pale as paper. Because she has squeezed her mental power to the limit, her supernatural powers have broken through to level 2. This is overdrawing mental power to upgrade. This is the dumbest way to level up. But even so, it was of no avail for her after the breakthrough. Because her mental strength is no longer sufficient to support her to continue releasing her supernatural powers. Bang! Sudden, a bottle of water hit Murong Shui. She failed to defend against this sneak attack. Shun Yi's eyes narrowed. The opportunity has come. He quickly pulled out a grenade, but before taking action, he asked again, "Have you thought about it? This is the last chance." Shun Yi didn't want to take any more risks. If Murong Shui still refuses to compromise, then we have no choice but to solve this problem completely. Although the loss is a bit large, at least a major threat can be eliminated. Consider it. I'm testing you. Even if I let you come now, would you dare to sleep with me? Murong Shui leaned on the sofa and cursed coldly. Originally, she was just entangled and hesitant. But being teased by Shun Yi like this, she got really angry. Don't fight for the bread. Fight for your dignity. If she doesn't get rid of this anger today, her rebirth will be in vain. I'm so pissed off. Shun Yi didn't waste any words. He just teleported over and threw a bottle of sleeping pills. Murong Shui subconsciously defended herself, but when she saw that it was sleeping pills, she clenched her fists in anger. Asshole, come out if you can. Let me beat you up. As long as you are willing to stand there and let me beat you up, I will agree to your request. And I don't take medicine. Her words were a disguised compromise. I just want to vent my anger. But Shun Yi didn't care whether she was angry or not. He had no intention of putting himself in someone else's shoes. Isn't it enough to just make yourself happy? It's the end of the world, and you're still worrying about whether others are happy or wronged all day long. That would be too tiring. As a human being, you have to have double standards to feel good. It's impossible to beat me up, forget it. If you are willing to compromise, then let me see your sincerity. Shun Yi remained calm. Although he had consumed a lot of physical strength by using his supernatural powers frequently today, he found that he had become more proficient in teleportation. Really, you still have to use your superpowers more often to improve them. He can now even teleport dozens of meters into the sky continuously. As long as you use the second teleport immediately before falling, you can add up the distance. In other words, as long as you react fast enough, you can really go to heaven, even though it's useless. I asterisk 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 asterisk. Now, in a mental connection, Murong Shui cursed very badly. It was so dirty that Shun he almost cut off the connection unilaterally. Good job. I didn't expect such a beautiful and elegant lady could swear such dirty words. It seems that he is really angry. Come to think of it, if Shun he was teased like this by the bad guys, he would probably have a heart attack. Fortunately, I'm a bad guy. What a relief. Murong Shui cursed for a long time until her mouth became dry and she finally stopped. It seemed like she had let out a lot of energy in one breath, and even the black energy on her body dissipated slightly. She simply sat down on the sofa, no longer on guard against sneak attacks, and didn't say a word, just sitting there. But Shen-Yi did not dare to be careless. Who knows if Murong Shui is using herself as bait to lure me into the trap? He glanced out the window. The rain is getting heavier. It's time to end this farce. Shen-Yi held the grenade and used teleportation again. 8-4. Innate ex-holy body. Kill me if you can. If I could be reborn again, I would definitely settle the score with you first. Murong Shui noticed Shun-Yi's appearance, but she did not resist and just lay on the sofa defenselessly. Just start. But Shun-Yi did not let his guard down. He still kept a long distance from Murong Shui and was ready to use teleportation at any time. The closer we get to the final moment, the more we must not let our guard down. Okay, if you can be reborn, you can take revenge on me as you like, even abuse me. I will wait for you. Shun-Yi's tone was indifferent. He only looks at this world. Be it in this new life or in the next life, don't even think about scaring me. Since I dare to kill you, I'm not afraid of any damn retribution. Hearing Shun-Yi's words, Murong Shui's beautiful eyes moved, and she looked at him. Although I really want to kill this bastard with one knife. But I have to say, this bastard has a really good mentality. If you want to survive in this increasingly desperate world, you must at least have this mentality. Although Murong Shui hated Shun-Yi, she never said that he was a bad person from beginning to end. Why? Because she herself is not a good person either. She had killed people too. After living her life again, Murong Shui deeply understood that only those who are cruel and bad enough can live longer. This is the law of survival in the doomsday. If we don't talk about the hatred between them, she actually admires Shun-Yi's character. Cut the grass and root it out. Be free and do whatever you want. This is the kind of person Murong Shui imagines herself to be. She did the same in this life. As long as you take action, you will definitely silence them. Do whatever you want. For example, before the doomsday began, she borrowed more than 100 million yuan through various channels and built a doomsday villa. But she never thought about paying back the money. Those creditors had contacted her before, wanting to seek refuge there, but Murong Shui was too lazy to reply to them and simply blocked them all. It's the end of the world anyway, so let the deadbeats be deadbeats. Do they really dare to block my door? If they really dare to come, just kill them all to prevent future troubles. After a few minutes of silence, Murong Shui suddenly asked, "Did you gain any physical enhancement abilities?" "Want to know? Become my woman and I'll tell you." He was still considering whether to throw a grenade, because he saw that Murong Shui's hostility suddenly dissipated a lot. The black air slowly turned into gray air, even mixed with a hint of white air. What's going on? For some reason, he is no longer hostile to me. A congenitally masochistic holy body? The mood changes so fast, it's weirder than Cthulhu. You have already used 3 abilities, which proves that you can't have any physical enhancement abilities. Could it be a drug that can increase physical strength in a short period of time? Murong Shui looked at Shun-Yi and analyzed thoughtfully. This scene does not give any sign that the two were fighting for their lives just a few minutes ago. You mean, everyone only has 3 powers? Shun-Yi frowned and captured the key information. He already knew this information through Lin Jue, but Shun-Yi always believed that as long as he acquired the ability to evolve his physical body, he would be able to accommodate more abilities. Same with everyone. But from what Murong Shui, the reborn person, said, it seems that the upper limit of human superpowers in the previous life was also 3. Could it be that no one ate the fruit of physical evolution in the previous life? Since Murong Shwe mentioned that there is a physical enhancement ability, it stands to reason that physical evolution should also be included. If other people also eat the fruit of physical evolution, they should be able to accommodate more than 3 superpowers. Unless the fruit of physical evolution is so rare that even Murong Shwe, a reborn person, has never heard of it. Of course, there's another possibility. That is, Murong Shwe was too useless in her previous life, and she might not have come into contact with any strong people at all, so she doesn't know much information. This possibility is very high. If she was very awesome in her previous life, she probably wouldn't be reborn. Murong Shwe didn't know what Shun Yi was thinking at the moment. She remembered very clearly that the most powerful person in her previous life could only obtain 3 superpowers at most. Some people have tried to obtain the 4th superpower, but their bodies exploded. Therefore, Murong Shwe is very sure that humans can only have 3 superpowers at most. At least that's what she knew. Shun Yi has currently demonstrated perception abilities, mental abilities, and spatial abilities, which makes 3 abilities in total. If he has another ability to strengthen his physique, then he has 4 abilities. This is impossible. Then there's only one other possibility. Shun Yi raised the level of his spatial ability, and it reached at least level 5 or 6, so his physical energy consumption was reduced, and he could use it without hesitation. But this is also incredible. Murong Shwe was forced into a desperate situation and overdrawn her mental strength before she managed to upgrade her ability to level 2. However, upgrading space-related abilities is several times more difficult than upgrading one's own abilities. The stronger the ability, the rarer it is, and the more difficult it is to upgrade to a higher level. Especially in the space and time departments, it is very difficult to upgrade one level, let alone reach level 5 or 6 in just half a month. It is impossible to level up so fast, even with cheats. If it were really so easy to upgrade rare and powerful superpowers, humans wouldn't have almost become extinct. Murong Shwe remembered very clearly that the famous psychics in her previous life all possessed very common elemental powers. Because the common supernatural powers are easier to upgrade. At a higher level, you can use numbers to crush space and time abilities. For example, ice-type abilities. High-level ice-type ability users can freeze hundreds of meters of space with ease. Ordinary space ability users can only teleport dozens of meters and are no match for ice ability users. That is why Murong Shwe didn't understand what Shun Yi's current situation was. Since he already possesses 3 superpowers, it is impossible for him to obtain a 4th superpower to enhance his physical condition. It is even more impossible to raise the level of spatial ability so quickly. So now there are only 2 possibilities. First, there's a person with recovery or enhancement abilities who is restoring his strength and enhancing his abilities. This possibility is very low because Murong Shwe did not sense any other psychics nearby. Then there's only the second possibility left. Shun Yi should have taken some medicine or fruit that can improve his physical strength for a short period of time. She had actually heard of this kind of item in her previous life. It is also a relatively rare resource, and it only gradually appeared over the past 2 months of the apocalypse. And as soon as it appeared, it was controlled by those powerful psychics in the shelter. If Shun Yi has this kind of fruit or medicine now, then he is too lucky. Who is the one who is reborn? I have lived a new life and know so many opportunities, but I am still not as strong as an ordinary and unknown person in my previous life. Could it be that this guy wasn't actually dead in his previous life, but was just hiding his abilities? He is actually a very powerful person? As she thought about it, Murong Shwe felt something was wrong when she looked at Shun Yi. 85. Being restrained actually increases favorability. Murong Shwe originally planned to fight a protracted battle with Shun Yi. She planned to rely on her powerful mental strength to slowly consume Shun Yi's strength and kill him. After all, the stronger the superpower, the more it consumes. Shun Yi has been using spatial and perceptual abilities. Logically speaking, his consumption should be much greater than mine. However, Murong Shwe never expected that Shun Yi's physical strength would be so amazing. Not only did he not show any signs of fatigue, but he pushed himself into a desperate situation. It was this abnormal situation that made Murong Shwe realize that things were not simple. Even if his rebirth brought about some butterfly effect, it would not make Shun Yi, an ordinary and unknown person in his previous life, become so powerful in this life. Unless He already possessed great power in his previous life. However, he never revealed his true strength, but hid in the dark, silently. Judging from Shun Yi's cautious and cunning behavior when he attacked him, this possibility is very high. Only this can explain why he is so powerful in this life. That's right. A person can only have 3 superpowers at most. At least I've never heard of anyone having a 4th superpower. Amidst her thoughts, Murong Shui answered Shun Yi's question. This is the advantage of being reborn. She knows more. No matter how strong Shun Yi is, he has to ask her for advice. Thinking of this, Murong Shui couldn't help but feel a little proud. Shun Yi was thoughtful. His eyes fell on Murong Shui. Since you know that I already have 3 superpowers, why did you give me the superpower fruit before? You want me to die? That's right. Murong Shui admitted it without any reservation. Since you threatened me, why can't I plot against you? Shun Yi couldn't help but laugh. This woman is indeed not a good person. In this case, I won't have any psychological burden for my subsequent actions. Although he never felt guilty. Next, Shun Yi suddenly teleported and shortened the distance between himself and Murong Shui. At the same time, he directly activated the shadow binding, freezing Murong Shui and Baihu in place. It just so happened that the lights were on in Murong Shui's house, which met the conditions for shadow binding. Murong Shui, who was frozen, widened her eyes and looked at Shun Yi in disbelief. What's going on? This is another supernatural power. The 4th superpower. He actually has 4 superpowers. Rather than fear, Murong Shui was more shocked and unbelievable. She had just sworn that each person could only possess 3 superpowers at most. As a result, Shun Yi used his 4th supernatural power. This guy, what on earth is going on? Although your calculations are good, they are useless in the face of absolute strength. Shun Yi said calmly. After completely restraining the man and the fox, he felt much more at ease. But what surprised Shun was that the energy consumed by restraining the white fox was twice as much as restraining Murong Shui. This shows that this white fox is much stronger than Murong Shui. Really, this woman's trump card is related to this fox. But I don't know what the white fox's abilities are. Shun Yi stared at the white fox for a while, then turned to Murong Shui. In this situation, can you still turn the tables? As he spoke, he was still ready to teleport away at any time. If Murong Shui can break free, even if she is powerful, I will not provoke her today. Certainly, the reason why Shun Yi dared to get closer was because he sensed that Murong Shui had very little hostility towards him, and even had a hint of goodwill towards him. Especially now that she was tied up by herself, her favorability towards him actually increased a little. The more this masochist is abused, the more favorable he becomes, right? At this time, although Murong Shui was unable to move, her heart was filled with turmoil. Why does this man have 4 superpowers? How'd he do it? Even stronger than me, a reborn person. I can't understand it. I totally can't understand it. No wonder I am no match for him. No wonder this guy is so strong. He might actually have the ability to strengthen his physical constitution. Since I can break through the human body's limit and obtain the 4th superpower, it is possible to obtain the 5th. Thinking of this, Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi with a little more passion in her eyes. If I could also break through the upper limit of a human body and gain the 4th, 5th, or even 6th superpower, then my strength will definitely increase dozens of times. The reason why Murong Shui has only obtained 2 superpowers so far is not because she can only find 2 superpower fruits, but she didn't want to awaken some useless superpowers and limit her own abilities. Murong Shui's goal is to raise her upper limit and become stronger than she was in her previous life, so she selectively chooses powerful superpowers to obtain. But if Shun Yi can help me break through the limit, then I won't have to be restricted and can just stack all the abilities together. Anyway, having 1 more superpower is definitely not a bad thing. Thinking about it this way, having a relationship with Shun Yi is no big deal. Even living together is fine. Murong Shui can accept a man as long as he can make her stronger. There is nothing wrong with her sexual orientation, nor does she hate the opposite sex. The reason why she doesn't have a boyfriend is because her standards are too high and she hasn't found any man she likes. Especially after her rebirth, Murong Shui's vision has become higher. She looks down on ordinary men, even those men in her previous life who possessed powerful superpowers and status. As long as she wants, she can easily kill those people. This is why Murong Shui doesn't want to find a burden. In her opinion, Finding a man is just finding a burden for herself, right? But the strength shown by Shun, he made her change her mind. Fuck. Murong Shui, you masochist. Shun Yi looked at Murong Shui and found that the hostility in her had almost completely disappeared, replaced by a neutral gray aura. And in the gray, there is also a lot of white. In just a few tens of seconds, her favorability rating soared. I didn't do anything and was even prepared to use violence. But Murong Shui became more and more fond of me. There's a problem. This woman has a big problem. The harder you are on her, the more favorable she will be to him, right? Do you want to try slapping her a few times? Shun Yi pondered for a moment, then teleported backwards while freeing himself from the shadow restraints. You want to see what Murong Shui was thinking about. Given Murong Shui's current friendly attitude, she shouldn't suddenly attack. As for the white fox, he still controlled it. To prevent the fox from having any means to attack him. I agree to your request. You can sleep with me. But after sleeping with me, you have to help me gain more superpowers. As soon as the restraints were removed, Murong Shui immediately stood up and stared at Shun Yi with fiery eyes. As long as I can improve my strength and become the king in the doomsday, what does it matter if I get slept with? The body is also the capital for becoming stronger. Murong Shui is no longer a naive little girl of 16 or 17 years old. The reason why she has never had a boyfriend is because she feels that they are not worthy of her and cannot bring her enough benefits. If she needs money, she has it. She is not bad as long as she has status. There is absolutely no need to depend on men. After the apocalypse in her previous life, although she had a hard time, she was able to survive with her own strength without relying on men. So I haven't found a man. She didn't want to look for it in this life. But the secret of Shun Yi made her change her mind. Being with Shun Yi can make you stronger. That's enough. Shun Yi was silenced by Murong Shui's words. He is indeed worthy of being a reborn person. As long as the interests are big enough, everything can be negotiated. Even if you want to kill me 1 second, you'll be willing to sleep with me the next. Through telepathy, Shun Yi was very sure that Murong Shui was not plotting against him. She is really willing to trade her body. 86. Modify cognition, time ability. As long as you can help me gain more superpowers, I will be your woman in the future, and I will also use the secret information I knew in my previous life to help you become stronger. Murong Shui said seriously. As long as we are strong enough, we will have the final say in Shansheng from now on. No, it's not just Shansheng. We can make the decision for the entire Xia kingdom, and even the whole world. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers who are not of the same race? Murong Shui's eyes were filled with passion and enthusiasm. Obviously, she is not a person who is content with her lot, and she is not just trying to survive. Her ambition is even greater than Shun Yi's. She wants to be the king in the doomsday, become the overlord, and even control the whole world. Shun Yi finally understood why Murong Shui's attitude suddenly changed. Because what she cares about is not herself, but her power to break through the upper limit of superpowers. What Murong Shui wants is power, not emotion. Rule the world? You're such a middle school student. Shun Yi complained in his mind, but held back and didn't say it out loud. In the apocalypse, it doesn't seem strange to have this idea, especially since Murong Shui is a reborn person and has experienced the suffering of doomsday. It is normal for her to have ambitions. But he didn't expect that her ambition was so big. Don't you want to? Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi calmly. If Shun Yi had no ambition and just wanted to live a miserable life like he did in his previous life, then she would really look down on him. A man without ambition can be thrown away after use. Or, when my strength surpasses his, I can keep him in captivity and just provide him with food and drink every day, which can be considered as a way of repaying him. Well, this method works. After all, I am not a heartless woman, and I can be more tolerant towards my first man. In a short period of time, many thoughts emerged in Murong Shui's mind. The aura around her was also constantly changing, eventually becoming dominated by white and gray. Shun Yi saw this scene and confirmed that Murong Shui had no intention of taking action. So he slowly said, "First tell me what your special ability and trump card are." Murong Shui hesitated for a moment, glanced at the white fox that was still immobilized on the sofa, and then said, "My ability is mental telekinesis, and my mental power has also been strengthened. I can passively sense danger and can also detect the prying of perception-type abilities. Also, I can release my telekinesis to protect my body and block all attacks." If I use my full mental power, I can block bullets, and even grenade explosions can't hurt me. So strong? Shen Yi raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised. Murong Shue's special ability can be used for both attack and defense, which is very comprehensive. It is no worse than my own teleportation. No wonder she was so confident that she wasn't afraid of grenades. But Shen Yi didn't think this was Murong Shue's trump card. As a reborn person, it is impossible for her to have only one superpower. What else? Shen Yi continued to ask. Murong Shui paused for a moment and said, my second ability is also spiritual. I can change a person's cognition and thinking through my eyes. Shen Yi was suddenly shocked. Oh shit, is there such a shameless ability? If he fell into the trap accidentally, he might become Murong Shue's puppet or slave. And I'm totally unaware of it. After all, cognition is modified. This is much more terrifying than hypnosis in the movies. Suddenly, Shen Yi looked at Murong Shui with a much more vigilant look. He really is worthy of being a guy who has lived a second life. Murong Shui noticed Shen Yi's attitude and explained, don't worry. The level of my ability is very low, and it is almost impossible to directly change a person's thinking unless the other party does not resist at all. At present, I just use it as a perception ability. For example, I can focus my powerful mental power on my eyes, and then I can penetrate the black fog and obstacles and sense the existence of objects. Of course, the premise is that this object has spiritual fluctuations. As she spoke, Murong Shue's eyes slowly turned into a charming red, looking extremely strange. Shen Yi immediately looked away and did not meet her gaze. He was not sure whether Murong Shue's words were true or false. After all, there was no real trust between them. You can even say there is hatred. After all, Shen Yi almost forced Murong Shui to death before. She also knows that superpowers can be upgraded. It seems that in the previous life, this was no longer a secret. Shen Yi was curious about how other psychics improve their ability levels. But he wanted to know more about Murong Shue's trump card. Although these two abilities are powerful, they're definitely not all her trump cards. Otherwise, why would she dare to think of ruling the world? So what's your trump card? Don't tell me you don't have one. Shen Yi asked. The enchanting red in Murong Shue's pupils faded away. She looked at the white fox on the sofa and said, Xiao Bai, it is my last resort to save my life. Shen Yi also looked at the white fox. He had previously guessed that this white fox was no ordinary person, but he was not sure what abilities a fox could have that could be used as a trump card by a reborn person. Xiao Bai, its ability is of the time type. Just like your space type, it is very rare, and in a sense, it is even stronger than the space type. Facing Shen Yi's gaze, Murong Shui explained in detail. Xiaobai can control time to a certain extent. For example, it can make your body's time flow faster, thereby consuming your lifespan. Shen Yi was shocked. This ability was simply incredible. A fox actually has such a supernatural power. Is this reasonable? I feel like he's stronger than me, who's cheating. And Xiaobai's time ability is not just that. It can also pause a person's time, just like the ability you use to freeze Xiaobai and me just now. However, after Xiaobai pauses time, the person being frozen will not feel the passage of time. When the time stop ends, he will still think he is in the same place as a few minutes ago. Murong Shui paused and continued. Of course, the ability of the time system is more than that. When Xiaobai mutates to be stronger, it can also make a person's time flow backwards. For example, if your body is seriously injured or even dead, but as long as your body is rewound back to the time before you died, you'll be resurrected. Why? Shen Yi frowned. This is fucking cheating. It's such a shame. It can attack, control, and assist. This is too comprehensive. Fine. Fortunately, this ability definitely has great limitations. Or maybe the white fox is simply unable to use this ability at the moment. Otherwise, Shen Yi would have been caught long ago. Fortunately, Shen Yi was always very vigilant and did not give the white fox any chance. Understanding Shen Yi's shock, Murong Shui explained, although the time ability is very powerful, it also has great limitations. At least Xiaobai has to touch you before he can use his ability on you. Besides, because the time ability is very strong, even if it is not used, it consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. Xiaobai is resting and recovering almost every moment. Otherwise, he might be exhausted to death. This is the price Xiaobai has to pay for his weak abilities. If he upgrades a few more times, Xiaobai's body won't be able to sustain it. Really, The stronger the power, the greater the limitations. It's like teleportation, which consumes a lot of physical energy. Even if ordinary people obtain teleportation, they cannot use it as frequently as Shen. Even an adult with a strong physique can only teleport 7 or 8 times a day at most. What's the point? It's so hard to escape. But if the level is raised, the time and space abilities will be very powerful. Especially the time ability. Maybe you don't even need to touch. You can directly freeze a person's time and kill a person's time. It's outrageous. 87. How to upgrade spatial abilities. Shen-Yi looked at the white fox with only vigilance, not envy. Although its time ability is indeed powerful, the cost is too high. If I had acquired this ability from the beginning, I might not even be able to leave the dormitory building. I also have to worry that my body won't be able to hold on and will break apart at any time. Not worth it. What is the difference between having superpowers that cannot be used casually and having no superpowers at all? Just like now, Shen-Yi can kill the white fox at any time. It doesn't even have the power to resist. The development cycle is too long. Not suitable for Shen-Yi. I will think about this powerful supernatural power when my physique is strong enough in the future. And Shen-Yi doubted whether there was any time-related supernatural fruit. Even if there is, it may be a split-time ability like his own teleportation, and it is impossible to be as comprehensive as the white fox. You know, the directions of mutation in animals and humans are completely different. Murong Shui is very frank. At least the card she revealed really shocked Shen-Yi. Even if Shen-Yi is very cautious, he might still fall into the trap. If it were any other person with superpowers, he might have been ambushed without even realizing it. What other cards do you have? Tell me all at once. Shen-Yi looked at Murong Shui. He didn't believe that Murong Shui had no other cards. No, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Murong Shui looked helpless and didn't seem to be lying. Certainly, I also know where some supernatural fruits will appear in the future. This is also my trump card. Shen-Yi didn't quite believe it. He didn't believe that Murong Shui had told him all her cards. She must have a secret, but the aura of Murong Shui was wider than before, and it was obvious that there was no hostility or calculation in her. Even if she really had a secret, it probably wasn't to plot against me. In this case, Shen-Yi did not ask any further questions. The information he had learned so far had already shocked him. If I didn't have the system, I would definitely not be a match for Murong Shui, the reborn person, even with the system. If Murong Shui really had a trump card and was determined to fight to the death, Shen-Yi was not sure he could take her down without getting hurt. Fortunately, there is no need to fight to the death now. As long as he develops well, Shen-Yi is confident that he can surpass Murong Shui, because she has a limit on her abilities. But I don't. Although I don't know the specific reason. This is an opportunity. With so many thoughts in mind, Shen-Yi asked a question that he had been curious about before. How do I upgrade my supernatural powers? You do not know? Murong Shui was stunned and looked at Shen-Yi in confusion. Judging from the strength of the supernatural power displayed by Shen-Yi, it is definitely not at level 1. Just the psychic ability that was communicating with me was definitely not level 1. Otherwise, the communication distance would be very close, and I could easily capture it. But Shen-Yi's call distance was over 100 meters, or even farther. This cannot be achieved by a first-level supernatural power. I only know one way, which is to eat fruits of the same type to level up. As Shen-Yi spoke, he casually took out a handful of fruit from the system space and started eating. Eat some fruit to calm down first. By the way, let Murong Shui, this arrogant woman, know that she has the ability. As expected, Murong Shui showed a surprised expression. So many supernatural fruits? All of the same type? How did you get them? Even if there are plant-type mutants who can cultivate it, it's impossible. She was stunned. Who is this guy, Shen-Yi? Be perverted. Seeing Murong Shui's stunned expression, Shen-Yi was very satisfied and continued. Answer my question first. Murong Shui looked at Shen-Yi deeply, and then said, eating the same type of supernatural fruit can indeed increase the level of supernatural power. But this is the hardest and best way to upgrade. The difficulty is that it is very difficult to find the same type of supernatural fruit. After all, supernatural fruits are a very rare resource. Even after a few months, they're still rare. There are benefits, too. That is, you can eat the supernatural fruit to level up, and you don't need to consider any other issues. Other questions? Shen-Yi was puzzled. Yeah. Murong Shui nodded slightly and said, just like just now, The reason why my mental power was able to upgrade was because I overdrew my mental power, even my vitality, and almost lost half my life, so I barely upgraded it. This kind of upgrade is very risky, and each upgrade will be more dangerous than the last. It is easy to lose your life during the upgrade process. And this risky upgrade method is also likely to leave sequelae and side effects. Of course, it's also because my mental power is relatively rare and powerful, so it's difficult to upgrade. If it were other elemental powers, it would be a little easier, but it's definitely not simple. At least it's much harder than eating the supernatural fruit directly. In other words, similar to honing oneself to the extreme, one's supernatural powers can be upgraded. Shen Yi pondered. This upgrade method is very similar to what Lin Jiwei had speculated before. There's something about that crazy woman. Almost. Morong Shui nodded. Besides this, are there any other ways to upgrade? I don't know how to upgrade all the superpowers, because each superpower has a different upgrade method. Morong Shui shook her head slightly and explained, for example, fire-type psychics. I heard that if you want to level up, you need to increase your affinity with flames, such as close contact with flames, or something like that. Anyway, in my previous life, I heard that a fire-type psychic burned himself half to death in order to increase his level. The only way to level up that everyone knows is to eat fruits of the same type, and to push your own abilities to the limit, breaking through between life and death. However, I also heard a piece of news in my previous life that the United States seems to have gathered the world's top scientists to develop a genetic drug that can help people with special abilities evolve, but also has certain side effects. I don't know if it's true. After all, I never left the mountain city in my previous life. Shen Yi understood. So that's how it is. Other upgrade methods are much riskier than directly eating fruits. Fortunately, I have a material system, so I can upgrade by destroying fruits without getting hurt. However, it took the United States gathering the world's top scientists to develop genetic medicine. It seems that this woman Lin Jiwei did it all by herself. Is she so perverted? So what happened to her in her previous life? Why didn't you help Xia country develop genetic medicine? Have you heard the name Lin Jiwei? Shen Yi asked tentatively. No, who is she? Morong Shui was puzzled. It sounded like a woman's name. Really? Since she is not famous, either Lin Jiwei's identity is kept absolutely secret, or something happened to her in her previous life, and she died in the research institute and was unable to make any contribution. In this life, it might be because Shun Yi happened to appear that she was able to survive. Come to think of it, given this woman's madness and her obsession with genetic research, even if she is very smart, it would be easy for something to go wrong. If you escape once, but cannot escape the second time, you will die sooner or later. Even with Shun Yi's protection, she almost got herself killed today. Putting these things aside for the moment, Shun Yi continued to ask, do you know how to upgrade your spatial ability? In addition to eating the same type of fruit, there are other ways to upgrade it. If the level of teleportation can be raised, both the means of saving lives and attacking can be improved. Otherwise, you would have to pause every time you teleport. If you encounter any powerful mutant monster, this pause of less than 1 second could cause something bad to happen. 88. Morong Shui was slightly shocked again. I don't know either. Morong Shui shook her head and explained, space abilities are extremely rare. Even though I lived in the apocalypse for more than half a year in my previous life, I've only heard of 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, they are not strong and are not as disgusting as you. As for the upgrade method, I have never heard of it. But the upgrade method of spatial ability must be very difficult. After all, its strength is far beyond other abilities. Only by experiencing it yourself, you will know how unstoppable Shun Yi's instant movement is. Although the destructive power is not strong, the intensity is definitely not low. Even though there's a brief pause between each teleportation, how many people can catch that gap of less than a second? After hearing Morong Shui's answer, Shun Yi suddenly felt sorry. Although my teleportation is very powerful now, if it remains stuck at level 1, its strength will gradually fail to keep up with the times. I can only hope for system rewards to see if I can unlock the fruit of instant teleportation. As for the method of upgrading by squeezing one's own limits, Shun Yi did not want to try it. If you go too far, it will be more trouble than it is worth. However, Shun Yi caught a key point. You only lived for half a year in your previous life. It's more than half a year, and even half a year is still amazing. Morong Shui emphasized this sentence, and then argued. There were originally more than 30 million people in Shanshong, but only less than 4 million were left half a year later. This shows how cruel this doomsday is. Do you think there will be military rescue in the future? Nothing. Nothing at all. All the survivors of the mountain city can only rely on themselves to survive. At this point, her expression suddenly became serious, and she added, "Also, there is a particularly terrifying mutant tree in the mountain city. In half a year, it will devour the entire mountain city. That disaster is why I died. Otherwise, even in the worst conditions, I can still live for at least 3 to 5 years." Listening to Murong Shue's words, Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. It was that big tree again. Sure enough, it is a huge threat. So, you have never left the mountain city in your previous life, and the space ability users you have heard of are only in the mountain city? Shun Yi asked. Well, although there will be ways to communicate with other cities in the future, communication is not convenient. So there's basically no communication between major cities. I don't know much about other cities. The underlying meaning of her words is that, although it is not much, it is there. Don't treat me like trash. Shun Yi nodded slightly, then asked in confusion. Since you know that the mountain city will be swallowed by the tree in the future, why don't you leave in advance? Does Murong Shui have any other means to fight against the mutated tree? Or can they avoid the crisis of destruction? I don't know the situation in other cities. If I go there early and encounter stronger mutant monsters, it will be even more troublesome. Murong Shui had also considered moving early, but the idea was quickly rejected. After all, the mountain city was the city where she had lived for more than half a year in her previous life. She knew exactly where many mutant monsters appeared and could easily avoid them. She also has a general idea of the locations of some supernatural fruits. As long as you have these supernatural fruits in your hands, you will be able to train your subordinates more easily in the future. If you go to another unfamiliar city, you'll have to start from scratch. Maybe my life is even worse than the previous life. After all, even the city that she thought would be safer in the future was still in turmoil and was not safe. Peace will only come when humans unite and eliminate most of the mutated monsters. In short, it's dangerous everywhere outside now, no matter which city it is, and it's not just the mutant animals and plants that are dangerous. Humans are just as dangerous. Murong Shui finished her words and looked at Shun Yi. She herself encountered Shun Yi, a dangerous human being. If Shun Yi had not coveted his body and had not killed him, one of them would have died and the other would have been injured. Even dying together is not impossible. Shun Yi is not a good person, and Murong Shui is even less so. The two have similar personalities in some ways. Whenever they have the chance, they will nip the problem in the bud and solve the problem. Don't give me any hints. Shun Yi didn't feel ashamed. Then he glanced at the white fox on the sofa and asked, "Can you keep it under control after I let it go? If it doesn't work, I'll kill him." "Yes, Xiaobai is very smart and can understand what I say," Murong Shui said immediately. Xiaobai's ability is one of the most important aids in his future, and he must not give up easily. Shun Yi glanced at the white fox and realized that it did not have any strong hostility, so he loosened the shadow restraints. The white fox stood up and looked at Shun Yi vigilantly, but did not approach him. Obviously, it was also afraid of Shun Yi. So smart. Shun Yi was a little surprised. He actually saw a human expression in a fox's eyes. Well, Xiaobai is very smart. Murong Shui walked over, picked up the white fox, and gently stroked its head. The white fox also lay very relaxedly in her arms, without struggling, closing his eyes and beginning to rest again. This fox is like a sickly person without any vitality at all. This is the side effect of the powerful time-related ability. It seems that animals mutate in more ways than just their bodies. Shun Yi seemed to be thinking about something. The mutation of this white fox is more like another kind of evolution. It has acquired superpowers, can maintain its sanity, will not attack people at will, and has a very high IQ. This type of mutation is still very rare. Shun Yi has only seen the white fox so far. Well, let's get down to business then. Shun Yi looked at Murong Shui and spoke. It wasn't that he was simply lusting after beauty, although Murong Shui's appearance and figure were indeed the most perfect he had ever seen. But Shun Yi's main purpose is to unlock the system reward before Murong Shui becomes hostile to him. Murong Shui is a woman whose mood changes very quickly, and she is extremely ambitious. Such ambitious people, whether men or women, are dangerous. Shun Yi would definitely not bring her back to his home easily in the future and would not trust her easily. Murong Shui has the ability to change people's thinking and cognition. If she were to plot against other women or family members, he would have no way to defend himself. Can you come back later? Murong Shui paused, looked at Shun Yi, and explained, let's go to Shanqing University first. I know that a supernatural fruit will mature in the next 2 days. If I were to do something like that, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the strength to deal with the dangers in the black fog. If Murong Shui hadn't recovered some of her mental strength during the chat, she would have had difficulty even standing up at this moment. Even so, her current condition is not very good. Although the battle with Shun Yi upgraded her abilities, it also consumed a lot of energy. Shun Yi also consumed a lot of energy, especially since he had been using shadow binding to immobilize the white fox, and his physical strength was constantly being lost. That's fine. Let's eat something first. Okay, I'll go get some canned meat. Murong Shui said this and stood up to get the food. Shun Yi raised his hand to stop her, and then took out 3 roast chickens and 2 large bottles of white silk coke from the system space. Canned meat can't compare to the aroma of fresh roast chicken, especially with a carb drink. Shun Yi had consumed a lot of energy today, so he was really hungry and had a strong appetite. The ability to store food? You actually have 2 space-related abilities? Murong Shui immediately showed a look of surprise. 89. If you compromise once, you will compromise countless times. Space-related abilities are extremely rare. In her previous life, Murong Shui lived for more than half a year, but she had only heard of him and had never even seen him. But the end of this world had only just begun half a month ago, and Shun Yi had already obtained 2. Murong Shui was completely numb. Numb with shock. How can someone be so lucky? As for the supernatural powers that Shun Yi has displayed so far, even half a year later, they're still very rare and very practical. With so many supernatural powers and the ability to use them at will without worrying about physical exhaustion, it's no wonder he wants a woman. When life is comfortable and there is no worry about food and drink, apart from supernatural fruits, only women can make a normal man's heart beat, right? Survival of the fittest and liking beautiful things are both human nature. Among those supernatural beings who lived a better life in their previous lives, who didn't have several women. Some powerful female psychics even keep several men. In the doomsday world, the strong are respected. If you have the ability, you can do whatever you want. The only thing that can limit desires is weak strength. Shun Yi didn't explain anything to Murong Shui. He just ate roast chicken and drank coke. It feels so damn good to overeat when you're hungry. Plus, he would soon get another supernatural fruit, which made Shun Yi even more satisfied. This is one of the benefits brought by Murong Shui. Future information, material information. If we kill her directly, there will definitely be no such benefits. Murong Shui didn't hesitate to pour herself a glass of coke and took a chicken leg to eat. In her opinion, she and Shun Yi are in a cooperative relationship. Moreover, he could provide a lot of food himself, so eating Shun Yi's chicken was not considered a bargain. It smells so good. It feels like I haven't eaten such fresh and delicious chicken in a long time. Murong Shui couldn't help but sigh while biting the chicken leg. Almost everyone who has eaten fresh roasted chicken says it tastes great. Shun Yi also thinks so. I always feel that the supplies unlocked by the system are completely different from those bought from restaurants. Leave all your supplies with me, Shun Yi said casually while eating chicken. If Murong Shui is not polite to him, he will not be polite to Murong Shui either. As long as you have control over all her supplies, you will have to take this woman into consideration, even if she has ambitions. All right. Murong Shui hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. She remembered that the spatial ability to store items seemed to prevent food from rotting and being affected by the black fog. Although I live on the 18th floor and the black fog won't grow that high, it's better to be prepared. Being able to use space powers to store food is something many people would envy. And Shun Yi's tone didn't sound like he was discussing this with her. It was no use if she disagreed. After, the two of them ate and drank their fill. Shun Yi collected all the food and equipment stored by Murong Shui, including drinks and various alcoholic beverages, etc., into the system space. By the way, he also scanned the room again with telepathy to confirm that nothing was missed, and only then was he satisfied. Murong Shui didn't say a word the whole time. But Shun Yi also discovered that there were many potted plants in Murong Shui's house. There are in the bedroom, in the living room, in the kitchen, and there are even several on the balcony. Before, Shun Yi just thought that Murong Shui, a doomsday enthusiast, like to grow some flowers and plants. But now that I know she is reborn, these flowers and plants are definitely not simple. In particular, Shun-Yi looked carefully and found that all the flowers and plants were normal plants, and there was not a single mutated one. That is to say, these plants may all produce supernatural fruits. It can be seen that Murong Shui definitely collected these plants specifically. Thinking of this, Shun-Yi looked at Murong Shui and asked, "How many supernatural fruits do you have now?" "Just two, not many. Most of these plants haven't grown psychic fruits yet, and you may not know that not all non-mutated plants will produce psychic fruits." Murong Shui naturally noticed Shun-Yi's gaze and explained. Immediately, she urged, "It's getting dark. Let's get going as soon as possible." "Yes, but before you leave, give me all the supernatural fruits you have stored now." Shun-Yi directly reached out for it. Respect? Human rights? Equality? None of them exist. This family only needs one person to make the decision. Murong Shui frowned immediately. "We're just partners. You haven't provided me with any help yet, but you want all my things?" All the stored supplies were taken away, and she was already feeling a little uncomfortable. Now he wants his own supernatural fruit. This is a bit too much. "Give me." Shun-Yi didn't waste any words and just looked at Murong Shui. Murong Shui didn't say anything, just stared at him. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became cold. The white fox seemed to have sensed something was wrong. It opened its beautiful eyes and stared at Shun-Yi vigilantly. But Shun-Yi didn't peed on it at all. It's just a beast. If you can't tell the difference between a big king and a small king, just kill it. Although he was wary of the white fox's time ability, it didn't mean Shun-Yi was afraid of it. The time ability has huge limitations, and in terms of practicality, it is not as good as binding your own shadow. Certainly, Shun-Yi did not completely believe the information revealed by Murong Shui. Perhaps the white fox's special ability could also be released over a long distance. But even if Murong Shui lied to him, Shun-Yi would be able to dodge in the first place, because he always kept a certain safe distance from the white fox. From the beginning to the end, he never completely trusted Murong Shui, because Murong Shui is very similar to herself. The same cruelty, the same recklessness, the same villain succeeding. Shun-Yi often lamented his own insidiousness, so he deeply understood that Murong Shui, who was very similar to him, was also insidious, and he had to be extra careful. Final. After the confrontation between the two, Murong Shui finally made concessions. Once you compromise for the first time, there will be a second time, a third time. From a moment she decided to make a deal with Shun-Yi, it was her first compromise. "I can give you a superpower fruit first, but you have to tell me how you broke through the limits of the human body and gained more than 3 superpowers. This is also the condition of my previous deal with you." Murong Shui said this and took out a supernatural fruit from her sleeve. No one knew how she hid. Shun-Yi couldn't find her even with his telepathic clairvoyance. This woman must have a lot of secrets. The more ambitious a person is, the more secrets he has. Shun-Yi first took the supernatural fruit and then said, "Give me the other one, and I will tell you." Murong Shui was a little angry. "This bastard, how can you be so unbridled, so shameless, and so shameless? Even more shameless than those businessmen I had fought against in the business world before. It's a shame that this bastard doesn't become a people's entrepreneur." Take a deep breath. Murong Shui suppressed her temper, took out another supernatural fruit from her sleeve, and said, "Okay, I'll give them all to you, but you must eat both supernatural fruits in front of me now. I want to see with my own eyes that you are not lying to me." 90. Skin hardening, transfiguration. Murong Shui wanted to see with her own eyes how Shun-Yi obtained more than 3 superpowers. Otherwise, she was afraid that she had paid so much but was deceived. Shun-Yi naturally did not refuse. He took the second supernatural fruit and threw it into his mouth. It's already been digested before you can even taste it. Then, the body skin feels slightly warm. It seems that this supernatural fruit is an ability to strengthen the body. Shun-Yi clicked on the panel and took a look. No one else can see the system panel, so there's no need to worry that Murong Shui will notice it. Hardened skin. LV1 Your skin could become as hard as stone, resisting a certain degree of attack. That's it. Shun-Yi was speechless. He finally understood why Murong Shui didn't eat this supernatural fruit. It's indeed a rubbish ability, but it's better than nothing. After obtaining the 6th superpower, Shun-Yi still did not feel any rejection reaction from his body. proving that he could continue to gain superpowers. Then, he also ate the other supernatural fruit. A cool feeling flowed through my body, as if it was a new supernatural power. Transformation ability. LV1, you can transform into any person or animal you have seen and remember. During the transformation, your physical strength will continue to be consumed, and the physical strength consumed by transforming into an animal will be doubled. You are currently unable to transform into a large animal that is much larger than you. This ability seems interesting. Looking at the system introduction, Shun-Yi seemed to be thinking about something. I feel that this transformation ability has a lot of room for maneuver. For example, if you turn into a mosquito or a sparrow, can you fly? It is equivalent to having an additional flight reconnaissance capability while also being able to camouflage. However, this kind of supernatural power is actually more suitable for one's woman, so that she can be a scout. If you eat it yourself, at most it will just cause it to deform a bit, which is not a big effect. After all, when it comes to investigative capabilities, telepathy is the best, and there isn't much risk. Of course, being able to transform into anyone you've ever met is a pretty good disguise. Immediately, Shun-Yi checked his current personal panel. Host, Shun-Yi. Age 20. Force value, 55, excluding any external bonus. Unlocked materials. Master Shui mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken, type 54 pistol, 5 grade steak, supernatural fruit, telepathy, luxury self-heating hot pot, supernatural fruit, spiritual connection, ripe black-skinned watermelon. Obtained superpowers. Physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV10, shadow binding LV1, spiritual connection LV6, hardened skin LV1, transformation ability LV1. Physical evolution LV1, your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport LV1, you can teleport 20 meters. Since teleport is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy LV10, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 8,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 8,000 meters around you without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shadow binding LV1, within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more physical strength you consume. The weaker the target, the less physical strength you consume. Spiritual connection LV6, you can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual connections is 40, and the maximum connection distance is 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target with spiritual connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. Hardened skin LV1. Transformation ability LV1. Increased force value by 10 points. Not bad either. It proves that if these two powers are used properly, they can make you more powerful in a fight. It's a pity that I don't have the infinite fruit to upgrade myself. Otherwise, if the level is raised, these two superpowers should be able to exert unexpected power. Currently, Shun-Yi's highest level is telepathy. It's already level 10, and the maximum viewing distance has reached 8,000 meters, a full 8 kilometers, and it can continue to upgrade. A distance of 100 kilometers does not seem to be a dream. Anyway, there's no limit to the amount of fruits, so just knock dozens of them when you have time. It is not difficult to upgrade at all. Just don't take it too hard and kill yourself. The only downside to eating fruits to level up is that you shouldn't eat too much at once. You need to eat them slowly before eating. You actually gained 2 more superpowers so easily. Murong Shui stared at Shun-Yi with an expression of disbelief. There wasn't even a hint of rejection. Even before he could even react, Shun-Yi had already eaten the 2 supernatural fruits. She also wanted to observe carefully to see what changes would occur in Shun-Yi's body. When normal people first acquire new superpowers, there will be some slight differences. But Shun-Yi didn't change at all, not even his expression. Murong Shui couldn't help but wonder whether this guy had eaten the fruit just now. Could it be that I was just faking it to deceive myself? 2 superpowers. One is the ability to harden the skin, and the other is the ability to transform. Shun-Yi said. As soon as the thought came to mind, the body began to change rapidly. In just a few seconds, his appearance changed into that of Murong Shui. One-to-one restoration. Even the height and voice are exactly the same. The only difference is probably that the clothes and shoes on your body cannot change together. But it's already outrageous. Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi and widened her eyes in shock. It's actually true. He can actually stack superpowers infinitely. Transfiguration ability? It turns out to be this ability. She murmured softly, seeming surprised. Huh, you don't know what the abilities of these two supernatural fruits are? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Murong Shui nodded and said as a matter of course. Of course I don't know. It's impossible for me to remember every fruit clearly. At most, I can remember the approximate locations where a few more powerful supernatural fruits may appear. If we can find a plant-type psychic, it will be easier to find psychic fruits in the future, and we can even identify the psychic powers possessed by psychic fruits. Also, can you change back to your own appearance first? Otherwise, it always feels weird looking at another me. Shun Yi thought about it and changed back. He found that the ability to transform was quite physically demanding. It consumes more energy than using telepathy. It may also be because the level of telepathy is high, which reduces the physical consumption. But the experience after the transformation is very good. It felt like I had completely turned into a woman, without any discomfort. The voice and the structure of the body have all changed from the inside out. This is not a simple disguise, but a complete transformation. Looking at it this way, the ability to transform seems quite impressive. Shun Yi suddenly became thoughtful. If you're seriously injured and on the verge of death, you will immediately transform into an animal with excellent resistance to injury. So, does that mean the injury has changed from serious to minor? For example, if I transform into a mutant animal, can I gain the mutant special abilities? 91. Test. Results. New fruits. If you can transform into a mutant animal, can you gain the mutant animal special abilities? Try it whenever you think of it. Only by experiencing it yourself can you be sure. Shun Yi looked at the white fox on the sofa, and then his body began to shrink rapidly, and soon he turned from a human into a white fox. Then, Shun Yi felt his empty body and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Did not obtain the white fox's time ability. 2. If one can obtain the target's superpowers by transforming, then when he turned into Murong Shui just now, he should have been able to obtain her superpowers. But it didn't. Even though her appearance and body structure had completely changed into Murong Shui's, she could not acquire her supernatural powers. From this perspective, the ability to transform doesn't seem very practical. Something is better than nothing. Okay, let's go. Shun Yi also stopped the experiment, changed back to his normal appearance, and put on his clothes. The white fox on the sofa saw Shun Yi changing all the time, and his big eyes were full of shock. For a moment just now, it almost mistook Shun Yi for itself, a copy of myself. You haven't told me yet how to break through the limitations of the human body and gain more superpowers. Murong Shui stared at Shun Yi with burning eyes. From a scene just now, she was sure that the deal between her and Shun Yi was correct. This man, he can actually obtain superpowers without restrictions. The number of superpowers can be stacked infinitely. In this situation, even a pig can become invincible. I'm not sure of the specific reason, but there's a researcher in my shelter who said that my genes may have undergone some kind of mutation due to the black mist, which is why I can break through the limitations of the human body and accommodate more superpowers. Shun Yi paused here deliberately and said with a bit of temptation in his tone, that researcher is studying my genes. If her research is successful, others may be able to break through the limitations like me. Murong Shui was skeptical and was not easily deceived. She suspected that Shun Yi was not telling the truth. But this is also easy to verify. Can I meet this researcher? Murong Shui asked. Not now. Let's talk about it later. Shun Yi would not easily let Murong Shui see his other women, especially Lin Jiwei, a woman who has mastered the technology. It would be troublesome if Murong Shui used her supernatural powers to modify her cognition. Although Lin Jiwei's mental power has been strengthened, he should not be easily controlled. But it's better to be careful. Well, we also have to keep Murong Shui away from my sister and grandma. Shun even suspected that Murong Shui might have tampered with his sister's thinking. He planned to go back and discuss with Lin Jiwei to see if there was any way to test whether his sister's cognition or thinking had been modified. However, Shun Yi guessed that Murong Shui should not have done anything to her sister Otherwise, she would not have directly stated that she had the ability to modify cognition. This is tantamount to a truck exploding on its own. Murong Shui is not that stupid. Then, the two of them went out. No white fox, because it always looks weak and sleepy. Bringing it with you will only waste time. This rain is heavier than before. Walk out of the building. Shen Yi took out 2 umbrellas from the system space and handed one to Murong Shui. He had casually put this into the system space in the supermarket, and he didn't expect it would come in handy. At this time, it was already evening. Although, because of the black fog, the boundary between day and night becomes blurred. But the absence of the sun still has some impact on Shen Yi's telepathy. Although telepathy can penetrate black fog and see through things, it still cannot see clearly if it is an absolutely dark place. In situations like absolute darkness, Lin Jiwei's night vision ability is more practical. However, the night is not completely dark. There is still moonlight and starlight, which, although has a slight impact, is not a big problem. What's wrong? Is there any danger? Murong Shui saw Shen Yi frowning and guessed that he might have sensed some danger. The advantage of having perceptive abilities is that they have sufficient information and can foresee dangers in advance and avoid them. It's okay, let's go. Shen Yi put away his thoughts. He did see a few very powerful mutant monsters just now, but they were all 7 or 8 kilometers away and in the wrong direction of the school, so he would not encounter them this time. Level 10 telepathy, with a field of view of 8 kilometers, is really cool to use. However, Shen Yi's brain is not a super brain after all, and it cannot capture all the information within its field of vision instantly, so he needs to look carefully. After all, within a distance of 8,000 meters, there is too much information about various buildings, mutated animals and plants, survivors, etc. If you don't take the time to check, you may miss something if you are not careful. Shen Yi also sorted out the route to school in advance and found the nearest road without mutant monsters. Then, he and Murong Shui arrived at school in less than 10 minutes. The supernatural fruit may be near the cafeteria in Campus A, but I don't know if it's ripe yet. Murong Shui said. Then go and take a look. Shen Yi once again scanned the cafeteria of Campus A using telepathy. There were actually a few survivors inside. Instead of going to higher places, they hid in the black fog. I don't know what he was thinking. Immediately, Shen Yi and Murong Shui walked towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Shen Yi was also using telepathy to check on the survivors in the school to see if he could find any girls who met the system standards. Compared to a dozen days ago, the school is obviously much quieter now. The number of survivors was also much smaller, but there were a lot more corpses. Some died of thirst, some died of starvation, and some were killed, but more students should have fled the school. As to whether he encountered any danger on the way to escape and whether he could return home safely, it is unknown. Were these students cooking in the cafeteria? You still have cooked food now. Shen Yi frowned. There was no light in the cafeteria. It was very dark, and Shen Yi couldn't see the food in the pot clearly. However, it is normal for living people to cook. Although food will spoil quickly when exposed to the black fog, as long as you eat it fast enough, you can still finish it before it spoils. Shen Yi was not interested in the food in the cafeteria. If it is a large shopping mall or supermarket, he will go in and take a look. After all, there are many things he can use. Clothes, shoes, and even various jewelry will become non-renewable resources in the future. Although it is possible to unlock your own system, but taking in a woman can unlock one kind of supplies, and who knows when you can unlock what you need. This is also the reason why Shen Yi raids supermarkets and shopping malls from time to time. Even if it is junk food, you may not be able to eat it if you want in the future. Therefore, collect as much as you can before they expire. Anyway, the system space is infinite, so you don't have to worry about taking up space. What is the ability of this supernatural fruit? When they were about 100 meters away from the cafeteria, Shen Yi turned his head to look at Murong Shui. 9-2. Found a system that meets the standards. I have no idea. Murong Shui shook her head slightly and explained, I also joined a shelter in my previous life. I heard from the survivors of the shelter that the third in command of their shelter was a college student from Shancheng, and that he acquired his supernatural powers near the cafeteria. His ability is quite strong, so I remembered it subconsciously. So, the person who obtained this ability might be one of these students in the cafeteria? Shen Yi raised his eyebrows. I don't know. I've never met him. I joined the shelter and quit within 3 days. A lot of the information Murong Shui knew was hearsay, and she herself was not sure whether it was true or not. If it weren't for Shen Yi, she wouldn't have risked coming to school to check out the possible existence of supernatural fruits. But Shun Yi is very powerful, and coming to school is not a risk. So even if he can't find a supernatural fruit, it won't be a loss. At most, it would be a wasted trip. Immediately, Shun Yi released his telepathy and began to carefully examine all the plants around the cafeteria. Although the vision is not very clear at night, the plants that have not mutated are still easy to identify. After searching for a while, Shun Yi saw a small patch of unmutated weeds at the back of the cafeteria. Among the weeds, there are a few blooming flowers. The raindrops as big as beans kept hitting the flowers, making them shake. And in the center of a yellow flower, there grows a colorful fruit. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it all. Found it. Shun Yi teleported over directly and picked the supernatural fruit. He casually put it into the system space and teleported back to Murong Shui. This series of actions was completed in about 10 seconds. Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi, who suddenly left and reappeared quickly, and couldn't help but sighed. The space ability is really useful. Her original idea was to obtain a spatial power. But he was also worried that the spatial ability would consume too much energy and would be difficult to upgrade to a higher level, which would in turn slow down the speed at which he could improve his strength. Certainly, there's another more important reason. That is, Murong Shui also didn't know where the fruit of space ability would appear. Currently, all the information she had about the supernatural fruit was obtained through hearsay. If it weren't for her strong mental strength and enhanced memory, and if she didn't subconsciously remember some important information, otherwise, even if she was reborn, she wouldn't be able to find a few supernatural fruits. Not to mention the rare, space-powered fruit. Go home now. Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi. She was ready to sacrifice herself tonight. Perhaps, only by becoming Shun Yi's woman can you gain his true trust and get his help. No hurry, I just need to do something. Through telepathy, Shun Yi discovered that there were many survivors gathered in the school supermarket. Among them are his classmates and roommates. I didn't expect you were all still alive. You're so lucky. Shun Yi whispered softly. Since you are all alive, I will help you get rid of it myself. Otherwise, my thoughts won't be clear. Besides, Shun Yi also found a girl who met the system standards. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Hanrawashi. Age, 21. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 96 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. This is a girl with a very good figure. She was wearing a tight white sportswear that looked like it hadn't been washed for a while, and her face was a little dirty, which didn't show her 91-point pretty face. Through perspective, Shun Yi discovered that the girl even had a few muscle lines on her thighs and abdomen. He seems to be the type who exercises regularly. No wonder the figure score can reach 96 points. Sure enough, it's good to have a large population base. It's easy to find women who meet the system standards. There were 70 or 80 survivors in the supermarket, half of whom were girls. Among them, only a sporty beauty like Han Ruashi meets the criteria. Under observation, Shun Yi and Murong Shui avoided the mutated plants in the black fog and came to the supermarket entrance holding umbrellas. The supermarket door was locked. There were also several boys armed with weapons guarding behind the door. It looked like a small shelter had formed in the supermarket. But building a shelter in the black fog would waste a lot of drinking water every day. In other words, the school's supermarket has a rich supply of supplies. Otherwise, the shelter would have collapsed long ago. Just innocent college students don't have enough survival experience. Let me break the door open, Murong Shui said. Her mental strength has recovered a little, and she can now use telekinesis. In Murong Shui's opinion, Shun Yi's purpose of coming to the supermarket must be to search for supplies. That's exactly what she meant. Since Shun Yi has a supernatural space, he must fill it up. No, we could just go in directly. Shun Yi glanced at Murong Shui. The woman knew there were survivors inside, but she still tried to break the door violently. It seemed as if he didn't take the other survivors seriously at all and wasn't worried about accidentally hurting them. Immediately, Shun Yi grabbed Murong Shui's arm with one hand, teleported several times, avoided the students at the door, and came into the supermarket. There was only a little light in the supermarket. It was the flashlights and candles that the students turned on. But because of the spread of black fog, the field of vision was only a few meters, and no one noticed that Shun Yi and Murong Shui entered. So, Shun Yi began to sweep the supermarket shelves, storing all the snacks and uncontaminated carbon water drinks that he liked into the system space. He didn't buy everything, as Shun-Yi didn't even look at things like instant noodles and self-heating hot pot. Just give these survivors a chance to live. There is no need to do things to the extreme. After all, only if the human race does not become extinct and the population base is large enough can he find more women who meet the system standards. Leaving a way out for others is also a disguised way of investing in yourself. Is your ability space full? Murong Shui couldn't help but wonder when she saw this scene. No. Then why don't you finish these instant noodles? And the snacks here? Murong Shui didn't understand. She didn't want to leave anything for the other survivors, who can have too much food. Now is the end of the world. Food and water are almost all non-renewable resources. If you give others a chance to live, you may starve in the future. And even if you don't eat junk food yourself, you can give it to your subordinates as a reward. After all, Murong Shui has the ambition to build a shelter and become the emperor of the doomsday. If you want to be a local emperor, materials are naturally very important. As for the life or death of strangers, it's none of my business. Murong Shui didn't care at all whether these students would starve to death. Shun-Yi also knew this woman's character, so he was too lazy to explain to her. I also picked out some of my favorite snacks and put them in the space. Then, through telepathy, he found Jean Rue, the counselor, and others who were chatting. Former classmates and teachers. Now they are all in a miserable state. Even drinking a bottle of water requires sharing among several people. Although there are plenty of mineral water and beverages in the supermarket, they certainly dare not squander them. Otherwise, they will not live long. Only when I inhale too much black fog and feel extremely thirsty will I take a sip to hold on. You are so pitiful. Shun-Yi walked out of the black fog and spoke lightly. Hear a sudden sound. The people sitting around were stunned and subconsciously turned to look at the person who came. When he saw that the person coming was Shun-Yi, the burly Jean Rue stood up suddenly, pointed at him with a murderous look on his face, and cursed. Shun-Yi, how dare you show up? I didn't find you in the dormitory before, so I thought you had already run away. I didn't expect you to dare to show up at my door. Today I will let you know the price of talking big. 93. Reflect on yourself. Why did I only hit you? Shun-Yi, today I'm going to let you know the price of talking big online. Jean Rue clenched his fists, his knuckles making low, crackling sounds, his face shrouded in a thick, murderous aura, and he approached Shun-Yi step by step. His hatred towards Shun-Yi was just the fuse. The real reason is that I have been feeling depressed for a long time recently. I can't get in touch with my family. I don't have enough to eat or drink every day, and I'm always in fear of death. I'm extremely depressed. The negative emotions accumulated in his chest needed a thorough release. Coincidentally, Shun-Yi ran into the muzzle of his gun. Other students, including classmates and counselors, had no intention of stopping it. Shun-Yi's previous attitude of showing off food in the group also made some people resentful. In addition, there are no laws and no police to enforce the law now, so even if Jean Rue teaches Shun-Yi a lesson or even kills him, it won't matter. Human nature is no longer bound by laws. People's moral values have also declined a lot. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise suddenly broke through the air. Everyone watched in astonishment as a figure suddenly flew backwards and crashed heavily into the thick black fog. Then a shrill scream was heard, and then silence fell. It's Jean Rue. All the students and teachers widened their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. What's going on? Why did Jean Rue suddenly fly out? Obviously, no one touched him. In everyone's sight, Jean Rue was walking towards Shun-Yi with great momentum, but before he had taken a few steps, he flew backwards without any warning. What was even more frightening was that he seemed to have fallen so hard that he lost consciousness and might even have died. Not even a sound was made. This is like a paranormal event. No, that's not right. This is a superpower. It's the same superpower as Zhao Tao. Suddenly, a quick-witted student exclaimed, with shock that was difficult to conceal in his voice. When the other students heard this, they were so scared that they stood up and stepped back, looking at Shun-Yi with fear and disbelief in their eyes. Shun-Yi, he actually has superpowers too. How is this possible? Some were shocked, some were horrified, some were afraid, and some could not accept it. Shun-Yi ignored everyone's reaction and looked at Murong Shui coldly. Who asked you to take action? Why? Do you still care about our friendship as classmates and don't want to kill this person? Murong Shui frowned slightly. She had just used her mental power to destroy the brain of the boy who provoked Shun-Yi, and he died the moment he flew out. But Shinyi's questioning made her a little unhappy. I help you, but you are mean to me? And it's the end of the world. Why are you still caring about your feelings? Shunyi said expressionlessly, I don't want him to die so easily. Murong Shui was silent for a moment. So that's what he thought. It seems that I am meddling too much. Although she noticed some conflicts between Shun Yi and the boy, she didn't expect the hatred to be so deep. Well, Shun Yi is not a kind-hearted person. How could he let go of someone who insulted him just for the sake of friendship? Don't act rashly next time. Shun Yi warned coldly, but did not blame him too much. Although Murong Shui's behavior made him somewhat unhappy, her original intention was to help him, so there was no need to get angry about it. Immediately, Shun Yi's gaze swept over the students whose faces were filled with fear. Student Shun Yi, this has nothing to do with us. It's Jean Rue. It's Jean Rue who has a grudge against you. We have no grudge against you. You don't kill us. Counselor Wang Jiaxing spoke tremblingly, his voice full of panic. Seeing this, other students also began to beg for mercy, their voices filled with tears. It was not until this moment that the survivors suddenly realized a problem. When did this man and woman come in? How did you get in? Why didn't the gatekeeper send any news? Could it be that? Thinking of this, a chill surged in everyone's heart. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and the sense of fear became stronger. Most of the survivors who have survived to this day have witnessed death and even witnessed those crazy students killing innocent people. Therefore, they didn't dare to bet whether Shun Yi would attack them. Just then, a large black star pistol suddenly appeared out of thin air in Shun Yi's hand, and he fired 2 shots at Counselor Wang Jiaxing's thigh. Bang! Bang! The bullet instantly penetrated Wang Jiaxing's thigh, and blood gushed out. The severe pain made him scream miserably, and he rolled on the ground holding his legs. Pistol and superpowers. When the timid students saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs went weak, and they cried and begged for mercy, fearing that they would be the next. Students in other corners of the supermarket heard the noise and rushed over with weapons such as knives and sticks. However, when they saw the gun in Shun Yi's hand, they were so scared that their faces turned pale and the weapons in their hands almost fell to the ground. No one dared to speak up for Wang Jiaxing. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Shun Yi, why did you hit me? Why? Wang Jiaxing wailed in pain, his face full of tears. He doesn't understand. I don't understand why Shun Yi has a gun. I don't understand why Shun Yi would shoot himself. I don't understand why I was the only one being beaten. There's so many people around. Why me? Shun Yi looked at Wang Jiaxing, who was struggling in pain, and smiled. Think about it carefully. Why did I hit you, but not others? Reflection? Wang Jiaxing was stunned. This sentence is so shameless. What do you want me to reflect on? I am a victim. Resentment, grievance, pain, and all kinds of emotions filled Wang Jiaxing's mind. He covered his bleeding leg with his hands, his voice full of despair. I don't know. I can't figure out, please. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Since you know you were wrong, try to be a better person in your next life. Shun Yi stopped talking and raised his hand to shoot, ending Wang Jiaxing's life. Treat others as you would like to be treated. His mood became light, and his thoughts became clear. So cool. Where are you going? Immediately, Shun Yi's gaze turned to several students who were quietly retreating and trying to escape. One of them was his roommate Sun Bowen, and the others were classmates. Several people trembled all over, and one girl fell to her knees in fear, crying and begging for mercy. Shun Yi, I have never scolded you before. Please don't kill me. I really have never scolded you. Some people begged for mercy, while others took the opportunity to rush into the black fog, trying to escape Shun Yi's pursuit. Don't worry. I'm not a murderer. Why would I kill you? Shun Yi glanced at the girl and didn't have a deep impression of her. He just remembered that they were classmates. Thank you. Thank you. The girl cried with joy and thanked him repeatedly in excitement. The other students who did not dare to escape also knelt down and begged for mercy. Even those unfamiliar students who did not know Shun Yi and had no grudges against him did not dare to move at all and stood still obediently. Some boys even secretly hid their weapons behind their backs, fearing that they would be seen by Shun Yi and be killed. No one is stupid enough to think that a knife is faster than a gun. Faced with a ruthless guy who has a gun and dares to kill people, the simple college students have no idea of resisting. Shun Yi glanced at everyone, then turned to Murong Shui and ordered, Go and kill those people who just escaped. Murong Shui did not hesitate and walked straight into the black fog, killing people if there is a disagreement. When the other students saw this scene, they were so scared that they trembled all over. Even those students who thought they had no grudges against Shun quickly dropped their weapons, and the female students knelt down like begging for mercy. What is dignity in order to survive? Even kneeling doesn't look bad. 94. Be my woman from now on. Shun Yi's eyes swept over the kneeling students, and naturally, he had no intention of continuing the attack. As long as there is no one smart enough to attack me by surprise, there is no need to kill them all. The reason why Murong Shui killed those escaped students was simply because 2 of them had a grudge against him. One of them was my roommate's son Bowen, who had disgusted me before with Jean Rue. Every time there is a conflict between Jean Rue and I, this guy always takes sides. People who like to take sides must die. The other one was called Qin Haoran, who had previously righteously insulted and belittled me in the group. And more importantly, from the moment Shun Yi appeared, Qin Haoran's hostility was extremely strong, even stronger than Jean Rue's. In other words, this little bastard has always been holding a grudge against me, just because I didn't give him food and water. If this narrow-minded person is not eliminated, if he gains some ability in the future, he will definitely cause trouble for himself. As for the other students, Shun Yi had no intention of killing them. They don't have much hostility towards themselves, but more fear. And Shun Yi felt that these college students were quite suitable for admission to the shelter, because most of them would obey after just a little shock. These timid college students who just want to survive usually don't do anything weird. Moreover, college students have relatively simple thoughts and are easier to educate and manage than adults in society. In the doomsday, adults need family constraints to work hard, while college students will behave themselves as long as they are given food and drink in a relatively safe environment. Of course, you can't eat too much, otherwise it will easily lead to a lot of troubles and problems. After thinking for a moment, Shun Yi looked at everyone and said, I have built a shelter. Is there anyone willing to join? First of all, I want to emphasize that I am not forcing you to join. If you don't want to, I won't force you. But if you join my shelter, I will never let you go if you dare to betray me in the future. As he spoke, Shun Yi exhaled and wiped the big black star in his hand. The students looked at each other, their hearts filled with fear. If we don't agree, will he kill us? Looking at the body on the ground with its eyes open and still bleeding, all the survivors shuddered. Yes, he will. This guy kills without blinking an eye. Do. I'd like to join your sanctuary. The first person to speak was the female student in the same class who had begged for mercy before. Shun Yi glanced at her. This girl seems to be called Ma Hong, and her academic performance is pretty good. She has an average look, not ugly, but not outstanding either. After being looked at by Shun Yi, Ma Hong was a little scared, but she was still firm in her choice. Because she saw that Shun Yi and the woman beside him all had superpowers, and Shun Yi had a gun in his hand. In the doomsday world, survival must be guaranteed by force. Otherwise, these 60 or 70 people would not have been intimidated by Shun Yi's gun. Fortunately, the person I met was Shun Yi. At least he doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. If you meet the group of students who killed people crazily in school before, you may not survive even if you beg for mercy. Those lunatics even abuse girls. Ma Hong felt scared just thinking about it. The other students hesitated for a while, and most of them expressed their willingness to join Shun Yi's shelter. Only a few people remained silent, obviously expressing their rejection. Shun Yi took a quick look and saw that Han Ruashi, a girl who met the system standards, was also willing to join, so he ignored the others. His main target was Han Ruashi, and as for the others, he just recruited them. Well, boss, should we take all the supplies in the supermarket with us before we leave? Or should we set up our shelter directly in this supermarket? A thin boy came over and asked. This boy is braver and smarter than the others. He spoke at this time, obviously wanted to leave a good impression in front of Shun Yi. Moreover, he took the initiative to take away the supplies, which also attracted the hatred of other students who were unwilling to join the shelter for Shun Yi. Sure enough, when the other survivors heard what the thin boy said, they all looked over. Especially those students and teachers who were unwilling to join Shun Yi's shelter, glared at the thin boy viciously, as if they wanted to stab him. This bastard, they actually want to share our supplies. They didn't dare to complain to Shun Yi, so they could only vent their anger on the thin boy, thinking that it was all his fault for what he said. Shun Yi glanced at the boys and said calmly, take as much supplies as you can. Whoever brings back supplies today will own them in the future and will not need to hand them in. Okay, boss, I got it. The thin boy immediately responded excitedly and then asked everyone to pack the food. The college students were happy with Shun Yi's attitude. Whoever takes something today owns it and doesn't need to hand it in. It seems like joining the shelter is not a bad thing. But those students and teachers who originally did not join the shelter were now anxious. Although there are quite a few snacks and drinks in the supermarket that have not spoiled, they will not survive long if a large portion of them are taken away. Some fence-sitters immediately changed their minds and wanted to join the shelter again, but Shun Yi directly refused. Do you really think you can add a shelter to my place whenever you want? If you don't seize the opportunity, there won't be a second chance. The fence-sitters were immediately annoyed, but they did not dare to hate Shun Yi, so they could only direct their hatred towards the thin boy again. It's all this bastard's fault. If he didn't ask, maybe Shun Yi wouldn't take the supplies from the supermarket at all. Boss, something bad has happened. I found that a lot of food and drinks on the shelves disappeared out of thin air. There might be a thief. The thin boy suddenly ran over in panic to report. Don't pay attention to it. Just continue to take your things. Shun Yi said calmly. The thin boy was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have guessed something, but sensibly stopped asking any more questions and turned away. As he walked, he shouted to the others, "Everyone, hurry up and pack more high-calorie food and mineral water. We're leaving soon." Thin boys are really good at reading people's expressions. Shun Yi didn't mind his little thoughts of wanting to get to the top. He was too lazy to get involved in the specific affairs of the shelter. He only values loyalty and ability. Although the thin boy had some thoughts, he did not show any hostility. And he also knows how to attract hatred for himself, which is very sensible. Although Shun Yi didn't care about the hatred of these people, he naturally didn't mind making use of sensible subordinates. Immediately, Shun Yi used telepathy to scan the people who were packing food and quickly found Han Ruashi, who was wearing a white sportswear. He walked straight over. Han Ruashi was holding a school bag at this time, stuffing snacks and water into it. There were two boys next to her, who looked like her suitors, or more like bootlickers, rushing to help Han Ruashi take things from the shelves. Han Ruashi, who was busy, looked up and saw Shun Yi coming. She was so scared that she dropped the drink in her hand to the ground and stammered, "Boss." She didn't know how to call Shun Yi this devil, so she could only imitate the thin boy and call him boss. When the two lickers heard Han Ruashi's voice, they quickly turned around. After seeing Shun Yi, he was also frightened and quickly shouted boss. Although everyone is of similar age, Shun Yi's aura is obviously much stronger than theirs. Aura sounds vague, but Shun Yi had just killed someone, and in the eyes of others, his aura seemed particularly strong. Fear made them feel this way. Shun Yi ignored the two boys and looked directly at Han Ruashi, asking, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Han Ruashi was stunned for a moment and replied with some fear, "Internet. Does an online love partner count? Have you met?" "No." Ever since the power outage and internet disconnection, Han Ruashi has never chatted with her online love interest again. Originally, they agreed to meet in person next month. Only, this doomsday disrupted all plans. "Well, that's fine. Be my woman from now on." Shun Yi spoke very naturally. 95. It turns out that you can pursue a goddess this way. Hearing Shun Yi's undisguised, unreasonable request, Han Ruashi was stunned for a moment, and her originally nervous mood collapsed at once. So direct. He didn't even ask my name, but directly made such an excessive request. Is this a hidden rule for me? Han Ruashi swallowed and instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, she had just met this man, and they hadn't even spoken a few words. She had no idea what kind of personality this ferocious man had, whether he was a bad guy or not. It's too fast to be together suddenly. The two boys who were pursuing Han Ruashi suddenly changed their expressions after hearing Shun Yi's words. But when they saw the gun in Shun Yi's hand, they all chose to remain silent tacitly. Although they liked Han Ruashi very much, they didn't want to lose their lives for it. Han Ruashi glanced at the two silent boys quietly, feeling secretly anxious. She wanted to reject Shun Yi, but she was worried that after she rejected him, this man would shoot her to death without hesitation. "Have you thought about it?" Shun Yi asked. He didn't care at all about other people's reactions. Just don't be hostile towards yourself. It doesn't matter what others think. Can I refuse?" Han Ruashi probed in a low voice. But just after saying this, she was worried that Shun Yi would be angry, so she quickly added, "We just met. We're not familiar with each other yet. Maybe you don't like my personality or my appearance and figure. So, we could try to get to know each other first, and if we like each other in the future, we could be together, okay? Can't. Shin Yi's answer was crisp and clear. He doesn't care about Han Ruashi's personality. If you really have a lot of thoughts, just unlock the supplies and let her go. As for her appearance, although it was hard to tell whether she was beautiful or ugly because her face and hair had not been washed for a long time, the system's evaluation told Shun Yi that she was definitely not ugly. Not to mention her figure, Shun Yi saw it clearly. Hearing this, Han Ruashi's heart sank. She turned her head and looked at the two boys who had originally pursued her with a hint of help, hoping that they could say a word for her. However, the two boys lowered their heads, said nothing, and didn't even dare to look at Shun Yi. Compared to the woman he loves, his own life is obviously more important. What's more, Han Ruashi is not their woman. It's just that the object of their pursuit has not yet been obtained. Therefore, even when they saw Han Ruashi being forced, the two did not feel any guilt. Han Ruashi was desperate. She looked at Shin Yi, knowing clearly that if she offended this man, even if he didn't beat her to death on the spot, she would definitely be tortured and abused if she entered a shelter in the future. Even, he might just force himself. But I have a boyfriend. Do you really not mind? Han Ruashi tried to struggle. She didn't know why this man fell in love with her at first sight. Obviously, I look ugly now and I smell bad. I haven't washed or cleaned up for more than 10 days, and there's a faint sour smell on my body. I guess a normal person wouldn't associate their current self with being good-looking. It's just an online crush. I think you'll forget about him soon. Shin Yi naturally didn't mind. After all, Han Ruashi had never even met her online boyfriend, and the system also rated her inner qualities as 100 points, proving that her body was pure. That's enough, just as long as she stops thinking about other men in the future. Otherwise, Shun Yi would mind. He can accept that his woman doesn't like him, but if she dares to be fickle, betray him, and cuckold him, he will never forgive her. I understand. Han Ruashi lowered her head in humiliation. Compared to the possibility of death after refusing, she is still willing to sell her body. At least this man has strength. I should protect myself in the future. Unlike these two suitors who used to be so attentive to me, now, when I'm really in danger, they don't even dare to say a word to help me. If I really stay with such a useless man, I might be abandoned at any time. Moreover, they are unable to protect themselves. Demons, at least, have great power. The two boys were stunned when they saw this scene. It turns out that you can pursue a goddess this way? No, this is not pursuit at all. This is the unspoken rule in the movie. They felt a little sad when they saw that the goddess they had pursued for a long time, but never even held hands, was won over by a strange man so quickly. But inexplicably, it's actually a bit exciting. Shun Yi, now that everyone has been dealt with, is it time to leave? At this time, Murong Shui also walked out of the black fog. When Han Ruashi and the other two heard this, they were so frightened that their hearts trembled. Are all resolved? In other words, those students who escaped just now were all killed? Several living people were killed, just like that. This woman is so cruel. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the three people when they looked at Murong Shui. She is not only ruthless, but also very powerful. A woman can actually kill several boys. Well, let's go then. Shun Yi was also quite satisfied with the gains from this trip. A supernatural fruit, some supplies in the supermarket, a woman who can unlock the supplies, and many subordinates. A very rich harvest. After, dozens of people carrying large and small bags of supplies gathered at the entrance of the supermarket. Only, looking at the black fog outside the supermarket, no one dared to step in easily. The black fog is not that scary. What's scary is the various monsters hidden in it. Let's go. Shin Yi took out a black umbrella from the system space. Holding an umbrella, he took the lead and stepped into the black fog. The others quickly followed. And in the supermarket, there were still about 10 people left. They are the survivors who are unwilling to join Shin Yi's shelter. Most of them are teachers. The reason these teachers are reluctant to join the shelter is because they don't want to be inferior to others. In the school's supermarket, they are teachers. They can command students, control supplies, and enjoy power. But when you go to someone else's shelter, you have to listen to what they say. Having enjoyed power, they are not willing to live under someone else's roof. Only, seeing that there was less than 1/5 of edible supplies left, everyone looked unhappy. These greedy bastards. It's as if they want to empty the supermarket. If they had known this, they would have joined the shelter just now. At least there's someone to protect me. Now the people are gone, the supplies are gone, and even most of the weapons have been taken away. If they encounter any mutated monsters, they won't even be able to resist. No, we can't do this. We have to find some more students, and we have to set up a shelter too. A middle-aged teacher spoke up. The others looked at each other and agreed. Boss, is the shelter we're going to be Deep Bay 1? Walking out of the school gate, the thin boy looked at the route and asked cautiously. Because Shenhua number 1 is the most upscale residential area nearby. If one wants to occupy the most land, this community is definitely the most suitable. Boss, we're going to pass by neighborhood later. Can you wait for me for a while? I want to go home. My sister and mom are still at home. I want to bring them to the shelter as well. The thin boy hesitated for a long time, but finally uttered words of pleading. Shen Yi was about to refuse. Morong Shui suddenly pulled his arm. Shen Yi glanced at Morong Shui, then opened a mental connection and asked, "What's the matter?" You can agree to his request. Why? Morong Shui shouldn't be such a kind person unless there is profit to be made. Does she know this thin boy? I have seen in my previous life. Although he does not have supernatural powers, he is quite capable in other aspects and is very sentimental. In his previous life, someone saved his family, and he kept working for that person. In the end, he died to save that person. So, you only need to provide him with a little help to gain his loyalty. After hearing Murong Shui's words, Shen Yi seemed to be thinking about something. In that case, then that's fine. Anyway, for me, waiting for this boy is just a piece of cake. And what if the skinny boy's sister meets the system standards? Then we can kill two birds with one stone. 96. Wu Qingqing, shining white. May I have your name? Cutting off the mental connection, Shen Yi looked at the thin boy who was soaked by the rain. Boss, my name is Wu Yu. The boy answered quickly. Then he looked at Shen Yi eagerly, hoping that he would agree to wait for him. Otherwise, even if he could return home safely and bring his family out, he would not be able to survive the doomsday. He is very clear about his own strength. Only by following a person with superpowers like Shen Yi can he have hope of survival. This is also the reason why he took the risk to show his face in front of Shen Yi and win his favor. Only by relying on the strong can you live longer. Let me know when we get to your neighborhood. Shen Yi agreed to his request. Since Murong Shui said that Wu Yu is sentimental, let's try to win him over. Anyway, you don't need to take any risks or pay any price. It's just something I do casually. Thank you. Thank you, boss. Wu Yu thanked him repeatedly with excitement. When the other survivors saw this scene, they also looked envious. They also want to bring their families over. But their homes were far away, and they didn't know whether their family members were still alive, so they didn't dare to speak up. After walking for a while in fear, Wu Yu vaguely recognized the location of his own community and said quickly, Boss, it's the community on the left, only a few hundred meters away. Which building and which floor is it on? Shen Yi asked. Building 12, 29th floor, 2903. Wu Yu answered immediately, muttering to himself, My mother and sister must still be alive, because we talked on the phone before the internet was disconnected. There was food and water at home at the time. As long as we eat sparingly, it must be enough for them to last for 10 days or half a month. It must be like this. He was very nervous and uneasy. Although this analysis makes sense, it can be seen from the repeated words that he actually has no confidence. After all, surviving in the apocalypse requires more than just food and water. There are also various dangerous mutant monsters to deal with, as well as psychopathic murderer and robber. This is also the reason why Wu Yu did not dare to leave school and went home early alone. Even though they walked out of the school, they did not encounter any danger along the way. This was entirely because Shen Yi was leading the way and avoiding the mutated animals and plants in advance, and also avoided some murderous thugs. Just now, everyone heard screams coming from the black fog, not only from humans, but also from animals. That sound was so miserable and painful. If Shen Yi hadn't been walking in front, this group of people would have been scared and fled in all directions. They were able to suppress their fear and come over only because they knew that Shen Yi had superpowers and hot weapons like pistols, so they could fight back even if they encountered danger. No one will find this journey easy. The depressing atmosphere even made everyone afraid to breathe loudly. At the same time, Shen Yi activated his telepathy and began looking for Building 12. The neighborhood where Wu Yu lives is a densely populated high-rise community, and there are still many survivors. After spending some time, Shen Yi found Building 12. Then, room 2903 on the 29th floor was locked. Telepathic pinpointing. Then look through it. Although it was difficult to see clearly due to the darkness, I could still see two people in the room. Judging from their body shapes, they are all women. That's when the system prompt suddenly sounded. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Wu Qingqing. Age, 18 years old. Appearance, 89 points. Body size, 89 points. Internal, 100 points, no emotional experience. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. It actually meets the standards. Because of his vision, Shun Yi couldn't see Wu Yu's sister's appearance clearly, but her score was definitely the lowest among the women who currently met the system standards. Certainly, this is not to say that Wu Qingqing is ugly. As long as they can trigger the system prompt, they must be beautiful women picked from thousands. It's just possible that he is too young and his eyes haven't opened yet. Shun Yi subconsciously glanced at Wu Yu's appearance. Although he is a little thin, he has a pretty face. I don't think his sister can be ugly. Thinking of this, Shun Yi said, "You are right, your sister and your mother are still alive." Wu Yu was subconsciously stunned. He didn't understand at first why the boss answered him. But after just a little thought, he vaguely guessed something. Could it be that? Could it be that the boss has another superpower that allows him to see his family remotely? Otherwise, why would he tell me that my family was still alive less than 2 minutes after I just asked for my home number? As a modern college student, Wu Yu has been exposed to various novels, online dramas, etc. His thoughts are not so rigid, and he can easily come up with a bunch of answers in his mind. Suddenly, he got excited. My sister and mother are still alive. This is the best news for him. Some of the other college students were confused, but there were also smart ones who quickly guessed that Shun Yi might be able to use his supernatural powers to detect that the other person was still alive through the name or address. So they also became excited. They all have families and want to know what is happening with their families. If the eldest brother really has this kind of superpower, then they will have hope of finding out about their family member's situation in the future. Shun Yi glanced at the people with different emotions and deliberately did not explain, just to let them imagine. The sense of mystery is created by the imagination. Thank you, boss. I will definitely repay you in the future. Wu Yu came back to his senses from his excitement and expressed his gratitude to Shun Yi immediately. Although when they first met, he felt frightened and scared when he saw Shun Yi killing people coldly. But after spending some time together, he felt that the boss was not that cold-blooded after all. At least the boss doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. He only kills students who have grudges against him. Moreover, the eldest brother was willing to generously let the students share supplies. Although those supplies were from the supermarket. Even when this group of students and teachers lived in the supermarket before, they had to listen to the teacher's distribution and could not eat casually. Shun Yi is the boss of the group and has absolute military power, but he did not force them to hand over the supplies. It can be seen that the boss has a very broad mind. Even if we don't hand over the supplies just this once, it will be enough to make them remember our kindness. And the eldest brother was also willing to accept his family and let them join the shelter. These actions are enough to make Wu Yu grateful. Shun Yi saw that Wu Yu's aura had completely turned pale, even paler than Murong Shui's, and he was sure that he was a person who valued feelings and knew how to repay a favor. So he said, "Take 2 people with you to pick up your family. There is no danger in your building, but don't go to the wrong building or enter other buildings." Okay, boss. Wu Yu nodded heavily. He didn't expect that the boss would help him check for dangers and even send people to help him. As a result, Wu Yu's aura became a little paler. Shiny white, directly surpassed Jiang Nanyan and was catching up with Su Yun and Su Wanting. 97. High ponytail girl. Wu Yu took the 2 boys and quickly ran into the community according to the route pointed out by Shun Yi, heading straight for their own building. He had no doubt whether there would be any problems with the route Shun Yi pointed out. Although he is quite smart, he is also naive and believes Shun Yi easily. But even if Wu Yu didn't believe it, he had no other choice. He has no superpowers and no extraordinary abilities. If he were to explore the way on his own, he might not even know how he died. At the same time, Shun Yi observed this densely populated community from a god's perspective through telepathy. At present, there is no large-scale group in this community, and no one has stepped forward to integrate resources. The surviving survivors were scattered across the buildings, each acting independently and forming many small groups. In the end of the world, humans will subconsciously huddle together for warmth. In addition, Shun Yi also saw dozens of mutant animals through telepathy. They were also scattered throughout the community. Some were gnawing on the corpses, while others were licking the rainwater in the potholes. These mutated animals have different shapes. Some are huge, while others are extremely agile, and they have obviously adapted to the environment shrouded by black fog. Among these mutated animals, the most eye-catching one is a giant mutated snake that came from nowhere. It was entrenched under a building. Its body was extremely strong, thicker than a bucket, and its length was estimated to be 5 or 6 meters. Its scales glowed coldly in the faint moonlight, and its tongue moved out from time to time, as if sensing the surrounding environment. This giant snake has apparently become one of the overlords of this area, and other mutant animals seem to stay away from it. It seems that the situation in this community is more complicated than the one where I live. Shun Yi was thinking in his mind. He decided that after unifying the Shenhua #1 community, he would let Jiang Nanyin work out a detailed expansion plan as soon as possible to expand into Wu Yu's community. There are far more survivors in this community than in Deep Bay 1, and there must be many women among them who meet the system standards. If it wasn't too late today, and Murong Shui and Han Ruashi were waiting to be unlocked, he would have prepared to search for beauties in each building. As for why Shun Yi didn't personally help Wu Yu rescue his family, the reason is very simple. He is not a fool. Even if he had nothing to do, he would not do such a stupid thing. He established shelters and recruited followers for his own convenience and to serve himself. If the situation becomes one where you serve your younger brother, then what do you want your younger brother to do? And if I help out from time to time, my younger brothers will think that I have a good temper and can order me around at will. Gradually, they will lose their respect for me and will not take me seriously. Good people are easily pointed at with guns. There are very few people like Wu Yu who are grateful. Most people will forget their roots once they seize an opportunity. Therefore, Shun Yi could show some goodwill appropriately, such as giving Wu Yu some advice or rewarding his younger brothers with some supplies. But he would never do the work himself. In fact, if Wu Yu's sister had not met the system standards and could unlock supplies, Shun Yi would not have bothered to wait for him. I tried to win Wu Yu's favor, just for his sister. Using telepathy to plan a route for him was also to ensure that he could bring his sister back safely. Otherwise, an ordinary person is not worth Shun Yi's time. Even if Wu Qingqing just randomly unlocks a kind of fruit or vegetable, it's not a loss. Shun Yi whispered softly. About half an hour later, Wu Yu arrived with his family. The distance was only a few hundred meters, very close, but they wasted most of their time climbing the stairs. After climbing nearly 30 floors, several people were out of breath and their calves were shaking. Especially Wu Yu's sister and mother. Although they were just going down the stairs, they were so tired that they could hardly walk. However, only this kind of tiredness and exhaustion can make them understand that hard work pays off. Boss, I followed the route you told me to take, and I really didn't encounter any danger along the way. Wu Yu panted slightly and reported to Shun Yi gratefully. When he walked into the community just now, he heard screams not far away from him. Although he couldn't see what happened, he was sure that it must be very dangerous. If we don't strictly follow the boss's route, we might be the ones in danger. It was also through this round trip that Wu Yu guessed that the boss must have superpowers like clairvoyance or radar, able to see through the black fog. This is so awesome. Wu Yu increasingly felt that his previous decision to take the risk and join a shelter was the right one. Following a boss like this, as long as you don't do anything stupid in the future, there will be no problem surviving safely. So, along the way, he had been praising Shun Yi to his mother and sister, saying that it was because of the eldest brother that he was able to return home safely and pick them up. Of course, this is not entirely exaggerated. It's just that he used some words that exaggerated Shun Yi's mythology, which made the two boys who went to help feel embarrassed. Although Shun Yi is not bad, he is not as divine and glorious as Wu Yu said, right? When he first came to the supermarket, he shot and killed people without hesitation, and also asked the woman who followed him to kill several students. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a murderer. I really don't know how Wu Yu can say so many brilliant words with such admiration on his face. It's so damn embarrassing that they all have goosebumps. Only a fool like Wu Yu would think that Shun Yi is a simple good person, right? However, after hearing the flattery, Wu Yu's mother and sister felt heartfelt gratitude toward Shun Yi. Having saved their loved ones, they should be grateful. Thank you for saving my brother. Wu Qingqing took the initiative to step forward to thank him, and looked at Shun Yi quietly, with a bit of curiosity and shyness in her eyes. This is an 18-year-old girl in puberty with a high ponytail. She looks very much like the object that many boys would pursue and have a crush on in high school. You're welcome, Shun-yi replied casually, looking at the girl with a high ponytail, feeling a little surprised. Because this girl actually has a very high liking for him, taller than Murong Shui. Not only the girl, but even Wu Yu's mother has a great liking for him. It seems that Wu Yu said a lot of good things about himself to his family along the way. He is indeed a person who can see the situation clearly and values feelings. It's worth wasting my energy helping him. After, Wu Yu's mother also said a few words of gratitude, and everyone left. Strange noises could be heard from the black fog from time to time. Even with Shun-yi leading the group, the crowd was still in a state of panic. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any danger along the way and returned to Shunhua number 1 community safely. Arriving at the bottom of Building 13, Shun-yi contacted Jiang Nanyan through mental connection and asked her to arrange accommodation and work for these newcomers. As for management matters, they were all left to Jiang Nanyan. Okay, husband, I'll come right over after I finish dealing with things here. Jiang Nanyan responded. Yeah. Shun-yi replied briefly, cut off the mental connection, and then said to everyone, just wait here, don't run around, someone will come to make arrangements later. Okay, boss, you go and have a rest, and leave the things here to me. Wu Yu agreed immediately. After meeting his family, he was eager to repay Shun-yi, make some contributions, and let the boss see his abilities. Shun-yi didn't say much and left with Murong Shui and Han Ruashi. As for Wu Yu's sister, don't worry for now. After I unlock the rewards for Han Ruashi and Murong Shui tonight, I will find her alone. With the girl's good impression of him, it would be easy to win her over. Brother, does our benefactor also live in this high-end community? Can we see him again in the future? Wu Qingqing looked at Shun-yi's leaving back until his figure completely disappeared. Then she couldn't help but ask her brother Wu Yu. Wu Yu glanced at his sister and seemed to sense what she was thinking and said, the boss must live in this neighborhood. Maybe the entire neighborhood is already the boss's territory. Wow, my benefactor is so great. I remember the houses in this neighborhood are very expensive. In this world today, money has long lost its value. The boss must have controlled this community with his own strength, but I don't know how many people and weapons he has under his command now. Wu Yu wanted to contribute to the shelter and repay his boss, but he didn't know where to start. Is that so? Then he is still very powerful. Very powerful. Wu Qingqing looked in the direction where Shun-yi left and smiled with a crescent shape in her eyes. Whenever she thought of Shun-yi's face, she felt her heart beat faster. I don't know if it's because her brother kept praising Shun-yi along the way, but the first time she saw Shun-yi, she thought he was so handsome. Moreover, that group of people all listened to his orders and revolved around him. That kind of aura immediately attracted Wu Qingqing, a girl in the fantasy stage of adolescence. The girl, who had no experience in love, inevitably fell in love at first sight. Wu Yu looked at his sister who was smiling foolishly and didn't know what she was fantasizing about, and subconsciously said, Qingqing, are you in love with the boss? 98. Treat me as a disposable tool? How is this possible? Wu Qingqing was suddenly awakened from her fantasy, and her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She turned around and said stubbornly, brother, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will ignore you in the future. Wu Yu. Okay, that's confirmed. My younger sister really likes the older brother. This should have been something to be happy about. If my sister could be with a strong man like the boss, she would definitely be much safer in the future. But the problem is that the boss already has a woman who is more beautiful than his sister, and that woman seems to have superpowers. Maybe she's the boss's girlfriend. Thinking of this, Wu Yu could only sigh in disappointment and said to Wu Qingqing, Qingqing, the boss may already have a girlfriend. If you like the boss, I'm afraid there is no hope. Hearing this, Wu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and her shy expression disappeared instantly. She subconsciously turned her head and stared at her brother, and asked, girlfriend? Is she the beautiful woman who left with him just now? I guess so. That woman seems to have a close relationship with the boss. So, Qingqing, you should give up as soon as possible. Wu Yu advised. He didn't want his sister to get deeper into trouble, as it would only hurt her more. It would be better to nip it in the bud as soon as it appears. Moreover, it would not be good if the relationship between the eldest brother and his girlfriend was affected because of a younger sister. The boss has been kind to my family. I can't repay him with evil. I get it. I didn't say I like him. You just made that up. I'm ignoring you, stinky old man. Wu Qingqing replied stubbornly, turned around, and ran towards her mother, pretending to be angry as if she had been wronged. Wu shook his head slightly. Then he began to think seriously about how to help Shun Yi and repay the boss's kindness. Go take a shower and clean yourself up. Building 13, 18th floor, Morong Shue's home. Shun Yi looked at the dirty Han Ruashi and didn't know where to start. Bath. Han Ruashi, who was already shy, was stunned when she heard this. She only brought a few bottles of water in her bag. How could that be enough for a bath? She couldn't even bear to brush her teeth. Morong Shue, who was resting on the sofa, glanced at Han Ruashi. Although she was a little unhappy about the appearance of this woman, she still said, "There's water in the bathroom. Just use it sparingly." When she built this shelter, she naturally took into account the problem of daily washing water, so she stored a large amount of water resources. Several sealed water tanks, filled with purified water, are also installed on the roof. In addition, she also installed a rainwater collector. It happened to rain today, and a lot of water has been collected, which is enough for taking a bath. Okay. Han Ruashi glanced at Murong Shue and felt inexplicably ashamed. She didn't know what the relationship between this beauty and Shun Yi was, but she always felt that she shouldn't be here. Does this count as a mistress taking advantage of someone's face? Although I wanted to refuse. But why is there electricity in this apartment? Is it a generator? And there's hot water. Han Ruashi walked into the bathroom and looked at the bright lights and hot water. She felt a little dazed for a moment, as if she had returned to the time before the end of the world. There is water and electricity. Everything seems to be normal, but she knew that this was just an illusion, because this is the only apartment in the entire building that has electricity. Everywhere else, it was pitch black. Occasionally, I could see a little light, but I didn't know if it was a flashlight or a candle. Those are the realities. This is more like a utopia. Did Shun Yi build all this? He actually has such a strong ability, so amazing. Thinking of Shun Yi, Han Ruashi's cheeks turned slightly red. After taking a shower, he won't want me tonight. If he insists, should I refuse? But wouldn't it seem too fake to refuse now? As Han Ruashi thought about it, her face turned even redder. I don't know what that feels like. Looking at the perfect body in the mirror that she was usually proud of, she didn't know what kind of baptism of fire she would have to endure that night. Meanwhile, in the living room, Murong Shue held the white fox in her arms, glanced at Shun Yi, who was eating with some unhappiness, and said, "Don't you think you've gone too far? You just went out today and brought back a wild woman. If I go out more often in the future, will I have to find 6 or 7 wild women?" Although I know that Shun Yi is not a peaceful and loyal man, but Murong Shue still found it hard to believe that he was so fickle. He said he wanted to sleep with me 2 hours ago, but he turned around and found another woman, and even brought it to his home. This is simply a face-to-face output. That's too much. Shun Yi ate snacks, glanced at Murong Shue, and said lightly, "You don't think we are in love, do you? Even if we're not in love, you can't be so excessive." Murong Shue frowned. Although she knew it was normal for a strong man to look for a woman, even before the end of the world, which rich and powerful businessmen didn't have a few women. There are very few, almost none, men who are truly rich, powerful, and loyal. But she still felt a little uncomfortable when this happened to her. Although it was just a transaction between her and Shun Yi, Murong Shue also hoped that he could respect her. At the very least, you will feel guilty about yourself and comfort yourself with a few words, even if it's just fake. At worst, don't bring a wild woman to you. But Shun Yi had no such intention at all. He was even too lazy to explain if he hadn't taken the initiative to speak. "What do you think of me, Murong Shue? Tool? Disposable item? If you can't accept it, you can go wait outside and come in after it's over," Shun Yi suggested. He didn't care about Murong Shue's emotions. "I will not fail to unlock the supplies just to consider her feelings. The system is your biggest hang. If I give up my cheating function just for Murong Shue's sake, I'd be really stupid. You are indeed a shameless bastard." Murong Shue was speechless, even a little angry. "This is obviously my home, but they asked me to wait outside. Why don't you let me kneel at the door and listen? How about I help you push from behind?" Too much. That's too much. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything to Shun Yi. This man really seemed to just want to sleep with her, had no feelings for her at all, and didn't even consider whether she would be jealous. Murong Shue was very angry, but at the same time she admired this bastard a little. Such a heartless guy is destined to go further than those survivors who fall in love in the doomsday. She was sure that if she encountered danger beyond her control, Shun Yi would abandon her without hesitation. Of course, the same goes for myself. So when she was depressed, she had nothing to say and could only curse to vent her feelings. Shu, I hope you won't talk to me in this tone again. Shun Yi took out 2 tissues and wiped his mouth, then looked at Shui, his tone calm, but with unquestionable indifference. Before, you scolded me a few times to vent your emotions. I can understand. But from now on, I don't want to hear you scold me again, understand? Shui subconsciously wanted to say something, but when she saw Shun Yi's calm eyes, her words were instantly stuck in her throat, and she finally swallowed them down. She admitted that she was a little scared of this heartless bastard, because he really dared to do that to himself. Final. Shui didn't say anything, which was considered as her agreement. Shun Yi nodded with satisfaction, then took out the supernatural fruit he had picked near the school cafeteria from the system space and put it in his mouth. 99. Obtain new superpower, high-temperature array. You can actually gain superpowers? Shui watched Shun Yi swallow the supernatural fruit again, her eyes full of shock. 3 superpowers in one day. This speed is too outrageous. How can others live? If you give me a few more supernatural fruits, I might be able to try to break through my limits. Shun Yi turned his gaze to Shui, guessing that she might still have some supernatural fruit on her body, but was unwilling to hand it over easily. I really don't have any more, so don't keep staring at me and trying to snatch it all by myself. Shui was speechless. In just half a day today, she has paid a lot but received nothing in return. Shun Yi is a guy who only talks, but does nothing. He just makes empty promises for himself. She thought about it carefully and found that the only thing she gained was eating a chicken leg and drinking a glass of white silk cola. No more. No more. Other than that, nothing. The more Shui thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, and she felt that she might have been deceived by Shun Yi. He has been getting something for nothing by just making a few promises. They took my supplies, robbed my fruits, and even took over my body. Hold on. Now is not the time to turn hostile. Shui suppressed her dissatisfaction and stared at Shun Yi. Now she just wanted to know how Shun Yi managed to continuously acquire supernatural powers. Compared to children's love affairs, power is what she really cares about. As long as Shun Yi can give him enough benefits, it doesn't matter how many women he finds. Anyway, I don't like Shun Yi. She had only one request at most. That is, don't bring the wild woman into her home. Don't bring her in front of her. Otherwise, she will be unhappy. What's your new power? Shui sat up holding the white fox and looked Shun Yi up and down with her beautiful eyes, trying to find some clues from him. At this moment, after Shun Yi swallowed the supernatural fruit, he felt his eyes slightly warm, even a little hot. He guessed that this ability might be related to the eyes. Immediately, he opened the panel to check. High-temperature ray, LV1. Your eyes can emit extremely high-temperature rays. The current maximum distance is 30 meters, which can easily melt steel. And the stronger your physique, the higher the temperature of the high-temperature rays. And as long as you have enough physical strength, you can release high-temperature rays continuously. Similar to Cyclops' abilities? Shun Yi's heart moved, and he thought of the superheroes in the movies. But his own high-temperature rays are more practical than Cyclops. He can freely control whether to launch them or not, and the upper limit is higher. Introduction to superpowers. The stronger your physique, the higher the temperature of arrays. This means that as long as you continue to strengthen your physical fitness, this supernatural power will continue to become stronger. Even if you don't increase your ability level, you can still become stronger. Moreover, if the level of supernatural powers is increased, the power and range of high-temperature rays will definitely be enhanced based on physical fitness. This means that there are 2 ways to increase the power of this power. Shun Yi was secretly delighted. This was undoubtedly his strongest means of attack at the moment. The high-temperature rays can easily melt steel, are as powerful as a pistol, and can be released continuously. As long as he has enough physical strength, Shun Yi's eyes can continuously emit high-temperature rays. A sustained attack is definitely more destructive than a one-time attack. More importantly, the rays do not need to be aimed deliberately. They can hit the target accurately as long as their sight reaches it. Although the current maximum range is only 30 meters, you have to know that the effective killing distance of the pistol in his hand is only about 10 meters. If the shot is more than 10 meters away, Shun Yi will easily miss the target. But high-temperature rays do not have this disadvantage. Within 30 meters, shoot wherever you see. So cool. This ability, combined with telepathy and instant movement, makes Shun-Yi almost invincible within 30 meters. If combined with the defensive ability of skin hardening, it would be like a cheat. The only disadvantage is that it would consume a lot of energy to use so many superpowers at once. After all, his physical evolution ability is currently only at level 1. Even though his physical strength is far superior to that of ordinary people, it is still stressful for him to use 4 or 5 abilities continuously. Of course, there's pressure, but it is no problem to kill dozens of fully armed people in seconds. If I meet the special forces again, I can definitely defeat them without any injuries. Shin-Yi thought to himself. He always seeks to defeat the enemy without taking any damage. If there is any risk, Shun-Yi will give up immediately. After all, his golden finger is of the development type. As long as he holds on and develops, he will be invincible sooner or later. There is no need to take the risk and give up. If you win, you'll gain very little, but if you lose, you'll get hurt or even lose your life. It's not worth it. I wonder if that female police officer is still alive. If I meet her again, I can capture her this time. Shun-Yi thought back to the extremely powerful policewoman Qin Xiang and felt a little excited. The reason why I didn't take action last time was because I was not sure if I could defeat the opponent without getting hurt. The policewoman has extremely rich combat experience and is much stronger than the young policewoman Su-Yun. She was able to fight a mutant and a dozen thugs almost unscathed even though her teammates were killed and even seized a pistol. She's simply a fucking god of war. If Shun-Yi is not sure enough about this kind of woman, he will definitely not marry her. Certainly, as to whether he could kill the other person before, 99% of the time he could. But what Shun-Yi wanted was not to kill, but to capture. Just like dealing with Murong Shui, you have to be able to unlock supplies steadily after capturing her. If the purpose was just to kill, then even if 5 policewomen Qin Xiang were tied together, they would not be a match for me as before. Not to mention now, with a powerful attack ability, it is not difficult to complete the kill. The new ability is an offensive ability. It should be more powerful than a grenade. Shun-Yi looked at Murong Shui, his eyes slightly warm, and he had an urge to try shooting. I don't know if Murong Shui's level 2 mental power can block the high-temperature rays. Attack ability? Murong Shui was stunned for a moment. Then she said in shock, "You now have spatial ability, perception ability, and an additional powerful attack ability. Teleport, information bit, attack. This configuration is simply rogue. Will this allow other people to survive?" The key is that Shun-Yi's upper limit is more than this. He can continue to stack more superpowers. Murong Shui was a little confused for a moment. I feel like I may never be able to turn the tables and become the master. Crack. Just then, the bathroom door was gently pushed open, and Hanruashi walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Her skin was still a little moist, her wet hair stuck to her neck, and her long, athletic legs were faintly visible under the bath towel, making her particularly eye-catching. I didn't bring any change of clothes. She lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was soft, with a hint of shyness and embarrassment. 100. Unlock supplies, 5 colored leaks. Shun-Yi's eyes fell on Hanruashi, sizing her up. Her clean face looks particularly delicate, with beautiful features, but what is even more outstanding is her figure. Under the bath towel, the pair of slender legs are faintly visible. Perhaps because of years of exercise, her legs are smooth and firm, and the muscles in her thighs and calves are clearly defined, but not exaggerated. She looks neither thick nor sturdy, yet full of healthy beauty. Moreover, the skin of these legs looks firm and elastic, without any signs of sagging. The proportions of her legs are also very well proportioned, from thigh to calf to ankle, very graceful and natural. It's okay. I don't have to get dressed next anyway. Shun-Yi teleported directly in front of Hanruashi, picked her up, and teleported into the bedroom with a scream. The hungry ghost of sex. Murong Shui curled her lips and complained harshly in her heart. She really couldn't understand why Shun-Yi, who was so powerful, was only keen on women. If I had such power, I would never think about any crappy man, but would unify the mountain city first, then send troops to other cities and take control of the entire country. After that, destroy the island countries, flatten the West, and unify the world. This is the pattern and ideal that a strong person should have. Xiaobai, it would be great if you could use your abilities freely, and I wouldn't have to compromise. Murong Shui gently stroked the white fox in her arms and whispered softly. The white fox opened its beautiful eyes, glanced at Morong Shui, then closed its eyes again and continued to rest. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. A bundle of 5-color aphrodisiac chives. 5-color leak +1, stored in system space. 5-color leak +1, stored in system space. 5 colors. Aphrodisiac leaks? Shun raised his eyebrows, looking a little strange. He took out a bunch of leeks from the system space and weighed them a few times. This bundle of leeks weighs about 1 pound, is brightly colored, has a generous portion, and is very fresh. Adding a pound of leeks in just 1 second, you can't finish it at all. But how can you unlock something like this? Shun shook his head. Although I feel I don't need it. But he still threw the leeks back into the system space, picked up the beautiful legs, and continued to work. The next morning, it was just dawn. In the living room, Morong Shui opened her eyes drowsily and found that she had slept on the sofa all night and felt uncomfortable all over. She frowned and looked towards the bedroom, somewhat displeased. He didn't come out all night. Do you like wild women so much? I was waiting for him last night, but I didn't see Shun until I fell asleep. You better not come to me. With a somewhat unhappy snort, Morong Shui stood up, stretched, walked into the bathroom, and started washing up. Washing her face, brushing her teeth, and putting on simple makeup are her daily routine. Despite being in the apocalypse, she has enough stored water to still maintain a relatively normal life. Just as Morong Shui was brushing her teeth, the bathroom door was pushed open. Shun walked in yawning, went straight to the toilet, and opened the valve to drain the water. Morong Shui was stunned, her cheeks slightly flushed. This bastard's behavior is so natural. How come you don't feel ashamed at all? It was as if the two of them were an old married couple, which caught her off guard and she almost got a sty. Can you cook? Shun asked casually while running water. Morong Shui turned her head and continued brushing her teeth facing the wall, answering vaguely. I could do a little, but I am average. It's fine as long as it's cooked. Fry some leeks for me later and steam some rice. I haven't eaten rice for a long time. Shun said. He originally had no rice, flour, or oil, but Morong Shui had stored a lot. It's just right for a refreshing meal and a staple food. I didn't eat staple foods before, mainly because there was none. I happened to unlock leeks yesterday, so I can stir-fry some vegetables. By the way, try the aphrodisiac 5-color leeks produced by the system to see if they are effective. Then, Shun also washed his face and brushed his teeth. After washing up, he came to the living room, took out a few steaks and a few bundles of leeks from the system space, and asked Morong Shui to cook. Unfortunately, there are too few types of vegetables unlocked, only leeks, which are not enough to make 3 dishes and 1 soup. Although there were some vegetables stored by Morong Shui in the system space, Shun felt that they were not particularly fresh and had no desire to eat them. I don't want to eat self-heating hot pot. I just want to eat some home-cooked meals. Where did you get such fresh chives? And they're so clean that you don't even need to wash them before putting them in the pot. Morong Shui looked through the leeks and found them extremely fresh, as if they had just been picked. And it's a pretty rare species. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Hurry up and cook. I'm a little hungry. Shun was too lazy to explain and urged directly. Morong Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling a little unhappy. How can this bastard order me around so confidently? Do you really consider me your wife? But she still went to cook and steam rice obediently. Life with electricity is indeed much more convenient. At the same time, Han Rawashi also walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing Morong Shui's pajamas and seemed a little uneasy, and her walking posture was a little unnatural. When she arrived in the living room, Han Rawashi's eyes first fell on Morong Shui, who was cooking. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. After all, her current identity is very embarrassing. Is she considered a mistress? Morong Shui looked up and glanced at her, frowning slightly. Who asked you to wear my pajamas? I'm sorry, I washed my clothes last night, and they're not dry yet. So, I borrowed your pajamas. Sorry. Han Rawashi lowered her head and explained weakly, not daring to refute at all. She knew clearly that her status in this family was lower than Morong Shui's. Especially since Morong Shui had superpowers and could kill her in an instant. She didn't dare to offend her in the slightest. This is Shao San's awakening. Wash it and put it back for me after dinner. Morong Shui said coldly. She doesn't like others using her things, especially her underwear. If it weren't for the fact that Han Ruashi was Shun Yi's woman, she would have killed this wild woman directly. Yeah, Han Ruashi nodded quickly and obediently. Shun Yi did not intervene in this matter. He usually doesn't stop such Shura-field behavior. If every woman needs to be disciplined by himself, then he won't have to do anything else in the future, as he won't be able to manage all the women every day. Shun Yi chose to let them do what they wanted and let the women handle their relationships on their own. As long as the Shura field did not go too far and no casualties occurred, he would not care. But if a woman dares to go too far because of jealousy, she will be considered a black sheep and should be killed immediately. A very simple and crude management method. Shun Yi, let me massage your shoulders. I learned massage from my grandma. Han Ruashi sat next to Shun Yi and took the initiative to show her goodwill. She knew that apart from her figure and looks, she had no other advantages, and she had to do her best to please Shun Yi in order to gain a foothold here. If I make Shun Yi angry and get kicked out, I'll be done for. Her most precious thing was gone last night, and now she had no right to bargain. She doesn't want to be kicked out. There's water, electricity, a sense of security, and plenty of food here. It's just like heaven. Han Ruashi wanted to stay there and live in heaven forever. And this, it takes dedication. Well, try harder. Shun Yi did not refuse. He closed his eyes and felt the soft little hands wandering around his shoulders and neck. Han Ruashi's massage technique was much more professional than Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan's, and it made him feel relaxed. While enjoying the massage, Shun Yi continued to consume the supernatural fruit and at the same time remotely replied to Jiang Nanyan's message through the mental connection. In my mind, Jiang Nanyan's voice came clearly with a hint of expectation. 101. Unlock the second material. Hubby, this is the current situation. The total number of people in our shelter has exceeded 100. Should we continue to expand and recruit more survivors? Jiang Nanyan contacted Shun Yi, mainly to report on the progress of the shelter. At present, she has checked 4 buildings and has recruited 43 people, not counting the survivors brought back by Shun Yi yesterday. Since this community has 2 households per floor, there were not many residents to begin with, and many people were not at home when the disaster occurred, so the actual population was even smaller. According to Jiang Nanyan's estimation, even if he controlled all 15 buildings in the community, he could only recruit 300 survivors at most. And this number will only be less, not more, because in the past few days, many people went downstairs to look for food and various accidents happened. The already scarce number of survivors is decreasing. So, what Jiang Nanyan meant by asking was whether they should take in all the survivors in this community. Anyway, there are only 300 people at most. Even if we add the dozens of people Shun Yi brought back yesterday, the number would definitely not exceed 400. To guard such a large community, 400 people are not a lot, and may even be too few. After all, some of these 400 people are women, children, and the elderly, and less than 1/3 of them are truly capable of fighting. According to the original plan, Jiang Nanyan was not going to take in the elderly, the weak, women, and children. But after thinking about it, she felt that women and children were also important for a shelter to develop well. If Shun Yi has sufficient supplies, he can consider keeping them. At most, he can give them less food as long as they can survive. And in the future, if there are any odd jobs, such as cleaning, mending clothes, etc., they can be handed over to these women and children to do. Well, let's do as you say. Shun Yi thought about it for a moment and agreed to Jiang Nanyan's proposal. Now that leaks have been unlocked, supplies are more abundant, and we can completely expand the scale of the shelter and build a larger shelter. And Shun Yi's goal is not just to control the Shunwan #1 community. There are also several neighboring communities that need to be taken over. The more survivors there are, the easier it will be to find women who meet the system standards. Moreover, as long as the shelter develops healthily in the future, even if the women of this generation do not meet the standards, the next generation will be able to, right? Or the next generation will do. Anyway, Shun Yi is still young and can wait. It's always a good idea to take a long-term view. After all, you have more than enough food to eat, so you don't have to worry about wasting it. The only problem is the mutant tree in the city center. But it doesn't matter. If after half a year his strength is not enough to deal with the mutated tree, he can just abandon the entire shelter and leave with his woman. Shun Yi built the shelter just for his own convenience, not to devote his life to others. Okay, husband, I will try to finish the statistics of our community within 3 days. Jiang Nanyan replied immediately. Well, I'll go home later and give you some supplies. You can make the arrangements then. There's still a lot of junk food in Shun Yi's system space, so it is no problem to use it to develop the shelter temporarily. After forming a special supply search team, Shun Yi may not have to provide supplies anymore, and may even be able to make a profit from it. Finish arranging the shelter. The meal is ready. Shun Yi ate 7 bowls of rice in one go with the fried pork with leeks. I still feel a little unsatisfied. So he took out another roast chicken from the system space and continued to feast on it. Murong Shui and Han Ruashi were both stunned. This is too much to eat. One person's appetite is equivalent to that of 6 or 7 of them. If you eat so much in the doomsday, won't you starve to death? This is Han Ruashi's simple idea. Murong Shui seemed to be thinking about something. She was almost certain that Shun Yi must have some ability to enhance his physique, because this type of psychics usually have a big appetite. In the previous life, not many shelters were willing to accept this kind of people with special abilities, because those with enhanced physiques are generally not very strong, but the supplies they consume are several times, or even dozens of times, more than those of other people. Who can afford this? Even if I can afford it, I don't want to raise it. After all, the input and return are not proportional. However, space-related abilities consume a lot of energy. Perhaps it is because Shun Yi has physical enhancement abilities that he can produce such a strong effect. Murong Shui never underestimates any supernatural powers. Even the physical enhancement abilities that seem useless in the eyes of others can exert extremely strong power as long as they are properly matched. The main difficulty lies in matching. The supernatural fruit itself is very rare. In addition, many people cannot distinguish the supernatural powers of the supernatural fruits, and it is easy to make mistakes in the combination, resulting in mediocre strength. Finished breakfast. Han Ruashi was very sensible and took the initiative to wash the dishes. Even though she felt a little unwell, she did not dare to be negligent or complain. You are quite sensible. Murong Shui glanced at Han Ruashi and felt less disgusted with this wild woman. At least I have a servant to serve me. Not bad. Come on, follow me into the bedroom. Shun Yi finished the drink in the cup and looked at Murong Shui. Murong Shui was stunned. I just finished my meal, and it's broad daylight now. Why don't you go out and search for supplies? Yet you still think about this kind of thing? Besides, didn't you just do that last night? Is it such a big addiction? Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi with a strange expression. She felt that the term sex-hungry ghost was not enough to describe Shun Yi. Is there anyone who, in the doomsday, would work and then sleep, wake up and eat, and then work again after eating? Don't they need to find supplies and become stronger? Don't you have a sense of crisis? Little did they know, Shun Yi is anxious because he has a sense of crisis. But this kind of thing must not be told to Murong Shui. Some things can be said, and some things cannot be said easily. For example, the system, especially to ambitious and unstable elements like Murong Shui. The existence of the system cannot be revealed casually. Otherwise, this woman might have some bad ideas. Certainly, maybe she'll help unlock more supplies for herself. But Shun Yi doesn't like to gamble on a possibility. Even if the success rate is 90%, he is not willing to take the risk, unless absolutely necessary. Well, final. Murong Shui sighed, but still stood up and followed Shun Yi into the bedroom. While washing dishes, Han Ruashi secretly peeked into the bedroom, her cheeks slightly red. In broad daylight, what a luxurious life. Is this still the end of the world? If she hadn't been able to see the black fog downstairs through the window, Han Ruashi would have thought she was in some strange place. If it were her old self, she would definitely despise herself now. Because I'm just like a maid, with no dignity at all. Not only do they have to sacrifice their bodies, but they also have to contribute their labor in a humbling manner. Not even as good as a mistress. Of course, we're talking about mistresses in peacetime. The mistress in the doomsday world might be worse than myself now. You can have food and drink, and even take a shower. Most of the survivors outside can't even get enough to eat, let alone take a shower with clean hot water. Thinking back to the hard days she had at school a few days ago, Han Ruashi felt that she was so happy now. It's just washing dishes, what's the big deal? Even if you asked me to clean the house every day, I would be willing to do it. As long as I can live here and have enough food and drink, I will be happy even if I am a mistress. She didn't want to go back to her previous hard days. I haven't taken a shower in more than 10 days, and I haven't even washed my face. Not only are you always hungry and thirsty, but you also have to worry about monsters or murderers all the time. That's simply not a life for a human being. Although I was being taken advantage of, I feel like it was an opportunity. Han Ruashi thought seriously while washing the dishes. Shun-yi is also very nice to me. No beating, scolding, or insults. No violence was used. At most, I just like pinching my legs. This is actually a good thing for Han Ruashi. Shun-yi likes my legs, which proves that he won't abandon me easily. As long as you work harder, your life will get better and better. I have to continue to exercise and keep in good shape, especially my legs. I have to train them more. This is my only advantage. Han Ruashi was planning secretly. She believes that she has a very good appearance and figure, and even among the tens of thousands of students at Shanxing University, she can proudly say that she is very outstanding. But compared with Murong Shui, she is almost a level lower. Murong Shui's appearance is so perfect. She has a great temperament too. I can't compare to her at all. Fortunately, my legs are unique and look good. Shani likes it very much too. This is your only advantage. You must seize it. Seize the future. At the same time, Shani also successfully unlocked new supplies. 102. Unlock the supernatural fruit, frost condensation. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Supernatural fruit, frost condensation. Frost condensation fruit +1, stored in the system space. Frost condensation fruit +1, stored in the system space. Frost. Fuck. Another supernatural fruit has been unlocked. Shen-yi sat up in surprise. You know, there are more than millions of types of supplies. And with a probability of several million, it is possible to unlock the supernatural fruit. I have to say, my luck is really amazing. Shen-yi couldn't help but look at Murong Shui and squeezed her hard. He is worthy of being a reborn person that I spent so much effort to deal with. It really can bring surprises to yourself. Fortunately, I spent some more energy before, otherwise if I killed Murong Shui directly, it would be a huge loss. In just 2 days, he had already obtained several superpowers from Murong Shui, and they're all very practical. Even the skin-hardening ability that Shun-yi had previously thought to be the most useless, he found to be very effective. Because skin hardening can choose any part of the body to harden. And after hardening, the senses still exist. How can I describe this feeling? It cannot be described or described with simple words. In short, it's awesome. Ugh, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Murong Shui turned over, slapped Shun-yi's hand away, and muttered something uncomfortably. She was so tired that she wanted to take a nap, but Shun-yi went crazy for no apparent reason. It's okay, just continue sleeping. Shun-yi also rarely treated Murong Shui in a nicer manner. He is willing to give a certain amount of respect to anyone who can help him. He has intuition and can get a lot of good things from Murong Shui. Reborn, that's awesome. Awesome in every sense of the word. Immediately, excited Shun-yi took out several newly unlocked supernatural fruits from the system space and examined them. It feels so cool. Shun-yi picked up a fruit, and a cool touch passed into his body through his fingers. This icy feeling was even colder than the first time he came into contact with a supernatural fruit. Could it be an ice-related ability? If it is an ice-related power, it would be very practical. Thinking of this, he casually put a frost-condensed fruit into his mouth. As the fruit entered his mouth, it seemed to turn into ice water and instantly flowed into his body from his throat. In the blink of an eye, it flows through every limb of the body. An extremely cold feeling was running through the body. But Shun-yi didn't feel cold. On the contrary, he felt great. How to describe it? He knew that this energy was cold, but he felt close and comfortable. It's like it's your own energy without any rejection. But Shun-yi could clearly sense that if this icy energy were placed on anyone else, they would definitely be frozen into popsicles in an instant. This is the ice power. Murong Shui was stunned when she saw Shun-yi was cracking the supernatural fruit right after he finished. This guy actually has a supernatural fruit. And there's more than one. She felt unbelievable. Where did Shun-yi find so many supernatural fruits? In just 1 day from yesterday to today, she saw Shun-yi eat no less than 50 supernatural fruits. Even if these supernatural fruits are of the same type, it would still be outrageous. With so many supernatural fruits, it would be difficult to take them out easily even in a large shelter half a year later. Where did Shun-yi pick them up from? In the entire mountain city, Murong Shui had never heard of a place that produced abundant supernatural fruits. Could this guy really have some kind of cheat? Morong Shue doesn't read novels, but only watches movies and TV series occasionally, so she knows little about things like plugins. But she is not stupid. Shun Yi's ability to easily take out supernatural fruits must be hiding a big secret. It might be even bigger than the secret of my own rebirth. Morong Shue sat up without hiding anything, stared at Shun Yi, and said, I am your woman now. Isn't it time for you to tell me some things? Shun Yi glanced at Morong Shue, ignored her, and continued reading the introduction to superpowers. Frost condensation. LV1. You can create ice out of thin air and can control the hardness and shape of the ice. You can manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-range defense, with the current maximum distance being 20 meters. In addition, you will also have a higher resistance to low temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more physical strength you will consume. Why? This ability is pretty cool too. Although it is a relatively common elemental power, its effect is very comprehensive. It can defend, fight, and even eat. That's right, it's edible. Because Shun Yi can control the hardness of ice. It can create a high-hardness ice wall defense. It can also create high-hardness ice cone attacks. You can also make crispy little ice cubes to cool off. Damn, it's so omnipotent. The most important thing is that the frost power can be upgraded by eating fruits without any mindlessness. As long as you raise your level, you can use your level to suppress some incredible supernatural powers. For example, the White Fox's time ability. The first level frost power is not as good as the time power, so can the 10th level or 50 level power crush it? Absolutely. Think of this. Shun Yi started to crack the fruit of frost power to upgrade his level first. This ability has a wide range of uses and is very practical. And it also comes with a passive ability. Can improve low temperature resistance. This is a divine skill. In the future, if I encounter a low temperature environment or in winter, I may be able to walk naked in the snow without being affected. Although you may not use it normally, it's better to have it than not. Anyway, superpowers can be stacked infinitely. As long as you stack enough passive buffs, no one can kill you even if you stand still. Shun Yi, you haven't even pulled up your pants yet, and you're already turning your back on me? When Morong Shue saw that Shun Yi ignored her, she immediately became furious. My body has been played with all over, but this bastard's attitude is still so distant, as if he has no feelings for me at all. Is it really just for sleeping? Even though Morong Shue said that she didn't want to fall in love after having sex, she still had some feelings for Shun Yi. After all, no matter what, he is the first man in his 2 lives. As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day is 100 days of grace. No matter how hostile they were before, there will be some feelings between them now. Shun Yi glanced at the angry Morong Shue, threw a few supernatural fruits to her, and said, These are elemental supernatural fruits. The effect is not bad. See if you want to eat them. After saying that, he got out of bed naked, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. He ignored Morong Shue. When in the same room with this woman, Shun Yi needs to be alert at all times and dare not relax his mind at all, for fear of being tricked. So, he never thought about having pure love with Morong Shue. Morong Shue stared blankly at Shun Yi's back, then lowered her head to look at the several supernatural fruits on the bedding, and suddenly a feeling of humiliation came over her. Asshole, what kind of woman do you think I am? 103, an ignorant wild woman. Even though I'd already walked into the living room, I could still hear Morong Shue's scolding coming from the bedroom. This time Shun, he didn't care about her words. Just let this woman vent her anger verbally. Just don't do anything. As for the frost fruit given to Morong Shue, just treat it as prostitution money. At the same time, it was also to appease the woman. Morong Shue is a reborn person after all, and she is very powerful. Plus, she knows a lot of information about the future, so she will be of great use in the future. It is not appropriate to make enemies now. Shuni, are you okay? Do you want me to go in and comfort Sister Morong, or let her scold me to vent my anger? Han Rawashi also heard the scolding in the bedroom and asked with some concern. She guessed that it might be because of her that Morong Shue was angry, which made her worry that she would be kicked out. If it were her, and her boyfriend brought another woman home and did that in front of her, she would also feel uncomfortable and even get angry. So Han Rawashi could understand Morong Shue's anger, but she didn't want to be driven away because of it. Understanding is one thing, but it doesn't mean you can empathize with others, especially when it comes to self-interest. It's none of your business. Shun Yi said, taking out the spiritually connected supernatural fruit from the system space, handed it to Han Ruashi and said, "Eat this, and then you can live here temporarily, and I will also provide you with daily food and drink in the future." Yes, thank you. Although Han Ruashi didn't know what this colorful fruit was used for, she still ate it obediently. She guessed that this might be a means of controlling herself. Just like the poison in the novel, to prevent yourself from betraying others, you need to take the antidote regularly to be fine. However, Han Ruashi never thought of betrayal, so she ate it without hesitation. Shun Yi was satisfied with her attitude. Han Ruashi can be said to be the one with the fastest change of mind among all the women currently. And she had no intention of vying for favor. She just simply wanted to live here and enjoy the safe and warm shelter. Desire is low. What you just ate was a supernatural fruit. Then, Shun Yi explained to Han Ruashi the function of the supernatural fruit and told her that what she ate was the mental connection power, which could be used for long-distance conversations. Of course, the most important purpose is to be able to communicate with yourself in time when encountering an emergency, and facilitate daily communication. After explaining the supernatural powers, Shun Yi gave Han Ruashi a handful of spiritual connection fruits, asking her to eat them slowly to upgrade and facilitate future contact. After arranging these trivial matters, Shun Yi used instant teleportation to leave. He also wanted to go and see how badly that crazy woman Lin Jiwei's injuries were. If the wound gets infected, the situation will be very troublesome. Lin Jiwei plays a very important role now, and nothing can happen to him. He also hoped that the crazy woman could develop a genetic drug to train the people in the shelter and improve his own strength. Han Ruashi was startled when she saw Shun Yi suddenly disappear from her sight, but she quickly calmed down. She knew yesterday that Shun Yi had superpowers, but she didn't expect that he could disappear out of thin air. So amazing. It's even more powerful than the superheroes in the movies. Perhaps it's not bad to be dominated by such a powerful man. Han Ruashi couldn't help but smile happily as she felt the superpowers she had just acquired. I can actually gain superpowers. Although it's not a particularly powerful superpower, being able to make calls without a mobile phone and seeing other people's vision is already very magical. How can I not be happy when I got superpowers for free? Although I'm a mistress, Shun Yi is still very good to me. Han Ruashi happily studied her new ability to see if it had any other uses. At the same time, she did not forget to continue eating the supernatural fruits to upgrade. Just then, Murong Shui, wearing pajamas, walked out of the bedroom. Seeing dozens of supernatural fruits in front of Han Ruashi, she was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly became ugly. "Did that bastard give you this?" Han Ruashi stood up quickly and asked carefully, "Sister Murong, do you want to eat? What power does this fruit have?" Murong Shui did not answer directly, but asked back. Shun Yi said this is called spiritual connection, which can be used for long-distance conversations. It's amazing. Han Ruashi looked excited. "Oh, rubbish superpowers." Murong Shui snorted coldly, with disdain in her eyes. She simply despises this kind of rubbish ability. But for Han Ruashi, an ordinary person who didn't even know what the superpower fruit was, she was very excited and thrilled to have her first encounter with superpowers, even if they were not very powerful. She doesn't think it's trash at all. This is Shun Yi's care and love for himself. Then I eat alone?" Han Ruashi asked cautiously, afraid of angering Murong Shui. Now that Shun Yi is not here, if he makes Murong Shui, who has superpowers, angry. If I beat myself up or kick myself out, that's it. So Han Ruashi didn't dare to speak loudly, for fear of angering Murong Shui. "If you want to eat, just eat. Why are you asking me? I don't like this kind of rubbish." Murong Shui snorted again, and then said, "Don't be idle either. Go wash the sheets in the bedroom. Don't waste water and electricity. Wash them by hand and make them clean." Of course, Han Ruashi didn't dare to refuse. She quickly put away the supernatural fruit on the table and went to work. Murong Shui looked at Han Ruashi's back with a bit of contempt in her eyes and said proudly in her heart, "What an ignorant wild woman. A piece of trashy superpower moves you so much. The power fruit Shun Yi gave me is of the elemental type, which is much stronger than this rubbish power that can only communicate. A wild woman is a wild woman. She has no vision and is not presentable. The wound has become infected. If it is not treated quickly, I am afraid that this arm will be useless." Shun Yi frowned and looked at Lin Jiwei's arm. He had just left Murong Shue's house and went to visit his grandmother and younger sister, leaving some supplies. Then he went to Xiao Xiao's house and checked Lin Jiwei's injuries as soon as possible. It turned out that the wound she had been scratched by the spider silk yesterday had become infected and had even started to ooze pus, emitting a faint foul odor. Without an arm, it will be inconvenient to do many experiments in the future. Although gravity manipulation can make up for it, it will still be a bit troublesome. Lin Jiwei looked at his left arm and frowned rarely. Chu Xiaoxiao looked shocked. This woman's train of thought is really different. Her tone and expression were as if she was discussing a tool rather than her own arm. Moreover, her arm was rotten and festering, but she didn't even cry out in pain. She remembered that she had been stabbed on the leg a few days ago. She cried for a long time at home because of the pain, especially during those 2 days when Shun Yi was helping her disinfect. She was in so much pain that she couldn't sleep well. It wasn't until the wound healed in the past 2 days that it started to feel a little better. 104. People blocking the road, city hospital. There are 2 options now. First, amputation is to save life, which has the lowest risk. Second, let's go to the city hospital and see if we can find a doctor to treat the infection. But given the situation outside right now, it's hard to say if there are any doctors still alive. Shun Yi looked at the infected wound on Lin Jiwei's arm and said with a frown, I didn't expect the wound to get infected so quickly. The situation is a bit tricky. When do we leave? Lin Jiwei made his choice almost without hesitation. She doesn't want to become disabled. Even if there are no doctors or nurses in the hospital, she can treat the wound herself as long as there are medical equipment. At worst, you could just scrape off the rotten flesh with a knife, bandage it, and wait for new flesh to grow out. Simple and crude, but should work. Lin Jiwei could feel that he still had feeling in his arm, which meant that the infection was not particularly serious and could still be saved. Then let's go now. Shunyi didn't delay either. He also didn't want Lin Jiwei's arm to be disabled. This will not only affect her work, but also delay her contribution to the shelter, which will affect her own interests. So she must be cured. And I'm going to the city hospital today, and I can also search for some medicines. Medicines are a scarce resource, but Shun Yi never has too much. Given the current disaster situation, it is almost impossible to resume drug production. Therefore, it is very important to collect more medicines of various types. If we are lucky enough, we can find a few doctors and nurses to join the shelter, so much the better. If you get sick or injured in the future, it will be much easier to deal with. So Shun Yi set off with Lin Jiwei. Before leaving, he returned to the 20th floor and met with Jiang Nanyan, Su Wanting, and other girls. He left a batch of supplies for Jiang Nanyan to use to operate the shelter. This batch of materials is considered the first investment in the early stage. Most of them were instant noodles, snacks, and some canned food that he didn't like very much. Even if it was wasted, Shun Yi wouldn't feel bad. And in his system space, all kinds of fresh supplies are still accumulating at a rate of +1 per second, and they can never be consumed. After placing the supplies, Shun Yi did not stay long and set off with Lin Jiwei. As for how Jiang Nanyan developed the shelter and how to mobilize the survivors, he didn't care. As long as he can see tangible feedback, he is willing to continue investing. If after a while the shelter still doesn't make any progress, change people. If not, let Murong Shui take over. Although Murong Shui is a very ambitious woman, but her skills and strength are definitely stronger than Jiang Nanyan's. Through the previous conversation in bed, Shun Yi learned that Murong Shui started from scratch before the end of the world and founded a company on her own with a market value of several hundred million. This is already very awesome for an ordinary person. In fact, if it weren't for the doomsday disaster, her company would still be thriving. The rain outside hasn't stopped yet, but compared to yesterday, it is much smaller. This continuous heavy rain gave many survivors a chance to survive. As long as we collect more rainwater, we won't die of thirst in the short term. And not only the survivors, but also the mutated animals benefited greatly. When Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei went out, they saw Xiaoha looking up and drinking rainwater. Water is vital to any living thing, even mutant animals. After feeding Xiaoha, Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei came to the underground garage and drove Jiang Nanyan's friend's modified Mercedes-Benz G. The community is 20 to 30 kilometers away from the municipal hospital. It is a waste of time to walk there, so driving is more convenient. Shun Yi conveniently stored all the other cars in the underground garage into the system space. It's the end of the world anyway, so these cars are assumed to be ownerless. However, when Shinny drove out of the community, the road was already blocked before he had gone a few kilometers. There's so many cracks on the road that even the roads without cracks are blocked by abandoned vehicles, making it impossible to pass normally. In addition, the noise of driving is too loud, and even if it is covered by the sound of rain, it can easily attract a large number of mutant animals. Although ordinary mutant animals do not pose a threat to Shun-Yi, his main purpose is to go to the hospital, not to kill monsters. There is no need to fight to the death with mutated animals. So, Shun-Yi put the car into the system space, took out 2 umbrellas, and he and Lin Jiwei each took one, and walked towards the city hospital. With telepathy, he can also avoid various dangers along the way, as well as many survivors who form teams to search for supplies. Basically, there will be no danger. From a god's perspective, Shun-Yi discovered that the survivors were obviously much bolder than when the apocalypse first began. Most people dare to go out. There are even teams of survivors who dare to fight against the mutant animals. However, there are 2 people with special powers among the team of survivors who dare to fight the mutant animals. It seems that the existence of the supernatural fruit has gradually been known to ordinary people. That's normal. After all, it's been there for half a month. Hey, what is this? Shinny watched the battle for a while, but didn't find a woman who met the system standards. So he retracted his sight and suddenly found that the main road ahead was blocked by various debris. Only a small passage was reserved. This is obviously man-made. Shun immediately used telepathy to check the houses on both sides of the road. Really, there were no less than 10 people hiding in several of the houses. There are both men and women, but men are the majority. Moreover, there were many backpacks and blood-stained clothes in the house they were in, as if they had been stripped from corpses. This is most likely a robbery gang. Order has collapsed and morality no longer exists. It's really getting more and more doomsday-like. Shun-Yi murmured silently, but had no intention of taking a detour. Dare to set up roadblocks and rob. Let's see who robs whom. Shun-Yi. At this moment, Lin Jiwei suddenly reached out and grabbed Shun-Yi's arm very hard. Shun-Yi turned around and saw that Lin Jiwei's face was slightly pale. No, it's okay. Lin Jiwei bit her lip, let out a breath, and slowly let go of her hand. Shun-Yi glanced at the wound on her arm, which was oozing yellow liquid and staining the white gauze yellow. It looks like the wound infection has worsened. Shun-Yi pondered for a moment, then put his hand on Lin Jiwei's arm. A deep blue ice quickly condensed and quickly froze or wound. Although freezing the wound in this way has no therapeutic effect, it can temporarily relieve pain. What kind of supernatural power is this? It can actually create low-temperature ice quickly. You got new power again. Lin Jiwei looked at his frozen arm with surprise. Then, she stared at Shun-Yi with burning eyes, full of inquiry and curiosity. Very curious. Want to study? Let's go to the hospital first. Shun-Yi was too lazy to explain, so he picked up Lin Jiwei and used teleportation to continue on his journey. Lin Jiwei was stunned when he was suddenly picked up, but it soon quieted down. This was her first time having this experience. It feels pretty good. Lin Jiwei leaned her head gently in Shun-Yi's arms and closed her eyes obediently. Leaning in the man's broad arms, she didn't know what she was thinking about, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Shun-Yi originally wanted to take care of a few robbers who were blocking the road. But seeing that Lin Jiwei was not in good condition, he ignored them and directly used teleportation to pass through the obstacle. It took more than 10 minutes to reach the city hospital. Through telepathy, Shun-Yi saw that there were many survivors in the hospital. Among them, there are doctors. 105, 2 that meet the system standards. The municipal hospital is the largest grade 3 hospital in the mountain city. It is much larger than the affiliated hospital that Shun-Yi had visited before and covers an area of more than 150,000 square meters. Usually this place is crowded and you have to wait in line for at least several hours to see a doctor. There should have been a lot of people in the hospital when the disaster happened. Even though more than 10 days have passed, there are still hundreds of survivors scattered in different buildings. There are so many people. Shun-Yi stood outside the city hospital, breathing slightly. I used teleportation frequently along the way, which consumed a lot of my physical strength, but the result was pretty good. He quickly found the doctor and nurse through telepathy. There are many surviving doctors in the municipal hospital, with several in almost every building, especially on the top floor of the outpatient building, where 4 or 5 doctors in white coats and 7 or 8 young female nurses, as well as many patients and their families, gather. However, the situation for these survivors is not optimistic. A group of people armed with weapons were trying to rush to the sixth floor with great momentum. Shunny did not hesitate and directly chose the outpatient building. Although there were doctors and nurses in other buildings, two women in the outpatient building triggered the system prompt, which forced him to come and find out. At the same time, in the outpatient building on the sixth floor, doctors, nurses, and survivors were moving various tables, chairs, and cabinets to block the stairs to prevent people downstairs from rushing up. Although everyone is a survivor in the hospital, but people have different bottom lines. The survivors downstairs were the same as the people on the sixth floor, including doctors in the hospital, as well as most of the patients and their families who came to see the doctor. But after the disaster, rescue was delayed, food and water gradually ran out, and some people gradually lost their moral bottom line and no longer abided by the law. They began to steal supplies, threaten men, and assault women. Some men were driven out by them to look for food and were eaten by the monsters. A female nurse was raped by them one after another. So, the bullied survivors who still retained some moral bottom line united, rushed to the sixth floor, used the sixth floor as a shelter, and stayed there. They had originally thought about rushing out of the hospital, but there were men-eating monsters outside, and even if they ran out, there was almost no chance of survival. I can only hide on the sixth floor and survive. However, the group of thugs downstairs still refused to let them go. Damn it, we obviously don't have anything on the sixth floor, and we've already finished the food. Why on earth do these bastards have to cause trouble for us? A man cursed angrily. We are all human beings. Can't we help each other and survive together? The other survivors looked terrified, especially the women, who trembled as they recalled what had happened to the female nurses who had been captured before. The thugs downstairs are inhumane. Falling into their hands is more terrible than death. Everyone, hurry up and move some more tables and chairs over to block this place. Quickly, someone shouted loudly. The men quickly brought in the furniture, and the women helped carry it as well. None of them wanted to fall into the hands of the thugs. At this time, most people's attention was attracted. In the corner, the two men looked at each other and whispered, "Let's do as we agreed last night. We will simultaneously control Vice President Wong, and then make way for the people downstairs to come up." The young man hesitated and asked in a low voice, "Can you really guarantee that they will let us go? Those guys dare to kill people." "Don't worry, my relatives are downstairs. Given my relationship with them, they will definitely not harm us. Besides, didn't someone sneak downstairs before? And they weren't killed. If we don't turn to the light now, it will be really dangerous when they attack us. By then it will be too late, even if we want to turn to the light." The older man whispered soothingly, but also with warning. The young man gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Okay, in order to survive, this is the only way. Be a shameless traitor. He looked at the people who were busy, with deep guilt in his eyes. But he had no choice. He didn't want to die. If he continued to be trapped on the sixth floor, even if he was not killed by the thugs downstairs, he would die of starvation and thirst sooner or later. It was because it rained in the past 2 days that they collected some rainwater, otherwise they would have collapsed long ago. He knew it was useless to continue holding on. The group of thugs down, there are mostly men. Once a fight starts, the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children on the sixth floor will have no chance of winning. Therefore, in order to survive, one has no choice but to abandon morality and conscience. I can't die. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. I must go back alive, even if I have to become a beast. The young man murmured silently, his eyes gradually becoming firm. All right, brothers, get ready. We're about to take action. As the middle-aged man spoke, he turned to look at a man in a white coat who was directing everyone at the stairs. This older man is the vice president of the hospital and the backbone of the group on the sixth floor. As long as he is controlled, the others will surely fall apart. Good. The young man gritted his teeth, quietly took out a scalpel from his pocket, and his eyes became fierce. The two of them slowly approached the vice president from behind, just when they were only about 1 meter away from Vice President Wong and were ready to attack. Suddenly, two figures appeared out of nowhere in the corridor, instantly scaring everyone so much that they screamed in fear. "Ghost! There's a ghost! Don't come over here! Please don't come over here! Otherwise I will kneel down for you! Vice President Wong, help!" The survivors stepped back in fear, looking in horror at the man and woman who suddenly appeared. Even the two men who were planning to attack Vice President Wong were shocked and dared not move. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The only relatively calm person in the crowd was Vice President Wong. Although his hands were shaking, he still stood in front of everyone, staring at Shun Yi warily and asking. That's right. The two people who appeared out of nowhere were Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei. Shun Yi glanced at everyone, casually took out a pistol from the system space, and asked, "Who can treat external injuries? Don't be afraid. We just want to see a doctor. We won't hurt anyone." See a doctor? You pulled out a gun and said you were treating a patient. He also said that he didn't want to hurt anyone. Do you think we can believe him? Everyone swallowed their saliva, and their little thoughts were instantly put away. A pistol is more intimidating to people than superpowers. Superpowers only make people surprised, but pistols make people afraid. Especially in Xia, a country where guns are banned, pistols with low power are almost regarded as myths. Therefore, no one dared to step forward and be the first to speak out. Why aren't you talking? Is there any living surgeon? Shun Yi frowned and looked at everyone, then asked for the second time. But more than 10 seconds passed, and still no one stood up, and no one even answered. 106. Not as good as college students, Jiang Huimin. Are you all fucking deaf? I'm going to ask if there's a surgeon. If no one speaks up, I'm going to kill you all. Shun Yi pointed his gun directly at the crowd. Be prepared to shoot indiscriminately. Suddenly, the crowd became a commotion. There were cries of begging for mercy and crying mixed together. Many survivors began to flee to the wards, and a stampede occurred. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Get out of my way. Don't block my way. Ouch. Who stepped on my foot? Oh my God. My shoes were stepped on and fell off. Shun Yi frowned speechlessly. Why are they such a bunch of cowardly losers? Compared to the survivors he met on the way here, who dare to go out to look for food, these people are so useless. Even worse than college students in school. Although college students are timid and fearful, they're not as bad as this bunch of idiots. They almost trampled their own people to death. Shun Yi had no intention of accepting them into his shelter. No, little brother, don't shoot. We have surgeons here. Don't be impulsive. Vice President Wang shouted hurriedly, his voice filled with nervousness and pleading. He turned around quickly and shouted anxiously to the back of the crowd. Dr. Jiang, please come out for a moment. There's a patient who needs your help. Originally, Vice President Wang did not want to betray Dr. Jiang, but seeing that the man really wanted to kill someone, he dared not hesitate any longer. In an instant, all the survivors' eyes were focused on a woman in a white coat at the back of the crowd. Without any hesitation, the survivors immediately pushed the female doctor out. Some people even complained and cursed in low voices, blaming her for not taking the initiative to stand up. Obviously, if these people didn't know that the female doctor was a surgeon, they would have used violence to force her out. The weak will often only bully the weaker ones. Can you treat external injuries? Shun Yi looked at the female doctor. She looks to be about 30 years old, with a mature temperament, delicate features, and healthy skin. She's like a ripe peach, exuding a unique charm. She wore a stained white coat that was tailored to her body, accentuating her slender figure. Her legs are wrapped in a pair of flesh-colored stockings, which not only do not look vulgar, but add a bit of elegance and intellect. This female doctor was one of the two women he had seen earlier who met the system's criteria. Bite. A goddess who meets the system's standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Jiang Huimin. Age, 28. Appearance, 92 points. Body, 96 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. This female doctor has a mature figure. She is not as pale and thin as Su Wanning, but has a little bit of plumpness. Especially the pair of long legs in flesh-colored stockings, with a slightly plump shape, which looks neither too thin nor too bloated, showing a natural sense of fullness just right. It must taste good when pinched. Although I'm a surgeon, I'm only an intern and lack experience. I cannot guarantee whether I can cure your injuries. Jiang Huimin replied with a trembling voice facing Shun Yi's gun. She didn't want to stand up at first. It's not that she has no confidence in her medical skills, but the current situation makes her feel uneasy. If she succeeds in curing the disease, it may not be a success, but if she fails, she will definitely get into trouble. Come and read it first before you answer. As Shun Yi spoke, he turned to look at Lin Jiwei's frozen arm, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the ice shattered instantly. This scene left the survivors present stunned and shocked. What kind of ability is this? Break the ice with a snap of fingers? It's unbelievable. Is this man really a normal person? Jiang Huimin also swallowed, suppressed the shock in her heart, and hurried forward. When she removed the gauze and saw the rotten flesh and pus-oozing wound on Lin Jue's arm, even she, who was experienced, couldn't help but frown. Don't you feel any pain? Jiang Huimin looked at the beautiful woman's almost expressionless face and couldn't help asking. She didn't say a word even though the wound was so serious and no anesthesia was used. Pain. Lin Jue answered briefly, but there was no trace of pain in her tone or expression, as if she was just stating a fact. Is this woman really a normal human being? Jiang Huimin muttered to herself, but still mustered up the courage to continue asking. Can I ask you a few questions? For example, how did this injury occur? I was scratched by the spider silk. Lin Jue answered concisely. Spider? Jiang Huimin was stunned for a moment, then realized this was definitely not an ordinary spider. The size of the wound alone was far beyond the size of spiders she knew. How long have you been injured? Jiang Huimin continued to ask. 16 hours and 36 minutes. Lin Jue answered without hesitation. His memory was very good. Only 16 hours? The infection spread so quickly. Jiang Huimin was a little surprised and then carefully examined the muscles around Lin Jue's arms, pressed gently with her hands, and asked some details. Although Lin Jue didn't talk much, his answers were very accurate, saving a lot of trouble. After some examination, Jiang Huimin turned to Shun Yi and said, the infection is indeed serious, but fortunately it has not affected the entire arm, and it can be cured without amputation. However, it will require anesthesia and some auxiliary drugs and a minor operation. What specific medicine do you need? Shun Yi asked. Jiang Huimin immediately named several medicines. Shun Yi searched the system space and found that they all had it, so he took it out and handed it to her. You go and do the surgery now. If you need an assistant, just choose one from this group of people. I need to clean myself up first, and then I'll be ready to start in a moment. Jiang Huimin was shocked by Shun Yi's method of taking medicine out of thin air, but she quickly nodded in agreement. The other survivors were even more incredulous when they saw this scene. Who is this man? Not only can it appear out of thin air, it can even create medicine out of thin air. This was simply beyond their comprehension. What exactly happened in the outside world during this period of time? These survivors, who had hardly ever left the city hospital, were filled with astonishment and confusion. Others, those who were called, should cooperate with Dr. Jiang. After the operation, I will give you corresponding compensation. But if anyone dares to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Shunyi glanced at everyone coldly, his tone carrying an unquestionable threat. No one dared to refute. However, at this moment, a noisy sound came from the stairs. A large number of obstacles were being removed. The people downstairs were vaguely visible, and the shouting and cursing became clearer and clearer. The survivors on the 6th floor suddenly changed their expressions, and fear quickly spread. Compared to Shunyi, they were more afraid of the mob downstairs. After all, they had seen those people kill and torture people with their own eyes. Some people were panicking, some were sobbing, and the scene was in chaos for a while. Shut the fuck up, Shun Yi scolded coldly, then looked at Jiang Huimin, who was also panicking, and said, take the people to perform the operation, don't worry about other things. Jiang Huimin was stunned for a moment. Then when she saw the gun in Shun Yi's hand, she immediately reacted and nodded quickly. She realized that this was her chance to survive. As long as this man is willing to take action, the thugs downstairs are nothing to be afraid of. The prerequisite is that she must perform the operation well. Otherwise, this man would probably kill himself before the thugs downstairs could rush up. Immediately, Jiang Huimin began to select assistants from the crowd. Dr. Jiang, choose me. Let me help you. Let me do it. Although I'm an internist, I also know some surgical knowledge. Let me do it. Although I'm a pediatrician, I also know a lot about surgery. Me. Choose me. I may not be a doctor, but I am very good at observing people's expressions. Dr. Jiang, I'm already 65 years old this year. You must respect the elderly and love the young. The survivors put aside their previous fears and rushed to help. They realized that this was a chance to survive. However, facing those pairs of eager eyes, Jiang Huimin hesitated for a few seconds and finally only picked a few female nurses, then walked into the ward with Lin Jue, bringing the medicines. She knew she couldn't help everyone. If I ask a bunch of irrelevant people to be my assistants, it might make this man angry and offend him. That would be terrible. Right now, the only thing she can do is to try her best to complete the operation. 107. Just an ordinary person, dead without any evidence. Seeing that Jiang Huimin had chosen female nurses wearing nurse uniforms, Shani nodded with satisfaction. He didn't speak just now because he wanted to see the woman's personality and thoughts. If she really dares to pick a bunch of old men and old ladies as assistants, then she's really thinking of herself as a fool. Shani will really get mad. As Jiang Huimin began the operation, Shani pulled a chair and sat at the door, waiting quietly. He also ignored the group of thugs who were carrying obstacles downstairs. The survivors looked at each other, their hearts filled with confusion and anxiety. Why didn't this man take action in advance to deter the thugs? Isn't he afraid of the thugs rushing over? Even if he had a pistol, could one gun really be enough to handle the situation when facing 20 or 30 thugs? Some people are worried, some are anxious, and some have ulterior motives. In the corner, the two men who had originally planned to betray gathered together again and talked in a low voice. He has a gun and that magical superpower. Why do we still have to take refuge downstairs? Isn't this courting death? The young man lowered his voice with fear in his tone. The moment he saw the gun, he gave up the idea of betrayal. But the middle-aged man pulled him hard and insisted on voting. I admit that his superpowers are scary. But that gun, are you sure it's a real gun? The middle-aged man sneered, glanced at Shani quietly, and whispered, "Ha, you have to know that guns are banned in our Xia country. How can ordinary people get guns? That gun of his is most likely a toy gun, used to scare us. Otherwise, why didn't he take the opportunity to shoot and intimidate the people downstairs? Besides, what if it's a real gun? There are 20 to 30 people downstairs. A pistol only has 10 bullets at most, right? Can he kill them all? I'm afraid that before he can fire a few shots, we can rush over and kill him right away." After hearing this, the young man was still very scared, but he has superpowers. Can ordinary people really resist that kind of superpower that disappears suddenly? The reason he wanted to betray was just to survive. Now that we have encountered such an inhuman pervert, if we continue to betray him, wouldn't that be courting death? What's wrong with superpowers? I don't believe his superpowers are that great. Look, he couldn't even heal that woman's injury, which means his abilities must have limitations, and they are very big. The middle-aged man continued to encourage. As long as we seize the opportunity and attack him unexpectedly, he will definitely not be able to react. Brother, you have to think carefully. Even if you don't betray him now, he may not help us. Otherwise, why didn't he shoot in advance to deter the people downstairs? When the people downstairs rushed up, he would at most protect himself, or only protect the doctors and nurses performing the operation, and would definitely not care about innocent people like us. So, we actually only have one way to go. When a young man heard this, he was indeed shaken. Yes, even though the man had superpowers and a gun, he didn't say he wanted to protect us. If the thugs rush over and he ignores us, what should we do then? Hesitantly, the young man looked at the middle-aged man who was chattering, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. If I tell the mysterious man now that this middle-aged man is going to betray me, can I get a chance to survive? It should be possible. After all, this also concerns his life and death. Thinking of this, the young man quietly stepped back and prepared to go to Shun Yi to complain. However, just as he took a step forward, the middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward, covered his mouth fiercely, and then inserted a scalpel directly into his throat. Blood spurted out instantly, staining the walls and floor red. The young man's eyes widened, struggling in pain, his eyes full of disbelief. Why do you want to kill me? Boy, don't think I can't see that you want to tell on me. The middle-aged man said coldly, then pulled out the scalpel, let go of the man, pretended to be terrified with blood all over his body, and shouted loudly, "This bastard wants to betray us, and he wants to drag me down with him. Everyone be careful." As he shouted, the survivors in the distance finally noticed the situation in the corner. The ground was stained red with blood. A man covered his bleeding neck and struggled in pain, but could not make any sound. Suddenly, screams of terror broke out in the crowd, and everyone stepped back with fear written all over their faces. "What's going on?" Vice President Wang squeezed through the crowd and walked over quickly. When he saw the young man with a pierced neck, his face turned pale instantly. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man holding the blood-stained scalpel with anger and fear, and shouted, "Zhou Guangyi, how dare you kill someone? Are you crazy? Killing people at this time is simply insane." Vice Dean Wang, I didn't want to do this either. It was this bastard. He wanted to betray us and join the thugs downstairs. and he wanted to drag me along with him. I said I didn't want to, and he threatened me. He said he wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to do it. Otherwise, I would be the one to die. Zhou Guangyi looked aggrieved and frightened. He quickly threw the scalpel to the ground and showed great fear. Hearing Zhou Guangyi's words, the young man lying on the ground widened his eyes and stared at him. He whimpered and tried to expose the true face of this beast, but because his throat was pierced, he could not make any sound. It was obviously him. He was the one who instigated me to betray. He is the traitor. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Pain, fear, resentment, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions intertwined in the young man's mind. But in the end, all the complex emotions turned into an unbreakable obsession. Wife, I really want to go home. I really want to see you again. The faces of his wife and daughter flashed through his mind. Gradually, his eyes lost their luster and became completely lifeless. However, he stared at Zhou Guangyi unwillingly until his death. He always thought that Zhou Guangyi would take him alive, but he didn't expect that he would die at the hands of Zhou Guangyi. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary man who was honest, had no opinion, and no courage. After studying hard for more than 10 years, he finally passed the exam to move from the countryside to the city, found a relatively stable job, met a woman he liked, bought a house with a loan, got married hastily, had a lovely daughter, and life was getting better. But he never expected that the end of the world would suddenly come. All his efforts came to nothing. He never dared to think about getting rich or becoming a member of the privileged class. He just wanted to survive, live a peaceful and stable life with your family. When I was in school, I didn't dare to offend the bad students in the class. After I started working, I didn't dare to offend my superiors. I didn't dare to fight back when I encountered provocations from drunk passersby. I lived a timid life for half of my life. I lived with inferiority and cowardice for more than 20 years. I just want to live an ordinary life. But even such a small wish cannot be realized. Looking at the young man who had lost his breath, Vice President Wang frowned deeply and stared at Zhou Guangyi. Now that there is no evidence, who knows if what he said is true? 108. Must eat purple eggs. Zhou Guangyi is not a good person. Slippery-tongued, lazy, and gluttonous. Since forming a team with everyone else, he has done the least work and eaten the most. He never goes out to look for food, and even small things like fetching rain are something he is too lazy to do and leave to others to do. Although they had only been together for about 10 days, Vice President Wang had a very bad impression of him. On the contrary, the young man who was killed, named Ma Xiaoming, was a down-to-earth, hard-working young man who never complained. He was humble to women, took care of the elderly, and even if he himself was not full, he would share some of his food with other hungry people. Therefore, when Zhou Guangyi accused Ma Xiaoming of wanting to betray, Vice President Wang did not believe it at all. Many survivors didn't believe it either. But no matter how much they believed it or not, no one was willing to stand up for a dead person. Even elderly people that Ma Xiaoming had once taken care of did not dare to see his body. This is the end. Most people just want to survive. Zhou Guangyi, I don't care whether what you said is true or false. You are not allowed to touch any weapons now. Otherwise, we have the right to detain unstable elements like you in solitary confinement. Vice President Wang warned coldly. As the leader of these survivors, if he does not step up and take charge, these people will soon disperse. Yes, Vice President Wang is right. You are not allowed to take weapons again. Support Vice President Wang. We don't want to stay with a murderer. We old couple will listen to Vice President Wang. The survivors echoed in unison. Although no one spoke up for Ma Xiaoming, they were also afraid of Zhou Guangyi, a guy who had killed people. I just said that I was forced to do this, and I don't want to kill anyone. Please rest assured, I promise not to touch any weapons again. I don't have any weapons on me. If you are worried, you can search me now. Zhou Guangyi looked aggrieved. Naturally, no one dared to come forward and search him. After all, Zhou Guangyi is now covered in blood and looks scary. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Zhou Guangyi sighed, as if he had suffered a great injustice, and walked towards the stairs sighing. Everyone quickly made way and didn't dare touch him. At this time, after leaving the crowd, Zhou Guangyi immediately changed his expression and walked up to Shun Yi with a smile on his face. From beginning to end, Shun Yi had been sitting in a chair, eating snacks to restore his strength, and had not intervened in the infighting among the survivors at all. Although the survivors were drooling at the sight, no one dared to come forward to ask for food. He also enjoys his leisure time. My dear brother, there was a guy over there who told me that he wanted to attack you, but but I am not that kind of person. So I helped you kill him. I know that you are a very capable person, so I must have seen it a long time ago, right? Zhou Guangyi smiled, staring at the food in Shun Yi's hand, swallowing his saliva greedily several times, and continued, "Little brother, look, Uncle has helped you solve a big problem. Can you give Uncle a bite of food? Get lost. Don't get close to me." Shun Yi didn't even raise his eyelids, too lazy to pay attention to this mean-looking man. After being scolded, Zhou Guangyi was stunned, then frowned and said unhappily, "Little brother, you are a bit unkind. Even if you don't remember the kindness of your uncle helping you, at least you should have some basic courtesy and quality, right? No matter what, my uncle is older than you and is your elder. You can't scold an elder like that, right? You still have to have the most basic virtues as a human being, otherwise." He didn't dare to curse Shani back, but he still dared to use moral blackmail. "No matter what, I am right. You can't shoot me just because I said I'm your elder, right? So what do you think other people think? Aren't you afraid that others will feel resentful towards you because of this? There are dozens of people here. I don't believe you dare to shoot." Only, before he could finish his words, Shun Yi raised his hand and fired a shot. Interrupts spellcasting. Bang! A crisp gunshot. A bloody hole appeared on Zhou Guangyi's forehead. His face still maintained an unhappy expression, and his body slowly fell down. He never thought until his death that the young man would shoot him just because he said a few more words. There wasn't even an explanation. "You idiot. I told you to stay away from me, but you insisted on seeking death." Shun Yi put away his gun while cursing and continued to eat high-calorie food to replenish his energy. "Do you still want to morally blackmail me? If you want to eat purple eggs, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. It was clearly you guys fighting among yourselves, yet you still said you helped me solve a big problem. Do you really think I am the simple college student when I first entered school? You are looking for death by deceiving me." Shun Yi is not a bloodthirsty person, but if someone runs into a gun, he won't be polite. Kill someone. When the survivors in the corridor saw this scene, they were immediately filled with horror. Zhou Guangyi is dead. Just because he said a few more words, he was beaten to death. This man is so cruel. Even though Zhou Guangyi was disliked for his smooth talk, he shouldn't be beaten to death just for saying a few words, right? This is too cruel. Everyone looked at Shun Yi with fear in their eyes, fearing that this petty-minded man would shoot at them as well. Following the gunshot, the thugs who were removing obstacles and trying to rush up at the stairs paused. They looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Just now, was that a gunshot? Someone's voice trembled slightly. Although they have all killed people, they only use cold weapons. If the survivors upstairs have guns, there's no point in fighting. Rushing forward means seeking death. Suddenly, most people wanted to back out. Impossible. It definitely can't be a gun. Everyone, don't be afraid. At this moment, a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard and wearing a white coat spoke with certainty. But what else could that sound be other than gunshots? It can't be that someone was setting off firecrackers. There are no firecrackers in the hospital, someone said fearfully. The male doctor sneered and said, "You're right, there can't be firecrackers in the hospital. But can there be guns? This is a hospital, not a police station. Use your brains and think carefully. How could there be such a thing as a gun in a hospital? If those guys really had guns, why would they hide on the 6th floor? Do you think this is possible? Besides, I'm the director of this hospital. How could I not know the situation of these doctors and nurses in our hospital? There's no way they have guns. It's impossible that they have even seen a real gun. As for the others, they're all a bunch of cowards and softies. It is even more impossible for them to have guns. Otherwise, they would not have fled before." When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense. If the people on the 6th floor have guns, how could they still be afraid of us? The middle-aged male doctor looked at the crowd and saw that they had calmed down. He then continued to encourage them. "I think they must have used bottles or something like that to make the sound similar to gunshots, just to scare us away. Don't be scared by a small noise, or you'll fall into a trap. Keep working hard to move these obstacles away. Once we rush over, we'll control everyone. Then send the men out to help us find food, and the women can all line up to enjoy it. Believe me, I can definitely help everyone survive in this doomsday world. Live longer and happier than others." 109. Female nurse Jian Yutong. "Listen to the dean. Let's do it. The dean is right. They definitely don't have guns. If they did have guns, they wouldn't have been so scared when I chased them with a knife. Aha! The dean is really amazing. He saw through these guys' tricks right away. Everyone come and help. Move this garbage away as soon as possible. Damn, There's a very naughty female doctor on the 6th floor. I wanted to fuck her for a long time. Let me be the first in line later. Fuck it, I contributed the most. I'm the first one in line. The thugs became more and more excited as they talked, and even moved the obstacles faster. The middle-aged dean looked at this scene and smiled with satisfaction. This feeling of controlling power and being able to do whatever you want is even better than before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, he was the director of a Class A tertiary hospital. He was rich and powerful, but he did not dare to do whatever he wanted. Just like imprisoning women, enslaving men, and killing them at will, this is absolutely not allowed in Xia country. But now is the end. I can do whatever I want. Who said the end of the world is bad? This end of the world is great. As long as he could recruit more survivors, he might be able to establish his own faction and become a local tyrant in the future. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? What's going on? Why are those thugs downstairs moving things again? Aren't they afraid of guns? A survivor heard the noise coming from the stairs again and shouted in fear. When the others heard the sound, they trembled with fear. They originally thought that the thugs downstairs were scared off by the gunfire and gave up the attack. Unexpectedly, the other party just paused for a moment and became even more crazy, as if in a hurry to die. Are they crazy? They're not even afraid of guns. Someone trembled and whispered. Only the more rational Vice President Wang quickly realized that the thugs downstairs might have thought the gunshots were fake, so they dared to continue the attack. However, while the gunshots were real, the guns were not in their hands. If this group of thugs rushed over, I wonder if this man would help? Logically speaking, there is nothing wrong even if others do not take action. But if he really didn't take action, these survivors, including himself, would all die. Vice President Wang hesitated for a moment, mustered up the courage to walk up to Shun Yi, and said carefully and respectfully, can you please help us? We won't let you help us for nothing. As long as you are willing to help, you can pick whatever we have now. Take whatever you want. The other survivors saw this scene with both worry and anticipation. They were afraid that Vice President Wang would be shot dead by Shun Yi, but they hoped that the president could persuade this man to help. Shun Yi 8 glanced at Vice Dean Wang, then pointed at a beautiful female nurse in the crowd and said lightly, I can help you solve the problem, but now, I want her to sleep with me. If she's willing, I'll do it. Vice President Wang was stunned. This request is too much. At this moment, the pretty nurse pointed at by Shun Yi turned pale with fright and quickly shook her head, wanting to escape, but the other survivors immediately blocked her retreat. Although Shun Yi's demands were outrageous, most of the survivors agreed without hesitation. After all, they're not the ones who have to pay the price. It seems like a good deal to sacrifice only one person in exchange for the safety of everyone. Nurse Jiang, I'm sorry. I hope you can sacrifice for everyone, someone whispered. Yeah, Nurse Jiang, you don't want to see the thugs rushing up, do you? If you fall into their hands, you'll be in danger of death, another person echoed. Nurse Jiang, this gentleman is handsome and capable. He is more than a match for you. Someone else tried to convince her with this ridiculous reason. Everyone was talking at once, almost half forcing the beautiful nurse to agree. Nurse Jiang's eyes were red. She bit her lips and shook her head desperately, wanting to refuse, but no one was willing to listen to her opinion. Even Vice President Wang, who had a mild personality and still maintained a moral bottom line, could only silently approve of everyone's behavior at this moment. He had no choice but to sacrifice one person to save dozens of others. Not to mention, even if he stood up and opposed it now, others would not agree and might even attack him. At the critical moment of life and death, human nature often becomes extremely cruel. I really don't want it. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Nurse Jiang cried and shook her head, her voice trembling. However, everyone ignored her feelings and pushed her directly in front of Shun Yi. Nurse Jiang looked at Shun Yi with tears in her eyes, her body trembling slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. She wanted to run away, but the crowd behind her blocked her retreat. Moreover, she was afraid that if she tried to escape, she would be shot to death. The body of the man who had been beaten to death was still lying on the ground. Can you let me go? Please. Nurse Jiang sobbed and begged weakly. The survivors around held their breath, waiting for the final outcome of the transaction. Shun Yi glanced at the crying female nurse and said calmly, Okay, you can go now. The female nurse was stunned for a moment, thinking she had heard it wrong. The others looked incredulous. You're letting it go just like that? Brother, you are a bad guy who kills people without blinking an eye. You could just use force. No one here will mind. Thank you, thank you. The female nurse's eyes were red, and she thanked him repeatedly, with mixed feelings in her heart. She didn't expect that the person she thought she could trust and rely on would betray her, and the person she once feared and was afraid of did not force herself. This contrast made her at a loss as to how to express her complex emotions. Shin-yi glanced at the stairs, looking calm and unhurried. This beautiful female nurse had also triggered a system prompt before, so it is definitely a must. But there was no need for him to take the initiative to be a bad guy and force the female nurse. Otherwise, what's the point of helping these people? Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Jiang Yutong. Age, 22. Appearance, 90 points. Body size, 90 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. Shun-yi glanced at the system prompts, then turned his gaze to the leader of the survivors, Vice President Wang. Vice President Wang was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something and whispered to the others. So, after Vice President Wang finished speaking, the survivors began to look at the young nurse Jiang Yutong with increasingly unfriendly eyes, and some female survivors even stepped forward and began to blame Jiang Yutong. Other survivors also began to approach Jiang Yutong. In particular, two female colleagues with whom Jiang Yutong had a good relationship before actually started to speak ill of her, as if she had done something unforgivable, as if she was the bad person. Although Vice President Wang felt a little guilty, he remained silent and did not stop it. 110. Unlock new supplies. Yutong, what's wrong with that man? Why do you have to reject him? He's handsome, has a good figure, and has superpowers. It's you who's not worthy of him. That's right, Yutong, you can't be so selfish. If you don't accompany that man, we will all be in trouble when the thugs rush over. For the sake of everyone, can't you make a small sacrifice? Jiang Yutong, you don't want to fall into the hands of thugs, do you? I don't know what's the point of pretending to be noble. Do you really think you have diamonds in your vagina? The two female nurses attacked Jiang Yutong one after another. They used to have a very good relationship with Jiang Yutong, but now, in order to survive, they became the first to challenge her. They want to force Jiang Yutong to compromise. How can you say that to me? Jiang Yutong's face turned red with grievance, and she felt angry and ashamed. If you have the guts, I'll let you accompany a strange man. See if you're willing. That's because they look down on me, otherwise I would definitely not refuse. Jiang Yutong, you are born with a silver spoon in your mouth, but you don't know how to appreciate it. The female nurse sneered. That's right. Even if it's to protect dozens of innocent people, we won't refuse. Another female nurse also spoke righteously. The other survivors also began to echo each other. Nurse Jiang, look at how loving your colleagues are. How can you be so selfish? Your colleagues are right. Besides, you're a nurse, an angel in white. How can you ignore us? Xiao Jiang, just make a contribution for the collective. Everyone will remember your kindness. Nurse Jiang, do you want to watch me, a woman in my 60s, die here? How can you be so cold-blooded? Some forced her, some used moral blackmail, and some played the emotional card. Almost half of the survivors were forcing Jiang Yutong to compromise. The weak female nurse was overwhelmed by the crazy crowd and didn't know how to refute for a moment. She looked at Vice President Wang for help, hoping that the kind-hearted vice president could say a word for her. But Vice President Wang just remained silent and said nothing. At this time, a middle-aged woman couldn't help but get angry. Nurse Jiang, what's the point of you pretending to be noble at this time? Even in peacetime, you're not necessarily noble. You might go to bed with a man just for $1,000 or $2,000. Anyway, if you don't want to contribute to our collective, then get out. Get out of the 6th floor. We can't accommodate you. We won't protect you. The other survivors also had fierce looks on their faces and acquiesced in the woman's words. How could you say that to me? That's too much. Jiang Yutong felt ashamed and angry after being scolded, and she burst into tears out of grievance. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you treating me like this? Why do you force me to do such a shameful thing? Jiang Yutong squatted down helplessly, holding her head and sobbing in grievance. She missed her family, and she wanted to go home. Countless negative emotions completely overwhelmed this girl who was already scared and fearful. Cry. Why are you crying? If crying is useful, We can just cry together when we encounter danger in the future. That's right, you selfish guy. You only know how to cry. Anyway, think about it carefully. If you are unwilling to accompany a man, then even if the thugs can't rush over today, we will throw you, a selfish woman, down. The survivors looked at the crying Jiang Yutong without any sympathy, and instead cursed her even more harshly. The more weak you appear, the more easy it is to bully you. Listening to the constant verbal abuse and insults coming to his ears, Jiang Yutong slowly clenched his fists, suddenly raised his head, and looked at everyone with resentful eyes. These disgusting faces are no better than the group of thugs downstairs. The survivors were startled by Jiang Yutong's eyes, but they quickly calmed down and continued to output. Compared to staying alive, what's there to be afraid of from a little girl's eyes? We can't beat the thugs, but can we beat you? Even if this little girl really wants to take revenge later, no one will be afraid. Nurse Jiang, I know this is not right, but alas, I have to inconvenience you. Vice President Wang felt a little reluctant, but he really had no ability to change the situation. Even if we don't consider the thoughts of these survivors, we have to consider the thoughts of that man. If you anger the other party, it might be worse than offending a thug. And Vice President Wang also wants to live. He also has a son and a family. Even if you have to uphold your moral bottom line, you must prioritize your own safety. Haha, okay. I promise you. Jiang Yutong smiled miserably and wiped away her tears vigorously, her eyes firm, as if she had made some decision. Hearing Jiang Yutong's words, the survivors suddenly became excited. Okay. Nurse Jiang is indeed worthy of being an angel in white. I admire her. Nurse Jiang, don't worry. As long as you can survive today, my husband and I will definitely repay you in the future. Nurse Jiang, you are a good person. Yutong, it would be great if you could figure it out sooner. Look how nice everyone is to you. The survivors' attitudes took a 180-degree turn. They praised her one by one and promised her various benefits, as if they were very grateful. However, Jiang Yutong, had a blank expression on her face and ignored these people. She turned around and walked to Shunyi. Looking at the culprit, she was willing to let her man go. She bit her lip, slowly lowered her head, and whispered, "Do you want to stay here?" Shunyi glanced at Jiang Yutong and felt relieved when he saw that she had no hatred towards him. If this woman takes out her hatred for others on herself and wants to plot against me, then I can get rid of her after I get the reward. Immediately, Shunyi did not answer, but reached out to hold Jiang Yutong and directly used teleportation to a cleaner ward. Get the reward first. As for whether the thugs would take the opportunity to rush up, Shunyi judged through telepathy that it would take at least 30 to 40 minutes, which was enough time. Moreover, even if they rushed up, there were still dozens of survivors in the corridor to hold them back. Even if there are only dozens of pigs, it will take some time for them to kill them. In the short term, it will not affect Jiang Huimin, who is undergoing surgery, let alone themselves. Of course, if the operation is really affected, Shunyi can also teleport over immediately. He will be keeping a telepathic eye on the ward the entire time while unlocking rewards. As for the lives of the survivors in the corridor, he didn't care. The agreement you made will only take effect after you receive the reward. He will naturally take action when the time comes. There is no such thing as not keeping one's word. Very reasonable. Thus, new materials are unlocked. During the process of unlocking supplies, Jiang Yutong, the girl who had previously been very resistant to him, became very cooperative. He even did some cooperative behaviors that surprised Shunyi, but her favorability did not increase as a result. It was like completing a job to please Shunyi. Shunyi seemed to understand what the female nurse was thinking, but he didn't care. Anyway, I get a double enjoyment, which is great. 111. Jiang Yutong's vicious thoughts. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. A tray of freshly baked cabbage and meat buns. A tray of Chinese cabbage and meat buns +1, stored in the system space. A tray of Chinese cabbage and meat buns +1, stored in the system space. Chinese cabbage and meat buns. The supplies unlocked by the female nurse Jiang Yutong turned out to be buns stuffed with cabbage and meat. Although Shunyi felt sorry that it was not a supernatural fruit, but the food was pretty good too, especially cooked food like steamed buns. It contains noodles, vegetables, and meat, and its edible value in Doomsday is even higher than roast chicken. Of course, for Shunyi today, what he cares more about is the taste of food. There is no shortage of quantity at all. Then, Shun E, who was enjoying the service of the female nurse, took out a tray of buns from the system space. A fragrant aroma wafted into my nose. The thin-skinned buns were still steaming and looked and smelled delicious. Shin E counted them and found that there were 9 buns in a tray. Each one was about the size of a Jiangnan cigarette bee mask, which was a bit small. He took out a bun, blew on it, and took a bite. The aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of vegetables spread in his mouth, with a little bit of soup. It tasted better than all the buns Shun E had ever eaten. Good. Shun E chewed the bun and felt even more satisfied. The food produced by the system tastes amazing. Although I don't know where it comes from, it smells really damn good. And the fillings are very generous, with most of the buns being filled with meat. Jiang Yutong smelled the fragrance and couldn't help but raise her head. When she saw the buns in Shun Yi's hand, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, her eyes full of clear desire. It smells so good. I want to eat. Jiang Yutong couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten cooked food. Not to mention cooked food. During this period of time hiding in the hospital, I had to rely on the glucose water and very unpalatable food stored in the hospital to fill my stomach. Moreover, even if the food was very unpalatable, she could only get a little bit and barely survive. So, when she saw the white bread, her eyes turned green. Want to eat? Shuni ate a bun and glanced at the well-behaved female nurse. Why? You haven't eaten yet. Jiang Yutong understood the teasing in the man's words, and her face turned red, but she still suppressed her shyness and nodded. How can you possibly get full from eating that kind of stuff? Okay, take it and eat it. Shun Yi stopped teasing her and casually took out a tray of buns and a bottle of mineral water from the system space. Thank you. Jiang Yutong stood up quickly, without even bothering to put on her clothes, and stuffed the bun into her mouth. Maybe he ate too fast and choked, so he quickly turned on the mineral water and drank it down. Shun Yi shook his head helplessly, looking at Jiang Yutong, who was wolfing down the food, and said, I gave you the mineral water so that you can wash your hands first, then rinse your mouth before eating, and you won't mind the dirtiness. Wow, no need. Jiang Yutong ate the buns and shook her head repeatedly, not caring about hygiene at all. She ate 9 buns in one breath and drank a whole bottle of mineral water, and she seemed to be completely rejuvenated. Looking at Shun Yi again, Jiang Yutong's eyes were filled with gratitude. Although this man wanted to get her body, he treated her much better than others. At least he didn't push himself. No threat to myself. And those people, thinking of the survivors who forced her, a trace of resentment flashed in Jiang Yutong's beautiful eyes. Hubby, let me help you get dressed. When Jiang Yutong saw Shun, he was about to put on his clothes. She hurried forward and offered to help. Shun glanced at the young nurse. Her favorability more than doubled. He was actually bought with just a tray of buns? If I had known this would happen, why would I have planned this? Just bribe them with buns. Shun found it funny, but I don't mind the service of a young nurse. If you can enjoy it, you should enjoy it. Tell me, what can I do for you? Shun spoke calmly. For the young nurse's previous cooperation, he didn't mind giving her some rewards. Jiang Yutong was stunned. She didn't expect that her little thoughts could be seen through so easily. But then, she knelt on the floor, put Shun Yi's feet on her legs, helped Shun Yi put on socks and shoes, and deliberately said in a coquettish tone, My dear husband, can you please not save those people? Those people in the corridor outside. Even if you save those people, they won't remember your kindness. And if they get into danger, they will definitely betray you or even stab you in the back. I know them very well. There is absolutely no good person among them. That's right. This is Jiang Yutong's vicious idea. You betrayed me, insulted me, forced me, and wanted to sacrifice me to survive, but I will not let you live. I don't believe that I'm no better than you at whispering in a man's ear in bed. This is also the reason why she was still willing to take the initiative and cooperate, even though she did not have a good impression of Shun Yi at first. She was trying to please Shun Yi. She wants to use this method to take revenge on those who betrayed her. Well, that's a good analysis. Shun Yi looked at Jiang Yutong and agreed with her words. This group of survivors are like fence sitters. They go wherever the wind blows. And it pours very quickly. They're not bad people, but they're certainly not good people. Of course, I am not a good person, so I don't care about such trivial matters. Then, husband, do you agree? Jiang Yutong looked at Shun Yi expectantly. Shun Yi shook his head calmly. Since I promised them first, I will naturally help them deal with the thugs downstairs. As long as there are benefits, Shun Yi's promise is still worth trusting. He won't break a contract for no reason. Unless the other party has threatened you and wants to plot against you. Then Shun Yi wouldn't reason with the other party. Okay. After getting the answer, Jiang Yutong lowered his head in disappointment. Although she was disappointed, she had expected this answer, because she knew that she and Shun Yi had no feelings for each other. Perhaps, after the transaction was over, he took his girlfriend and left without caring about me at all. He simply liked her appearance and wanted to have some fun with her. Jiang Yutong knew very well that this was the cruel reality, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. Since Shun Yi is unwilling to help her, she will take revenge on her own. As long as I am alive, I will definitely seek revenge. Although I won't help you, but I can give you something and you can get revenge on your own. Just when Jiang Yutong was feeling lost, a man's voice suddenly came. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked up at Shun Yi. Shun Yi opened his palms, and 2 black pistols appeared in his palms. Gun? There are 16 rounds of ammunition in these 2 guns. That should be enough for you. Shun Yi handed over the big black star. Since this girl is going to turn evil, he doesn't mind giving her a push. If she really dares to kill someone, that would be a good thing. In the apocalypse, those who are too stupid and naive will not live long. Although Shun Yi doesn't mind his woman being a vase, he doesn't mind cultivating a capable and competent woman if he meets one whom he can control. Why not make a small investment and get a big return? Jiang Yutong stared at Shun Yi blankly. She never expected that this man would give her a gun and help her get revenge. She thought she would be easily abandoned. Thank you. Jiang Yutong was inexplicably moved. He was clearly the culprit who brought disaster upon herself, but she just couldn't hate him. She even found herself somewhat in love with this mysterious and powerful man. This feeling is really strange. Obviously, I was very scared and afraid of him before. With mixed emotions, Jiang Yutong took the 2 big black star pistols. She is extremely determined to take revenge. We must take revenge on those beasts in human form. 112. Fallen to this point. Okay, get dressed, it's time to go out. Shun Yi glanced at Jiang Yutong and was satisfied to see that her favorability had increased significantly. This investment made a profit. Not only can you get people, but you can also unlock supplies, which can be said to be a great profit. At this time, through telepathy, he saw that the thugs had also rushed to the 6th floor. It's time to take action yourself, so as not to affect Jiang Huimin, who is undergoing surgery. Jiang Yutong nodded immediately, picked up the white underwear, and started to put it on. She also heard the noise coming from the corridor and knew that it was the group of thugs coming up. Jiang Yutong was also very nervous and scared. After all, those thugs were really cruel, but thinking that her man could easily conjure up a gun and had various superpowers, her fear suddenly dissipated a lot. With my manly strength, it would be easy to deal with those thugs. Besides, I have a gun too, although she had never used a gun or even seen one. But when she thought of the scene where Shun Yi killed someone with 1 shot and shocked dozens of people, she felt that she could do it too. At least, self-protection is definitely no problem. At the same time, after unremitting efforts, the thugs downstairs finally cleared the obstacles at the staircase. If the survivors on the 6th floor hadn't thrown some garbage to block the road, they would have been even faster. Then, the thugs rushed forward and broke into the 6th floor. A few survivors tried to resist, but they were beaten in minutes and ran away, crying for mercy. The thugs downstairs are more powerful, dare to fight, and are not afraid of getting hurt at all. Be quiet, everyone. Whoever cries, I'll chop them up right now. Women, stand up and let me pick you first. Fuck, why are there so many fewer women? Tell me, where did you hide all the women? If you don't tell me, I'm going to kill someone. Fuck, the other women must be hiding on the 6th floor. Let's go search together. I don't believe someone can just disappear out of thin air. After the thugs spent more than 10 minutes controlling the survivors in the corridor, they found that there were far fewer female survivors among them. This made them very unhappy, and they immediately began to search every ward. There were also some hungry thugs who dragged the crying middle-aged women into the ward. For a moment, tragic scenes were everywhere. In a doomsday world without rules, the evil of human nature is completely released. Why hasn't that man appeared yet? Did he run away with Jiang Yutong? Vice President Wang was forced to kneel in the corridor by the thugs. The first person he thought of was Shun Yi, who had promised to help. However, he did not show up at the critical moment. It is hard not to suspect that he either escaped or was so immersed in that matter that he did not notice what was happening in the corridor. Vice President Wang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have forced Jiang Yutong. I gave up my moral bottom line, but didn't get the due reward. It's so painful. At this time, a bald man wearing a white coat and glasses came up to Vice President Wang and looked at him with a smile. Old Wang, long time no see. What do you want to say now? Qian Guangming, do you still have any humanity? How could you allow them to do such beastly things? Vice President Wang stared at the bald man and instantly became furious. This former friend and boss. But now it has fallen to this point. Qian Guangming still had a smile on his face and answered the question irrelevantly. Lao Wang, I am actually very optimistic about your management ability. If you're willing to join my team, I can guarantee that you will at least not starve to death. What about the others? Others? Of course they have arrangements. I can't possibly kill them all. What good would killing people do for me? Absolutely nothing. Qian Guangming shook his head and continued. But if you want to live, you have to pay a price, right? Let these men form a team and go out to look for supplies. Anyone who can bring back supplies will have enough food and drink, and can also enjoy women in the future. As for women, of course they are responsible for taking care of men and letting them vent. This is as it should be. Otherwise, they can't just lie back and enjoy it, right? You're acting like a privileged class. You are disregarding life. Vice President Wang criticized angrily. It was as if it was not him who forced Jiang Yutong to compromise in order to save his life. Then just tell me whether you want to live or not. Qian Guangming didn't say anything more and threatened directly. It's the end of the world. There's no need to waste your breath. Although I admire Lao Wang's abilities, if he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him directly to avoid affecting my rule. What Qian Guangming needs is just a dog, not a political commissar who can give him guidance. Vice President Wang fell silent. He hesitated. He doesn't want to die if he can survive. However, he subconsciously glanced at the survivors who were kneeling and trembling behind him and felt a little sorry for them. After taking a deep breath, Vice President Wang was about to answer. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Qian Guangming, who was waiting for an answer, was stunned and turned his head subconsciously. Two people suddenly appeared behind him out of nowhere. When? I didn't even notice it. Even his own men seemed to be completely unaware of it, all of them looking confused and incredulous. You are finally here. Seeing the person coming, Vice President Wang stood up excitedly. He won't be forced to make dirty decisions. The other survivors who were bruised and forced to kneel on the spot were also excited when they saw Shan Yi, as if they had seen a savior. They were no longer afraid of the thugs and began to cry and shout to him for help. Seeing this scene, Qian Guangming's expression became solemn. He immediately signaled to his men with his eyes, asking them to call back the brothers who were searching the ward and enjoying themselves. This man who suddenly appeared is very strange. There is definitely something wrong with him. Could it be that he is good at fighting? Otherwise, why would Lao Wang and these cowardly survivors turn to him for help? And he acted as if he could save them as long as he took action. As for the female nurse next to the man, Qian Guangming simply ignored her. She's just a woman. What kind of waves can she make? To be on the safe side, Qian Guangming did not attack Shan Yi right away. Instead, he showed his signature smile and asked gently, "Little brother, are you willing to join our shelter? As long as you have the ability, you can enjoy enough respect and status in our shelter. And women." He said this just to test the ability of this man who suddenly appeared. At the same time, it also delays time. The dozen or so brothers scattered on the 6th floor will arrive in 1 or 2 minutes at most. Really? As a little brother just ran away to call for help, other thugs were gathering. Some thugs were so anxious that they didn't even have time to pull up their pants and rushed out cursing. No hurry. Wait a little longer. Shan Yi answered the question irrelevantly, with a calm expression, as if he was waiting for someone. Qian Guangming frowned slightly, and was even more puzzled about what confidence this young man had. Why does he dare to wait for others? Are you good fighting? Even if you can hit me, what's the use? Can you beat more than 20 armed grown men? But, since you dare to wait, then wait. At this time, seeing more and more thugs, Vice President Wang and the survivors became a little nervous. Although I know that Shan Yi has guns and superpowers, isn't it too risky to deal with so many thugs at once? Can't you just shoot a few people first? This is too arrogant. Dean Qian. Soon, all the thugs gathered together. They surrounded Shan Yi and Jiang Yutong aggressively. But more thugs were targeting Jiang Yutong, the beautiful female nurse. Fuck. Dean Qian. This woman is so damn pretty. I'll go for her. Yeah, it's much more juicy than the old onion I just used. I don't know how long that old onion hasn't had a bath. It almost made me sick to death. Damn it, you still have the nerve to say that. You even want to snatch an old onion from your brothers. And you're not willing to share with your brothers. Get born. Ha ha, this girl is pretty and clean. I want to be the first one in line. Hey, where did this girl find 2 toy guns? She thinks she can scare me like this? I'm going to shove these toy guns up your asshole later. The thugs laughed and stared at Jiang Yutong, swearing at him. Qin Guangming also showed a relaxed smile. I have more than 20 people now. How can you defeat me in seconds? Let me see if you can catch one in seconds. At this time, before Shun he could take any action, Jiang Yutong could no longer endure the men's dirty words. She simply raised her gun, aimed at the young man who spoke the most obscene words, and pulled the trigger decisively. Just now, Shun also simply taught her how to use a pistol. So the shot was fired. Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire was unusually loud in the corridor. The man was shot in the left face, and a bloody hole immediately appeared. The intense pain made him scream miserably, but he soon died. In an instant, all the thugs were shocked and stood still, their eyes widened in horror. Gun. It's actually a real gun. How come this woman has a real gun? 113. The power of level 7 frost condensation. The first time he shot and killed someone, Jiang Yutong's arms were shaking constantly. But it was not because of fear or terror, but because the recoil of the Type 54 pistol was so great that it made her arm numb. As for fear, it seems like there is absolutely no such emotion. Killing people doesn't seem as scary as imagined. At most, seeing the scene of blood splattering will cause physical discomfort, nausea, and vomiting. But fear, not at all. In fact, killing is not scary. The reason why people are afraid is mainly because of the responsibility they have to bear after killing someone. Especially in countries with normal laws. If you kill someone, you will have to pay the same price. But it's different in the end times. The rules have completely collapsed, and the law does not exist. There is no need to be punished for killing someone. That's why there are so many murderers. Even Jiang Yutong, a female nurse who killed someone for the first time, did not feel scared after killing someone. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. So this is what it feels like to have power? It feels so good to see the man who cursed me being shot to death. It's so cool to see these people afraid of themselves. It feels so good to see these people afraid of me. When you encounter injustice, solve it with one shot. No need to compromise or be submissive. This feeling is so refreshing. Jiang Yutong felt that she had never felt so clear-minded in her life. In the past, she always lived cautiously and timidly, afraid of offending her colleagues, afraid of offending her superiors, afraid of being gossiped about. But now, she doesn't care about these at all. If anyone dares to gossip about me, I will beat her to death. Dead people don't gossip. How come you have a gun? Qin Guangming's face was filled with fear, and he stepped back subconsciously, but he did not dare to run for fear of becoming a sitting duck. Facing the black muzzle of a gun, no one dared to be the first to run. The thugs had completely lost their arrogance and domineering attitude. Each one of them is as well-behaved as a non-mutated puppy. Escape? Who can outrun a bullet? Shun Yi ignored the thug's reactions, but tilted his head to look at Jiang Yutong and asked, "Are you feeling better? Do you want to fire a few more shots to practice?" "No, that's not necessary. I have no grudge against them." Jiang Yutong quickly shook his head. Her revenge was not against these thugs. There are only 15 bullets left in the gun, and they have to be left for people in need. Listening to the conversation between the couple, the thugs' hearts were beating like a roller coaster, up and down. This couple is nothing but good-for-nothings. Especially this man. He actually encouraged a woman to practice shooting. What the hell do you think of human life? We are living people. You were born. The crowd was extremely angry, but more so, they were terrified, because no one knows whether he or she will be the next person to be beaten to death. But the one who was more frightened than them was actually Vice President Wang. His heartbeat really was like riding a roller coaster. At first, he almost gave up his moral bottom line and was ready to surrender when Shun Yi appeared. He thought he could finally be saved and no longer have to associate with this group of inhuman thugs. This was indeed the case. Jiang Yutong only fired one shot, and more than 20 thugs surrendered obediently. They didn't dare to fight at all. Everyone was saved. But what Jiang Yutong said next made him feel cold on his back. I have no grudge against the thugs. Then who do you have a grudge against? The enemy. Could it be me? Jiang Yutong. Are you planning to take revenge on us? But the survivors who had just been rescued and were in an excited state obviously did not realize this yet. They now took control and began to insult the thugs. Some even beat them up to vent their anger at having their wives insulted. All the cowards are venting their emotions. Because of the gun in Jiang Yutong's hand, the thugs dared not resist and passively accepted the beating. Then don't waste time. Shun, he was too lazy to care about the survivors' emotions. He looked at the thugs in the corridor and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, before the 20 or so thugs could react, the surface of their bodies began to freeze rapidly. Some screamed in terror, some tried to run away, and some had fear on their faces. But in just a few seconds, their bodies were completely frozen and they could no longer make the slightest sound. Quiet. Silence. It was so quiet, not a single sound. All the survivors widened their eyes in horror and disbelief. In just a few breaths, the originally lawless thugs turned into ice sculptures, and the temperature in the building dropped a lot. What kind of power is this? With just a snap of his fingers, he froze more than 20 people. Is this something a human can do? Fear, horror, disbelief, all kinds of emotions were intertwined on the faces of the survivors. Jiang Yutong also looked at Shun Yi in shock. She guessed that her man was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. This kind of power is more perverted than many superheroes, even in science fiction movies. Freezing more than 20 people instantly. What a terrifying ability. In fact, Shun Yi's consumption in this wave was also quite huge. In order to deal with all the thugs at once, he used his frost condensation ability with all his strength. With his current level 7 frost condensation, as long as he exerts his full strength, he can accurately freeze dozens of people, but it will be very tiring, so it is better to directly deal area damage. But if you deal area damage, it is easy to freeze everyone except yourself in ice sculptures, including Jiang Yutong. So he held back. However, looking at the 20 or so ice sculptures, Shun, he was also very satisfied with his work. This is the power of level 7 frost condensation. I don't know if other ice-related abilities have such strong power, but frost condensation does, and Shun Yi feels that the upper limit of the operation of this ability is more than that. Frost condensation, LV7, you can create ice out of thin air and can control the hardness and shape of the ice. You can also manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-range defense, with the current maximum distance being 800 meters. In addition, you will also have a higher resistance to low temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more physical strength you will consume. The maximum distance of 800 meters. Moreover, as the level increases, Shun Yi's control over ice becomes stronger. For example, the operation just now that instantly froze more than 20 targets. If it was level 1 frost condensation, even if Shun Yi had enough physical strength, he would not be able to achieve such precision. There will definitely be some accidental injuries or omissions. But as his ability level increased, his control over ice, damage, and distance were greatly improved. From this we can see that the level of supernatural powers is really important. If it is a powerful ability like teleportation, even if it is only level 1, it will still have considerable power. But if the frost condensation ability is not upgraded, its power will be much less. Fortunately, Shun Yi can directly eat fruits to raise his level without any worries. Okay, my promise is fulfilled, and the rest is up to you to handle. After Shun, he left a word to Jiang Yutong. He used teleportation to enter the ward where Jiang Huimin was having surgery. This ward was not searched by the mob immediately. This is also the reason why Shun Yi is not in a hurry to take action. Husband, seeing that Shun Yi trusted her so much, doted on her, and didn't mind her killing people. Jiang Yutong was very moved, and her favorability towards him soared. She felt her heart beating so fast. This man is so good to me. Maybe today is not a disaster day for me, but a lucky day. It's great to meet such a good man. Even if I die for him, it's worth it. Slowly putting away her loving eyes, Jiang Yutong looked at the survivors led by Vice President Wang. It's time to forget your roots. These beastly guys must pay the price for their previous actions. 114. Loot the hospital. Large generator. Among the dozens of people on the 6th floor, only Vice President Wang and some survivors were relatively decent and had a certain moral bottom line and did not participate in forcing Jiang Yutong. Most of the other people are not good people. At most, it's a little better than the thugs who were frozen into ice sculptures. So, Jiang Yutong felt no guilt at all for taking revenge on them. Then, in the corridor, there were voices begging for mercy, crying, and screaming. In the ward, when Shun Yi teleported in, the operation had just been completed and two young nurses were bandaging Lin Jiwei's wound. There was also a female nurse next to him holding a plate with some rotten and smelly meat on it, all of which were cut from Lin Jiwei's arm. Shun Yi frowned subconsciously. How much meat was cut off? Just looking at it made him feel physically uncomfortable. He felt an inexplicable pain in his arms and goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, I didn't take the risk of fighting with the black spider at the beginning. If I was accidentally hit by the spider silk, it would be too damn torturous. In about half an hour, the anesthetic will wear off and she will wake up. As long as you rest for a while, the wound will heal and the flesh will slowly grow back, but it will definitely not grow back to its original state. When Jiang Huimin saw Shun Yi appear out of nowhere, she immediately stood up to report to him the progress of the operation. She had just heard the fighting and screaming coming from the corridor and was also quite frightened. But she didn't dare run. She knew she had to do the surgery well to have a chance of survival. As it turned out, my decision was correct. Even though there were still screams coming from the corridor, there was not a single thug and no one broke into the ward. In other words, as long as you stay with the woman on the hospital bed, you will be absolutely safe. The young nurses were also very grateful to Jiang Huimin. If Jiang Huimin had not brought them in, they would most likely have died outside. Yeah, not bad. Shun Yi checked Lin Jiwei's injuries through telepathy. The wound was treated very well and cleanly. It seems that this female doctor who claimed to be an intern does have some skills. So, Shun Yi casually took out a few bottles of mineral water and a few trays of steam buns from the system space and said, "You guys eat something first, and when things outside are over, come with me." With you? Jiang Huimin and other girls were stunned. This man actually wants to take us away. Where is he taking us? Could it be that he was going to take care of the woman on the hospital bed? That should be the case. Otherwise, why would they bring us along? They can't be here to torture us like the thugs, right? Thinking of this, the girls didn't dare to ask any more questions. They looked at the hot buns, and when they saw Shun Yi agreed, they rushed forward to eat them like hungry wolves. They haven't had enough to eat these days. Smells so good. One of the young nurses couldn't help whimpering while eating. Shun Yi didn't care. Since it is confirmed that Jiang Huimin is capable, she must be brought back to the shelter. Of course, even if her medical skills are not good, Shun Yi will not let her go. After all, she can also unlock system supplies, so it will definitely be worth it to take them back. As for these female nurses, I think most of them can help Jiang Huimin and will be of use in the future. According to Shun Yi's idea, he must set up a medical department in his shelter, which will be of use in the future whether he or his women are sick. By the way, there should be a lot of medicines in the hospital, right? Shun Yi asked, looking at Jiang Huimin, who was eating voraciously. Wu yeah, yes. There is still a lot in the warehouse, but I don't know if they have been affected by the black fog. Jiang Huimin swallowed the food in her mouth and answered quickly. After answering this question, she drank another sip of mineral water, then took another bun and started eating, not daring to waste any time. I'm really scared of being hungry. I've been hungry more these days than in my entire life. Sometimes Jiang Huimin is so hungry that she wants to eat grass and chew tree bark. However, she didn't dare leave the hospital because she had nowhere to find tree bark to chew on. Eat a lot. Jiang Huimin and several female nurses were full, or rather, overstuffed. They all showed satisfied expressions, feeling that this was the meaning of life. The women looked at Shun Yi with less fear in their eyes. Judging from a man's behavior, he is not bad. At least he keeps his word and doesn't kill people indiscriminately. Moreover, he is very powerful and can even create food out of thin air. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with following him back. As long as I and others take good care of the injured woman on the hospital bed, maybe I can have food to eat and water to drink every day in the future. Shun Yi was satisfied to see that the favorability of these nurses had increased a lot. So he said, Jiang Huimin, take me to where the medicines are stored. The others will stay in the ward to take care of the patients and wait for us to come back. The nurses nodded quickly. They didn't dare go out. From time to time, there were cries coming from the corridor, and no one knew what kind of tragedy had happened. Then, Shun Yi used teleportation to take Jiang Huimin away. Just now, while the girls were eating, Shun Yi's strength had recovered a little, and he had no problem using simple teleportation and telepathy. So, under the guidance of Jiang Huimin, he went to the hospital's warehouse where medicines were stored and began to search for them. Most medicines are sealed and naturally do not go bad. So, Shani got all in one go. There are also various medical equipments. He didn't miss any. No matter whether you can use it or not, just collect it first. The inventory of a tertiary hospital is abundant, much richer than that of the previous affiliated hospitals. Maybe we didn't find a warehouse in the affiliated hospital before, so we collected less medicines. By the way, there is a generator in the hospital. Can you take it with you? Jiang Huimin suddenly said. She was in a state of shock the whole time. Because this man just waved his hand, countless medicines in the warehouse disappeared. This superpower is simply amazing. And it's so easy to use. If you need something, you can just wave your hand and take it away. It's so convenient. So, she wondered if she could take away large equipment like the generator, as it might be useful in the future. Where's the generator? Shen Yi was not surprised. Most small hospitals have generators, not to mention large hospitals like the tertiary hospitals. Jiang Huimin immediately showed the way, and Shen Yi also went to the location and put away the generator. This generator is really big. It is about the same size as the generator we collected from the Virus Research Institute before. In addition, there are many small generators. As expected, supplies in big hospitals are plentiful. In other words, there are no large-scale shelters established yet. Otherwise, they would definitely not miss the opportunity to loot places like hospitals. After collecting the generators, Shen Yi was using telepathy to check if there were any missed items or women who might meet the system standards. He suddenly saw a familiar figure appear in his sight. Is it her? Why did she come to this hospital again? 115. Strange person. Through telepathy, Shen Yi saw a woman appear outside the gate of the city hospital. She was struggling with a mutant animal and seemed to want to enter the hospital. This woman was none other than Qin Xiang, the policewoman whom Shen Yi had met and dealt with before in the affiliated hospital. Because this policewoman met the system standards and had strong combat capabilities, Shen Yi was impressed by her. Unexpectedly, she was not only still alive, but also dared to break into the city hospital alone. The affiliated hospital is 40 to 50 kilometers away from the municipal hospital. If this woman lives near the affiliated hospital, she is really brave to come to the municipal hospital. She is not afraid of danger. Shen Yi was thoughtful, considering whether to recruit this policewoman or unlock her reward. But after thinking about it, he gave up temporarily. Given this policewoman's personality, she will definitely not compromise easily. If you want to unlock her supplies, there's almost no faster way except to use force. So, let's talk about it next time. After all, Shen Yi had just finished a battle and was now in sage mode, so he didn't have such a strong desire. The main purpose today is to heal Lin Jiwei's injuries and plunder supplies in the hospital. Then, after another round of searching, Shen Yi returned with a full load. When I returned to the ward, Lin Jiwei had already woken up. Her face was very pale, and it was obvious that having her flesh cut did not hurt. Eat something first. After we recover some strength, we will go home. Shen Yi took out a deluxe version of self-heating hot pot, steamed buns, and other cooked food from the system space, and let Lin Jiwei choose what she liked. The sick still need to be taken care of. Lin Jiwei took a bun and ate a few bites. She really didn't have much of an appetite. If her body wasn't lacking in energy, she wouldn't want to eat. Just had some simple food. Shen Yi took Lin Jiwei, Jiang Huimin, and several nurses out of the ward. When they saw the situation in the corridor, Jiang Huimin and several female nurses subconsciously covered their mouths and showed shocked expressions. Lots of ice sculptures and corpses. And there are actually people frozen inside these ice sculptures. Jiang Huimin looked carefully for a few times and then vaguely recognized that some of the people in the ice sculptures seemed to be the thugs downstairs. How did they become ice sculptures? Jiang Huimin was shocked, but she reacted immediately and thought that it must have been done by Shen Yi. Only a man with superpowers could have such magical and terrifying methods. No wonder he wasn't afraid of the thugs. I didn't expect his superpowers to be so terrifying. Jiang Huimin was secretly shocked. At the same time, she felt inexplicably more curious and expectant. Is it because of this strange black fog that people have superpowers? I don't know if ordinary people like us can acquire superpowers. If I had superpowers, I would be able to survive even without Shen Yi's protection. It is normal for Jiang Huimin to have such thoughts, because she is an independent woman with a strong personality and does not like to depend on others. Even before the end of the world, she would not rely on men, nor would she rush to help others just because they were rich or powerful. She graduated from medical school through her own efforts and later became the chief surgeon in a tertiary hospital with her excellent resume and practical experience. A 28-year-old surgeon is very rare, even in China. That's right, Jiang Huimin was not actually an intern, she was the chief surgeon. The reason why she told Shen that she was an intern was mainly because she was frightened by Shen at the time and had some thoughts. If Shen didn't want to use her because he was an intern and was worried about her medical skills, then that would be exactly what she wanted and she wouldn't have to get into any trouble. However, what happened later made her realize that only by showing enough value can she be protected and survive. If I were really just an inexperienced intern, I would probably be dead today. Just look at the bodies in the corridor and you will know. Yes, there were a lot of bodies in the corridor. More than half of the survivors left and the corridor died. But in fact, most of them were not killed by mobs. But it was Jiang Yutong who killed him. This woman took brutal revenge on the survivors who had persecuted her. Sheni looked at the corpses, but he didn't feel disgusted. If you want to survive in the apocalypse, you have to be ruthless enough. As long as she doesn't use this ruthlessness on herself, Shun Yi will support her. Husband. When Jiang Yutong saw Shun Yi coming out, she quickly stepped forward to greet him. No more torturing the survivors. Her resentment has been released. However, because she experienced the pleasure of killing, she became addicted to this feeling. Shun Yi glanced at Jiang Yutong's aura, which was very white, and her loyalty was very high as that of Su Wanting and Su Yan. We have only known each other for 2 or 3 hours, and it is already very good that this woman can be so loyal. Let's go, Shun Yi said calmly and walked downstairs. There's no need to teleport on the way home. Just use telepathy to find the way. Safety is still no problem. The women followed immediately. Only, the female Dr. Jiang Huimin looked at Jiang Yutong with a very strange and doubtful look. Husband? Is this female nurse, Shun Yi's woman? Jiang Huimin and Jiang Yutong were not familiar with each other, and she didn't even know each other's names. But after spending more than 10 days together, she still had some impression of each other, so she was curious. A tertiary hospital is very large and has many positions. Generally, the chief physician is only familiar with the nurses in his own department. As for the nurses in other departments, they may not meet them once every 1 or 2 months. Large hospitals are generally very busy, and there is no time for socializing. Since she started working, Jiang Huimin doesn't have any personal time and space, not even time to talk about her boyfriend. Although the salary is considerable, as the chief surgeon in a tertiary hospital, especially a controversial female surgeon, she wants to show herself and improve herself, so she has several high-intensity operations almost every day and has to work overtime from time to time. I was so tired after get off work that I didn't even feel like going out to see a movie. I just went home and laid down to sleep. When I have a holiday occasionally, I just want to rest at home and have no energy to go out and play. To be honest, this period after the apocalypse was actually the most leisurely time for Jiang Huimin. Back to the topic, it is precisely because Jiang Huimin and Jiang Yutong are not familiar with each other that she was wondering why Jiang Yutong called Shini husband. What exactly happened in the corridor during the time I was undergoing surgery? Moreover, it seemed that Vice President Wang and other survivors looked at the female nurse Jiang Yutong with fear, even more fear than the way they looked at Shuni. Yes, Jiang Yutong did not kill Vice President Wang. Although Vice President Wang was not a good person either, he was still okay in comparison. At least he did not insult or abuse me. In addition, there were no bullets left in the gun, so Jiang Yutong was kind-hearted and let Vice President Wang and the survivors who did not force him go. What's the situation with these people? Shun Yi walked out of the hospital and was using telepathy to explore the surrounding situation. Suddenly, he saw 4 or 5 strange people. Their hair and skin were soaked green. Their eyes were lifeless. Their postures were stiff, and they wandered the streets like zombies, looking very strange. The strangest thing is that these wandering people were not attacked when they encountered the mutated plants on the roadside. Xing sedza mutatomans. These people are not normal. Have they mutated? Shini's expression gradually became solemn. Mutatomans. This was the first time he had seen a human mutate. It is almost certain that these guys with green skin and hair and stiff movements are mutants. But I don't know why it mutated. Moreover, The mutated plants did not attack these mutated humans. This is the weirdest part. If it weren't for the fact that their eyes were dull and they had no independent thoughts at all, Shun would have wanted to go over and ask them what was going on. Forget it. I have used up too much energy today, and I'm carrying a bunch of burdens with me. I won't take the risk. Shin temporarily suppressed his curiosity. After I have recovered tomorrow, I will investigate in detail what happened. If humans have the possibility of other mutations besides acquiring superpowers, that might not be a good thing. Walking on the way home, while Shun was eating the supernatural fruit, he was also observing these wandering mutant humans through telepathy. They seemed to have no purpose, just wandering around the street. No destination, no goal, no thought. No, if they have no thoughts and are just wandering around aimlessly, then why don't they fall into the cracks? Moreover, they seem to be able to see the cracks and avoid them in advance every time. After careful observation, Shun discovered the first abnormality. Could it be that these mutated people retain a certain level of thinking? However, this kind of thinking is limited to preventing them from committing suicide. While Shun was lost in thought, he saw two mutant humans who were about to run into a group of survivors who were out looking for food. He immediately became alert and stared at the scene carefully, wanting to see how the mutated humans would react when they met normal humans. At the same time, the other side, after avoiding several mutated animals and plants, policewoman Qin Xiang also arrived at the outpatient building in a very thrilling way. She held the gun and carefully began to check the first floor. As soon as she entered the outpatient building, she smelled blood. This proves that someone died in the building not long ago. Although he didn't know what dangers were inside the building, Qin Xiang had to take the risk and go in, because she needs to see a doctor. There were many wounded among the survivors that he had recently rescued, and they needed experienced doctors to treat them. That's why Qin Xiang took the risk to come to the city hospital. She was lucky. When she was rescuing survivors outside yesterday, she accidentally obtained a supernatural fruit and gained a new supernatural power. The combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. This is also one of the reasons why she was confident in coming to the city hospital to see a doctor. Otherwise, no matter how righteous Qin Xiang was, he would not come here to die knowing that he would die. You are worse than a beast. Qin Xiang carefully searched around the first floor. No living people were found, but in a ward, she saw the naked bodies of several female nurses. These corpses were all insulted to death. It was very miserable. Qin Xiang looked very unhappy. She really didn't understand. It would be very easy to run out of water in the black fog. So why would there be such a bastard who would torture a woman? Can't you think about how to survive first? Qin Xiang took a deep breath, closed the ward door, and continued to search upstairs. She saw many dead bodies along the way. Some died of thirst, some were killed, and some were mutilated. Qin Xiang's heart gradually sank. Is there no living person in this building? I don't know if there are any living people in other buildings. If there are no living people in the entire hospital, it will be troublesome. The municipal hospital is the largest hospital nearby. If there is no doctor here, you have to go to other large hospitals. But for hospitals that are farther away, it is too far to walk there, and the risk is too great. Qin Xiang continued to climb the stairs with a heavy heart. Just as she reached the staircase on the 6th floor, she suddenly heard voices. Is there anyone alive? Qin Xiang did not let down his guard. He held the pistol tightly and walked up to the 6th floor carefully. As soon as she entered the 6th floor, she felt a chill coming towards her. So cold, and there's a strong smell of blood. What happened on the 6th floor? Qin Xiang was alert. When he saw the situation on the 6th floor clearly, his face suddenly became solemn. What's going on? More than 20 ice sculptures stood in the corridor in a disorderly manner. Those ice sculptures maintained various expressions and postures of fear, as if they had seen something particularly terrifying in their lifetime and wanted to escape. But judging from the scene, they were frozen almost instantly, without even having time to escape. Is there a powerful psychic in this hospital? Qin Xiang became more alert instantly. The psychic who can do what is happening before our eyes must be incredibly powerful. Police. It was at this time that a survivor saw Qin Xiang in police uniform. Instantly, he cried, "Officer! Officer, help me! There's a murderer! What the hell?" These mutants can actually infect normal people. Through telepathy, Shun saw the entire process of the interaction between mutant humans and normal humans. When the two of them were about 100 meters apart, The mutant with lifeless eyes suddenly seemed to have sensed his prey and began to rush towards the survivor quickly. The mutated humans can actually ignore the black fog. The team of survivors had no reaction at all. They were still groping forward cautiously and vigilantly in the black fog. The average person's field of vision in the black fog is only about 5 or 6 meters, so they cannot detect any danger in the distance. As a result, suddenly 2 green figures rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed, knocked down 2 people directly and accurately, and then opened their mouths to bite them. The other teammates were startled by the sudden attack, and the ones who reacted quickly used machetes to attack the mutant humans. But the machete sank directly into the mutant's back and was sucked in tightly, making it impossible to pull it out. The mutant didn't react at all and didn't even raise his head, but bit the man under him tightly. That's just a few tens of seconds. The skin of the man who was bitten quickly began to turn green, as if it was infected. Seeing this scene, Shen-Yi's face instantly turned ugly. Damn, how come this thing can be infected like a zombie? If the infection rate is really the same as that of zombies, then ordinary people really won't be able to survive. It is already difficult for humans to live in the black fog for a long time. It is very difficult to go out and find some supplies. As a result, there is a contagious virus. This is fucking. Even ordinary people, let alone ordinary psychics, have no chance of survival. Shen-Yi looked very unhappy. This news is not good for him either. After all, if the survivors can't survive, there will be too few supplies to unlock in the future. You can't really wait for the next generation and the next generation in your shelter to grow up, right? Wait, what is this? Shen-Yi suddenly discovered that the infection of this mutated human seemed to be different from what he had imagined. 117. Will viruses evolve? This is, after infecting everyone, they died. Through telepathy, Shen-Yi saw the mutant biting a normal person tightly until it completely assimilated the person, and then it stopped reacting. His body fell straight down and didn't move anymore. Shen-Yi looked at the other mutant again. After infecting a person, it also fell down, its eyes wide open, motionless, with no aura fluctuations on its body. After being infected, the 2 people whose skin and hair turned green stood up staggeringly, but they did not attack others. Instead, they stood there for a long time, then turned around and walked into the black fog and began to wander aimlessly again. The few survivors who had been prepared to fight desperately were all stunned. I don't understand what's going on. Shen-Yi also showed a puzzled expression. What's going on? Why did the mutant die after infecting 2 people? Also, why didn't the infected people continue to attack others? This scene was completely beyond Shen-Yi's expectations. Could it be that this virus is not an infection, but rather something similar to the possession of another's body in fantasy novels? If a new body is taken over, the old body will die. Shen-Yi had no idea about this phenomenon. Therefore, he could only roughly describe what he saw to Lin Ji-wei beside him. What? You said there are mutated humans? Quick, let's go and catch one. Lin Ji-wei spoke quickly in excitement. Her eyes lit up when she heard about the mutant humans. Really? I knew this woman would go crazy. This is why Shen-Yi didn't want to tell her. This crazy woman is obsessed with studying genes, and she must be even more curious about the cause of this human mutation. First, analyze what happened based on what I saw, and then I'll consider whether to arrest him or not. Shen-Yi said. This was naturally a perfunctory statement. He is not planning to capture mutant humans for the time being, as he cannot effectively prevent the infection, unless this mutated human being can bring great benefits to himself. Shen-Yi is not afraid of infection, but most of the people in the shelter are ordinary people. If this virus is accidentally spread, all my investment in the past 2 days will be wasted. It will be a huge loss. Moreover, Shen-Yi was a little worried whether the virus could be transmitted to animals. If it could be transmitted, then they would not be caught at all. Tell me in detail what you saw. It would be best if it was word for word. Lin Ji-wei stared at Shen-Yi with burning eyes. Then, Shen-Yi recounted in detail the entire process from the moment he saw the mutants appear to the moment they attacked the survivors. Jiang Huimin, Jiang Yutong, and other girls were also frightened when they heard that there were mutants. Especially when they heard that the mutant was stabbed several times but still survived, they were scared. Undead monsters. It's scary just to think about it. You mean, after they infect other people, they become completely motionless, as if they were dead? Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses and asked thoughtfully. Shunny continued to look at the two motionless mutant human corpses with telepathy and said, "It's not like they're dead. They must be completely dead because the aura on their bodies has completely disappeared." The aura Shun he was talking about was naturally the hostile aura of living beings that he could see. As long as it is a living thing, even the flowers and plants on the roadside, there will be neutral or hostile aura fluctuations. But the bodies of the two mutant humans did not. Therefore, this proves that after they infect people, they will indeed die suddenly. And they didn't infect everyone. It's so fucking weird. Does this virus have a brain? According to what you said, the virus must have been transferred to a new human body. And this virus must have certain thoughts. Lin Jiwei said with certainty, his eyes shining. Why? Shunny only guessed that the virus might involve the brain, but Lin Jiwei's tone was very certain. Because you just said that after the virus infected the new body, it did not immediately run away or attack people, but stood there in a daze? That's right. That's right. It's most likely that the virus is taking over the control and memory of the new body, so it's dazed. Moreover, I suspect that this virus may exist in a mother body. Only when the mother body obtains what it needs will it command them to leave and not continue to infect new people. Lin Jiwei speculated and analyzed. What can a virus gain from a human body? Nutrition? Or memory? No. If the infection is for nutrition, then there is no reason for it to let other humans go. Then it is likely to be to obtain memories. Could it be that this mother body is acquiring human memories through cross-infection? What does it need to remember? Could it be that it wants to evolve? Impossible. How could there be such a virus? No, it's possible. In this world, everything is possible. Lin Jiwei was like a madman, talking to himself, denying himself, and then quickly affirming himself. But there was an unprecedented excitement on her face. It was as if ordinary people were as excited as if they saw a mountain of gold and silver. He was also surprised when he heard her analysis. Do viruses have self-awareness? Can we also obtain human memory evolution? Is this going to go against the will of heaven? Although this was only Lin Jiwei's one-side analysis, Shunny felt that her analysis did have some possibility. The main reason was that the underlying logic matched the images he saw, so he unconsciously believed it to some extent. Jiang Huimin and the other girls were even more confused. They couldn't understand the conversation between the two. It seems that he can see things far away. What is breath? What about viruses that evolve? It feels like we live in two worlds. Who is this woman? Jiang Huimin looked at Lin Jiwei carefully. She had a hunch that this woman was no ordinary person. Shangyi, this virus is definitely not simple. We must capture a mutant and study it carefully. Only by studying it yourself can you know whether this virus has thoughts or not. As long as you can help me capture a mutant, 5 days. 5 days at most. I can give you an improved version of the genetic medicine. Or you tell me where it is, and I'll catch it myself. Lin Jiwei stared at Shun-Yi with burning eyes. If she didn't know the location of the mutants, she would have rushed in now. Lin Jiwei's ability of perspective only has a range of 100 meters, and he cannot see what is happening several kilometers away. Shun-Yi thought about it for a moment, but still refused. No need to take risks. However, he suddenly realized something else. Wait, you said you could complete an improved version of a gene drug in 5 days? If you could complete it in 5 days, then why did you tell me it would take 10 days? Did you deliberately say it would take a long time to play tricks on me? There was a change in the look Shun-Yi gave Lin Jiwei. There is an element of delay, but it is not absolute. Lin Jiwei did not deny it, but explained, the reason why I said that it will take 5 days to get results is because I studied Xiaoha's body again last night. Combined with some of my previous research data, I have some new gains, so the research progress can be accelerated a lot. If it was before, it would be hard to get it out within 5 days. In the past, she was too disdainful to explain the reasons to others. Arguing with people is just a waste of time. But for some reason, when she saw Shun-Yi's suspicious look, she wanted to debate with him and didn't want him to misunderstand her. So, you went downstairs late last night? Shun-Yi frowned immediately. No wonder this crazy woman's wound became more infected. She didn't rest all night and ran around everywhere. It would be strange if she didn't get infected. I don't even let you work overtime, but you still want to make yourself work overtime. It is truly the innate holy body of an ox or horse. 118. Wild Refuge. Lin Jiwei's personality is just like this. He says whatever he wants and is not afraid of offending anyone. Even when Shun-Yi asked her if she was delaying on purpose, she did not deny it. I don't know whether I can't lie or I don't want to lie. In short, as long as Shuni asked, she would definitely answer. This also made Shun Yi unable to find any excuse to punish her. After all, this crazy woman really worked very hard and didn't slack off. She was injured so badly yesterday and lived on the 15th floor, but she still ran downstairs in the middle of the night to work overtime for herself. Too awesome. Shuni, tell me the location of the mutants. I'll catch one myself. I don't need your help. Lin Jiwei stared at Shun Yi, his eyes flashing with excitement, and he wanted to catch the mutant. This woman will have a seizure whenever she encounters something that interests her. But Shun Yi will not spoil her. I told you, go home now, and we'll come back to catch the mutants after you recover from your injuries in a couple of days. Be good and don't let me break your legs. Shun Yi reached out and pinched Lin Jiwei's face hard. He wasn't kidding. If Lin Jiwei really dared to turn against him, he would really break Lin Jiwei's legs. Anyway, legs are not useful for researching genetic drugs. Shun Yi has a very dictatorial personality. His personality is, I do whatever I want to do, and you do whatever I want you to do. If I don't let you do it, you just have to obey me. The decision is mine. Oh, Lin Jiwei subconsciously touched her cheek that was pinched and hurt, and for a moment she didn't dare to continue to argue. It's not that I'm afraid of Shun Yi's threat, but I have a strange feeling in my heart. Even her clever brain couldn't figure out what this felt like. I just feel so weird. Even though I was scolded, I felt somewhat happy. Then, for some unknown reason, she followed Shun Yi obediently. The other girls were still in shock after listening to the conversation between Lin Jiwei and Shun Yi. This woman actually wants to study a terrifying virus that can evolve. Moreover, it seems that she can also develop some genetic medicine or genetic drugs. Could it be something that can give people superpowers, just like in science fiction movies? Suddenly, the women looked at Lin Jiwei with different eyes. It's like looking into a treasure cave. Shun Yi and his companions walked and stopped from time to time and did not encounter any danger along the way. With Shun Yi's current level of telepathy, as long as he is not in absolute darkness, he can completely avoid all troubles and dangers. Of course, he usually wouldn't take a detour just to avoid some minor troubles. For example, seeing that there were people blocking the road and robbing people on the way home, Shun Yi did not take a detour. These highway robbers were the same group of robbers who had placed obstacles on the road to block the road when he came to the municipal hospital before. Shun Yi was in a hurry before and used teleportation to pass through the obstacles they had placed, but now he had plenty of time, so he decided to get rid of them. Honey, the road ahead seems to be blocked. As he walked, Jiang Yutong saw that the road ahead was blocked by many obstacles, leaving only a hole that was barely big enough for him to get through. These obstacles seemed to have been deliberately moved here, and they looked very wrong. At this moment, 7 or 8 armed men and women suddenly rushed out from both sides of the road and quickly surrounded the crowd. Jiang Huimin and the female nurses were all startled and looked frightened. Everyone stop. Don't move. Hand over all your weapons and food immediately. Don't resist. Otherwise, if you offend our boss, the smiling tiger, you will be dead. That's right, our boss is really cruel. If you don't want to be hacked to death, kneel on the ground and hold your head with your hands. I want this handsome man. I'm going to sleep with him tonight. These criminals were obviously not committing robbery for the first time, and they acted very quickly. And their goal is clear. They don't care whether the person is male or female. They will rob him or her as long as he or she is a human. Through telepathy, Shun Yi also saw a fat man hiding in the black fog. The fat man was holding a crossbow in his hand, lurking quietly, preparing for a sneak attack. Shun Yi turned his head and looked in the direction of the fat man, his eyes piercing through the black fog. Then, a red light gathered in his eyes and shot out suddenly. Ah! Suddenly, screams were heard from the black fog. Before the fat man could react, his head was pierced by the high-temperature rays. The whole head is gone. Full map perspective plus high-temperature rays hit wherever you point. Want to sneak attack me? No way. What the hell? Superman. When several robbers saw that Shun Yi's eyes could emit light, they were frightened and screamed, then turned and ran away. Damn, how could someone in real life shoot lasers from their eyes? Is this still a human being? Shun Yi was not in a hurry to kill them instantly, but took this opportunity to start practicing his supernatural proficiency. The higher your proficiency, the easier it is to use. So he used telepathy to lock onto a fleeing robber, teleported over, and shot a high-temperature ray, directly cutting the fleeing robber in half. Then, he continued to do the same thing, using instant movement plus high-temperature rays to kill the robbers one by one. No, don't kill me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Please let me go. Please. I can do anything. A female robber was so scared when she saw this strange man who suddenly appeared in front of her that she knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. Shun, he had a blank expression on his face, his eyes condensed with high-temperature rays, which shot directly through the female robber's head, killing her to the point of being deader than dead. Then, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. In the black fog, only screams and pleas for mercy could be heard. Jiang Huimin and several female nurses were terrified and trembling all over. They are not afraid of the robbers, but of Shun Yi. This man, is he really a human being? It's simply the devil. Another new superpower? How many superpowers does he have now? Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses and used his X-ray vision to watch Shun Yi slaughtering the robbers, his eyes full of a desire to explore. It seems that after not seeing him for one night, Shun Yi seems to have gained a few more superpowers. How did he get his new powers? Could it be that he could also create a supernatural fruit out of thin air? Or maybe he is hiding some secret that I can't guess. Lin Jiwei, very curious. Honey, you're amazing. Jiang Yutong listened to the screams coming from the black fog, with a look of shock on her face, but more of it was joy and pride. My husband is indeed the most powerful man in the world. Too strong. You're called the Smiling Tiger? I heard someone say that we can't touch a reverse scale. Shunny looked down at the last middle-aged male robber kneeling in front of him, his eyes glowing red. He seems to be the leader of this group of robbers, and his name is Smiling Tiger. Smiling Tiger was so scared that he was shaking all over, with a stream of yellow liquid flowing out between his legs. He burst into tears. Brother, that's all nonsense, they said. I don't actually have any reverse scales at all. Also, although my nickname is Smiling Tiger, I usually just smile and have no temper at all. Even if you pull out my reverse scale, I will just laugh it off. Shun Yi was amused by this guy's answer. You are called a kitty cat, not a smiling tiger. Okay, go ahead. Then, he killed the Smiling Tiger directly with a high-temperature ray. This guy, when his life is in danger, can say anything outrageous. After dealing with all the robbers, Shun Yi used teleportation to return to the women. Okay, let's go home. In less than a minute, he killed 7 or 8 robbers, but Shun Yi's emotions did not fluctuate much. He is used to killing people, from a nervousness when I first killed someone to the increasing calmness now. Don't even care. People adapt so quickly. With emotion, Shun Yi also used telepathy to scan the building where the robbers lived again to see if there were any good things. But there was only some junk food in it and not much of it, so he was too lazy to waste time collecting it. Then, on the way home, Shun Yi continued to use telepathy to check the surroundings, looking for the supernatural fruit. If you can find it, that's better. But if you can't, it doesn't matter. Using telepathy doesn't consume much physical energy anyway. I just did a rough check like this and almost got home, but still didn't find anything. But, although the supernatural fruit was not found, Shun Yi saw many survivors in a villa community 6 or 7 kilometers away. There are hundreds of them. Moreover, they seem to be in good order without any disorder. Is this a wild refuge? 119. A woman who is as good as Murong Shui. There is actually a wild sanctuary. Shun Yi looked around the villa community where hundreds of people gathered. There are people patrolling in this community, some standing guard, and many people are busy cleaning, cooking, etc. It is like a shelter, very orderly and well-regulated. There's something about the manager of this shelter. Shun Yi looked around and couldn't help but admire it. This well-organized shelter was also the shelter he expected. If Jiang Nanyan could develop his own shelter so stably, he would be satisfied. The manager of the shelter is actually a woman. From a god's perspective, Shun Yi saw the top floor of one of the buildings, where several survivors were reporting something to a beautiful woman. Judging from the seating order and everyone's expressions, women clearly have the highest status. The woman crossed her arms and had an indifferent expression, looking like one of those cold and aloof female CEOs in the movies. Her figure, appearance, and temperament are all extremely good, not worse than Murong Shui. Sure enough, she triggered the system prompt. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Fu Yungxi. Age, 30. Appearance, 95 points. Body, 95 points. Internal, 100 points. Self-defense experience, no real-life experience. Total score, 98 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. 98 points? Sure enough, it's almost the same as Murong Shui. At first glance, Shen Yi felt that this woman's facial features and figure were great. Plus, she has the aura of a superior female CEO, which is a big plus. Get it. Must get it. Shen Yi noted down the neighborhood where the woman lived. Take a day off today and go see her tomorrow. If we can subdue this woman, we can also get a well-established shelter at the same time, which is killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, this woman's management ability is definitely better than Jiang Nanyan's, which is just right for her. That's it. Now that I've discovered it, there's no way I'll let it go. As his strength grew, Shen Yi's mentality gradually became more liberated. As long as you like it, no matter it is a person or a thing, you must get it. Then he shifted his gaze and continued to look for the supernatural fruit. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, on the top floor of the villa community, the black fog did not spread to this level. So, the top floor is the living and office location of their shelter. At this time, Fu Yunqi was meeting with the management of his shelter to discuss the next distribution of supplies. Just at this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door, and it was continuous and seemed very urgent. Being interrupted, Fu Yunqi frowned slightly, a little unhappy, and said, "Come in. See Sterfu. Something bad has happened." A cute girl pushed the door open. She was breathing heavily, her face full of anxiety, and she looked like she was about to cry. "What's wrong? Don't be impatient, tell me slowly." When Fu Yunqi saw the girl, he suddenly had a bad feeling, because this cute girl is one of the few people with special abilities in their shelter. Although her special ability is not used for combat, it can be used for communication, which is very important in the Doomsday. Sister Fu, the second logistics team, has lost contact. I tried many times to get in touch with them, but couldn't. I suspect they might be in danger. Woo, my sister also went out with the second logistics team today. Sister Fu, you must save my sister. When the managers heard the girl's words, their faces changed drastically. An entire material search team, nearly 20 people, have lost contact. What's going on? Did we encounter some terrible mutated monster? Everyone started talking quietly, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Quiet. Fu Yunqi slapped the table with a serious expression, then looked at the crying girl and asked calmly, "Lin Tu, where was the last place the second logistics team lost contact?" "It's the department store. They said they were going to the department store to search for supplies today, and they were safe along the way without encountering any danger. But just a few minutes ago, my sister and the others said they were going into the department store, and then suddenly all contact was lost. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find my sister. Sister Fuyu, you must save my sister." Lin Tu's eyes were red and tears as big as beans rolled down her delicate face. Her twin sister is her only relative in the Doomsday. If something happens to her sister, she doesn't know if she has the courage to continue living. Well, don't worry too much. Maybe they just walked out of your communication range, so you can't contact them. Hasn't this happened before? Although he said these words to comfort Lin Tu, Fu Yunqi felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If you don't encounter any trouble, it is generally impossible to lose contact. Even if they need to go out of the communication range to search for supplies. Under normal circumstances, they will leave two people within the communication range to ensure timely communication in case of trouble. But now the entire logistics team, too, cannot be contacted, and there's a high probability that they are in danger. Moreover, it may not be just ordinary danger. But Fu Yunqi is the boss of the shelter. She must not panic when encountering problems, and she must also appease her subordinates. Especially Lin Tu, the innocent little girl who just turned 18. If she did something irrational because she was worried about her sister, it would affect the entire shelter. After comforting Lin Tu for a few words, Fu Yunqi immediately made arrangements for everyone. Send 2 search and rescue teams to the department store to check. Bring people with special abilities, and make sure to find out the situation of the second logistics team and report it as soon as possible. Lin Tu, you must do a good job of communication from now on. Don't be careless. Whether you can save your sister depends on your ability. Yeah. Lin Tu wiped her tears and nodded quickly. At this time, a middle-aged man sitting on Fu Yunqi's left stood up and said, "Miss Fu, I will personally lead the search and rescue team to the department store. If there are any problems, I can also report back in time. Well, be careful on the road." Fu Yunqi looked at the man and gave him serious instructions. This middle-aged man also has superpowers, and they are combat-related superpowers, so it is safest to have him lead the search and rescue team. The middle-aged man nodded, then walked up to Lin Tu, exchanged glances with him, and then turned and left. The eye contact just now was Lin Tu leaving a mental mark in the man's mind. With this mark, they can communicate remotely. Therefore, because of the loss of contact with the supply team, this well-organized shelter in a villa community became busy. After arranging all the work, Fu Yunqi stood in front of the French window, quietly looking at the rolling black fog below, with an expressionless face, but with inextricable sorrow and confusion in his eyes. Please don't let anything happen to the second supply team. Otherwise, it will be a huge loss to the entire shelter. Although the shelter seems to be developing well at present, it is orderly and there is no infighting. But supplies are in short supply, especially water resources. If it hadn't rained heavily in the past 2 days, the shelter would have run out of water resources long ago. Even if hundreds of people use water very sparingly, the daily water consumption will not be less. Oh, it would be nice if there was a person with superpowers who could create water. Fu Yongxi whispered softly. If she didn't have to worry about water resources, her shelter could become even bigger and more stable. Let me explain this on 2 sides. Shunyi brought the girls back to the community and spent several hours clearing out a building. He installed a generator and various experimental equipment for the crazy woman Lin Jiwei so that she could start working as soon as her injuries healed. Of course, it wasn't that Shunyi wanted to exploit Lin Jiwei, but it was this useless woman's own request. If her arm wasn't so painful, she would have wanted to start working today. Therefore, Shunyi could only help Lin Jiwei install the generator first, and then he found the time to call Jiang Huimin, the woman who had not yet unlocked the system supplies, to his room. 120. Unlock new materials. You're looking for me? In the bedroom, Jiang Huimin looked at Shunyi nervously. She possibly guessed that this man had strange thoughts about her. After all, the first thing this man did when he brought her home was to let her take a shower, and he even specifically told her to wash it clean. Jiang Huimin is no longer a naive and innocent girl. What to do after cleaning? It's definitely not a good thing. Jiang Huimin was struggling and hesitating while taking a shower. If this man really wants to sleep with me, should I refuse? If I refused, would he kill me? Shouldn't it? After all, I'm a doctor. If he gets hurt in the future, he'll need me. So he probably won't kill me casually. This is the truth. But Jiang Huimin remembered that Shunyi had just killed someone in the hospital and allowed Jiang Yutong to kill people. And then he tortured and killed robbers. This shows that this man's brain circuit is definitely abnormal. Maybe it has some superhero. If I rejected him, he might kill me in anger, which would be so unlucky. So, it seems that we can only agree to his shameless request. Although in today's world, selling your body in exchange for shelter is nothing. But Jiang Huimin is a person with a strong character. And because she has been trapped in the hospital, she has not experienced too much cruelty of the doomsday and still retains many of her pre-doomsday values and ideas. It is indeed difficult for her to accept the sudden change of her mind in a short period of time. However, Shunyi did not consider these. He also didn't have the time to let Jiang Huimin adapt slowly. If every woman has to adapt like this, how long will it take to unlock the supplies? So, he looked at Jiang Huimin and said directly, "Become my woman, and you will be able to live on the 20th floor with water, electricity, and enough food. And as long as you behave well in the future, I can also let you gain superpowers, the same superpowers that I use today." Hearing such straightforward words, Jiang Huimin was stunned and a little embarrassed. It feels like I'm making some kind of deal. Most people would find Shunyi's straight ball style of play embarrassing. Shunyi was also embarrassed at first. But once he adjusted his mindset, he no longer felt embarrassed. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Yes, that's it. Of course, the main reason for all this is because he has the ability to control Jiang Huimin. When a person has strong enough power and abundant enough capital, he will naturally not feel embarrassed in front of ordinary people. Just like before the end of the world, those wealthy bosses and second-generation rich people were only superior to ordinary people. Strong people are rarely embarrassed in front of weak people. Most people are self-aware and will not speak out even if it is embarrassing. How about it? Have you thought about it? Shunyi waited for a few minutes before continuing to ask. Jiang Huimin was still a little hesitant. If it was before the end of the world, with her independent and strong character, she would refuse such a deal even if it allowed her to gain superpowers. But the current situation, not to mention whether Shun Yi would kill him after he refused, even if Shun Yi didn't kill him, as long as he didn't give him food and water, he would probably find it difficult to survive. Can I ask, how many women do you have now? Jiang Huimin hesitated for a while and suddenly asked this question. Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Does this question have anything to do with your choice? No, I'm just curious. Jiang Huimin just wanted to know what rank she would be if she agreed to become his woman. Because there were 4 or 5 women he had just seen, not to mention Jiang Yutong and Lin Jiwei. This man is too fickle. Although his ability is worthy of Hua Xing. Since it doesn't matter, don't waste your time. Seeing that Jiang Huimin showed little refusal, Shen Yi simply pulled her over and unlocked the supplies. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. A bag of fine edible salt. Edible salt +1, stored in system space. Edible salt +1, stored in system space. Edible. Jiang Huimin resisted symbolically for a few times, and then nothing happened. In the end, he was as obedient as a cat. However, the supplies unlocked by Jiang Huimin made Shun Yi's eyes light up. Table salt. This is good stuff. You don't need to add other seasonings when cooking, but salt is a must. Moreover, salt is an essential mineral for the human body and plays an important role in maintaining the normal physiological functions of the human body. Although roast chicken and buns are cooked foods and contain salt, frying steak and stir-frying leeks also require salt. If you unlock other vegetables and raw meat in the future, you will also need salt. The most important thing is that the other survivors will definitely need salt, especially as the apocalypse gets longer. Edible salt will become increasingly important. By then, the value of salt will definitely be no less than that of food. Controlling unlimited amounts of salt is equivalent to controlling a top-level material. This bag of salt must weigh at least 1 pound, right? Shoni took out a bag of salt from the system space, weighed it a few times, and made a rough judgment. That's so cool. The system is great. Needless to say, I have to give it a 5-star rating. If there were a way to give rewards, Shun Yi would have given some rewards to encourage him. You will live here from now on. If you need anything, contact me. As Shun Yi spoke, he took out a spiritually connected supernatural fruit from the system space and gave it to Jiang Huimin. Mental connection is a communication ability. At least it can only be used for communication for now, so Shun Yi gave it casually. The higher the level, the easier it is to contact. Afterwards, he explained to Jiang Huimin how to use the mental connection and left the bedroom. At this time, it was probably around 8 or 9 in the evening. Su Wanting, Jiang Nanyan, and the other girls have not rested yet. They're discussing the management issues of the shelter in the living room, and they all look very busy. Husband. When the girls saw Shun Yi, they quickly stood up and greeted him. Shun Yi came over and sat on the sofa. Then he waved his hand, took out a few watermelons from the system space, and said, "Wanting, go cut the watermelons." Good. Su Wanting, note that. Seeing this, Lu Yiye, who was standing by, immediately stepped forward to help. She is the only girl in the family who has not confirmed her relationship with Shun Yi. Although she hasn't been kicked out yet, Lu Yiye has a feeling that she will be kicked out soon. She doesn't want to be kicked out, especially in the past few days when she saw the hard life that other survivors were going through, where they couldn't even get enough food to eat every day. She was really scared. So, she tried hard every day to please women like Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan. I have been thinking about how to please Shun Yi. 121. Shun Yi's change of mentality. These supernatural fruits, Jiang Nanyan, Su Wanting, Su Yun, and Baisini, the 4 of you can take them and divide them up. Shun Yi took out 40 frost-condensed supernatural fruits from the system space and said, "This is a reward for your hard work over the past 2 days. Several girls have been helping to set up the shelter recently, managing the staff, and so on. They have to climb up and down the stairs several times a day, and they are really working hard. Moreover, the 4 of them are very loyal to me. Therefore, after some consideration, Shun Yi decided to let them obtain the ability of frost condensation. With this special ability, the combat effectiveness and defense capabilities of the women can be improved, and even if they encounter danger, they will have a certain degree of self-protection ability." As his own strength continued to increase, Shun Yi's mentality gradually changed. He no longer worried about his woman's power as he did before. At least ordinary force can no longer threaten me. Not to mention, Jiang Nanyin and the other girls are very loyal to me, and it is impossible for them to stab me in the back. Therefore, Shun Yi's current idea is to let all his women gain superpowers. Moreover, the level of his woman's supernatural power is higher than that of other supernatural beings, forming an overwhelming power. Only in this way will women be qualified to manage shelters for hundreds or even thousands of people. Of course, this needs to be done in a certain order. For example, Su Wanting, Jiang Nanyin, Su Yun, and Bai Sini, they work the hardest and are the most loyal to me, so naturally they should be rewarded first. As for Zhou Wan'er, this little green tea girl, although she appears to be very submissive on the surface, her favorability has always remained at an average level. Therefore, Shun Yi only gave her the spiritual connection fruit and nothing else. Let's wait until she adjusts her mindset. However, as long as the little green tea girl doesn't cause trouble, it doesn't matter if she just lies at home like a little waste every day. Anyway, she has enough to eat. Shun Yi had no intention of forcing little green tea to like him. His attitude towards women has always been clear. As long as you don't cause trouble, I don't care even if you don't like me. I will still make sure you have enough food and drink. But if you cause trouble, that's a way to death. However, what surprised Shun Yi a little was Zhou Wan'er's roommate Liu Ye. Her favorability towards me was actually growing higher and higher, and she was almost catching up with Jiang Nanyin. Obviously, she and I have never had any emotional exchanges, so this affection comes out of nowhere. It's a pity that this girl cannot unlock the system rewards. However, Shun Yi did not drive her away for the time being. If you want to change your taste someday, you can try it. Forget it recently. Too busy. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyin took the supernatural fruit with a look of surprise on her face. It feels so good to get rewards for your efforts. I feel more motivated to work. Su Yun and Bai Sini were also very happy holding the supernatural fruits, and their hearts were warm. The only one who was stunned was Zhou Wan'er, who was eating snacks. She is a little unhappy and unbalanced. Obviously, she is Shun Yi's woman, but Shun Yi is not nice to her at all. Han Peha, Batman. Zhou Wan'er curled her lips and muttered to herself. However, looking at the supernatural fruit in Jiang Nanyin's hand, she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. With so many supernatural fruits, they can surely upgrade the supernatural powers, right? You stinky man, don't even know how many to eat from me. Snort, snort. Honey, the watermelon is here. Su Wanting and Liu Ye came out carrying the cut watermelons. Although they were in the kitchen, they also heard what Shun Yi said just now. Reward supernatural fruit. Su Wanting tried hard to suppress her excitement. Otherwise, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back and rush out. Well, this exotic fruit can give you new superpowers. Shun Yi picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it while explaining how to use the frost power. This is the third superpower of the women and also the last one they can obtain. After careful consideration, Shun Yi decided to give them this all-round ability that allows them to both fight and defend. Although frost condensation is not as good as the space system and time system, it can definitely be called omnipotent. Moreover, with the system having unlimited supply, the upper limit in the future will definitely be very high. Honey, look, I succeeded. Su Wanting Saudet et Sita Li. A small piece of ice appeared in her palm. Su Wanting was the first one to successfully use the frost condensation ability after obtaining it. It seemed like it only took her a dozen seconds to adapt to this ability. Not bad. Shun Yi nodded in approval. Although the abilities are the same, everyone's physique is different. Some people adapt quickly and can unleash the power of their abilities more quickly, while others need time to hone their abilities and become proficient. In short, the same supernatural power, when used by two different people, may produce completely different powers. Then, after some time, Jiang Nanyin, Su Yun, and the other two girls gradually adapted to their new powers. Liu Ye and Zhou Wan'er watched this scene with envy in their eyes. This new ability looks awesome. Especially after listening to Shun Yi's explanation, this ice-based ability can also perform long-range attacks and build ice shield defenses. It's simply amazing. Well, all good. Shun Yi hugged Su Wanting and looked at the three women who were condensing ice with satisfaction. Then, he said, now that the shelter has been initially established, if you send people out to search for supplies, remember to collect the supernatural fruit. This kind of fruit usually grows on plants that have not mutated. If any of you find it and bring it back to me, you can exchange it for the same type of supernatural fruit from me. The exchange rate is 1 to 10. 1 to 10. The girls were pleasantly surprised and immediately filled with energy. Even Lu Yiye and Zhou Wanner were moved when they heard Shen Yi's words. One supernatural fruit can be exchanged for 10 fruits of the same type. It's hard not to be moved. Shen Yi was very satisfied when he saw everyone's reactions. He had made such arrangements long ago. Although his telepathic range is very wide, it is inevitable that there will be omissions when it comes to the supernatural power fruit in the entire mountain city. Moreover, it is impossible for him to waste time looking for supernatural fruits all the time. Unlocking system supplies is his main task. You can only look for supernatural fruits along the way. Moreover, a person's power is limited after all. The correct thing to do is to mobilize the entire shelter's power to collect the supernatural fruits. This is also one of the purposes of the shelter. The more people there are, the faster the collection will be. As for whether any survivors would hide the fruit or have other intentions after learning that they can gain superpowers, there is no need to worry about that at all. Because Shen Yi told Jiang Nanyan that they could use supernatural fruits to exchange for supernatural fruits. Use the spirit without combat power to connect the supernatural fruit and exchange it for the unknown supernatural fruit in the hands of other survivors. As long as some food and water are included in the exchange, making other survivors feel that they have made a profit, most people will definitely be happy to exchange. Of course, if there are those unsatisfied and ambitious guys in the shelter, just kill them directly. The current strength of these women is not bad. With the second or third level telepathic ability and the second level frost condensation ability, their fighting power is no weaker than that of several adult men. With more, they have pistols. Ordinary psychics definitely cannot withstand the damage of a pistol. You can take these spiritual connection, supernatural fruits out to exchange, or you can eat them yourself. But remember, don't reveal that they are spiritual connection, supernatural fruits when you exchange them. While giving instructions, Shen Yi took out several hundred supernatural fruits from his system and placed them on the table for the girls to eat. The girls were not stupid either. They quickly understood the interests involved and agreed seriously. 122. This old woman must have seduced my brother first. Shen Yi did not show any fluctuation even when he took out hundreds of spirit connection fruits at once. It's just a few hundred seconds. Now that he was stronger, he was more generous. If eating too many supernatural fruits wasn't a recipe for trouble, Shen Yi wouldn't mind giving each of the girls a few hundred, allowing them to raise their levels in one go. After all, mental connection does not cause much harm. On the contrary, the higher the level, the more convenient it is. Of course, there's another reason. Shen Yi was not sure whether the picked supernatural fruit would go bad if left outside for a long time. Time stands still in the system space, so there will definitely be no problem, but it may not be the case outside. If you give too much and it all goes bad, it would be a waste. So, just give it to women slowly. There's no need to rush. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyan and the other girls were very happy when they saw the table full of supernatural fruits. Because every time their superpowers are upgraded, they feel like they are undergoing a transformation. Very comfortable. Even a power like mental connection that has no combat power is extremely comfortable when upgraded. And there's also a sense of accomplishment. It's just like increasing your character's level in a game. So comfortable. Besides that, there's one more thing. It feels great every time I eat a supernatural fruit. That feeling is indescribable. Probably second only to being set up by Shen Yi. Okay, it's getting late. You should go to bed early and don't stay up late. After arranging things, Shen Yi hugged Su Wanting and went to another bedroom to rest. Su Wanting is now very sensible and is becoming better and better at serving others. Shen Yi also likes to turn over her cards. Jiang Nanyan and the other girls looked at Su Wanting's back with some envy in their eyes. They haven't been with Shen Yi for a few days. With a light sigh, the girls could only eat the supernatural fruits to relieve the feeling. In fact, the one with the biggest emotional fluctuations is Lu Yiye. Ever since she came back from Shen Yi, she has been feeling uneasy and frightened. She is very afraid of being kicked out. But it seems that Shen Yi doesn't have this idea. And when he was eating watermelon just now, Shen Yi looked at him several times. Could it be that he meant for me to take the initiative? Lu Yiye's face turned slightly red as she thought secretly. No words were spoken that night. Woke up the next day. Shen Yi rubbed his waist and decided to eat leeks for breakfast today. The aphrodisiac leeks unlocked by the system are indeed effective, but it's not that magical. All I can say is that you can make up for it slowly and improve it slowly. Well, I still need to find more fruits that can enhance my physical fitness. Even if they don't allow my physical fitness to evolve, it's fine, as long as they can enhance my physical fitness. Shun Yi sighed. Otherwise, he felt that if this continued for a long time, his body would be affected to some extent. Level 1 physical evolution is still not strong enough. So, for breakfast, Shun Yi had fried leeks, mixed leeks, and fried steak. After dinner, Shun Yi first went to Building 1, checked on the recovery of Lin Jiwei's wound, and told this crazy woman to rest for the next 2 days and not to let the wound get infected again. Building number 1 was specially cleared out by Shun Yi for Lin Jiwei to use as a laboratory. Xiaohao was lying at the door of building number 1, like a guard dog. When it saw Shun Yi coming out, its tail wagged like a propeller. After 2 days of continuous feeding, the mutant husky became more and more attached to him. Afterwards, Shun Yi took out a pile of steaks and roast chicken and fed Xiaohao as usual. After feeding Xiaohao, Shun Yi teleported to the 15th floor of building 13. Arriving at the 15th floor, he picked up his grandmother and little sister and went to the 18th floor. Murong Shui had no hostility towards him, and her favorability towards him was not low, so Shun Yi decided to let his grandmother and younger sister live in her house. Murong Shui's house has been renovated and has water and electricity, making it safer and more comfortable to live in. Moving? Brother, you and Sister Murong have only known each other for 1 day. Are you already so close? When Shin Su heard that her brother was going to take her and her grandmother to live at Murong Shui's house, she immediately became confused. Well, we fell in love at first sight and are now boyfriend and girlfriend, so I feel comfortable with you living in her house. Shin Yi's skin is so thick that even a pistol can't penetrate it. He lies without blushing. It must be that Murong Shui couldn't hear it. Otherwise, she would definitely roll her eyes nonstop. It's love at first sight. When Grandma heard this, she suddenly looked puzzled. Xiaoyi, wasn't the girlfriend you brought back last time the girl, named Jiang Nanyan? She quite liked the girl from last time. Very sensible, good-looking. Well, she's also my girlfriend. Don't be surprised, Grandma. I have more than one girlfriend. Shun Yi had never thought of hiding many things about his girlfriend from his grandmother. You'll know sooner or later anyway. Sure enough, Grandma was very surprised after hearing this. However, after all, he is older and has more experience. When my grandmother was young, she also heard that most landlords would marry several wives, so what her grandson said did not particularly shock her worldview, especially with the current situation outside. There was no water or electricity everywhere. Even the neighbors would come and break down the door from time to steal food. In this case, it is normal for the times to go backwards. In the end, Grandma sighed softly and didn't say much. So, Shun Yi brought his family to Murong Shui's house. When Murong Shui learned that Shun Yi wanted to let his family live in his house, she was stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed. Because her original idea was to establish a good relationship with Shin Su. Now that I can openly approach Shun Yi as his girlfriend, wouldn't it be more convenient? Don't let me find out that you use your ability to modify cognition on my family. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Shun Yi warned Murong Shui through the mental connection. As for how to tell whether one's cognition has been modified, according to Lin Jiwei, one can detect it by just observing the person's aura. If a family member notices a significant change in their breath, there's most likely a problem. Shun Yi checked his grandmother and little sister and found that there was nothing wrong with their auras, and their favorability levels were still high. This proves that Murong Shui has no ulterior motives. Since I told you that I have this ability, I naturally can't touch your family casually. I'm not stupid, Murong Shui replied to Shun Yi. She really hadn't thought about this kind of thing for 2 specific reasons. First, my current ability level is not high enough, so it is difficult to modify a person's cognition. Secondly, she was also worried that Shun Yi had some special ability that could detect that his family member's cognition had been modified. If I take action and get caught by Shun Yi, it would be a waste of time. Therefore, considering her own interests and safety, Murong Shui prefers to play the role of girlfriend and establish a good relationship with Shun Su as sister-in-law. With Shun Su's guarantee, many of his plans can be implemented better. But Murong Shui discovered that Shin Su seemed to be in a bad mood today. From the moment she entered the door, she had been pouting, her unhappiness written all over her face. Shin Su was indeed very unhappy, especially after seeing that Murong Shui was very close to her brother. She almost jumped up and kicked Murong Shui away. Umph! Stinky old man. Stinky Murong Shui. You two have only met once. and you've become boyfriend and girlfriend. Love at first sight? I don't believe in love at first sight. It must be lust at first sight. If I had known this, I wouldn't have introduced you to each other. What made Shinsu even more angry was Murong Shui. It must be this old woman who seduced my brother first. No wonder she suddenly acted strangely when she saw her brother the day before yesterday, and then suddenly left her home. It turns out that I had some bad thoughts. This woman is so bad. 123. Level 8 Frost Power. Susu, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Sister-in-law, we'll make it for you right now. Murong Shui played the role of a gentle sister-in-law and looked at Shun Su with a smile. Who admits that you are my sister-in-law? I don't want to talk to you. Shin Su puffed up her cheeks, put her hands on her hips, and turned her head away angrily. Murong Shui was stunned for a moment, looking at Shun Su's angry expression, then looking at Shun Yi, who was busy settling his grandmother on the other side, and seemed to understand something vaguely. This little girl is really silly and cute. Murong Shui smiled. Is Susu actually a brother con? Haha, your sister-in-law can bully you just as easily. Grandma, you and Susu will live here from now on. Just tell her if you need anything. Her name is Han Ruashi, and she's my girlfriend. Shun introduced Han Ruashi to Grandma. Yeah, Grandma, just tell me if you need anything. Han Ruashi smiled and nodded. She was also secretly happy. As long as I take good care of Shun Yi's family, even if Shun Yi has no feelings for me, he will still take special care of me because of my family. Moreover, Shun Yi arranged for me to take care of his family. Isn't that a sign that he likes me? The more Han Ruashi thought about it, the happier she became. As long as I please Grandma, I can live here peacefully in the future. Grandma responded blankly. Her whole body was numb. My grandson is just like the landlord. When Shun Su saw Han Ruashi, she snorted angrily and ran to the bedroom to sulk. Shun Yi didn't care about his angry little sister. He arranged for his family, left some food and water, as well as the supernatural fruit, and then left. Before leaving, he remembered the matter of the mutant, so he used mental connection to ask Murong Shui, the reborn person. A mutant covered in green? Murong Shui thought for a while, then replied, I seem to have heard of it in my previous life, but I have never been in contact with it, so I don't know much about it. Shun Yi frowned. Wasn't the mutant famous enough in his previous life? Logically speaking, this kind of evolving virus should be very strong and widespread. After thinking for a while, Shun Yi said, Tell me everything you know. Specifically, Murong Shui roughly talked about what she had heard, which was similar to what Shun Yi currently knew. This green mutant will attack normal humans, will infect people, and will not be attacked by mutant plants. But once the mutants infect humans, they will die suddenly, and the infected people will not become aggressive at the first moment. However, I heard that this mutant can infect not only humans but also mutant animals, but they seem to prefer infecting humans. In the past, there weren't many mutants, and they didn't cause too many casualties to humans, so they weren't that scary. They weren't even as dangerous as mutant animals. Murong Shui explained. I see, it can infect mutant animals. Shun Yi had guessed it before. Since the virus can infect humans, it should be able to infect animals as well. Even mutant animals. In this case, this virus is indeed abnormal. After a while, a mutant must be captured and brought back for Lin Jiwei to study. If we can find a way to control this virus, that would be the best. Although the virus is not currently very harmful, it is better to be prepared in advance. Have you encountered a mutant? Murong Shui asked. With your strength, you should be fine. As long as you don't get close to the mutants, they won't be able to infect you. Murong Shui reminded. Although she was angry at Shun Yi's selfish behavior, she still didn't want Shun Yi to die. Yeah, by the way, is the supernatural fruit in your room ripe? No, not even one. What do you want to do? Don't you dare try to get my supernatural fruit again. Murong Shui immediately became alert. This bastard, he should just die. Shun Yi didn't care about Murong Shui's attitude, but said, as long as you have a ripe supernatural fruit, you can exchange it with me for an ice supernatural fruit. The exchange rate is 110. Murong Shui is a woman who will not do anything without benefits. If you don't give her a little taste of the sweetness, she will definitely not be willing to hand over the supernatural fruit. I understand. Murong Shui was stunned and suddenly felt moved. 110. This ratio is really terrifying. But at the same time, she was even more surprised. Where did Shun Yi get so many ice-type supernatural fruits? He gave me several before, and he can still take out 10 in exchange? No, he definitely has more than 10. Given this guy's selfish character, if there were only 10 fruits, he would at most take out one to exchange with himself. Or even, they may not be willing to give out even one, and instead try to get something for nothing. The fact that he could so generously say the ratio was 1:10 proves that this guy must have made a fortune like a local tycoon, which is why he is so generous. Etc. Wrong. Morong Shue suddenly realized and asked Shunyi again. When you say 1:10, it should be that I use one to exchange for 10 of yours, not you use one to exchange for 10 of mine, right? Of course. Why do you miss me so much? Shun Yi looked strange. Did I leave such a bad impression on this woman? Huh. Murong Shue sneered and didn't want to talk. Given Shun Yi's innate personality, it is not surprising that he would exchange one supernatural fruit for 10 from others. Even if Shun Yi told her the answer himself, she still remained skeptical. After hanging up the call, Murong Shue hesitated. How about I try exchanging a fruit with him? She was a little worried that Shun Yi would steal her supernatural fruit. However, risks and rewards are proportional. If Shun Yi is really willing to exchange it with 10 fruits of the same type, then his frost condensation ability can be upgraded to level 2 immediately. You can even upgrade to level 3 or level 4. If I could quickly raise my ability level, my advantage would be huge. Thinking of this, Morong Shue decided to give a try. By the way, let's test whether Shun Yi can produce so many similar supernatural fruits. If possible, it proves that this guy has a big secret. However, before that, he had to deal with Shun Su, the rebellious sister-in-law. If I can make my sister-in-law fall in love with me, then I can control Shun Yi. Moreover, Shun Su's ability is no worse than Xiao Bai's. With the help of his sister-in-law Shun Su, he could start his own shelter plan. Let's go to the wild animal shelter we saw yesterday and see if we can capture this woman named Fu Yunxi. Shun Yi had a clear goal and headed straight for the villa shelter. What my shelter lacks most at the moment is management talent. Although Jiang Nanyan is capable, seeing her and Su Wanning and other girls busy until late at night every day, staying up late every day to think about plans, I think it must be very stressful. Therefore, if he could bring Fu Yunxi back, his own shelter would be able to develop better. Of course, Shun Yi's main purpose is to unlock system supplies. Managing a shelter can only be said to be a casual skill of Fu Yunxi. Ding! Your frost condensation ability has been upgraded. Frost condensation. LV8, you can create ice out of thin air and can control the hardness and shape of the ice. You can also manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-range defense, with the current maximum distance being 1,200 meters. In addition, you will also have a higher resistance to low temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more physical strength you will consume. After eating ice fruits nonstop for the past 2 days, the frost condensation ability has been upgraded again. The maximum distance of 1,200 meters. In other words, as long as Shun Yi uses all his strength to activate frost condensation, he can instantly freeze an area of more than 1 kilometer around him. Terrifying group attack and group control capabilities. Comfortable. Shun Yi put the uneaten supernatural fruit into the system space first, and waited for a while before continuing to eat. Then he released his telepathy to scan the route ahead. Suddenly, his system alert sounded. This is 124. Trigger system prompt, naive Lin Lu. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Lin Lu. Age, 18 years old. Appearance, 92 points. Body, 92 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 93 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. When Shun Yi used telepathy to scan the department store in front of him, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Because he looked too fast, he almost didn't see the girl's appearance clearly. Fortunately, the system captured it quickly. Shun Yi immediately looked at the girl who triggered the prompt. In the women's restroom on the 6th floor of the department store, a cute-looking girl was hiding in one of the toilet cubicles. She was sitting on the toilet and using the toilet. There were also a few survivors in the men's restroom next door, but they were not using the restroom. They were more like hiding in the restroom. This made Shun Yi feel a little strange. He looked around the entire department store and found a total of more than a dozen survivors. But these survivors were hiding in the toilets on each floor. Won't the toilet be attacked by mutant spiders? That's right, there are a lot of mutant spiders in this department store. These mutated spiders are about 1 meter in size, with several thin and long legs like disposable chopsticks. No one knows how they can hold up their bodies, and they look very creepy. Why are there so many spiders gathered here? Shun-Yi raised his eyebrows. These spiders with long, thin legs seem to live in groups. A rough count shows that there are at least 100 of them in the entire department store. This is not a department store. It's a spider's nest, with mutant spiders and spider webs everywhere. If he hadn't seen a girl who met the system standards, he wouldn't have wanted to come in. Forget it. Let's take her out and search for some supplies at the same time. Shun-Yi thought about it and used teleportation to enter the department store. As soon as he entered the first floor, Shun-Yi just touched the spider web, and instantly 3 or 4 long-legged spiders attacked quickly from different directions. No wonder these survivors hid in the toilet and dared not move. Now the entire department store is full of spider webs, and you'll be discovered by spiders if you are not careful. Ordinary people have no ability to fight against so many mutated spiders. But Shun-Yi is no longer the ordinary person he used to be. His eyes gradually turned red, and he instantly shot out high-temperature rays, directly piercing through the 2 spiders rushing towards him. Under the high temperature, most of the mutant spider's body was melted directly. The remaining broken body slowly fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and then became motionless. The mutant spider behind also pounced on Shun-Yi's back at the same time. But at the moment it pounced, a thick ice shield condensed out of thin air behind Shun-Yi. The spider crashed into the ice shield that suddenly appeared and was dizzy. Then, before the mutant spider could react, the ice shield transformed into a spear and stabbed forward, piercing its body directly, causing a bunch of foul-smelling liquid to flow out. Although there are many of these long-legged spiders, their defense is not as strong as that of the mutated black spiders. Besides, even if it had the defensive power of the black spider, Shun-Yi could easily kill them with his current means. High-temperature rays can definitely penetrate. Afterwards, Shun-Yi used teleportation to disappear from the spot and went to the 6th floor. Soon, he came to the women's restroom on the 6th floor. A strange stench came, making Shun-Yi frown. However, after looking around, he found that in the entire building, there were only few spider webs near the toilet. No wonder the survivors are hiding in the toilet. Immediately, Shun-Yi entered the women's restroom and accurately found the toilet cubicle where the girl was, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Boom, boom. In a quiet bathroom, the sound of knocking on the door was very clear. At this moment, the girl who had just picked up her panties was instantly startled. Her legs were trembling, and she was holding a fruit knife in her hand. She stared at the toilet door in fear, not daring to make a sound. It's over. The spider can actually knock on the door. Did they find out I'm here? Wow. If I had known, I shouldn't have come to the ladies' room alone. The girl was so anxious that she almost cried, but she covered her mouth and didn't make any sound. Anyone there? Shun-Yi made a deliberate sound. Sure enough, when the girl heard the human voice, her eyes suddenly brightened and she was much less afraid. But she still didn't respond immediately, because she remembered Sister Fu said that encountering humans outside the shelter is sometimes more dangerous than encountering monsters, especially a cute, pretty girl like her. It's easy to be captured and kept in captivity by bad men, and will be severely tortured. No one? Then I'm going to break down the door. The man's voice came again. Don't smash it. There's one. It belongs to someone. The girl responded quickly, then slowly opened a gap and looked at the people outside. A human being? Yes. But it was not someone from his own shelter, but a strange man. This reminded her of Sister Fu's words again. Strange men are the most dangerous. How did you get up to the 6th floor? Aren't you afraid of those long-legged spiders? The girl asked cautiously through the door in a soft voice. While speaking, she was secretly looking to see if the strange man had any weapons. It seems not. This made the girl feel relieved. I have a fruit knife. Even if the man outside is a bad guy, he will definitely be afraid. Definitely. And, as long as I shout, the brothers and sisters in the toilet next door will definitely rush in to save me. Shun-Yi found that the girl was quite alert, so he asked, Do you want me to take you out? No need. I can come out by myself. As the girl spoke, she pushed open the toilet door and walked out carefully holding a fruit knife. I just need to go to the toilet. Do I need help? No matter how weak I am, I'm not that weak. What I mean is, take you away from the department store. Shun-Yi was speechless. Can I leave? The girl's eyes lit up instantly. But soon he seemed to realize something. His expression suddenly became alert. He backed away and said vigilantly, You are taking me out, You're not going to do anything weird to me, right? No, absolutely not. Where did this naive person come from? This kind of naive person could actually survive for half a month in the apocalypse? Unless someone protects her all the time. Shuni used telepathy to scan the men's restroom opposite and saw many adults holding weapons inside. In addition, there are many survivors in the department store, but they are scattered. Could it be that these people are together with this naive person? So why do they separate? Thinking in his heart, Shun-Yi said directly, I saved you, and you repay me with your body. It's reasonable, right? I believe you should also be a person who knows how to repay a favor, right? I'm not. No, I am. I'm a person who knows how to repay a favor. But I will never give myself to you. We don't even know each other yet. The naive girl blushed and finally managed to explain herself clearly. Then she said, as long as you can take me back to the shelter, I will give you plenty to eat, and snacks and water. This should be enough to repay your life-saving grace. After all, these supplies are very important in the apocalypse. She is a silly and innocent person, but not completely stupid. Shen-Yi looked at the girl's cute face. She was dressed quite cleanly, which showed that the environment of a shelter where the girl was staying should be good. Most survivors would be smelly after half a month. So, Shen-Yi thought of the Western-style house shelter he had seen before. Could it be that this naive girl came out of the villa shelter? 125. Are you playing with abstraction? Is your shelter a residential complex? Shen-Yi looked at the girl and asked. The fact that such a naive person can be protected so well shows that this shelter still retains a certain moral bottom line. Of course, it is not ruled out that the naive person is a relative of the shelter manager and receives even more protection. However, being able to build a shelter with hundreds of people and maintain order in just half a month means he is definitely a very capable manager. Before the end of the world, a high school class only had a few dozen students, but it was difficult for several teachers to manage them, and bullying incidents occurred from time to time. But now is the end of the world. There are no laws or moral constraints. It is not easy to get hundreds of people to stick to the bottom line of humanity. Hey, you've heard of our shelter too? The naive girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she seemed to have thought of something and asked excitedly, do you want to join our shelter too? It's no problem. Let me tell you, our shelter is great. It doesn't matter if you have special powers or not, no matter if you're strong or not, no matter if you are a man or a woman. As long as you're not a bad person, our shelter will accept you. We will also distribute food and water regularly to ensure that you will not starve to death. As long as you can take me back to the shelter, I will ask Sister Fu to let you join our shelter and make you the team leader. How about that? How about that? Shuni felt like laughing. This naive girl is quite smart. She even knows how to make empty promises for me. She then picked the point and asked, are there people with special abilities in your shelter? Of course. My sister is a mutant. The girl looked proud. Oh, so what special abilities does your sister have? Shuni didn't mind asking questions. After all, this will be your own shelter soon, so it's normal to know the size of your own shelter. You'll know this once you join our shelter. Anyway, my sister's abilities are amazing. Very useful. The naive girl is indeed not stupid. She knows what to say and what not to say. So, do you really want to join our shelter? The girl blinked her cute big eyes and looked at Shun-Yi expectantly. If I could get this man to join the shelter, Sister Fu would definitely praise me. After all, the fact that this man can appear on the 6th floor of the department store proves that he has certain strength. Otherwise, how could he run around alone in a building full of mutant spiders? And, most importantly, as long as he agrees to join the shelter, there is no reason for him not to save himself. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Lu is not stupid. He is very smart. Shun-Yi naturally saw through the little tricks of this naive person, smiled faintly, and said, there is no rush to join the shelter. Let's talk about the reward for saving you first. Reward? Didn't I just say it? Food and water. The girl hesitated. No, I have no shortage of food and water. Shun-Yi shook his head, casually took out a bottle of water from the system space, unscrewed it, and drank half of it. You do have superpowers. The girl showed a surprised expression. Seeing Shun-Yi gulping down the water, she swallowed subconsciously and asked cautiously, then what do you want? I want you. Shun-Yi threw away the empty bottle of mineral water and stared at the girl's cute face. The naive girl was stunned, stepped back subconsciously, and tightly grasped the fruit knife, saying with fear on her face, you want to eat me? Eating humans will make you sick. Sister Fu said that you can't eat humans even if you are hungry. Don't come over to eat me. Otherwise I'll scream. No, you are sick. Shun Yi sighed helplessly and said, what I mean is, if you become my girlfriend, I will rescue you. Ah, girlfriend. The girl's face suddenly turned red. It turned out that I had misunderstood. However, this condition seems much better than being eaten. She secretly looked at Shun Yi's appearance. Then her face turned redder, and she asked in a low voice, is she the kind of girlfriend who wants to do something terrible? Yes. Hearing Shun Yi's answer without hesitation, the girl's cheeks turned even redder. How embarrassing. The girl felt like her head was about to smoke. She didn't dare to look at Shun Yi, but asked again in a low voice. Then, can we just talk about love and not do anything shameful? I just turned 18 yesterday. Can I wait until I'm 24 before doing it? My mother said that you are an adult at 24, and having a child won't hurt your body. Shun Yi hesitated to speak. This silly and innocent girl is really not purely silly and not purely smart either. However, what she said was actually equivalent to her agreement. So, Shun Yi naturally did not refuse. Okay, I'll promise you for now. Shun Yi agreed to the girl. This doesn't mean that he really wants to wait until the girl is 24 years old. He just says this first and then tricks her into getting her. Once you become my girlfriend, won't it be easy to win you over? For example, on a dark and windy night, Shun Yi teleported into her bedroom. And then, sister, don't be afraid. I will just rub it and not move around. Then, the system supplies will be unlocked directly. Then we are boyfriend and girlfriend now. The girl looked at Shun Yi shyly. She is still very satisfied with this boyfriend. He's handsome, not too old, has a good body, and has special powers. Even though we just met, he shouldn't be a bad guy. If he was a bad guy, he would definitely not talk to me so much and would just attack me directly. That's right. Shun Yi smiled and nodded. He has no worries about supplies now, and his own strength is strong enough, so there is naturally no need to use force. Generally, Shun Yi would not threaten anyone who could be dealt with through a deal. If possible, he naturally hopes that the woman will be loyal and like him enough. Well, it's time for us to go. Shun Yi planned to search for some supplies first. Yeah. The girl nodded quickly, picked up her pink bag, and followed Shun Yi out of the bathroom. Then, she quickly called to the men's bathroom next door. Brother Lu, Sister Wang, I've finished using the bathroom, and I found a boyfriend. Come out quickly, we can go back. Soon, several men and women armed with weapons came out of the men's restroom. The majority of them are men. However, everyone was confused when they heard the girl's words. Got a boyfriend in the bathroom? What the hell? Why is this passage so rare? Are you playing with abstraction? However, when they saw that there was indeed a strange man next to Lin Lu, they immediately became nervous and alert. Sister Wang, he is my new boyfriend, and he has superpowers like my sister. So amazing. The girl introduced him to them happily. Everyone was speechless. God, I just found a boyfriend. I'm afraid I was cheated. A short-haired woman held a machete tightly, looked at Shun Yi warily, and then shouted to the girl, Xiaolu, come here quickly. Don't worry, Sister Wang. My boyfriend is not a bad person. He won't hurt us. The girl explained seriously. She thought so too. If my boyfriend with superpowers is really a bad guy, he would have taken action long ago. How could he still be chatting with me? So, he must like me. That's why he didn't do anything. Xiaolu, do you know who he is? Just call him your boyfriend. The short-haired woman couldn't help but get anxious. He is, that is my boyfriend. What's your name? Oh, my name is Lin Lu. Lin Lu seemed to react suddenly and looked at Shun Yi with his clear and stupid big eyes. When the survivors heard this, they were speechless. After all this time, you don't even know the person's name? 126. He even deceived a fool. My name is Shun. Shun Yi spoke calmly. Naturally, he didn't mind rescuing these people. It's not to please the naive Lin Lu, but because they will soon become employees of his own shelter. As a boss, it is normal to save a few younger brothers, right? Although Shun Yi is an extreme egoist, he is willing to do whatever is necessary as long as it does not harm his own interests. What's more, the people rescued can also bring benefits to oneself. Shun Yi. Everyone was murmuring about the name, not having any impression of it at all. Confirmed. Xiaolu was deceived by this strange man named Shun Yi. Even fools are deceived. This man is a bit bad. Shun Yi. It sounds really nice. I'll remember it. Lin Lu said happily. Her current mood is completely opposite to her previous mood, because the moment she saw that Shun Yi had superpowers, her fear of the mutated spiders in the building dissipated a lot, and she inexplicably believed that Shun-Yi could take her back to the shelter. Shin-Yi could appear on the 6th floor of the department store alone and chat with me without any fear. He must be very capable. This is also one of the reasons why she agreed to be Shun-Yi's girlfriend. Lin Lu is not really stupid. She is just not good at thinking and is rather naive. Okay, follow me, Shun-Yi said calmly and walked towards the store. Since I'm here, I might as well loot some items in this department store. Even if he can't use it, he can give it to Jiang Nanyan to build a shelter later. Anyway, here we are. Walk. Everyone was stunned, only to see Shun-Yi had already walked out of the toilet. Their faces suddenly changed. Is this person stupid? Doesn't he know there are lots of giant mutant spiders in the department store? Just walking out like this openly is like seeking death. There were more than 20 of them entering the department store yesterday, but today only less than 10 are left alive. Moreover, if they had not unexpectedly discovered that there were few mutant spiders near the toilet, they might not have survived. But since this man could appear on the 6th floor quietly and was so confident, he must have certain strength, right? Could it be that his supernatural power is very powerful? Everyone's face changed, and they became hesitant. Boyfriend, wait for me. While they were still hesitating, Lin Lu quickly chased out, fearing that he would be left behind. As she ran, she turned back and called out, Sister Wang, hurry up and catch up. Otherwise, it will be too late. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and mustered up the courage to follow out. They can ignore the life and death of the strange man who cheated the deer, but they cannot ignore the deer. And if I continue to hide in the toilet, I will die sooner or later after the food is finished. If this strange man really has powerful superpowers, then they might have a chance of survival. However, because of their first impression, they always felt that Shun-Yi might not be a good person, so they were hesitant. After all, he even deceived a simple little girl like Xiaolu. Get out of the toilet area. There were gradually more and more spider webs on the ground and walls. When Shun-Yi stepped on the spider web, the mutated spiders on the 6th floor seemed to be alarmed and began to gather quickly. A few, more than a dozen, more than 20, more than 30, more and more. Listening to the dense and strange noises around him, Lin Lu's face changed, and he hugged Shun-Yi's arm tightly in fear. The other survivors also clenched their weapons, gathered in a circle, trembling all over, ready to take action at any time. Shun-Yi didn't react. Instead, he asked Lin Lu beside him as if it was a daily chat. Why were you alone in the women's restroom just now? Lin Lu, who was shivering, was stunned for a moment and subconsciously replied, because I was in the toilet. I mean, you can't use the men's restroom? Of course, but since we're staying in the men's room, for cleanliness and hygiene, we all have to go to the women's room. Otherwise, the men's room will be too smelly. After listening to Lin Lu's explanation, Shun-Yi finally understood the reason. No wonder there's such a strong smell near the women's restroom. The survivors nearby almost couldn't help swearing when listening to the conversation between the two. It's already this late, and you still have the time to talk about going to the toilet. Oh my god, is this man's ability reliable? But please don't let us get killed. Almost. At this time, Shun-Yi saw through telepathy that the mutant spiders around him had basically gathered together. Then, he raised his hand and waved it, and layers of blue frost quickly condensed around his body, spreading across the sky and covering the earth. The frost spread in all directions at an alarming speed, freezing everything wherever it passed. What is this? The survivors' eyes widened in shock. This is the ability to create ice? But this ability is too outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that this ice can be precisely controlled. Just as the survivors were preparing to hide, the frost bypassed them and quickly spread to other places. A mutant spider just showed its head and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Further away, the gathering group of mutant spiders were also quickly frozen. They even maintained the charging posture, frozen like that. 1-2 dozens. The entire 6th floor instantly turned into a world of ice. Everyone was stunned watching this scene. Is this a superpower? Are the superpowers so strong? There are also people with special powers in their shelter. Although their abilities are amazing, their strength is just so. They're even less effective than a gun. But the supernatural powers used by this man are even more terrifying than any biological weapons. Everyone looked at Shun-Yi in shock, with nothing but awe and deep fear in their eyes. Such a powerful psychic actually set his sights on the deer. Finished. There's really no way to save it this time. It was at this moment that all the mutant spiders were frozen into ice sculptures. Then, Shun-Yi snapped his fingers. Crack! A crisp explosion sounded. All the mutant spiders that had been frozen into ice sculptures exploded instantly and shattered into countless ice cubes. This is level 8 frost condensation, Shun-Yi's deeper level of ability to control ice. Precise ice crushing. What shattered was not only the ice, but also the frozen enemies. The practicality of this ability is beyond doubt. As his level increased, his abilities became stronger and stronger, and he became more adept at using them. Wow, boyfriend, you're awesome. So handsome. The dazed Lin Lu finally came to his senses and almost jumped up with excitement. This is so cool. Without moving a single muscle, he was able to kill so many terrifying mutant spiders. What a divine boyfriend. 127. Mutated Spider King. Looking at Shun-Yi, Lin Lu's eyes were full of admiring little stars. My previous choice was so smart. Although she agreed to date Shun-Yi in order to save her life, it was hard for her not to be tempted when she saw how powerful Shun-Yi was. The other survivors were also stunned. This man, if he wanted to kill us just now, could he have wiped us out in an instant? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shudder. So scary. But soon, they reacted and hurried forward to thank Shun-Yi, fearing that he would hold a grudge against them. Thank you, Mr. Shun, for your help. We will definitely remember your life-saving grace. Mr. Shun, if you need anything, just give us your instructions. Several people expressed their gratitude and looked at Shun-Yi with awe in their eyes. All the messy thoughts from before disappeared at this moment. Faced with a man who possessed absolute force, they dared not have any other thoughts. I can only be grateful. They hoped that this powerful man would not care about their previous attitude and would be willing to help them again. In fact, everyone's attitude before was not that bad. At most, he was worried that Lin Lu would be cheated, so he remained vigilant towards Shun-Yi. Compared to those thugs who kill and rob at will in the doomsday, they really have a bottom line. Even if you ignore the weapons in their hands, there is not much difference from their living conditions before the doomsday. This is also the reason why Shun-Yi didn't care. After all, he judged from the aura at the beginning that these people were more neutral and wary of him, with only a small amount of hostility, but not too deep malice. Let's go. Shun-Yi didn't say much, walked straight to the store, and began to put the intact items into the system space. Now that he has powerful strength, he no longer needs to hide his special abilities. It doesn't matter if someone sees it. After all, they only saw part of it. If someone uses this part of the supernatural power against you, that would be a way to death. He actually has more than one superpower. Everyone was shocked again, collecting things out of thin air. This is another powerful supernatural power. They have also seen several people with special powers, and among them, only Miss Fu is suspected to have 2 special powers. But even Miss Fu is far inferior to this man in strength. Shun-Yi, what kind of special power do you have? You can actually take away so many things. Lin Lu hugged Shun-Yi's arm, with admiration on his face, and asked questions like a curious baby. Her favorability also soared rapidly from a little bit at the beginning, catching up with Murong Shui. The hero saving the beauty may be cliché, but it really works. As long as it is used properly, its lethality to such adolescent girls is simply invincible. This time, seeing the intimate behavior of the two, the other survivors did not dare to interrupt, nor did they have any opinions. In their hearts, they even hoped that Xiaolu and Shun-Yi could become real boyfriend and girlfriend. Having such a strong boyfriend will definitely protect Xiaolu from being bullied. Even they can benefit from it. For example, now if it weren't for Lin Lu, this man would definitely not save them. This is already a huge bargain. After, it took Shun-Yi more than 10 minutes to search through the supplies in the department store, and he reaped a lot of rewards. The supplies collected today are enough for hundreds of people to consume for a while. Then, just as he was about to leave, suddenly, through telepathy, Shun-Yi saw in the distance a mutant long-legged spider about 4 or 5 meters in size, heading towards the department store. Behind it was a long object wrapped in spider webs, and no one knew what it was. This mutant spider is actually about the same size as Xiaoha. Shun-Yi was surprised. Could it be another secondary mutated animal like the mutated black spider and Xiaoha? In short, this thing doesn't look easy to deal with. If it comes back and sees that all the little spiders in the department store have been killed, it will probably fight with me. So, Shun-Yi took Lin Lu and the survivors and left the department store first. As for the other people hiding in the department store, Shun-Yi didn't bother to care. If they hadn't escaped while they were cleaning up the spiders, they would have had to rely on themselves for the best. Finally escaped. Go home. I want to go home. After leaving the department store, Lin Lu and the other survivors were so excited that they quickly invited Shun-Yi to go to their shelter with them. Shun-Yi's original destination was the villa shelter, so he naturally did not refuse. As for the existence of this larger mutant spider, he did not tell anyone else, nor did he have any intention of solving it. Anyway, all the supplies in the department store have been collected, so no matter how crazy and angry this mutant spider is, it has nothing to do with me. At the same time, inside the bungalow shelter, the atmosphere was depressing. This is because the two search and rescue teams sent out yesterday lost several people before they even entered the department store. Even the psychics were seriously injured. People were in panic for a while. All the survivors are speculating that there might be some terrifying mutant monsters near the shelter. This is indeed the case. The managers who knew the details were more nervous than the ordinary survivors who were unaware of the truth, because there are a lot of mutant spiders in the department store. Moreover, there is an extremely huge mutant spider king among them. The search and rescue team suffered heavy casualties because they encountered the mutant spider king. As for the supply team that disappeared in the department store, I think they were most likely eaten by the mutant spiders, and there is no possibility of survival. How could an ordinary person survive against a mutant spider that even those with special powers couldn't deal with? The second logistics team was wiped out, and the search and rescue team suffered heavy losses. This was a huge blow to the shelter. Moreover, there are even more serious problems at present. The department store is very close to the villa community. If the mutant spider king is not eliminated, the community may be attacked at any time. Ms. Fu, my suggestion is that we move out of our current neighborhood as soon as possible and find a safer base. Otherwise, the risk will be too great. I agree with this proposal. The department store is only about 3 kilometers away from our shelter. If the mutant spider king comes to hunt here, we will have no way to resist. According to what Lao Li said, even if there is no mutant spider king, there are countless mutant spiders in the department store. The danger factor is extremely high. This is a huge threat to our shelter. At the meeting, most of the shelter's management suggested moving. There was no way. The department store was too close to their shelter. With such a group of terrible mutant spiders living next door, plus the mutant spider king, no one can sleep well. Fu Yinxi listened to everyone's opinions and frowned slightly. Migrate? Migration is too risky now. There was no telling how many monsters there were in the unknown black fog. If they migrated rashly, they would probably be almost dead before they found a safe place. Ms. Fu, I think you can consider the invitation from the Sunshine Community Shelter a while ago. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses made a suggestion. 128. Fu Yunxi's ambition. There are already more than 800 people in the Sunshine Community Shelter, and there are dozens of people with special abilities. Their overall strength is no weaker than ours. If our two shelters unite, our ability to protect ourselves will be greatly improved. The middle-aged man with glasses paused and continued. Besides, there are no particularly strong mutant monsters near the Sunshine Community, so it is safer to live there. Listening to the words of the man with glasses, everyone was thoughtful and some were moved. However, some people are not optimistic. If our two shelters unite, who will we listen to in the future? You can't let the people in our shelter work for others, right? That's true. So what you said, we can't just sit here and wait for those mutant spiders to attack us, right? Some are dissatisfied, some are hesitant, and some want to unite. The originally safe refuge began to become unstable due to an external crisis. Be quiet. Fu Yinxi spoke in a cold voice. The conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the woman sitting in the main seat. Although Fu Yunxi is a woman, she is very skilled and has powerful abilities. She's the real boss of the shelter. Everyone believed in her and listened to her. Fu Yunxi glanced at everyone and said, "We can't just run away when we encounter monsters. This is not the end of the world. Simply running away won't solve the problem. This time we moved to Sunshine Community because we were afraid of mutant spiders. So where should we move to next time if we encounter a mutant tiger? Moreover, the mutant monsters hidden in the black fog may be more powerful than the mutant spider king. If we start to relocate, Who among you is confident that you can guarantee the safety of the elderly and children? After hearing Fu Yunqi's words, everyone fell silent. They have also considered this, but compared to the crisis that is right in front of them, most people tend to escape. Then, Miss Fu, what should we do? With the current strength of our shelter, it may be difficult to deal with this mutant Spider King. Someone asked hesitantly. This is also the question most people want to ask. Fu Yunqi's beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, her expression unchanged, and she said, "Since we alone can't deal with the mutant Spider King, let's unite with other nearby shelters and survivors. Now that such a powerful mutant monster has appeared, it threatens not only our shelter, but also other survivors. If we can get rid of this mutant Spider King, the supplies in the department store will be enough for us to live for a long time." An entire department store's worth of supplies. Even if most of them are contaminated, there's still a lot left. Now, more than half a month has passed, and most small supermarkets and convenience stores have long been looted by the survivors. Only large supermarkets like this have supplies. Especially in a place like this where powerful monsters have built their nests, the supplies must not have been looted by other survivors. This is an important supply point. How can we just give it up? When everyone heard this, they were also moved. If we can really kill the Spider King, the rewards will be huge. Then, Fu Yunqi looked at everyone with her beautiful eyes and gave an order. Now send someone to contact the nearby shelter immediately and explain the situation of the mutant Spider King to them. Now we survivors must unite to get rid of this mutant monster. Otherwise, when this monster grows stronger and stronger, no one will be able to escape. Remember, you must notify all the shelters, especially the Sunshine community, and ask them to send people to help. Otherwise, if they don't help us, don't blame us for leading the mutated Spider King to their shelter. Although this is cruel, for the sake of the children and elderly in our community, I don't mind being a bad guy for once. Everyone was shocked by Fu Yunqi's cold attitude, and thought to themselves that Miss Fu was really cruel at the critical moment. What a good trick to divert trouble. But no one thought there was anything vicious about this. In order to survive, they didn't mind following Fu Yunqi's orders. Yes, the managers immediately took orders and stood up and left the meeting room. Hearing the sound of the conference room door closing, Fu Yunqi picked up the mineral water on the table and took a sip, then looked at the scenery outside the window with a slightly heavy expression. In fact, a more sensible approach would be to leave the current shelter. But she was somewhat unwilling. After many sacrifices, we finally cleared out the threats in this community and established a relatively safe living environment. If you move to a new place, you have to start all over again. Not to mention the dangers that may be encountered on the road. A lot of water resources will be consumed just on a migration route. Although a lot of rainwater was collected in the past 2 days, it still can't sustain such a huge consumption. So, taking all factors into consideration, it would actually be best if we could eliminate the threat posed by this mutant Spider King. The biggest problem at the moment is whether other shelters are willing to help. If they're not willing to contribute their manpower, then they will definitely not be a match for the mutant Spider King on their own. At that time, we'll be forced to move. There are already 800 people in Sunshine Community. Fu Yunqi's beautiful eyes flickered as she whispered softly. She had previously thought about finding an opportunity to take over the Sunshine Community, but it is more difficult now. I think there must be a powerful psychic or a smart person in Sunshine Community who is able to integrate the survivors so quickly. If he could kill this leader, then his annexation plan could still be implemented. This time, several nearby shelters have joined forces to fight against the mutant Spider King. This is an opportunity. After dealing with the mutant Spider King, and then dealing with the leaders of these shelters, we can take the opportunity to integrate all the shelters within dozens of kilometers nearby. By then, my power will be extremely huge. Now the troubled times have arrived. Fu Yunqi naturally doesn't want to be idle. How can it be enough to guard only such a small area? Now that we have done it, we must make it bigger and stronger. Fu Yunqi looked at the clear sky outside the window, with madness flashing in his eyes. She has already started planning how to kill the leaders of other shelters without anyone noticing. Although I can do it with my special abilities, if I do it myself, there will inevitably be the risk of being exposed. Is it that I can only use that trump card? Fu Yunqi was thinking, tapping the table with his fingers, his ambition clearly revealed. No one else in the shelter knows how big Fu Yunqi's ambition is, because from beginning to end, this woman showed a very gentle attitude in front of everyone. Only rarely does he show indifference. But even so, no one ever doubted Fu Yunqi's ambitions. Everyone thought that setting up shelters and gathering survivors was just for the purpose of keeping each other warm and surviving longer in the doomsday. Almost no one has ever thought about killing people or seizing territory. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door, interrupting Fu Yunqi's thoughts. 129, curious. Come in. Fu Yunqi spoke calmly. The door was pushed open, and a cute girl named Lin Tu walked in with a smile on her face, showing no trace of sadness for having just lost her sister. Sister Fu. I just contacted Sister. Sister said they're on their way back. They will be home soon. Linda said excitedly. Just now, just a few minutes ago, she suddenly contacted her sister Lin Lu. My sister is still alive, and will be back soon. What? Fu Yunqi was stunned. Is Lin Lu still alive? And she wasn't the only one who survived? How is this possible? The search and rescue team that went there yesterday lost several people. Even the psychic was seriously injured, and they were unable to enter the department store. It shows how ferocious the mutated spiders in the building are. With the strength of Lin Lu and the others, how could they possibly survive? Could it be that they didn't go to the department store at all? Otherwise, how could it be possible that he suddenly returned safely after being out of contact for a day and night? Seeing Sister Fu's suspicious face, Lin Tu quickly explained, My sister and the others are really still alive. My sister told me that it was my brother-in-law who broke into the department store alone and killed hundreds of mutant spiders in the building and rescued my sister and the others in a very, very handsome way. Your brother-in-law? Fu Yunqi raised his eyebrows. Lin Lu has a boyfriend? In her impression, these two innocent girls had never been in love. How come such a powerful boyfriend suddenly appeared? Sound like a made-up story. But Fu Yunqi understood Lin Tu's character. She was not the kind of person who would talk nonsense. Yeah, I heard from my sister that they have just been together for a short time, but I can feel that my sister really likes that man. Lin Tu said with a smile. As twin sisters, they can sometimes vaguely feel each other's thoughts and occasionally even share various physical sensations, such as pain, pleasure, etc. Of course, this only happens occasionally. Most of the time, you don't feel anything. Otherwise, it would be a special ability. Xiaodu, tell me word for word what you and your sister talked about. Fu Yunqi said. Lin Tu then repeated the entire conversation she had just had with her sister. There was very little useful information, most of which was Lin Lu unilaterally praising her boyfriend for how handsome, strong, and awesome he was, etc. After listening to this, Fu Yunqi became more and more confused about the strength of this mysterious man. Why does it sound like a god descending to earth? Is it really that strong? Could it be a little girl's fantasy? She sighed helplessly, and then said to Lin Tu, Since this man saved your sister and the people in our shelter, we should be prepared to welcome him. So, Xiaodu, go and ask the kitchen to prepare the freshest food and say we are welcoming guests. Okay. Lin Tu nodded immediately and skipped away happily. The little girl was simple-minded. She was just happy that her sister returned safely. At the same time, she was full of curiosity about this brother-in-law who suddenly appeared. Is my brother-in-law really handsome? Isn't it really amazing? Curious. Watching Lin Tu leave, Fu Yunqi's face darkened. She sensed the crisis. One person killed hundreds of mutant spiders. How strong is this force? At least heavy weapons are needed, right? If there are no heavy weapons, it means that this man's supernatural powers are extremely strong, far surpassing his own. Fu Yunqi suddenly felt the pressure doubled as such a powerful man was about to come to the shelter. Now is the end of the world. There are no laws to constrain us, no rules to restrain us. If this strong man had evil intentions, they would have no power to resist at all. Thinking of this, Fu Yunqi immediately got up and walked into the bedroom. After some operations, he took out his trump card from the safe. A silver pistol. That's right, her trump card is a gun. Although superpowers are powerful, in terms of deterrence and lethality to people, pistols are definitely more powerful. At least for now. Although Fu Yunqi vaguely felt that her ability could be improved, she didn't know how to improve it. So the pistol was her biggest trump card. Of course, in addition to these, she also has a few confidants. These confidants are quite powerful and can play unexpected roles at critical moments. However, this man should not be an evil person who does whatever he wants. Otherwise, he would not be able to save Lin Lu and the others. Fu Yunqi thought as he checked the gun and bullets. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless, we can avoid making enemies with him. If possible, it would be safest to bring this powerful man into our shelter. If this man really likes Lin Lu, perhaps he can be tied down with the help of Lin Lu. As long as a person has a weak spot, he could be controlled. Although Fu Yunxi prefers to control his subordinates with absolute power. But it was obvious that this man who could kill hundreds of mutant spiders single-handedly was far stronger than himself. Fu Yunxi believed that it was impossible for him to kill hundreds of mutant spiders by himself. Of course, Fu Yunxi still had some doubts about the information conveyed by Lin Tu. Is there really such a man? Is he really that strong? Without seeing it with his own eyes, and without verification from multiple parties, the suspicious Fu Yunxi would not easily believe it. Taking out a pistol is just to be prepared. If there really is such a man who is powerful and has evil intentions, then conflict is inevitable. But if this man does not exist, that would naturally be best. If there really was such a person and he broke into the department store alone, did he also kill the mutant Spider King? If that's the case, then his strength is too strong, definitely stronger than what Lin Tu described. If you want to kill him with a gun, I'm afraid you can only do it by surprise. Fu Yunxi analyzed and made the worst-case scenario plan. It is still unclear whether it is a friend or an enemy, so we must never let our guard down. She immediately conveyed the message to several of her confidants and asked them to prepare for battle. If I take action myself, they will also launch a sneak attack as soon as possible. That's all. In the tense atmosphere, more than 10 minutes passed. Lin Tu ran to tell Fu Yunxi that her sister and others were back. 130. In the doomsday world, strength is everything. Really coming? When Fu Yunxi heard Lin Tu's words, he immediately stood up and went out to greet them in person with the management of the shelter. At the same time, the news that Lin Lu and the second logistics team had returned safely spread quickly within the shelter. The survivors were all shocked. After all, the search and rescue team sent out yesterday said that the second logistics team had no chance of being saved, but they actually returned safely today. The happiest people are the families of the survivors of Supply Team 2. They were so sad that their eyes were swollen from crying, but they never expected that they would be able to see their loved ones again. This is nothing short of a miracle. The survivors who returned were reunited with their families. Although most people still didn't make it back, the fact that some people came back alive was already great news for many people. Lin Lu took Shun Yi to the top floor and met the management of the shelter. Fu Yunxi also saw this man, who gave her a strong sense of crisis. This man actually exists. Sister. The moment Lin Tu saw Lin Lu, he immediately pounced over, his eyes instantly turning red. It's okay, sister is back. Lin Lu hugged her sister and comforted her softly. There was suppressed emotion in her voice as well. If it weren't for Shun Yi, she might never see her sister again. Thinking of this, Lin Lu secretly glanced at Shun Yi with a gleam in his eyes. Mr. Shun, please come in. Fu Yunxi was very friendly to Shun Yi. She was surprised because the man looked very young, only in his early 20s at most. But don't judge a book by its cover. Judging from Lin Lu's reaction just now, this man should be her mysterious boyfriend, the strong man who killed hundreds of mutant spiders alone. Other management members were also looking at Shun Yi curiously. Is this the young man who broke into the department store alone and rescued Lin Lu and others? Is he really as strong as Lin Tu said? Could this be a lie? But no matter how doubtful they were, no one dared to show any disrespect. Yeah. Shun Yi walked into the room with a calm expression, not at all intimidated by the scene in front of him. There are just a few managers of a small shelter, not enough to put any pressure on him. To put it bluntly, with his current strength, Shun Yi would not take the former mayor, governor, or even senior military official seriously. In the doomsday world, strength is everything. This shelter has some strength, but not much. As for Fu Yunxi's various little movements, Shun Yi had already seen them through a god's perspective. It was just a pistol. He didn't care. If this woman really dared to launch a sneak attack, Shun Yi could counterattack and kill her the moment she drew her gun. With Shun Yi's current strength, it is almost impossible for an ordinary psychic to kill him unless he stands still and does not resist. After entering the room and a brief self-introduction, the food was served quickly. The table was filled with all kinds of food and wine, but most of them are vacuum-packed and canned, and there are few fresh ingredients. This is normal. Fresh food has long been contaminated by the black fog, and only these vacuum foods are edible. Shun Yi, eat the meat quickly. Lin Lu happily picked up several pieces of meat for Shun Yi. There are so many delicious foods today. Sister Fu is so generous for once. She hasn't eaten meat for a long time since the apocalypse. Brother-in-law is so handsome. Lin Tu was also secretly looking at the brother-in-law she had just met. Just as my sister said, it's very handsome. No wonder my sister fell in love with this brother-in-law. Mr. Shun, you're welcome. Please help yourself. Fu Yunxi saw that Shun, he didn't move his chopsticks much and thought he was embarrassed. To be honest, she felt a little distressed to take out so much precious food to entertain people at one time. They usually wouldn't eat these foods casually. No, I'm not hungry, Shun Yi said in a calm tone. Fu Yunxi was slightly stunned, feeling that this little man was quite reserved. With so many delicious foods, how can you say you are not hungry? Even she couldn't help but want to feast on it. But due to face, she didn't move her chopsticks much, but turned to ask Lin Lu what happened to the second logistics team. Well, it's like this. Lin Lu swallowed the meat in his mouth and started explaining from the beginning while picking up the meat. The general process was this. Some small supermarkets and convenience stores near the shelter had been looted, and there were no more supplies to be found. Therefore, Captain Wong of the second logistics team suggested going to a department store a little further away to search for supplies. Before leaving, they also reported to the shelter. Although the distance was a bit far and there would be certain dangers, everyone was prepared to face the danger. Afterwards, when they got close to the department store, they deliberately left 2 people outside to provide support and maintain contact with the shelter. Result: when the rest of them entered the department store, they found many spider webs inside the building. At that time, some people noticed that something was wrong and wanted to leave. But the others thought that since they were already here, they should at least take some supplies before leaving. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of several kilometers? So they continued to explore inside. As a result, not long after the exploration, someone was attacked by a mutant spider. While resisting, everyone tried to escape from the department store. But there were even more mutant spiders at the door of the building, and there was an especially large mutant spider outside, which scared them so much that they hurriedly ran inside. They resisted and ran at the same time, and many people died during this period. It was at this critical moment that Lin Lu discovered that there were no mutant spiders near the bathroom. So everyone ran in, and as a result, they were not attacked by mutant spiders. They guessed that the mutant spiders didn't come because the smell in the bathroom was too strong. It might be for some other reason. In short, as long as they hid in the bathroom and didn't make any noise, they would be safe. So they kept hiding, waiting for people outside the building to notice something was wrong and contact the shelter for help. As a result, after waiting for a day and a night, no rescue came. Some people speculated that something might have happened to someone outside the building, or that there were too many mutated spiders and rescue was impossible. In short, everyone was desperate and wanted to give up, until Shun Yi appeared and saved them. If it weren't for my boyfriend, we would have starved to death in the toilet. When Lin Lu reached this point, he cleared his throat and proudly spoke of Shun Yi's bravery and invincibility. One person killed hundreds of mutant spiders in seconds. As she spoke, she even began to exaggerate. Originally, Shun Yi might have killed 200 or 300 mutant spiders, but after Lin Lu's second explanation, the number had become 500 or 600. If I ask her to tell a few more times, I'm afraid there will be more. It's not that Lin Lu likes to lie, because she had no idea how many mutated spiders there were in the building. She only saw Shun Yi release frost and instantly kill all the spiders that attacked them. So she thought Shun Yi was very powerful. The more she imagined it, the more she felt that Shun Yi was unfathomable. Lin Lu's detailed description shocked Fu Yunxi and others. 131. Brother-in-law, why are you staring at me? You can't judge a person by his appearance. Mr. Shun is so powerful at such a young age. I admire you so much. Mr. Shun is awesome. I'll toast to you. Mr. Shun, can your ability create ice? After listening to Lin Lu's description, the management team began to praise and flatter Shun enthusiastically. Although a few still have doubts, the majority are convinced. After all, it is an indisputable fact that Lin Lu and dozens of members of the supply team were able to return safely. If Shun Yi was not strong, how could he have rescued so many people? Brother-in-law, so awesome. After listening to her sister's story again, Lin Tu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although my sister's second story was slightly different from the first, no matter how I listened to it, my brother-in-law was so awesome. Stay calm and confident when facing monsters, showing extraordinary strength. Is this her brother-in-law? Shun-yi ignored the flattery of the crowd and looked at his lovely sister-in-law with interest. Her facial features and height are exactly the same as Lin Lu's, making it almost impossible to tell them apart. If the two of them weren't dressed differently, he wouldn't even be able to tell who was his girlfriend and who was his sister-in-law. They are actually twin sisters. Shun-yi was both surprised and delighted. He hadn't noticed them when he discovered the bungalow shelter before. Almost missed these sisters. As expected, the sister-in-law triggered the system prompt as soon as they met. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Lin Tu. Age, 18 years old. Appearance, 92 points. Body, 92 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 93 points. Evaluation. After taking a person, you can unlock a random item. My sister-in-law and my girlfriend have exactly the same attributes. They are twin sisters indeed. However, through Lin Lu's narration, Shun-yi learned that his sister-in-law's ability seemed to be similar to his own spiritual connection, and it was also an ability that allowed remote communication. What a coincidence. Sister, brother-in-law, why are you staring at me? Lin too noticed Shun-yi's gaze, and her face flushed. She felt a little shy and embarrassed. She had originally wanted to have a big, delicious meal, but now she had to restrain herself. Is it because my sister and I look so much alike that my brother-in-law is staring at me? That must be the case. After all, every stranger would be curious when seeing twins for the first time. It's normal. So, it's okay. I just need to be natural. Lin too tried hard not to be shy and not to show any strange expression. However, facing her brother-in-law's meaningful gaze, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Speaking of which, would my brother-in-law mistake me for my sister? What if I recognized the wrong person when taking a shower in the future? Should I change my hairstyle to be different from my sister's in the future? Or never wear the same clothes as my sister again? Otherwise, what if my brother-in-law recognized the wrong person? How embarrassing it would be. Well, come to think of it, if my brother-in-law recognizes the wrong person, should I refuse? If I refuse, will my brother-in-law feel embarrassed? If my fault caused problems between my brother-in-law and sister, that would be bad. The more Lin too thought about it, the more crooked her face became. Her face had already turned red, as if she had revealed some strange thoughts. She was the only one at the table who hadn't noticed this. No, there was another one, which her naive sister Lin Lu didn't notice either. Because Lin Lu was busy enjoying the food and had no time to care about other people. Does this man have feelings for my sister-in-law Lin too? Fu Yunxi noticed Shun-yi's gaze and had some vague guesses in his mind. If this is the case, perhaps there is a greater chance of keeping him. Naturally, other management also noticed Shun-yi's look, but they dare not think about these messy things. Regardless of whether what Lin Lu said before was true or not, since this man dared to come to the shelter alone and was still calm and composed in the face of so many people, without any sign of stage fright, he must be no simple man. It's best not to provoke such a strong person easily. Lin Lu, are you full? At this moment, Shun-yi suddenly asked. Lin Lu, who was patting his belly, nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, I'm full. She took advantage of everyone's chatting and daydreaming to show off her fans. Make up for the hunger of the past 2 days. Then you and your sister should go and have a rest first. I need to talk to the manager of your shelter about something. Shun-yi said with a smile. Okay, then Shun-yi, you have to come find me later. My room is at the end of the corridor on this floor. Lin Lu didn't think much about it. She guessed that Shun-yi would definitely discuss the treatment of joining the shelter with Sister Fu. Although she wanted to stay and help to intercede, she thought that her eloquence was not good. So it would be better to take her sister back first and whisper in her ear, so that her sister could ask Sister Fu to help improve Shun-yi's treatment. My sister is a mutant and has a high status in the shelter. Her intercession will definitely be more useful than mine. Although Lin Lu is simple, he is not stupid. So, she took her blushing sister Lin too, packed up the unfinished food, and left the meeting room. Mr. Shun, I wonder if you would like to join our shelter? Seeing Lin Lu and Lin Tu leave, Fu Yunxi also opened his mouth to invite them. Since this man did not show any hostility from beginning to end, it means that he should not be a bad person. Although, maybe a little lascivious. Yes, because Shun-yi looked at his twin sisters-in-law a few more times just now, Fu Yunxi labeled him as lustful. And this label made her feel that she could control Shun-yi. A pair of twin sisters is enough to tie down a lecherous man. especially this kind of young man in his 20s who seems to have no social experience. How can he be a mature man if he can date a silly girl like Lin Lu? Yes, Brother Shun, since your girlfriend is from our shelter, why don't you just join us? We can negotiate the treatment, and I promise you won't suffer any loss. Mr. Shun, please make any request you want, as long as it's not excessive. We can satisfy it. You have seen the scale of our shelter. It is definitely not weak. As long as Mr. Shun is willing to join, we promise that you will not suffer any loss. Other management also excitedly extended invitations. With such a powerful psychic joining the shelter, we will be more confident in dealing with the mutant Spider King. If you encounter other powerful mutant monsters in the future, you don't have to worry. In today's world, strength is the most important thing. Shunyi glanced at everyone calmly, and finally stopped his gaze on Fu Yunqi's delicate face. He smiled and said calmly, "Since you want me to join the shelter so much, then I won't refuse. From today on, I have the final say over this shelter. 132. Who is in favor and who is against?" What? Mr. Shun, what did you say? Mr. Shun, are you too nervous and say something wrong? When everyone heard Shunyi's words, their first reaction was that this man was too nervous and said the wrong thing. But it happened very quickly. When they saw that Shun-yi still had a calm expression, they immediately realized that something was wrong. This guy, is he serious? Damn it. So arrogant. It's our first meeting, and it's been less than 2 hours, and you dare to say such arrogant words in front of so many of us? Do you have the final say on this shelter from now on? Asshole, how dare you be so arrogant? What qualifies you to take over our shelter? Immediately, a man stood up, changed his previous friendly attitude, and asked coldly. As he spoke, flames began to emerge from his fists. This is a superpower. This man is a supernatural being. From the very beginning, he had always been skeptical about Shunyi's ability. As a person with superpowers himself, he didn't believe that anyone's superpowers could be as strong as Lin Lu said. He was more inclined to believe that Lin Lu was exaggerating. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to completely look down on Shunyi. Since this man dares to be so arrogant, he must have some confidence. But this is our territory. Our people are everywhere. You are just one person, and you want to control us? So, he was the first to stand up and face Shunyi. Other management also stare at Shun-yi with eager eyes. This man is too arrogant. Their original favorable impression towards Shun-yi disappeared in an instant. Young people are full of youthful energy. We should really learn how to respect others. Shun-yi looked at the man who stood up and questioned him. Then, his eyes gradually lit up. Superpower? The man's face changed, and he was about to raise his hands to resist, but he saw a laser directly piercing through his flaming arms and head. There wasn't even a scream. The man was killed instantly. Now, am I qualified? Shunyi's eyes, which had not yet fully recovered to normal, glanced at everyone and finally landed on Fu Yunqi, who had a shocked look on her face. I advise you not to think of a sneak attack. A pistol. Shun-yi said lightly, raised his hand casually, and a pistol appeared in his palm. The gun was pointed at Fu Yunqi. Fu Yunqi's pupils suddenly shrank. This man actually has a gun. Moreover, his ability to take objects from thin air must be another supernatural power. This man has more than one superpower. If we add the ability to create ice that Lin Lu mentioned, then he has at least 3 abilities. What kind of monster is this? He actually has 3 superpowers, and each one is scarier than the other. The other managers were so frightened that they dared not even breathe and just sat in their seats. Shunyi glanced around and didn't see anyone who wanted to attack him, so he put the pistol into the system's space. If he really wants to kill someone, this distance ability will be more useful than a pistol. What do you want to do? Fu Yunqi took a deep breath and stared at Shun-yi and asked. This woman's mentality is indeed strong. Even when facing Shun-yi, who may have 3 superpowers and can kill people at will, she did not tremble in fear and dare not speak like other management members. It's really nice to be the head of a shelter. Shun-yi praised with satisfaction. From the beginning to the end, he treated this shelter as his own property and did not want to cause too much damage. The reason for killing people is to scare everyone. Otherwise, no matter how much Shunyi said, it would not be as effective as directly killing a psychic and showing his absolute strength. As for wasting a mutant, it doesn't matter. Shun-yi can train as many people with special abilities as he wants. Moreover, the psychic just now was very hostile to him and might attack him at any time. This was one of the reasons why he acted without hesitation. Okay, my request is very simple. Shun Yi leaned back in his chair, looked at everyone, and said, from now on, I have the final say on this shelter. Who is in favor and who is against? Mad, you think we haven't seen the movie? Anyone who stands up to oppose at this time will surely be seeking death. Even though Fu Yunxi had a stomachache and was furious, he just kept a cold face and said nothing. She weighed the pros and cons and felt that even if she launched a surprise attack, she might not be able to kill this bastard. This bastard has too many abilities. Who knows if he has other stronger powers? Explain, other people don't know the upper limit of his powers, but I guess I don't know it. If the sneak attack fails, you will lose your life. The smarter a person is, the more he will consider the gains and losses. Since everyone agrees, you can continue to do your business. I hope you guys are smarter and don't think of calling for someone to surround and kill me. I don't want a river of blood to flow today. Also, Fu Yunxi, stay. I want you to serve me now. Shun, he said calmly. He said it on purpose for others to hear. The first was to humiliate Fu Yunxi and shatter the self-esteem of this proud woman in front of her subordinates. Secondly, it is also to tell others that this is my woman, so don't have any ideas about her. Of course, there's one last point. As long as other people know that Fu Yunxi has become his woman, no one will be foolish enough to rebel against Fu Yunxi in the future. After all, Fu Yunxi is Shun Yi's woman, and if you rebel against her, you have to consider whether you will be stabbed in the back. Fu Yunxi's face darkened. She thought quickly and realized what Shun Yi was thinking. Although this method is not very clever, it is indeed useful, which is disgusting. The managers hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end no one spoke and they all stood up and left. They were extremely anxious and nervous. Who could have thought that what was supposed to be a welcoming banquet turned out to be a hongmen banquet? The key point is that they were the ones who arranged the banquet, but the hongmen was set up by this man who had just arrived at the shelter. It would be a lie to say that I have no resentment in my heart, especially when they thought about Miss Fu being forcibly taken away by this bastard. Everyone was so angry. Some of Fu Yunxi's admirers wanted to rush in and kill Shun Yi. However, fear prevents them from taking action, and they can only think about it. Let me explain this on two sides. Fu Yunxi was in a difficult situation. The shelter that I built with great effort was taken away, just like that. Just a few hours ago, she was thinking about killing the leaders of other shelters and annexing their shelters. As a result, his own shelter was suddenly swallowed up. Even he himself became a prisoner. She stared at Shun Yi and asked, "Why do you want to attack my shelter? Is it because of Lin Lu? Or have you been eyeing us for a long time?" She just wanted to know what the reason was. Why did this powerful psychic suddenly attack his own shelter? Obviously, they didn't even know each other before this. We didn't even meet once. Why did they develop into enemies? You want to know why? Shun Yi took a sip of wine and looked at Fu Yunxi. Yes. Fu Yunxi stared at Shun Yi. What is the reason? Why would he target my shelter? Because of you. 133. Unlocking supplies. Can the other dimension be unlocked? What? Fu Yunxi was stunned. Because of me? What's the meaning? Because I happened to see you when I passed by yesterday. And you are very beautiful. I like you very much, so I came to see you today. Come to think of it, Lin Lu is just a bonus. Shan Yisimidet. This is the smile of harvest. It was such a pleasant surprise to meet Lin Lu. No, it's not just forest deer. There are also forest rabbits. This pair of twin sisters are two kinds of resources. Add to that Fu Yunxi in this shelter for several hundred people. Damn, we're making a ton of money. Sure enough, one can't get rich without unexpected wealth. If we develop a shelter from scratch for hundreds of people, it will take a long time. But to directly take over the established shelter, it would only take a little time. Cool and hipster. As for loyalty, as long as I don't engage in bloody rule in the future and occasionally give out some material rewards, ordinary survivors will soon regard me as the boss. It's easy to seize power in the apocalypse as long as you don't do anything stupid. After all, supplies are the most important thing for survivors. But Shun Yi has no shortage of supplies. You can always figure out who you follow to get food, right? If you can't figure it out, clear it up. Anyway, the subsequent seizure of power is very easy, especially since the management of this shelter will cooperate with me. It will be even easier. Yes, Shun Yi had been keeping an eye on those managers who had left through telepathy. If they dare to have any dissenting thoughts, kill them directly. But it is obvious that these people are very smart and will not do anything suicidal. Compared to Shun Yi's satisfaction, Fu Yunxi simply felt unbelievable. Just because I'm beautiful, I've suffered misfortune, I really want to kill someone. Fu Yunxi stared at Shun Yi coldly, one hand slowly reaching for the gun at his waist. I advise you not to pull out your gun. As long as you are obedient, this shelter will still be under your management, and I will provide you with some supplies. But if you pull out a gun, I will kill you. Shun Yi looked at Fu Yunxi with a cold tone. If Fu Yunxi really wanted to kill me, I couldn't let him stay. Of course, Shun Yi did not just use force to coerce, he also showed his sincerity. As long as Fu Yunxi is obedient, he will not deprive her of her power and status, and will even give her certain support. After all, this woman's personal abilities are indeed outstanding. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, she probably also has superpowers, otherwise it would be impossible for so many people to obey her. A woman with superpowers, outstanding personal abilities, and beautiful appearance is hard to come by in the doomsday, and it would be a pity to kill her. Seeing Shun Yi's cold eyes, Fu Yunxi hesitated on the gun at his waist. The man's tone was as if he already knew that I had a gun, and he wasn't worried about a sneak attack at all. Could he have the ability to read minds, or something like that? If this kind of ability really exists, then all my arrangements are meaningless. To resist is to seek death. She slowly let go of the gun, her body gradually becoming weak, and she collapsed into the chair. How many superpowers does this man have? How strong is he? Fu Yunxi felt that all her actions seemed to escape the eyes of this man. Even if I try my best, I can't do it. Powerlessness and despair. Be good. As long as you listen to me, you will still be the boss of this shelter in the future. No one can ride on your head except me. Shen Yi gently stroked Fu Yunxi's head. She closed her eyes helplessly, did not resist, and let her head be pressed down. Bite. It is detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, and a random resource is unlocked. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item. Deluxe Edition Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen +1. Stored in the system space. Ichiraku Ramen +1. Stored in the system space. Ichiraku. Ichiraku Ramen? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. Is this the Ichiraku Ramen that I understand? He pushed Fu Yunxi away, sat up, and took out a bowl of ramen from the system space. That's right, a bowl. The supplies, unlocked this time, also come with an extra bowl and a pair of chopsticks, which is so thoughtful. Looking at the ramen emitting a strong aroma, Shun Yi's eyes lit up. It actually is the ramen from the anime. It looks almost exactly the same. Damn, even the food in the anime can be unlocked. Can this system cross dimensions? Doesn't that mean it can also unlock materials from science fiction movies or novels? If that's true, then it's simply invincible. Shen Yi had always thought that this system could only unlock materials in reality, but he never imagined that it could even unlock materials from other dimensions. So, the roast chicken and buns that were unlocked before are not necessarily from Earth. After all, they are much more delicious than anything Shun Yi has eaten before. Maybe they're the best in a parallel world? Otherwise, how could it smell so good? Shun Yi's heart was pounding, and he was suddenly full of anticipation for the subsequent system supplies. Unlock supplies. You must work hard to unlock supplies. If only I could unlock some awesome extra-dimensional weapon, I could just defeat the mutated tree. But now, he had just finished a fierce battle and was a little hungry, so he tried the ramen first. When Shun Yi watched anime as a child, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva every time he saw Naruto eating ramen. I don't know whether the ramen unlocked by the system tastes authentic. He picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. Not bad. Fragrant. The soup base is thick, the noodles are chewy and elastic, and the large chunks of barbecued pork are fat and lean, and the taste is very delicious. There's also a perfectly cooked, soft-boiled egg with a semi-solidified yolk and a delicate texture. The crispy and tender bamboo shoots add a refreshing taste to the ramen, and large pieces of seaweed are spread on the ramen, adding the freshness of the ocean. The taste of this ramen is simply amazing. Fu Yunxi was drooling as he watched from the side. What a rich fragrance. Wait, where did he get the ramen from? Could it be the same ability that allowed him to conjure up a pistol before? Telekinesis? Or is it some kind of space-related ability? As Fu Yunxi thought about it, he couldn't help but twitch his nose. Why does it smell so good? And this ramen looks like it's freshly cooked, still steaming. The meat and eggs inside are extremely fresh and look delicious. Do you want to eat? Shun Yi looked at Fu Yunxi, who was in dishevel, and asked. To deal with such a smart woman, a combination of kindness and severity will be effective. Blindly suppressing her will only stimulate her rebellious psychology. After all, Fu Yunxi is not a little girl like Su Wanting who was spoiled by her family, likes to throw tantrums, is arrogant, and has a strong possessiveness. Of course, after this period of training, Su Wanting has become much more sensible. Eat. Fu Yunxi licked the white from the corner of his mouth and nodded slightly. She knew that from the moment she compromised for the first time, there was no turning back. I can only follow this man to the end. 134. How embarrassing it would be if someone heard it. Although Fu Yunxi compromised, but she hoped what Shun Yi said was true. It won't take away your power. It can even help you gain more power. If Shun Yi had not lied to her, she would have endured some humiliation. Now is the end of the world. It is not shameful to be a strong man's woman and serve the strong. Anyway, she was just serving this man in private. Once she left this room, she was still the high and mighty boss of the shelter. She still has status and still holds absolute power. Shun Yi glanced at Fu Yunxi, and seeing that her aura had become much paler, he showed a satisfied expression. Then he took out a few bowls of ramen from the system space and placed them on the table. Anyway, I can add a bowl every second, so I don't feel bad at all. What kind of supernatural power do you have? Fu Yunxi couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Shun Yi produce several bowls of identical ramen. How on earth is this done? What kind of supernatural power can do this? Shun Yi drank a mouthful of the steaming ramen soup and said, I told you, as long as you listen to me and serve me well, you will never starve to death in the future. Fu Yunxi hesitated to speak. So what exactly is his power? Create food? Or cloning food? Is there such a magical power in the world? After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't understand it. So Fu Yunxi suppressed his curiosity and picked up the fragrant ramen to eat. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had eaten fresh cooked food. Especially noodles. I haven't even seen them since the apocalypse. This ramen is so delicious, and it tastes very fresh, just like it was just out of the pot. No wonder this man barely moved his chopsticks at the table just now. It turns out he has such delicious ramen. I was so stupid that I thought Shun Yi was embarrassed to eat. I looked down upon feelings. Shun Yi finished eating the ramen, wiped his mouth, and was very satisfied with the taste. Looking at the increasing amount of ramen in the system space, he was in a good mood. Then, Shun Yi sat down next to Fu Yunxi, not caring that she was eating, and reached in her clothes and groped, saying, I won't take care of the little things in the shelter in the future, but if you collect any supernatural fruits, you must hand them over to me, understand? Supernatural fruit? Are you talking about the colorful fruit? Fu Yunxi's cheeks turned slightly red, and she swallowed the noodles in her mouth and asked, That's right. Ugh. Fu Yunxi did not refuse. She knew that was the price of compromise. It would be strange if this man took away his own shelter and didn't want anything else. Don't worry. As long as you can find the supernatural fruit, I can exchange it with you and won't let you suffer any loss. Shun Yi said, pinching a heart. How could he not see the reluctance on this woman's face? That's normal. After all, no one is willing to give away the supplies they have worked so hard to find to others. So equal exchange is appropriate. Exchange supernatural fruits for supernatural fruits. Fu Yunxi showed a puzzled expression, not understanding what this meant. You already have supernatural fruits, and you still want to exchange with me? Would it taste better if I swapped it? Or can it allow people to gain an extra superpower? Obviously, Fu Yunxi had no idea about how superpowers could be upgraded and how to upgrade them. Most wild psychics are like this, their perspectives are different. Afterwards, Shun Yi explained to Fu Yunxi the various methods of upgrading superpowers. So, superpowers can be upgraded? Fu Yunxi immediately showed a surprised expression. No wonder she always had a feeling that her abilities could become stronger. It turns out they really could. In this way, we can understand why Shun Yi's ability is so strong. His ability level must be very high. Fortunately, I put aside my self-esteem and did not think about fighting with my life. Otherwise, I would have died without knowing how. Are you full? If you are, can we do it twice more? Shen Yi pinched Fu Yunxi. Fu Yunxi slowly closed his eyes and hummed. A few hours later, when Fu Yunxi and Shun Yi came out of the conference room, her aura had become much paler. After an in-depth communication, Fu Yunxi deeply understood how strong Shun Yi was. It would be a good thing for his shelter to have such a powerful man protecting him. At least, there is no need to be afraid of the mutant Spider King. Fu Yunxi also mentioned the mutant Spider King to Shun Yi and said that she planned to unite nearby shelters and survivors to surround and kill the mutant Spider King. Of course, her other purpose is to take the opportunity to kill or subdue the leaders of other shelters and annex other shelters. This woman is very ambitious. Shun Yi was surprised to hear Fu Yunxi's plan, but he expressed his support. Let Fu Yunxi do it. If he can't solve it, I will take action myself. By the way, how many superpowers do you have? Shun Yi just remembered to ask. 2. Fu Yunxi did not hide it, but explained consciously. The first ability is the ability to summon and control the wind. As long as the wind is strong enough, I should be able to control it to form a storm, a tornado, etc. I can even fly with the help of the wind. However, although this ability is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy. I feel very tired every time I use it. Wind attribute power? Shun, he seemed to be thinking about something. Judging from Fu Yunxi's description, the power of this supernatural power must be quite powerful. Especially, it can actually fly with the help of wind. This is quite cool. Although Shan Yi's instant movement can also take him to the sky, it is still inferior to flying. As for transforming into other animals to fly, that is even less interesting. As for my second ability, it allows me to absorb some energy from the outside world and store it in my body for use. For example, if I want to use my wind ability, I can consume the stored energy. This way, my own consumption will be reduced, and the power of the wind I control will be greater. Fu Yunxi obviously didn't quite understand this special ability, so he explained it very simply. Absorbing external energy? What kind of energy can it absorb? Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. This ability sounds more like a defensive ability. It's not just for defense, it can also convert and use the absorbed energy to extend the battery life. It sounds very practical. So far, I have tested that the energy that can be absorbed is lightning, but the premise is that the power of lightning cannot be too strong, otherwise I feel that my body will not be able to withstand it. I can also absorb the various impact forces on my body, but the conversion rate of this absorption is very low. Fu Yunxi said, so that's how it is. No wonder you were able to withstand it no matter how hard I tried. Shan Yi sudendi understood. You know, other women simply can't withstand the physical evolution of my body. Almost every woman was exhausted after unlocking the supplies. But Fu Yunxi acted as if nothing had happened, and even became more energetic. It turns out she can even absorb the power of a pile driver. In this case, her special ability is very powerful. It can even absorb attacks on the body, which is incredible. Almost. Fu Yunxi blushed a little. What a man. You can say this kind of thing casually outside. It would be so embarrassing if someone heard it. But Shun Yi became interested. Looking at Fu Yunxi, he asked, if I shoot you now, can you absorb the impact and damage of the bullet? 135. If you pretend to be a pig for too long, you will really become a pig. Bullet damage? It should be possible, but I haven't tried it. Wait, you don't want to shoot me, do you? Fu Yunxi noticed that there was something wrong with Shun Yi's eyes and immediately became alert. How dare this man think that? Aren't you afraid of being shot to death? Oh no. Shun Yi suppressed his curiosity for the time being. Don't use me as an experiment. What if I can't absorb all the damage from the bullets? I might die. Fu Yunxi's face was full of alertness. She always felt that there was something wrong with the way Shun Yi looked at her. Who did this guy learn this from? You actually want to use living people for experiments. Is there any humanity? In other words, if you can absorb all the energy that attacks you, then you won't suffer any harm. Is that right? Shun Yi grasped the key point. Almost, but I can't absorb much damage at the moment. I can feel that I definitely can't withstand a single shot of damage. She emphasized it again. I really can't take the bullet. She hasn't lived enough and doesn't want to die. Really? Maybe I can. Shun Yi's eyes flickered. Fu Yunxi's special ability is definitely very powerful. Great potential, but she didn't dare to develop it casually. It can absorb all kinds of external damage, even damage caused by bullets. This ability is simply amazing. If this ability is fully developed and the level is raised, then wouldn't it be possible to withstand machine gun fire and nuclear bomb strikes? It can even absorb the power of a nuclear bomb and launch a stronger attack. It's simply an invincible ability. It can defend, sustain, and burst out. It's a pity that such a powerful ability did not fall into my hands. Otherwise, combined with his own high-temperature rays and ice powers, he would be extremely powerful. The stronger the enemy's attack, the stronger your attack will be. It's an incredible power. No wonder this woman wanted to fight with me since the first time we met. You should develop this ability well. It has great potential. Shun Yi expressed his thoughts. Fu Yunxi is naturally not stupid. She has also been developing this special ability. However, she had never thought about experimenting with guns like Shunyi said. It's not a desperate situation, so why do you have to risk your life? Even if the pistol hits your leg or arm, it can easily cripple you. Especially now, it is the end of the world. Even a minor injury is very dangerous. There aren't any good doctors in my own shelter. I understand. Fuyungsi replied perfunctorily. Development is of course necessary, but never take any risks. Okay, then let's do as we agreed before. You send someone to contact the nearby shelter and ask them to send people out as soon as possible. We will work together to deal with the mutant Spider King. Shun Yi changed the subject. Since Fu Yunxi has ambitions, he doesn't mind giving him a push. After all, this is something that is in your own interest. If all the shelters and survivors within a dozen kilometers could be integrated together, there would be at least several thousand people, right? Among the thousands of people, at least 1/10 are young women, right? As long as another 1/10 of this 1/10 meets the system standards, I can unlock a lot of supplies. Moreover, with more people in the shelter, the probability of finding the supernatural fruit will be greatly increased. In short, you have no shortage of supplies, so just develop the shelter vigorously. Well, I have already sent someone to contact them. I think we will get a reply by tomorrow at the latest. Fu Yunqi said. Even without Shun Yi, she would carry out the annexation plan. But now with the support of this powerful man, she is more confident of annexing other shelters. With Shun Yi's strength, it should be easy to kill several shelter leaders unexpectedly. Okay, but I have one more thing to make clear to you. No matter now or in the future, all the survivors under your management must know that this is the real person in power. Do you understand what I mean? Shun Yi stared at Fu Yunxi and said, he doesn't like to play the pig and eat the tiger. I have the ability, why should I be a pig? If you pretend to be a pig for too long, you will easily become a pig. If I am weak, I will just keep developing and not pursue fame or fortune. The lower the profile, the better. But with Shun Yi's current strength, there is no need to be too low-key. At the very least, he had to let the survivors in his shelter know who the real boss was. Know who to respect. He didn't want to silently pay behind the scenes and spend a lot of materials, only to have others not remember his kindness. Then there's no point in me doing good things. Fu Yunqi nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry. We have teachers in the shelter who will give lessons to the children regularly. I have also specially set up ideological education courses. We only need to add some content about your efforts and your strong strength to the textbooks to let the children know who has given them food and water, who they should be grateful to, and who they should admire. Over time, this influence will be deeply rooted in the minds of the next generation. Over time, all the survivors in the shelter will respect you, worship you, and serve you willingly. Even if Shun Yi wasn't there, Fu Yunxi would have done the same. Only by controlling the thoughts of the next generation can one's rule last longer. A child who is educated and worshipped from a young age will definitely be loyal when he grows up. At least he is more loyal than the people you take in along the way. Adults also need to receive education regularly to subtly change their thinking. It's similar to the training of death warriors in ancient times. Is this still possible? Shun Yi was slightly stunned, feeling that this woman was really something. I can actually think of such a method to manipulate people's minds. Following this method, in a few years at most, the thoughts within the shelter will be completely unified. Everyone will regard Shun Yi as the savior. This is much more awesome than simply ruling by violence. Ideological worship can even make some people sacrifice their lives for it. The look in Shun Yi's eyes when he looked at Fu Yunxi was different. Sure enough, this woman is a real management talent. Much more capable than Jiang Nanyan. Jiang Nanyan is suitable for small-scale operations, while Fu Yunxi is more suitable for managing large-scale shelters. The more people there are, the more her abilities can be brought into play. I'm so lucky to be able to conquer this woman today. I'll do as you say from now on. You're done. I'll give you a reward. Shunyi said as he pulled Fu Yunxi over and took a big bite. This beautiful and capable woman is really irresistible. It feels so fucking good. Fu Yunxi struggled subconsciously. Don't move. Shunyi patted Fu Yunxi. This woman was not obedient. Don't you know that you need to cooperate at this time to feel comfortable? You wait a moment. Someone is watching. As Fu Yunxi spoke, he looked behind Shun Yi with a strange look in his eyes. Who? Shun Yi turned around in confusion, only to see sisters Lin Lu and Lin Tu standing there in a daze with a dull look on their faces. 136. Brother-in-law bad. Shen Yi, Sister Fu, how could you do this? Lin Lu's voice trembled and his eyes turned red instantly. She had just been excitedly showing off her boyfriend to her sister. But as soon as he went out, he witnessed with his own eyes Shen Yi and Fu Yunxi hugging each other tightly, even kissing each other. At this moment, Lin Lu only felt a sense of green above his head. Countless grievances suddenly flooded my heart. Little dear, things are not what you think. Fu Yunxi spoke somewhat awkwardly, with a rare blush on her face. If you don't know, you might think that I was the one who seduced Shen Yi. In fact, I'm also a victim. It's not what I thought. Then what is that like? You all kissed. Even I haven't kissed Shen. Lin Lu felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and her tears could not stop falling. Fu Yunxi also shut up. What has already happened, and no explanation is enough. You can't just lie with your eyes open and say that you and Shen Yi are innocent, right? No matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't say such a thing. Okay, stop crying. Shen Yi walked up to Lin Lu and wiped the tears from her face. Lin Lu lowered his head, feeling extremely aggrieved. You've been cuckolded. Can't you just cry a little? Ew. Why did you want to kiss Sister Fu? Is it because I don't want to do anything shady with you that you want to Sister Fu? I didn't say I didn't want to. If you want, I will agree to it. Lin Lu's voice was soft, with a hint of timidity in his tone. He didn't have the momentum of catching someone committing adultery at all. Instead, it sounded as if he had done something wrong. If you don't know, you might think she is the mistress. Even my younger sister Lin, too, couldn't stand it anymore. Although she had never been in love, her moral values told her that the ones who were wrong now were her brother-in-law and Sister Fu. It should be the brother-in-law who apologizes to my sister. But Lin too only dared to condemn him harshly in his heart, but was too timid to speak a word. This was her first time experiencing this, and she was very nervous. Alas, Fu Yunxi listened to Lin Lu's words and looked at her aggrieved expression. He sighed helplessly and didn't want to stay any longer, so he left quietly. Anyway, let's get down to business first. She doesn't want to get involved in such a bloody incident. Although she was the person involved, Fu Yunxi really didn't want to waste time on such things. If it weren't for the fact that she treated Lin Lu like a younger sister and had a certain emotional foundation with her, she wouldn't even care about the fact that she cheated on Lin Lu. If it was a stranger woman, Fu Yunxi would kick her out without mercy and become Shen Yi's official girlfriend. All I can say is that, after all, she has feelings for Lin Lu, so it's not good for her to be too heartless. In addition, Fu Yunxi had promised Lin Lu's deceased parents that he would take good care of Lin Lu and Lin too. As a result, this kind of thing happened now. Her conscience was greatly condemned. Okay, stop crying. Shen Yi frowned and said bluntly, Lin Lu, you won't be my only girlfriend in the future, so I hope you can be more sensible. Shen Yi had never been in a relationship before, so naturally he didn't know how to say sweet words. Besides, he didn't want to waste time comforting Lin Lu, so he just played his card straight to her. Ew, you actually want to start a harem? Lin Lu widened her eyes, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Although she had watched palace fighting dramas, she had never thought that such a thing would happen to her. Just like never thought the end of the world would come true. About that, Shen Yi did not deny it. His tone was as calm as if he was talking about the weather. Brother-in-law bad. After hearing this, Lin too continued to condemn Shen Yi in her heart. She even imagined a villain who was her brother-in-law in her mind, and then beat him up severely to vent her anger for her sister. On the surface, Lin too was like a punching bag, with his head down and not saying a word. The two sisters are very simple, introverted and timid. Don't stand here. Let's go inside first. Shen Yi pulled the aggrieved Lin Lu into the meeting room. However, as soon as he entered the door, Lin Lu screamed, someone's dead. She looked at the headless corpse beside the dining table in horror, and her face turned pale instantly. Lin too, who came in later, was also frightened when she saw this scene and grabbed her sister's arm tightly. I actually forgot about this. Shen Yi then remembered that he had forgotten to clean up the corpse. He was already used to dead people, so he didn't take the corpse seriously. The same goes for Fu Yunxi, that woman. She is not afraid of death. So, when the two of them unlocked the supplies, a bloody headless corpse was just thrown aside casually, and no one cared or took it seriously. But the two sisters Lin Lu and Lin too obviously couldn't stand such a bloody scene. Shen Yi immediately used mental connection to contact Fu Yunxi and asked her to send someone upstairs to clean up the bodies in the place. Shen Yi. The voice that suddenly sounded in his mind stunned Fu Yunxi, who was talking to his subordinates. It's another superpower? After she reacted, she replied to Shun Yi's message and immediately sent someone upstairs. He actually has the same psychic abilities as Lean to. How many superpowers does this man have? She originally thought that she already knew Shun Yi's strength very well, but she found that it was just the tip of the iceberg. His psychic ability is much stronger than that of Xiao. Fu Yunqi murmured in a low voice. The psychic power of the forest rabbit requires eye contact and the planting of an imprint before remote communication can be achieved. If there is no imprint, there can be no communication. Moreover, there are distance and quantity restrictions on the marks. In comparison, Shun Yi's psychic ability to directly and forcibly connect with his consciousness and communicate with himself is simply overbearing, although it seems to have no lethality. But who knows if it's because Shun Yi didn't use any lethal force. Who on earth is this man? Why does he have so many superpowers? And why does he know so much about superpowers? Fu Yunqi began to guess Shun Yi's true identity. Fu Yunqi felt something was wrong when he was able to explain that superpowers could be upgraded and mastered multiple methods of upgrading. Coupled with the powerful strength displayed by Shun Yi, Fu Yunqi became even more convinced that this man was definitely not an ordinary person. His strength is completely not on the same level as mine and others. Could it be that he is an alien? The world is about to end, and there's a possibility of aliens. Maybe this doomsday disaster is related to aliens. Of course, all of this is just Fu Yunqi's nonsensical speculation, and there is no evidence to support it. After calming down, Fu Yunqi gave orders to his subordinates. Everyone, get ready. Tomorrow's battle with the mutant Spider King will be the best opportunity for us to annex other shelters. If anyone dares to leak the news, don't blame me for being merciless. 137. The main point is to do whatever you want. While fighting the mutant Spider King, annex other shelters. The managers were terrified when they heard Fu Yunqi's order. No one expected that Miss Fu had such big ambitions. No, maybe this is not Miss Fu's ambition, but that man's ambition. The bastard who had seized their shelter and taken over Miss Fu. He must have forced Miss Fu to do this. Everyone felt indignant and angry when they thought that Miss Fu not only had to serve that man, but also had to take the risk of going to war with other shelters. It's the end of the world, but humans are still in civil strife. One absurd behavior. But most people did not dare to disobey Shun Yi's decision. After all, they witnessed Shun Yi's abnormal abilities with their own eyes. Pulling guns out of thin air, shooting lasers from his eyes, plus the ability to create ice. This is no longer something that ordinary people can contend with. Although everyone has morals, they don't want to die for it. However, there are cowards and there are warriors. At this time, a young man stood up and said with his fist clenched, "Ms. Fu, was it that bastard named Shun Yi who forced you to do this? This bastard is really a piece of shit. And you, have you never thought about resisting? There's so many of us. Why should we be afraid of just one person? As long as we unite, no matter how strong that bastard is, he will be afraid of us." The young man spoke passionately, his eyes full of anger, and it was obvious that he hated Shun Yi very much. But the reason why he hated Shun Yi was not because Shun Yi wanted to attack other shelters, but because Shun Yi forced and possessed his goddess Fu Yunqi. The thought of his goddess being left alone in the room for hours, possibly being defiled from head to toe, made his anger uncontrollable. The goddess whom he was reluctant to touch was humiliated by other men in such a way that he almost wanted to cut Shun Yi into pieces. So, while Shun Yi was away, he tried to provoke Fu Yunqi's anger and the anger of other management. As long as everyone unites to launch a sneak attack, I don't believe Shun Yi can stop it. But the rest are not stupid. Since we can survive by being obedient, why should we fight for our lives? No matter how hard you struggle, it's just to survive. But now we are all living well and are not being exploited, so naturally we have no reason to rebel against you. Liang, what do you want to say? Fu Yunqi stared at the young man, her beautiful peach blossom eyes full of coldness. When the man saw Fu Yunqi looking at him, he immediately straightened his back and said righteously, "Miss Fu, this bastard who threatens women is the man I, Liang, despise the most. As long as Miss Fu gives the order, I will fight him to the death. For Miss Fu, for the shelter, I will sacrifice my life for it." Li Yang spoke with great confidence and momentum, like a fearless warrior. "Since you want to die so much, then go ahead and die." Fu Yunxi said coldly, suddenly pulled out the pistol from his waist, and shot without mercy. Bang! A bullet penetrated Li Yang's chest while he was still immersed in excitement. Why? Li Yang looked down at the large amount of blood oozing from his chest, his face full of shock. He never expected that the goddess would shoot him. He wanted to know the reason, wanted to know why. But his consciousness began to blur, his body collapsed, and he was completely dead. Others were even more shocked by Fu Yunxi's ruthlessness. Why would Miss Fu suddenly kill someone? And the man she killed was the one who spoke to her. What the hell is going on? Fu Yunxi put down his gun and swept his cold eyes over the terrified people and said, I will say this for the last time. From now on, everyone in our shelter must respect Shun Yi and regard him as the only owner of our shelter. If anyone dares to speak nonsense again, Li Yang will be his fate. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shun Yi bullied you and insulted you, but you are still here showing your loyalty? Could it be that he was just screwed in the room? Their thoughts were racing, but the remaining managers no longer dared to have any small thoughts and immediately nodded frantically in agreement. It was also the first time they saw Fu Yunxi's ferocious eye, and they were frightened. I don't know what kind of spell Shun Yi cast on Miss Fu. In just a few hours, Miss Fu seemed like a completely different person. Cold-blooded and heartless. He will kill people at will. Too ruthless. In fact, this has nothing to do with Shun Yi, because Fu Yunxi is an ambitious and ruthless woman. The reason why I acted gentle in the past was because I was not strong enough and could not be too cold-blooded, otherwise it would be difficult to win people's hearts. But now with Shun Yi, the absolute force in charge, there is no need for Fu Yunxi to slowly cultivate feelings. She doesn't need to consider the thoughts of her subordinates and can directly execute her plans in the fastest and most effective way. Anyway, even if something happens, Shun Yi will be there to calm it down. Anyone who dares to rebel will be killed. This is the advantage of having absolute force without having to consider too much morality. Now is the end of the world. No matter what we do, efficiency must be the priority. Certainly. In addition, the reason why Fu Yunxi killed Li Yang was that he guessed that Shun Yi might have seen what happened just now. If Shun Yi heard that someone wanted to rebel and he didn't say anything, then it would be over. She had worked hard for several hours and finally got Shun Yi's support. If it was ruined because of a hot-blooded boy with an abnormal brain, she would be really furious. Moreover, even if we don't talk about interests, she is already Shun Yi's woman. How could she not be angry when she heard someone scolding Shun Yi? No matter how bad Shun Yi is, he's still my man. Who are you, Li Yang? Just a stray dog. An ambitious and cold-blooded woman like Fu Yunxi would not fall in love with a man just because he said a few good words for her. The reason why she stood on Shun Yi's side and spoke for Shun Yi was mainly because Shun Yi was capable. Okay, clean up the body and get ready as soon as possible. Don't waste time. Fu Yunxi gave orders to everyone coldly. Tomorrow's plan cannot go wrong. Yes, very decisive and ruthless. Through telepathy, Shun Yi saw the entire process of Fu Yunxi managing his subordinates. Although he couldn't hear what the young man who was beaten to death said, it was likely related to him. After all, apart from my own arrogance, there is nothing important in the shelter that is worth holding a meeting on. Shun Yi deliberately did not show up just to see how Fu Yunxi would handle it. No matter what the young man said, he deserved this outcome because he dared to slam the table in a meeting and yell with a red face and neck. Moreover, after Fu Yunxi killed the man, his aura became whiter, proving that he was more loyal to her. This loyalty does not necessarily mean love. It may also be due to interests. As long as the interests are deeply tied together, loyalty will be very high, even higher than love. Obviously, Fu Yunxi made the right choice after killing someone. Immediately, Shun Yi withdrew his telepathy and looked at Lin Lu, who was feeling wronged and autistic. Haven't figured out yet? I'm telling you, even if you can't figure out today, you can only be my woman in the future. If you dare to betray me, don't blame me for being merciless. Shun Yi's voice turned slightly colder. So domineering. Once I've set my sights on you, don't even think about getting rid of you. Especially such a cute and naive girl. How could she possibly give it to someone else? The main point is to do whatever you want. I do whatever I want. I understand. I will be obedient. When Lin Lu saw Shun Yi's expression, she suddenly felt a little scared. This was the first time Shun Yi got angry with her since they met. She felt scared and a little aggrieved. Obviously, I was the one who was cheated on. 138. Jealous. Really jealous. That's good to know. Shen Yi touched Lin Lu's face with satisfaction. It's easy to portray a naive and innocent character. He likes this kind of simple and innocent girl very much. She doesn't have too many complicated thoughts, and he feels at ease keeping her at home. Lin Lu grabbed the corners of her clothes with her two little hands and let Shen Yi's hands caress her face, not daring to speak. Okay, don't be so afraid of me. As long as you sisters are obedient in the future, I will definitely not let you go hungry or suffer. Even if you don't want to work and want to lie down every day, I will still support you and take care of your food and drink. As Shen Yi spoke, his hand slowly entered the girl's collar. Lin Lu's face instantly turned red, and she subconsciously stopped him anxiously. Don't, little rabbit is still here. Shen Yi stopped what he was doing and looked at Lin Tu, who was sitting on the sofa next to him and covering her eyes with her hands, peeking shyly. Come over. Shen Yi reached out and pulled his sister-in-law into his arms. Lin Tu was startled and screamed subconsciously, struggling with a red face. Be good, don't move. Shen Yi pinched her hard, and the innocent little girl immediately became so nervous that she dared not move. Sister. Lin Tu blushed and looked at her sister Lin Lu for help. Bunny, your brother-in-law is concerned about you. That's normal. Lin Lu said seriously. She really thought so. As a brother-in-law, hugging my sister is nothing. The naive girl thought that Shen Yi's word about taking care of the two sisters were just simple care. Silly and cute. Lin Tu blushed and lowered her head, feeling that something was wrong. Is my brother-in-law really just concerned about me? Then why are you holding me? Moreover, his hand was still inside my clothes. Is this normal? It's getting dark. Shen Yi left some food for the two sisters and returned to Xinhua number 1 community first. Although he also thought about unlocking the supplies of Lin Lu and Lin Rabbit. But he had just unlocked supplies with Fu Yunxi not long ago. Because this woman's supernatural power was too outrageous, Shen Yi was almost drained of it, resulting in him having no motivation now. The energy absorbed by Fu Yunxi can actually be converted into physical strength. No wonder this woman can work for several hours without getting tired. Shen Yi sighed. From unlocking the supplies to now, Fu Yunxi has been working for 5 or 6 hours, but she doesn't look tired at all. It can be seen that her ability to absorb energy is very practical. It's a pity that I can't keep it for myself. However, Fu Yunxi's abilities are only his own. As long as she doesn't betray me, there's nothing to worry about. Just like Morong Shui, just call her out when you need her. After returning to the community, Shen Yi used telepathy to check what was happening in Morong Shui's house. Grandma's gone to bed. Han Ruashi is washing clothes. My younger sister and Morong Shui sat together. I don't know what they were talking about. My younger sister blushed from time to time. Shen Yi, you're back. Morong Shui, who was chatting with Shinsu, noticed that she was being spied on and immediately realized that it might be Shen Yi who came back. Shen Yi replied and went straight to Morong Shui's house. Just sleep here tonight and get some sleep and rest. There's another battle tomorrow, so I have to get up early. Brother, you're back. When Shinsu saw Shen Yi suddenly appear, she immediately rushed over in surprise and hugged his arms tightly. Well, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Shen Yi saw that the little girl seemed to be in a good mood. Before I left, she was still pouting and looked unhappy. I don't know what happened during the time I was away from home, but my younger sister seems like a different person. Moreover, it seemed that her relationship with Morong Shui had unexpectedly become much closer. Just like real sisters-in-law. Could it be that Morong Shui had modified his cognition? Otherwise, with this jealous personality, how could he reconcile with Morong Shui so quickly? Thinking of this, Shen Yi felt a little unhappy. Even if modifying his cognition might only increase his sister's favor towards Morong Shui, he couldn't bear it. If anyone dares to attack his family, even if Morong Shui, the reborn person, is of great value, Shen Yi will wipe her out without mercy. Shen Yi looked at Morong Shui and asked through mental connection, Did you use your supernatural power on my sister? No, absolutely not. Morong Shui denied it immediately. I know you doubt me, but even without using my supernatural powers, I can easily make this innocent girl trust me and like me. Shen Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, Oh, how did you do that? Well, I promised Susu that I wouldn't tell you. If you want to know, just go ask your sister. Morong Shui was not afraid that Shen Yi would get angry. After all, Shen Su was here, so he couldn't attack her, right? More importantly, she had a clear conscience and had never used her supernatural powers on Shin Su. Shen Yi glanced at Morong Shui, but didn't care. With this woman's intelligence, it is impossible for her to do anything stupid. It was precisely because he knew Murong Shue's character that he sent his grandmother and younger sister over. Although this woman is cruel and ruthless, she is very rational and will not do anything tricky. What's more, with his telepathic ability, Shun Yi could detect in time any change in his sister and grandmother's aura. Hey brother, stop staring at Sister Murong. I have something to tell you. Shun Su pouted and dragged Shun Yi to her bedroom. Well, this girl is still jealous. The feelings just now were just pretended. Shun Yi, come to my bedroom later. Murong Shue said to Shun Yi through telepathy. Not tonight. Shun Yi refused directly. Who said anything like that? Murong Shue was speechless. Doesn't this pervert have anything normal in his head? I have a supernatural fruit. Do you want it? Murong Shue expressed her meaning directly. She also thought for a long time before deciding to take out a supernatural fruit to exchange with Shun Yi. If Shun Yi keeps his word and is willing to exchange 10 ice-type supernatural fruits with her, then she will decide to obtain the ice-type supernatural power directly. Although the upper limit of ice-type abilities is relatively low, as long as the level can be quickly increased, the strength is also not bad. Oh, I'll come see you later. Shun Yi was not surprised to hear that Murong Shue had a supernatural fruit. He knew that this woman must have secretly hidden a lot of supernatural fruits. If I don't use some tricks, she will definitely not be willing to give it out. The foundation of the reborn is so strong that it cannot be drained away. The one who has benefited Shun Yi the most at the moment is Murong Shue, and there is still a lot of value to be squeezed out of her. Brother, how many girlfriends do you have now? In the bedroom, Shin Su rested her head on Shun Yi's legs, playing with Shun Yi's big hands with her two little hands, and asked somewhat unhappily. About a dozen. Shun Yi made up a number casually. There is no need to elaborate on this matter. How come there are so many? Shin Su pouted her lips again, so tight that a bottle of soy sauce could be hung on them. Jealous. Very jealous. 139. Obtain new superpowers. Susu, look at how you pout your lips. Stop it. If you pout for too long, your lips will curl up, and then it won't look good. Shun Yi smiled helplessly and pinched his sister's cute face. I don't want it to look bad. Shin Su immediately loosened her pouting lips upon hearing this, and even rubbed them hard, as if she was afraid that they would curl up. She is still a silly girl after all. No wonder Murong Shue could gain her trust with just a few words. Thinking of this, Shun Yi asked tentatively, what did Murong Shue say to you when I was away? Huh? Sister Murong? I didn't say anything. Shin Su suddenly turned her head and faced away from Shun Yi, her ears slightly red and her tone clearly flustered. Shan Yi frowned. What on earth did Murong Shue say that could make the usually carefree little sister blush? However, seeing that there was nothing unusual about his younger sister, Shin Yi did not continue to ask. As long as my sister's cognition has not been modified, it's fine. After chatting with his sister for a while and letting the little girl go to bed early, Shun Yi went to Murong Shue's bedroom. I don't know how many supernatural fruits this woman Murong Shue has hidden. I hope there are more, and it would be best if they are not the abilities I've already obtained, otherwise it would be a waste. Murong Shue seemed to have said that plant-based psychics can distinguish the powers of psychic fruits, but up to now, I don't think I have ever encountered a plant-based psychic. Shun Yi seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that there should be very few people with plant-related abilities. Or maybe there are so many types of superpowers, which leads to their small number. If we don't count the supernatural fruit rewarded by the system, the only fruit of the same type that Shun Yi has encountered so far is physical evolution. I don't know if it's because I'm lucky or because I have too many fruits of physical evolution. Where's your supernatural fruit? Thinking room. Shun Yi came to Murong Shue's bedroom. At the same time, a tense atmosphere permeated the bungalow shelter. Tomorrow they will face a powerful mutant monster, and they could die if they are not careful. Many people tossed and turned in bed. Some were so nervous that they couldn't sleep, while others were quietly preparing for battle. However, some managers who know the inside story are more nervous, because they knew that tomorrow they would not only have to fight the mutant Spider King, but also take the opportunity to sneak attack other shelters. If anything goes wrong, it is very likely that all the survivors will attack you. The risk is too great. At the same time, in a bedroom, the two sisters Lin Lu and Lin Tu were lying on the bed, unable to sleep and talking in low voices. Sister, I don't think my brother-in-law is a good person. He must be a scumbag and a bad man. Facing her own sister, Lin too was not at all reserved and started criticizing Shun Yi directly. Why do you say that? I think Shun Yi is a good person. He even promised to take care of us sisters. Although Lin Lu also felt that Shun Yi was a bit of a playboy, she didn't think he was a bad person. If Shun Yi was a bad guy, he would have used violence against me long ago. But up to now, he has never hit himself or scolded himself. He shouldn't be considered a bad man, right? As for the act of having a harem, after all, it is the end of the world now, and it is barely understandable that a powerful man would find a few more women. And it's not necessarily that Shun Yi took the initiative. Maybe other women were the ones who threw themselves at and seduced Shun Yi. After thinking for an afternoon, Lin Lu had brainwashed herself and even began to make excuses for Shun Yi's scumbag behavior. Shun Yi has only known Sister Fu for a short time, but he's already kissing Sister Fu. He must be a bad man. Lin Tu said seriously. Maybe it was Sister Fu who took the initiative? Lin Lu calmly analyzed. It is likely that Sister Fu saw that my boyfriend is handsome and very capable, so she became interested in him. Xiaodu, think about it. Sister Fu is already over 30 years old and has never found a boyfriend. It must be because she doesn't like ordinary men. And my boyfriend is so outstanding, it's normal for Sister Fu to fall in love at first sight. So she must have seduced Shun Yi first. Although Shun Yi wants to start a harem, we can't blame him entirely. Although he is also wrong. The ones who are more wrong are those women who seduce Shun Yi. Lin Tu was shocked after hearing her sister's words. She couldn't help but said angrily, Sister, you are in love. Even if you say that my brother-in-law was seduced into opening a harem, when he was hugging me before, he also touched me, although it was very comfortable. But that was wrong. Definitely not right. As Lin Tu was talking, she seemed to be thinking of something, and her cute face turned a little red. Lin Lu shook his head. Xiaodu, you may be too sensitive, but that's normal. After all, you've never been in a relationship, so you don't understand what a boyfriend is. Don't worry, little rabbit. Your brother-in-law is just concerned about you. Don't think too much. But Lin Tu hesitated, and for a moment he even began to doubt himself. Am I really overthinking? No, that's impossible. I clearly felt my brother-in-law's hands moving around in the afternoon. It must be because my sister hasn't discovered Shun Yi's true face that she doesn't believe it. Lin Tu thought about it, and this was the only possibility. It seems that as a younger sister, I need to let my sister know the true face of my brother-in-law as a bad guy. Okay, little rabbit, go to bed early. There are very important things tomorrow, so you need to get enough rest. Lin Lu touched his sister's head. Oh, Lin Tu responded and closed his eyes obediently. But she kept thinking in her heart, how can she make her sister see that her brother-in-law is a bad guy? Just this one. Shun Yi took the supernatural fruit handed to him by Murong Shui and looked at it. There is only this one for now, but the other plants in my room will bear fruit soon, and then there will be more. Murong Shui explained with a hint of caution in her tone. She said this deliberately because she hoped Shun Yi could take a longer-term view and not think about cheating her of her supernatural fruit. This woman is very cunning. Shun Yi was also a little speechless. Although my initial method was not very glorious, I didn't do anything to trick Murong Shui, right? What on earth is this woman thinking? Does she think I will definitely cheat her? Take it, take it. Shun Yi directly took out 10 frost-condensed fruits from the system space and threw them to Murong Shui. You actually gave me so many supernatural fruits. Murong Shui was stunned, then quickly put away all the fruits, as if she was afraid that Shun Yi would go back on his word. Shun Yi didn't bother to pay attention to her little thoughts. He just threw the supernatural fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. As the fruit was digested, he felt as if his whole body was filled with explosive power. This should be a physical enhancement ability. Shun Yi immediately realized this due to his frequent experience of eating supernatural fruits. Then he opened the system panel to check. 140. Telepathy breaks through level 11, gaining new abilities. Host, Shun Yi. Age 20. Force value, 99, excluding any external bonus. Unlocked materials. Master Shuai's mineral water, freshly roasted chicken. Type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak. Telepathy fruit, deluxe self-heating hot pot, spiritual connection fruit, ripe black watermelon, 5-color aphrodisiac leeks, frost condensation fruit, a tray of cabbage and meat buns, top-grade edible salt, deluxe Ichiraku ramen. Obtain superpowers, physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV11, shadow, binding LV1, mental connection LV8, hardened skin LV1, transformation ability LV1, high temperature ray LV1, frost condensation LV10, muscle explosion LV1, physical evolution LV1. Your body has evolved for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport LV1. You can teleport. Telepathy LV11. You can sense all hostility and kindness within 10,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 10,000 meters around you without using your eyes, without being hindered by any obstacles, and gain night vision. Shadow binding LV1. Within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. Spiritual connection LV8. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, convey messages through spiritual connection, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual connections is 100, and the maximum connection distance is 3,000 meters. If you connect with a target with spiritual connection, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. Hardened skin LV1. Your skin can become as hard as stone, resisting a certain degree of attack. Transformation ability LV1. You can transform into a person or animal that you have seen and remember. During the transformation, your physical strength will continue to be consumed, and the physical strength consumed when transforming into an animal will be greater. You cannot transform into a large animal at present. High temperature ray LV1. Your eyes can emit extremely high temperature rays. The current maximum distance is 30 meters, which can easily melt steel. And the stronger your physique, the higher the temperature of the high temperature rays. And as long as you have enough physical strength, you can release high temperature rays continuously. Frost condensation LV10. You can create ice out of thin air and can control the hardness and shape of the ice. You can also manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-range defense, with the current maximum distance being 2,000 meters. In addition, you will also have a higher resistance to low temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more physical strength you will consume. Muscle explosion LV1. You can burst out huge strength in a short period of time, up to 500%. The combat power value is finally about to break 100. The system's force rating is extremely difficult to improve. Shun-Yi has been frantically knocking out frost condensed fruits recently, raising his frost ability to level 10. Combined with the burst ability he just acquired, he finally reached 99. In fact, the ability of muscle explosion itself is not particularly outstanding, but after Shun-Yi's body evolved, his strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. In this case, when he used muscle explosion to increase his strength to 500%, the power became extremely terrifying. If combined with the ability to harden skin, he would definitely be a human bomb. If he punches with all his strength, he might be able to beat the person to pieces. However, Shun-Yi is not someone who likes close combat. He is quite cautious and will generally not get close to an enemy, as long as he can kill them with ranged attacks. Therefore, the muscle burst ability can only be kept as a backup. Sneak a trick on others at the critical moment. Imagine that the enemy tried his best to dodge your long-range attack, thinking that he could win by close combat. But Shun-Yi threw a backhand punch, which made a sound of breaking through the air. The enemy would probably be dumbfounded on the spot. Aren't you a magician? How come your body is so strong? This sudden turnaround feels so good. As long as I have enough cards in my hand, the enemy will never be able to defeat me. Moreover, he has recently developed a new way to play with transformation ability. Although the ability to transform into other people or animals does not allow him to gain their superpowers, he can, however, use his own superpowers. For example, it can transform into a bird and attack enemies with high temperature rays from the air. Or you can transform into a more powerful animal and combine it with muscle burst. Then the power that bursts out will be doubled. In short, the power of superpowers lies not only in their quantity, but also in how they are combined and used. Although the system only gave him a double-digit force score, Shun-Yi felt that he was much more powerful than an ordinary missile. Especially the level 10 frost condensation. The attack range reaches 2 kilometers. Even if you let the enemy run for 3 minutes, he will not be able to escape your attack range. If it were any other ice-type mutant, even if he had an attack range of 2 kilometers, it would be useless because he would have no vision and would be helpless as long as the enemy hid. Unless you freeze it directly for 2 kilometers, but this will consume too much energy and is not cost-effective. But Shun Yi is different. His telepathy can give him a god's perspective, allowing him to accurately lock onto the enemy and launch precise strikes. What surprised Shun even more was that after telepathy broke through level 10, it actually gained night vision ability. Even in absolute darkness, he can see everything around him clearly. That's so cool. I wonder if frost condensation will have new abilities after it reaches level 11. Shun Yi was full of anticipation. He was not sure whether as long as the ability broke through level 10, there would be a small improvement, or only telepathy would have such an improvement. But even without any additional improvement, the increase in distance alone is enough to satisfy Shun Yi. I can actually gain superpowers. Murong Shui looked at Shun Yi swallowing the superpower fruit, her eyes full of envy. She couldn't help but imagine, if she could also stack her superpowers infinitely, how powerful would she be? I hope this guy doesn't lie to me, and that he can really help me break through the limitations of the human body and gain more superpowers in the future. Murong Shui thought to herself. At this time, Shun Yi closed the system panel with satisfaction, looked at Murong Shui, and asked, "Let me ask you a question. Do you have any impression of your previous life?" "Ooh." Murong Shui came back to her senses. "Fu Yungxi. 141. Are you not going to be able to do it?" "Fu Yungxi." Murong Shui was slightly stunned when she heard the name, and then asked, "You actually know her? It seems that you also know her. Tell me about her situation." Shun Yi said with interest. He originally just asked casually, but he didn't expect that Murong Shui really knew Fu Yunqi. Yes, with Fu Yunqi's means and ambitions, as long as he didn't die halfway, he must have been a ruthless character in his previous life. Fu Yunqi, she is one of the few powerful female superpowers in Shancheng. As Murong Shui spoke, she ate a frost-condensed supernatural fruit, feeling the cool and refreshing feeling, and continued. "I heard that she has two supernatural powers. One is elemental and can control the wind. The other is defensive and is said to be able to absorb most attacks. The defense is extremely strong. As for the third ability, she must have it, but I haven't heard what it is." Shun Yi frowned slightly. "Fu Yunqi has 3 superpowers? But she only told me 2 today. Could it be that this woman is hiding something from me? Hiding a trump card, huh? You have so many little tricks up your sleeve. Of course, it is also possible that she has not yet obtained the third power. In short, I have to be more careful with Fu Yunqi in the future. After all, her loyalty to me is not particularly high, and she is not particularly trustworthy. This kind of ambitious woman can be used, but she must be used with caution." Murong Shui ate another supernatural fruit and continued. "Fu Yunqi is not only strong herself, but she has also built a large shelter for thousands of people. I heard that her shelter is very friendly to ordinary people, has a high moral bottom line, and does not exploit ordinary people, so it has attracted many soldiers to join." "Soldiers?" Shun Yi raised his eyebrows. "Where did the soldiers come from? Moreover, soldiers actually joined the shelter? Shouldn't the shelter be taken over by the soldiers? After all, the soldiers must have a lot of hot weapons, and ordinary superpowers will definitely not be able to resist hot weapons. It is said that it was an army that came to rescue the mountain city at the beginning of the apocalypse, but they encountered powerful mutant monsters on the way and were dispersed. Only a part of the soldiers arrived at the mountain city alive." Murong Shui paused here, and then said in a very confident tone, "However, I could guess Fu Yunqi must have used some unknown means. Otherwise, why would most soldiers choose to join her shelter?" "Wait, most of the soldiers? Could it be that there are other soldiers joining other shelters?" Shun Yi caught the key point. "Of course." Murong Shui shrugged lightly. "In the doomsday, people's hearts are unpredictable. Some soldiers choose interests, while others stick to the moral bottom line. Fu Yunqi's shelter is one of the few places willing to rescue ordinary people and the elderly, so it attracts many soldiers with conscience. As for those soldiers without conscience, I heard that some of them declared themselves kings, and some of them seized other shelters. In the previous life, there was a refuge in the mountain city that was built by the army, but it didn't have a very good reputation. I heard that it even killed ordinary people. After the apocalypse, people's hearts have long since changed. Not all soldiers are good people. Without rules to constrain them and with weapons in hand, many people may not necessarily stick to their beliefs." At this point, Murong Shui paused and added, "However, I always feel that Fu Yunqi is not a good person. This statement is somewhat personal and speculative. After all, in her previous life, Fu Yunxi was a powerful man whom she could not reach, so she must be a little jealous. But in this life, Murong Shui felt that she could be manipulated at will. Whether in terms of personal strength or the size of the shelter, Murong Shui is confident that she can surpass Fu Yunxi. After all, the various future information and trump cards he possessed were definitely not comparable to Fu Yunxi's. If Murong Shui hadn't met Shun Yi, this cheater, she wouldn't know how comfortable her life would be now. Endless food, plenty of weapons, and lots of supernatural fruits. She could have started building her own shelter a long time ago. After pondering for a moment, Murong Shui was ready to discuss with Shun Yi whether she could manage a shelter. There was no way. Her original plan was to occupy Deep Bay Number 1 first after her telekinesis ability was upgraded and start developing a shelter from his community. As a result, she discovered 2 days ago that Shun Yi's woman had already taken over Shenhua Number 1. Murong Shui had no way to develop the shelter. You can't kill Shun Yi's woman, right? This definitely won't work, otherwise Shun Yi will kill me. Moreover, most of his supplies have been taken away by Shun Yi. Without any supplies, how could he build a shelter? Therefore, she could only discuss it with Shun Yi. As long as you hand over the shelter to me for management, I am confident that I can build a shelter for tens of thousands of people, even better than Fu Yunxi in my previous life. Murong Shui said seriously. As for the threat of the mutant tree, I remember the time when it spreads to our place. We can evacuate in advance by then. There is no need to worry at all. Shen Yi looked at Murong Shui with interest. From her words, it could be seen that Fu Yunxi was indeed a powerful character in his previous life, so powerful that even Murong Shui was jealous. So, should he let the capable Fu Yunxi help him manage the shelter, or should he let Murong Shui, the reborn person, manage the shelter? After thinking about it, Shen Yi felt that it seemed possible to let them manage it together, with each person managing a shelter. Very reasonable. Anyway, Shenhua Number 1 is more than 10 kilometers away from the villa community in a straight line. Even if 2 shelters are developed at the same time, there is more than enough land, and they will not affect each other. It's just right. We can see which of these 2 women is more capable. Moreover, if 2 shelters are developed at the same time, the survivors could be absorbed faster, which is more beneficial to us. I don't object to your proposal, but I won't help you directly. Shun Yi said calmly. If you can take over the management rights of Shenhua Number 1 shelter without using force, I will provide you with material support. After all, Jiang Nanyan put a lot of effort into building the shelter, and Shun Yi would not easily hand over her achievements to Murong Shui. Although Murong Shui's loyalty is much higher than before, she is still not worthy of Shun Yi's absolute trust. Without the use of force, Murong Shui frowned slightly. This is very troublesome. Without using force, would Shun Yi's woman be willing to hand over the shelter to him? She had seen that woman before. Her name seemed to be Jiang Nanyan. She looked like a decisive and clever woman. It would definitely not work to try to trick her using the same method you used to trick Shinsu. You can't change your cognition, otherwise don't blame me for being angry. Shun Yi added. He was disgusted by this disgusting ability to modify cognition. Of course, if this superpower was his own, he wouldn't be averse to it. The main focus is on double standards. I know. Murong Shui sighed helplessly. It's a bit troublesome, but it's not that there is no solution. Then, she unbuttoned her pajamas, looked at Shun Yi and said, Don't think too much, just relax for a while. Ever since she became Shun Yi's woman, she no longer shied away from such things, and even regarded it as a pleasure. Shun Yi was about to refuse, but heard Murong Shui say again, Are you not able to do it? Shun Yi suddenly became angry. 142. Shun Yi gets mad. Saying that a man is incompetent is undoubtedly the greatest insult to him. Shun Yi got furious on the spot. He severely taught Murong Shui a lesson for being a woman who dared to challenge his dignity as a man. He even activated his muscles during this period, killing Murong Shui so badly that she fled in disarray. Even Shun Yi himself didn't expect that muscle burst could be used in this way. It was simply amazing. The final result was that Murong Shui was completely motionless, like a fish out of water. Shun Yi also slept until around 9 o'clock the next day before he recovered his strength. What a suicidal woman. Shun Yi slapped Murong Shui, who was still sleeping, then got up and went to take a shower. I was covered in water and felt very uncomfortable. After washing up, Shun Yi went downstairs, rode on Xiaohe, and headed directly to the villa community. A distance of more than 10 kilometers is not far. Xiaoha runs so fast. That's right. After a few days of feeding, Xiaoha has completely recognized its master and listens to Shun Yi very much. Even if it is used as a mount, it is very happy and its tail wags nonstop. Riding on Xiaoha, Shun Yi arrived at the villa shelter in less than 15 minutes. He asked Xiaoha to hide first, and he walked into the community alone. At this time, most of the combat-capable survivors in the shelter gathered on the top floor of a building with their equipment, chatting in whispers. Who is the mysterious person that Miss Fu asked us to wait for? I don't know, and don't ask too much. Didn't Miss Fu say that this gentleman is a powerful psychic who can provide food and water for our shelter? As long as this gentleman is here, no one will starve to death in our shelter anymore. It is said that this master is also very powerful. Although he does not attack easily, as long as he attacks, even the most powerful mutant monster can be easily dealt with. In short, as long as this gentleman is here, we will definitely be able to survive in this doomsday world. The topic of everyone's conversation revolved around a mysterious adult. Although they had never heard of this adult before, since Miss Fu said he existed, then he must exist. Moreover, he will definitely be able to lead everyone to survive the doomsday. This is Fu Yunxi's credibility in the shelter. As long as she guarantees, everyone will believe it. Just as the survivors were whispering, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them out of nowhere. Who is it? Some survivors were startled and immediately picked up their weapons. The others also reacted quickly and nervously assumed fighting stances. Put down your weapons. Fu Yunxi stood up, walked in front of Shun, he faced everyone, and raised his voice to introduce. This lord is the Lord Shun I told you about, who will command us to eliminate the mutant Spider King and take over the department store today. When everyone heard this, they immediately started talking and looked at Shun Yi in surprise and suspicion. Is he the adult who can lead us to survive? He is so young. Yeah, I feel like he's not even as old as my son, but this ability that appeared out of nowhere is too amazing. It scared me. Sure, don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to make the adults angry. That's right. Don't underestimate him, just because he looks young. Miss Fu said that Lord Shun is extremely powerful. Yesterday, he killed hundreds of mutant spiders by himself and rescued the survivors of the second logistics team. That's right, brother. Miss Fu is right. I am the survivor of the second logistics team. If it weren't for Mr. Shun, no. If it weren't for Lord Shun's intervention, I would definitely not be able to come back. I was also rescued by Lord Shun yesterday. I didn't expect that the lord that Miss Fu said would lead us to destroy the mutant Spider King would actually be Mr. Shun. With Mr. Shun here, no matter how strong the mutant Spider King is, he will surely die. Shun glanced at everyone calmly and was quite satisfied with their reactions. This group of people have a good sense of combat. They're not the kind of wimps who will be frightened and beg for mercy when they encounter the enemy. Moreover, Fu Yunxi's propaganda work was very good, and he quickly made these survivors feel awe of him. You know, before this, most of these people didn't know him, and they were in awe of him just because of Fu Yunxi's words. This woman really has a way with management. So, Shun raised his hand slightly, and hundreds of bottles of mineral water and hundreds of luxurious self-heating hot pots appeared out of thin air in front of him. He said calmly, as a greeting gift, each person will receive 3 bottles of water and a self-heating hot pot. From now on, anyone who works hard for our shelter will be rewarded. No matter how much nonsense you talk, it is not as useful as giving rewards directly. So, Shun was just being generous this time. Anyway, it would only take him a few hundred seconds to drink hundreds of bottles of water, so he didn't feel bad at all. What's more, he also bought a lot of mineral water from supermarkets and department stores, which he couldn't use up at all. What the hell? What kind of power is this? Seeing Shun conjure up a large amount of food and water out of thin air, the crowd burst into exclamations. Everyone looked at the pile of supplies in shock. It turns out what Miss Fu said was true. This gentleman really has a lot of supplies, so the people in the shelter don't have to worry about dying of starvation or thirst anymore. Before, everyone was just a little in awe of Shun because of Fu Yunxi's words, but not much. They only gave Shun face out of respect for Fu Yunxi. However, when Shun appeared out of nowhere and conjured up a large amount of food and water, all the survivors were completely convinced. The aura on them was much paler than before. This is awe that comes from the heart. Even the few managers who were originally afraid of Shun now had some favorable impressions of him. After all, who wouldn't be happy with free food and water? Shunyi glanced around casually and was satisfied with their loyalty, so he let them distribute the supplies themselves. He walked to Fu Yunxi and asked, "How was the plan going?" "Everything is ready. I have already notified the core members in advance. They will launch a sneak attack while the people in other shelters are fighting against the mutant Spider King." Fu Yunxi replied immediately. She was also shocked by Shunyi's ability to create a large amount of supplies. "I didn't expect that what I boasted to the survivors would actually come true. Does Shun-Yi really have an inexhaustible supply of supplies? But how is this possible? It's the end of the world now. Where did he get so many fresh supplies? Could it be that he is really an alien?" The reason why Fu Yunxi had such doubts was mainly because the food and water that Shun-Yi took out were exactly the same, as if they were copied. There's no way this could have been taken out of a supermarket, because even if the supplies in a supermarket are of the same brand, there will always be some slight differences. Either Shun-Yi has the ability to copy objects, or his background is not simple. Well, people from other shelters are almost here. Let's get ready to go. Through telepathy, Shun-Yi saw several teams coming from different directions. There were quite a lot of people in them, roughly estimated to be 400 to 500. And in one of the teams, the system prompt was suddenly triggered. 143. The woman with the sword. Fight. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name: Song Qingwan. Age: 22. Appearance: 92 points. Body: 94 points. Internal: 100 points, untouched. Total score: 95 points. Evaluation: after taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. There is actually an unexpected surprise. Shunyi's gaze fell on the woman who triggered the system prompt. She is indeed good-looking, and her figure is impeccable in tight jeans. But what concerned Shun-Yi more was that this woman was extremely clean from head to toe. Even her clothes looked as if they were washed frequently and were translucent white. In today's extremely scarce water resources, Shun-Yi has hardly seen many women who can stay so clean. Even Fu Yunxi, as the head of the shelter, could only maintain the most basic cleanliness and could not even wash clothes so cleanly. It was only because of a heavy rain the previous 2 days that the survivors were able to clean up a little, otherwise the situation would have been even worse. But this woman named Song Qingwan was able to stay so clean. Obviously, she was not short of water. The only person Shun-Yi has met who doesn't lack water is Murong Shui. But she was a reborn person, and she had prepared a large amount of supplies in advance and set up a rainwater collection device. So it was reasonable that she had no shortage of water. So, how did this woman do it? There is no doubt that she must be hiding some secret. Maybe some kind of supernatural power? In short, she can't be a reborn person again, right? The streets can't be filled with reborn people. Moreover, if she was a reborn person, she wouldn't be treated like a little brother. Shun-Yi observed for a while and then looked away. Anyway, this woman will be in my pockets sooner or later, and it won't be too late to slowly explore her secrets then. Okay, let's go. At this point, everyone had distributed the supplies, and most of the survivors took the supplies back home or gave them to their families for safekeeping. Fu Yunxi began to organize the team and prepare to go downstairs. Once you enter the black fog area, you must complete the task as quickly as possible. Although the black fog does not cause direct harm to the human body, staying in it for a long time will consume a lot of water resources. If it is not necessary, it is safer to try not to inhale the black mist. Shunyi did not go downstairs with everyone else. He didn't bother to go out and greet the others. Instead of wasting time, it is better to eat some food to replenish energy and chat with Lin Lu and her sister-in-law Lin Tu. Unless he is occasionally interested in practicing his supernatural powers or wants to communicate with others, Shun-Yi prefers to sit back and enjoy the results. Therefore, the foreplay was left to Fu Yunxi. When the critical moment comes, he will naturally take action. Fu Yunxi didn't say much about this. After all, even without Shun-Yi, she had the confidence to complete her plan. Having Shun-Yi is just an extra layer of insurance, and maybe fewer people will die. Soon, Fu Yunxi led the survivors to meet people from other shelters. She knew 2 of the shelter's bosses because they lived in the neighborhood next door. They had come into contact many times before when they searched nearby supermarkets and were no strangers to each other. After a brief conversation, everyone set off for the department store together. On the way, they also discussed the distribution of supplies in the department store. Fu Yunxi agreed to all the requests from other shelters. Anyway, these shelters will belong to her in due time, so there's no need to argue about it now. Shun-Yi, this ramen is so delicious. Lin Lu's eyes were full of satisfaction as he ate ramen. This naive kid is also a little foodie. After eating the delicious food, she completely forgot about Shun Yi's scumbag behavior. Lin Tu was also eating ramen nearby, but her eyes kept moving and she would secretly look at Shun Yi from time to time. It was unknown what she was thinking. Just tell me if you want to eat it next time. Shun Yi smiled, put his arm around Lin Lu's waist, and stroked it gently. He never skimps on food for obedient women. Lin Lu seemed to have figured something out last night. Today, his aura was much whiter, almost catching up with Su Wanting and Su Yun, and far surpassing Murong Shui. I have to say, this kind of simple, naive, and sweet girl is good, and makes people worry-free. Yeah. Lin Lu's face turned slightly red, and she showed a happy smile. Shun Yi is willing to give me delicious food, which proves that he really likes me. Happy. I have to go out for something. Lin Tu suddenly spoke, his tone a little hesitant. Well, go ahead. Shun Yi glanced at Lin Tu and nodded. My sister-in-law's liking for me is average, even lower than yesterday. It can only be said that she is in a state of neither disgust nor disgust. That's normal. After all, the scene between her and Fu Yunqi yesterday must have had a huge impact on her young mind, and she needs some time to calm down. Sister, you guys eat first. When Lin Tu got up to leave, he did not forget to take away the unfinished ramen. It seems that this is also a little greedy rabbit. Only Shun Yi and Lin Lu were left in the room. While Shun Yi was touching Lin Lu, he focused most of his energy on observing the actions of Fu Yunqi and others. A distance of 3 kilometers is already a very long distance for ordinary survivors. Shrouded in black fog, it was difficult to tell the direction, and there were cracks on the ground from time to time, making walking very inconvenient. This is also the reason why some survivors in the community are unwilling to help at all. Anyway, the monsters 3 kilometers away will not pose a threat to them in a short period of time, so there's no need for them to go out and take risks. Therefore, this time, only a few shelters that have already established scale and order are united to fight against the mutant Spider King. Only these larger shelters know how terrifying the mutant monsters are. 3 kilometers is indeed very far for ordinary people, but for most mutant monsters, it is only a few minutes' journey. In fact, the hunting range of some powerful mutant monsters far exceeds 3 kilometers. Moreover, the mutated monsters will evolve and become stronger. For example, the mutant Spider King in the department store is also evolving. If we don't deal with it quickly, once it evolves and becomes stronger, everyone nearby will face a catastrophe. Therefore, any shelter that has a sense of crisis and wants to survive for a long time is willing to contribute. This is not only for helping others, but also for your own survival. Of course, there is a more important reason: the large amount of supplies in the department store. As long as we get rid of the mutant Spider King, we could divide up the supplies in the entire department store. This is a huge amount of supplies. It is precisely such huge benefits that can allow several shelters to temporarily unite. But on the way to the department store, each shelter is on its own, watching out for other shelters and survivors. Although we are all human beings, after experiencing more than half a month of doomsday life, no one feels that their fellow human beings are trustworthy. Sometimes, our own kind are scarier than mutant monsters. Shun Yi was checking on several survivors in the shelter through telepathy. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a woman holding a sword in the department store. She is chopping the mutant spider with clean and neat movements. 144 Kiak Su Fai. This woman is quite capable. Shun Yi turned his gaze to the woman holding the sword. Although most of the mutant spiders in the department store had been cleared yesterday, there were still some that slipped through. Moreover, the mutant Spider King seems to be able to continuously produce new mutant spiders. Shun Yi discovered that after just one night, 7 or 8 more mutant spiders appeared in the department store. However, these newly emerged mutant spiders were quickly dismembered and killed by the woman with the sword. This woman obviously also has superpowers, otherwise it would be impossible for her to jump several meters high and at such an astonishing speed that the mutant spider could not hurt her at all. Interesting, she's actually a wild female mutant. Shun Yi immediately became interested, because when he saw this woman, the system prompt was triggered again. Today I actually met 2 women who met the system's criteria in a row. I'm so lucky. Bite. A goddess who meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name: Xiao Shu Fa. Age: 24. Appearance: 94 points. Body: 97 points. Internal, 100 points, untouched. Total score, 97 points. Evaluation. After taking in a person, you can unlock a random item. The body score is surprisingly high. Shun-Yi took a closer look and discovered that the woman wielding the sword had an extremely outstanding figure. Her legs are in perfect proportion, her muscles are well-defined, and her waistline is clearly visible, which is obviously the result of long-term exercise. Her figure is even much better than that of the sporty beauty Han Rashly. This woman was probably not an ordinary person before the end of the world. At least he's a fitness expert. It looks like I have to leave early. Shin-Yi let go of the rosy-faced, limp, naive girl in his arms. He was originally ready to start unlocking supplies. But seeing that the sword-wielding woman was about to meet the mutant Spider King, in order to prevent her from being killed by the mutant Spider King, Shun-Yi decided to take action first to capture her. Just lie down first, I'll go take care of something. Shun-Yi left a few words and then used teleportation to leave. Lin Lu's clothes were disheveled. He was breathing slightly, his eyes were blurry, and his ears and neck were red. If Shun-Yi wanted it, she couldn't refuse. This is the technique Shun-Yi has mastered after more than 10 days of training. It took Lin Lu a long time to come back to his senses. He looked down at his messy clothes, and his cheeks turned even redder. But this feeling is so comfortable. It turns out that being touched can be so comfortable. She glanced at the closed door quietly, then reached her hand into her clothes, slowly closed her eyes, her cheeks turned a little redder, and she made a soft sound from her mouth. Shun-Yi, everyone get ready. Once we enter the building, those who can attack from a distance will launch the first wave of attacks. Once the mutant Spider King has been damaged, the others will immediately follow up to deal more damage. Don't give the mutant Spider King a chance to catch his breath. I hope everyone can unite. No matter if you have special powers or weapons, attack the mutant Spider King with all your strength as soon as you see him. Don't hide anything. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Everyone in Bayun community, you have the least number of people, so I would like to trouble you to clean up any mutant spiders that may appear. Do not let the mutant spiders affect our battle with the mutant Spider King. At the entrance of a department store, a square-faced middle-aged man was formulating a battle plan with hundreds of survivors. Since everyone was not on the same page and could not safely leave their backs to others to defend, the battle plan was very simple. Each person fought on their own, attacking from a distance first, and then the close combat would make up for the damage. If ranged attacks can kill the mutant Spider King in one wave, those in close combat don't even need to take risks. Fu Yunxi glanced at the square-faced man. He is the leader of the Sunshine Community Shelter. Judging from his current performance, he is a very capable man. No wonder he was able to integrate Sunshine Community so quickly. I just don't know what his special ability is and whether it's easy to deal with him. Ms. Fu, the square-faced man, seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Fu Yunxi and said seriously, "This time, we have the most people from the two shelters. I hope we won't have any internal conflicts. Even if there are any problems, we must at least deal with the mutant Spider King first." It sounded as if Fu Yunxi would do something shady. He was deliberately trying to lead the conversation. Sure enough, when the survivors of other shelters heard this, they immediately looked at Fu Yunxi and the people behind her vigilantly. That look clearly indicated that Fu Yunxi and the others were the key targets to be cautious of. Our shelter has the worst weapons and the fewest psychics. What good will it do us to provoke internal strife? Fu Yunxi would certainly not admit his calculations. Before we even entered the department store, people's hearts were already scattered. The survivors in several shelters were wary of each other and didn't even dare to get within 3 meters of each other. The middle-aged man looked at Fu Yunxi deeply and then said, "Then let's go into the department store now. Let's go in together to avoid any danger." Naturally, no one objected to this. After all, everyone is afraid of being stabbed in the back. Everyone held their breath and stepped into the department store carefully. However, the expected mutant spider face did not appear. There was dead silence in the building. It was so quiet that even the air seemed to have frozen. The square-faced man and Fu Yunxi looked at each other, and both of them tacitly commanded their men to explore separately. However, after searching around, everyone's faces were filled with shock, because the ground was littered with the shattered bodies of mutant spiders. Who on earth is this person, or what kind of monster? How could he kill so many mutant spiders? The square-faced man murmured in a low voice, his tone full of disbelief. The remaining survivors looked at the spider corpses all over the ground and couldn't help swallowing nervously. Ordinary mutant spiders are already so huge. How huge must the mutant spider king be? Fortunately, they were all killed. I just hope that the mutant spider king is also dealt with by that mysterious existence, so that we don't have to take risks anymore. Now that the mutant spiders have been cleared out, we might as well make a concerted effort to find the mutant spider king and completely resolve this hidden danger. At this time, Fu Yunxi also spoke, with just the right amount of shock on his face. This is of course acted out. Of course, she had known for a long time that the mutated spiders in the department store were all the work of Shun Yi. However, when she witnessed this scene with her own eyes, she was still shocked. A mutant spider is more than 1 meter long, and due to its mutant characteristics, its aggressiveness is no less than that of a well-trained hound. Shun Yi could actually kill hundreds of such mutant spiders in an instant. How high is the level of his supernatural power? Besides, wouldn't it consume his energy when he uses his supernatural powers? I am simply controlling the wind, but the consumption is very high. Just as Fu Yunxi was lost in thought, Shun Yi's voice suddenly rang in his mind. The mutant spider king is on the 5th floor. Let everyone else up there. 145, you call this a pet? 5th floor. Fu Yunxi was shocked. Really? Shun Yi indeed possessed the ability to see through the black fog, and he even seemed to have clairvoyance, able to see into areas that ordinary people could not reach. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly before, otherwise if Shun Yi saw it. Just thinking about the possible consequences, Fu Yunxi felt a chill down his spine. So scary. Shun Yi's supernatural powers are so weird. An ice power that can instantly kill a group of mutant spiders. The mysterious teleportation ability. The ability to spy on others without them noticing. The ability to communicate with people mentally at will. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Just like the gods in the movies. If Shun Yi didn't have a weakness for lust, Fu Yunxi would almost believe that he was not human. She suppressed her fear and responded immediately. Okay, I'll take them up right now. In short, no matter what Shun Yi's mysterious origins were, he couldn't escape now. I can only follow him till the end. Although Fu Yunxi did not have the ability to see through people's minds, she had a strong ability to observe. From several conversations with Shun Yi, she had already seen through his character. He is more cruel and ruthless than me. If I dare to kill him, he will kill me without hesitation. Even if they had physical contact, this man would never be merciful. How can this woman be so powerful? Shun Yi rode Xiao Ha to the bottom of the department store, and, through telepathy, he saw Xiao Xuefei, who was fighting fiercely with the mutant Spider King. Although it was the mutant Spider King who was chasing and fighting Xiao Xuefei. But, although the mutant Spider King was chasing her relentlessly, Xiao Xuefei was able to dodge its fatal attacks every time, which was enough to prove that her strength should not be underestimated. At least among the people Shun Yi currently knows, if there is a head-on confrontation, I am afraid that few people can be a match for this woman. It seems that only Murong Shui, who has a lot of hidden cards, can defeat her. Her power level has been upgraded? Or is it that the power she has gained has extremely high potential? Shun Yi looked at Xiao Xuefei, who was still struggling with the mutant Spider King, and was no longer in a hurry to take action. Let's first see how high this woman's ceiling is. At the same time, let the survivors who have arrived contribute their part. Soon, led by Fu Yunxi, they arrived at the 5th floor and saw a beautiful woman with a sword fighting with the mutant Spider King. The woman was agile and managed to avoid the mutant Spider King's attacks time and time again, and occasionally even counterattack with a sword. Although, her sword could hardly cause any substantial damage to the mutant Spider King. Even so, everyone was still shocked. If they were to face this huge mutant Spider King alone, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to resist. I don't even have the courage to imagine. But this woman was fighting the mutant Spider King alone. What deep hatred did she have that made her fight so desperately? Quick, everyone act now. Follow the previous battle plan. The square-faced man was shocked and immediately gave a loud order. The agitated crowd reacted quickly, and all kinds of long-range weapons aimed at the huge mutant Spider King and began to attack. Compound bows, crossbows, homemade bows and arrows. There are even some psychics who can release fire and ice for long-range attacks. In an instant, dozens of attacks rained down on the mutant Spider King. Due to the huge size of the mutant Spider King, even an attack with a slightly poor accuracy can easily hit it. Xiao Shuefei glanced at the hundreds of people who suddenly appeared, frowned, and was about to say something when she saw countless attacks flying towards her. There were even some attacks that, as if they were off target or something, actually came towards me. She quickly dodged to the side. But the mutant Spider King was much slower and was hit by dozens of attacks, letting out a strange cry. It was the first time that everyone heard the spider's voice, and it was so scary. However, the next second, the stimulated mutant Spider King suddenly changed its target and rushed towards the crowd that was attacking it. Everyone be careful. Get out of the way. The square-faced man's expression changed drastically, and he shouted immediately. But some people still failed to dodge and were bitten by the mutant Spider King. Their flesh and blood flew everywhere, and they died without even being able to scream. The mutant Spider King kept moving, biting people to death and stabbing them to death with his long, thin legs. In just a few tens of seconds, several people were killed. Damn it! The square-faced man clenched his fists with an unsightly look on his face. Most of the people who died were from his shelter. He looked back, but saw that Fu Yunxi, who was walking in the front, was nowhere to be seen. Not only Fu Yunxi, but even the survivors under her command disappeared at some point. No, I was tricked. This thought flashed through the square-faced man's mind, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Shouting, he turned and ran. Damn it! Damn Fu Yunxi! What on earth was this stupid woman thinking? Running away at this time. You really think you can run away? You're trying to kill us. Do you think you can deal with this mutant Spider King by yourself? Damn woman. No brains at all. Narrow-minded women shouldn't be in power. The square-faced man cursed viciously in his heart, but he ran away very quickly. Behind me, there were constant screams. Those who ran slowly or did not have time to run were all bitten to death by the mutant Spider King. Behind the mutant Spider King, there was a woman with a long sword chasing the mutant Spider King, stabbing him from time to time. Unfortunately, this level of attack was of no use to the mutant Spider King. The mutant Spider King even ignored her and continued to chase the crowd in front of him, eating one or two people from time to time. Shen Yi, what is this monster? Outside the department store, Fu Yunxi looked at Shun. He's sitting on the back of a huge mutant monster and couldn't help but be shocked. The other survivors were so scared that they hid far away and didn't dare to come closer. Why is there such a huge mutant monster? It's actually bigger than the mutant Spider King. It's my pet. It's not aggressive. Don't worry, Shun Yi said lightly, patting the little Ha under him. Xiao Ha seemed to understand what Shun Yi said and wagged his tail flatteringly. Pet, pet. Fu Yunxi was stunned for a moment. You call this big thing a pet? However, although this monster looked scary, it didn't seem to be aggressive at all, and it even wagged its tail like a dog. After being shocked for a moment, Fu Yunxi looked at the mutant monster with a little caution, and then asked, Shen Yi, why didn't you let me take the opportunity to sneak attack others just now? The reason why she suddenly took people away was because of Shun Yi's order. Otherwise, according to her original plan, she would have let several of her trusted subordinates take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the leaders of other shelters, especially the square-faced man. As long as he kills him in the chaos and then joins forces with other survivors to get rid of the mutant Spider King, he can naturally take over his shelter. It can even annex other shelters without any effort. 146. Soaring loyalty. It's time to end it. No need. Shun Yi had a calm expression. He paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice and said, I think that mutant Spider King is very powerful. There's no need for the people in our shelter to die in vain. Next, let me solve it myself. The survivors who were watching Xiao Ha vigilantly from a distance were stunned when they heard Shen Yi's words. So Lord Shun asked us to evacuate early in order to prevent us from dying? In an instant, the way everyone looked at Shun Yi changed. With a boss like this who values the lives of ordinary people like them, everyone feels warm in their hearts. He gave them food and water as soon as they met, and was so concerned about their lives. This kind of boss is worth working for. As they thought about it, the aura on their bodies turned a little paler. Fu Yunxi glanced at the survivors and understood the intention of Shun Yi's words. However, she did not dare to contradict, but instead echoed a few words. Shun Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile. Anyway, I will have to take action myself to deal with the mutant Spider King in the end, so of course I want others to remember my good deeds. Only the right amount of polite words can better win people's hearts. However, the reason Shun Yi asked them to withdraw was indeed to reduce unnecessary losses. With the strength of this group of survivors, if they want to kill the mutant Spider King, they can only sacrifice their lives, which is such a waste. It's better to live well and find the supernatural fruit for yourself. As for how many casualties there will be in other shelters, that has nothing to do with Shun-Yi. Moreover, even if you want to win over people from other shelters, you have to let them experience despair first. When they are most desperate, you can rescue them. This way it will be easier to win them over. At this moment, some fast runners rushed out of the department store. The screams were clearly audible. The mutant Spider King is coming out. Fu Yunxi looked at the exit of the department store with a calm look. Since Shun-Yi made him backstab and plot against people from other shelters at the critical moment, it proved that he could deal with the mutant Spider King without relying on the power of other shelters. Even Shun-Yi doesn't even need to take action. His pet should be able to kill the mutant Spider King, right? Fu Yunxi, you treacherous bitch. Holy shit, why is there another mutant monster? The square-faced man ran out of the department store and saw Fu Yunxi not far away. He was about to yell in anger, but suddenly noticed a huge mutant monster standing next to Fu Yunxi. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he stepped back repeatedly. Xiaoha, kill him. Shun-Yi patted Xiaoha gently. Xiaoha tilted his head, as if he understood something, and then slapped the square-faced man with his paw, and he was instantly turned into a meat patty. He didn't even have time to use his supernatural powers. The gap in strength is too big. When the survivors in other shelters saw this scene, they were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they completely lost the courage to resist. There's a mutant Spider King chasing behind, and an even scarier mutant monster in front. It's over, I'm dead. Some people desperately begged for mercy, while others tried to find a chance to escape. At this moment, Shun-Yi directly and forcibly connected everyone's brains and said, if you don't want to die, just stand where you are and don't move. The voice that suddenly sounded in their minds shocked all the survivors. Who? Who is talking? They looked around in horror. The sound seems to be ringing in our heads. Is this a supernatural power? What a weird power. Then they saw the huge green mutant monster take a few steps forward and suddenly crouch down. And there was a human sitting on its back. A man. Could it be that the strange power just now was used by this man? Hiss. What kind of supernatural power could be able to convey the same message to nearly 100 people at the same time in an instant? And the strangest thing is why this man can sit on the mutant monster without being attacked. All the survivors stared at Shun-Yi on Xiaoha's back, their faces changing constantly, but they all stood still and dared not move. Faced with a monster as big as a small hill, no one dared to run, and no one had the heart to resist. Such a huge monster. I'm afraid, even if they run more than 10 meters, they will be killed by one claw of it, right? At this time, Shun-Yi scanned the front through telepathy. Not counting the people in their own shelter, there were probably only a little over 100 survivors who escaped alive. The number of people who died in the department store was at least more than half of the number who arrived. However, as long as the woman he has his eyes on is not dead, there will be no loss for Shun-Yi. Just at this moment, the mutant Spider King let out a strange cry and rushed out from the gate that had long been destroyed. Blood was still flowing out of its mouth. Obviously, it had just eaten a lot of people. When it rushed out, its sight immediately locked onto the smaller Hashima, which was bigger than it. Obviously, this mutant Spider King has acquired some simple intelligence and can tell who poses the greatest threat to it. Xiaoha stared at the mutant Spider King with his green eyes and made a low warning sound in his throat. The survivors caught between the two mutant monsters are about to cry. There is no road on either side, and there are mutant monsters in front and behind. How are we going to survive? If you stand still, will you really not be eaten? Some people could not bear the fear and tried to escape while crying and begging for mercy. However, as soon as they moved, the mutant Spider King also moved, and its long legs suddenly thrust out, piercing all of them directly. Liquids of various colors flowed all over the ground. The remaining survivors' eyes widened instantly, their bodies trembled, and their fear became even worse. But this time, no one dared to run around. They were horrified to find that as long as they stood still, they would not be attacked, even if they were very close to the mutant Spider King. Once people drink contaminated water, they will either suffer from vomiting and diarrhea, be tormented to death, or lose their life directly. In comparison, the survivors of Shun-Yi's shelter are much happier. They are hiding behind Xiaoha and don't have to face the mutant Spider King directly. They are very safe. And all of this was done by the man who just became the leader of their shelter today. Master Shun is so amazing. He can actually tame such a powerful mutant monster as a pet. With Lord Shun's pet, a mere mutant spider is already doomed to die. Come on, Lord Shun, kill that spider. Master Shun is awesome. You will be my idol from now on. If anyone dares to say bad things about Lord Shun in front of me in the future, I will fight him to the death. Master Shun, I want to give birth to a baby for you. The survivors were excited. At this moment, Shun Yi's image in their minds has been infinitely elevated, completely surpassing Fu Yunxi. At the beginning, everyone felt a little in awe of Shun Yi, the mysterious and powerful man, because of Fu Yunxi's words. But now, after witnessing Shun Yi's strength with their own eyes and being protected by him, they completely worship Shun Yi. In the doomsday world, strength is everything. What's more, this powerful man is protecting them. Respect and admiration are natural and should be given. The aura of everyone was turning white crazily. Shun Yi was very satisfied with this scene, so he looked at the mutant Spider King indifferently. Your usefulness is over. It's time to die.